Chapter 1. Transcending the Fantastical Realm. Signing in from the womb. What is this place? Ji Xiao awakened from a state of bewilderment. He opened his eyes and beheld an utterly unfamiliar environment surrounding him. It appeared as though he were enveloped in chaos, where even a hand could not be seen. Yet, he could sense that he seemed to be immersed in a warm ocean. The soothing warmth of the water enveloped his body, filling him with an overwhelming sensation of softness and warmth. Wait, why are my hands so small? Oh my heavens! Why is there a strap on my belly button? Ji Xiao's mind raced with thoughts. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. He had transcended. Moreover, he had inexplicably transformed into an unborn infant still nestled in the womb. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xiao sought to calm his tumultuous emotions. He began to review the circumstances that had led him to this moment. In his recollection, he had been engrossed in a fantasy novel titled The Unmatched Immortal Emperor when a sudden flash of white light appeared before him. And then, he found himself here. Just as his thoughts settled on this realization, a translucent interface materialized before him. Name: Ji Xiao. Age: 0 years. Identity: heir of the first military aristocracy of the Northern Xia dynasty. Life status: unborn. Cultivation: none. Techniques: none. Destiny essence: 0 points. Fate level: Black Soul on the brink of extinction. Upon scrutinizing his character interface, Ji Xiao quickly comprehended the gravity of his situation. It turned out that he had traversed into the realm of the unmatched immortal emperor. Furthermore, his identity was that of the future most formidable antagonist of this fantastical world, the demon god Ji Xiao, bearing the same name as his own. Of course, this was not the crux of the matter. If Ji Xiao recalled correctly, the pivotal point was that this notorious villain was destined for a tragically woeful fate. He had even been regarded as a representation of the B aesthetic within web literature. This villain was undoubtedly one of the most heart-wrenching antagonists in the realm of online fiction. The characterization of the villain in the novel is a madly obsessive romantic, a substitute who leaps from heights in masochistic delight. Before becoming the villainous boss, Ji Xiao was a dashing young lord, a scion of a military family. Alas, soon after his family was annihilated, his parents met a tragic end, his profound skills were rendered useless, and ultimately, he was cast into the most terrifying abyss of the continent, the Chaos Abyss. For 1,000 years, he suffered the excruciating torment of the myriad demons before emerging from the abyss, gradually evolving into the most fearsome villainous boss. Seated as the Demon King, flanked by gods, ruling over the heavens for countless eons, with myriad races bowing in reverence, and celestial emperors submitting as subjects. And the narrative unfolds as the male protagonist, a humble scion of an immortal sect, awakens a formidable golden finger. Furthermore, the tale revolves around the celestial empress who has reincarnated from the pinnacle of the demon king Ji Xiao's reign over myriad races, returning to a world 10,000 years in the past. Together, the two protagonists strive to obliterate the nascent demon king Ji Xiao in his cradle, rescuing the future world from impending doom. On their wedding night, a divine nail is driven in. Hearts are excavated, bones extracted, and the heavens are stained crimson with blood. Yin and Yang are separated, and the demon god meets his demise. The light of righteousness shines brightly, illuminating all beings. Ji Xiao pondered the plot of the novel. He could not help but think how catastrophic it would be if such events were to unfold in his own life. One might accept the notion of transmigration. But why must he become such a wretched and later deranged antagonist, a formidable villain in the early stages? Upon his birth, although he would be the most affluent and influential young master of the Northern Xia dynasty's military house, trouble loomed on the horizon. Not long after, he would not only be stripped of his profound powers, but also witness his family's ruin. Moreover, he would be cast into the abyss, enduring the torment of 1,000 demons for an entire millennium. As if that were not enough, there would also be a chosen male lead, awakened with a golden finger, and a female lead, reborn from a future 10,000 years ahead, whose goal was to annihilate him. Future: family ruin, heart excavation, blood staining the heavens. How utterly tragic. As Ji Xiao contemplated this, he suddenly felt a profound sense of despair. the ominous star of calamity, a future destined to be shrouded in darkness. Not a glimmer of hope in sight. Perhaps this is precisely why his fate level is purely a deep black, a soul destined for annihilation. This is nothing short of an apocalyptic beginning. Just as he found himself in utter helplessness, a clear voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening the sign-in system. Would the host like to sign in now? Upon hearing this, Jishio was shaken to his core. A system, a sign-in system. He had perused countless novels before his transmigration, well aware of what the emergence of such a system entailed. A golden finger. This was the very key to altering his fate. Taking a deep breath, Jishio resolutely replied, System, sign in. Chapter 2. The Unprecedented Rewards, Becoming the Ultimate Villain from Today. As the words fell, Jishio heard a melodious system prompt resonate in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in from the womb. Congratulations, host, for signing in successfully and receiving the 9-star reward, Divine Heart, Demon Bone. Congratulations, host, for signing in successfully and receiving the 8-star reward, Devouring Immortal Demon Technique. Boom. At the moment the system's voice faded, Jishio felt an unparalleled, extraordinary power coalesce at his heart. Then, it erupted like a firework. Chaotic energy surged, and the celestial river roared. Radiant light cascaded through his limbs and bones. A heart, brilliant as the stars, throbbed fervently, exuding supreme celestial flames. Suddenly, Jishio felt as though he stood above the heavenly Tao, gazing down upon all beings throughout eternity. Deities, demons, immortal beings, all were but fleeting illusions. At the end of time, there stood only an invincible being of eternal stature, Divine Heart, Demon Bone, endowed with divine comprehension, possesses unparalleled potential for cultivation, and the 3 formidable realms of slaughter are unrivaled throughout the ages. Rating, 9-star Supreme Bloodline, the 3 formidable realms of Divine Heart. Demon Bone, Demon S Arrival, Divine Restriction, Celestial Ashes. Demon S Arrival, the flames of demonic essence ignite, eyes of blood from the other shore, as the demon descends, exponentially enhancing combat prowess, capable of defeating enemies across 8 minor realms. Awakening Condition, 10,000 Fate Essence. Divine Restriction, the taboo of divinity. The body and soul transcend the shackles of the heavenly Tao, achieving a forbidden qualitative transformation, a realm of combat said to be accessible only to ancient emperors. Awakening Condition, 100,000 Fate Essence. Celestial Ashes, a realm of slaughter that defies the heavens, power unknown. Awakening Condition, 100,000 Fate Essence. Devouring Immortal Demon Technique, the foremost method of the demonic path, simultaneously allows one to consume the essence of others to elevate their own cultivation. Rating, 8-star Extraordinary Demonic Technique. After earnestly reviewing the descriptions of the Divine Heart, Demon Bone, and the Devouring Immortal Demon Technique, Jishio was momentarily taken aback. If memory served him correctly, the Divine Heart, Demon Bone was a pinnacle physique in novels. This was the ultimate path of the villainous demon god Jishio after the evolution of his bloodline. The 3 formidable realms of slaughter, possessing defiant powers, were terrifying weapons beyond comprehension, even for the exalted deities and immortal beings. Moreover, regarding the Devouring Immortal Demon Technique, if Jishio recalled accurately, this demonic art was the ultimate arcane skill realized by the villainous boss after enduring a millennium of suffering in the depths of the ancient abyss. It was through this arcane skill that Jishio had gradually evolved into a slaughtering demon god that instilled fear in the hearts of deities and immortal beings. In essence, even before his birth, he had acquired the dual ultimate configurations reserved for the greatest of villains. A complete reversal, a cataclysmic beginning transformed into a perfect start. Jishio was pleasantly surprised, feeling a significant sense of relief. With the rewards finally at hand, the foremost task at present was to make the most of the extraordinary cultivation environment provided by the womb to practice the devouring immortal demonic art. This would ensure the refinement and enhancement of his physical body and meridians. It was imperative that no unforeseen circumstances hinder his descent into the world in a few months. Once he had descended, he would then contemplate how to awaken the realm of slaughter. Ji Xiu quietly pondered, swiftly formulating his survival strategy. He recalled that in the original novel, he was the sole heir of the Ji family, destined to be the only successor of the Ji military estate. Consequently, many influential figures in the northern Xia dynasty, including the immensely powerful emperor seated in the imperial palace of the capital, were not keen on his birth. Ji Xiu cleared his thoughts, silently calculating his next moves, starting with cultivation in the womb. In the future, he vowed not to become cannon fodder or a tragic fool. He was determined to prevent the dismal fate depicted in the original narrative from befalling him. Whether foes of the present or adversaries of the future, all would be vanquished. From this moment forth, he would embody the decisive and ruthless antagonist. With his thoughts settled, Ji Xiu rubbed his small hands together, excitedly stretching his tiny feet. The devouring, immortal demonic art. He was ready to commence his cultivation. The predetermined tragic fate in the novel would be altered from this very instant. In the northern Xia dynasty, under the luminous moonlight, deep autumn had arrived, and crimson maple leaves danced in the Kyoto air. The Ji military estate stood under stringent guard, with numerous armored and well-trained sentinels safeguarding the premises. The ornate pavilions and towers emerged through the thin autumn mist, while the gentle sounds of flowing water echoed nearby. In a spring pond, precious fish stirred the azure waters. Within a small stone pavilion, a graceful and elegant lady adorned in a simple palace gown sat on a stone bench, delicately scattering fish feed into the pond. Illuminated by the moonlight, her dignified and beautiful face radiated warmth. Beside her stood a tall and robust man, exuding an air of valor. His eyes, wide with anxiety, were fixed intently on his wife and her slightly rounded abdomen, fearful that her movements might inadvertently harm the child within. This man was Ji Xiu, the current head of the Ji family in Kyoto and a formidable general commanding 800,000 troops of the northern Xia dynasty. The beautiful lady was Lin Ru, Ji Xiu's wife and the daughter of the esteemed director of the Royal Cultivation Academy of Northern Xia. "My dear, please be careful. Don't strain yourself," Ji Xiu urged with great concern. "Rest assured, my husband, the child and I are not so fragile," Lin Ru replied with a gentle smile. Just then, her brow suddenly furrowed. A trace of anguish appeared on her resplendent and beautiful visage as her delicate hand instinctively cradled her abdomen. "Madam, what troubles you?" Ji Xiu, startled by the sight, hastened to her side, his keen eyes anxiously scanning her for any sign of distress. I'm fine. This little one merely gave me a kick." Lin Ru gently caressed her abdomen, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "Ah, so that is the case." Ji Xiu exhaled in relief. "By the way, my dearest, have you pondered over a name for our little one?" Lin Ru tilted her head, her enchanting eyes sparkling like stars as she gazed tenderly at Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu nodded thoughtfully, then smiled as he spoke. "My love, I have long decided. If it is a girl, she shall be named Ji Qiu. If a boy, he shall be named Ji Xiu." Chapter 3. The Fetus Cultivation. The most powerful scroll king is to descend. Within the womb, Ji Xiu listened to the sounds from the outside world, a knowing smile gracing his lips. In the original novel, his father, Ji Xiu, and his mother, Lin Ru, cherished their little master of the Ji family immensely. They would have gladly offered the entire world to him. Even when their entire clan faced annihilation, they unhesitatingly chose to sacrifice their lives to grant him a glimmer of hope for survival. It can be said that they were the finest parents one could ever wish for. Their love for him was boundless. Reflecting on this, Ji Xiu felt ripples of emotion stir within his heart. Before his transcendence, he had never known the warmth of parental affection and care, rendering him particularly grateful in this moment. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency gripped him. The tragedies that awaited him, the calamities that would befall his family, he would not allow them to transpire. Now that he had arrived in this world, it was imperative to safeguard not only himself, but also his family for all eternity. Ji Xiu silently vowed to himself. Subsequently, he began to prepare for his cultivation. In the early to mid stages of the novel, the realms of cultivation were delineated as Foundation Establishment, Qi Refinement, Fate Ground, Star Gathering, Monarch Grade, Saint Grade, Legend, Divine Concealment, and Emperor Grade. Presently, he found himself in the most favorable environment, an opportune moment for Foundation Establishment. Within the womb, he was enveloped in the purest innate energy the world had to offer. Once he was born, such pristine innate energy would no longer be available for him to absorb. Thus, establishing a foundation here was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Without hesitation, Ji Xiu raised his tiny hand and gently tapped his brow. A resounding chime echoed, and specks of starlight sparkled around him. Mysterious magical patterns were drawn forth, coalescing with the starlight to form an extraordinary light array. This array then melded into Ji Xiu's newly forming little body. The first layer of the devouring immortal demon art was to refine the meridians and forge them into divine-level conduits. The potential, combat prowess, and future advancements of a cultivator were decisively influenced by the strength and resilience of their meridians. Ji Xiu pondered silently. If he could complete the first layer of the devouring immortal demon art, the amount of true essence his meridians could accommodate and the speed at which it could circulate would be dozens of times that of an ordinary cultivator. It was no exaggeration to say that should he succeed in forging divine-level meridians, he would effortlessly defeat dozens of cultivators of the same rank in the future. Let us commence, Ji Xiu whispered to himself. Thereafter, he began to guide the purest innate energy in this space to refine his meridians. Following the path of the first layer of the devouring immortal demon art that resonated within his mind. Chime, chime, chime. Ji Xiu clasped his tiny hands together, and brilliant starlight erupted forth. Mysterious magical patterns flowed through the delicate channels of his meridians. Thus began the most formidable transformation of his meridians in recorded history. Time swiftly passed in a single day. At this moment, the innate energy had completed a full cycle within Ji Xiu's meridians. Although it was merely one cycle, Ji Xiu felt utterly exhausted in both body and mind. However, to his delight, he discovered that his meridians seemed to have become significantly more resilient and expanded. Most importantly, after a day of cultivation, he realized he had acquired the ability to perceive the intricate pathways within his body. A glance revealed that the once frail and slender meridians now twinkled with ethereal starlight. Moreover, profound mystical patterns and an increasing number of starlights merged with his meridians like rivers converging into the sea. Excellent. This is precisely the effect I desired. Ji Xiu whispered in exhilaration, quickly tempering his excitement and resuming the refinement of his meridians using the innate energy and the devouring immortal demonic art. He understood that this was merely the beginning. It was only when quantitative changes transformed into qualitative ones that he would reach the first level of perfection in the devouring immortal demonic art. Marking the day he forged divine-grade meridians. Before his birth, he would refine his divine-grade meridians and achieve a complete foundation establishment. Ji Xiu secretly set a modest goal for himself. It is known that on the Tianxian continent, even a prodigious genius with a once-in-a-millennium cultivation talent would require at least 3 years of training from the age of 3 to reach complete foundation establishment. Yet for Ji Xiu, a mere few months in the womb would suffice, as he possessed the unparalleled bloodline of the divine heart and bone. Coupled with the support of the 8-star extraordinary technique, the devouring immortal demonic art, and the unparalleled cultivation environment of the womb, he was blessed with the perfect timing, location, and harmony of people. With these 3 advantages, Ji Xiu was entirely confident that he could achieve complete foundation establishment before his birth. Furthermore, this would not be an ordinary complete foundation establishment. It would be the most perfect foundation establishment in history, without exception. Unbeknownst to Ji Xiu, he had spent an indeterminate amount of time in his mother's womb. Each day, he diligently absorbed innate energy to forge his divine-grade meridians. One day, the absorption of innate energy ceased automatically. It was as if destiny had awakened him, and he suddenly opened his eyes, gazing inward at his meridians. He saw that each one shimmered brilliantly, imbued with starlight, resembling a divine miracle. They were arranged perfectly, aligning flawlessly with the celestial path. Not only that, but the mystical patterns on his meridians had vanished, seamlessly merging with them in perfect unity. In this moment, Ji Xiu let out a sigh of relief, a light laugh escaping his lips as he murmured, "The great perfection of foundation establishment, the most flawless achievement in history. Furthermore, my most formidable divine meridians have also been successfully forged. What a relief!" Indeed, at that moment, Ji Xiu's meridians had ascended to the unparalleled divine level, and his cultivation had reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. It is worth noting that many cultivators within the Tianxian continent might spend their entire lives striving for this pinnacle, yet Ji Xiu had attained it even before his birth. Moreover, He had crafted the most powerful divine meridians in history. If this news were to spread, it would not only shock the Tianxian continent, but would likely reduce the descendants of deities, the heirs of emperors, the scions of divine dynasties, and the young masters of eternal families from the upper realms to tears. However, Jishio did not revel excessively in his accomplishments, as this was all part of his grand design. After all, he had the advantage of time, place, and harmony. If he could not achieve the perfect foundation establishment under such circumstances, it would indeed be inconceivable. Just then, Jishio suddenly felt a violent tremor. The amniotic fluid surrounding him was slowly ebbing away. A chill surged from his spine to the crown of his head. Simultaneously, a chorus of excited voices erupted from the outside. Quickly, quickly! The lady is about to give birth. The young master is about to arrive. Everyone in the G residence, get busy. My heavens! We have finally awaited this day. Our young master is finally coming. With a deep breath, Jishio whispered to himself, the time has come. I am finally about to be born. Chapter 4. At last, my son is born with the majesty of an emperor. On this night, within the residence of the G family, at the falling Maple Palace, the urgency of the moment was palpable. Madam, exert yourself once more. The young master is about to make his entrance. All right, I shall summon all my strength. Quickly, madam, push a little harder. I can already see the young prince's head. Ah, it's coming out. The young master has arrived. At that very moment of Jishio's birth, a divine cascade of starlight erupted from the falling Maple Palace, ascending into the heavens. Instantly, the sky was ablaze with shimmering stars, transforming the night into a celestial spectacle as if immortal beings had descended upon the world. The scintillating stardust drifted down like snowflakes, enveloping the entire capital in an ethereal beauty akin to a fairyland. Outside the city, countless beasts of the 10,000 mountains lay prostrate in fear, paralyzed by the celestial phenomenon. Yet, this was merely the prelude. What truly astounded was that within the depths of the starry sky, there manifested breathtaking visions of divine light, reminiscent of miraculous occurrences that captivated all who beheld them. A lone lotus blossomed under the eternal azure sky. The golden sea of bitterness illuminated the world. A radiant moon ascended over the ocean. An immortal king graced the heavens. The emergence of these celestial spectacles instantly captivated the attention of countless individuals across the capital and the entire Tianxian continent. For divine visions graced the realm simultaneously. A phenomenon so extraordinary that even the ancient tomes of history bore no record of such an event. On this night, the three premier empires of the Tianxian continent were left in awe. On this night, the 7 major sects of cultivation were thrown into disarray. On this night, innumerable prominent figures across the continent began to stir with unprecedented fervor. Investigate. Find out if a great emperor has descended upon Tianxian tonight. Look into whether an ancient sage has attained the status of emperor. Is there a treasure of immortals revealed to the world? Has the long-sealed heavenly gate reopened? Is the path of immortality being resumed? As the 4 divine visions appeared, the elite circles of the Beixiao Empire, as well as the influential sects of the entire Tianxian continent, were set ablaze with intrigue. These sagacious figures, keenly aware of the potential crises or opportunities at hand, were determined to uncover the events of this night. Soon, the foremost intelligence agency, the Tianji Pavilion, stepped forward with a proclamation. Nothing of significance occurred tonight. Only the birth of the Ji family's young master from the Beixiao Empire. This brief announcement sent shockwaves through the ranks of the distinguished. Their gazes fixated upon the Ji family residence, now shrouded in ethereal light. A profound silence enveloped them as they contemplated the implications of this extraordinary event. Since the Celestial Pavilion has spoken, the information must undoubtedly be true. After all, the Celestial Pavilion is the most esteemed intelligence organization in the Tianquan continent, with a legacy spanning thousands of years. In this moment, countless prominent figures within the continent reflect upon their inception, the arrival of celestial splendor, the grandeur of ancient emperors, and divine miracles, truly a manifestation of the miraculous. The emergence of an imperial figure heralds the dawn of a grand era. The Tianquan continent is abuzz with activity. This night in the capital is a tapestry of contrasting emotions. Those opposed to the Ji family are restless, for should they produce an imperial powerhouse, it would spell calamity. Conversely, allies of the Ji family revel in secret delight, for if the Ji family were to birth an emperor, they too would ascend to great heights. Regardless, astute minds sense a shift. After tonight, the entirety of the capital and even the North Xia dynasty may transform irrevocably. At the Ji family South military estate, outside the falling Maple Palace, Ji Xiao gazes up at the resplendent celestial phenomena, his mouth agape in astonishment. After a prolonged silence, he stammers out, My son possesses the essence of an emperor." Ji Xiao is not alone in his bewilderment. The elders of the Ji family are equally stunned. Even Ji Nu, the former patriarch and a national marshal, is left speechless. While Ji Xiao and his wife have commendable cultivation talents, achieving the monarch level by their 30s, it seems unfathomable that they have produced a grandson with the stature of an ancient emperor. This can only be seen as a divine blessing upon the Ji family. Ji Nu laughs heartily, tears of joy streaming down his face. "Take it easy, old man," remarks Mu Hua, Ji Xiao's grandmother, as she steps forward, playfully chiding her husband while raising her hand to gently strike Ji Xiao on the head. "You foolish boy, what are you standing there for? Quickly, let us meet our precious grandson." At her urging, Ji Xiao snaps back to reality and hastily ushers the elderly couple into the falling Maple Palace. Chapter 5. A profound background, supreme configuration, and an unstoppable future. In the hall of falling Maple, Ji Xiao lay quietly in the embrace of his mother, Lin Ru. She gazed upon the cherubic child as if he were a porcelain doll, showering him with tender kisses, treating him as her most cherished treasure. Ji Xiao, observing his mother's weary yet adoring countenance, smiled widely, reflecting on her sacrifices. Lin Ru marveled, while other infants arrive into this world wailing, "My little one has graced us with laughter. My son, truly a prodigy." Suddenly, the palace doors swung open. Ji Xiao rushed to the bedside, grasping Lin Ru's hand with urgency and trembling. "Madam, are you well?" "I'm fine," Lin Ru replied with a gentle smile, before carefully handing Ji Xiao to Ji Xiao. "Husband, embrace your son." "Of course." Ji Xiao nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Before taking Ji Xiao, he instinctively wiped his hands on his garment, fearful of soiling his precious child. Once he held Ji Xiao, the esteemed general commanding 80,000 troops wore a foolish grin. "My son indeed possesses the demeanor of an emperor." Ha ha. He proudly lifted Ji Xiao above his head, his eyes sparkling like stars. "Enough, enough. Don't frighten my precious grandson." Mu Hua interjected, swiftly taking Ji Xiao from Ji Xiao's hands, cradling him with utmost care. "Indeed, do not scare my grandson." Ji Nu shot Ji Xiao a fierce glare. However, when his gaze fell upon Ji Xiao's cherubic face, his expression softened into one of unfathomable affection. The rapid transformation left Ji Xiao momentarily stunned. Such a striking child. Just with this face, he could enchant countless maidens across the continent. Ji Nu exclaimed, "You truly lack decorum." Mu Hua chided with a laugh, though she concurred that her grandson's visage was indeed unparalleled. Yet beyond looks, it was Ji Xiao's innate talent that filled her with pride. Notably, she was the most accomplished and gifted individual in the entire Ji family, without exception. Ji Xiao was well aware of this fact. In the narrative, his grandmother, Mu Hua, possessed formidable skills and an astonishing background. Before marrying his grandfather, she had been the junior sister of the former matriarch of the Ice God Palace, the foremost cultivation sect in the Tianxian continent. In terms of hierarchy, even the current leader of the Ice God Palace would address her as senior. Moreover, had it not been for the incurable affliction afflicting his grandmother, which constrained her cultivation at the pinnacle of the monarch level, she would undoubtedly have ascended to the legendary saint level. It is no exaggeration to assert that his grandfather, the marshal, had indeed married above his station. "Show her, my dear. In the future, will you allow your grandmother to personally guide your cultivation?" Mu Hua, with a face full of affection, gently pinched Ji Xiao's small nose and playfully embraced him for a while before reluctantly handing him over to Lin Ru. Turning back, her expression turned grave, and she addressed Ji Xiao and Ji Nu with utmost seriousness. "From this night onward, everyone in the capital and beyond, anyone of influence, ought to know that our little treasure possesses the innate talent and qualifications of a great emperor from ancient times. Therefore, we must be vigilant against those with ulterior motives. The safety of Xiao'er must be our foremost priority. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on our little treasure, regardless of who they are, I shall annihilate their entire lineage. Do you understand?" "Understood." Ji Xiao and Ji Nu nodded fervently, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, nestled in Lin Ru's embrace, Ji Xiu murmured, "Grandmother is formidable." Truth be told, it was never his intention to create such a commotion. Ideally, he would have preferred to cultivate discreetly and then eliminate all adversaries in one swift motion. However, his extraordinary physique, coupled with the divine meridians forged even before his birth, had culminated in a flawless foundation. The resulting brilliance and the terrifying manifestation of the four great immortal lights were beyond his control. Now that matters had reached this point, there was no need for further hesitation. The path of a low-key prodigy was no longer viable. Thus, embracing the notion of overpowering all foes with sheer might seemed equally appealing. Ji Xiu earnestly reassessed his approach. Indeed, he was not one to be underestimated by others. Even if he were to feign weakness, it would not suit him. Hence, it was far more gratifying to obliterate all enemies. With a formidable background, two fully developed configurations at the outset, and the support of a system, if he could not swiftly vanquish all foes, then he truly deserved his fate. Such were Ji Xiu's contemplations. Chapter 6. The enemies are revealed. The Celestial Emperor's female protagonist, Mu Bing. In the capital of Beixia, within the imperial palace, a middle-aged man stood before a lotus pond. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating his cold and majestic visage. Towering in stature, draped in a black dragon robe, he exuded an aura of terrifying authority. His name was Long Tian, the emperor of the Beixia dynasty. On this lively night in the capital, Long Tian's voice was as frigid as ice, his eyes cold and piercing like those of a raven. At that moment, a shadow fell over the lotus pond. Subsequently, a remarkably soft voice resonated, "Your Majesty, it has been confirmed repeatedly that no incidents have occurred today, except for the birth of the young heir from the Ji family. The Tiangong Pavilion has verified this for us." As the words settled, a man clad in a purple dragon robe, with an exquisitely delicate appearance, emerged slowly from the night. He was Yu Huatian, the head of the West Factory in the Beixia dynasty, and one of the 10 most formidable figures of the realm, his prowess unfathomable. "Yu Gonggong, is it true that the young heir from the Ji family possesses the bearing of an ancient emperor?" Long Tian abruptly turned, his gaze fixed intensely on Yu Huatian for confirmation. Indeed, at the time of his birth, the 4 celestial beings descended from the heavens. Even the annals of ancient history reveal nothing comparable. To describe him as having the bearing of an emperor might even be an understatement. Yu Huatian inhaled deeply, his delicate features revealing his profound emotion. Upon hearing this, Long Tian slammed his fist on the stone table, his teeth clenched tightly as he coldly inquired, "The Ji family. They have truly encountered fortuitous luck. Yu Gonggong, tell me truthfully, can we eliminate him?" Yu Huatian shook his head in response. "Currently, the young heir from the Ji family has become a taboo existence, absolutely untouchable, unless Your Majesty wishes to completely sever ties with the Ji family?" "Absolutely not." Long Tian pondered for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. He spoke with caution. "Ji Xiao and Ji Nu command the most elite army of 800,000 Iron Buddha warriors. Lin Ru is also the daughter of Lin Mo, the president of the Beixia Royal Academy. If I were to turn against them, chaos would surely ensue within the dynasty. Moreover, the most terrifying factor is Mu Hua. That woman has the backing of the continent's foremost cultivation faction, the Ice Divine Palace. As long as that old woman remains in the Ice Divine Palace, I cannot afford to openly clash with the Ji family." Indeed, Yu Huatian nodded in agreement. For the Beixia royal family, the Ice Divine Palace's influence was overwhelmingly formidable. As long as the powerful woman within the palace remained alive, even if the Beixia royal family had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to confront the Ji family. That said, however, rumors had long circulated throughout the continent. In the Ice God Palace, it appears that the esteemed figure is encountering difficulties in her cultivation and has little time left to live. Yu Huatian suddenly spoke, his voice laced with a foreboding tone. "I have heard of this rumor as well. However, as long as she remains alive, I cannot take action against the Ji family. Thus, alternative measures must be devised." Long Tian cautiously stroked his chin and voiced his concerns. "If that is the case, Your Majesty, perhaps we should first employ the dark piece we have been laying plans for over the years. Summon him back to the capital and place him within the Ji family, waiting for the right moment to strike." Yu Huatian whispered into Long Tian's ear. "Very well. It must be so. Long Tian nodded solemnly. He then issued a decree without delay. Yu Huatian, you are to summon Ji Wujie back to the capital immediately. I have invested considerable effort in cultivating him to become the most trusted confidant of Ji Xiao. Now is the time for him to be of service. Yes, Your Majesty. In the extreme north of the continent, the Ice God Palace is enveloped in swirling snow. Deep within the palace, atop a snow-capped mountain that has stood for millennia, stands a tall figure. Clad in a flowing white gown with her azure hair elegantly pinned up, her ethereal beauty is marred only by her pale complexion, tinged with an unsettling crimson hue. She stands upon the mountain as if a goddess of ice, pure and unblemished. Her eyes gazing toward the northern capital for an extended moment, lost in thought. Junior sister, I truly congratulate you. The woman sighed deeply, her voice as cold as ancient ice, yet imbued with boundless warmth. Master, what occupies your mind? A youthful, melodious voice chimed in. Upon hearing this voice, the woman glanced down at a small girl seated upon a block of ancient ice. The girl, appearing around 3 or 4 years of age, possessed cascading silver hair that flowed to her waist. Her exquisitely delicate face radiated youthful innocence, and her bright smile could melt the ice and snow. She seemed almost unreal, like a snow spirit descended from the heavens. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, the girl's crystalline eyes held a regal authority and dignity that belied her tender age. Binger, today, Master is very happy. Do you know why? The woman gently caressed the girl's hair, inquiring softly. Why? Mu Bing looked up at the woman. Because, my dear, your master's sister, your yet-to-be-met grandmaster, has welcomed the birth of her grandson. Moreover, that child possesses an extraordinary talent rarely seen in ages. I am certain your grandmaster is overjoyed at this moment, and thus, Master shares in her happiness. The woman spoke softly, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Is that so? What is your master's grandson's name? Mu Bing asked absently. His name is Ji Xiao, the woman replied. Upon hearing that name, the smile on the little girl's exquisitely delicate face suddenly froze, and her body trembled slightly. Vivid images began to flood her mind. A single individual slaughtering an ancient divine dynasty, reducing 800,000 cultivators to ashes in an instant. One person battling against 9 celestial emperors, causing them to weep blood. A dark dynasty forged after millennia. The lamentations of myriad races echoed. The demon lord sat in the center, flanked by gods on either side. In the realms of heaven and earth, he alone stood supreme. As these haunting images etched themselves in her heart, the murderous intent deep within the girl's gaze intensified. Demon god Ji Xiao, you have finally emerged. In this lifetime, I shall not let you escape. Even if I am to perish, I will prevent you from establishing a dark dynasty for millennia to come. At that moment, as Mu Bing silently vowed within her heart, the woman's body suddenly swayed, letting out a soft groan. A streak of vivid crimson blood trickled from her lips. Master, are you all right? Mu Bing exclaimed, snapping back to reality as she steadied her master. Hee, I'm fine. Just an old ailment. Binger, it is getting late. Let us return to the palace. The woman wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled at Mu Bing. However, it was clear that her condition was far from good. Yes, Master. Mu Bing nodded with a heavy heart and took the woman's hand, leading her towards the grand ice palace nestled beneath the snow-capped mountains. She was aware that her master, Mu Qiu, had suffered a significant reduction in lifespan due to issues in her cultivation. What she did not anticipate was the severity of her master's injuries. If this continued, she feared her master might have less than 20 years left to live. Within the divine palace, Mu Bing sat atop a massive block of black ice, resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought. Reborn, Ji Xiao, in this lifetime, how shall I approach you? And ultimately, how shall I bring about your end? And what of my master's injuries? Can they be healed? On the ice bed, the sacred woman, reminiscent of an ice goddess, Mu Qiu, sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. In the future, after my fall, who will protect the ice god palace? Is it merely reliant on Binga? No, that is not enough, far from sufficient. However, it seems that adding a certain Ji Xiu would resolve everything. With this thought, Mu Qiu suddenly opened her eyes. Staring blankly at Mu Bing, who sat upon the icy throne, her own frosty gaze illuminating with a glimmer of hope. Master, what troubles you? Mu Bing felt a shiver run down her spine under the intensity of her mentor's fervent stare. At this moment, Mu Qiu, almost as if compelled by an unseen force. Spoke with startling directness, Binger, when you come of age, you shall wed your master's uncle's grandson. Jishio, how does that sound? What? Marry Jishio? Mu Bing exclaimed, momentarily rooted in disbelief. The thought of being wed to that demon lord sent chills through her. She would rather perish than entertain such a notion. Yet, as she pondered further, a daring idea began to take shape in her mind. If this were a means to draw closer to that demon lord, perhaps it was not entirely unfeasible. At this realization, her heart raced violently, and a chilling gleam sparkled in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 7. The Ninth Layer of Qi Refining. Unveiling the System Mall. In the blink of an eye, 3 swift years have passed. Under the unwavering protection of the Ji family, Jishio has celebrated 3 birthdays in safety. This year, Jishio has turned 3 years old. The cold wind howls, and snowflakes dance through the air, blanketing the world in a silvery hue as winter descends. In the capital, along the long streets, silence reigns, while snowflakes descend endlessly. The Ji residence, known as the Falling Maple Palace, glows brightly with warmth and comfort. Jishio sits alone upon his bed, his small, bare body seated cross-legged, eyes tightly shut. Name, Jishio. Age, 3 years. Identity, Crown Prince of the Northern Xia Dynasty. Cultivation, 8th layer of Qi refining. Bloodline, Divine Heart Demon Bone, 3 great realms yet to be unlocked. Conditions for awakening the 3 great realms. Demon arrival, 10,000 Destiny Essence, Divine Ban, 100,000 Destiny Essence, Immortal Ash, 1,000,000 Destiny Essence. Cultivation Technique, Devouring Immortal Demon Art, cultivated to the 2nd realm. Weapon, None, Destiny Essence, 700 points. Fate level, Black Soul Obliteration. System Mall, unopened 3,000 Destiny Essence to automatically unlock. Task System, unopened Destiny Realm automatically unlocks. Sign-in location, Northern Xia Dynasty, Ji Residence, Falling Maple Palace. System notification, time remaining until next sign-in. 0:10 Glancing at the system panel. As the clock strikes midnight, Jishio promptly opens his eyes and silently recites, System. Sign in at Falling Maple Palace. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. You have obtained a 1-star reward, top-tier Qi Refining Pill. The crisp sound of the system resonates, and a Qi Refining Pill, the size of a longan and imbued with divine radiance, appears in Jishio's system repository. Without hesitation, Jishio takes the pill and swallows it whole. With a deep breath, he resolves, tonight, I shall undoubtedly break through to the 9th layer of Qi refining. With that, he clasps his hands together and begins to cultivate. Clang. At this moment, a brilliant starlight envelopes him, and swirling currents resembling dancing dragons encircle his form. With his divine consciousness peering within, he observes the true essence within him bubbling like boiling water in a pot, due to the effect of the Qi refining pill. The true essence circulates repeatedly through his meridians, radiating dazzling starlight. Ultimately, it forms a miniature whirlwind in his dantian, the sound of true essence rushing through his meridians echoing like a swift breeze. An hour later, a tremendous roar erupts from within. Jishio's starlight bursts forth, filling the space with brilliance. A warm, tingling sensation surges through his entire being, akin to a sublime elevation of the soul. This feeling is not unfamiliar to Jishio. Over the past 3 years, he has experienced such sensations many times. Each time this feeling arises, as Jishio comprehended his success in breaking through. A notification resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement. You are awarded 300 destiny points. Another chime followed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your accumulated destiny essence has reached 3,000 points, and the system shop is now accessible. Listening to the system's prompts, Jishio exhaled deeply. 3 years had elapsed since his birth, and his designated signing location had consistently been at the Falling Maple Palace without any refresh. Consequently, Jishio decided to regard this place as his long-term cultivation base. The silver lining was that on the first day of each month, Jishio could sign in at the Falling Maple Palace to receive a system-rated 1-star cultivation elixir. It was precisely for this reason that he had achieved the 9th level of Qi refinement in merely 3 years. What pleased him even more was that he had fully tapped into his potential within the Qi refinement realm. Below the destiny soil realm, he was akin to a deity. Now he was but a step away from breaking into the destiny soil realm. It is noteworthy that 99% of cultivators on this continent are not qualified to commence their training by the age of 3. Those able to start cultivating at such a tender age typically belong to the elite of the Tianxian continent, assisted by their sects or families. In stark contrast, Jixio, at the tender age of 3, had already attained the 9th level of Qi refinement. This remarkable achievement placed him 2 entire realms ahead of the continent's most exceptional prodigies who had only just begun their cultivation journey. Such a feat is truly astounding. Jixio was confident that the gap between himself and these top-tier prodigies would not diminish, but rather expand further in the future. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that during these 3 years, Jixio discovered that each time he broke through a minor level within the Qi refinement realm, he would receive system rewards ranging from 300 to 400 destiny essence. Over the course of 3 years, he had accumulated a substantial 3,000 points of destiny essence. This amount constituted a significant foundation, as destiny essence could not only be utilized to purchase items from the system shop, but also to unlock his bloodline realm. This was the most crucial asset for Jixio on his path to becoming a formidable antagonist. With a deep breath, Jixio quietly mused, at last, I have saved up 3,000 destiny essence to open the system shop. Although he was still far from the 10,000 points required to unlock the first realm of the demonic descent, he could finally glimpse a hint of hope. With that, Jixio eagerly opened the newly accessible system shop, eager to discover what treasures awaited him. Ding. System shop has finished loading. Ding. Would the host like to initiate the system shop? Hearing this, Jixio nodded without hesitation. Ding. Shop activated. Jixio felt a jolt in his mind as a transparent system shop suddenly materialized before him. As he meticulously examined the dazzling array of system merchandise, his heart involuntarily raced, and his blood surged with excitement. Chapter 8. The Art of Theft. Who is my fiancée? Jixio meticulously browsed through the system's marketplace. In the weapons section, Yuchong Sword, 300 Destiny Essence. Kenhong Sword, 300 Destiny Essence. Qishao Sword, 300 Destiny Essence. Taya Sword, 600 Destiny Essence. 4 Methods of Qingyun, 5,000 Destiny Essence. Lingxi Divine Sword, 5,000 Destiny Essence. Demon Sword Apophis, 5,000 Destiny Essence. Frostmourne, 5,000 Destiny Essence. Pengu Axe, 20,000 Destiny Essence. Holy Sword Xianyuan, 20,000 Destiny Essence. Descendants Divine Bow, 20,000 Destiny Essence. Jixio scrutinized the array of weapons with earnest contemplation. Frankly, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no allure. Regrettably, his finances were rather constrained. The superior weapons were beyond his means, while the ordinary ones held little necessity for purchase. Moreover, to be candid, he currently had no pressing need for any weapon. After all, he was the cherished jewel of the Ji family. The entire clan safeguarded him, and at this stage, no one posed a threat to his security. Thus, weapons were not an immediate requirement. With a shake of his head, Jixio shifted his gaze to the martial arts section. 8 Extremes Collapse, 500 Destiny Essence. Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, 1,000 Destiny Essence. Flying Dragon Cloud Hand, 1,000 Destiny Essence. Great Wilderness Wujing, 2,000 Destiny Essence. Burning Decision, 3,000 Destiny Essence. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, 3,000 Destiny Essence. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, 10,000 Destiny Essence. Supreme Forgetting Emotion Record, 10,000 Destiny Essence. Summoning Demon Sutra, 10,000 Destiny Essence. Heavenly Emperor Fist, 100,000 Destiny Essence. 9 Secrets, 100,000 Destiny Essence. Reverse Chaos 8 Styles, 100,000 Destiny Essence. Divine Elephant Shaking Prison Technique, not for sale. Transformation into Freedom Technique, not for sale. Jixio gazed longingly at the powerful martial arts available in the system. Swallowing hard at the impressive offerings, he could not help but exclaim in awe. Indeed, the more expensive the item, the more it ignited desire. Nonetheless, Jixio was acutely aware of his own capabilities. After considerable deliberation, he opted to purchase the theft technique, Flying Dragon Cloud Hand, valued at 1,000 Destiny Essence. Flying Dragon Cloud Hand, a divine art of theft, capable of pilfering anything. Silently steal hidden items from a target, with a certain probability of acquiring the target's destiny essence. Ah, what a splendid theft technique, capable of stealing anything, including destiny essence. Ji Xiu murmured to himself, though parting with 1,000 destiny essence stung a little. However, the mere thought of the destiny essence that he could reclaim in the future, certainly exceeding 1,000 points, brought him a sense of ease. After all, this was a venture of immense profit, a gamble with minimal risk, and to forego it would be a tremendous loss. In due time, once affluence graced him, he would indulge in purchasing only the finest. Ji Xiu clenched his small fist, striving to suppress the desire to indulge in extravagant spending. At present, his pressing needs were not weapons or formidable techniques, but rather the cultivation of his skills and the acquisition of destiny essence. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that with the enhancement of his abilities, destiny essence would flow into his possession. Thus, at this moment, the significance of his cultivation was particularly pronounced. It was a time to diligently amass destiny essence, not to squander on frivolities. Every coin spent must serve a purpose. Investing in oneself was of utmost importance. Ji Xiu murmured softly, subsequently directing his gaze towards the section of elixirs. He meticulously browsed through the offerings. Ultimately, Ji Xiu expended 500 points of destiny value to procure a 2-star rated destiny pill from the system. This singular pill would facilitate his swift breakthrough to the Qi refining realm, allowing him to attain the destiny soil realm. Once he entered the destiny soil realm, the task system would be unlocked, a monumental advancement. After completing his purchase, Ji Xiu casually closed the system mall. Just as he was about to relish a moment of rest, he suddenly heard footsteps and voices emanating from beyond the palace gates. Mother, he is only 3 years old. Is it really necessary to find him a fiancé at such a tender age? Lin Ru stood before the falling maple palace, her expression filled with helplessness as she gazed at Ji Xiu's grandmother, Mu Hua. Why not? If Xiu were to be betrothed to her, it would bring infinite benefits to our Ji family. Mu Hua explained with a gentle smile. But mother, I cannot bear it. Xiu is just 3. He is still a child. Lin Ru bit her lip, her face a tapestry of complexity and reluctance. Ji Xiu was, after all, her lifeline. The mere thought of her son becoming engaged to another's daughter tomorrow filled her with sorrow and discontent. Very well, let us prioritize the greater good. Mu Hua patted Lin Ru's shoulder, understanding her feelings as a mother. No mother could willingly surrender her beloved son to another woman, especially when he was merely 3 years old. Even if that woman, well, she could not yet be called a woman, perhaps a girl, possessed an extraordinarily powerful background and talent. It remained unacceptable. Yet, on the other hand, as the matriarch of the Ji family, she ultimately had to consider the family's interests. In her eyes, this marriage proposal was a boon with no drawbacks. Alas, I shall speak to Xiu now. We must prepare for tomorrow. Lin Ru sighed with resignation before making her way towards the falling maple palace. Observing Lin Ru's somewhat desolate silhouette, Mu Hua shook her head and chuckled softly. Indeed, they are all but children. Engaged? To whom? Ji Xiu lay upon the couch, scratching his head in contemplation. He mused that, in the narrative, he seemingly possessed no fiancée either. In that moment, he found himself utterly perplexed. Chapter 9. The protagonist of the novel is my fiancé. Creak. The palace door gently swung open. Lin Ru, draped in a thick mink coat, displayed a beautiful visage adorned with the tenderness and grace of a mother. Upon entering, she delicately closed the door, fearful that the chill might intrude and harm her precious son. She tiptoed to the royal bed, gazing at her son's sweetly slumbering face, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Leaning down, she placed a kiss upon Ji Xiu's forehead and softly called, Xiu, wake up. Though she had no desire to rouse Ji Xiu from his dreams, she understood the urgency of the matter at hand, compelling her to awaken him. Huh, mother, is something the matter? Ji Xiu drowsily opened his eyes, inquiring softly. Good son, mother has something to tell you. Lin Ru affectionately tousled Ji Xiu's soft hair and spoke earnestly. Oh, Ji Xiu nodded, curiosity piquing as he wondered about the identity of his unknown fiancée. Xiu, your mother and your grandmother have arranged a marriage for you, Lin Ru said with a helpless smile. Who is she? Ji Xiu asked directly. Her name is Mu Bing. She is the disciple of your great-aunt and will be the future mistress of the Ice God Palace. Lin Ru pinched Ji Xiu's cheek, her tone imbued with complexity. though she felt reluctant to see her son wed. She could not deny that Mu Bing was undoubtedly worthy of him. Moreover, once Mu Bing ascended as the mistress of the Ice God Palace, it would bring immeasurable benefits to the Ji family. Thus, this marriage was not only a foregone conclusion, but also a necessity. Mu Bing. Upon hearing this name, Ji Xiu's brow furrowed suddenly. Mu Bing. In the original novel, she is the protagonist. Also, the empress of the immortal clan. She had reincarnated back to a time thousands of years prior during the peak of the demon god Ji Xiu's reign over myriad races. In the future, it would be she who would pursue him. It would be she who would feign marriage with him. On their wedding night, it would be she who would drive the soul-piercing nail into him. Ultimately, it would be she who would pierce his heart in the climactic battle. In simpler terms, the protagonist Mu Bing, a heartless killer, would be one of the principal architects of his tragic fate. So it is her. The protagonist has arrived. Ji Xiu pondered, a knowing nod accompanying his thoughts. In the novel, Ji Xiu first encounters Mu Bing at the age of 18, and she appears in the guise of an elder to him. In terms of familial hierarchy, Mu Bing can indeed be considered his aunt. It is precisely for this reason that Ji Xiu never anticipated her appearance at this juncture, let alone their engagement. This notion intrigued him greatly, prompting him to contemplate his strategies. The protagonist has arrived. Precautions are necessary. At that moment, Lin Ru suddenly posed a profound question. My son, do you understand the meaning of marriage? From her perspective, her son, being merely 3 years old, could hardly grasp the concept of matrimony. She feared that if he treated it as a mere game, it might offend others. Thus, she felt it imperative to elucidate this matter to her son. Of course I know. Marriage means being able to kiss, and to share a bed, just like how mother and father do. Never to part. Ji Xiu replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Lin Ru's face flushed with embarrassment, and she shot him an admonishing glance, ready to retort. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she could only pinch Ji Xiu's small face, exclaiming helplessly, though your words are crude, they hold truth, but it is enough that you understand. You and she will be together for a lifetime. To her, her son's understanding was more than sufficient. As long as he approached the matter with sincerity and decorum, that would suffice. With that, Lin Ru tenderly tucked Ji Xiu in, reminding him, tomorrow, your aunt and Mu Bing will visit the Ji residence. You must behave well and not cause any trouble. All right. Ji Xiu nodded in response. With those words, Lin Ru left, satisfied. At that moment, Ji Xiu lay on his bed, hands behind his head, gazing at the bright moon outside. The moonlight cascaded into his clear eyes, within which flickered a cold, subtle brilliance. Mu Bing, is it? Her arrival is quite timely. A sly smile crept onto Ji Xiu's lips. He had just acquired a profound skill known as the Flying Dragon Cloud-Piercing Palm, and he never expected it would soon come in handy. He eagerly anticipated the surprises Mu Bing would bring him. With that thought, he retrieved the Flying Dragon Cloud-Piercing Palm from his storage and began his practice. With my innate understanding and talent, mastering this skill should be achievable within a day. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Mu Bing, the female protagonist, the empress of the celestial clan. She is like an untapped treasure trove. His excitement knew no bounds. Chapter 10. The sign-in at the Deluo Sword Embryo. The plan commences. With the crisp sound of the system notification ringing in his ears, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes, gazing out at the darkening sky. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. He had successfully cultivated, prepared and ready. After donning his attire, he quietly lay on his bed, awaiting his mother's summons. Before long, Lin Ru arrived at the Luo Feng Palace. Without uttering a word, she stripped Ji Xiu of his clothes and tossed him into the bath, vigorously scrubbing him. Subsequently, she seized Ji Xiu and made her way outside the palace. Mother, where are we going to meet them? Ji Xiu inquired, brimming with curiosity. The martial arts arena. They should be arriving shortly. Lin Ru replied with an exasperated glare at Ji Xiu, finding his procrastination tiresome. She pondered anxiously about her son's oblivious nature, worrying about his future marriage. If the girl were to be assertive, would her son be bullied mercilessly? As her words faded, a melodious system notification resonated in their ears. Beep. The sign-in location has refreshed. Ji Family Martial Arts Arena. Hearing this, Ji Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After 3 years, a new sign-in location had finally emerged. Since his birth, his sign-in point had remained the Luo Feng Palace, unchanged for a full 3 years. The prospect of a fresh sign-in location was simply exhilarating. Before long, Lin Ru led Ji Xiao to the martial arts arena, where his grandmother, Mu Hua, had been waiting for quite some time. The moment Ji Xiao stepped inside, the system notification chimed again. Beep. Sign in at the martial arts arena. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, celestial fragment. Beep. The reward has been deposited into the system warehouse. Would you like to activate the celestial fragment? Without hesitation, Ji Xiao responded, activate. With that, the notifications continued. Beep. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully activated the celestial fragment. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an 8-star weapon, Deluo Sword Embryo. Ji Xiao was momentarily stunned, and then elation surged through him. He rushed to open the system warehouse. There lay a plain and unassuming sword embryo, quietly resting within the confines of the warehouse. The sword embryo was neither lengthy nor sharp, appearing ancient and unadorned, dull and lackluster. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern mist-like patterns on its surface, resembling the ethereal scene of a celestial being in flight. The Deluo sword embryo, the first slaying sword of unfathomable antiquity. Even the once absolute heavenly emperor had been reduced to a rain of blood under its blade. This blind box truly yielded a treasure. Ji Xiao stifled his excitement, reflecting on the miraculous find. Although he yearned to examine the Deluo sword embryo, however, this particular moment is indeed inappropriate. As Ji Xiao secretly reveled in his thoughts, his mother Lin Ru and grandmother Mu Hua both gazed toward the distant horizon. Mother, have they not yet arrived? Lin Ru inquired with a hint of anxiety. No sooner had she spoken than a resonant crane's call echoed through the heavens. At the edge of the sky, a white crane tore through the night, heading towards Kyoto. They are here. Grandmother Mu Hua smiled faintly, her eyes brimming with intense emotions. Ji Xiao raised his gaze and beheld 2 figures atop the white crane, one large and one small. Aunt Mu Xiao, adorned in a flowing ice-blue gown, appeared as though a celestial being descended from the ethereal realm, her aura seemingly otherworldly, as if she had stepped out of a painting. The novel's heroine, Mu Bing, with her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, possessed an extraordinary beauty and a cool demeanor. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with a brilliance that rivaled the radiant moonlight. Though still young, she exuded an awe-inspiring authority and remarkable beauty. It was difficult to fathom what stunning grace she would possess in adulthood. As the white crane descended upon the training grounds, grandmother Mu Hua's eyes had already become moist with tears. Trembling, she called out to Mu Qiu, senior sister. Upon hearing this, Mu Qiu broke into a radiant smile and gently nodded at grandmother Mu Hua, junior sister. I am here. Moonlight cascaded between them, filling the air with the beauty of their long-awaited reunion. This pair of sisters, having parted in their youth, now reunited in their twilight years. Time had flowed on, yet their bond had not diminished. Rather, it had deepened and matured. On the other side, Ji Xiao beheld the true heroine of the novel, Mu Bing, for the first time. If he claimed to be unperturbed at this moment, it would be a lie. After all, this woman was the reincarnated empress of the celestial race, possessing a ruthless demeanor. In the narrative, his future was destined to be intertwined with hers. However, more than that, Ji Xiao felt a greater anxiety regarding the actions he was about to undertake. Perhaps it would be somewhat exhilarating. Xiaoer, go and meet your fiancée. Grandmother Mu Hua gently ruffled Ji Xiao's hair and spoke softly. Meanwhile, Mother Lin Ru nudged Ji Xiao's back and encouraged him, Son, go on. A man must be bold at this moment. Carry yourself with flair. Do not let the beauty of your future wife intimidate you. With a deep breath, Ji Xiao nodded earnestly at his mother Lin Ru and then, with resolute steps, strode confidently towards Mu Bing. The plan begins. Chapter 11. The Cunning Ji Xiao boldly kisses the female protagonist Mu Bing. In this life, I have finally caught you. Mu Bing gazed into Ji Xiao's eyes, where flames of passion ignited. Perhaps overwhelmed by her emotions, her delicate fist trembled slightly, but she quickly suppressed her feelings and coolly introduced herself. I am Mu Bing, pleased to meet you. Ji Xiao silently echoed her name in his mind, and then, adhering to his plan, he took Mu Bing's hand. Her touch was cool, akin to cherry blossoms in bloom. However, Ji Xiao felt no lingering attachment. With the curiosity of the onlookers, he stepped forward and, to everyone's astonishment, gently embraced Mu Bing before their very eyes. At 3 years old, Ji Xiu was a head shorter than 7-year-old Mu Bing, rendering the scene rather amusing, leaving the elders present in a state of shock. "Hello, I am Ji Xiu." He introduced himself with youthful exuberance. In that moment, he distinctly sensed Mu Bing's cultivation level, 7 years old, 7th stage of qi refinement. Truly befitting of the reincarnated female protagonist, her talent in cultivation was indeed formidable. Ji Xiu mused inwardly. What is happening? Was this demon king so exuberant in his youth? Mu Bing's eyes widened, her body stiffening, her mind blank. Prior to this encounter, she had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting Ji Xiu, yet she had not anticipated this. Their first meeting, this infernal demon king, without a word or warning, had embraced her? Of course, it wasn't just Mu Bing who was taken aback. Even her master, Mu Qiu, was equally astonished. Grandma Mu Hua, witnessing the scene, wore a bemused expression, while her mother, Lin Ru, felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking that her son had made quite the impression. Upon meeting his fiancée Yi, he had already accomplished the act of hand-holding and embracing, and he showed no sign of letting go. Amidst the surrounding commotion, only Ji Xiu remained exceptionally clear-headed. Dragon's Claw activate. Beep. Theft failed. Beep. Theft failed. Beep. Congratulations, host, on stealing a reincarnation relic, a soul-piercing nail. Beep. Theft failed. Beep. Theft failed. Beep. Theft failed. Beep. Congratulations, host, on stealing 3,000 points of destiny essence. As he listened to the system notifications, Ji Xiu felt an unparalleled thrill in his heart, exclaiming inwardly, "This feels wonderful." After successfully stealing, he suddenly noticed the atmosphere around him had grown quiet. Thus, he feigned nonchalance, quietly retracting his hand and releasing Mu Bing. Then, in a sweet, innocent voice, he asked her, "Mother said, once we reach adulthood, we shall marry. You are my fiancée. Is this true?" Upon hearing this, Mu Bing furrowed her brows and coldly retorted, "And so what?" After receiving a positive affirmation, Ji Xiu nodded slightly and began to speak for himself. In that case, it must be correct. With that, Ji Xiu, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, raised his small hand and cupped Mu Bing's face. He then stood on tiptoe and planted a forceful kiss on her exquisite cheek. Mua, witnessing this scene, the entire martial arts arena fell into a stunned silence. Whether it was Mu Qiu, Grandma Mu Hua, or Mother Lin Ru, their eyes widened in disbelief, and their mouths gaped open as if they could fit an egg inside. "Junior sister, this." Mu Qiu's eyes bulged as she pointed a finger at Ji Xiu, seemingly wanting to inquire why this little rascal was acting so recklessly. "Hee. Senior sister. Our Xiu'er is rather enthusiastic. They are just children." Grandma Mu Hua responded with a hint of amusement. However, it must be said that her precious grandson's actions tonight were indeed somewhat unexpected. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Ru cleared her throat 3 times, feeling a tad embarrassed as she chimed in, "Why yes, my son has always been passionate. How amusing, how amusing." With that, she thought to herself, "Ji Xiu, you little rascal. I told you to be a bit bolder and more refined, but I didn't mean for you to act like a rogue." Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Ru suddenly shouted, "Let go of that girl." With that, she hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Ji Xiu to her side. Subsequently, without a word, she delivered 2 resounding slaps to Ji Xiu's behind. "You little rascal, aren't you ashamed? From now on, you should stop being called Ji Xiu. Let's change your name to Ji Bu Xiu, Ji the Unashamed." After receiving a beating, Ji Xiu began to perform, with his eyes reddened and misty. He looked extremely aggrieved as he retorted, "Mother, isn't marriage supposed to mean we can kiss and sleep together? Am I mistaken?" Lin Ru. Grandma Mu Hua. Ha ha ha. Mu Qiu. Mu Bing. The atmosphere hung in silence for 3 seconds. Lin Ru was momentarily taken aback by the question. She suddenly recalled her conversation with Ji Xiu from the previous night, feeling her cheeks heat up. However, as a mother, she believed it was still necessary to assert her authority and properly discipline this little rascal. "You little brat, you've learned to talk back. Ji Bu Xiu, just wait and see how I deal with you. Come, we are going back to the palace." With that, she firmly tugged Ji Xiu's ear and marched towards the direction of the falling maple palace. Just before leaving, Ji Xiu waved at Mu Bing and said, "Mu Bing, let's sleep together when we have the chance." Upon hearing these words and witnessing the situation, Grandma Mu Hua gazed at Lin Ru. who displayed a hint of evasion alongside Ji Xiao, and could not help but chuckle, shaking her head. She mused to herself, "Tonight, my precious grandson is in for quite a predicament." Meanwhile, Mu Qiu expressed her astonishment, remarking on the boy's rather unconventional thought process. Yet, she did not dwell on it for long. After all, what malice could possibly reside within the mind of a mere 3-year-old? With that said, she turned her attention to her beloved disciple, who remained frozen in place, her cheeks flushed from the affectionate kiss she had just received. She gently inquired, "Binger, are you all right?" Mu Bing shook her head, responding, "Master, Binger is fine." However, despite her words, no one could fathom the rapidity of her heartbeat at that moment, nor the intricate emotional turmoil she had just experienced. Wiping away the dampness from her face, she bit her lip and muttered to herself, "Damn it. This great devil has dared to kiss me. And in the future, does he intend to share a bed with me? How audacious. Truly, what a brazen individual." Chapter 12, 7 Days of Confinement, Ascending to the Realm of Destiny, The Wrath of Mu Bing. In the Ji residence, within the falling Maple Palace, Ji Xiao lay sprawled on the royal bed. Despite the searing pain in his backside from his mother Lin Ru's chastisement and the decree confining him to the palace for 7 days, a smile remained unwavering on his face, and his heart was filled with delight. He casually opened the character panel of the system. Name: Ji Xiao. Age: 3. Title: Crown Prince of the Bei Xia Dynasty. Cultivation: 9th level of Qi Refining. Bloodline: Divine Heart Demon Bone. 3 Great Realms yet to be unlocked. Unlocking conditions for the 3 Great Realms. Demon Arrival: 10,000 Essence of Destiny. Divine Seal: 100,000 Essence of Destiny. Immortal Ashes: 1,000,000 Essence of Destiny. Cultivation Technique: Devouring Immortal Demon Technique. Cultivated to the 2nd Realm. Flying Dragon Cloud Seeker. Entry Level. Weapon: Deluo Sword Embryo. Essence of Destiny: 4. 500 points. Fate Level: Black Soul Oblivion. System Store. Open. Task System. Not open. Automatically unlocked at the Destiny Realm. Storage: Destiny Pill 1. Soul Piercing Nail 1. System Prompt: More information available. After a thorough examination of his character panel, Ji Xiao felt a wave of comfort wash over him. This time, his sign-in yielded not only the legendary Deluo Sword Embryo, the most formidable sword of all time, but he also managed to pilfer 3,000 points of Essence of Destiny from the novel's heroine, Mu Bing, along with a soul-piercing nail. Most importantly, he had given Mu Bing a significant scare. It is no exaggeration to say that he felt utterly pleased. If memory served him correctly, in the novel, Mu Bing would eventually drive 10 soul-piercing nails into her own body on her wedding night. These 10 nails could potentially cripple nearly half of her cultivation. Thus, this was indeed a valuable item. Ji Xiao stroked his chin, contemplating. He promptly checked the information regarding the soul-piercing nail. Soul-piercing nail, an imperial-level concealed weapon. A relic of reincarnation, forged by the immortal Emperor Mu Bing, possessing immense lethality, capable of slaying gods and emperors. Total of 10 pieces. System rating: 7 star. System evaluation: Gods weep blood. Usage requirement: Can be wielded by someone of the star-gathering realm. Predicted power: Capable of mass slaughter below the saint level. System prompt: Each soul-piercing nail can only be used once. Usable by someone of star-gathering cultivation. Moreover, its lethality is exceptionally strong. Capable of indiscriminate killing below the saint level. This indeed constituted an exceptionally formidable life-preserving trump card. Ji Xiao nodded in agreement. He was well aware of the soul-piercing nail's formidable lethality. Even an imperial-level powerhouse could be slain. Of course, this also depended on the user's cultivation and strength. Nonetheless, it must be said, if a cultivator of the star-gathering realm could wield the soul-piercing nail to wreak havoc below the saint level, then its power had certainly exceeded all his expectations. Although it could only be used once, and each could only kill one person. However, it is indeed an exceedingly precious life-saving trump card. Ji Xiao solemnly tucked it away, turning his gaze to the Deluo Sword Embryo he had obtained through signing in. He noted, Deluo Sword Embryo, a relic of the heavens, the unparalleled ominous killing sword of the ages. System rating: 8 stars. System evaluation: Unyielding through eons, eternally immortal. System prompt: This sword is ominous. The host should wait until reaching the monarch realm before attempting to wield it. Truly, it is the sword I am familiar with. Ji Xiu smacked his lips. He was well aware of the sword's ominous nature, for even the once autocratic heavenly emperor had been met with a bloody downpour at its hands. Nonetheless, one must concede that this sword is immensely powerful, terrifyingly so. The unparalleled killing force it harbors is an existence unto itself. As he drew forth the Deluo sword embryo, the moment Ji Xiu grasped the hilt, flickering celestial light cascaded around him. The dreadful killing aura surged through his body, causing his heartbeat and blood flow to accelerate instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, he understood that this sword would undoubtedly become one of his strongest allies in the future. After stowing away the Deluo sword embryo, Ji Xiu regained his composure. He gazed out at the luminous moon, beginning to analyze the current situation. The northern Xia royal family was eyeing him with malice. However, as long as his aunt, Mu Xiu, remained alive, they would not dare to act against him openly. Yet, he must remain vigilant regarding the undercover agent, Ji Wuji, placed within the Ji family military. He posed a significant problem. As for the female protagonist of the novel, Mu Bing, she was cunning and perpetually sought his demise. However, having been reborn, she was now only 7 years old. A 7-year-old at the 7th level of Qi refinement might be regarded as an unparalleled prodigy by others. Yet before him, she could stir no significant trouble. Moreover, even the sole threat she posed, the soul-vanquishing nail, was currently beyond her reach. As for the remaining male protagonist, a scion of the Celestial clan, he was not on the same field as Ji Xiu at present. Thus, there was no need for particular concern regarding him. In summary, there were no pressing matters at hand. He still had ample time. Nevertheless, he indeed needed to make the most of it. With his thoughts lingering there, he exhaled deeply. From here on, it would be prudent to proceed step by step. He was merely one step away from reaching the Destiny Soil realm. Presently, he was under house arrest imposed by his mother for 7 days. Therefore, during these 7 days, he would strive to break into the Destiny Soil. A faint glimmer sparkled in Ji Xiu's clear eyes. He then retrieved the Destiny Pill, for which he had spent 500 Essence of Life, from the warehouse. He swallowed it whole, activating the Immortal Demon Art, and commencing his cultivation. Time flew by. As the sunset of the 7th day descended, Ji Xiu exhaled a breath of murky air and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, one could see the radiant glimmer of the moonlight flickering in his gaze. Within his body, every bone and vein shimmered with the brilliance of countless stars. In a mere 7 days, he transcended the 9th realm of Qi refining, successfully establishing a foundation for cultivation in his Dantian. At that moment, his true essence had undeniably undergone a qualitative leap. He had entered the realm of destiny. At last, Ji Xiu murmured softly. As he casually stretched his limbs, the sound of cracking joints resonated, and an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped him. The unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body bolstered his confidence immensely. Just then, the system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. On reaching the realm of destiny, you have received a reward of 500 destiny points. Ding! Congratulations, host. On reaching the realm of destiny, the task system is now activated. Ding! System notification. The sign-in location has been refreshed. Dark Arena of the capital. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu lazily stretched and, with a hint of surprise, mused to himself. The sign-in location has been refreshed again. How timely. Meanwhile, in the Ji Manor, within the Moonfall Palace, Mu Bing thrust her icy sword fiercely towards the direction of the falling Maple Palace. The faintly crimson sunset was cleaved in two, casting a chilling light that gleamed coldly in her eyes. She bit her red lip tightly, seething, Ji Bu Xiu, you shameless little thief. How dare you steal my soul-piercing nail? Indeed, she had finally realized that one of her deeply hidden weapons was missing. However, she was currently in the Ji family military estate, feeling utterly powerless. Everything unfolded exactly as Ji Xiu had orchestrated it. It was indeed you whom he had targeted. Even if you discovered it, what could you possibly do? Chapter 13. The Task System, the Spirit Clan Maiden, Future Empress. The Falling Maple Palace. Ji Xiu resolved to activate the task system that had long occupied his thoughts. After all, he was merely 5,000 destiny points away from unlocking demonic arrival. And completing tasks to earn destiny essence seemed a commendable choice. Beep. Task system loading complete. Would the host like to activate the system now? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao nodded without the slightest hesitation. Beep. Task system initiated. Ji Xiao felt a jolt in his mind, and a virtual task interface materialized before him. He soon discerned that the newly activated task system was divided into two lists: bounty tasks and initiative tasks. Bounty tasks were, in essence, assignments issued by the system. Initiative tasks, conversely, were those that one could voluntarily undertake. At that moment, Ji Xiao observed that the bounty task list was devoid of entries, indicating that the system had not actively released any bounty tasks. Fortunately, the initiative task list displayed a singular task. Initiative task: Spirit Clan Maiden. Task description: rescue the Spirit Clan Maiden, Gu Yao, who has been imprisoned in the arena and reduced to a gladiator. Task location: Northern Summer Dynasty, the Dark Arena of the capital. Task reward: 300 Destiny Essence. Task deadline: none, the Spirit Clan Maiden, Gu Yao. As Ji Xiao beheld this familiar name, a playful smile crept across his lips. In the narrative, Gu Yao was destined to become the future empress of the Spirit Clan, a paragon of both magic and martial prowess. She would avert the impending collapse of her clan and elevate it to the foremost royal lineage in the realm. With a single stroke of her sword, she obliterated an ancient demonic dynasty. On the battlefield of gods and demons, she chanted forbidden incantations, causing countless stars to fall and legions of demon generals to disintegrate in an instant. She was the most gifted woman in millennia, a radiant beacon amidst numerous righteous heroes on the continent, strikingly beautiful and extraordinarily brilliant. Most importantly, she was the sole confidant of the novel's heroine, Mu Bing. Ji Xiao stroked his chin, his mind recalling the intricacies of Gu Yao's character, his emotions swelling with excitement. Gu Yao, the future empress of the Spirit Clan, the only friend of Mu Bing, one of the mightiest adversaries to come. If I could win her allegiance, my future path would surely be much smoother. Ji Xiao murmured to himself, his thoughts echoing with fervor and his smile radiating with unparalleled brilliance. With his resolve solidified, he unhesitatingly accepted the task. Beep. System notification. Task successfully accepted. Beep. System notification. The task Spirit Clan Maiden is officially underway. Hearing the crisp sound of the system notification, Ji Xiao let out a long breath. As for Gu Yao, her past within the narrative remained shrouded in mystery, even to her closest friend, Mu Bing. During her youthful days, Gu Yao was unaware of the events transpiring in the dark gladiatorial arena. Time was of the essence for her now. She needed to gather funds swiftly to venture into that perilous place. However, the question remained, where would the money come from? Just as Ji Xiao's thoughts whirled, familiar footsteps echoed from outside the palace. A surge of joy filled Ji Xiao's heart as she thought, my benefactor has arrived. She quickly closed her eyes, feigning slumber. With a clang, the palace doors swung open. Grandmother Mu Hua entered, hands clasped behind her back, and approached Ji Xiao's bed. Looking down at the child sprawled on the bed, she remarked with mild irritation, "Little one, grandmother is here. Are you still pretending to sleep?" Hearing this, Ji Xiao smiled helplessly, then reluctantly opened her eyes, extending her hands towards Mu Hua, and sweetly pleaded, "Grandmother, hug me." Seeing the adorable display, Mu Hua couldn't suppress her laughter. She lifted Ji Xiao into her arms and playfully inquired, "Little one, does your bottom still hurt?" Ji Xiao nodded vigorously, her expression one of innocent grievance. "It hurts. Mother hit me quite hard." It was a truthful complaint. Had any other child received such a harsh spanking, they would have been in tears. "Oh, come now. You are already a formidable force in the realm of mortals. That beating is nothing," Mu Hua teased, though her eyes sparkled with pride. Over the years, she had observed her grandson closely and had come to realize that his talent far surpassed her expectations. Hee. Ji Xiao bashfully scratched her head. She had never concealed her cultivation from her family, so it was only natural for her grandmother to sense her abilities. "Grandmother, it's been 7 days since we last met, and I've missed you so much." Ji Xiao clung to Mu Hua, her large eyes gleaming with mischief, laying the groundwork for her forthcoming request for money. "Speak up. What is it that you desire?" Mu Hua asked with a knowing smile, fully aware of Ji Xiao's intentions. "Gold coins. A great many gold coins," Ji Xiao exclaimed, her face alight with joy. "What do you need so much gold for?" Mu Hua asked, her eyebrows raised in surprise. Ji Xiao hesitated for a moment before deciding to be forthright. Grandmother, I wish to visit the dark gladiatorial arena. I see. Mu Hua nodded, understanding the situation. It was not uncommon for the scions of the aristocracy in the capital to frequent the dark gladiatorial arena, seeking to acquire promising gladiators to train as their personal assassins. She did not find this particularly alarming. Her only concern was for her grandson's safety, as the dark gladiatorial arena was rife with treachery and chaos. However, after careful consideration, Mu Hua had already devised a strategy. Subsequently, she produced a black card and placed it into Ji Xiao's hands. Xiao, this card holds 100 million gold coins. When you make your purchase, ensure you acquire only the finest gladiators. Let your grandmother witness your discerning taste. It is also an opportunity for you to hone your skills. Mu Hua affectionately pinched Ji Xiao's nose, her face radiating warmth. 100 million, Ji Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. He had anticipated that his grandmother might bestow upon the 3-year-old him a 7-figure sum in gold coins, yet he never expected her to offer such a staggering amount. At that moment, Ji Xiao couldn't help but exclaim internally, "My grandmother is truly affluent." It is worth noting that while there are several noble families in the northern Xia dynasty capable of producing 100 million gold coins, only the Ji family would allocate such a sum for a 3-year-old to practice with. Grandmother is magnificent. Ji Xiao joyfully pecked Mu Hua's cheek, eliciting a hearty laugh from her. Xiao, grandmother permits you to visit the dark gladiatorial arena. However, you must not go alone. I will arrange for someone to accompany you, Mu Hua declared. At that moment, an elderly man clad in black emerged from the depths of the night, entering the falling maple palace. His appearance was rather unremarkable, easily overlooked in a crowd. Yet, he emanated a chilling aura and an indescribable sense of oppression that was palpably real. Moreover, with his extraordinary perception, Ji Xiao seemed to detect a thick, metallic scent of blood surrounding the elder, reminiscent of the horrors born from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, invoking a shuddering fear. A monarch-level powerhouse. Undoubtedly, a monarch-level powerhouse. Furthermore, he was a killer. Ji Xiao's heart skipped a beat, realizing the elder's formidable prowess exceeded even that of his parents. He surmised that the elder specialized in slaughter and had once been an assassin. Who is he? Ji Xiao inquired with curiosity. Allow me to introduce him. He shall be the steward of Falling Maple Palace henceforth. You may refer to him as Elder Wei. Mu Hua replied with a smile. Following her words, the elderly man bowed respectfully and addressed Ji Xiao. I am Wei Qin, the humble servant, paying my respects to the young master. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao raised an eyebrow, pondering, a monarch-tier assassin as a bodyguard. This is rather intriguing. Chapter 14, The Assassin's Butler. Great figures gather at the arena, a formidable figure at the monarch rank. Mastery in the art of killing. Once a renowned assassin, could he possibly be affiliated with the foremost assassin organization from the Tianxian continent? Ji Xiao observed the elderly man in black with great intrigue, secretly speculating. It is important to note that monarch rank experts are exceedingly rare in the Tianxian continent. A monarch rank expert possesses the credentials to establish their own sect. Even among the 3 premier empires of the Tianxian continent, such a figure would be considered significant. They would undoubtedly attract the attention of various prestigious factions, and it is inconceivable that someone like Elder Wei remains obscure. Thus, only one possibility remains. This Elder Wei must indeed be from the foremost assassin organization of the Tianxian continent. Ji Xiao's eyes brightened at this realization. In truth, only a powerful figure from such a clandestine organization would exhibit such discretion. Moreover, Ji Xiao speculated that even within an organization teeming with assassins, Elder Wei's status would likely be considerable. At this moment, Ji Xiao examined Wei Qin once more, while Wei Qin scrutinized Ji Xiao, astonished. A 3-year-old Destiny Soil Realm expert? This young master truly possesses the bearing of an ancient emperor. No, he far surpasses the stature of an emperor. Throughout his long life, he has encountered many prodigies, yet in comparison to Ji Xiao, they seem insignificant and trivial, as if they are not even on the same scale. He took a deep breath and addressed Ji Xiao, young master. I am willing to serve you loyally and would gladly become a sword in your hand. In the future, I shall clear all obstacles that lie before you. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao remained composed and directly inquired about his curiosity. May I ask, Elder Wei, do you hail from the mortal realm? Elder Wei was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Mu Hua. Meanwhile, grandmother Mu Hua looked at Ji Xiao in astonishment, completely surprised that her grandson was aware of the foremost assassin organization's connection to the mortal realm. Hee. Mu Hua smiled and nodded to Elder Wei, signaling that there was no need for concealment. In response to young master, I indeed come from the mortal realm. Furthermore, I once served as the chief instructor of the mortal realm. Elder Wei revealed his origins. Just as I suspected, Ji Xiao smiled contentedly. He believed that if Elder Wei were to serve him in the future, it would be best for them to be forthright with one another, leaving no secrets. An Elder Wei as a monarch rank expert is excellent. An assassin from the mortal realm is even better. This means I have gained a sharp sword by my side. Ji Xiao mused. However, what delighted him even more was that Elder Wei was not merely an assassin from the mortal realm, but had also once held the distinguished position of chief instructor there. In other words, he holds the third highest position in the mortal realm. Within this continent's foremost assassin organization, only the two founders rank slightly above him. Under his guidance, countless elite assassins have emerged. Undoubtedly, he is a true figure of authority in the realm of assassins on the heavenly profound continent. With a deep breath, Ji Xiao extended his hand solemnly towards Elder Wei, stating, Elder Wei, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Observing this, Elder Wei also earnestly grasped Ji Xiao's hand. Beneath the moonlight, amidst the swirling autumn leaves and the falling maple palace, the scene of this elderly man and young man solemnly shaking hands may appear somewhat peculiar. However, for Ji Xiao and Wei Qin, it represents a historic moment. Meanwhile, grandmother Mu Hua watched this exchange with a satisfied smile, sensing that her precious grandson, with Wei Qin's assistance, would one day revolutionize the entire continent. The following day, as night descended, Ji Xiao donned an exquisite black attire and stepped out of the falling maple palace, where Elder Wei had been waiting outside for quite some time. Let us depart. Elder Wei, we are bound for the dark arena in the capital, Ji Xiao stated with a smile. Elder Wei nodded earnestly and took his place beside Ji Xiao, as they both made their way toward the dark arena. In the southern city of the capital, the dark arena was a sight to behold, ablaze with thousands of lights and filled with exuberance. Tens of thousands of spectators roared and cheered wildly as they watched two gladiators engage in a brutal battle. Each clash of weapons, each spurt of blood, and every piercing of flesh intensified the raucous cheers from the crowd, creating an atmosphere of madness. Above the fray, a cadre of dignitaries from the capital observed the carnage from their elevated seats. Holding crystal goblets, they savored the finest wines while reveling in this spectacle of bloodshed. Among them were high-ranking officials, scions of wealthy clans, and leaders of the underground forces in the capital. As Ji Xiao, the heir of the foremost warlord family in northern Xia, entered the arena, he was assigned to the heavenly profound pavilion within the dark arena. Clearly, grandmother Mu Hua had made the most splendid arrangements prior to Ji Xiao's arrival. With a clang, the crystal chandelier at the entrance of the prestigious box illuminated, immediately capturing the attention of the assembled dignitaries. A notable figure from the prestigious box has arrived. Could it be a high-ranking official from the royal palace? Or perhaps a saintly son or daughter from one of the 7 major sects? Today, the lights of the heavenly profound pavilion are aglow. Could it be that all have come? Shoo, speak less. These eminent figures are beyond our speculation. Indeed, in the Dixian pavilion, 2 stunning individuals are seated. One appears to be around 20 years of age, adorned in an exquisitely luxurious phoenix-patterned gown. Her elegantly arched brows are striking, exuding both vitality and opulence. Her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of a tranquil lake, seem placid yet conceal a winter's chill within. Her delicate nose is exquisitely refined, radiating nobility and grace, complemented by her lips, reminiscent of freshly bloomed roses after a rain. Her visage possesses an ethereal beauty that captivates the soul. She is as mesmerizing as a divine maiden, breathtakingly extraordinary. This is the most immediate impression she imparts. The other is a 13-year-old girl, clad in a pure white feathered robe, embodying sanctity and flawlessness. Her eyes sparkle like cold stars, and her lips resemble cherry petals. Though her beauty is youthful, those who have encountered her cannot doubt that she will undoubtedly blossom into an unparalleled beauty, captivating the world in her maturity. Master, someone has arrived at the Tianxian Pavilion. Who do you suppose it is? The girl inquired with a hint of curiosity. Haha. The woman chuckled lightly, casually replying. It is the young heir of the Ji family. Ji Xiao. Ah. The girl exclaimed in astonishment. It's actually him. Today promises to be lively. In the Xianzi pavilion, two men clad in scarlet robes remained silent. One middle-aged man, displaying a hint of concern, turned to the handsome young man beside him and asked, Young master, someone from the Tianxian pavilion has arrived. Surely, their intentions do not align with our objectives today? Humph. The young man huffed disdainfully, and if they do? The siblings of the Spirit clan belong solely to our Scarlet Church. It matters not who comes. By the decree of the Holy Fire, Scarlet is supreme. They are from the Scarlet Church, one of the 7 great sects of the Tianxian continent. Within the Huangzi pavilion, a delicate yet strikingly handsome man, draped in a python robe, quietly sipped tea. As the scene zoomed in, it revealed him to be a prominent figure of the current imperial court, the head of the Western Bureau, Yu Huatian. Director, why have we come here today? Haha. Yu Huatian smiled, his gaze directed towards the Tianxian pavilion as he spoke, by the emperor's command. I have come personally to observe the young heir of the Ji family. Chapter 15. The sign-in of the spectral flute and the empress of the arena. Beep. You have arrived at the dark arena of the capital. Beep. Would the host like to sign in? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ji Xiao decisively nodded to confirm the sign-in. Beep. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 6-star reward, spectral flute. Beep. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 6-star reward, soul-capturing trilogy. As the system's voice faded, Ji Xiao hurriedly opened the system warehouse. There, he beheld a slender black flute resting within. Spectral flute, a relic of the demon path master, without any cultivation restrictions. When used in conjunction with the soul-capturing trilogy, its power is extraordinarily formidable. Soul-capturing trilogy, Lament of Souls, enables control over deceased cultivators to fight on your behalf. Can be cultivated in the star-gathering realm. Soul-snatching melody can intercept the souls of cultivators, turning them into puppets. Can be cultivated in the sovereign stage. Spirit summoning tune has a certain probability of resurrecting recently deceased cultivators. Can be cultivated in the sacred realm, a double delight. A 2-for-1 deal. Ji Xiao's spirit sword. This time, he had secured not 1 but 2 6-star rewards through the sign-in. Although the spectral flute and soul-capturing trilogy were 2 stars weaker than the previous divine sword embryo, the addition of these 2 powerful items expanded his arsenal of control. Manipulating corpses, snatching souls, summoning spirits. It was utterly exhilarating. With a sigh of relief, Ji Xiao suppressed his excitement and redirected his focus to the dark arena. This was not the time for self-congratulation, but rather to exert every effort to fulfill the system's tasks. After all, the 300 Destiny Essence was a prize he could not afford to miss. Old Wei, could you enlighten me on the rules of the Dark Arena? Ji Xiao inquired. Replying to the young master, the rules are quite simple. After each life and death battle in the arena, the surviving victor will be auctioned in public. The highest bidder wins. It is worth mentioning that all gladiators here have not undergone any form of cultivation. They are essentially blank slates. In these life and death battles, they must rely solely on their combat skills and physical strength to defeat their opponents. Old Wei earnestly explained to Ji Xiao. Excellent. Ji Xiao nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Observing this, Old Wei felt reassured, thinking, the young master must have a goal in mind. Time swiftly passed. 9 battles concluded, and the victorious gladiators were swiftly claimed by the aristocrats of the capital at exorbitant prices. One even fetched a staggering 5 million gold coins, astonishing the countless spectators in the arena. Just as the crowd reveled in the earlier exhilarating bloodshed, a tall and stunning woman emerged. Clad in a black cheongsam and adorned with high heels, her long, shapely legs were accentuated by sheer black stockings. Her stunning figure was exquisitely delineated. The moment she appeared, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. In the arena, countless men felt their faces flush and their throats dry with an unbearable heat at the sight of her. In the shadowy confines of the Colosseum stood the chief auctioneer, Luo Yuzhu. She was the goddess in the hearts of innumerable men in the capital. Once, a prince sought to indulge in her charms, only to meet an untimely demise the very next day. Found lifeless in his estate, his veins severed, bones turned to ash, leaving but a mere skin behind. Not even the formidable Shichong could uncover a trace of the perpetrator, or perhaps dared not pursue the matter further. From that moment forth, Luo Yuzhu became one of the most untouchable figures in the capital. Old Wei whispered an introduction into Ji Xiu's ear. At these words, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes. He surveyed the woman at the center of the arena, with her voluptuous form, mesmerizing beauty, and an aura of approachability. The poison goddess, Luo Yuzhu. Ji Xiu murmured in astonishment. In the original narrative, a millennium later, Luo Yuzhu would ascend as the poison goddess, her master being a formidable antagonist of the same caliber as himself. It dawned on him that Luo Yuzhu had once been the chief auctioneer of the Dark Colosseum. Ji Xiu nodded, but just as his thoughts swirled, Luo Yuzhu spoke from the center of the arena. Next up, the highlight of the evening. The Spirit Clan's orphan versus the Beast Clan's berserker. As her words echoed, the Colosseum erupted into a frenzy. Even the dignitaries of the capital became enlivened. Ji Xiu snapped back to attention, his gaze riveted to the arena. In the Colosseum, Luo Yuzhu extended her slender jade hand and snapped her fingers. Boom! The barriers on both sides of the arena crashed open with a thunderous sound. Thud! 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 The heavy footsteps reverberated from the darkness, and the arena fell silent. A towering beast man, standing 3 zhang tall, emerged from the barrier. Hiss! A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The beast man was robust and muscular, exuding raw power. His features were grotesque, with blood-red eyes filled with a savage thirst. His sharp fangs jutted out like crescent moons, exposed to the air, brandishing a massive battle axe. He resembled a fearsome, bloodthirsty deity. On the opposite side, a young girl stepped forth, clad in tattered burlap, barely concealing her burgeoning form. Her bare feet were caked in dirt, her face and hair marred by grime. Yet, even so, her unparalleled beauty shone through. Grasping an iron sword, her eyes sparkled with an unwavering determination and resilience, reminiscent of autumn waters. The Spirit Clan's empress, Gu Yao. Ji Xiu's eyes sparkled with a faint glow. Today, he had come solely for this maiden. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a timid, frail boy standing behind Gu Yao. This was Gu Yao's younger brother, Gu Jian, the future sword god of the Spirit Clan, revered by countless cultivators as the spirit sword sovereign. He possessed an innate supreme bone, a talent of unparalleled strength. In the novel, he was destined to perish by my hand, wasn't he? How could he be here? It seems today is a fortuitous occasion. Ji Xiu stroked his chin, excitement welling within him. Within the earthly mystic pavilion, a mysterious woman savored her tea, her enchanting eyes occasionally glancing towards the direction of the heavenly mystic pavilion. Finally, her crimson lips parted in a self-reflective murmur. It appears this young heir of the Ji family has come for this final battle today. In the mystical character pavilion, the young master of the Red Robe sect, Shen Nanfeng, was filled with greed and desire upon seeing the pair of Spirit Clan orphans, Gu Yao and Gu Jian. They have arrived. This time, I must secure this brother-sister duo. The sister will serve as a furnace for cultivation, while the brother's supreme bone will be extracted. Once I achieve success, I shall become the sole young master of the Red Robe sect. Hee. Shen Nanfeng's laughter was chilling. The reason he had come to the dark arena in Kyoto today was due to a secret report from his sect. He had long coveted the legendary supreme bone and would not let this opportunity slip away. In the yellow character pavilion, the chief of the Western factory, Yu Huatian, tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The Spirit Clan siblings. Has the young heir of the Ji family come for them? After saying this, he cast a distant glance at Gu Yao and Gu Jian, then shook his head. With just a glance, he could discern that although Gu Yao possessed decent roots, her meridians were severely damaged, and her bloodline had been greatly depleted, making it highly probable that she would be stuck at the monarch level in the future. As for her brother Gu Jian, his roots were even inferior to Gu Yao's. Even with the Spirit Clan bloodline, there seemed to be nothing particularly special about him. If it were not for this pair of siblings, Ji Xiu, could it be that you came for this foul-smelling orc? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yu Huatian furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly perplexed. Of course, his confusion was not surprising, as he was unaware that Gu Yao would one day become the unparalleled empress of the Spirit Clan. Even more so, he did not know that Gu Jian's supreme bone would only manifest once he truly began his cultivation. Chapter 16. Truly exceptional. Ji Xiu earns 10 million. In the arena, Luo Yuju's every frown and smile captivated the hearts of the men present. Ignoring the intense gazes upon her, she warmly addressed the crowd. Behold, the beastman Gu Dan. He possesses a trace of divine beast blood, granting him immense strength and a bloodthirsty ferocity. He has slain over 100 gladiators in the training grounds. He stands as one of our arena's most formidable warriors, known as the Berserker. As her words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the tens of thousands in attendance. They understood that every gladiator who stepped into the arena underwent rigorous and brutal training. Only those who had survived the harrowing trials had the right to fight. The fact that this beastman had already claimed the lives of so many gladiators before entering the arena spoke volumes about his extraordinary combat prowess. After introducing the beastly berserker, Luo Yuju's enchanting gaze shifted towards Gu Yao and Gu Jian, and she continued, the last scion of the spirit race. It is well known that the spirit race was once the foremost royal lineage of the Tianxian continent. Sister Gu Yao, a prodigious combat talent, has eliminated every challenger in the training grounds. Meanwhile, her brother Gu Jian, under her protection, has yet to spill a single drop of blood. He is heralded as the Angel of Slaughter. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. The spirit race, 1,000 years ago, was the most powerful royal lineage of the Tianxian continent, possessing a bloodline so potent that even their blood could heal countless wounds, regarded as the finest elixir. However, after their decline, those with spirit race blood became the most coveted prey in the eyes of the various sects and noble families across the continent. Now, as per tradition, the minimum bet is 1 gold coin, with a maximum of 10 million gold coins. The odds are 1 to 2. Please place your bets wisely. Luo Yuju announced before gracefully departing the arena. The audience erupted into fervent discussions. The Dark Arena truly lived up to its reputation as the premier venue of the Tianxian continent. It was astounding that both the ferocious beastman and the scion of the spirit race had been trained as gladiators. Who do you think will triumph in this match? One asked. I believe Gu Dan the beastman will prevail. Another replied, but the Angel of Slaughter, Gu Yao, is quite impressive as well. Her ability to guide her brother without a single drop of bloodshed to this arena indicates her formidable strength. If Gu Yao wins, we could double our earnings. That makes sense. Amidst the lively chatter of the spectators, in the Tianxian pavilion, Elder Wei regarded Ji Xiu with keen interest and inquired, Your Highness, who do you believe will emerge victorious in this contest? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu smiled and declared, I wager 10 million gold coins entirely on Gu Yao. Indeed. Old Wei nodded, harboring no doubts regarding Ji Xiu's decision, even if the latter was merely 3 years of age. Within the Dixian pavilion, a young girl clad in a white feathered robe inquired again, Master, whom do you believe will prevail? The orc Gu Dan or the Angel of Slaughter, Gu Yao? The enigmatic woman chuckled softly, responding, How could a lowly orc triumph over a noble spirit race? Is that so? The girl frowned slightly. Yet she sensed that the orc might emerge victorious. In the Xianzi pavilion, the young master Xin Nanfeng of the Red Robe sect greedily proclaimed, 10 million, all on Gu Yao. Meanwhile, in the Huangzi pavilion, the head of the Western factory, Yu Huatian, abstained from placing a bet. His expression somber as he awaited the commencement of the battle. To him, both the orc Gu Dan and the spirit race Gu Yao possessed chances of victory. He never made decisions without certainty. Moreover, his primary objective for being here was to ascertain Ji Xiu's true intentions. 10 minutes later, with the betting concluded, the battle commenced. The orc Gu Dan, wielding a colossal axe, fixated his crimson gaze upon Gu Yao. Indeed, the spirit race had fallen from grace. The subsequent generations were increasingly weaker. Ha ha! A hoarse, deep laughter resonated throughout the arena. Gu Yao, unfazed by Gu Dan's words, turned to her younger brother, Gu Jian, and softly advised. It's the same as before. Will you hide behind your sister once the battle begins? Elder sister, Gu Jian called out. Then, gritting his teeth, whispered, This opponent is formidable, stronger than any we have encountered before. I wish to fight alongside you. No need. Gu Yao smiled as she gently patted Gu Jian's head, then reassured him, He is strong, but your sister is even stronger. With me here, he cannot harm you in the slightest. With that, she firmly pushed Gu Jian behind her and, wielding her iron sword, advanced step by step towards the orc Gu Dan. Kill! Gu Dan roared in response, swinging his massive axe down toward Gu Yao with all his might. The tremendous force ripped through the air. Gu Yao's beautiful eyes turned cold. Her expression focused as she slightly sidestepped. Boom. The giant axe whizzed past. In that fleeting moment, an opening appeared for Gu Dan. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yao swiftly twisted her wrist and lunged forward with her sword, aiming directly for Gu Dan's left eye. Huh. Gu Dan sneered, stepping back as he swung his axe defensively. Clang. A sharp sound rang out as the iron sword clashed against the giant axe. A blinding flame ignited, and an immense force sent Gu Yao hurtling through the air. She staggered back several paces, barely managing to dissipate the tremendous power exerted upon her iron sword. Indeed, in the face of overwhelming strength, all combat techniques proved futile. It is clear that had the orc not held such an absolute advantage, the odds would not have reached 2-1. The simplicity of their exchange allowed the spectators in the arena to discern the truth. The orc's power evidently surpassed that of Gu Yao, and it was not by a trivial margin. If this continued, within 10 moves, Gu Yao would meet her demise. And in that grim moment, her brother Gu Jian would suffer a similarly tragic fate. With a deep breath, Gu Yao acknowledged this harsh reality. Thus, to survive, she had but one recourse: the burning of bloodline. Her enchanting eyes ignited with crimson light, and flames erupted around her. Kill! Gu Yao cried as she fiercely stamped her foot, transforming into a streak of fire that charged directly at Gu Dan. In that instant, her speed surged by at least tenfold. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance to Gu Dan. Her sword descended like an ethereal shadow. Clang, 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 clang. The arena was ablaze with the brilliance of her swordplay, fiery sparks flying in every direction, leaving behind her afterimages. The air was thick with the scent of singed flesh. Gu Dan, the orc, was forced into retreat, utterly overwhelmed. Witnessing this spectacle, the thousands of spectators in the arena rose to their feet, their eyes wide with astonishment. What was happening? The battle had turned in an instant. Meanwhile, within the Tianxian pavilion, Elder Wei remarked with surprise, the secret technique of the spirit clan. The burning of bloodline. This girl's talent is extraordinary. No wonder her meridians are severely damaged. She has relied on this life-draining method to reach this point. Indeed, Jishio nodded. Gu Yao is merely 13 years old. How else could she protect herself and her brother? As they spoke, Gu Yao in the arena had already struck the orc with hundreds of blows. When the final strike landed, crack! The iron sword could no longer withstand such force, shattering into dozens of fragments that scattered across the arena. With a splutter, Gu Yao coughed up a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward like a bloodied kite. Her delicate face turned ashen, teetering on the brink of collapse. In stark contrast, the orc Gu Dan fared even worse. Gasping for breath, his body was marred by horrific wounds, deep enough to reveal bone. As if he had just emerged from a pool of blood, drenched in crimson, utterly desolate. Damn it! The accursed woman of the spirit clan. Gu Dan glared at Gu Yao, his teeth clenched in fury. His crimson eyes glowed with an increasingly savage hue. It was time for him to unleash his power. Kill! Gu Dan roared, swinging his massive axe to obscure the moonlight, intent on cleaving Gu Yao into a torrential downpour of blood. However, in the next moment, a shocking event unfolded. Gu Yao, with an expression of cold indifference, gazed at Gu Dan. Slowly, she raised her palm, her fingers poised in a precise gesture. Target locked. Clang, 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 clang. The shattered sword blades rose from the ground, transforming into dazzling streaks of light that pierced through Gu Dan's body. Uft, 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 uft. The sound of blood splattering echoed as multiple gaping wounds appeared on Gu Dan's form. As the final shard of the sword sliced through the air, Gu Dan's head was sent soaring high. Blood erupted like a fountain, spraying several meters into the air. The severed head fell to the ground, and the beast's blood spilled forth. In that moment, the entire arena fell silent. Chapter 17. The esteemed heir of Jishio, the first military prodigy of the dynasty. Gu Yao has triumphed. In a stunning final move, she decisively vanquished the orc Gu Dan. Such formidable combat talent. It is no wonder that she possesses the extraordinary bloodline of the spirit clan. One must consider that she achieved such prowess even before undergoing any training. It is difficult to fathom how terrifying she will become once she begins her cultivation, a thought too daunting to entertain. With the demise of the orc Gu Dan, Gu Yao has survived. Those who place their bets on her are elated. while those who wagered on Gu Dan lament their losses, striking their chests in despair. Within the Tianxian Pavilion, the denizens of the Dark Arena presented Ji Xiu with the 20 million gold coins he had wagered on Gu Yao's victory. "Congratulations, Your Highness, for a handsome profit," Elder Wei chuckled. However, Ji Xiu remained unperturbed. It was only natural for Gu Yao to achieve victory. The real concern now was that it was highly probable that everyone would wish to acquire Gu Yao. Thus, one could anticipate that today's bidding would be intensely competitive. Turning to Elder Wei, Ji Xiu inquired, "What do you believe Gu Yao will fetch in today's auction?" Elder Wei pondered before responding. "At least starting from 8 digits. Quite reasonable." Ji Xiu nodded in agreement. He too believed that at least 8 digits would be required to secure Gu Yao. However, even if it were tens of millions, he would find it entirely worthwhile to present all his gold for her. In the arena, Gu Jian supported his sister. Gazing at Gu Yao, who was covered in blood and pale as death, with a heart full of pain. He despised his own helplessness, always relying on his sister to protect him at the cost of her own life. He loathed even more that he could not ignite his bloodline to assist her in battle. It was not for lack of desire, but rather a limitation of ability. Not every individual possessing the bloodline of the Spirit Clan can ignite it to enhance their strength. Among 10,000 Spirit Clan cultivators, only one might achieve such a feat. All right, we have one. We can survive. Gu Yao, pale and exhausted, gently patted Gu Jian's head. Her voice weak. She understood her brother's sentiments all too well. However, as an elder sister, she felt it was her duty to protect her beloved younger brother. For this, even if it meant igniting her bloodline and exhausting her life force, she would have no regrets. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed. Luo Yuzhu re-entered the arena. Without even glancing at the dismembered orc Gu Dan, she cheerfully proclaimed, "Heirs of the Spirit Clan, Gu Yao and Gu Jian. The starting bid is 500,000 gold coins. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 500,000 gold coins. Let the bidding commence." As soon as the words fell, a prominent figure from the underworld of Kyoto bid 1 million gold coins. Another young scion from a wealthy family sneered, raising the offer to 5 million gold coins. "Is this all?" A noble from Kyoto disdainfully remarked, increasing the bid to 8 million gold coins. 9 million gold coins. 10 million gold coins. The price soared steadily, reaching a staggering 20 million gold coins. At this juncture, the number of bidders dwindled, for such a price was exceedingly high. 20 million gold coins were sufficient to procure a formidable mercenary army. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Shen Nanfeng, the young master of the Red Garment sect, made his move from the Xuanzi Pavilion. 30 million gold coins. In an instant, the entire Colosseum erupted in astonishment. Hearing this figure, even Luo Yuzhu, present in the arena, could not help but cast a sideways glance. 30 million gold coins. Are there any other bids? As the words echoed, the Colosseum fell into a profound silence. 30 million gold coins. This had shattered the record for the highest transaction in this dark arena. Surely, no one would dare to bid further. 40 million. A youthful voice rang out, directing everyone's attention towards the Tianxian Pavilion. That influential figure had made a bid. 40 million. Good heavens. 40 million. That is simply outrageous. While Gu Yao possessed commendable combat potential, he was hardly worth 40 million gold coins. Indeed, those with the spirit lineage could typically be acquired for a market price of around 500,000 gold coins. This 40 million was utterly absurd. Damn it. Someone is indeed contesting with us. Shen Nanfeng gritted his teeth. "Young master, should we continue to bid?" The protector of the Red Garment sect inquired softly. "Yes, we must continue." Shen Nanfeng's expression darkened as he raised the bid to 50 million gold coins. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu maintained his composure and increased the bid to 55 million. "Bastard!" Shen Nanfeng roared angrily, raising his bid to 60 million. 70 million. Ji Xiu casually added another 10 million. Upon hearing this figure, Shen Nanfeng's expression turned grim. He had only brought 60 million gold coins with him, and after accounting for the 20 million he had previously wagered, he could muster a total of 80 million. If the price surpassed 80 million, he would be unable to continue. Truth be told, no one was more anxious than he at this moment. 80 million. Shen Nanfeng decided to go all in. Upon speaking, his countenance darkened, and he directed a chilling remark towards the direction of the heavenly Xian pavilion, stating, 80 million is already a considerable sum. I implore you to deliberate carefully. The Scarlet Robe sect would be immensely grateful. As the words echoed, a tremor coursed through the hearts of the cultivators in the dark arena. It became apparent that the influential figure from the Xian character pavilion hailed from the Scarlet Robe sect, one of the 7 paramount sects of the heavenly Xian continent. Though his tone appeared courteous, it was laden with an unmistakable threat, implying that the Scarlet Robe sect's offer was substantial enough, and they were unwilling to raise it further. So, it is indeed the Scarlet Robe sect. No wonder they are so wealthy. Yet, is it not too domineering? This reeks of coercion. The esteemed figures in the arena furrowed their brows, clearly displeased. At that moment, a finger lightly tapped the table within the heavenly Xian pavilion, and Ji Xiao, unfazed, uttered, 90 million. As Ji Xiao's voice resounded, the cultivators in the dark arena felt a shiver run down their spines. While the dignitaries turned their gazes toward the heavenly Xian pavilion, speculating which great personage was seated within. For the sake of a spirit clan maiden, an offer of 90 million was made, and they had brazenly antagonized one of the 7 major sects of the heavenly Xian continent, the Scarlet Robe sect. Outrageous. Hearing this price, Shin Nanfeng was consumed by fury. Crack. The teacup in his hand shattered instantaneously. He realized that his chances were utterly dashed. In the arena, Luo Yuzhu smiled towards the heavenly Xian pavilion and proclaimed, 90 million deal. Upon hearing this news, Gu Jian turned pale with fright. His voice trembling as he addressed his sister, Sister, are we truly worth so much? Gu Yao, upon hearing this, gazed in a daze towards the heavenly Xian pavilion, murmuring, Indeed, how could we be worth such a fortune? She yearned to discern the identity of the influential figure willing to pay such an exorbitant price for her and her brother. In her view, anyone of significance would surely not be foolish enough to spend such a large sum without ulterior motives. At that moment, the door of the heavenly Xian pavilion swung open with a clang, revealing a slender figure emerging. Clad in a black brocade robe, his exquisite and handsome visage was strikingly captivating. His eyes, clear as an autumn mountain spring, radiated an aura of both clarity and nobility that pierced through the darkness. Despite his tender age, he exuded an extraordinarily transcendent demeanor. I am Luo Yuzhu. I pay my respects to you, young master, Luo Yuzhu said with a gentle smile directed at Ji Xiao. As her words fell, a hush enveloped the entire dark arena. Immediately, the atmosphere erupted like a tsunami. The esteemed figure within the Tianxian pavilion. It was none other than him, the young heir of the foremost military family of the Beixia dynasty, Ji Xiao. Chapter 18. The reward arrives. Where I am is your home, the young master of the Ji family, Ji Xiao. Born 3 years ago, heralding the arrival of the 4 great celestial lights. The Tiangong pavilion has proclaimed him to possess an extraordinary talent rarely seen in eons, comparable to the great emperors of antiquity. From the moment of his birth, he has been cherished and protected by the entire Ji family, regarded as an absolute untouchable figure within the northern Xia dynasty. Today, we finally behold the true essence of the young master. Ji Xiao's presence stirred tumultuous waves across the dark gladiatorial arena. Every gaze was fervently fixed upon him, especially those of the aristocracy from the capital. This was hardly surprising, for since his birth, he has drawn the attention of the entire continent. Moreover, the Ji family's meticulous protection ensured that no one in the capital had ever witnessed his true visage, adding an additional layer of enigma to his being. At the Xian pavilion, a maiden clad in ethereal garments gazed intently at Ji Xiao. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, astonished, Master. This young master of the Ji family, his cultivation seems to be Fate Earth. The mysterious woman softly uttered the 2 words. Upon hearing her master's affirmation, the maiden gasped in disbelief. 3 years old, Fate Earth. I have never merely seen, but even heard of such a thing. Indeed, not even in all the ancient texts she had perused had such a phenomenon been recorded. It is worth noting that her own talent, regarded as exceptional by numerous cultivators and prominent figures, barely matched that of the holy sons and daughters of the 7 foremost sects on the continent. Yet at 13, her cultivation merely reached the Fate Earth realm. In comparison to Ji Xiao, she felt as if she were from an entirely different realm. Master, how can this be? His cultivation talent is simply monstrous. No, this is even more terrifying than a mere prodigy. the maiden exclaimed, biting her flower-like lips in frustration. At 3 years old, she had just begun her journey of refining her essence and attempting cultivation, while Ji Xiu had already attained the Fate Earth realm. This disparity left her with a profound sense of inadequacy. Xianyin, there is nothing impossible in this world. The mysterious woman shook her head, her gaze lingering on Ji Xiu for a considerable while. At that moment, her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, and she licked her delicately moist lips, reminiscent of roses glistening after rain, whispering, quite remarkable. A truly exceptional little fellow. If only. The enigmatic woman left her thought unfinished, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. If only what? The maiden inquired, her curiosity piqued. If there were a chance to hold him close and thoroughly indulge in his presence. The mysterious woman crossed her arms, her words striking with audacity, leaving a powerful visual impact. Upon hearing her master's words, the atmosphere became charged with intrigue. The maiden's cheeks flushed as she thought to herself, my esteemed master always possesses such unique thoughts. Within the Huangzi Pavilion, the head of the West Factory, Yu Huatian, gazed at Ji Xiu with trembling eyes. A 3-year-old fate soil. This little one is even more terrifying than I had anticipated by 100-fold. At that moment, a multitude of thoughts surged within him. One notion, in particular, was most potent. However, upon considering that they were in the dark arena, the territory of that woman, and upon noticing the elderly figure clad in black standing behind Ji Xiu, he had no choice but to abandon his reckless thoughts. Alas, I shall seek another opportunity. Yu Huatian sighed deeply. In the Xuanzi Pavilion, young master, the one from the Tianxin Pavilion, turns out to be the young heir of the Ji family. No wonder he shows no fear of our red robe sect as threat. Alas, we have lost without grievance. The protector of the red robe sect sighed heavily. Lost. This young master has yet to be defeated. What of the Ji family? In Beixia, perhaps they can flaunt their power. Yet on the Tianxin continent, the Ji family does not rank among the top cultivation sects. Shen Nanfeng spoke with a dark tone. Subsequently, he rose and strode toward the exit. Young master, where are you going? The protector of the red robe sect furrowed his brow in alarm. Naturally, I am going to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. I intend to see if this young heir of the Ji family truly dares to oppose the red robe sect. Shen Nanfeng chuckled coldly, pushing the door open without a backward glance. This is trouble brewing. A sense of foreboding welled up within the protector of the red robe sect. In the arena, Luo Yuzhu regarded Ji Xiu anew. A 3-year-old fate soil. What a formidable little fellow. Her thoughts halted there. Suddenly, she noticed Ji Xiu was also observing her. One must admit, the Lord of Poison truly possesses exquisite legs. Ji Xiu's gaze lingered on Luo Yuzhu's long, slender legs encased in black silk, silently marveling. This little one, such a young age, yet straying from the right path. What will become of her when she grows up? Luo Yuzhu shot Ji Xiu a playful glare. As the foremost figure in the dark arena, her ability to read people was a fundamental quality. How could she have failed to notice Ji Xiu's fervent and curious gaze fixated on her legs? Luo Yuzhu took a deep breath and commanded, bring the spirit tribe's siblings to the side of the young master. As her words fell, 2 individuals clad in black brought Gu Yao and Gu Jian before Ji Xiu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a task reward of 300 destiny essence. The ethereal young girl from the spirit clan, Gu Yao, greeted with a warm smile as she met the gaze of Ji Xiu. Gu Yao at your service. Your Highness, she declared, her tone respectful, yet her beautiful eyes shimmered with vigilance. Meanwhile, Gu Jian trembled as he clutched his sister's garment, seeking solace in her presence. Unlike Gu Yao, he lacked her bravery, perceiving Ji Xiu as too noble and distant, not even daring to meet his gaze. Noticing this, Ji Xiu chose to remain silent. He observed Gu Yao, who was nearly bare after the battle, and thoughtfully retrieved a black cloak from his spatial ring, draping it over her shoulders. He noted that as he covered her, Gu Yao instinctively took a small step back, a clear indication of her profound insecurity and distrust towards him. However, he did not take offense. After all, the girl who had emerged from the brutal arena of combat had little reason to trust anyone. Let us depart. I shall take you home, Ji Xiu said with a gentle smile directed at Gu Yao. Home. Gu Jian paused, the concept of home feeling foreign to him. I have no home. Gu Yao's enchanting eyes dimmed as she looked at Ji Xiao, her voice cold and firm. Since her earliest memories, she and her family had been fleeing, and later, after witnessing the tragic demise of her kin, she and her brother were sold into the dark gladiatorial arena and trained as fighters. The notion of home had long ceased to exist for her. All that remained was her brother. Upon hearing her words, Ji Xiao gazed intently into Gu Yao's beautiful eyes. After a moment of silence, he solemnly declared, "From now on, wherever I may be, that shall be your home." Gu Yao stood frozen, her delicate features stiffening in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of the sincerity behind Ji Xiao's statement. Just then, a chilling voice broke the air, the Red Garment Sect, Shun Nanfeng. I pay my respects to the young master. Chapter 19. The Arrogant Young Lord, the Embarrassed Little Rogue, the Red Attire Sect, one of the 7 prominent cultivation factions of the Tianxian continent. Shun Nanfeng, the young master of the Red Attire Sect. At the tender age of 17, he has already reached the realm of fate and earth. He is one of the heirs of the Red Attire Sect and has the potential to become its holy son. Old Wei secretly transmitted a message to Ji Xiao. It seems he is unwilling to concede, attempting to force his way through despite being outbid. Yet, is this all he has? Ji Xiao regarded Shun Nanfeng and a guardian of the Red Attire Sect approaching them with a look of disdain. Today, not to mention a mere young master of the Red Attire Sect, even if a true heavyweight from the sect were to arrive, what difference would it make? The young lord, merely 3 years of age, has already attained the realm of fate and earth. Moreover, he is capable of extravagantly offering 90 million gold coins to purchase gladiators. Indeed, he is a promising figure for the future. Shun Nanfeng, with his hands clasped behind his back and a smile adorning his face, spoke. And then, Ji Xiao looked at Shun Nanfeng with keen interest. Upon hearing this, Shun Nanfeng observed Ji Xiao with a playful glint in his eyes, and then confirmed, at this juncture, the young lord must have already heard of my Red Attire Sect. Right? Ji Xiao responded with a calm demeanor. Very well. Since that is the case, might I ask if the young lord could grant a favor to my Red Attire Sect? Shun Nanfeng smirked knowingly, believing Ji Xiao to be merely a child of 3. No matter how talented he may be, his experiences are ultimately limited. It was understandable that Ji Xiao was unaware of the Red Attire Sect's reputation when opposing him earlier. Now that he is informed, he should think twice. Specifics? Ji Xiao asked succinctly. Excellent. Since the young lord is so agreeable, let me be forthright. My Red Attire Sect has taken a liking to this pair of spirit siblings. Would the young lord be willing to do us a favor and hand them over? Of course, my Red Attire Sect will not take them for free. Within 3 days, I shall gather 100 million gold coins to return to you. Thus, the young lord will profit by 10 million, in addition to a favor from my Red Attire Sect to be repaid in the future. How does this transaction strike you? Shun Nanfeng spoke with an air of confidence. In his view, the mere mention of the Red Attire Sect would secure this deal. After all, the Red Attire Sect is one of the 7 top-tier cultivation factions of the Tianxian continent, not to mention the first military family of the Beixiao Empire. Even the imperial family of Beixiao would have to give him this face. As soon as his words fell, the esteemed nobles in the dark gladiatorial arena furrowed their brows and began to murmur among themselves. Shun Nanfeng truly is overbearing. With every word, he invokes the name of the Red Attire Sect. This is hardly a negotiation, it is undeniably a threat. Alas, even in the face of threats, what can one truly do? The Ji family, despite their formidable strength, ultimately pales in comparison to the ancient legacies of the 7 prestigious sects that have thrived for millennia. Acceptance of this reality is inevitable. Indeed, even if the young master of the Ji family possesses extraordinary talent, he still requires time to mature. The most favorable outcome for tonight would be for the young master to depart with the favors of the Red Robe sect, securing both profit and goodwill. This transaction appears advantageous. The Ji family incurs no loss. In the arena, Luo Yuzhu observed the scene unfold in silence. There were no regulations in the dark arena prohibiting private dealings. As long as both parties consented, it was permissible. Notably, her gaze occasionally drifted toward the direction of the Earth Profound Pavilion, her eyes reflecting an awe-inspiring respect and devotion. Within the Earth Profound Pavilion, the girl in feathered attire rested her chin thoughtfully and remarked, "Master, I believe this transaction is quite favorable." Ji Xiao is likely to agree, gaining 1,000,000 gold coins effortlessly, along with a favor from the Red Robe sect. Where else could one find such a lucrative deal? A mysterious woman chuckled softly, a hint of disdain flickering across her strikingly beautiful features. With a playful tone, she replied, Yanin, do you truly believe that Ji Xiao is in need of a mere 1,000,000 gold coins? And what of the favor from the Red Robe sect? It amounts to nothing. Young master, have you reached a decision? Shen Nanfeng, wearing a smile, inquired of the seemingly contemplative Ji Xiao. He occasionally cast a scrutinizing glance at his prey. The siblings of the spirit clan, his greedy and fervent gaze making Gu Yao feel uneasy. She was uncertain whether the young master of the Ji family was a good person, but she was certain that Shen Nanfeng was anything but. If she were to follow Ji Xiao, her future remained uncertain. However, if Ji Xiao were to sell them to Shen Nanfeng, she feared that both her and Gu Jian's destinies would be irrevocably darkened. At that moment, her heart raced with anxiety. Then, as if having reached a conclusion, Ji Xiao turned to Shen Nanfeng with a serious expression and said, I have made my decision, but I need to ask you a few questions. Please, go ahead. Shen Nanfeng replied with a slight smile, while the elite of the dark arena perked up their ears in anticipation. First, Ji Xiao began, what exactly are you, Shen Nanfeng? Second, what significance does the Red Robe sect hold? Third, what qualifications does a mere 17-year-old, barely able to command his own fate, have to bark at me? Lastly, do you truly believe you are worthy of asking me for a favor? His voice was calm, neither too soft nor too loud. Yet it was sufficient for the discerning individuals within the arena to hear it clearly. In that fleeting moment, what became evident was the strikingly uniform expression on the faces of all the adults present in the Colosseum. The nobles of the Kyoto Palace, the young lords and ladies of esteemed families, as well as the powerful figures of the underworld in Kyoto. All of them widened their eyes, mouths agape as if one could easily place an egg within. How could one publicly denigrate the Red Robe sect and its young scion to such an extent? Was this scion of the Ji family out of his mind? Even Luo Yuzhu could not suppress a laugh. This Ji Xiao lad was audacious beyond measure. The head of the Western factory, Yu Huatian, observed this amusing scene with a bemused expression while holding a teacup. Master, you were indeed correct. The feather-clad maiden, Xianin, gazed at Ji Xiao with sparkling eyes. Hee. The enigmatic woman chuckled softly, her beautiful eyes now finding Ji Xiao even more intriguing. Ji Xiao, you seek death. Shen Nanfeng glared at Ji Xiao, his voice laden with malice. As his words fell, the unremarkable old man in black, who had been standing behind Ji Xiao with his eyes slightly lowered, raised his gaze to meet Shen Nanfeng's. Just a single glance sent a chill down Shen Nanfeng's spine, as an intense cold surged from his feet to the crown of his head, rendering him utterly motionless, as if encased in ice. It was not just him. Even the guardians of the Red Robe sect nearby trembled in fear. At that moment, Shen Nanfeng suddenly realized that the elder behind Ji Xiao was an entity not to be trifled with. Ji Xiao, you, remember this. Today, you have provoked the Red Robe sect. In the future, you shall surely regret it. Although fear coursed through him, Shen Nanfeng clenched his fists, refusing to yield. For as the young master of the Red Robe sect, he could not tarnish its reputation. Is this what you call provocation? Ji Xiao inquired, confusion etched upon his face. He then shook his head and commanded, Gu Yao, fetch me a stool. At this, Gu Yao hesitated for a moment but complied, bringing over a stool from the Tianshan pavilion. Just as the crowd wondered what Ji Xiao intended to do, he had already ascended onto the stool. At that moment, 3-year-old Ji Xiao stood at the same height as 17-year-old Shen Nanfeng. What do you want? Shen Nanfeng gritted his teeth and coldly inquired. Remember this. This is what provocation looks like. A playful smirk curled upon Ji Xiao's lips. He then spread his palm wide, his arms drawn back like a bow, and with the astonished gaze of the crowd upon him, he delivered a resounding slap to Shen Nanfeng's face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the arena. Shen Nanfeng was propelled through the air like a cannonball, landing 5 zhang away, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. The air was thick with the scent of blood and scattered teeth, accompanied by the collective gasp of onlookers. As Shen Nanfeng staggered to his feet, his left cheek swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. With 3 of his teeth knocked out, he felt dizzy and unsteady, on the brink of collapse. Young master, the red-clad enforcer of the blood-clad sect shouted. rushing forward to steady Shen Nanfeng while casting a furious glare at Ji Xiao. He had intended to deliver another harsh retort, but upon meeting the cold, murderous gaze of the elderly man in black, he swallowed his words, leaving only the sight of his and Shen Nanfeng's retreating figures to the spectators in the arena. Boring, Ji Xiao remarked, shaking his head as he addressed Gu Yao and Gu Jian. I do not know what you both think, but as for me, this young master has had quite the enjoyable evening. With that, Ji Xiao turned to leave, accompanied by Gu Yao and Gu Jian. Farewell, young master. Luo Yuzhu smiled as she bid them goodbye. At her words, Ji Xiao suddenly turned around, casting a lingering glance at her long, elegant legs. He nodded thoughtfully before departing, contemplating that the descriptions of exquisite legs in novels were indeed not unfounded. Seeing this, a blush graced the stunningly beautiful face of Luo Yuzhu, and she huffed, "You little rogue." Chapter 20. Mu Bing. Has my best friend become someone else's maid? After Ji Xiao's departure, Luo Yuzhu stood respectfully before the enigmatic woman in the Dixian pavilion. The mysterious woman scrutinized Luo Yuzhu for a considerable time before finally speaking with a hint of amusement. Indeed, our Yuzhu is captivatingly beautiful. Even the 3-year-old young master of the Ji family is enchanted by her. How intriguing. It seems the responsibility of winning over the young master of the Ji family will fall to you from now on. With that, the mysterious woman reached out, gently caressing Luo Yuzhu's thigh. Master, you jest. The young master of the Ji family is merely a child of 3. What do you mean by winning him over? Luo Yuzhu replied with an awkward smile. Teacher, please do not tease my sister Yuzhu. The feather-clad maiden, Xianyin, interjected helplessly. Very well. The mysterious woman chuckled lightly, retracting her slender hand. Master, now that the young master of the Ji family has taken the Ling clan's siblings, do you believe the Red Robe sect will let this matter rest? Luo Yuzhu asked earnestly. Of course not. Were it up to me, I would seize them outright. The mysterious woman responded nonchalantly. Seize them? In the capital? This is the territory of the Northern Xia royal family. How could they possibly dare? Xianyin expressed disbelief. Humph. The mysterious woman scoffed. If a prominent figure in the capital were to give their tacit approval, what would stop them? At this point, she seemed to recall something, and her lips curled into a teasing smile. However, this time, they are bound to hit a brick wall. In the western factory of the capital, renowned as the infamous Hall of Yama in the Northern Xia dynasty, both nobles and prominent families regarded it with trepidation. Director, what do you mean by this? Shen Nanfeng, the young master of the Red Robe sect, stood pale in the grand hall of the western factory. The air was thick with a nauseating scent of blood, and the haunting echoes of anguished cries filled the atmosphere. Simply put, I have heard that you, young master, wish to forcibly break into the military estate of the Ji family. Is this rumor true? Yu Huatian leisurely sipped tea from his chair. Upon hearing this, Shen Nanfeng's eyelids flickered, and he steeled himself to respond. It is said that the Western Factory is the most formidable intelligence organization in Northern Xia. Having witnessed it today, the rumors hold true. Indeed, I intend to storm the Ji family South military estate to reclaim what rightfully belongs to the Red Robe sect. What? Do you wish to deter me? No. Yu Huatian shook his head, then continued. If you aspire to break into the Ji family South military estate, I could offer a modicum of assistance. Oh. Shen Nanfeng gazed at Yu Huatian with a hint of surprise and inquired, Can the factory provide us with formidable allies? Yu Huatian chuckled softly in response. That would not be possible. However, I can assure you that during your endeavors, at the very least, the Northern Xia Imperial Palace will not intervene. What do you think? That suffices. Shen Nanfeng nodded indifferently. He was no fool. He understood the intentions of the Northern Xia royal family. They simply sought to employ him as a means to gauge the depth of the Ji family military's capabilities. To be candid, he cared little about being exploited. What mattered to him was whether he could secure the spiritual siblings for himself. As long as he could achieve that, he would welcome assistance from any source. Furthermore, with Yu Huatian's assurance of non-interference from the Northern Xia royal family, that was indeed the most favorable support he could hope for. In that case, I wish you good fortune in advance, Yu Huatian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shen Nanfeng nodded and turned to leave the Western Factory. Upon returning to his opulent residence, he wore a sullen expression as he retrieved a red token engraved with sacred fire, handing it to the red-clad church protector. Deliver this sacred fire token to the esteemed bishop. I hope he can come to my aid in the capital. Also, provide me with contacts in the mortal realm. I will gather 100 million within 3 days. Ji Xiao has shamed me, and I demand retribution for that. Understood. The red-clad protector accepted the sacred fire token and vanished into the night. The news of Ji Xiao purchasing the spiritual siblings for 900 million gold coins caused a stir throughout the city in a single night. Naturally, the Ji family military received this information promptly. Ji Xiao's father, Ji Xiao, was immediately struck by a sense of anguish upon hearing the news. 900 million gold coins. Such a staggering sum. This was equivalent to a year's military expenditure for the Ji family's 100,000 ironclad troops. That scoundrel. Just wait till tonight. I shall give him a sound thrashing. Ji Xiao exclaimed furiously, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to confront Ji Xiao. You dare. Mu Hua glared at Ji Xiao and, with fierce protectiveness, declared, I have ample funds, and my grandson can spend as he pleases. Do you have any objections? If you dare to strike my grandson, I'll ensure you are rendered incapable. Mother. Ji Xiao shrank back under Mu Hua's fierce gaze, momentarily speechless. Very well. 900 million has been spent. So be it. My Ji family is not lacking in resources. If outsiders were to learn of this, they might think I, Ji Nu, am unable to support my precious grandson. Grandfather Ji Nu also voiced his opinion, clearly siding with Ji Xiao. Spending money is but a trivial matter. However, this time, Xiao'er has offended the Scarlet Church, one of the 7 foremost sects of the Tianxian continent. What shall we do now? Mother Lin Ru's face was etched with worry. The 9 million was merely a sum, and she did not mourn its loss. Her only concern was for her son's safety. Heh! Grandmother Mu Hua scoffed disdainfully. The Scarlet Church? What are they? If they dare to lay a finger on Xiao'er, chaos will ensue. At the Ji residence, within the moonlit palace, Mu Bing sat restlessly in the courtyard. She had just learned that Ji Xiao had spent an exorbitant 9 million to acquire a pair of siblings from the spirit tribe. The spirit pearl siblings. Could it be them? As this thought crossed her mind, Mu Bing abruptly rose to her feet. At that moment, a cool voice resonated. Binger, what are you pondering? Upon hearing this, Mu Bing hurriedly approached her master, clutching her sleeve, and nervously inquired, Master, what are the names of the spirit tribe siblings that Ji Xiao bought for 9 million, even at the cost of offending the Scarlet Church? Mu Qiu pondered for a moment before responding, Gu Yao and Gu Jian. Upon hearing these 2 familiar names, Mu Bing's expression changed dramatically. Gu Yao was her close friend. The future empress of the spirit tribe, Gu Jian was also destined to become the future sword sovereign. If they fell into Ji Xiao's hands, the consequences would be dire. How could this happen? Mu Bing murmured to herself, lost in thought. Her greatest fears had indeed come to pass. Heh! Mu Qiu observed the anxious expression on Mu Bing's face and smiled gently. Binger, there's actually no need to worry. Ji Xiao has merely offended the Scarlet Church. Rest assured, I will protect him. Mu Bing snapped back to reality, her voice rising in surprise. Master, do you truly intend to protect that rascal? Silly girl. Mu Qiu chuckled, looking at Mu Bing with amusement as she gently patted her head. If I do not protect him, who will? After all, he is your future husband. Mu Bing found herself at a loss for words. She bit her red lips, her voice barely above a whisper, filled with grievance. It would be better if that audacious brat were to perish. Little did she expect that after not paying attention to Ji Xiao for a single night, her dear friend had become his possession. How outrageous. Ji Xiao, how dare you lay your hands on Yao? I, the empress, will not spare you. With this thought, Mu Bing resolved to find an opportunity to meet Gu Yao that very night. She must not, under any circumstances, allow her dear friend to fall into the clutches of Ji Xiao. Chapter 21. Unleashing the Demon's Descent, acquiring a female emperor as a maid. As the moonlight graced the world beneath it, casting a silvery glow upon the windows of the falling maple palace, Ji Xiao sat upon his bed. Revealing the details of his character panel. Name, Ji Xiao, age, 3. Identity, Crown Prince of the Beixia dynasty. Cultivation level, First realm of Fate Earth. Bloodline physique, Divine Heart Demon Bone. 3 great realms yet to unveil. Awakening conditions for the 3 great realms. Demon Descent 10. 000 Fate Essence. Divine Sealing 100. 000 Fate Essence. Celestial Ash 1. 000 Fate Essence. Cultivation Techniques. Devouring Immortal Demon Art, 2nd realm. Dragon S Cloud Grasp Beginner Level. Weapons: Supreme Sword Embryo, Ghost Flute of Lamentation. Fate Essence, 10. 800 points. Fate Level, Black Soul Obliteration. System Shop, activated. Quest System, activated. Storage, Soul Piercing Nail, 1. Soul Capturing Trilogy. System Notification, more information available upon request at last. His Fate Essence surpassed the threshold of 10,000. Jishio inhaled deeply, then summoned within his mind, unleash the demon descent. No sooner had his words departed his lips than the system chimed in with a notification. Ding. System notification. Activating the first realm, demon descent, requires the consumption of 10,000 Fate Essence. Please confirm once more. Activate. Jishio declared without the slightest hesitation. What a jest it would be to ponder for a moment. The prospect of unlocking the first bloodline realm with merely 10,000 Fate Essence was undeniably enticing. With that thought, a wave of heat enveloped him. His blood surged with fervor, and every meridian in his body ignited with crimson demonic flames. Deep within his eyes, two radiant blossoms of otherworldly demon flames unfurled, escaping his gaze. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the first bloodline realm, Demon Descent. Demon Descent. Flames of the demon burn, otherworldly blood pupils emerge. The demon god descends, and combat prowess escalates exponentially, capable of overcoming 8 minor realms in battle. System notification. Consumption is substantial. Please proceed with caution. Success. Jishio exhaled a plume of heated breath, his spirit soaring. After 3 years of laboriously gathering 10,000 Fate Essence, the unlocking of the first Bloodline S combat realm was indeed worthwhile. With the Demon Descent now activated, it would serve as his ultimate trump card, bolstering his confidence. Although only 800 Fate Essence remained, the investment of 10,000 was unequivocally invaluable. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the palace doors. Little Crown Prince, the banquet is ready. At this, Jishio slowly opened his eyes, responded with a soft acknowledgement, and proceeded to exit the palace. The small courtyard was adorned with a sumptuous feast laid out upon the stone table, while Gu Yao and Gu Jian stood beside Elder Wei, motionless. Please have a seat. Jishio invited with a warm smile, taking his place at the table and gesturing for the Gu siblings to join him. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao and Gu Jian obediently took their seats opposite Jishio. Please eat, Jishio casually invited. At this, Gu Yao and Gu Jian exchanged glances, yet ultimately refrained from speaking and picked up their chopsticks to begin their meal. It is noteworthy that neither Gu Yao nor Gu Jian made any attempt to serve themselves from the lavish array of dishes. Instead, they were solely focused on consuming the white rice in their bowls. Don't just eat rice, serve yourself some vegetables, Jishio remarked, somewhat exasperated. Gu Jian timidly responded, Your Highness, when mother was alive, she often said that rice is the finest sustenance in this world. With rice, one shall never starve. Jishio scratched his head, contemplating that the boy's assertion held some merit. Nevertheless, it was evident that the brother and sister had exerted every effort to survive thus far. What do you aspire to do in the future? Jishio inquired, setting down his chopsticks and directing his gaze at Gu Jian. In the future, I wish to protect my sister. I do not want her to suffer any more harm. Furthermore, I seek to find those who murdered our mother and father. I will ensure they pay in blood for their sins. Gu Jian replied in a hushed tone, his eyes cast downwards. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao's eyes immediately glistened with tears. Indeed, Jishio nodded, taking a moment to ponder before he spoke again. In this regard, I can assist you. But there is a prerequisite. At this, Gu Jian abruptly raised his eyes, kneeling before Jishio, tears shimmering in his gaze. Your Highness, as long as you can make me stronger, I will comply with any request. Very well, Jishio replied with a smile. Your talent is commendable. If you possess true determination, I can grant you power. However, I am in need of a sword for the future. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao's expression shifted slightly as she prepared to speak, but Gu Jian, without hesitation, declared, I am willing to be your Highness's sword. A smirk graced Jishio's lips as he turned to Old Wei. In that case, Old Wei, would you be willing to be Gu Jian's mentor? Old Wei paused. Taken aback, he had not anticipated that this matter would ultimately rest upon him. Clearing his throat, he said, Your Highness, I am uncertain if this lad possesses the capability. After all, you invested a considerable sum to acquire him. If he were to perish under my tutelage, it would not bode well. Ji Xiu shook his head reassuringly. Fear not. He will not perish. His potential and talent will surpass your expectations. What a jest. For Old Wei had once been the chief instructor of the continent's foremost assassin organization. If this opportunity is not seized, it would indeed be a lamentable loss. Although the mortality rate of his disciples is rather high, Gu Jian is an extraordinary talent possessing the supreme bone, destined to become the future spirit sword sovereign. His potential is undeniably exceptional. Thus, it is only natural to nurture him diligently. In the days to come, he shall undoubtedly become a sharp blade in my hands. After a prolonged silence, Elder Wei finally nodded and said, In that case, I shall do my utmost to give it a try. With such words from Ji Xiu, he could hardly refuse. I pay my respects to my master. I shall strive to survive under your guidance. Gu Jian bowed thrice before Elder Wei. Let us hope for the best. Elder Wei nodded, then bent down to assist Gu Jian to his feet. Come, I shall personally train you. From this day forth, you shall eat and dwell with me. After speaking, Elder Wei bowed to Ji Xiu and then departed the small courtyard with Gu Jian. Aware that Ji Xiu had matters to discuss with Gu Yao, he took Gu Jian away first. Once Elder Wei and Gu Jian had left, only Ji Xiu and Gu Yao remained in Luofeng courtyard. Gu Yao gazed longingly in the direction of Gu Jian's departure, her face etched with concern. However, she did not intervene, nor could she, for this was the path Gu Jian had chosen for himself. Stop looking. Your brother has already chosen his own path. It is time for you to let go. Ji Xiu remarked casually. His own path? Gu Yao scoffed, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears as she questioned Ji Xiu. He is my only brother, and you wish for him to become a weapon in your hands? What? Do you expect my gratitude for this? At these words, the smile vanished from Ji Xiu's face. He regarded Gu Yao with a placid gaze and said, All misfortunes in this world stem from the inadequacies of those involved. Your brother has come to understand this truth. Hence, he is willing to entrust his future to me. If you are unwilling, I can set you free. If you wish, you may leave at this very moment. What? Gu Yao's expression shifted dramatically. She was at a loss for words. Ji Xiu could release her? Yet, even if she left, where could she possibly go? For now, all she had was her brother. Ah, it seems you are reluctant to depart. Ji Xiu coldly smiled at Gu Yao, who stood frozen in place. You. Gu Yao stammered, her chest heaving violently. Undoubtedly, Ji Xiu had her firmly in his grasp. Since you choose not to leave, I hope you will not defy my words in the future. Whatever I say, you shall comply. Ji Xiu's gaze bore down on Gu Yao with chilling intensity. I cannot be your sword. Gu Yao spoke despondently. My meridians have been severely damaged. After 3 years in the training grounds, she had utilized the secret technique of the spirit clan, bloodline ignition, numerous times. Consequently, her cultivation potential had been severely depleted. In the future, if she were to reach the Fate Earth realm, it would be a blessing from the heavens. Ji Xiu chuckled softly, shaking his head. With a teasing glint in his eyes, he looked at Gu Yao and said, Who needs you to be my sword? What this young master requires now is a maid. Would you be willing to fulfill that role? A maid. Gu Yao lowered her gaze, biting her crimson lip. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly lifted her beautiful eyes, staring defiantly at Ji Xiu as she resolutely replied, I will. Why not take on that role? Chapter 22. Healing. Mu Bing was furious. Well, very well. Ji Xiu nodded, then casually scrutinized Gu Yao before speaking. Since that is the case, follow me. Where to? Gu Yao furrowed her brow and inquired. To the palace. Ji Xiu replied with a fleeting glance at her. With a sigh, Gu Yao took a deep breath, her expression devoid of emotion as she followed Ji Xiu into the falling maple palace. Having agreed to be Ji Xiu's maid, she was mentally prepared for all that was to come. Inside the falling maple palace, the candlelight was warm, illuminating a large, resplendent bed at the center. Behind a screen adorned with the image of a dragon and phoenix in harmony stood a grand and opulent bathing pool. What do you want? Gu Yao asked in a low voice. Sit over there. Ji Xiu gestured towards his bed. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao shot Ji Xiu a fierce glare, but reluctantly settled into a corner of the bed. At this moment, it must be said that despite her mental preparation, her heart was still filled with trepidation. And then, Gu Yao gazed intently at Ji Xiu, her exquisitely beautiful face displaying a stubborn resolve. Don't speak. Ji Xiu replied impatiently, thinking to himself how tedious she was. You. Gu Yao was momentarily at a loss for words, looking at Ji Xiu with a face full of grievance. Prepare yourself. It begins now, Ji Xiu slowly announced. With that, he activated the swallowing immortal demon technique. And before Gu Yao could react, he pointed directly at the numerous sword wounds and scars on her back. Clang! A burst of starlight erupted, then concealed itself within Gu Yao's body. In that instant, Gu Yao felt the once dormant meridians within her come to life after a long absence. So, he intends to help me restore my meridians. Gu Yao realized. At that moment, Ji Xiu suddenly interjected, it may hurt quite a bit. You must endure. Huh. Gu Yao was taken aback, not having had the chance to respond. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through her limbs and bones, causing her delicate form to tremble violently. Gu Yao furrowed her brows, crying out in agony. She had suffered many injuries before, but none had ever caused pain even close to this. It felt as though her meridians were being shredded by blades. Every inch of her bones was as if being shattered and reforged by a strange force. Ugh! Gu Yao bit her crimson lip tightly, her lovely face contorted in pain, beads of sweat forming on her smooth forehead. Endure. Ji Xiu coldly replied with 2 words. The swallowing immortal demon technique is the most powerful body refining technique. Gu Yao's meridians were severely damaged, with hidden injuries scattered throughout her body. If not addressed promptly, her future potential for cultivation may indeed be severely limited. However, the costs associated with mending her meridians and treating her hidden injuries are exorbitant and may not yield effective results. Thus, Ji Xiu resolved to employ the celestial devouring technique to reconstruct her meridians and rejuvenate her physique. Nonetheless, while this method holds promise, it entails excruciating pain beyond what an ordinary person could endure. The agony is truly unbearable. Gu Yao bit down hard on her crimson lips. Yet the sounds of her torment echoed loudly throughout the entire falling maple palace. Outside the palace, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and the maple leaves fell gently to the ground. A graceful figure stood beneath the moonlight, her silver hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding an air of chill elegance. Anger etched across her stunningly beautiful face. She gazed intently at the falling maple palace, her fists clenched tightly, trembling with wrath. Ji Xiu, what have you done to my dear Yaoer? I will not forgive you. Mu Bing gritted her silver teeth, radiating an icy murderous intent. The sounds of Gu Yao's anguished groans from within the palace nearly drove her to the brink of madness. In that moment, she finally comprehended the depth of Gu Yao's hatred for Ji Xiu in her previous life. With this realization, Mu Bing wasted no time and forcefully kicked open the palace door. The sight before her ignited a blaze of fury within her. Gu Yao lay upon the bed, clad in scant garments, her hair disheveled, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, her face a portrait of exhaustion and despair. Clearly, she had endured inhumane torment. What is wrong with you? Ji Xiu panted, bewildered by Mu Bing's presence. Ji Xiu, get out here, Mu Bing shouted in fury, unable to bear another glance at Gu Yao, fearing for her safety in her vulnerable state. With that, she turned and exited the falling maple palace, stepping into the courtyard. Are you out of your mind? Ji Xiu observed her with an expression akin to that of a lunatic, hands clasped behind his back. You believe you are invincible just because you've reached the earthly fate realm? Do you not understand? There are beings beyond beings, realms beyond realms. With gritted teeth, Mu Bing replied coldly. Without hesitation, she reached for the necklace around her neck and tore it off. Clang! A brilliant golden light erupted from her beautiful eyes, signaling the ascent of her cultivation level. From the 7th stage of Qi refinement to the 1st stage of earthly fate, her cultivation soared within mere breaths. It turned out she had concealed her true power all along. Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow. Though a hint of surprise flickered within him, it was not unexpected. After all, the Mu Bing from her previous life was a celestial empress of unparalleled talent. And reaching the earthly fate realm at the tender age of 7 was indeed within the realm of possibility. Today, this emperor shall not let you escape. Mu Bing gazed coldly at Ji Xiu, her eyes shimmering with a golden brilliance, reminiscent of a celestial sovereign descending to the mortal realm. The great fool has sought his own demise. He cannot blame me for that. A playful smile curled at the corners of Ji Xiu's lips. With his pockets empty and in dire need of the essence of destiny, Mu Bing's arrival was indeed a most fortuitous occurrence. The Moonfall Palace. Muchio suddenly opened her eyes wide, her brows furrowing as she gazed towards the direction of the falling maple palace, whispering in disbelief, Bing has lifted the seal. What is this little girl planning? Is she truly intent on slaying her future husband with her own hands? That cannot be allowed. Absolutely not. With that, she turned and vanished from the spot. Chapter 23. The First Emergence of the Demon. The dragon soars to the clouds. The night was thick, and the moonlight shone brightly. Before the falling maple palace, Mu Bing's eyes radiated a brilliant golden light. Clad in white, she stood with her hands clasped behind her back, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to an unparalleled empress descending from the heavens. Jixio, come forth and engage in battle. Mu Bing's captivating gaze fixed upon Jixio. Her voice as icy as ancient frost. She understood that today, within the confines of the Ji residence, she would not be able to slay Jixio. However, since he had wronged Gu Yao, she felt compelled to at least render him half-wounded to reclaim a semblance of justice. With a light chuckle, Jixio shook his head, saying nothing, merely observing Mu Bing in silence. The atmosphere grew tense for a fleeting moment. Mu Bing forcefully stamped her foot upon the ground, and in an instant, she transformed into a streak of aurora, appearing before Jixio. Boom! Her jade fist struck out, producing a terrifying sonic boom that echoed through the air. Demon emergence. Initiate. Jixio's expression remained calm as he instantly activated the first level of the demon heart, Divine Bones Killing Realm. In that moment, two crimson blossoms of the other shore erupted deep within his eyes, blooming fiercely, with demonic flames surging forth. Too slow, Jixio slowly uttered, astonished by the transformation he had undergone. After entering the state of demon emergence, he could clearly discern the trajectory of Mu Bing's attacks, the points of impact, and even anticipate her subsequent assault methods. In the span of a heartbeat, more than 10 strategies to defeat Mu Bing flashed through his mind. Upon unlocking demon emergence, his combat capabilities and perception of danger had increased exponentially. Clang! Mu Bing's fist shattered Jixio's figure. A missed strike. An illusion? Mu Bing furrowed her brow. In her understanding, a cultivator at the first stage of the earthly realm should not possess such terrifying speed. How curious, Jixio's playful voice echoed. Suddenly turning, Mu Bing found Jixio had somehow appeared behind her. Gritting her silver teeth, she glared coldly at him and spat out, Jixio, you deserve to die? With that, Mu Bing's figure flickered and abruptly reappeared before Jixio. Boom, 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 boom. She unleashed a relentless barrage upon Jixio, her offensive formidable and her speed astonishing, leaving trails of her afterimages in the void. Yet, Jixio effortlessly and flawlessly evaded each of her strikes, as if he had foreseen and penetrated the essence of her every move. How could this be? Mu Bing grew increasingly alarmed as she fought on. She had launched dozens of attacks, yet had not even grazed the hem of Jixio's garment. Logically, given their equal cultivation levels, such a disparity should not exist. How is that possible? Jixio regarded Mu Bing with a playful gaze. It must be said that Mu Bing's combat prowess was indeed formidable. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that her strength had far surpassed that of the first stage of the earthly realm. Even a practitioner at the third or even fifth level of the fate soil can be toyed with effortlessly. However, with the awakening of the demonic presence, I am undoubtedly stronger than her. The pinnacle of ice. Celestial destruction. Mu Bing's icy gaze shimmered with a frigid light as her hands furiously formed seals. She would hold nothing back. She was eager to discover the extent of Jixio's current limits. The brilliance of ice illuminated the surroundings. The elements of heaven and earth trembled violently. Huh! Mu Bing uttered a soft exclamation, her fingers locking onto Jixio. Clang! 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 Hundreds of sharp icicles sliced through the void like shooting stars, hurtling towards Jixio. It is over. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Jixio's mouth. With the demonic presence activated, his power surged to its maximum. Fiery, demonic flames erupted from his eyes, as if every ounce of true essence within him had been ignited in a fervent blaze. With each step he took, a fiery footprint emerged behind him. At this moment, he truly embodied the essence of a demonic deity. At this pace, his true essence would be exhausted in no more than 10 seconds. Yet, 10 seconds would suffice. Jixio inhaled deeply. Then, with a fierce stomp on the ground, he shot forth like a cannonball. Huh! Ji Xiu's chilling shout accompanied a punch that carved a blazing trajectory through the air. At this moment, even the atmosphere bore the scent of charred remnants. Boom! Instantly, the icicle shattered, ice shards swirling through the air as invisible ripples spread through the void. Is this all you are capable of? Ji Xiu advanced towards Mu Bing, his tone calm and unperturbed. You. Mu Bing's gaze trembled as she looked at the proximity of Ji Xiu. She never imagined he had grown this formidable. Before she could finish her thought, Ji Xiu's finger lightly touched her forehead. The swallowing immortal demonic art surged forth, and a halo of light blossomed. Clang! In an instant, all her meridians were sealed. At this moment, Mu Bing lost control of her body, utterly immobilized under Ji Xiu's overwhelming force. If Ji Xiu wished, he could end her life in the blink of an eye. However, he chose not to act. After all, Mu Bing's master was his own aunt, Mu Qiu. If he were to kill Mu Bing now, the Ji family would undoubtedly sever ties with the Ice God Palace. At this juncture, he still required the Ice God Palace's deterrent against the Northern Xia royal family. Thus, eliminating Mu Bing at this time would serve no purpose whatsoever. It might even cast him and the Ji family into an abyss of despair. Moreover, he still needed Mu Bing from time to time to extract the essence of destiny. Just like now, a subtle smile played on Ji Xiu's lips. What do you intend to do? A sense of foreboding rose within Mu Bing's heart. The flying dragon's cloud-searching hand. Ji Xiu murmured to himself. Then, with a flourish of his palm, divine light surged forth towards Mu Bing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing 500 Essence of Destiny. Mu Bing exclaimed in anger. Ji Xiu, how dare you? She had never anticipated that Ji Xiu would be even more audacious than during their initial encounter. She yearned to fight him with all her might, yet found herself utterly immobilized at that moment. Only 5 seconds remained. Ji Xiu paid no heed to Mu Bing and launched a frenzied assault against her. Beep. Congratulations, host, for stealing 300 Essence of Destiny. Beep. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 800 Essence of Destiny. Beep. Congratulations, host, for stealing 200 Essence of Destiny. Beep. Congratulations, host, for stealing 1 Heavenly Nurturing Pill. Beep. Congratulations, host, for stealing 1 piece of purple cloud armor. Wait, what peculiar items have I pilfered? Ji Xiu scratched his head. At that moment, the state of demonic manifestation came to an end. His true energy was nearly exhausted. A wave of weakness washed over him, and he collapsed onto the ground. Just then, an irate voice erupted. Ji Bu Xiu, what are you doing? Upon lifting his gaze, he saw his mother, Lin Ru, entering the courtyard of Luo Feng Palace. She stood with her hands on her hips, her expression rife with fury. Mother, allow me to explain, Ji Xiu shouted, raising his hand. What is there to explain? Lin Ru pointed at the purple cloud armor on Ji Xiu's arm and bellowed. Hearing this, Ji Xiu glanced at the fragrant purple armor adorning his arm, momentarily stunned. Ji Xiu found himself at a loss for words. The reality was undeniable. Any further explanation would merely serve as a facade. He had never anticipated that he could strip Mu Bing of her protective armor using the flying dragon cloud exploring technique. Today, I shall not let you off easily. Lin Ru swiftly approached Ji Xiu, seized his ear, and marched him into Luo Feng Palace without further ado. Upon their arrival, Lin Ru was met with an even more shocking sight. On her son's bed lay a young girl. Guyao? A roar akin to that of a mother tiger erupted. Ji Bu Xiu, this matter is far from over. Ji Xiu? Mu Bing stood frozen in place, her delicate form trembling. Her pearly teeth bit down on her rosy lips, her icy gaze quivering with rage. She had intended to reclaim some interest from Guyao, but the outcome was harsh. She had even failed to protect the sacred purple cloud armor of the Ice God Palace. The chilly night breeze swept through, causing Mu Bing to shudder involuntarily. Scoundrel! Ji Xiu, how dare you? Her charming face flushed crimson, her jade-like hands clenched into tight fists, trembling with indignation. Outside Luo Feng Palace, Mu Qiu and her grandmother Mu Hua stood together gazing into the distance. Given the current circumstances, it seems that if these two little ones do not marry, it may very well lead to an unresolved situation. With a helpless expression, grandmother Mu Hua spoke. Indeed, Mu Qiu nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly endorsing Mu Hua's perspective. After a lengthy pause, she directed her gaze towards the interior of Luo Feng Palace and sighed. This child. is truly extraordinary. Not only does he possess the strength of the earthly fate realm at such a tender age, but he also wields the combat prowess of at least the 8th realm of earthly fate. It appears that this marriage proposal has indeed been a wise choice. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Muhwa couldn't help but chuckle softly. Sister, you never cease to amaze with your unique perspective on matters. Chapter 24. In the falling maple palace, Guyao lowered her gaze, hesitant to speak. Ji Xiu sat on the bed with a look of grievance, softly addressing Lin Ru. Mother, you truly misunderstand. I did nothing at all. Humph. Lin Ru snorted coldly. At this juncture, she was well aware that her son had not engaged in any wrongdoing with Guyao. Ji Xiu had merely assisted Guyao in reconstructing her meridians. Upon reflection, she realized her earlier outburst was born of worry over Guyao's situation. She had decided not to pursue the matter further. However, what about Mu Bing? One could not help but acknowledge the audacity of her son. Lin Ru questioned him with a raised voice. This was merely an accident. Ji Xiu raised his hands in exasperation. His intention had been to siphon a fragment of heavenly essence to rejuvenate himself, yet unexpectedly, he had pilfered Mu Bing's Xian soft armor. Enough. There is no need for extensive explanation. I shall deal with you later, Lin Ru declared, extending her hand towards Ji Xiu, commanding, hand it over. What? Ji Xiu was taken aback, confusion evident on his face. You fool. Lin Ru approached and lightly tapped Ji Xiu on the head, exasperated. The Xian soft armor belongs to Bing Bing. Surely you do not wish to keep it? Of course not. Ji Xiu shook his head vigorously, quickly turning to relinquish the Xian soft armor into Lin Ru's hands. Humph. Lin Ru huffed, accepting the armor before casting a fierce glare at Ji Xiu and turning to leave. With a clang, the palace doors shut behind her. Ji Xiu sighed deeply, then turned to Guyao, saying, Do you believe me when I say this was an accident? Upon hearing this, Guyao paused, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she nodded. Yes. After all, Your Highness, it is entirely possible to be curious about new experiences. Sighing again, Ji Xiu replied, Indeed, if I were in your position, I would also find it hard to believe. However, it matters little now. With that thought, Ji Xiu shook his head and retrieved a heavenly nurturing pill from his spatial ring, one he had taken from Mu Bing. Here, take it. Mu Bing stared at the mystical pill, resembling a longan, and inquired softly, What is this? It's a heavenly nurturing pill. Ji Xiu responded casually. It will aid you in restoring the true blood you previously burned. Oh, Guyao nodded, accepting the heavenly nurturing pill. At that moment, a thought struck her. The heavenly nurturing pill was a rare elixir unique to the Ice God Palace, renowned for its extraordinary effects in blood regeneration and beauty enhancement. Thus, all of his actions were for that celestial nurturing pill, and also, for me. Guyao momentarily lost her composure. Ji Xiu, casting a serious glance at her, spoke earnestly, This is merely the beginning. Each month henceforth, I shall forge your meridians. Each session will be excruciating. Prepare yourself. Oh, Guyao softly acknowledged, her gaze on the celestial nurturing pill growing increasingly dreamy. She understood that Ji Xiu's intentions were for her benefit. She could endure the agony of reconstructing her meridians, yet the burden of this celestial nurturing pill felt insurmountable. Enough. The day has grown late. Bathe, change, and rest. Ji Xiu rose, stretching his weary body to relieve the fatigue. He then leapt into the steaming bath behind the screen. Young master, she hesitated. You should return the celestial nurturing pill to Miss Mu Bing. I am unworthy. If that is the case, why provoke such anger in Madam and cause Miss Mu Bing to misunderstand? Guyao bit her crimson lip, finally voicing her true feelings. She instinctively felt that she was undeserving of such a precious item. Consume it, or be gone. Ji Xiu frowned, his tone firm. He thought to himself, let others think what they will. He had profited significantly today. In a mere 10 seconds, he had gained 1,800 essence of fate and a celestial nurturing pill from Mu Bing. Did it matter whether he explained himself? Moreover, his mother had likely calmed down by now. As for Mu Bing, he cared not how she perceived the situation. His concern lay solely with Guyao's future. What significance did a single celestial nurturing pill hold? I understand. Guyao nodded, then bent to collect the scattered garments Ji Xiu had carelessly discarded. She gazed at his silhouette behind the screen, lost in thought, murmuring softly, such a young age, yet already fierce. In the Ji residence, Within the falling moon palace, Mu Bing sat alone on a stone bench in the courtyard, her expression icy. Mu Qiu observed his disciple, shaking his head with a gentle chuckle. Binger, are you still angry? At his words, Mu Bing turned to Mu Qiu, remaining silent for a long moment before gritting her teeth and responding, Master, Ji Xiu has humiliated me so. Can you tolerate this? Indeed, Mu Qiu nodded thoughtfully, then replied with utmost seriousness, I have endured. Master, you. Mu Bing was left speechless, her chest tightening with indignation. Noticing her distress, Mu Qiu approached gently, stroking her silvery hair in a comforting manner. However, returning to the matter at hand, Ji Xiu truly should not have acted in such a manner. In the future, when you come to terms with them, you must teach him diligently. If you do not educate him, shall we leave it to others to instruct him? Upon hearing these words, Mu Bing felt as though she might shatter her silver teeth from anger, yet she ultimately forced herself to swallow her indignation. She understood that now was not the time to confront Ji Xiu head-on. At this moment, what mattered most to her was time. She needed time to develop and to await the perfect opportunity. With her thoughts in this state, Mu Bing focused her mind and turned the ring on her finger. After careful consideration, she calculated the timing. The wedding night. Once the wedding night arrived, she would possess sufficient power to obliterate the demon god Ji Xiu. Utterly. Humph. The humiliation of today shall be repaid with your life in the future. Having spoken, Mu Bing nodded and unconsciously glanced at the ring on her hand. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as a thought struck her. Previously, Ji Xiu had stolen a soul-piercing nail from her. What of now? She hastily examined her ring. Moments later, her exquisite face was filled with outrage, and her jade hand clenched into a tight fist. Gritting her teeth, she silently cursed, My heavenly nurturing pill. Ji Xiu, you wretched scoundrel deserve to perish. A shameless thief. Even 1,000 deaths would not suffice. Not enough. In the imperial palace of Kyoto, within the imperial garden, Emperor Long Tian, clad in a black dragon robe, gazed into the fish pond and casually inquired, What is the situation? In response, the chief of the Western Bureau, Yu Huatian, slightly bowed and solemnly replied, Reporting to your majesty. The red-clad sect's young master, Shen Nanfeng, has spent an astronomical sum of 100 million to summon a killer from the mortal realm to Kyoto. It is said that this assassin has silently succeeded in eliminating 3 sovereign-level powerhouses, ranking 10th on the contemporary assassin list. Furthermore, Shen Nanfeng has also invoked the Sacred Fire Order. One of the 3 main bishops of the red-clad sect, Shen Wuhui, is en route to Kyoto. He is expected to arrive by tomorrow night at the latest. Excellent. Very well. Emperor Long Tian turned his gaze toward the Ji residence, a chilling smile forming on his lips. Tomorrow night, I await the chaos within the Ji family. Chapter 25, The Engagement. The Celestial Emperor's female protagonist has become my fiancée. On the following night, as darkness descended, the engagement banquet of Ji Xiu and Mu Bing was set to take place at the Xian Pavilion, renowned as the foremost banquet hall of the Ji residence. The pavilion was exquisitely constructed, adorned with opulent golden pillars entwined with dragons, a crimson carpet that sprawled across the palace, and resplendent decorative jewels that shimmered with brilliance. When Ji Xiu arrived at the entrance of the Xian Pavilion with Elder Wei, his mother, Lin Ru, had been waiting there for quite some time. Listen here, you rascal. Today marks a significant day for our Ji family. Do not bring shame upon us. If you misbehave, your mother will not forgive you. Lin Ru admonished softly. Mother, I understand. Ji Xiu replied with resignation. Nevertheless, he did not take her words too seriously, for this was merely an engagement, not a wedding. Please, go in first. I have something to discuss with Elder Wei. Ji Xiu urged Lin Ru to enter, then turned to Elder Wei with a serious expression and said, Elder Wei, I entrust you with tonight's affairs. We must not allow Shen Nanfeng to leave the capital. Upon hearing this, Elder Wei nodded, seemingly recalling something, and then spoke in a hushed tone. Eliminating Shen Nanfeng is simple. However, young master, according to the intelligence I have gathered, Shen Nanfeng has activated the Holy Fire Token. One of the 3 main bishops of the Red Robe sect, Shen Wuhui, will arrive in the capital tonight. Shen Wuhui possesses formidable strength at the pinnacle of the June level. I am afraid I am not his match. Heh. Ji Xiu responded with a mysterious smile. Elder Wei, all you need to ensure is Shen Nanfeng's life or death. As for the bishop of the Red Robe sect, you need not concern yourself. Elder Wei was taken aback for a moment. At that moment, Ji Xiu explained softly, "You see, the intelligence we acquire. Do you think the Ice God Palace would be oblivious to it? The Palace Master Mu Qiu would never allow him to set foot in the capital. Now I understand." Elder Wei exclaimed, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he regarded Ji Xiu. "Young master, it seems you have orchestrated all of this." "Heh." Ji Xiu chuckled lightly, not denying it. In truth, he had sensed something amiss with Shen Nanfeng during the dark arena battles. Since Shen Nanfeng was willing to spend an exorbitant sum of 80 million on Gu Yao and Gu Jian, it indicated that he, like Ji Xiu, recognized their value. At the very least, he was aware of Gu Jian's worth. If that were the case, Ji Xiu could not allow Shen Nanfeng to leave the capital, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Thus, he had deliberately insulted the Red Robe sect and slapped Shen Nanfeng, an act that appeared exceedingly reckless. All of this was intended to provoke Shen Nanfeng into a cornered response. Just as Ji Xiu anticipated, Shen Nanfeng could not swallow this humiliation. After leaving the arena, he immediately began to gather funds, spending a fortune to recruit the world's most notorious assassins. Even the Sacred Fire Order was summoned, bringing one of the 3 chief bishops of the Scarlet Church, Shen Wuhui, to the capital. All of this, fortuitously, aligned with Ji Xiu's intentions. This night, not only did the young lord intend for Shen Nanfeng to remain in the capital, but he also aimed for the prominent figures of the city to temper their ambitions from this day forth. The Ji family is not one to be trifled with. A cold glint sparkled in Ji Xiu's eyes. His thoughts halted there. After bidding farewell to Elder Wei, he turned and entered the Xian Pavilion. Within the Xian Pavilion, the elders of the Ji family had gathered. Grandmother Mu Hua, grandfather Ji Nu, father Ji Xiao, and mother Lin Ru were all present. Additionally, there was the esteemed Aunt Mu Qiu from the Ice Divine Palace, along with Mu Bing. "Xiu has arrived. Let the engagement banquet commence." Mu Hua spoke with a smile. After saying this, she approached Ji Xiu and handed him a black jade tiger talisman, upon which a prominent character for Ji stood out strikingly. This is dragon-patterned black gold." Ji Xiu felt a surge of astonishment. Dragon-patterned black gold is one of the top treasures of the continent, alongside Dao Tribulation gold and Phoenix blood red gold. The little one indeed possesses some acumen. Our Ji family's tiger talisman is crafted from dragon-patterned black gold. In the future, when you assume the role of the Ji family head and command the million-strong iron floating army, the Ji family tiger talisman will be indispensable. So that is it. Ji Xiu nodded, and as he grasped the Ji family talisman, a warm surge of energy instantly enveloped him. "Later, you will hand the talisman to Mu Bing," Mu Hua reminded. "Oh," Ji Xiu acknowledged. Undoubtedly, the engagement banquet served as the exchange of the most significant tokens between the Ji family and the Ice Divine Palace. The Ji family's token is the tiger talisman that commands the million-strong iron floating army. But what of the Ice Divine Palace? "Master, are we truly to give the Ice Divine Jade to Ji Xiu?" Mu Bing asked, her brow furrowed. "This is the rule," Mu Qiu responded solemnly. "What sort of rule is this?" Mu Bing quietly countered. "Speak carefully." Mu Qiu shot a glare at Mu Bing before continuing. "After your wedding, Ji Xiu will return the Ice Divine Jade, allowing you to inherit the Ice Divine Palace. You will return the Ji family tiger talisman to Ji Xiu, thus enabling him to inherit the Ji family. This is the rule." Alas, Mu Bing sighed and nodded helplessly. "Go on, Binger." Mu Qiu patted Mu Bing's back. Meanwhile, grandmother Mu Hua whispered into Ji Xiu's ear, "Go on, Xiu'er, don't disappoint your grandmother." "Oh," Ji Xiu nodded, reflecting. This is what is known as an alliance through marriage. Should one fail to wed Mu Bing in the future, there would be no means to mobilize the Ji family's million-strong Xian iron army. Conversely, should Mu Bing not marry him, she would also be unable to ascend as the master of the Ice God Palace. It seems that for the sake of this union, grandmother Mu Hua and Aunt Mu Qiu have truly exerted their utmost efforts. Ji Xiu sighed inwardly as he arrived at the heart of the Xian Pavilion. Mu Bing, holding the Ice God Jade, approached him. "Here, for you." Ji Xiu handed over the tiger talisman to Mu Bing. "Here." Mu Bing, maintaining a stoic demeanor, presented the Ice God Jade to Ji Xiu. At the moment both exchanged tokens, all present revealed satisfied smiles. Grandmother Mu Hua and Aunt Mu Qiu exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with a hint of relief. The most significant ceremony completed, The engagement was a success. The banquet commenced. Ji Xiao and Mu Bing naturally seated themselves together. You little thief, return what you have stolen. Mu Bing whispered a warning to Ji Xiao. Didn't I return the belly band to you? What more do you desire? Ji Xiao replied with an expression of indifference. You. Mu Bing was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Ji Xiao's audacity. Taking a deep breath, she shot him a fierce glare and whispered, Am I referring to the belly band? I am speaking of the soul-devouring nail and the heavenly nurturing pill. Ji Xiao turned to Mu Bing, his expression puzzled as he gazed upon her flawless beauty. I have not heard of them. I do not know. Eat more vegetables. With that, Ji Xiao kindly placed a portion of vegetables into Mu Bing's bowl. Shameless. Mu Bing felt a wave of frustration at Ji Xiao's blatant denial. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke again. Very well. If you desire it, I shall grant it to you. However, I want Guyao. She could concede the heavenly nurturing pill to Ji Xiao, and even overlook the soul-devouring nail. But Guyao she could never allow Ji Xiao to lay claim to her. All right. Ji Xiao nodded earnestly in response. He was well aware that Mu Bing's true desire had always been Guyao. Her previous demands were merely a strategic retreat. You agree? Mu Bing looked at Ji Xiao with a hint of surprise. I agree. Of course I agree. As long as Guyao consents, I have no objections. Ji Xiao's expression remained calm, as though Mu Bing's request were of little consequence. Really? Mu Bing's beautiful eyes lit up, her scheme having succeeded. A smile unconsciously graced her lips. She had intentionally requested the soul-devouring nail and the heavenly nurturing pill from Ji Xiao, only to subsequently negotiate for Guyao. She reasoned that Guyao was merely Ji Xiao's maidservant now, and given how many treasures Ji Xiao had received from her, surely he would not be unwilling to part with a mere maidservant. Hee. Ji Xiao smiled faintly, then leaned closer, whispering affectionately in her ear, Indeed, it is absolutely true. With that, he activated the dragon's claw technique. In an instant, Ji Xiao's hand had silently settled on Mu Bing's waist. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully stealing 200 Essence of Fate. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in Ji Xiao's ear. Ji Xiao, do you not wish to keep your hand? In response, Ji Xiao shrugged, retracting his hand while thinking, 200 is better than nothing. My husband, look how well-matched they are. Lin Ru gazed at Ji Xiao and Mu Bing with a motherly smile. Indeed, they are truly a match made in heaven. Ji Xiao nodded in agreement. This boy Ji Xiao, he is indeed my grandson. Talented, without a doubt. Just like me. Ji Nu expressed his satisfaction. Junior sister, I shall be back soon. Mu Qiao set down her cup, gazing at the luminous moonlight as she spoke softly. Be careful. Mu Hua nodded. She understood well what Mu Qiao intended to do. Do not worry. Mu Qiao smiled gently. The moment she stepped out of the Xian pavilion, a terrifying glint of murderous intent erupted from her eyes. Chapter 26. A night of darkness and murder, Kyoto in turmoil. The night was deep, and the moonlight shone brightly over a lavish mansion in the southern part of Kyoto. Young master, the guests have arrived, whispered the crimson-robed guardian. As the words fell, a figure draped in a black cloak descended into the courtyard. Chimyan Shilua, Mr. Bai Yi? Shin Nanfeng inquired, his brow furrowed. It is I, Bai Yi replied coldly, slightly lifting his head. The moonlight illuminated his pallid face, rendering it eerily unsettling. His eyes appeared vacant, devoid of emotion, embodying an endless void of silence. Your target tonight is Ji Xiao, the young master of the Ji family. Is that acceptable? Shin Nanfeng asked in a low voice. Absolutely, Bai Yi responded succinctly. A mere young master from a warlord family poses no challenge for me. As for the consequences of the killing, I am unperturbed. For behind me stands the foremost assassin organization of the Tianxian continent, Ren Shijian. Excellent. Since all is prepared, let us depart. Shin Nanfeng inhaled deeply, directing his gaze towards the Ji residence in Kyoto. Young master, the bishop has yet to arrive. Should we wait for him? The crimson-robed guardian gently reminded. No need. The bishop will meet us directly at the Ji residence. I have made all the arrangements. Shin Nanfeng smiled slightly, knowing he was thoroughly prepared for this day. Splendid. The crimson-robed guardian sighed in relief upon hearing this. Had their bishop been unable to come, their reckless intrusion into the Ji residence would have spelled certain doom. Let us go. Forward. Shin Nanfeng gestured with his hand. A dozen figures clad in red followed behind him. At that moment, A voice as frigid as a millennium of ice resonated through the air. "No need to exert yourselves. Tonight, you shall go nowhere." As the words echoed, the mansion's gate swung open with a clang. A chilling wind swept in, causing everyone present to shudder. They looked up to see an elderly man in black standing at the entrance. He was of modest height and possessed an ordinary appearance, the kind that would hardly draw a glance in a crowd. However, from the instant he appeared, the temperature of the air plummeted by at least 10 degrees. "Who are you?" The old guardian by Jishio's side? Shin Nanfeng recognized the elderly figure. "It is I," the old guardian replied coldly. "Just in time. I shall begin with you today. Mr. Bai Yi, I leave this old fellow to you. Upon completion of this task, I shall reward you with an additional 30 million. A formidable monarch-level expert, this is not your first kill." Shin Nanfeng spoke with confidence. After saying this, he turned to look at the enigmatic assassin, Bai Yi, beside him, his expression momentarily faltering. "Mr. Bai Yi, what is this?" Shin Nanfeng's mouth slightly agape, as if witnessing an astonishing scene. The assassin ranked 10th on the killer's list, known as the Thousand-Faced Shura, was now trembling all over, shaking like a cork. Those eyes, which resembled lifeless fish, devoid of any emotion, were now quivering violently. Gazing upon the elderly man in black before him, he felt as if he were staring into the abyss of a demon. Even his previously steady breath had turned chaotic and erratic, akin to a child caught misbehaving by a parent. How could it be you?" Bai Ye's throat convulsed as he spoke in a daze. "Long time no see, Xiao Bai." The elder Wei greeted Bai Yi with an impassive expression. "Xiao Bai?" Shin Nanfeng was bewildered. Even the protector behind him was astonished. What manner of person could dare to address the thousand-faced Shura as "Xiao Bai? Long time no see." Bai Yi trembled in response. He took a reluctant step back, feeling the cold gaze of elder Wei penetrating him. A wave of fear coursed through him, spreading from his heart to his limbs. Terrifying memories surged back into his mind. In that moment, a singular thought consumed him. Escape. The farther, the better. You wouldn't dare to flee, would you? What of your reputation in the world? The dignity of an assassin? How did I instruct you back then? Elder Wei spoke with a curious tone, hands clasped behind his back. As the former chief instructor of the human realm, he could easily discern Bai Ye's inner turmoil. Upon hearing these words, Bai Ye's sweat trickled down his forehead. Meanwhile, Shin Nanfeng suddenly awakened to the truth. The elderly man in black beside Jishio was no ordinary monarch-level expert. He was a superpower in the assassin world, the chief instructor of the human realm. It was he who had forged a legion of fearless killing machines. "Instructor, you jest. As your student, Bai Yi cannot defy the hierarchy. Since you are here, Bai Yi will take his leave. Tonight, consider that you have not seen your student." Bai Yi stammered. In response, Elder Wei shook his head with a look of regret. Speaking to himself, what a pity. After all these years in the human realm, you still have not become a true assassin. If your senior brothers and sisters were to encounter me, they would not speak of respect for their teacher, for they understand that killing me is the highest form of respect. With that, he turned and closed the grand door of the mansion. Bang! At the moment the gate closed, a tremor rippled through the hearts of all present. Under the moonlight, Elder Wei took deliberate steps towards Shin Nanfeng and his group. "Kill!" Shin Nanfeng bellowed, his voice echoing with fury. Rather than await their doom, it was far better to strike first. The dozen or so formidable warriors of the Red Robe sect behind him ascended into the air, charging towards Elder Wei. Yet, in the next instant, a series of sickening sounds echoed. Splat, 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 splat. Blood gushed forth as the warriors of the Red Robe sect found crimson lines drawn across their throats. Heads flew from their bodies, blood spraying upward in a gruesome display. Under the moonlight, no one discerned how Elder Wei executed his lethal strikes. "Instructor, do not be so ruthless." Bai Yi gritted his teeth and shouted in anger. With that, he feigned an attack, but instead turned to flee. Before his former instructor, he felt no desire to engage in combat, fully aware of the terror that stood before him. Clang! A dense shadow enveloped him. Splat! An emaciated, ancient hand pierced through his chest without warning. Splat! Bai Yi abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes dimming as the light of life faded. As Elder Wei withdrew his hand, a cascade of blood followed. Bai Ye's body turned cold, and he plummeted to the ground. A king-tier assassin, the 10th-ranked killer on the assassin's list. One strike, and he was vanquished. "Why you?" Don't come any closer. I am the heir of the Red Robe sect. If you kill me, the sect will exact a bloody vengeance. Shin Nanfeng gazed at Elder Wei with terror, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Alas, men like you utter such words thousands of times in a lifetime, Elder Wei remarked, shaking his head as he placed a hand upon Shin Nanfeng's head. Crack! The sound of a neck snapping resonated. Shin Nanfeng's head was twisted clean off by Elder Wei's hand. Having completed this grim task, Elder Wei did not spare a glance at the corpses strewn about, but casually discarded the severed head on the ground. He then lifted his foot and departed the Red Robe sect's stronghold. What was most terrifying was that from the moment he entered until his exit, no more than a minute had passed. Despite the rivers of blood flowing around him, not a single drop stained his garments. Your Highness, the heir, should be satisfied now. Elder Wei smiled faintly in the direction of the Ji residence. Meanwhile, outside the capital, an elder clad in crimson robes stared in horror at the white-clad woman before him. The Ice Divine Palace. Mistress Muqiu. Shun Wuhui's voice trembled, his gaze filled with dread as he looked at Muqiu. Do you know who Jixiu is? Muqiu asked, her expression devoid of emotion. The Ji family. Young heir. Shun Wuhui stuttered in response. And what else? Muqiu inquired, her brows arching playfully. I do not know. Shin Wuhui shook his head. He was undoubtedly aware of the relationship between Jixiu and Muqiu. However, at this moment, he could not possibly admit it. Do you wish to kill him? Muqiu inquired once more. I shall take my leave immediately. Shin Wuhui hastily replied. Allow me to see you off. Muqiu's tone was remarkably calm. No sooner had the words left his lips than Shun Wuhui's expression changed drastically. He realized that Muqiu harbored murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to form seals with his hands in a frenzy. Clang! An enigmatic and extraordinary teleportation array materialized beneath his feet. In the next instant, a resounding boom echoed as a terrifying aura, akin to that of a slumbering dragon, awakened from Muqiu's being. At that moment, all the cultivators in the capital trembled beneath this overwhelming presence. This was an aura that transcended all beings. The essence of a saint-level power. Clang! The temperature of the heavens and earth plummeted instantly. Frost quickly enveloped and immobilized the teleportation array. Muqiu, please spare my life. I vow never to set foot in Northern Xia's capital again. Shin Wuhui cried out desperately, in the presence of a saint-level powerhouse. He lacked even the courage to draw his sword. This was hardly surprising, for there exists a saying on the Tianxian continent. Below the saint level, all are but ants. As mere ants, how could one hope to defy the heavens and alter their fate? It is too late. Muqiu shook his head, gesturing with his finger. Clang! A dazzling sword light sliced through the void, its brilliance radiant and splattering for 1,000 miles. The night in the capital transformed under this sword light, akin to a fall of frost, illuminating the darkness. Shun Wuhui's body was instantaneously reduced to icy fragments beneath this blinding gleam. This night, the heavens and earth bore witness to a deluge, a torrential rain, signifying the fall of a peak monarch-level powerhouse. The entire capital remained enveloped in silence amidst the gentle patter of the rain. Muqiu turned his gaze towards the direction of the Ji residence in the capital, murmuring to himself, thus, this should afford Binger and that young man considerable time. I hope they do not disappoint me in the future. Chapter 27. Shi. The national master of the Northern Xia Kingdom. Time is running short for Jixiu, the capital city. The rain continues to fall. The prominent figures of the entire capital tremble in the midst of this downpour. In the imperial palace's royal garden, Emperor Long Tian gazes tremulously at the distant horizon. After a considerable pause, he finally exclaims in horror, "It is she. She has actually come to the capital." Indeed, the chief of the Western Factory, Yu Huatian, stammers. Who else would dare to act against the Archbishop of the Scarlet Church apart from the Ice God Palace? Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. It is my dereliction of duty for failing to notice that Muqiu has arrived in the capital. Enough. Long Tian waves his hand, speaking with evident trepidation. She is a saint-level powerhouse. Let alone the capital. Even my imperial palace, should she wish to enter, what can you do? Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian finally breathes a sigh of relief. As long as Long Tian does not place the blame upon him, it suffices. To be candid, a saint-level powerhouse like Muqiu is not someone he can provoke. And what of Shin Nanfeng? Did he not spend a fortune to hire the world's assassins? What is the situation? Long Tian inquires further. Yu Huaiyan's expression shifts dramatically as he responds in a hushed tone filled with dread. They are all dead. All of them. They did not even step out of their residence before being slaughtered. Even Shin Nanfeng's head was wrenched off. Sigh. Long Tian exhales deeply, gritting his teeth in frustration. It appears that after tonight, this young scion of the Ji family will truly become the most untouchable taboo figure in the capital. Indeed, Yu Huatian nods in agreement. The former master of the Ice God Palace has personally intervened. One must ask, who in the capital would still dare to lay a hand on Ji Xiu? At this moment, he leans forward and quietly asks, Your Majesty, what shall we do next? After a prolonged silence, Long Tian slowly inquires, Has the national master returned to the palace? Upon hearing the term national master, Yu Huaiyan's countenance pales, revealing a profound fear in his eyes. Reporting to Your Majesty, the national master has indeed returned to the palace. Good. Long Tian nods gravely, saying, Let us proceed to the Divine Strategy Palace. In the Imperial Palace, at the Divine Strategy Palace, on the Ganlu Terrace. This location offers a panoramic view of the entire capital. A woman clad in a black gown adorned with phoenix patterns stands upon the Ganlu Terrace. Beneath her feet lies the entirety of the capital. The moonlight cascades upon her stunningly beautiful visage, accentuating her enchanting allure. Master, the voice echoes. The Lord of the Scarlet Church, Xin Wuhui, has fallen at the hands of Palace Master Mu Qiu. The former chief instructor of the mortal realm, Wei Qin, has slain all members of the Crimson Robe sect in Kyoto, including the son of the sect, Shin Nanfeng, and his former pupil, the faceless Azura, Bai Yi. The young woman, Xianyin, suppressed her astonishment and spoke in a hushed tone. Is there more? The enigmatic woman inquired casually. There is. My father has arrived. Xianyin whispered. As her words fell, Long Tian and Yu Huatian had already ascended to the Ganlu Terrace. Long Tian gazed upon the tall and stunning silhouette under the moonlight, his eyes filled with enchantment and admiration. Witnessing this scene, Xianyin could not help but shake her head. Her father had admired his own master for quite some time. Alas, though the prince has affections, the divine maiden remains indifferent. National master, I have come. Long Tian's voice was low and restrained, evidently suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. The mysterious woman spoke with a tone of reverence. Yet, her body remained motionless, showing no inclination to bow or kneel before the ruler of Beixia. National master, you must be aware of the situation, Long Tian said, taking a deep breath. I am aware. And then, the mysterious woman slightly turned, her profile illuminated by moonlight, exuding an ethereal beauty. Her eyes, as cold and piercing as those atop a snowy mountain, gazed quietly at Long Tian. I require your assistance. Long Tian articulated his intent. How can I act when I have yet to attain the holy tier? The mysterious woman replied with a chuckle, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Long Tian's expression changed dramatically. He stepped forward urgently, exclaiming, Is it possible that even you are powerless? Is your Majesty afraid? The mysterious woman raised an eyebrow playfully. At this remark, Yu Huatian, the head of the Western Bureau, turned pale. Had anyone else dared to utter such words before Long Tian, they would have surely met their demise. However, this woman was an exception. Long Tian remained silent for a long while, before finally speaking with a complex expression, afraid. How could I not be afraid? If, in the future, the Ji family were to produce a great emperor, the consequences are surely known to you. The mysterious woman nodded, her delicate hand lightly tapping the railing. If so, then the young heir of the Ji family shall be entrusted to me. Do you have a plan? Long Tian asked in astonishment. Time is required. The mysterious woman replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, Long Tian's expression changed drastically. He gazed at her in disbelief. Are you to reach the holy tier? The mysterious woman chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying. She waved her hand towards Long Tian. Your Majesty, please return. I shall not see you off. Very well. Long Tian nodded slightly, casting one last lingering glance at the enigmatic woman before turning to depart. Yet, no one could perceive the fleeting glimmer of profound avarice that flickered in his eyes at that very moment. After Long Tian had left, the young girl Xianyin gazed at the mysterious woman with astonishment and spoke. Master, are you on the verge of reaching the Saint tier? Hee. The mysterious woman curled her crimson lips into a subtle smile, nodding as she uttered 4 words, just a hair's breadth away. Hiss. Xianyin inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "As expected of you. When you attain the Saint tier, will you truly take action against Jixio? Speaking of which, didn't you hold Jixio in high regard? If memory serves me correctly, just a few days ago, your master instructed Luo Yuzhu to deal with Jixio, displaying an eagerness to bring him under her wing. That moment remains vividly etched in my mind." Hee hee. The smile on the mysterious woman's stunningly beautiful face deepened as she responded with intrigue. "Your father is the emperor of Beixia. I am the national master. He reigns as the sovereign, and I serve as the minister. Can a minister truly defy the edicts of the sovereign?" Indeed. Xianyin nodded in agreement, though she felt this was not entirely in line with her master's character. The logic of her words was irrefutable. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of sympathy for Jixio. If her master were to reach the Saint tier, even Mu Qiu might not be able to safeguard Jixio. It seems this fellow has little time left. Xianyin murmured softly to herself. Chapter 28. A Wedding Murder. Jixio establishes the Military Intelligence Bureau. That night, the rain had ceased. While the prominent figures in the capital were shaken to their cores by the night's bloodshed, Jixio had returned to his residence, the Maple Pavilion, luxuriating in a steaming hot bath. "Your Highness, the young master, Elder Wei, has returned. He instructed me to inform you that all members of the Red Robe sect in the capital have been eliminated," Gu Yao conveyed from beyond the screen. "Understood," Jixio replied, his expression betraying no emotion. This night, Elder Wei's intervention left no room for alternative outcomes. As for the esteemed leader of the Red Robe sect, he too must have found his way to the afterlife by now. A faint smile graced Jixio's lips. The master of Mubing, the most legendary former leader of the Ice God Palace, had taken action. It was not merely a matter of a Red Robe sect bishop. Even the highest-ranking pope of the sect would have to kneel before him. "Gu Yao, have you consumed the heavenly nourishing pill?" Jixio suddenly inquired, directing his gaze towards the graceful figure beyond the screen. "I have. The effects are remarkable." "Thank you, Your Highness," Gu Yao replied softly. Jixio nodded, contemplating the efficacy of the heavenly nourishing pill, the holy medicine of the Ice God Palace. In just a day, it had helped Gu Yao restore half of her expended true blood. Yet, it was still insufficient. With that thought, Jixio opened the system's marketplace. After careful selection, he ultimately spent 500 Essence of Destiny to acquire a 2-star medicinal pill, the Hua Tua Secret Pill. Hua Tua Secret Pill, a miraculous remedy from the renowned healer Hua Tua, possessing extraordinary effects in treating hidden injuries and replenishing blood and vitality. Effect duration: 3 years here. Take this pill. Within 3 years, your previously consumed true blood should return to its peak, Jixio announced, stepping out of the bath, dressing, and placing the Hua Tua Secret Pill in Gu Yao's hands. Thank you, Your Highness," Gu Yao stammered, gazing at the beaming Jixio, her expression momentarily dazed. "Why do you look at me so?" Jixio chuckled lightly. "Your Highness, no one has ever treated me with such kindness. Why are you so good to me?" Gu Yao asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. Having lost her family to slaughter at a tender age, she and her brother, Gu Jian, were sold into a dark arena. To survive, one had to kill relentlessly. Her years of experience had revealed to her the world's darkest truths. They taught her that no one would extend goodwill without cause, unless one held some value for them. Yet, in reality, as a nearly crippled descendant of a spirit clan, what value could she possibly possess? Despite her perceived worthlessness, Jixio treated her with unparalleled kindness. For a brief moment, she was engulfed in confusion. "Gu Yao, you underestimate yourself far too much. You deserve to be treated with the utmost care," Jixio replied casually. There was no deceit in his words. He had indeed admired Gu Yao when he read the novel. Who could resist the allure of an unparalleled empress? And who wouldn't yearn to experience the journey of nurturing such an empress? The young prince jested again. Gu Yao offered a bittersweet smile, aware that Jixio was likely jesting. Yet, her heart swelled with warmth at that moment. Regardless of the truth, she had resolved to remain by Jixio's side. Just then, a cool voice pierced the air. "Jixio, come out." Upon hearing this, Jixio raised an eyebrow, pondering internally, what brings this woman here? As he pushed open the palace door, he beheld Mu Bing, clad in a flowing white gown, standing in the courtyard. Her stunning features were etched with frostiness. yet softened upon seeing Gu Yao beside Ji Xiao. "Greetings, Miss Mu Bing." Gu Yao bowed her head in respect. Observing this, Mu Bing took a deep breath, her gaze earnest as she inquired of Ji Xiao, "At the engagement banquet, do your words still hold true?" "Of course." Ji Xiao nodded with a smile. "Good." Mu Bing stepped forward, grasping Gu Yao's hand gently, and whispered, "Gu Yao, tomorrow, return with me to the Ice God Palace. I will protect you, and no one shall dare to bully you." At this, Gu Yao was taken aback. She lifted her gaze to meet Mu Bing's sincere eyes, then shook her head in response. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Mu Bing. I am truly honored. However, I wish to stay by the young prince's side, so I must decline." "Why?" Mu Bing's exquisite face was a mask of confusion. "Gu Yao, what makes you think he is worth your company? He will only mistreat you." Ji Xiao remained silent, merely observing Gu Yao quietly. "I must decline." Gu Yao firmly withdrew her hand from Mu Bing's grasp, her tone resolute. "Are you truly not reconsidering?" Mu Bing pressed again. "No." Gu Yao shook her head, stating, "Miss Mu Bing, the road to the Ice God Palace is long. Please take care of yourself." Upon hearing this, Mu Bing's delicate features shifted, realizing that Gu Yao had made her decision. No further words would sway her. After a prolonged silence, she sighed deeply, fixing her earnest gaze upon Gu Yao, and said, "Very well. Take care of yourself. In the future, we can communicate at any time. If he dares to bully you, simply inform me. I shall ensure he faces the consequences." As she spoke, Mu Bing cast a fierce glare at Ji Xiao, clearly warning him not to act recklessly. However, Ji Xiao maintained a nonchalant demeanor, which incited her irritation. "Very well." Gu Yao chuckled, although she was unsure why Mu Bing valued her so highly. Nevertheless, she sensed the goodwill emanating from Mu Bing. Yet, she still wished to remain in the capital. "Take care." Mu Bing stepped forward and gently embraced Gu Yao, then retreated a couple of steps. She produced the Ji family's tiger talisman, waving it before Ji Xiao, and with a smirk, she remarked, "When you come of age, I shall marry you. To be honest, I eagerly anticipate our wedding day." Ji Xiao also smiled, fully aware of the underlying implications in Mu Bing's words. The wedding day would mark the conclusion of her ties with him, a day when she would exhaust all means to bring about his demise. "How fortuitous." "I too look forward to that day," Ji Xiao replied earnestly, gazing into Mu Bing's beautiful eyes, offering her his most resolute affirmation. "Very well, Ji Xiao. I hope you remember today's words." Mu Bing laughed lightly before turning to leave. As Ji Xiao watched her retreating figure, he pondered for a moment, then led Gu Yao to the Ji family's villa. This was the residence of Elder Wei. Under the moonlit night, a slender figure was drenched in sweat, practicing a complex sword technique with an iron sword in the courtyard. Upon noticing Ji Xiao and Gu Yao, he immediately approached to pay his respects. "Greetings, young master." Gu Jian gazed at Ji Xiao with utmost reverence. For him, Ji Xiao represented a chance at rebirth. Elder Wei was his mentor, while Ji Xiao was his master. "Go. See if your brother's skills have improved." Ji Xiao smiled gently at Gu Yao. "Thank you, young master." Gu Yao nodded emphatically, taking Gu Jian to spar in the small courtyard. Clang, 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 clang. The clash of weapons sparked brilliant flames, and the two figures dancing with swords under the moonlight were a sight to behold. At that moment, an elderly figure appeared beside Ji Xiao. "Are you satisfied, young master?" Elder Wei inquired with a smile. "Not bad. However, how long will it take for Gu Jian to become a true assassin?" Ji Xiao casually asked. "His talent is extraordinary, possessing supreme bones, yet it will still require at least 3 years." Elder Wei responded earnestly. 3 years. That falls within expectations." Ji Xiao nodded. "Young master, you must have some plans in mind," Elder Wei said with a knowing smile, understanding that Ji Xiao's extravagant purchase of the Gu siblings was merely the first step. "Indeed. Next, I aspire to establish an organization that encompasses intelligence, assassination, and military affairs." Ji Xiao gazed intently at Elder Wei. "Something akin to the Western Depot?" Elder Wei appeared somewhat astonished. "Indeed. However, it is not entirely the same. The Western Depot is merely an organization within the Northern Xia dynasty. The organization I intend to create will encompass the entire Tianxian continent." Ji Xiao's resolve was unwavering. The ambition of the young heir is truly formidable. Yet, you must understand, this endeavor is not without its challenges. Elder Wei took a deep breath and cautioned. "Haha." Ji Xiao chuckled softly, replying, I never engage in easy tasks." Upon hearing these words, Elder Wei regarded Ji Xiao with increasing admiration. "The time left to me is limited. Therefore, I will require your unwavering support moving forward, Elder Wei." Ji Xiao sighed meaningfully. "Understood." Elder Wei nodded solemnly. He recognized that while the Ji family is currently secure, the future remains uncertain. It is prudent to prepare in advance, and he would naturally lend his full support to Ji Xiao. "May I inquire, young heir, what do you wish to call this organization?" Elder Wei asked with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao paused for a moment, then a subtle smile graced his lips. "Let us name it the 6th Bureau of Military Affairs." Chapter 29. 5 years fleeting, unparalleled Guyao. On the following day, at dusk, Mu Bing departed. She and her master, Mu Qiu, left the Ji residence, embarking on their journey back to the Ice God Palace. Ji Xiu sat in the small courtyard of the Maple Pavilion, squinting slightly as he gazed at the two silhouettes gradually disappearing into the horizon. The next encounter would coincide with the day of marriage, a day that would also mark the division between life and death. Mu Bing was acutely aware of her identity. In this reincarnation, she was determined to pursue her goals relentlessly, akin to the characters in novels. Fortunately, time was on her side, allowing her to grow stronger to the fullest extent possible. "Your Highness, when shall we commence the execution of the plan to establish the 6th Bureau of Military Affairs?" Old Wei inquired softly, standing beside Ji Xiu. At this moment, he was brimming with anticipation. "Now, at this very moment," Ji Xiu replied without hesitation. He then retrieved a black gold card from his storage ring and handed it to Old Wei. "This contains 30 million gold coins. Consider it the initial funding for the 6th Bureau of Military Affairs." Upon hearing this, Old Wei nodded gravely. 30 million gold coins represented a substantial sum for any newly established organization. He recalled that the initial capital in the mortal realm was also merely 30 million. Thus, this amount would suffice for the establishment of the 6th Bureau. "Your Highness, what shall be our first step in the 6th Bureau?" Old Wei asked, curiosity evident in his tone. "Quite simple. Recruiting geniuses and training assassins. Most importantly, we must begin to construct an intelligence network exclusively for ourselves across the entire Northern Xia Empire." Ji Xiu smiled slightly. He had long contemplated the vision for the 6th Bureau. First, recruiting geniuses, as the antagonist who had traversed the pages of these stories. He was well aware of the extraordinary talents who had faced initial setbacks, yet later rose to prominence. His aim was to enlist these individuals to serve under him, much like Gu Yao and Gu Jian did currently. Second, training assassins. He required a loyal cadre of assassins to eliminate those who obstructed his path. After all, he could not personally intervene in every matter. Having a legion of shadows working on his behalf would be most advantageous. Third, establishing an intelligence network. This was of utmost importance, for information is paramount at all times. With accurate intelligence, victory is assured, and one can even predict the future through a web of clues. "Understood. I shall prepare immediately. Within 3 years at the shortest, 5 years at the longest, I shall ensure your Highness witnesses the results." Old Wei vowed earnestly. With that, he turned with renewed confidence and began preparations for the establishment of the 6th Bureau. "Excellent." Ji Xiu nodded. Since the plan for the 6th Bureau had commenced, it was time to initiate his own training regimen. "In 5 years, I shall reach the star-gathering realm." Ji Xiu took a deep breath, and a glimmer of light sparkled in his clear, spring-like eyes. Establishing the Military Intelligence Division was of paramount importance, yet elevating his own cultivation was even more crucial. After all, in the realm of Tianxian, power alone constituted the ultimate truth. Beneath the setting sun, Ji Xiu's petite figure was elongated by the golden rays. Gu Yao emerged from the falling Maple Palace, and upon seeing Ji Xiu standing in the sunset with his hands clasped behind him, she was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, an inexplicable thought blossomed in her heart. In the future, the entire Northern Xia dynasty would surely be held within the palm of her young lord. Time flew by. 5 years swiftly passed. It was the height of summer. The luminous moonlight cascaded gracefully into the falling Maple Palace. Ji Xiu sat cross-legged upon the palace bed, his eyes tightly shut, breathing steady, his physique slender. Though his visage still bore a hint of youth, his aura had become increasingly ethereal and transcendent. The final step: ignite the destiny star. Ji Xiu brought his hands together, igniting his true essence, pouring all his strength into breaking through to the star-gathering realm. Crack! With a resounding shatter, the barrier between the destiny soil and the star-gathering realm crumbled. Ji Xiu's aura underwent a profound transformation, and in that instant, the level of his true essence experienced a qualitative elevation. Simultaneously, a remarkably radiant star ascended from the destiny soil of his cultivation, the star-gathering realm. It had arrived. Ji Xiu abruptly opened his eyes, and brilliant starlight overflowed from his gaze. He raised his hand, gently clenched his fist, and could sense the immense and exquisite power circulating through his fingers at the star-gathering level. With a sigh, Ji Xiu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. His 5 years of effort had finally borne fruit. He had achieved the goal he had set for himself, reaching the star-gathering realm. It was noteworthy that attaining the star-gathering realm marked him as a formidable expert even across the vast Tianxian continent. As his thoughts swirled, a crisp system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching the star-gathering realm. Reward: 3,000 points of destiny essence. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu wasted no time and opened the system panel. Name: Ji Xiu. Identity: Young Lord of the Northern Xia Dynasty. Established organization: Military Intelligence Division. Cultivation level: Star-gathering First Realm. Bloodline physique: Divine Heart Demon Bone. Demon Ascendance has been successfully activated. Divine Seals 100. 000 points of Destiny Essence. Immortal Ashes 1,000. 000 points of Destiny Essence. Cultivation Techniques: Devouring Immortal Demon Technique. Cultivated to the Third Realm. Flying Dragon Cloud Grasp Advanced. Weapons: Deluo Sword Embryo. Ghost Flute Qinqing. Destiny Essence 14,800 points. Fate Level: Red 9 lives, 1 survival. System Shop opened. Task System opened. Warehouse: Soul Slaying Nail 1 Soul Capture Trilogy Requiem. Robbery: Summoning Ice God Jade, Token of the Ice God Palace Master. System Prompt: More information available for expansion, not too shabby. After 5 years, I have accumulated 14,800 points of Heavenly Essence. My destiny level has transformed from black to red, from the brink of annihilation to a narrow escape from death. This is undoubtedly a significant advancement, is it not? Moreover, having reached the stellar convergence realm, I can now attempt to cultivate the soul-capturing trilogy, particularly the Soul Requiem. The Ghost Flute's Lament can also be utilized. The Soul Requiem enables the control of deceased cultivators in battle. This is indeed a remarkable asset. As these thoughts swirled in Ji Xiu's mind, a tall and graceful figure quietly entered the falling maple palace. Beneath the luminous moonlight, she donned a gown as white as snow, the hem trailing elegantly to the ground, her slender waist barely graspable. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing her shapely form. The originally flawless beauty of her visage had matured slightly, shedding some youthful innocence, yet gaining an alluring charm. Though subtle, it was enough to captivate the soul, especially her eyes, shimmering like starlight in the vast sea, which, with a mere smile, could enchant the most worldly of beings. She was Gu Yao, the 18-year-old sensation. At this moment, she was no longer the young girl who had first entered Ji Manor 5 years prior. She had blossomed into a renowned and breathtaking goddess, celebrated throughout the capital. Alongside her were the chief of the Dark Arena, Luo Yuzhu, the princess of the Northern Xia royal family, Mu Xianin, and the crown princess, Chu Li, collectively known as the 4 divine maidens of Northern Xia. Gu Yao, greeting the young master, she said, her crimson lips pressed together as she spoke softly. Oh, what brings you here? Ji Xiu replied with a teasing smile, feigning ignorance. The young master is well aware. The day has arrived. Gu Yao crossed her arms, leaning against the doorway with a contented gaze fixed on Ji Xiu, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Ah, it is indeed that time again. Ji Xiu nodded, then spoke. What are we waiting for? You know the rules. Gu Yao beamed at him, turning to close the palace door, then seated herself before Ji Xiu, beginning to regulate her breathing. Hiss. Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow at Gu Yao's demeanor. Are you ready? Gu Yao softly affirmed, slightly tilting her body. Her profile under the moonlight was perfection itself. Biting her red lip, with eyes filled with enchantment, she gazed at Ji Xiu and gently said, Young master, you may begin. All right. Ji Xiao nodded and promptly began to channel the celestial devouring demon technique. Chapter 30. The terrifying military intelligence. A saint emerges in the palace. With a resounding chime, a flicker of light danced at Ji Xiao's fingertips. Ugh! Gu Yao let out a muffled groan, her exquisite visage suddenly paling. Though she had undergone this process of refining her meridians before, each time it brought her to the brink of despair. Nevertheless, Ji Xiao found solace in her unwavering perseverance, which enabled her body to recuperate with remarkable speed. How are you holding up? Ji Xiao inquired softly. I can endure. Please continue, young master, Gu Yao murmured, biting her crimson lip. All right, it will be over soon, Ji Xiao declared, shaking his head as he elevated the power of the immortal demon technique once more. Ugh! Gu Yao furrowed her delicate brows, parting her lips to emit another muffled sound, steadfastly enduring as always. 10 minutes later, the refining concluded. Gu Yao trembled, collapsing softly onto the palace bed. Her silken tresses lay scattered across her forehead, her enchanting eyes gazing dreamily at Ji Xiao, her pearly teeth nibbling at her flower-like lips. Yet she remained silent. Why do you gaze at me so? Ji Xiao scratched his head, puzzled by Gu Yao's demeanor. Huh? Gu Yao's face broke into a radiant smile. With a playful glint in her eye, she said, Young master, I have something to share. I wonder if it is appropriate to speak of it? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao helplessly shrugged his shoulders and replied, Go ahead. Gu Yao scrutinized Ji Xiao from head to toe, then spoke with profound significance. I have suddenly realized that over the years, your techniques have indeed become remarkably adept. Ugh! Ji Xiao was momentarily taken aback by her words. Gu Yao was not mistaken. He had indeed refined her meridians numerous times over the years, and his skills had grown increasingly proficient. Yet, this was merely for the sake of bettering the process itself. Indeed, I have improved. So what? Ji Xiao remarked with a hint of amusement. Well, Gu Yao pondered for a moment, her rose-like lips slightly parting as she spoke in a tone steeped in mystery. Thus, it cannot be revealed now. In due time, young master will surely understand. Ji Xiao nonchalantly scoffed. If you won't say it, then never mind. It matters not. Hee hee. Gu Yao chuckled lightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with burgeoning mirth as she regarded Ji Xiao. Such a peculiar woman. Ji Xiao shrugged, dismissing her words entirely. He stretched lazily and then nestled into the fragrant embrace of the bedding, waving his hand at Gu Yao as he said, You may leave. This young master is weary. Having spoken, Ji Xiao wearily closed his eyes. This night, he first broke into the star-gathering realm, and then assisted Gu Yao in refining her meridians, leaving him utterly exhausted. You have worked hard, my young lord, Gu Yao murmured softly. The following day, when Ji Xiao opened his eyes, Gu Yao was no longer by his side. However, upon catching the enticing aroma of breakfast, he realized that Gu Yao had prepared a delightful morning meal for him. After donning his attire, he stepped out of the falling maple palace, and indeed, he beheld a captivating woman standing gracefully in the courtyard. My young lord, it is time for breakfast. Gu Yao turned to Ji Xiao, her smile gentle and warm. All right, Ji Xiao nodded. At that moment, he found himself momentarily entranced by the radiant young lady who was skillfully brewing tea for him. 5 years ago, Gu Yao had promised to be his maid. Over these 5 years, she had not only cared for him exceptionally well, but had also transformed the Military Intelligence Bureau into a mysterious force rivaling the Western Factory. Gu Yao's talents, it cannot be overstated, were truly remarkable. Just as he was lost in thought, Gu Yao presented him with a cup of freshly brewed floral tea and began to report in an orderly manner, My young lord, all 8 major underground forces of the Northern Xia dynasty have submitted. Only the Kyoto Underground Force, the Ten Blades Legion, remains, secretly supported by the Western Factory and the Northern Xia royal family. With the assistance of the Military Intelligence Bureau, the youngest son of the second financial family, the Morong family, has ascended to the position of family head. He is our puppet master. The scandals of 108 prominent officials of the Northern Xia have been meticulously documented by the Military Intelligence Bureau and can be accessed at your convenience. Ji Xiao nodded. In 5 years, the Military Intelligence Bureau had achieved remarkable success, establishing itself as the true sovereign of the Northern Xia's dark underbelly, controlling all 8 major underground forces and documenting the scandals of 108 significant officials. They had maneuvered the youngest son of the second financial family into a position of power effectively turning the esteemed family into a treasury for the Military Intelligence Bureau. Each of these accomplishments was merely the tip of the iceberg of what the Military Intelligence Bureau had achieved over the past 5 years. To many prominent figures in northern Xia, the Bureau had become an entity on par with the royal-sanctioned Western factory. Indeed, in the eyes of some, the Military Intelligence Bureau was even more fearsome. "Thank you for your hard work over the years," Ji Xiu said warmly to Gu Yao. The growth of the Military Intelligence Bureau to such heights was certainly a testament to her contributions. "Not at all. As long as my young lord is satisfied, it is all worthwhile," Gu Yao replied softly, shaking her head. Just as the atmosphere reached a peak of bliss, a tall and imposing young man entered the falling maple palace. Upon meeting the young master, Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow and uttered a nonchalant "Hm." Ji Xian, the son of Ji Wuji, aged 18, possessed a cultivation level at the 6th realm of Earth. He held the position of captain in the Iron Floating Corps and was a close confidant of Crown Prince Long Yuan. Over the years, his father, Ji Wuji, had ascended to the role of deputy commander of the Iron Floating Corps. Both father and son served as undercover agents placed within the Ji family by the Northern Xia royal family. Thoughts raced through Ji Xiu's mind as he smirked playfully at Ji Xian, inquiring, Is this not the esteemed captain? What brings you to my loafing palace today?" In response, Ji Xian offered a slight smile, his tone filled with respect, replying to the young master. "I have just been reassigned to the capital and now serve as the head of the Ji family's military guards. I have come to pay my respects and hope for your future guidance." His gaze inadvertently drifted towards Gu Yao, causing his heart to race and his throat to tighten with uncontainable admiration and fervor. "Very well, I understand. You may leave." Ji Xiu waved his hand, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. "Yes." Ji Xian complied, reluctantly turning away. "Fool." Ji Xiu scoffed quietly. He could easily discern Ji Xian's intentions, which had likely taken root 3 years prior when Ji Xian first laid eyes on Gu Yao. Had it been anyone else, Ji Xiu would have ensured their swift demise. However, Ji Xian still held some utility for him, which was why he was allowed to remain alive. Gu Yao, observing the situation, chuckled lightly. "If the young master is displeased, shall I pluck out his eyes the next time we meet?" "Excellent suggestion," Ji Xiu replied with a mischievous arch of his brow, his amusement intensifying. Ji Wuji and his son were mere toys to him, easily crushed at his whim. Yet, before extinguishing their lives, he must extract every last ounce of value from them, otherwise it would be a lamentable waste. At that moment, the communication jade at Gu Yao's waist began to glow softly. Upon receiving news from the Military Intelligence Bureau, her expression shifted dramatically as she turned to Ji Xiu with grave seriousness. "Young master, urgent news. Someone has attained sainthood within the Northern Xia Imperial Palace." Furthermore, Ji Xian's orders also originated from the Northern Xia Palace. Hearing this, Ji Xiu furrowed his brow. The implications of these two pieces of information combined hinted at an impending storm. Chapter 31. The Royal Tomb Sign-In. 2 sacred realms deep within as Ji Xiu found himself enveloped in contemplative silence. A melodious system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. System notification. Sign-in location refreshed. Sign-in location. Beixia Imperial Palace, Royal Tomb of the Rear Mountain. This refresh of the sign-in location appeared to be rather opportune, did it not? The Beixia Royal Tomb. This was undoubtedly a forbidden domain of the Beixia royalty. Ji Xiu could not help but rub his temples. For the past 8 years, he had deliberately steered clear of any interaction with the Beixia royal family, hoping to secure more time for his own development. However, now that the sign-in location had directly materialized in the royal family's forbidden grounds, he was compelled to make a choice. Should he forego the sign-in reward or dare to take the plunge? Taking a deep breath, Ji Xiu pondered for a brief moment before turning to Gu Yao with utmost seriousness, declaring, "I will make a trip to the Beixia Imperial Palace." "What?" Gu Yao gazed at Ji Xiu in astonishment, her head shaking resolutely as she insisted, "No, Your Highness, you cannot go. The depths of the Beixia Imperial Palace are far too treacherous. If you venture there, it would be akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den." Chuckling lightly, Ji Xiu reassured her, "Fear not. I have my own strategy. I have now reached the first realm of gathering stars, and thus I possess a formidable trump card for self-preservation, the soul-biting nail, which I pilfered from the immortal emperor's female protagonist, Mu Bing." The soul-biting nail can wreak havoc against those below the sacred realm. Therefore, theoretically, as long as I do not encounter a sacred realm powerhouse, I should be just fine. Infiltrating the royal palace, signing in, and departing, Ji Xiu stroked his chin, deeming the plan feasible. Though fraught with danger, as long as he remained discreet and swift, avoiding the attention of the significant figures within, he should be unharmed. Sighing deeply, Gu Yao regarded the resolute Ji Xiu with concern and asked, "Young master, as you plan to infiltrate the palace, is there anything our military intelligence division should prepare?" Ji Xiu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "You need not prepare anything. However, I do need to make some preparations myself." With that, Ji Xiu turned and returned to the Luo Feng Palace. Upon accessing the system marketplace, he focused on the section for movement techniques. 3,000 thunder movements, 1,000 destiny points, ethereal shadow, 2,000 essence of destiny, heavenly demon S 8 steps, 3,000 essence of destiny, star god S fractured shadows, 4,000 essence of destiny, 9 secret movements, 20,000 essence of destiny. Ji Xiu meticulously sifted through the various techniques before ultimately selecting the star god S fractured shadows, which offered the best value and suited him best. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 4,000 essence of destiny and successfully purchasing the movement technique, Star God S Fractured Shadows. Star God Shattered Shadow, an extraordinary technique of the ancient star gods. Mastering it to perfection allows one to manipulate the fabric of time and space. After casually glancing at the introduction of Star God Shattered Shadow, Ji Xiu commenced his cultivation of this remarkable technique. 6 hours later, a crisp notification from the system resonated. Ding! System notification. Host has reached the beginner level of Star God Shattered Shadow. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and mused. Although I have only just begun, the high tier of Star God Shattered Shadow should suffice. With that, Ji Xiu rose and exited the falling maple hall, gazing up at the bright moon outside and softly murmuring, "The night is deep. It is the perfect time to enter the palace." At that moment, Gu Yao approached him, her expression one of melancholy as she inquired, "Must you truly go?" "Indeed." Ji Xiu turned to Gu Yao, offering her a reassuring smile. "I must." Hearing this, Gu Yao lowered her gaze, softly responding, "Understood. I have already instructed the 6th Military Intelligence Division to be prepared. If any unforeseen events arise, we shall fight them to the end." Although Ji Xiu had previously informed her that no preparations were necessary, her concern compelled her to take matters into her own hands and command the division to be on high alert. "It won't come to that." Ji Xiu chuckled gently, casting an amused glance at the dejected Gu Yao. He was confident in his newly acquired Star God Shattered Shadow, which, despite being at the beginner level, was a technique reserved solely for true gods. He harbored immense faith in his abilities. This infiltration of the imperial palace would go undetected. With that, Ji Xiu transformed into a flicker of starlight, vanishing from sight under Gu Yao's anxious gaze. He journeyed north, with the palace as his destination. Soon, Ji Xiu stood before the grand entrance of the imperial palace, where he sensed the presence of over 100 concealed auras within. The Northern Xia Imperial Palace was a hidden den of dragons and tigers, the emperor's secret guards, the turmoil from all directions, and the 10 formidable generals of Northern Xia were all present. From this point onward, he could not afford a single misstep. Ji Xiu took a deep breath, and his eyes sparkled with starlight. In an instant, his figure transformed into a cascade of shattered stars, disappearing from the scene. A solitary beam of starlight swept across the profound night sky of the palace, unnoticed by any powerful beings. Ji Xiu successfully infiltrated the palace and proceeded towards the rear mountain, guided by the intelligence provided by the 6th Military Intelligence Division. There lay the imperial tombs of Northern Xia, nestled in a majestic mountain range shrouded in thick clouds, exuding an air of mystery. As he ventured deeper into the mountains, Ji Xiu finally arrived at a vast tomb hidden within a secluded bamboo grove. Before the tomb, 2 majestic dragon statues exude an air of grandeur. "This must be the royal mausoleum of Beixia," mused Ji Xiu quietly as he took a deep breath. However, he soon furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the tomb's entrance. To his astonishment, he discovered that the tomb door was ajar. Had someone already ventured inside? Ji Xiu's heart raced with uncertainty regarding this individual's allegiance. Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed with his. Upon entering the mausoleum, he was greeted by a long corridor adorned with eternal lanterns. Jishio followed the corridor deeper into the tomb, noting that the temperature of the air gradually increased the further he ventured. Yet, despite this, he did not retreat even a single step. At last, he arrived at the heart of the mausoleum, standing before the entrance to a subterranean chamber, which was precisely where he intended to sign in. System sign in. Jishio murmured internally. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5-star reward. Qinglian Deep Heart Fire. To his delight, the sign-in reward was an extraordinary flame. Jishio was somewhat taken aback. The Qinglian Deep Heart Fire, born from the depths of the earth, takes a century to form and a millennium to blossom into a lotus. Its power enigmatic and unpredictable. The renowned Yin Emperor of the vast world possessed one of these. Quite a remarkable reward. Jishio smiled faintly, pleased with his acquisition of this extraordinary flame. Just as he prepared to depart, a scorching gust of wind emanating from the subterranean chamber halted his steps. Surely, within the Beixiao royal mausoleum, there could not also be a sealed extraordinary flame. With this thought, Jishio held his breath, cautiously activating the star god fragmented shadow, and stealthily descended into the subterranean chamber. If an extraordinary flame truly resided within, it would be unthinkable not to seize it. The underground chamber was expansive, filled with countless terracotta soldiers standing in solemn array. Deep within the chamber lay an altar. Upon this altar rested a pure white lotus, its heart housing a vividly crimson flame pulsating with an ominous and diabolical aura, akin to a beating heart. Although this flame was sealed by the altar, its searing heat could still be felt, and faint echoes of hellish wails and roars could be heard. Indeed, it was an extraordinary flame. Moreover, it was not just any flame. Its power undoubtedly surpassed that of the Qinglian Deep Heart Fire. Jishio's heart raced fervently. However, he remained motionless, for two figures stood before the altar, one man and one woman. The man, clad in a flowing white robe, bore silver hair and a silver beard, exuding an ethereal presence. His weathered face, etched with deep lines, bore testament to his many years. The woman, adorned in a magnificent black phoenix gown, enveloped her voluptuous and bewitching figure. Her azure tresses were elegantly arranged atop her head, radiating an indescribable grace and nobility. Alas, her veil obscured her visage, leaving her beauty shrouded in mystery. They appeared to be locked in a tense standoff. It is worth mentioning that, in comparison to the two, Jishio's aura seemed pitifully insignificant, akin to that of an ant. Fortunately, his concealment technique, the stellar goddess fragmented shadow, is indeed of divine caliber. Thus, it allowed him to remain perfectly hidden in a corner of this underground tomb, undetected by these two formidable figures. A saint-level powerhouse. Not just one. Jishio furrowed his brow. If the Beixiao Empire harbored two saint-level warriors, the ensuing situation would not bode well for him. Just then, an ancient voice resonated. Woman, depart at once. The Beixiao Imperial Tomb is not a place for you. The old man in white regarded the woman with an utterly indifferent gaze, his tone exceedingly cold. Ha ha. The woman chuckled lightly, her laughter enchanting. With her hands clasped behind her back, her captivating eyes regarded the old man with a hint of provocation. Old man, what if I choose not to leave? What will you do then? Upon hearing this, Jishio stroked his chin, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. So, these two are not allies. This just became intriguing. In that moment, he became fully alert, his senses heightened to the utmost. Chapter 32. A Mutual Destruction. The opportunity for Jishio arises. Madam, I have already granted you a chance. The elderly man in white, with hands clasped behind his back and a face devoid of expression, delivered his final ultimatum to the enigmatic woman. Bestow upon me and I shall take my leave. What say you? The mysterious woman's crimson lips parted slightly, her voice calm, yet melodious, akin to pearls cascading upon a jade platter. Ha ha ha. The elderly man shook his head with a light chuckle, his penetrating gaze fixed on the woman as he spoke. If that is the case, you shall remain here in this imperial tomb forever. With that, he extended his withered hand and snapped his fingers. Clang. Instantly, the surface of the underground palace was adorned with countless runes glowing with crimson flames. The imperial tomb's barrier? It appears you genuinely fear that I shall lay waste to your North Xia imperial tomb." The mysterious woman laughed lightly, taking the initiative to strike. Her slender, jade-like hand reached out, aiming directly at the elderly man's head, causing the very space to warp. Seeking death, the elderly man bellowed, his aged eyes igniting with a captivating brilliance as he retaliated with a palm strike against the woman. Boom! The terrifying surge of energy sent tremors through the void. However, ultimately, all the ripples of energy were absorbed by the crimson flame runes of the underground palace. Huh. Amir Jr., who has just entered the sacred stage, dares to wreak havoc in the North Xia Imperial Tomb? Do you truly believe yourself invincible? The elderly man regarded the mysterious woman with a mocking gaze. Old fool, you prattle on too much. The mysterious woman struck once more, delivering a punch that seemed to command the heavens. Boom, 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 boom. The elderly man and the mysterious woman clashed over 100 times, their speeds reaching an unimaginable peak, such that even Ji Xiu could only perceive two blurred figures engaged in battle. As they fought, divine light erupted for thousands of feet, and an overwhelming aura of killing intent filled the air, sacred energy surging forth. It is difficult to fathom the catastrophic consequences that would ensue if the Imperial Tomb were devoid of its barrier. The entire Imperial Tomb? No. The entire mountain range would be reduced to desolation. Clang, 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 clang. The intensity of their battle escalated. The elderly man drew forth a bronze spear from the void. Wielding it like a god of slaughter, the terrifying aura of his strikes capable of causing stars to fall. The mysterious woman, on the other hand, wielded a magnificent ice sword, resembling a celestial swordswoman from the heavens, looking down upon all heroes of the world, as if she alone were the unparalleled immortal. Kill. The battle between the elderly man and the mysterious woman reached its zenith, igniting a legendary conflict. The spear and the ice sword clashed, unleashing resplendent brilliance. Their edges meeting. Clang clang. The metal reverberated as the black spear and the shimmering ice sword collided thousands of times in an instant. Each strike meeting at the spear's point and sword's tip, the speed reaching an extraordinary extreme. This is the true holy stage war. In an instant, a radiant light emanated from the Imperial Tomb, dimming all the stars in the night sky. Old fool, perish! Slash the immortals. A mysterious woman's beautiful eyes sparkled with celestial light, freezing time itself. With a flick of her wrist, an icy sword swept forth. Clang! A dazzling sword beam, breathtaking in its brilliance, suddenly erupted. The moment the sword beam appeared, all the crimson flame runes within the underground palace shattered. Simultaneously, a vision of fallen immortals manifested in the void. This strike seemed to herald an unparalleled massacre. "I shall fight you to the death, old man." The white-clad elder's expression shifted dramatically. The power of this sword far exceeded his expectations. He activated a spell with his left hand to unravel the seal of the, while his right hand wielded a long halberd, unleashing its full might to pierce the heavens. Boom! The sword beam swept through. The void fractured. The bronze halberd shattered violently. A chasm 100 feet deep opened up on the surface of the underground palace. Yet, the white-clad elder remained steadfast before the altar. How could this be? The mysterious woman furrowed her brow slightly. That sword could have slain at the holy stage, yet the elder appeared unscathed. It must be the onlooker, Ji Xiu suddenly realized. Woman, die. The white-clad elder spread his palm, revealing a swirling black flame, burning with a scarlet blaze, hovering in his hand. The terrifying heat, otherworldly aura, and dreadful energy erupted in an instant. Kill! The white-clad elder roared, his fist thrusting forward, engulfed in. The mysterious woman's expression changed drastically as she countered with a palm strike. Boom! The terrifying force roiled through the void. The entire Imperial mountain range trembled violently. The ground split open with countless fissures resembling a spider's web, and the void itself shattered. In the center of the battlefield, the white-clad elder was sent flying back 100 feet. Uffed! The mysterious woman also spat out a mouthful of blood, her exquisitely beautiful face concealed beneath her veil, paling slightly. In the air, tendrils of floating flames transformed into black smoke, suddenly burrowing into the woman's body. Damn it! The mysterious woman cursed softly and turned to leave. Clang, clang, clang. With several strange flickers of her form, She abruptly vanished from the elder's sight. Observing this, the white-clad elder harbored no thoughts of pursuit. After the mysterious woman departed, he hastily sealed the back within the altar. Once he completed this, his body swayed, and he violently coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood, collapsing weakly beside the altar. No, I still cannot control it. It truly deserves its reputation as the third-ranked among the of this world. The white-clad elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking to himself with a hint of trepidation. At this moment, although he had used it to repel the mysterious woman, he too had suffered severe backlash injuries. They ranked third among the of the world. How intriguing, Jishio murmured to himself. At this moment, he gazed at the strange fire sealed within the altar, emanating black smoke and radiating a crimson glow. His eyes filled with wonder. If his memory served him right, this purifying magic lotus was the unique flame of the malevolent goddess from the original novel. The goddess had wielded this flame to mercilessly slay 8 million cultivators of the everlasting dynasty. Just then, a figure slowly entered the imperial mausoleum. It was a middle-aged man clad in a black dragon robe, handsome in appearance, but with a countenance shrouded in gloom. It was the emperor of Beixia, Long Tian. Hiding in the shadows, Jishio felt a jolt of shock upon witnessing the arrival. "Elder, what news do you bring?" Long Tian slightly bowed before the elderly man in white. "As you wished, she has already been wounded by the purifying magic flame. Within 7 days, the demonic poison will invade her heart, and she will endure excruciating pain akin to 1,000 insects gnawing at her bones, her cultivation plummeting to the saintly realm. At that point, you may do as you please with her." The elderly man spoke with a somewhat frail tone. Upon hearing this, the smile on Long Tian's face could no longer be contained. He deeply bowed to the elder, then smiled. "Thank you, Elder, for your assistance. You must preside over the banquet for my wedding with the national master." Cough, cough, cough. The elderly man coughed up a mouthful of blood. He cast a glance at Long Tian, but chose to say nothing further. He merely waved his hand and said, "You may leave now." "Very well." Long Tian nodded heavily and then turned to depart. This is a scheme, Jishio pondered. Long Tian aimed to forcibly marry the national master of Beixia, thus orchestrating a trap. Jishio stroked his chin, reflecting inwardly. Concerning the national master of Beixia, the intelligence from the 6th Department of Military Affairs revealed her to be exceedingly enigmatic. Her name, gender, cultivation, appearance, and origins were all shrouded in mystery. The only discernible fact was that this national master possessed abilities that transcended the heavens and the earth. Moreover, Emperor Long Tian treated her with utmost reverence, making her the true embodiment of power beneath the emperor in the Beixia dynasty. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Long Tian, this old rascal, had his eyes set on the young lady. Such disgraceful behavior for an emperor. Jishio's face contorted in contempt. Meanwhile, a new thought sparked in his mind. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If he could draw this national master into his camp, would that not be a splendid outcome? However, a pressing question remained. Where would the injured national master go? Would she attempt to flee the capital? Jishio shook his head, dismissing that notion. After a moment of contemplation, he mused, if she is unaware that today is a trap, then she will likely return to the Divine Strategy Palace. Moreover, given her grievous injuries, even if she wished to escape the palace, she would find it a daunting challenge. His thoughts came to a halt here. Jishio immediately activated the star god fragmentation, transforming into a beam of starlight and silently departing from the imperial tomb, heading towards the Divine Strategy Palace. As for the third ranked in the pure world demon flame, he was confident in securing it. However, before that, he needed to make ample preparations and devise a flawless plan to seize this extraordinary flame that even sacred stage powerhouses found challenging to control. Chapter 33. The Grandmaster of Beixia? No, she is the villainous goddess. The moonlight was bright, and the night breeze was cool. Jishio stood beneath a begonia tree, quietly gazing at the dark, lightless palace and murmured, she should have returned to the Divine Strategy Palace. With that, Jishio transformed into a streak of starlight, silently infiltrating the palace. The Grandmaster's quarters were exceedingly opulent. Upon entering, one was greeted by a lavish bed, yet the room exuded a chilling cold, reminiscent of standing atop a snow-capped mountain. The bed was unoccupied. A shiver ran down Jishio's spine as he ventured further inside. At that moment, A magnificent screen depicting the moon rising over the sea and stars shining in the azure sky caught his eye. Behind the screen, ethereal mists swirled, and a figure of enchanting grace appeared to be bathing. She had indeed returned. Ji Xiao whispered from the shadows, his heart racing suddenly. Just then, a magnetic and alluring voice emerged from behind the screen. Who dares to intrude upon the divine strategy palace? Taking a deep breath, Ji Xiao boldly replied, Ji family. Ji Xiao, I pay my respects to the Grandmaster. As his words fell, the woman seemed taken aback, her tone swiftly turning icy. The young master of the Ji family? Huh. Ji Xiao, you possess quite the audacity to trespass into the divine strategy palace. Do you know what punishment awaits you? Unfazed, Ji Xiao responded calmly. Perhaps the same as that for intruding upon the imperial tomb? What do you think, Grandmaster? With this statement, the atmosphere in the palace became tense, the silence palpable, broken only by Ji Xiao's heartbeat and the woman's slightly disordered breaths from behind the screen. After a lengthy pause, a splash of water resounded as the woman abruptly rose from the bathing pool. Draping a thin black garment over herself, she stepped forth from behind the screen. In that moment, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, Ji Xiao beheld the true visage of the enigmatic Grandmaster of Beixia for the first time. She possessed exquisitely beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows, exuding both nobility and heroism. Her enchanting eyes seemed to hold the depth of the stars and the vast sea. Yet they also carried the biting chill of ancient glaciers. Her delicate, regal nose was perfectly sculpted, and her lips glistened like rose petals kissed by the rain. Her beauty was truly breathtaking, capable of leaving one breathless. This woman was even more stunning than his future empress, Guyao. Ji Xiao was momentarily taken aback, yet his gaze quickly returned to its usual composure. It is quite late. The young master of the Ji family should be at the Ji military estate. Yet here you are, spouting nonsense in my divine strategy palace. What a delightful interest you have. The master of the northern Xia gazed at Ji Xiao with her cold, beautiful eyes and mockingly remarked, Heh. In response, Ji Xiao shook his head and chuckled lightly, retorting, Indeed, the hour is late. Rather than staying in the divine strategy palace, why did the esteemed master wander about the northern Xia imperial tomb before returning to bathe? What an amusing whim. Upon hearing this, the northern Xia master's charming face suddenly turned icy, and a fierce killing intent surged within her beautiful eyes as she looked at Ji Xiao. It seems that tonight, it is not only I who is here. Young master, you too are present in the imperial tomb. Indeed, Ji Xiao nodded, fully aware that this cold and alluring master had harbored murderous thoughts against him. However, this was entirely within his expectations, for he had inadvertently uncovered her secret. So that is how it is. The northern Xia master observed the forthright Ji Xiao with a raised brow, her delicate finger tapping her exquisite chin as she regarded him with amusement. Let me clarify. Since you are aware that I am the intruder in the imperial tomb, why do you not seek out the emperor or your elders from the Ji family army? Instead, you come here voluntarily. Are you courting death? Ji Xiao shrugged nonchalantly in response. The northern Xia royal family is my enemy. Why would I seek out the emperor? As the heir of the Ji family army, my presence here is sufficient. Why should I seek out my elders? Hearing this, the northern Xia master fell silent for a moment, her gaze toward Ji Xiao growing more earnest. You see things quite clearly. In that case, do share your intentions. An alliance. Ji Xiao slowly uttered the two words. He was certain that both the northern Xia master and the northern Xia emperor harbored their own agendas. Therefore, it was prudent to clarify his stance first and draw the northern Xia master into his camp. With her assistance, he believed he could significantly bolster his chances of severing Long Tian's head with a single blow. An alliance? The northern Xia master fell silent for 3 seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ji Xiao, what makes you think you can form an alliance with me? Just because you are the young master of the Ji family? In response, Ji Xiao shook his head and promptly declared, Because, at this moment, I am your only lifeline. Is that so? The northern Xia master replied, crossing her arms and looking at Ji Xiao with amusement. You. Ji Xiao retorted sarcastically. Surely you don't believe you can maintain your position as master, do you? You can't think that after your grand display at the imperial tomb today, Long Tian remains unaware, do you? If you still think that way, then you truly are foolish. What do you mean? The northern Xia master's expression slightly changed. According to common sense, She should have been well prepared for her visit to the North Xia imperial tomb, ensuring her identity remained concealed. However, Ji Xiu's words prompted her to question this assumption, for the matter was fraught with suspicion. It seemed as though the guardians of the tomb were aware of her impending arrival in advance, which explained their preemptive preparation of the guard against her. Just as her thoughts reached this point, several formidable presences emanating from the imperial guards appeared outside the Shunsu Palace. The Emperor's secret guards, the 8 Winds of Storm, the 10 great generals of North Xia. Emperor Long Tian had also arrived at the palace's entrance. See, what did I tell you? Ji Xiu shrugged his shoulders at the North Xia National Master. Be quiet. The National Master shot a fierce glare at Ji Xiu. At that moment, Emperor Long Tian stood outside the Shunsu Palace with a composed demeanor and spoke coldly. National Master. It is I. In response, the North Xia National Master coldly retorted. The hour is late. Does your Majesty have something to discuss? Long Tian, hearing this, curved his lips into a playful smile and replied. Having known the National Master for many years, I trust you understand my intentions. I believe our relationship should transcend that of sovereign and minister. At this juncture, I feel it is time for our relationship to advance further. Upon hearing this, the National Master furrowed her brow slightly, biting her silver teeth as she coldly inquired. May I ask, Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? Simple. The smile on Long Tian's face grew more pronounced as he stretched lazily, speaking with utmost ease. While the bond of sovereign and minister is commendable, that of husband and wife would be far more splendid. National Master, I hope you can become my consort. In the future, I wish to rule the world hand in hand with you. What say you? Preposterous. Taking advantage of the situation. The North Xia National Master, upon hearing this, paled instantly, her body trembling with rage. Had she not been injured tonight, had she been at her peak, she would have made Long Tian pay a bloody price. However, in her current state, burdened by grave injuries, she was powerless to act. Meanwhile, Ji Xiu stood by, reclining with his hands behind his head, watching the unfolding drama with amusement. Outside the Shunsu Palace, seeing no response from within, Long Tian chuckled softly. Nan Linghua. 7 days hence, I hope you provide me with a satisfactory answer. Should you refuse, I shall be most disappointed. With that, Long Tian turned away, accompanied by a host of formidable figures. Inside the Shunsu Palace, the North Xia National Master, Nan Linghua, listened to the blatant threat, her blood surging fiercely, causing a drop of vibrant crimson to escape from her lips. Ji Xiu, in turn, shuddered, his gaze fixed in stunned contemplation upon the National Master. At that moment, his clear eyes were filled with confusion and complexity. Nan Linghua. That name. It seemed vaguely familiar. Ji Xiu murmured to himself. If his memory served him correctly, the ultimate antagonist in the novel, the Divine Princess, was named Nan Linghua. My goodness, the National Master of Beixia was none other than the Divine Princess Nan Linghua. Ji Xiu took a deep breath, his heart a tumult of emotions, yet brimming with boundless delight. Chapter 34. The Inferno and the Lotus of Buddha's Wrath. The Divine Princess, Nan Linghua. A millennium later, she emerges as a formidable antagonist of epical stature. She stands as an unparalleled existence on par with herself. In the future, she shall establish the foremost dark organization of the 9 heavens, known as Tsangtian. She and her organization will orchestrate an unprecedented upheaval of shadows. Ji Xiu recalls that during this dark tumult, she single-handedly shattered 3,000 star realms, the blood of countless cultivators staining the 9 heavens, as the heavens wept that day. She suppressed the 4 divine realms of the 9 heavens for a millennium, a day that would be heralded as the twilight of the gods. She obliterated an ancient imperial dynasty, its blood soaking the earth for 30,000 miles, its poison lingering for 3,000 years. She eradicated an archaic forbidden zone, using the skull of its supreme master as a chalice. She is the epitome of cold ruthlessness, a villain of unparalleled savagery from the pages of a novel. The demon god Ji Xiu, the divine princess Nan Linghua. Together, they shall be remembered as the cataclysm of the celestial beings, the nightmares of the gods by countless cultivators in the 9 heavens after a millennium. Ji Xiu had thought that he would not encounter the legendary divine princess Nan Linghua for a long time. Yet, he never anticipated that this moment would arrive in such a manner. However, it must be said, this is not necessarily a misfortune. If the immortal Emperor Mu Bing can be reborn, Why should he be faced with enemies of the present and the future? Therefore, forming an alliance with a notorious antagonist seems rather reasonable. Just then, as Ji Xiu's thoughts swirled and his expression shifted, Nen Lingyue turned her gaze toward him, admonishing coldly, "Have you seen enough?" Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu snapped back to reality, silently observing the pale countenance of Nan Lingyue beneath the moonlight, blood trickling from her lips. He took a deep breath to calm his turbulent emotions and said earnestly, "I have seen enough. However, you must understand that this is all a trap. You covet his, while he desires your form. You venture to the royal tomb, and he comes to propose marriage. All of this has been orchestrated by him." "Humph," Nan Lingyue scoffed disdainfully. "This matter is none of your concern. Once I recover from my injuries, no one can coerce me. Long Tian wishes for me to marry him. He is dreaming. Suit yourself." Ji Xiu chuckled lightly and turned to exit the Divine Strategy Palace. He recognized that he had already achieved half of his goal at this moment. All that remained was to grant Divine Princess Nen Lingyue some time to experience the demonic poison of the third-ranked pure world demon flame on the. Then, she would inevitably seek him out. Moreover, by that time, he would hold the reins of control. By the way, a friendly reminder, starting tonight, you will endure excruciating pain, growing increasingly agonizing. If you cannot bear it, you may come to find me. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Ji Xiu turned to Nan Lingyue and offered her a subtle smile. It is said that cultivators afflicted by the purging demonic flames suffer a fate worse than death. Perhaps she can barely suppress it now with her sacred level cultivation, but in no more than 3 days, she will no longer be able to maintain that control. After 7 days, her cultivation will inevitably plummet from the sacred realm. This is precisely why Long Tian afforded Nen Lingyue a span of 7 days for contemplation. In the entirety of the Beixia dynasty, apart from herself, who possesses the swallowing immortal demonic technique, there is no one capable of aiding her. Ji Xiu, you little rascal. Whom do you look down upon? Can mere demonic poison truly threaten me? Nan Lingyue murmured through clenched teeth, gazing at Ji Xiu's retreating figure. As long as you are happy. Ji Xiu waved his hand, choosing not to engage in further conversation with Nan Lingyue, and turned to leave the Divine Strategy Palace. Time was running short for Nan Lingyue. He was curious to see just how long this woman could maintain her obstinacy. Upon Ji Xiu's return to the Ji residence, specifically the Maple Leaf Palace, he spotted Gu Yao pacing beneath the maple tree. "Young master, you have finally returned." The moment Gu Yao laid eyes on Ji Xiu, the worries etched upon her brow dissipated like mist. Throughout the entire night, she had been consumed by concern for him. Now that he had returned safely, her anxious heart could finally find solace. "It is rather late. Why are you still awake?" Ji Xiu regarded Gu Yao with a warm smile. "Young master, you are well aware. If you do not return, I cannot find rest," Gu Yao replied, her beautiful eyes shimmering like a myriad of stars as they remained fixed upon Ji Xiu. "Tsk." Ji Xiu shook his head, thinking to himself that this woman was indulging in fanciful chatter once more. With that, he strode directly towards his quarters. The night was far from over. He needed to make preparations for Nan Lingyue and for the third-ranked purging demonic flame on the. "Young master, did you acquire what you sought in the palace tonight?" Gu Yao inquired curiously, trailing alongside Ji Xiu. He chuckled softly, the corners of his mouth lifting in amusement. "Everything that was meant to be obtained has been acquired. What is not meant to be acquired will also be attained. Moreover, I even stumbled upon an unexpected delight." "What unexpected delight?" Gu Yao asked in a hushed tone. Ji Xiu pondered for a moment before revealing with a mysterious smile, "A woman." Upon hearing this, Gu Yao stood frozen in place, her flower-like lips pouting in discontent as she quietly admonished, "Young master, you have become rather mischievous. To venture into the palace at such an hour, merely for a woman." Ji Xiu was momentarily taken aback, looking at Gu Yao with amusement, wondering if her thoughts were rather too erratic. She had clearly expressed her unexpected delight, yet her words came across as if she were a dissatisfied woman, wandering through the palace in the dead of night, seeking companionship. Would the young master not offer an explanation? What manner of woman could possibly be deemed an unexpected joy by him? Observing Ji Xiu's silence, Gu Yao remained undeterred and continued her inquiries. "A dangerously beautiful femme fatale," Ji Xiu stated, before settling onto the palace bed and gradually closing his eyes. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao stood frozen in place for an extended moment. Her delicate hand supported her exquisite chin, her stunning visage marred by confusion and unease. A dangerously beautiful femme fatale. Could it be the legendary princess Mu Xianyin of Beixia? Her thoughts halted there, and Gu Yao's emotions became a tumultuous blend. In short, she felt utterly discontented. Of course, at that moment, Ji Xiu had no inclination to elucidate matters to Gu Yao. He opened the system store and without hesitation spent a considerable sum to acquire 2 techniques. Congratulations, host, for expending 3,000 Essence of Fate to successfully purchase the technique Burning Decision. Congratulations, host, for expending 3,000 Essence of Fate to successfully purchase the technique Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Success. Ji Xiu's eyes shimmered with a faint glow. He now possessed a unique fire, the Heart of Earth Fire of the Azure Lotus. The next step was to successfully refine this Azure Lotus fire. Although his devouring immortal demon technique could also consume and refine unique flames, even devouring and refining the Heart of Earth fire seemed almost assured. It appeared that the Burning Decision was entirely unnecessary. However, that was not the case. He had taken into account his ambition to seize the 3rd-ranked unique fire from the Northern Xia Imperial Tomb, the Purifying Demonic Flame. Thus, acquiring the Burning Decision was an absolutely essential preparation. One must understand that the Purifying Demonic Flame harbored extraordinary power. Even saint-level experts found it exceedingly challenging to control, let alone refine. According to conventional wisdom, such a celestial treasure, which even saint-level experts struggled to manage, would be an unattainable dream for a mere gathering star realm cultivator. Yet, Ji Xiu was different. With the devouring immortal demon technique and the Burning Decision, he had a significant chance of subduing this formidable purifying demonic flame. Therefore, the expenditure of 3,000 Essence of Fate was undoubtedly worthwhile. As for the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, it was the renowned divine skill created by the famous Flame Emperor of the Myriad Realms. With unique fire in hand, there would be no foe he could not conquer. The investment of 3,000 Essence of Fate was indeed justified. Now, it was imperative to swiftly cultivate these 2 techniques. Then, await the arrival of Nan Lingyue. Ji Xiu smiled faintly, calming his mind. The cultivation commenced. Chapter 35. The Jealous Gu Yao. A small horse pulling a heavy cart? 3 days swiftly passed. In the imperial palace of Beixia, before the imperial flower pool, Emperor Long Tian gazed with a beaming smile at the pond filled with lotus blossoms. His mood had been exceptionally buoyant throughout these 3 days, and the smile upon his face had remained unbroken. Just 4 more days to wait. After 4 days, Nan Lingyue shall become my woman. Ha ha. Long Tian laughed heartily 4 times. Observing the emperor's exuberance, the minister of the West Factory, Yu Huatian, echoed, "Congratulations, your majesty. Best wishes, your majesty. In 4 days, the national master shall be welcomed into the harem." Excellent. Very good. Long Tian exhaled deeply, his smile widening as his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the direction of the Divine Strategy Palace. At that moment, his dignified eyes shimmered with greed and fervor. His desire for Nan Lingyue had not arisen in a day or 2. Ever since he first laid eyes on her 8 years ago, he had vowed to make her his bride. Now, as his wish was finally coming to fruition, how could he not be elated? Your Majesty, while this is indeed splendid news, the National Master is a formidable saint-level expert. Should she be unwilling, you must guard against mutual destruction. Yu Huatian cautioned softly. Humph. Just wait for 4 more days. By then, Nan Lingyue's cultivation will fall from the saint level. At that time, she will have no choice but to marry, whether she desires it or not. If she resists unto death, then I shall forcefully seize her. Mutual destruction? She shall have no opportunity. Once I claim her primordial essence, I will ascend to the saint level in one fell swoop. Then it shall be the true moment of my dominion over the world. Long Tian snorted, his face brimming with malevolence and dominance. Excellent. In that case, allow me to congratulate your majesty in advance. Yu Huatian nodded vigorously. Emperor Long Tian practiced the royal family's supreme technique, the Holy Sun Scripture. This method allows him to seize the primordial essence of female cultivators as a means to break through his cultivation. The higher the cultivation of the female practitioner, the greater the benefits to him. The primordial essence of a saint-level woman is sufficient to elevate Long Tian, who stands at the pinnacle of the monarch level, into the saint realm. This is one of the reasons he has regarded Nan Lingyue as a priceless treasure over the years. He has long set his sights on her. The moon shone beautifully, and the cicadas chirped melodiously. Within the divine strategy palace, behind an ornate screen carved with the rising moon over the sea, lay an ice pool. The pool was as cold as an ice prison, yet eternally unmoving. It was a summer night, yet the temperature within the chamber felt as if one stood atop a snow-capped peak, piercingly frigid, with an air of chilling severity. The surface of the pool was adorned with various stunning ice lotuses. A slender and exquisite figure emerged, partially obscured by the ethereal mist of icy vapor. Beyond the palace window, a gentle breeze wafts in, causing the water's surface to ripple softly. The shimmering light dancing upon the water, combined with the crystalline sheen of the ice, casts a lustrous glow upon the half-submerged pink leg, rendering it as exquisite as jade, while the entire pond of ice lotuses pales in comparison. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, the palace door swings open. A tall woman clad in a black gown enters the Shun Su Palace. Her beauty is ethereal, yet imbued with an air of cool detachment, radiating an aura of sanctity that is beyond reproach. A mere glance at her invokes a profound sense of inadequacy. She is none other than the Northern Xia princess, Mu Xianin, renowned alongside Gu Yao. Master, in 4 days, are you truly to wed father? Mu Xuanin's voice trembles as she steps behind the screen, gazing at Nan Lingyue, who is immersed in the icy pool, her expression filled with emotion. However, Nan Lingyue remains silent, her fragile form betraying her weakness. Her exquisite, striking face is ashen and contorted with pain. Master, if you do not wish this, I shall plead with father on your behalf. Should he persist in this course, I will risk everything to ensure your escape from the capital. Mu Xuanin's delicate hands clench into fists, her voice resolute. She had long been aware of her father, Long Tian's, intentions toward her master. Yet, she never anticipated that he would scheme against her master and shamelessly resort to coercive marriage. This act has driven her anger and resentment toward her father to an all-time high. After all, her mother had been forced into marrying Long Tian, which ultimately led to her tragic demise. It is precisely for this reason that she bears her mother's surname, Mu, rather than Long. At this juncture, she is adamant about preventing her master from suffering a fate akin to her mother's. Xianin, Long Tian has made all his preparations. There is no need for these futile endeavors. Nan Lingyue slowly opens her eyes, her gaze flat as she regards Mu Xianin. But as your disciple, I cannot stand by and watch your life be destroyed by father. Mu Xianin questions, bewildered. Do you truly wish to marry him? Upon hearing this, Nan Lingyue's brows furrow, her silver teeth nearly shattering. With a tone laced with derision and coldness, she retorts, marry Long Tian? What is he? What status does he hold? Does he even deserve it? As her words fall, the moonlight cascades down, revealing the unprecedented fury and murderous intent swirling in Nan Lingyue's beautiful eyes. What shall we do? Your injuries are so grave. Only 4 days remain. Time is running out. Mu Xianin exclaims, biting her crimson lip in distress. Nan Lingyue lowers her gaze, remaining silent for a while, seemingly coming to a decision. She turns to Mu Xianin, her voice faint as she speaks. Xianin, go to the Ji family military estate. Inform Ji Xiao. His proposal has been accepted. You must summon him to the Divine Strategy Palace immediately. What? Mu Xianin was momentarily taken aback. If she heard correctly, her master had instructed him to seek out Ji Xiao at the Ji family military estate. Could it be that fellow could assist you? Mu Xianin gazed at Nan Lingyue in utter astonishment. I do not know. However, it appears this may be my only opportunity. Nan Lingyue shook her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. For the past 3 days, she had endeavored to eradicate the demonic poison within her body. Yet all she had encountered was searing agony. At present, she could only endure by sitting in the ancient ice pool, barely suppressing the poison's eruption while maintaining her sacred level of cultivation. If this continued, the consequences of her cultivation declining from the sacred level would be unimaginable. Thus, she found herself with only 2 choices. First, while her cultivation still thrived at the sacred level, she could desperately fight her way out of the palace and flee the capital. Second, she could go to the Ji family military estate and seek Ji Xiao. She was uncertain whether Ji Xiao could truly assist her. Nevertheless, her best course of action was to place her faith in him. Should Ji Xiao fail to save her, she would then choose to carve a bloody path out of the palace, escaping the capital. Very well. I shall head to the Ji family military estate at once. Mu Xianyin nodded firmly and turned to leave. Once she had departed, a spurt of blood escaped Nen Lingyue's lips once more. Exquisite pain enveloped her entire being. She clenched her teeth, refusing to utter a single sound, yet she could not deny that she was on the verge of collapse. At the Ji family military estate, in the falling maple palace, Ji Xiu sat quietly on the palace bed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful evolution of the. As the system prompts echoed in his ears, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, he raised his finger to summon the. Whoosh! A plume of dark azure flames surged forth. The temperature within the falling maple palace soared dramatically. In the blazing, flickering flames, even the very air seemed to shimmer and twist. At last, it has been successfully refined. Ji Xiu smiled with relief. His physical constitution and bloodline were of the 9-star level, possessing divine comprehension. Cultivating was a simple task for him. The only peril lay in refining. Now that they had been successfully refined and evolved, this was undoubtedly the most perfect outcome. As for the unique divine skill of the Flame Emperor, this technique fundamentally represented a secret for merging. He had now thoroughly grasped it. He merely awaited the acquisition of the ranked third on the to perfectly wield it. At that moment, a tall and enchanting woman clad in a black gown descended before the palace gates. She gazed at Gu Yao, who was leisurely sipping tea beneath a maple tree outside the falling maple palace, and declared, "Miss Gu Yao, I kindly request that you announce my presence. I wish to see Ji Xiu." Upon hearing this, Gu Yao set down her teacup, rose, and scrutinized the woman closely before responding with a smile. "Princess Xianyin, is it true that you are so infatuated with my family's young master? 3 days apart, and it feels like an eternity? My young master is still in his youth and not yet capable of bearing great responsibilities. I urge you to maintain your dignity." Mu Xianyin? What audacious words from Ji Xiu. Chapter 36. In the south, Lingyue, I will save you with closed eyes. Gu Yao, what nonsense are you spouting? Mu Xianyin remarked with a furrowed brow, her tone laden with palpable dissatisfaction. Heh, Gu Yao replied with a soft smile. Her gaze scrutinizing Mu Xianyin before she nodded and said, "Upon closer inspection, you are indeed a beautiful yet perilous woman. However, even so, you are not worthy of my esteemed young master." Mu Xianyin felt a surge of indignation upon hearing this. How could she, a dignified princess of Beixia, be deemed unworthy of the young master of the Ji family, Ji Xiu? At that moment, the palace gates swung open. Ji Xiu stepped out of the falling maple palace, addressing Gu Yao in a calm manner. "Yaoer, do not be disrespectful." Humph. Gu Yao snorted lightly, casting a pitiful glance at Ji Xiu as she murmured, "The young master only knows how to bully me." Yet, despite her words, her heart brimmed with joy. "Yaoer." This term of endearment was uttered by Ji Xiu for the first time. Heh. Ji Xiu chuckled softly, shaking his head at Gu Yao, signaling that this was a matter of importance. He then turned his attention to Mu Xianyin, knowingly inquiring, "The hour grows late. Might I ask what business the princess has?" Mu Xianyin, taking his cue, scrutinized Ji Xiu earnestly before responding. "I request that the young master accompany me to the Divine Strategy Palace. Master wishes to see you. It is of utmost urgency. I hope for your understanding." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow. As he had anticipated, it would not be long before Nen Lingyue sought him out. It seemed she could no longer endure the wait. Ji Xiu mused internally. With a stern expression, he turned to Gu Yao, gently grasping her hand as he whispered, "Gu Yao, listen carefully. I shall return to the palace once more. You must summon Elder Wei and Gu Jian back here. It is time for their return to the capital. In these 5 years, Elder Wei had first sent Gu Jian to the treacherous 10,000 Great Mountains of Beixia for 2 years of training, followed by 3 years at the northern border. Now, Gu Jian commanded the most elite assassins of the Military Intelligence 6th Division, serving as the director of the 5th Division. Considering the unpredictable circumstances ahead, Ji Xiu resolved to recall his sharpest blade. Understood. Gu Yao nodded. Being astute, she recognized the significance of Ji Xiu's decision. It signified the official commencement of hostilities between the Ji family and the Beixia royal family. "I must take my leave." Ji Xiu nodded at Gu Yao. "Young master, take care," Gu Yao said earnestly, her gaze fixed on him. "Rest assured." Ji Xiu smiled gently, and soon he departed with Mu Xian-yin towards the Beixia imperial palace. Meanwhile, Ji Xiu and Mu Xian-yin shared a silence on their way to the palace, with nary a word exchanged. Until the two individuals arrived before the palace and exchanged a knowing glance, they swiftly employed their skills to infiltrate the imperial residence. The moonlight was resplendent, and the stars twinkled brilliantly. Before the Shensu Palace, the begonia blossoms flourished, accompanied by the chorus of cicadas. Ji Xiu, you are aware of the grave injuries sustained by my master, are you not? Mu Xian-yin suddenly halted, staring intently at Ji Xiu as she inquired. It is not merely an injury, it is poison, demonic poison. Ji Xiu replied nonchalantly. Then you also understand how my master came to be poisoned. And you are well aware of the horror of this toxin, correct? Mu Xian-yin continued her questioning. Indeed, I know. So what? Ji Xiu responded, furrowing his brow in confusion, unsure of what this woman was driving at. Therefore, can you truly save my master? Mu Xian-yin regarded Ji Xiu with skepticism. Her master had been afflicted by the purging demonic flame's venom, a poison so formidable that even she could not resolve it. How could a mere Ji Xiu hope to do so? Thus, she harbored concerns that Ji Xiu, under the guise of healing, might harbor ulterior motives toward her master. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu, disinterested in offering an explanation, retorted sarcastically, foolish woman. You. Mu Xian-yin was momentarily speechless, her expression one of incredulity as she gazed at Ji Xiu. Throughout her life, no one had dared to insult her in such a manner. Ji Xiu was the first. What do you mean by that? You shall remain outside the palace. Without this prince's permission, you are not to enter. Ji Xiu shot a glare at Mu Xian-yin before turning his back and striding toward the Shensu Palace. Ji Xiu, you had better fulfill your duties. Otherwise, this princess will not spare you. Mu Xian-yin warned in a low voice, her silver teeth clenched. Haha. Ji Xiu, upon hearing this, turned to Mu Xian-yin and teased, Your Highness, your words pose no threat to me, so it would be wise to refrain. With that, he turned away, entering the Shensu Palace without a backward glance. The moment the palace doors closed with a resounding clang, Mu Xian-yin scoffed, What a sharp-tongued fellow. Inside the Shensu Palace, an icy chill enveloped the air, akin to standing atop a snow-capped mountain. Behind an ornate screen, adorned with the image of a luminous moon over the sea, a breathtaking figure could be faintly discerned. You have arrived. A cool, magnetic voice, imbued with charm, echoed from within the chambers. Indeed, Ji Xiu's gaze was fixed on the enchanting silhouette behind the screen as he softly acknowledged her. This poison, can you truly resolve it? Nan Lingyu's tone bore a hint of frailty. Shall we not discover the answer through trial? Ji Xiu responded with a gentle smile. Very well, as you wish. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu stepped forward and entered behind the screen. Before him lay an expansive ice pool, shrouded in a mist of icy vapor, where a figure of exquisite beauty partially emerged. Ji Xiu steadied his emotions and stepped in slowly, immediately noticing Nan Lingyue. Her face raised to the water's surface, droplets cascading down her stunningly beautiful face, illuminating her skin like lustrous pearls. This poison, how do you intend to resolve it? Nan Lingyue turned her head, her captivating eyes gazing earnestly at Ji Xiu as her crimson lips parted to inquire. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Xiu refrained from elaborating further and instead leaped directly into the ice pool. The water splashed dramatically, momentarily freezing Nan Lingyue's expression in surprise. Ji Xiu's actions had indeed taken her by surprise. In that instant, he found himself standing directly before her, mere inches apart, their breaths intertwining. Their eyes locked, and Nan Lingyue's lips curled slightly as she sincerely remarked, at times, I truly feel you are not like a mere youth. She had never encountered eyes as clear as autumn mountain springs, yet they bore a piercing clarity that seemed capable of slicing through the long, somber night. Thus, she genuinely sensed a maturity in Ji Xiu that belied his years, alongside an oddity that rendered him an outsider in this world. Ji Xiu chuckled softly, shaking his head without offering an explanation, and directly instructed the master of Beixia, Nan Lingyue. Close your eyes. I shall save you. Drawing upon the swallowing immortal demonic technique to consume the essence of heaven and earth, transforming all into nourishment for himself, he had only reached the third level of mastery. Yet he believed he could easily devour the purifying demonic poison. With a slight parting of her lips, Nan Lingyue slowly closed her eyes. her only choice now to place her faith in Ji Xiao. Observing her breathtakingly cold beauty, Ji Xiao took a moment to steady his own heart. Taking a deep breath, he whispered within, swallowing immortal demonic technique. Activate. He then extended a finger and pressed it directly onto Nan Lingyue's forehead. You. Nan Lingyue suddenly opened her eyes wide in astonishment, discovering that the demonic poison within her was dissipating at an extraordinary pace. A surge of indescribable emotions flooded her heart. Her exquisite eyes filled with awe. This little fellow, truly remarkable. With that thought lingering, she gently closed her eyes once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. For devouring the purifying demonic poison, your cultivation has increased by 100. Ding. Congratulations, host. For devouring the purifying demonic poison, your cultivation has increased by 200. Ding. Congratulations, host. For devouring the purifying demonic poison, your cultivation has increased by 300. At that moment, feeling the rapid amplification of his inner energy, Ji Xiao could think of only one thing. How delightful. How truly delightful it is. Chapter 37. The Alliance of Villains. The Poison Emperor. 3 minutes. A rise of 3 realms. Is this truly the power of the pure world's demonic poison? A surge of delight coursed through Ji Xiao's heart. In the mere span of 3 minutes, his cultivation had ascended from the first realm of star gathering to the 4th realm. It is worth noting that this achievement resulted from the purification of the pure world's demonic poison by the devouring immortal demonic art, refined to 100-fold before meeting the absorption criteria. One can scarcely imagine the transformative change that would occur if he were to refine the 3rd-ranked pure world demonic lotus from the. It is done. All of Nan Lingyue's pure world demonic poison has been completely devoured. Ji Xiao's thoughts halted there. He withdrew his finger from her forehead and stepped back with decisive clarity. For a moment, their gazes locked, and an inexplicable tension enveloped the atmosphere, plunging it into an awkward silence. Ahem. Ji Xiao cleared his throat, turning to the playful-eyed Nan Lingyue, and said, "The poison has been resolved. See, I didn't deceive you." He chuckled lightly. Hearing this, Nan Lingyue slightly parted her crimson lips, saying nothing. Yet her enchanting eyes bore into Ji Xiao for an extended moment, as if she were attempting to unravel his very essence. "Why are you staring at me so intently?" Ji Xiao furrowed his brow, contemplating whether Nan Lingyue harbored any ill intentions. As this thought crossed his mind, he unconsciously tensed his body. If Nan Lingyue were to backtrack, the subsequent plans would become troublesome. "You." Nan Lingyue playfully prodded Ji Xiao's forehead with her delicate finger, teasingly questioning, "I never expected you, little fellow, to possess such remarkable abilities." Ji Xiao chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. The matter of the devouring immortal demonic art was not something he could disclose to her. Nan Lingyue's elegantly arched brows danced with a mischievous smile, her captivating visage radiating intrigue towards Ji Xiao. As a saint-level powerhouse, she could not have overlooked the fact that Ji Xiao's cultivation had surged 3 realms in just 3 minutes. Clearly, he had assimilated the pure world's demonic poison within himself to achieve such rapid advancement. 3 minutes equated to 3 years of arduous training for Ji Xiao. In her understanding, no technique in existence could manifest such results. To some extent, Ji Xiao had shattered her perceptions of cultivation. Consequently, her curiosity about him reached a zenith. What extraordinary power does Ji Xiao possess? What is the enigmatic technique behind his cultivation? Of course, while her desire to uncover the truth burned brightly, she recognized that the moment was not ripe for such revelations. Thus, she withdrew her gaze, her face adorned with a smile as she addressed Ji Xiao. "All right. Speak up. Now that we are allies, what do you wish for me to do for you?" Upon hearing these words, Ji Xiao extended a finger and replied, "It is quite simple. I have but one request, and this request is one you cannot possibly refuse." Nan Lingyue, with a nonchalant arch of her brow, responded casually, "Oh, then do share." Ji Xiao took a deep breath and uttered 2 words, "Assassinate the emperor." As soon as the words fell, the entire Shunsu palace was enveloped in a momentary silence. Upon hearing Ji Xiao's demand, Nan Lingyue felt no surprise. Rather, it aligned perfectly with her expectations. However, she refrained from responding immediately, her delicate hand lightly tapping the pool's edge as if in contemplation. Observing her, Ji Xiao remained patient, silently watching her. At present, Nan Lingyue and the Emperor of Beixia, Long Tian, had already reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. Even if he did not voice this request, her character would inevitably compel Long Tian to pay for his earlier attempts to coerce her into marriage. Thus, he harbored no fears of rejection from her. After a considerable pause, Nan Lingyue lifted her gaze, her playful demeanor replaced by a calm expression as she regarded Ji Xiu and stated, "Even if you do not speak of it, I shall not spare Long Tian. If that is your sole request, then it is superfluous." With that, she rose from the icy pool and departed. Indeed, a flicker of light shone in Ji Xiu's eyes. Everything was unfolding according to his design. To wield another's blade for one's own ends, such was the pinnacle of strategy. Just then, a crisp notification from the system rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a system bounty mission. Bounty mission: assassinate the emperor. Mission requirement: eliminate the emperor of Beixia, Long Tian. Mission reward: 100,000 destiny points. Taken aback, Ji Xiu momentarily froze. A system bounty task with a staggering reward of 100,000 destiny points. Such a sum was enough to unlock the second stage of the Killing Realm's divine prohibition. Ji Xiu inhaled deeply, astonished that the bounty task would manifest at this moment. And moreover, the reward was an unprecedented fortune. However, the dilemma lay in the grave consequences of assassinating Long Tian, the Emperor of Beixia. Behind the Beixia royal family loomed a formidable entity, the Guaguazhong. This sect represented the profound heritage of the Beixia dynasty, housing the supreme emperor of Beixia and the most exalted elders who had long since abdicated. These paramount forces of the Beixia royal lineage resided within the Guaguazhong, which served as the protector of the entire royal family. In essence, the Guaguazhong was synonymous with the Beixia royal family. This colossal force would mobilize to eradicate any chaos upon the fall of the dynasty or the demise of the emperor. Ji Xiu had initially planned to utilize Nan Lingyue to eliminate Long Tian, thus ensuring the repercussions would not touch him or the Ji family. All consequences will be borne by Nan Lingyue. However, should I take it upon myself to eliminate Long Tian, I would inevitably face the wrath of the Guardian sect. If that is the case, it indeed poses quite a predicament. Ji Xiu couldn't help but rub his temples. Since the bounty task has already been announced, with a reward of 100,000 destiny points, I cannot afford to let this opportunity slip by. There is but a single chance. Therefore, even if it means confronting the Guardian sect, I shall not hesitate. With that thought in mind, Ji Xiu took a deep breath and rose from the icy pool. At this moment, he and Nan Lingyue stood side by side at the window, both acutely aware of the gravity of their silence. The moonlight cascaded over their solemn faces, and they both understood the grave repercussions of assassinating Long Tian. After a considerable pause, they spoke in unison. Long Tian must die. Long Tian has to perish. As their words echoed, they exchanged glances, each perceiving the thick aura of murderous intent in the other's eyes. I will ensure Long Tian's demise. Rest assured, Nan Lingyue articulated with unwavering seriousness. In response, Ji Xiu inquired softly, "When do you plan to strike?" On the eve of the wedding. Nan Lingyue did not conceal her intentions. She had no desire to wait until the wedding night to act, for that would be an affront to her. Understood. Ji Xiu nodded in agreement. At this juncture, he began to strategize inwardly. On the eve of the wedding, Nan Lingyue would make her move. How could he personally eliminate Long Tian without incurring any karmic repercussions? Furthermore, as the Emperor of Beixia, Long Tian possessed formidable strength. To his knowledge, Long Tian had attained the pinnacle of the monarch tier. This rendered the task increasingly daunting, seemingly an impossible feat. Yet, perhaps, it was not entirely devoid of possibility. Suddenly, Ji Xiu's mind sparked with a revelation, and his eyes brightened. Chapter 38. The Return of Gu Jian. The prince bestows a sword. By the time Ji Xiu departed from the Shunsu Palace, the hour was already late. Upon returning to his quarters, he was unable to converse much with Gu Yao before succumbing to slumber. When he finally stirred, it was deep into the night of the following day. Rising from his bed, he stepped out of his chamber and beheld two familiar silhouettes quietly standing in the courtyard of Luofeng Palace. One was an elderly man clad in black, his hair flecked with gray, with an unremarkable countenance. Yet within his aged eyes lay the depths of a world stained by blood and death. The other was a youth, merely 15 years of age, Yet his cultivation had already reached the realm of fate earth. He stood tall and straight, akin to a razor-sharp sword. In his eyes resided a feral and bloodthirsty ferocity, cold and ruthless. It was only upon catching sight of Ji Xiu that his gaze gradually softened and warmed. "Old Wei, Gu Jian," Ji Xiu greeted with a gentle smile, calling out the names of his old friends. "Your Highness, the young prince." Old Wei chuckled lightly and bowed before Ji Xiu. Gu Jian, on the other hand, knelt before Ji Xiu, performing a deep salute. "Gu Jian, Your Highness, the young prince." At this moment, all traces of bloodlust and coldness had vanished from his eyes, replaced solely by gratitude and reverence. Haha. Gu Yao, observing her younger brother, couldn't help but smile in reflection. The Gu Jian of today was nearly a different person from the Gu Jian of 5 years prior. 5 years ago, he was timid and cowardly. Now, he was resolute and decisive, having transformed into a competent assassin. He had avenged their parents' tragic fate and had become the sharpest sword in Ji Xiu's hand. At this moment, she felt immense pride for her brother, for he was no longer the weak boy who had once hidden behind her. "All right, rise." Ji Xiu stepped forward to assist Gu Jian to his feet. After a thorough appraisal, he expressed his satisfaction with a commendation, 5 years' time. "Fate Earth, Third Realm. Not bad. Truly commendable. I am very pleased with you. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness." Gu Jian gritted his teeth, nodding vigorously, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. After 5 long years, he had finally earned Ji Xiu's recognition. In that moment, he felt that all the suffering and bloodshed he had endured were worth it. In these 5 years, he had ventured into the perilous expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, growing amidst battles with countless savage beasts. He had also traversed the borders of Beixia, facing numerous cultivators, enduring life and death struggles, ultimately emerging as a qualified warrior. With the aid of Ji Xiu and Old Wei, he had eradicated the forces responsible for the slaughter of his family, finally avenging the great wrongs. Now, he yearned only to stand alongside Ji Xiu and his sister, Gu Yao. He was determined to fulfill the promise he had made long ago. He aimed to become the sharpest sword in Ji Xiu's hand, vanquishing all enemies for him. This seemed to have become his sole purpose for living, the very essence of his existence. "Your Highness, the young prince. This lad truly possesses remarkable potential. In the past 5 years, despite enduring numerous injuries, he has never uttered a word of complaint. No matter how arduous the tasks you entrusted to him, he has diligently fulfilled them. Over these 5 years, this lad has shattered more than 100 swords. Today, he stands as the most satisfactory disciple the old servant has ever had. Your judgment was indeed impeccable." With a beaming smile, Elder Wei patted Gu Jian's shoulder. 5 years ago, he harbored doubts about Gu Jian's ability to withstand his grueling training. However, he soon realized that his concerns were unfounded. To him, Gu Jian possessed an indomitable spirit of combat and extraordinary perseverance. Even without the innate talent of a supreme bone, he would surely become a formidable warrior. Hee. Ji Xiu smiled faintly and promptly opened the system shop. With great generosity, he spent 600 fate points to acquire a renowned sword. "Here, may this sword accompany you in vanquishing all foes." Ji Xiu handed the newly purchased sword to Gu Jian. As Gu Jian grasped the hilt, he instantly sensed the formidable and fierce aura emanating from the blade. In that fleeting moment, he fell madly in love with the sword. Undoubtedly, it was the most powerful sword he had ever encountered, perfectly attuned to him. Blushing, he bowed deeply to Ji Xiu, his tone resolute, and expressed, "Thank you, Your Highness, for this gift. In the future, I shall not disappoint you." Hee. Ji Xiu nodded with a smile. He had never doubted Gu Jian's commitment. "Young prince, what is the name of this sword? It seems I have never seen it before." Elder Wei gazed at the sword in Gu Jian's hand, nodding in astonishment. "Yuhong," Ji Xiu replied solemnly. Huff. Upon hearing this, Elder Wei took a deep breath, reflecting on the name with great emotion. "Yuhong, what a splendid sword." "Very well." Ji Xiu waved his hand and stated, "Let us discuss serious matters. Tomorrow night, I have a task for you all." At his words, Gu Jian and Elder Wei's expressions instantly grew solemn, both directing their gazes toward Ji Xiu. "Tomorrow night, the Emperor of Beixia, Long Tian, will die." Ji Xiu spoke plainly and directly. As the words fell, Gu Yao, Gu Jian, and Elder Wei stood frozen in place. "Tomorrow night, Emperor Long Tian of Beixia will die? Young prince, what must we do?" Gu Jian refrained from asking further questions. He wholeheartedly trusted Ji Xiao. Since Ji Xiao proclaimed that Long Tian would perish, then the emperor of Beixia was indeed doomed. Thus, he was solely concerned about the task Ji Xiao would assign to him. Tomorrow night, all the formidable warriors in the imperial palace will be stretched thin. Elder Wei shall assume command to oversee the situation in the capital. Gu Jian, I implore you to lead your intelligence unit, the 5th Division, in exterminating the foremost underground force of Kyoto, the Ten Blades Legion. Ultimately, Gu Yao shall take full control of Kyoto's underground realm. This presents our most opportune moment. We must not allow it to slip away. Ji Xiao spoke with a calm demeanor. The 6th Division has already subdued the 8 major underground factions of the Northern Xia dynasty. Now, only the Ten Blades Legion, supported by the Eastern Factory, remains unconquered. However, since the assassination of the emperor has been predetermined, it is only fitting to seize control of Kyoto's most formidable underground power amidst the chaos that will unfold tomorrow. Should we successfully dominate the Ten Blades Legion, the entire underground force of the Northern Xia dynasty will be firmly within our grasp. Understood. Wei Lao and Gu Jian nodded solemnly. Your Highness, if we endeavor to control Kyoto's underground factions, what will become of you? Gu Yao inquired with curiosity. Hee. Ji Xiao chuckled lightly, his gaze lingering meaningfully towards the Northern Xia palace as he murmured, Tomorrow night, I shall go to the palace. Gu Yao, Wei Lao, Gu Jian, you truly embody the essence of our esteemed young master. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao smiled, shaking his head without further elaboration, while quietly contemplating the moon above. Reflecting, it is time to bring this to a conclusion. Chapter 39. A father's kindness, a daughter's filial piety. She approaches through bloodshed. Time swiftly passes. The night of the following day arrives with great haste. This evening, Kyoto is as bustling as ever, devoid of any unusual atmosphere. However, the Northern Xia Imperial Palace is enveloped in an extraordinary silence. In the Emperor's Dragon Hall, the lights blaze brightly, exuding an air of utmost authority. 9 perpetual lamps burn fiercely within the Grand Hall. Inside the inner chamber, Emperor Long Tian paces back and forth, his demeanor dark and exceedingly restless. After a moment, he halts and, casting a sidelong glance at the Eastern Bureau Chief Yu Huatian, inquires in a hushed tone, Did Princess Xian Yin truly escort the young heir of the Ji family to the Divine Strategy Palace last night? Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian nods solemnly and replies, Your Majesty, last night at the stroke of midnight, Princess Xian Yin brought Ji Xiao into the Divine Strategy Palace. He remained there for a full 2 hours before departing. Upon hearing this, Long Tian's brows furrow deeply, forming a pronounced crease. No, something is amiss. His gaze sharpens as he looks at Yu Huatian, his voice low and foreboding. Your Majesty, are you concerned that the National Master seeks an alliance with the Ji family? Yu Huatian inquires ominously. No, Nanlingwe would not ally with the Ji family. Moreover, the Ji family would not engage in a hasty alliance with Nanlingwe. Even if they were to ally, she would never seek the young heir Ji Xiao. That child is merely 8 years old. He cannot represent the Ji family. Long Tian's thoughts are remarkably clear. If it is not an alliance, then what could it be? Yu Huatian is profoundly perplexed. I do not know, but there is one who knows. Long Tian's countenance darkens, and a glint of cold light flickers in his hawk-like eyes. He speaks in a chilling tone, Yu Huatian, go, summon Princess Xian Yin to me. I wish to discern their true intentions. Moreover, if all proceeds smoothly, Nanlingwe should have already fallen from the sacred realm. Tonight, I shall make Nanlingwe my woman, to prevent prolonged uncertainties. Yes. In response, Yu Huatian immediately turns to summon Princess Mu Xianyin from the Divine Strategy Palace. However, at that very moment, the palace doors swing open. A figure clad in a graceful white gown enters the hall. Her demeanor is elegant, her beauty unparalleled. She is none other than Princess Mu Xianyin of Northern Xia. Your Highness, Yu Huatian is taken aback upon seeing her arrival, astonished that Mu Xianyin would come unbidden. Yu Gonggong, are you surprised to see this princess? Mu Xianyin regards Yu Huatian with an expression void of emotion. Ha! Yu Huatian chuckles lightly, shaking his head. Not at all. Your Highness's arrival is quite timely. His Majesty has been waiting for you. Humph. Mu Xianyin snorts lightly, not even sparing Yu Huatian a glance as she strides directly into the inner chamber, and bows slightly to Long Tian, saying, "Father, your daughter has arrived." Long Tian gazed at the uninvited Mu Xianin before him, an ominous premonition stirring within his heart. Nonetheless, he forced a benevolent smile and gently spoke, "Xianin, your arrival is quite fortuitous. I was just contemplating you when you appeared. Perhaps this is the bond of our father-daughter connection." Haha. Mu Xianin responded with a cold laugh before stating, "Father, if there is something you wish to discuss, please do so directly." "Very well," Long Tian replied, his face alight with feigned cheerfulness as he boldly inquired, "Xianin, I have heard that last night you returned to the Divine Strategy Palace with the young heir of the Ji family. Might you explain the reason behind this?" Upon hearing this, Mu Xianin fell silent for a moment before replying, "Father, my master does not wish to marry you. Therefore, she instructed me to seek out Ji Xiao." "Oh, is that so?" Long Tian raised an eyebrow, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. With a sly smile, he asked, "So, your master believes that Ji Xiao and the Ji family's military can assist her?" Mu Xianin shook her head in response. "That is a matter concerning my master. I am not privy to the details." "Ah, I see." Long Tian nodded, then, maintaining his facade, continued, "Xianin, I have heard that your master has suffered severe injuries and her cultivation has fallen from the sacred realm. Are you aware of this?" At this revelation, Mu Xianin's gaze turned increasingly frigid. She was no fool. She could discern that Long Tian was still using her to probe for information regarding her master. After a brief silence, she lowered her head and asked, "Father, my master does not wish to marry you. Could you possibly spare her?" Long Tian was momentarily taken aback by her words. His expression shifted to one of rage as he glared at Mu Xianin, rebuking, "You insolent child. Do you realize what you are implying? My affairs do not require your meddling." "Father." Mu Xianin suddenly lifted her head, gritting her teeth as she enunciated each word. "I merely wish to prevent my master from suffering the same fate as my mother. I implore you, father, reconsider." Rebellious daughter. Long Tian, consumed by fury, backhanded Mu Xianin across her delicate face. Slap. Blood trickled from the corner of Mu Xianin's mouth, and her beautiful eyes, as they regarded Long Tian, were filled with a sense of shattering despair. In that moment, Long Tian's blow shattered the last remnants of her affection for him. "Begone. I do not wish to see you." Long Tian's voice was icy. "Father, you will die tonight." Mu Xianin stated expressionlessly, her eyes shimmering with tears that fell like clear streams. Yet, amidst her sorrow, she also felt a wave of relief and an unprecedented sense of ease and joy. As her words faded, a tremendous rumble echoed through the Dragon Palace, shaking it to its core. The entire northern Xia Imperial Palace was engulfed in flames. The clashing of weapons echoed through the air, accompanied by the sounds of blood splattering and the piercing screams of agony reverberating throughout the heavens. "What have you done?" Long Tian's gaze trembled with an intense foreboding. "He. If you were so eager to know, father, why not step outside and see for yourself?" With these words, Mu Xianin let out a bitter laugh. Upon hearing this, Long Tian shot her a furious glare and hastily strode out to the Dragon Hall. The scene before him left him utterly astounded. The vast palace was in utter chaos, drenched in blood, with battles raging everywhere. The incessant roars and cries of despair filled the air. This was no longer the majestic palace he knew. It had transformed into a battlefield of bloodshed. At that moment, Yu Huatian, the head of the Western Bureau, approached Long Tian with a grim expression. "Your Majesty, the Imperial Guards have rebelled. Half of your secret guards have also turned against you. Over 100 assassins have been unleashed upon the palace, mercilessly slaughtering everyone. Moreover, 4 of our 10 great generals of northern Xia have already fallen." "Scoundrel! Scoundrel!" Long Tian trembled with rage, turning to glare at Mu Xianin. Grinding his teeth as he spat, "Mu Xianin, you wretched woman, just like your mother, you are nothing but a worthless creature." "Ha ha!" Mu Xianin laughed, genuinely amused by Long Tian's furious demeanor. "If you speak of worthlessness, how do you compare to me and my mother? Are you not aware of your own depravity? How many women have you destroyed over the years? How many have you consigned to your harem as mere playthings, only to cast them aside like refuse when they perished? Let me tell you the truth. Out of the 3,000 concubines in your harem, 2,800 wish for your demise." "Rebellious daughter!" Long Tian roared, his teeth clenched in fury. At that moment, his nails dug deeply into his palm, blood dripping onto the ground. Tonight, once I quell this rebellion, you and your accomplices, along with those wretched women who participated in this insurrection, shall face a fate most gruesome. I will extract your hearts and grind your bones to dust." Long Tian glared at Mu Xianyin, his eyes filled with a wild rage akin to a wounded beast. "Is that all you can muster?" Mu Xianyin regarded him with disdain. "You Huatian, immediately bring me the heart of this wretched woman. Reduce her to a mere stick." Long Tian ordered coldly, his gaze blood-red. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, clicking heels resonating on the ground. A woman approached, clad in a black gown adorned with phoenix patterns, hands clasped behind her back as she stepped toward the dragon hall. Behind her lay a field of corpses. The lifeless bodies before her were the fallen warriors who had perished at her hands, their thick blood pooling upon the ground. She strode through the moonlit night, treading upon the crimson stains, as the ethereal glow of the moon illuminated her strikingly beautiful yet icy visage, akin to a divine goddess of a flourishing era. The moment she made her entrance, it seemed as though all that existed in this world had become mere backdrops to her presence. Her cold, enchanting eyes fixed upon Long Tian, her crimson lips curling into a delicate smile as she chillingly declared, "Long Tian, your life is forfeit to me." Chapter 40. The Puppet Master Jishio, the assassination of the emperor begins. Chaos in the imperial palace. The capital is in turmoil. Millions of citizens and cultivators in the capital tremble in fear as they gaze towards the palace. Tonight, no one could have anticipated the events unfolding within the royal residence. Logically, if trouble arises in the palace, the formidable iron floating tower army stationed just outside the capital should promptly march in to quell the rebellion. Yet, the iron floating tower army of the Ji family shows no signs of mobilization. Not only that, even the influential figures from various factions in the capital remain eerily silent. The Royal Academy of Beixiao, the Beixiao Inspection Institute, the 6 ministries of the Beixiao capital, the Beixiao Imperial Guards, the Hulong Villa, the Jinyu Division, the Dali Temple. A multitude of powers directly under the royal authority remain utterly inactive. The prominent figures of the capital appear as if they are blind and deaf, willfully ignoring the rebellion within the Beixiao Palace. This profound silence astonishes all cultivators and citizens of the capital. In the Ji residence of the capital, Jishio sits in the maple falling palace, wearing a smile as he serves a cup of tea to his grandmother, Mu Hua. "Little one, pray tell, how did you manage to command the obedience of the capital's factions?" Mu Hua inquires with a bemused expression. "It's quite simple. My intelligence division has compiled secrets about the 108 prominent figures of the capital over the past few years," Jishio replies with a grin. "That is insufficient." Mu Hua shakes her head. "While the secrets of these influential figures are indeed potent, they alone cannot compel them to align with the Ji family at such a critical moment. Of course it's not enough. But what if I were to inform them that Long Tian will perish tonight, and that he will meet his end at the hands of a Saint-Tier powerhouse? Moreover, I never instructed them to assassinate Long Tian. I merely urged them to stand idly by tonight to preserve their own lives. Given that, what reason do they have to interfere?" Jishio responds with a chuckle. "Using the power of another." Mu Hua contemplates thoughtfully. "If that's the case, then it poses no issue. The major factions in the capital are indeed governed by formidable leaders. However, none of these leaders have attained the Saint Tier. It is a well-known adage among cultivators across the continent. Below the Saint Tier, all are but ants. Now tell me, how did you manage to ally with the National Master of Beixiao?" Mu Hua inquires, pinching Jishio's cheek. The National Master of Beixiao is one of the most breathtaking yet terrifying individuals she has encountered. She is utterly astonished that her precious grandson could stand alongside the National Master in the same camp. Perhaps it was about a week ago," Jishio admits without concealment. "Hiss." Mu Hua drew a sharp breath and spoke. "You have quite the audacity." "It is merely luck," Jishio shrugged. "If Nan Lingyue had not been injured and Long Tian had not pressed for marriage, I truly would have had no connection with Nan Lingyue at that moment." The final question. If Long Tian were to perish and the National Guardian sect sought retribution, what would you do? Mu Hua gazed intently at Jishio, articulating the most pressing concern with piercing clarity. "Goodness, how does the assassination of Long Tian by the Grand Sorcerer of Beixiao implicate me, Jishio? We merely failed to rescue him in time, just like the majority in the capital. Wouldn't you agree?" Ji Xiu spread his hands innocently. You little fox. Your cunning truly grows ever more intricate. Mu Hua chuckled and scolded lightly, before gently ruffling Ji Xiu's hair and advising, it is getting late. Rest early. After tonight, the capital, no, the entire Beixia dynasty will be shaken to its core. We, the Ji family, must be thoroughly prepared. Having spoken, she turned with satisfaction and departed from the Maple Palace. Clearly, her grandson had contemplated all matters, and thus she felt no need to inquire further. As for Ji Xiu's forthcoming actions, she had faith and required no additional questioning. As for the National Guardian sect, she had to concede that Ji Xiu had executed his plans exquisitely. With tonight's move, he had effectively bound the forces and magnates of the entire capital to the same vessel. Even if the National Guardian sect possessed unparalleled power, they could not seize any incriminating evidence against the Ji family. After all, they were all mere spectators. Who among them was truly innocent? Who among them was truly noble? Now that the saint-level experts had intervened, what could the Ji family possibly do? Very well. Grandmother, do rest early. After bidding farewell to his grandmother Mu Hua, Ji Xiu returned to the stone bench to enjoy his tea. At that moment, 3 figures appeared beside him. Young master, when shall we strike? Old Wei inquired quietly. Let us proceed now. Ji Xiu waved his hand. With Nan Lingyue already in play, it is certain that the powerful in the palace will be stretched thin. This is the opportune moment for the 6th Bureau to seize control of the underground forces in the capital. Understood, Gu Jin responded, turning into a flurry of shadows as he vanished from the Maple Palace. Notably, he was followed by a multitude of dark figures, elite assassins from the 5th Bureau, honed through years of training along the Beixia border. Old Wei, you too shall go. Tonight, you will take charge of the situation. Ji Xiu casually commanded. Yes. Old Wei nodded and quietly melted into the night. Younger master, it appears the Ten Blades Legion has met its end. Gu Yao smiled and spoke. Ji Xiu also smiled faintly. If the elite forces of the Military Intelligence 5 were to be fully deployed, coupled with Elder Wei's control, the formidable underground power of the Ten Blades Legion in the capital would indeed falter without the support of the Xichang and the Northern Xia royal family. Young master, when will you enter the palace? Gu Yao asked with evident concern. Soon, Ji Xiu murmured softly, his clear eyes flickering with flames as he gazed towards the Northern Xia royal palace. He was still waiting for an opportunity. Before long, when an aged figure appeared above the palace, the aura of the saint level swept across the entire capital and beyond. Ji Xiu suddenly rose and said to Gu Yao, it is time. With that, he employed the stellar god's fragmentation technique, transforming into a flurry of starlight as he departed from the falling Maple Palace, heading swiftly towards the Northern Xia royal palace. Watching Ji Xiu's distant figure, Gu Yao bit her crimson lip, her face filled with worry as she softly murmured, my young master, you must be cautious. Chapter 41. The unhinged Nan Lingyue pursues to the Imperial Tomb. As Ji Xiu stealthily approached the Northern Xia Imperial Tomb using the stellar fragmentation technique, outside the Dragon Palace of the Northern Xia Imperial Palace, Nan Lingyue stood with her hands clasped behind her back, the biting cold wind rustling the hem of her dress. With an icy demeanor, she gazed at the mysterious elder draped in coarse robes standing atop the Dragon Palace and mockingly remarked, Old man, we meet again. I trust you have been well. Her voice, cold yet magnetic, reverberated through the heavens. A terrifying pressure, akin to that of a saint, descended upon the scene, rendering the countenance of all present cultivators ashen. Undoubtedly, before Nan Lingyue and this enigmatic elder, they were but a pitiful swarm of insignificant ants, easily obliterated with a mere snap of the fingers from either of the formidable figures. Your Excellency, the National Master, you have gone too far, the elder admonished, shaking his head as he surveyed the corpses strewn about. Gone too far. Nan Lingyue's lips curled into a sardonic smile upon hearing this. With keen interest, she fixed her gaze on the elder and coldly questioned, what constitutes too far? Had I not restored my saint-level powers, my fate would likely mirror that of the Emperor's 3,000 consorts. Utterly tragic. So, what right do you have to accuse me of excess? With a heavy sigh, the elder met her icy stare with resolute intent. Regardless of the reasons, Long Tian has not succeeded, has he? Moreover, your Excellency has also claimed many lives tonight. Perhaps it would be wise to cease this pursuit? Humph. Nan Lingyue shook her head with a light laugh. the mockery on her exquisite face intensifying. Her crimson lips parted as she coldly replied, "Cease? Very well. I shall conclude once I have slain Long Tian. How does that sound?" At her words, the elder's expression darkened considerably. "Nanlingwe, you are audacious. To plot regicide within the northern Xia imperial palace? Do you truly believe yourself invincible?" Ha ha ha. Nanlingwe lowered her head with a laugh, the scorn on her unparalleled visage growing ever more pronounced. "Invincible? Not quite. However, eliminating you, old man, poses no challenge." With that, she raised her hand and summoned a peculiar longsword, radiant with a resplendent crimson glow, from the void. The moment the sword materialized, the temperature of the entire realm plummeted by 10 degrees. The chilling aura of impending slaughter sent shivers down the spines of all present. "Kill," Nanlingwe declared, her lips parting as she shattered the void beneath her feet, soaring into the air with the moonlight at her back, her sword aimed directly at Long Tian. "Elder, save me." Long Tian's pupils constricted as he cried out to the elder, the overwhelming pressure and murderous intent compelling him to abandon his dignity. "Your Majesty, you must flee. To the royal mausoleum. Activate the teleportation array. Summon the esteemed experts of the Protecting Nations sect to the capital." The elder Mai approached Long Tian, whispering a warning and gently pushing him back. He sensed that Nanlingwe's strength and cultivation had become even more formidable since their last encounter. During their first confrontation, he had barely managed to repel her with the unsealing of the purifying world demon flame. However, today he was without that powerful ally, and he feared he could not hold off Nanlingwe for long. Thus, seeking assistance from the Protecting Nation sect was the only means to unravel the deadly predicament of the night. With that, he summoned a bronze halberd, radiating a holy azure light, and soared into battle against Nanlingwe. Boom, 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 boom. In the heavens above, a battle between sacred ranks erupted. Terrifying waves of energy resonated like muffled thunderclaps. The surface of the northern Xia imperial palace fractured with countless fissures resembling a spider's web. All present cultivators turned pale and retreated in a frenzy. They knew this was a sacred battle. Even the residual force of the fight could severely injure or even slay them. In the shadows of the northern Xia imperial palace, Ji Xiu gazed with trepidation at the two formidable sacred beings clashing in the firmament. Above, crimson and azure lights dominated the sky, even the serene, luminous moon was beset by the shocking dual hues. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated once more in his ears. Ji Xiu shivered at the sight of the two sacred ranks above and whispered to himself, "Below the sacred ranks, all are but ants." This statement rang true. Shaking his head, he forcibly quelled his rising excitement and began scanning the palace for Long Tian's whereabouts. This night, Long Tian was his primary target. He must not allow Long Tian to survive until dawn. At that moment, he spotted Long Tian fleeing towards the northern Xia royal mausoleum under the protection of Yu Huatian. Damn! An additional adversary, the minister of the Western Factory, Yu Huatian. Ji Xiu frowned deeply. Currently, he possessed a soul-piercing nail, capable of indiscriminately slaying all beings below the sacred rank. However, a single soul-piercing nail could only be used to kill one person. If he eliminated Long Tian, he would still have to contend with Yu Huatian. While his mind raced with thoughts of how to escape after assassinating the emperor, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure stealthily trailing Long Tian and Yu Huatian towards the northern Xia royal mausoleum. It was Nanlingwe's direct disciple, the northern Xia princess. Mu Xianyin. Ji Xiu's eyes brightened. If memory served, Mu Xianyin harbored a deep-seated hatred for Long Tian. Clearly, she was a contingency arranged by Nanlingwe. This was becoming quite intriguing. A smirk curled at the corner of Ji Xiu's mouth as he activated the star goddess shadow and set his course towards the northern Xia royal mausoleum. Deep within the catacombs of the northern Xia royal mausoleum, upon an altar inscribed with ancient runes, an extraordinarily malevolent flame radiated a dazzling crimson light, accompanied by tendrils of black gas rising ominously. This peculiar flame was none other than the third-ranked netherworld flame on the list of otherworldly fires. Suddenly, the grand entrance to the underground palace thundered open. Long Tian and Yu Huatian stumbled in, their escape a chaotic spectacle. It was only upon witnessing the flame that they found solace, exhaling deeply in relief. "Your Majesty, that was indeed perilously close," Yu Huatian remarked. still shaken by the overwhelming pressure and pursuit from a saint-level powerhouse. Damn it, Nan Lingyue is truly a madwoman. Long Tian muttered darkly, his countenance grim. He could hardly fathom that she would dare to storm the imperial palace with the intent to take his life, entirely disregarding the consequences. Indeed, this woman is undoubtedly the most insane and incomprehensible individual I have ever encountered in my life. Yu Huatian took a deep breath, recalling Nan Lingyue's cold gaze, which sent shivers down his spine. She harbored no fear of imperial authority and showed no concern for the repercussions of her actions. In essence, Nan Lingyue was a reckless lunatic without bounds. But what of her madness? Once the esteemed leaders of my nation's protective sect arrive, how much chaos can she truly unleash? At that moment, I shall reduce her to ashes, and then I will turn that rebellious Mu Xianyin into a mere stick. Long Tian spoke with chilling resolve. Alas, Yu Huatian sighed. Your Majesty, we must activate the formation at once. We must quickly notify the Supreme Elder of the protective sect. That woman is far too deranged. I fear the Supreme Elder may not withstand her insanity. Quite right. Long Tian nodded, moving to an ancient formation behind the altar. The formation, though modest in size, was surrounded by high-level inscriptions of Beixia. This was a teleportation array, directly linking to the most mysterious sect dedicated to safeguarding the nation. Once activated, the leaders of the protective sect would arrive within the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Just as he began to form the seals to activate the array, a clear voice resonated through the underground palace. Father, today, we must settle our affairs. At the sound of that voice, Long Tian and Yu Huatian abruptly turned to face the entrance. There stood Mu Xianyin, slowly making her way into the palace. Rebellious daughter, you truly seek death. Long Tian's face darkened completely. He was baffled as to who had granted this star-gathering realm cultivator the audacity and courage to pursue him alone. Chapter 42, The Regicide, Ji Xiao. Rewards received. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Mu Xianyin threw her head back and laughed heartily. She regarded Long Tian as one might a fool and softly spoke. Northern Xia Imperial Tomb. Purifying Demon Flame. Transmission Array. All of this lies within my master's control. Today, not only will you fail to slay me, but you shall also surely perish here. As her words fell, Long Tian's expression shifted dramatically, and Yu Huatian's countenance turned exceedingly grim. If all of this was indeed anticipated by the deranged woman, Nan Lingyue, then it would not be surprising for Mu Xianyin to pursue them to the imperial tomb with such confidence. What do you mean by this? Long Tian stammered, his voice trembling. Hee. Mu Xianyin chuckled softly, relishing the terror evident on Long Tian's face. Subsequently, she produced a crystal vial from her interspatial ring. The vial was translucent and shimmering, containing a single drop of blood, radiant with a golden hue. This is Yu Huatian stared vacantly at the blood within the vial. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his complexion paled, and he retreated 3 steps in haste. Holy tear blood. Long Tian gasped in disbelief. Under the holy tear, all are but ants. This proclamation was universally acknowledged among the countless cultivators of the continent. A single drop of holy tear blood represented the full might of a holy realm powerhouse. This was Mu Xianyin's leverage, the trump card bestowed upon her by Nan Lingyue. Father Emperor, Mu Xianyin regarded Long Tian with a frigid demeanor before declaring, now that you recognize it, you shall meet your demise. With that, her expression hardened as she hurled the crystal vial into the air. Crack! The vial shattered mid-flight, and the drop of golden blood erupted forth. The aura of the holy tear instantaneously enveloped the void. Clang! 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 Blinding golden light erupted within the crypt. The terrifying force of the holy tear summoned forth a tempest of light, extending 100 feet outward. At that moment, the ground of the crypt illuminated with over 100 mysterious runes, ablaze with fierce flames. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of the runes igniting echoed like water boiling. Were it not for these runes absorbing the majority of the holy tear energy, this imperial tomb would have been reduced to rubble in an instant. Nevertheless, considerable holy tear energy still surged forth like rippling waves. Boom, boom, boom. Where the invisible energy ripples passed, mountains outside the tomb shattered in an instant, while ancient trees were uprooted and snapped in half. Moments later, as the holy tear energy was nearly exhausted, the dust within the tomb settled. There lay Yuhuatian, charred and lifeless on the ground. His meridians were shattered, and his bones reduced to mere fragments, leaving only a blood-stained human skin sprawled upon the earth. He, the illustrious leader of the Western Depot, now lay lifeless, utterly beyond revival. It is over. Finally, it has come to an end. Mu Xianyin tilted her head back. Her eyes closed as she murmured silently. Just then, a towering figure materialized before her. Xianyin, your father cannot bear to see you perish. Upon hearing this voice, Mu Xianyin abruptly opened her eyes, disbelief flooding her gaze as she looked at Long Tian. In this moment, Long Tian was a sight to behold. His body riddled with wounds, hair disheveled, and his pallor an alarming shade of white. Blood occasionally trickled from the corners of his mouth. Yet despite his grievous injuries, he had miraculously survived. How is this possible? Mu Xuanyin's beautiful eyes were filled with a dazed astonishment. Do you think you alone possess sacred blood? Do you believe your master is the only one of sacred prowess? Have you forgotten? Your grandfather is also a being of sacred strength. Long Tian grinned, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Indeed, he too possesses a drop of sacred blood. This precious drop was bestowed upon him by the last emperor of Beixia, now the revered elder of Beixia, as a means of preserving his life. Although the sacred power within it has diminished over the years, it is still sufficient to save his life. Scoundrel, I shall fight you to the end. Mu Xianyin coldly rebuked, her beautiful eyes ablaze with the light of a gathering star, as she drew a silver longsword and thrust it directly towards Long Tian's heart. Huh! Long Tian chuckled coldly, flicking his finger. Crack! The longsword shattered into 100 pieces. In the next instant, Long Tian raised his hand, piercing the void to grasp Mu Xianyin firmly by the throat, his voice icy as he inquired, Xianyin, what more do you have to say? Humph. Mu Xianyin gritted her silver teeth, her eyes filled with defiance. Long Tian, if you possess the capability, then kill me. It would be just as well. I could join my mother. In that moment, despair began to seep into her heart. After all, how could she, a mere novice at the Gathering Stars level, stand against Long Tian, who had reached the pinnacle of the monarch level? Upon hearing her words, Long Tian's lips curled into a slight smirk, his gaze lingering on Mu Xuanyin's ethereal beauty as he spoke slowly, Xianyin, to kill you would be far too merciful. However, it must be said, you have truly grown, and you bear an increasing resemblance to your mother. Begone, you have no right to speak of my mother. Mu Xianyin glared fiercely at Long Tian, her voice a sharp reprimand. Very well, if you wish for me to refrain from mentioning her, then I shall comply. Yet, I must confess, I find myself yearning for your mother. Why not take her place? Long Tian's wicked smile was accompanied by a fervent gaze directed at Mu Xianyin. You beast! Mu Xianyin trembled at his words. She had anticipated that Long Tian might slay her, yet she had never imagined he could be so devoid of humanity. Ha ha ha! What follows now is your chance to struggle. You may also scream to your heart's content. However, I shall not relent. Long Tianyue exclaimed with growing excitement. Just then, the crisp sound of applause echoed through the shadowy underground palace. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing this sound, Long Tian's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, aside from him and Mu Xianyin, there was indeed another person present. Who could it be? Long Tian released his grip from Mu Xuanyin's neck, casting a vigilant gaze around him. Just then, a cold yet somewhat youthful voice emerged. Splendid, splendid. Your Majesty, I am aware of your shamelessness. Yet, I truly did not anticipate you to be this audacious. TSK, TSK, TSK. Do you truly fear not the wrath of heaven? As the voice faded, a slender figure stepped out from the shadows of the underground palace. Jixio. Mu Xianyin looked at the newcomer, and for some inexplicable reason, a strange sense of safety surged within her. The young master of the Ji family. Jixio. Long Tian furrowed his brows, regarding Jixio with a cold tone. Your Majesty, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Jixio waved at Long Tian as a greeting. Very well. It appears that today's harvest is not insignificant. If you remain hidden within the Ji residence, I might indeed have no means to deal with you. However, daring to intrude upon the North Summer Imperial Tomb today leaves me no choice. Should you perish within the North Summer Imperial Tomb, I trust the Ice God Palace will have nothing to say. Long Tian grinned menacingly and stepped forward. Boom! The terrifying aura of the pinnacle of the June realm erupted. Waves of invisible energy rippled through the void, and the temperature soared abruptly. Behind him, a blazing sun began to rise. This was the manifestation of his Emperor's son's sacred art being pushed to its utmost limit. Huh. Jishio's lips curled slightly, showing no fear, and he spoke with intrigue. Your Majesty, is it truly so? As he spoke, he slowly spread his palm. At that moment, a black iron nail appeared in his hand. The nail was ancient and unadorned, lacking any quality worthy of praise. Yet, the instant Long Tian laid eyes upon it, a chill surged from his spine to his forehead. In an instant, a fear emanating from the depths of his soul scattered through his limbs. What is this? Long Tian gazed at Jishio with trembling eyes, his jaw quivering incessantly. He could sense an indescribable, terrifying power emanating from the black iron nail in Jishio's hand. The chilling sensation filled him with a foreboding sense of dread. Guess. The murderous intent gleamed in Jishio's clear eyes as he activated the power of the star-gathering realm, pointing the soul-biting nail directly at Long Tian. Sing! The black iron nail transformed into a slender beam of profound light, shooting forth like an arrow. At the moment light emerged, even space seemed to tremble. You! Long Tian had just begun to utter a word when his voice abruptly ceased. That profound beam of light traversed his neck with an exceptionally bizarre and utterly illogical speed. He had no time to react. He merely felt a chill at his throat and instinctively reached for it, only to have his fingers drenched in blood almost instantaneously. Die! Jishio uttered those two words with an expression of utter indifference. With a sudden whoosh, Long Tian's head was flung high into the air. Blood gushed forth from his neck like a fountain, splattering several meters high. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the bounty task of assassinating the Emperor. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward of 100,000 Destiny Essence. Chapter 43, Awakening the Divine Forbidden, Devouring the Otherworldly Flames. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the bounty task of assassinating the Emperor. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving a bounty of 100,000 Destiny Essence. As the system notifications echoed in his ears, the tension that had gripped Jishio's heart finally began to dissipate. Instinctively, he opened the system panel. Name, Jishio, age, 8. Identity, Crown Prince of the Beixia Dynasty. Established organization, Military Intelligence 6. Cultivation level, Star Gathering 4th Realm. Bloodline physique, Divine Heart Demon Bone Demon Descent successfully activated. Conditions for awakening Divine Forbidden, 100,000 Destiny Essence. Conditions for awakening Immortal Ashes, 1,000,000 Destiny Essence. Cultivation techniques, Devouring Immortal Demons, cultivated to the 3rd Realm. Flying Dragon Cloud Grasp, Advanced, Star God Shattered Shadow, Beginner. Weapons, Great Luo Sword Embryo. Ghost Flute Chinching. Destiny Essence, 104, 800 points. Fate level, Red 9 lives 1 death. System Mall, opened. Task System, opened. Storage, Soul Capturing Trilogy Requiem, Soul Snatching. Spirit Summoning, Ice God Jade, Token of the Ice God Palace Master. System Notification. More information can be expanded at last. He had amassed 100,000 Destiny Essence. The Divine Forbidden was finally within reach of awakening. Jishio let out a long breath, his heart racing with excitement. Without hesitation, he began the long-anticipated awakening of his coveted Second Slaughter Realm Divine Forbidden. Beep. System Notification. Awakening the Second Slaughter Realm Divine Forbidden requires the consumption of 100,000 Destiny Essence. Please confirm again, host. Activate. Jishio did not waver for a moment. The Divine Forbidden Realm was a taboo domain where only ancient emperors could tread. To awaken it in this fantastical world with merely 100,000 Destiny Essence was utterly exhilarating. As his thoughts settled, a beam of chaotic divine light flashed across his eyes. Jishio felt his body become incredibly light. In that moment, his soul seemed to ascend to the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, as if drifting above the celestial realm. Simultaneously, an extraordinary sensation of enlightenment surged within him. All the splendor of the world is but fleeting smoke. At the end of the world, the conclusion of time, amidst the eternal rush, ultimately, only an invincible being shall remain. Jishio closed his eyes, softly murmuring as if in a dream. An intense, blinding, chaotic divine light radiated from his being, with celestial rain cascading down around him. In that moment, he truly resembled a transcendent immortal descending to the mortal realm, emanating the ultimate pressure of an ancient emperor from his diminutive form. What on earth has happened to this fellow? Could it be that he has entered the fabled state of unity between heaven and man? Mu Xianyin stared, astonished, at Jishio, who stood with his back to her, enveloped in the luminous rain that exuded boundless pressure. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the second slaughter realm divine forbidden of the bloodline. Divine prohibition, the taboo of the gods, a realm of combat wherein the body and soul transcend the shackles of the heavenly path, achieving a transformative metamorphosis. It is said that only the ancient emperors are deemed worthy to dwell within such a domain. System notification. The consumption is exceedingly remarkable. Host, please proceed with caution. With a sigh of relief, the activation was successful. Jishio gradually opened his eyes. At this moment, the unparalleled light of chaos that had once resided in his gaze had dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming ecstasy emanating from his very core. Suddenly, he sensed a searing gaze upon him from behind. Turning around, he found Mu Xianyin, her eyes glazed over, fixated upon him. Hey, have you looked enough, Your Highness? Jishio teased with a chuckle. Mu Xianyin snapped back to reality, realizing her lapse in composure. She hastily averted her gaze, attempting to feign nonchalance as she inquired, Jishio, what just transpired with you? Haha. Jishio chuckled lightly, then fabricated a response. I merely fell into a state of enlightenment. Indeed, Mu Xianyin gasped, her breath hitching, as she gazed at Jishio with a complicated expression, softly exclaiming, Jishio, you are truly astonishing. She understood that attaining the state of unity with heaven and man in this world was immensely beneficial for one's cultivation. For instance, her master, Nan Lingyue, had entered the state of unity 3 times, which enabled her to reach the saint level by the age of 27. Upon hearing this, Jishio shrugged with amusement, looking at Mu Xianyin and replied, Your Highness, do refrain from gazing at me so intensely. I might misinterpret your intentions. Mu Xianyin lightly scoffed, then, with a complex mood, directed her gaze at the headless corpse of Long Tian within the tomb, and said, Thank you for today. I have long wished to slay him. I owe you one. Owe me one. Jishio raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. The esteemed Princess Mu Xianyin has now incurred a debt to me. Rest assured, I shall collect it with interest in the future. Very well. Mu Xianyin nodded earnestly. Observing this, Jishio smiled with a hint of resignation before shifting his attention to the ancient altar deep within the tomb. Upon the altar bloomed a pure white lotus, its petals crystalline and translucent, an ethereal beauty that seemed to mesmerize all who beheld it. Yet, at the heart of the lotus resided a flame of ominous crimson, exuding wisps of dark mist, an enchanting demonic fire, the purifying devil flame. Today marks the second grand objective of mine. Jishio's expression grew solemn, his gaze intensely focused. The third-ranked extraordinary flame on the list possesses an exquisite beauty, yet harbors unparalleled destruction, rendering it exceedingly perilous. It is not merely a trivial matter for a mere gathering star realm cultivator. Even a holy tier practitioner, if caught off guard, could find their soul extinguished. The devouring, immortal demon technique. The burning decision. Surely, these should suffice to subdue it. Jishio inhaled deeply and cautiously approached the purifying world demon flame. This fellow. What does it intend to do? Mu Xianyin furrowed her brow as she observed Jishio advancing step by step towards the purifying world demon flame. Indeed, it is breathtaking. Jishio arrived at the altar, gazing at the extraordinary flame floating at the heart of the pure white lotus with eyes filled with awe and determination. Exhaling, Jishio suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him. He then reached out to cradle the pure white lotus atop the altar. In that instant, an intense heat surged towards him. Yet, despite this, he did not sense the terrifying destructive power of the purifying world demon flame. Perhaps it is due to this accompanying lotus flower. Is that why the destructive force of the purifying world demon flame eludes me? Jishio swallowed hard, attempting to clarify his thoughts. It was indeed thanks to this accompanying lotus that he even qualified to approach the extraordinary flame. Jishio, you are insane. If you wish to keep your life, set it down. Mu Xuaning's voice trembled as she urged him. However, at that moment, she realized something significant about Ji Xiao. It seemed he was not merely being reckless. This fellow genuinely intended to subdue this extraordinary flame. But what folly is this? The purifying world demon flame ranks third on the extraordinary flame list. It embodies catastrophic power capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. How could a mere gathering star realm cultivator even dream of tampering with it? Even her master had nearly perished beneath the might of this extraordinary flame. Nevertheless, despite Mu Xuaning's voice echoing throughout the underground palace, Ji Xiao appeared oblivious. His gaze remained fixated on the peculiar extraordinary flame atop the lotus. This is the only opportunity. If I wait for Nan Lingyue to arrive in the underground palace, the purifying world demon flame will surely fall into her possession. She is holy tier. I cannot compete with her. Ji Xiao's mind was clear at this moment. He longed to bring the extraordinary flame back to the Ji residence and concentrate the family's strength, or perhaps return once his cultivation had strengthened. Yet, time was of the essence, and Nan Lingyue would never permit it. Thus, only one choice remained. Just as this thought crystallized, a fierce determination flashed in Ji Xiao's eyes. He trembled as he raised his left hand, slowly lifting the pure, white lotus before him. Gritting his teeth, he tilted his head back and swallowed the flame seed nestled within the lotus heart in one decisive gulp. At that moment, the devouring immortal technique operates at full power. The burning decision is fully unleashed. Boom! In the instant Ji Xiao swallowed the spark of fire, the force of annihilation erupted with a thunderous roar. The terrifying temperature surged exponentially in an instant. Invisible ripples of energy surged forth. Crack, crack, crack. The surface of the North Xia imperial tomb trembled violently, the walls fracturing like a spider's web. Witnessing this scene, Mu Xuaning's expression changed drastically, without a word. She turned to flee. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of flames searing the air accompanied by rising mist resembled the prelude to a volcanic eruption. At the moment when the countless runes protecting the tomb turned to ash, clang, a towering crimson pillar of fire erupted into the sky, centered around Ji Xiao. Boom, boom, boom. The vast North Xia imperial tomb was reduced to ashes in an instant. The celestial pillar of fire connected heaven and earth, a sight of extreme grandeur. On a distant peak of the imperial tomb mountains, Mu Xuaning gazed at the red pillar connecting heaven and earth, cold sweat soaking her back. Swallowing hard, her eyes glazed over as she muttered tremulously, a madman. Truly a reckless lunatic. Chapter 44. The Tremor of Kyoto. The enraged Nan Lingyue. Brilliant crimson fireworks erupted in the night sky, unleashing terrifying waves of fire that engulfed the heavens. In an instant, the temperature of the entire world surged significantly. Within the city of Kyoto, millions stood transfixed, gazing at the fiery torrents sweeping across the sky, their throats constricted in disbelief. Even from a great distance, the scorching flames left countless individuals drenched in sweat, as though they were trapped in the sweltering heat of summer. That place was the Royal Tomb's mountain range. What could have transpired? Such power, what level of might was it? Was it the monarch tier? The saint tier? Or perhaps the legendary realm of power? Only the presence of extraordinary flames could possess such terrifying destructive force. My goodness, it was indeed the legendary power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. How utterly horrifying. In the city of Kyoto, both cultivators and common folk felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the face of the fiery waves engulfing the world. Not only they, but even the numerous magnates of Kyoto were left dumbfounded, inwardly groaning. It's over. Truly over. Tonight's events have escalated beyond control. In East Kyoto, the streets were strewn with corpses. Blood stained the entirety of the thoroughfare. Gu Jian, clad in black, bore the weapon Yuan Hong, emanating an icy demeanor to the utmost degree. Behind him stood over 100 black-clad assassins, the elite operatives of the 5th Bureau of Military Intelligence. As per Ji Xiao's plan, Gu Jian, along with the 5th Bureau, had executed a complete massacre of the Ten Blades Legion located in East Kyoto that night. At that moment, Gu Yao, standing beside him, gazed blankly at the fiery waves consuming the sky, whispering in a daze, "Your Highness, was it you who did this? I implore you, please return safely." In response, Gu Jian sheathed Yuan Hong, turning confidently to comfort Gu Yao, "Sister, Do not worry. The young prince can command the clouds and summon the rain at will. I assure you, tonight's events are entirely within his control. As he spoke, an elderly man in black slowly approached. It was Elder Wei. He gazed toward the direction of the northern Xia imperial palace, frowning as he murmured, "Let us hope so. May tonight truly remain within the control of the young prince." In the military estate of the Ji family in Kyoto, Lin Ru covered her mouth, staring at the towering pillar of fire that seemed to connect heaven and earth. Her voice trembling as she asked, "Mother, did Xiao really go to the palace tonight?" "Indeed." Mu Hua nodded. "Ah." Lin Ru gasped in shock, her entire being swaying precariously as she whispered, "Tonight at the northern Xia imperial palace. A battle of the Saint Tier. The eruption of extraordinary flames. The situation has escalated dramatically. What a predicament." Sighing deeply, Mu Hua remarked, "Do not worry. That young man will surely return safely." Yet, despite her reassurances, a sense of uncertainty gnawed at her heart. She felt a pang of guilt, for it was she who had tacitly permitted Ji Xiao's actions that night. Although the plan seemed meticulously crafted, she could not shake the feeling that she should have accompanied Ji Xiao to the palace. Yet, it was too late for regrets now. In the imperial palace of Kyoto, all 10 divine generals of Beixia had perished. Before the Dragon Hall, the ground lay strewn with corpses and severed limbs. This night, the palace appeared to have been drenched in a rain of blood. The air was thick with an overwhelming stench of blood that was nauseating. At that moment, the elder of the Beixia royal family, having lost an arm, knelt half-heartedly before Nan Lingyue. His body was soaked in blood, his war spear was shattered, his vital essence obliterated, and he bore over 100 sword wounds, blood gushing forth from each. The once mighty sage was on the brink of departing for the starry sea. The old man in tattered robes, his eyes filled with despair and a vacant gaze, looked toward the Beixia royal tomb and lamented, "Long Tian is dead. The royal tomb is destroyed. Ha ha ha. Truly, I am an incompetent guardian of the Beixia royal family." Coughing violently, he suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood. "Is there anything else you wish to say?" Nan Lingyue, arms crossed, looked down upon the old man. Her mood was fraught with agitation, as she was oblivious to the cause of the eruption of the purifying demon flame at the royal tomb, a development that boded ill for her. "You," the old man began, but his words were abruptly cut off. With a swift motion, Nan Lingyue's sword pierced through the old man's heart. "You wish to speak, yet I have no desire to listen." With that, she withdrew her blade, drawing forth a long trail of blood, and in an instant, her figure vanished from before the Dragon Hall. On the mountains overlooking the Beixia royal tomb, Mu Xian stared blankly at the towering column of fire that seemed to connect heaven and earth. As a gentle breeze swept past, Nan Lingyue emerged from the void. Appearing before her, "Xianin, what on earth has transpired?" Nan Lingyue inquired sharply, her brow furrowed in concern. Seeing the familiar figure before her was like finding a lifeline. Mu Xian rose and grasped Nan Lingyue's sleeve, momentarily at a loss for words. "Master, Long Tian has been slain by Ji Xiao. And then, what happened next?" Nan Lingyue pressed, her brow furrowing deeper. "Then, Ji Xiao swallowed the purifying demon flame in one gulp." Mu Xian responded with a trembling voice. "What?" Upon hearing this, Nan Lingyue's stunningly beautiful face suddenly altered. Her enchanting eyes darted toward the epicenter of the eruption of the otherworldly fire. There, crimson flames soared into the heavens, and waves of fire rippled across the land, creating an extremely magnificent spectacle. At the center of the explosion, all living beings within its vicinity suffered devastating blows. It could be said that half of the Imperial Tomb mountain range was affected, reduced to a desolate wasteland. Such power! It was inconceivable for even a mere gathering star practitioner, let alone a saint tier or legendary cultivator, to survive. However, as the waves of fire gradually dissipated, a frail figure emerged within Nan Lingyue's line of sight. This little creature was still alive. Nan Lingyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured in astonishment. With that, her figure suddenly flickered, transforming into a streak of light, and in an instant, she arrived before Ji Xiao. At that moment, Ji Xiao's garments had turned to ashes, lying weakly on the ground. His entire form resembled a smoldering ember. His body a fiery red, with countless wounds splitting open his skin, blood covering him entirely. He appeared as a figure of blood, Yet despite such grievous injuries, there remained a faint sign of life. It is noteworthy that in Jishio's hand, he still tightly clutched a pure white lotus. Furthermore, the stem of that pure white lotus had tightly entwined around his left wrist. Jishio, you swallowed the purifying demon flame? Nanling Yu bit her silver teeth, incredulously and reluctantly inquired. It hurts. So painful. Jishio raspingly uttered with the last vestige of his consciousness. No kidding. Nanling Yu coldly retorted, her exquisitely beautiful face icy to the extreme. She never anticipated that Jishio would so crudely devour the purifying demon flame that she desired. Moreover, he was even audacious enough to cry out in pain. Was this a display of affection? Your Millennium Profound Pool. May I borrow it for a moment? I am immensely grateful. Jishio, enduring the immense pain of his burning meridians and splitting skin, trembled as he spoke. And then his consciousness plunged into darkness. It must be said that his reckless act of forcibly swallowing the purifying demon flame was indeed perilous. In that instant of consumption, his meridians and bones should have turned to ash. However, due to the presence of the accompanying lotus in his hand, it safeguarded his life. Coupled with the mystical powers of the devouring immortal demon technique and the burning decision, he surprisingly managed to successfully initiate the system process of devouring the purifying demon flame. At this moment, although he had fallen into a coma, the devouring immortal demon technique and burning decision continued to operate autonomously. Once the process of devouring the otherworldly flame was set in motion, it would never cease. If it were to stop, the purifying demon flame would erupt once more. To put it simply, Jishio's current state was one of either success or demise. Ding! Congratulations, host. The process of devouring the purifying flame has reached one. You little rascal. Nanling Yu gazed at the unconscious Jishio at her feet, a wave of frustration washing over her. In that moment, although she yearned to strike Jishio down with a single blow, after much deliberation, she ultimately lifted him into her arms and headed towards the Divine Strategy Palace. Remember this, Jishio. This time you owe me. In the future, I shall have you repay me tenfold. Chapter 45, Jishio, from this moment forth, you shall be mine. Under the luminous moonlit sky, the deep night enveloped the land, leaving no soul in Kyoto at rest. The powerful figures of various factions anxiously gazed towards the imperial palace. The battle at the sacred level had ceased, and the once rampant anomalous flames gradually receded. Was this the end of the night? If it were, what would the outcome be? Their futures and fates were intricately entwined with this very moment. Yet, despite their palpable anxiety, none dared to send scouts into the palace to uncover the truth. For Jishio had issued a stark warning. If they wished to remain alive, they were forbidden from stepping foot within the palace until dawn. Within the sacred strategy palace, Nanling Yu, arms crossed and an icy demeanor, looked down upon Jishio, who lay weakly submerged in an icy pool. The moonlight streaming through the window accentuated her unparalleled beauty and cold elegance. Master, Jishio, how could this man still be alive? How is this possible? Mu Xuaning's voice was laced with disbelief. The pure world demon flame ranked third on the anomalous fire list. Yet Jishio had forcibly consumed it and emerged unscathed. At that moment, her mind felt utterly overwhelmed. Nanling Yu scoffed. Had it been anyone else, they would surely be dead beyond salvation. But this fellow seems somewhat different. What do you mean? Mu Xianing shook her head, expressing her confusion. Nanling Yu offered no explanation, her gaze instead becoming increasingly entranced by the flower lotus entwined around Jishio's left hand. What secrets did this little creature hold? Why would the companion flower of the pure world demon flame choose to protect him? Moreover, it appeared to exhibit signs of recognizing him as its master. Truly astonishing. As her thoughts spiraled, she found herself at a loss. Just then, Jishio coughed 3 times, his consciousness slowly awakening. The excruciating pain that coursed through him elicited a groan. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed in his ears. What a fine move, young master of the Ji family. This night, I shall cleanse the imperial palace with blood, and you have emerged as the ultimate victor. At the sound of this, Jishio gradually opened his eyes and immediately locked onto the figures of Nanling Yu and Mu Xianing standing above the icy pool. Huh, what are you saying? I don't quite understand. He forced a weak smile, aware that evading Nanling Yu was impossible. Thus, Feigning ignorance seemed the wisest course of action at this juncture. Humph. Nan Lingyue let out a cold snort. You little rascal. Must I truly elucidate my intentions? After this night, the tale of my bloodbath at the North Xia Imperial Palace shall resonate throughout the entire continent. The demise of Long Tian within the royal tomb will likely be attributed to me, and the North Xia Guardian sect will pursue me relentlessly. Meanwhile, you, Jixio, will emerge unscathed, untouched by the tempest. What a clever scheme, is it not so? Jixio wore an expression of innocence, appearing utterly oblivious, which left Mu Xianyin momentarily stunned. Heh! Observing this, Nan Lingyue let out a cold laugh, shifting her tone as she continued. Of course, these matters are of little consequence. Since I dare to wash the palace in blood, I shall bear the consequences. However, you have audaciously taken my. Do you truly believe I would refrain from eliminating you? Should I choose to end your life, I could still seize thee. Jixio, upon hearing this, suddenly lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he addressed Nan Lingyue. If you intended to kill me, you would have acted long ago. You wouldn't have allowed me to remain until now. Moreover, you must comprehend that I have begun to consume the purifying demonic flame. Therefore, you should also realize that I am now half its master. If you were to kill me, it would spiral out of control and erupt once more. This time, the purifying demonic flame would unleash its full fury. Humph. Nan Lingyue, upon hearing this, shot Jixio a fierce glare before falling into a prolonged silence. She had come to the North Xia dynasty as a national teacher, all for the sake of the third-ranked, the purifying demonic flame. After 8 years of toil, she had unwittingly woven a shroud for Jixio. How could she possibly accept this? Yet she was acutely aware that Jixio, now imbued with the purifying demonic flame, was akin to a ticking time bomb. Should she truly eliminate him, the ensuing chaos would be catastrophic. She would be gravely injured if not killed outright. Moreover, there was a significant chance that she would return empty-handed. Above all, she could not afford to confront the relentless pursuit of the North Xia Guardian sect while severely wounded. Thus, this lad had orchestrated the entirety of this scheme. With her thoughts lingering on this, a glint of coldness flashed in Nan Lingyue's beautiful eyes as she coldly commanded Mu Xianyin. Xianyin, you are to leave. Huh. Mu Xianyin was taken aback, unable to fathom her master's true intentions. Depart. Nan Lingyue's voice grew stern. Hearing this, Mu Xianyin trembled, aware that her master was genuinely incensed. She hastily retreated behind the screen, casting Jixio a look that seemed to wish him well in his endeavors as she left. Master National Teacher, since the ship has already sunk, let us address matters directly. What is it that you desire? As long as it is within my means, I shall provide it. Jixio took a deep breath and spoke earnestly to Nan Lingyue. As matters have reached this point, continuing our collaboration seems to be the most prudent course of action. He is confident that Nan Lingyue will judiciously weigh the pros and cons. No sooner had he spoken than, with a splashing sound, Nan Lingyue gracefully stepped into the Millennium Mystic Pool. The droplets of water glistened as they cascaded onto her frosty countenance, accentuating her unparalleled beauty. What do you intend to do? Jixio found himself momentarily bewildered as he beheld Nan Lingyue, now standing before him with an air of frost. Could it be that she truly wished to throw caution to the wind and end his life right here in the Divine Strategy Palace? With a slight curl of her crimson lips, Nan Lingyue grasped Jixio's left hand and lifted it. Beneath the moonlight, he noticed a pure white floral wreath adorning his wrist, its 9 lotus petals shimmering with a faint glow, emanating an infinite vitality. What is this? Jixio was taken aback. The companion flower lotus. It has indeed recognized you as its master. Nan Lingyue's eyes sparkled with an inscrutable brilliance. What do you mean? Jixio asked, still in a daze. Given this, I would not mind bestowing upon you the purifying demon flame. However, Nan Lingyue trailed off, leaving her words hanging in the air. Yet, the peculiar intensity in her gaze sent shivers down Jixio's spine. But what? Jixio asked, somewhat dazed. But, you, Jixio, from now on, you shall belong to me. Nan Lingyue's lips formed a delicate line, her beautiful eyes sparkling as if gazing upon a treasure solely her own. What does that mean? Jixio remained perplexed. What did it signify that he was to be hers in the future? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Nan Lingyue extended her jade hand and lightly tapped his forehead. Clang! In that moment of flickering magical light, An extraordinary sensation of icy fire surged through Ji Xiao, causing his entire being to tremble. What has this woman done? The moonlight flowed like water, gentle and soothing. After casting one last glance at Ji Xiao, Nan Lingwei departed, leaving him with a perplexing statement. Ji Xiao, from now on, you shall be mine. When the time comes, you shall repay what you owe me tenfold. At that moment, Ji Xiao stared in astonishment at Nan Lingwei's retreating figure, muttering to himself, Nan Lingwei, this madwoman. What on earth does she intend? What does it mean that I am to be hers? A flurry of questions raced through his mind. At this moment, Ji Xiao, lost in profound contemplation, remained oblivious to the pale purple crescent moon mark that had fleetingly graced his forehead, as pointed out by Nan Lingyu. Chapter 46. Nan Lingwei dares to be the first in the world. Ji Xiao wins in abundance. Amidst a night of wind and rain, the luminous moon hung high in the sky. On the viewing platform of the Divine Strategy Palace, Nan Lingwei donned an elegant black robe, the cold moonlight cascading upon her unparalleled beauty, rendering her strikingly enchanting. At this moment, her beautiful eyes, devoid of any emotion, gazed down upon the bustling city below, adorned with countless lights. Her red lips parted slightly. Xianin, it is time to depart. Upon hearing this, Mu Xianin nodded, her brow furrowing with concern. Master, where shall we go next? To the Great Qin Empire or the Divine Phoenix Empire? Today, we bloodied the royal palace, and with Long Tian dead, the Northern Xia protecting nation will undoubtedly pursue us. Thus, only these two empires possess the strength to shield us. We shall not go to either. Nan Lingwei replied with a light snort. The Great Qin Empire, led by the first emperor, harbors grand ambitions and employs ruthless tactics. What he desires, I do not possess. The Divine Phoenix Empire, led by the primordial Phoenix Lord, is cunning and astute. I shall never place my trust in him. But, Mu Xianin hesitated, shaking her head in confusion. In this world, is there truly no place for us? The Northern Xia dynasty is a land we cannot linger in. As for the Great Qin and the Divine Phoenix, we cannot venture there either. Where, then, can we go? Hearing this, Nan Lingwei curled her red lips into a slight smile. Xianin, the Nine Heavens continent harbors 3 supreme empires. We cannot remain, nor can we go to them. The 7 foremost cultivation sects will not extend even the slightest assistance. Thus, we are left with but one choice. Mu Xianyin's brow furrowed in confusion. Master, I do not understand. At this juncture, what choice remains for us? Foolish child. Nan Lingwei gently caressed Mu Xianyin's hair. To seek protection by entrusting one's life to others is ultimately the most lamentable choice. In this world, only by safeguarding oneself and possessing one's own strength can one devise the best strategy. I shall be frank with you. I intend to establish a cultivation sect that is uniquely mine, Nan Lingwei. In the future, I will elevate this sect to the pinnacle of the 9 Heavens continent. Even the 3 empires and 7 sects shall look up in awe. Upon hearing these words, Mu Xianin felt a surge of shock and excitement. Her master, Nan Lingwei, was the most breathtaking woman in the world. She had often pondered that if her master were to found a sect, it would undoubtedly send ripples across the entire continent. Therefore, she would never doubt the veracity of Nan Lingwei's words. At that moment, she couldn't help but ponder a troubling question and said with a wry smile, Master, the Northern Xia Protectorate sect will undoubtedly pursue us with all their might. Where can we possibly establish our own sect? Who would dare to join us? Hee. Upon hearing this, Nan Lingwei's smile broadened. Wherever they fear to tread, I shall establish our sect there. What do you think of the Demon Mountain? One of the 9 forbidden zones of the continent? As for those who would dare join us, that is even simpler. I shall welcome those who are at their wits' end. Those who are shunned by the 3 great empires and the 7 major sects, I shall embrace them. Is this not a world dominated by the righteous path? I shall create the supreme demonic sect and stand against these self-proclaimed righteous forces. What of it? Mu Xianin, taken aback by her master's words, momentarily found herself speechless, her heart racing dramatically. Establishing a sect on the Demon Mountain was indeed feasible. The mass graves within were steeped in ominous mysteries, deterring even the mightiest of sages from venturing in. Yet, she felt no fear, for few knew that her master had emerged from the depths of the Demon Mountain. If that were the case, what issue could arise from founding their sect there? What truly astonished her was her master's ambition. Currently, The entire Nine Heavens continent was under the dominion of 3 top-tier empires and 7 major sections. Should her master establish the foremost demonic sect, it would equate to opposing all righteous forces in the world. However, it seemed precisely for this reason that the hidden demonic cultivators of the Nine Heavens continent would flock to them. Not only that, even those from the spirit clans, once obliterated and now reduced to prey, would join in the frenzy. Those practitioners of the sinister path, scorned by the righteous, would go utterly mad. Their newly founded sect would rapidly rise to prominence, becoming a colossal entity on the Nine Heavens continent. Master, what shall we name our future sect? Mu Xianyin gazed at Nan Lingyue with sparkling eyes, filled with both trepidation and exhilaration. Yet, as her master had indicated, this was their only path forward. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Lingyue spoke. Why not call it Supreme Heaven? Mu Xianyin thought to herself, Supreme Heaven, the highest realm that transcends the 9 heavens. Truly, my master is remarkable. Just as she was overwhelmed with excitement at Nan Lingyue's idea, a brilliant purple flame ignited in the night sky. With a dazzling burst, flowers of light erupted, and a full moon's emblem rose at the horizon's edge. The mark upon his forehead was identical to the one that had previously graced Ji Xiu's brow. This mark, however, was a unique magical seal belonging solely to Nan Lingyue. Master, it is time for us to depart. Sister Yuzhu has signaled, murmured Mu Xianyin softly. Indeed. Let us set forth. Nan Lingyue nodded in agreement. With that, she cast a final glance towards the direction of the Divine Strategy Palace. Her crimson lips curled into a gentle smile as she whispered, Little one, we shall meet again in the future. Do grow up well, and do not disappoint me. When you come of age, With those words, she vanished into the night, accompanied by Mu Xianyin. Within the Divine Strategy Palace, Ji Xiu gazed at the system panel, feeling a small sense of relief wash over him. The progress of devouring the purifying demonic flame has reached 3. System notification. When the devouring progress reaches 15, the host will be able to summon and utilize the purifying demonic flame. Nan Lingyue has left. The events of today have finally drawn to a close. Ji Xiu, enduring excruciating pain throughout his body, emerged from the Millennium Profound Pool. Although there had been slight complications, the overall plan had been successful. Long Tian was dead, and the bounty of 100,000 heavenly mandate essences was secured. The divine restrictions had been lifted. The purifying demonic flame was also within his grasp. Successfully devouring, it was merely a matter of time. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Ji Xiu murmured to himself, feeling a sense of relief. At that moment, he raised his hand and noticed the 9-petal lotus flower adorning his wrist. The system's description surfaced in his mind. Purifying lotus, a companion flower to the purifying demonic flame. It harbors unfathomable and profoundly mysterious life force. Status, currently bound to the owner. Owner, Ji Xiu. Gazing at the pristine white lotus on his wrist, Ji Xiu fell into a contemplative silence. Though he was uncertain of its utility, he recognized that this lotus had indeed saved his life, containing a life force he could not comprehend. Thus, keeping it close at hand was undoubtedly wise. Very well, I shall study it further at a later time. He pondered about Gu Yao and Gu Jian, wondering how they fared at that moment. With a resolve not to waste, Ji Xiu first stored the Millennium Ice Pool left by Nan Lingyue into his spatial ring. Then, dragging his weary body, he activated Star Goddess Shadow and departed from the Divine Strategy Palace. Chapter 47. This year, Ji Xiu has become the uncrowned king of Beixia. The night is fleeting. The horizon of the capital has begun to brighten with the first light of dawn. The entire Ji family military residence is eerily silent. Lin Rumu and Hua have not slept a wink throughout the night. Mother, I truly cannot wait any longer. The day is breaking, and Xiu'er has yet to return. I must enter the palace. If anything were to happen to Xiu'er, I would ensure that all who participated tonight pay with their lives. Lin Rumu's eyes glistened with tears, her voice laced with a chilling resolve. All along, she had presented herself as the gentle matriarch of the Ji family. However, Ji Xiu is her lifeblood, and her patience has reached its limit. Should anything befall Ji Xiu, she is prepared to fight to the bitter end. Rumu, please listen to me. Just wait a little longer. Hua implored, shaking her head. Though she too was anxious, she understood that in such moments, haste could lead to folly. Wait, I can hardly bear it any longer. Lin Rumu's voice trembled with urgency. Resolutely, she prepared to summon troops, determined to lead the Iron Floating Tower army into the palace in search of Ji Xiao. Just then, a joyful exclamation resounded from outside the hall. The young lord has returned home. Upon hearing this, Lin Rumu's slender frame quivered, and without a moment's hesitation, she dashed towards the door. Hua let out a sigh of relief. When Lin Rumu finally laid eyes on her returning son, she rushed forward, grasping his ear in indignation, demanding, "You little rascal! Where on earth have you been? What were you doing? You nearly gave your mother a heart attack." With a heartfelt chuckle, Ji Xiao nestled into his mother's warm embrace, playfully replying, "Mother, I missed you." Hearing this, Lin Rumu shot him a fierce glare, but nevertheless enveloped her precious son in a tight embrace. She had intended to scold him, but upon seeing his battered form and pale, weak countenance, her heart ached with concern. "My child, why must you always cause your mother such worry? If something were to happen to you, what would your father and grandfather at the border think? Do you wish for your mother to suffer?" "Mother, I was wrong." Ji Xiao buried his head in Lin Rumu's bosom, speaking softly. "All right, no more causing your mother such anxiety." Lin Rumu held her obedient son close, her tone softening gradually. At this point, what transpired last night had become inconsequential. What truly mattered was that her beloved son Ji Xiao was safely home. Now, no one could harm even a single hair on him. At that moment, Ji Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with his grandmother, Hua, who wore a broad smile. Though no words were spoken between them, Hua understood that her grandson had accomplished something monumental that night. At that moment, the taut string within her heart finally relaxed. She proudly whispered to herself, "My grandson, the future is promising." Meanwhile, Ji Xiao was only released back to the Falling Maple Palace after enduring a lengthy lecture from Lin Ruheo. As soon as he returned, Gu Yao approached him. Dressed in a flowing white gown that trailed the ground, Gu Yao's exquisite beauty radiated a smile of relief. Her delicate lips were tightly pressed together, and her beautiful eyes, glistening with tears, gazed intently at Ji Xiao. "What's wrong?" Ji Xiao inquired softly. "Your Highness, the young master, you have finally returned. I thought you were going to abandon me." Gu Yao's voice quivered, tinged with a hint of sobs. "Ha." Ji Xiao chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "Rest assured, that will not happen." Upon hearing this, Gu Yao nodded vigorously, her heart swelling with emotion. Without a second thought, she stepped forward and embraced Ji Xiao. In that instant, Ji Xiao felt darkness envelop him, his head sinking into softness. It was fragrant, tender, and quite suffocating. "Sister, let go of the young master." Gu Jian, watching from the side, was taken aback and hurriedly intervened. "Miss Gu Yao, that is inappropriate. The young master is still injured." Old Wei, too, was caught between laughter and tears. Realizing her blunder, Gu Yao quickly released Ji Xiao and retreated a couple of steps. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, "I'm sorry. I lost my composure." With the light restored, Ji Xiao took a deep breath, focusing intently on Gu Yao. "You have truly grown up," he remarked earnestly. At his words, Gu Yao's face flushed even deeper, yet she proudly replied, "As long as the young master likes it." Cough, cough, cough. Ji Xiao cleared his throat 3 times, feeling a bit sheepish as he shot Gu Yao a mock glare. "I'll deal with you later. You came here, who's afraid of whom?" To his surprise, Gu Yao shot back a defiant glare. "This girl, she has indeed matured. It seems that in the future, I shall have tasks to attend to." Ji Xiao felt a surge of warmth within him. Having said that, he turned to Gu Jian and asked with a serious expression, "Old Wei, what is the situation?" In response, Gu Jian stood straight and replied earnestly, reporting to the young master, "All 3 commanders of the Ten Blades Legion have fallen. In the city of Kyoto, 1,200 elite soldiers have all been eradicated. Furthermore, none of the 3 heads of the Western Bureau escaped. They have all been thoroughly eliminated. Now, the entire underground force of Kyoto is under our control." "Excellent. Truly excellent," Ji Xiao praised, stepping forward to pat Gu Jian on the shoulder. He knew that Gu Jian would never let him down. It was no small feat to eradicate the foremost underground force in the capital within a single night. "Young prince, how about your side?" Old Wei inquired with palpable curiosity. Ha. Ji Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. He turned, his gaze as clear as the sky, directed towards the imperial palace of Kyoto, and softly declared, "Long Tian is dead. From this day forth, the entirety of Kyoto shall belong to the Ji family." In the future, even if a gold coin were to fall from the heavens, it must bear the surname Ji. Upon hearing this, Old Wei let out a long sigh of relief, exclaiming, "At last, hard work pays off." Gu Jian, filled with excitement, waved his fist and proclaimed, "Wonderful! Truly worthy of our young prince." Gu Yao's face was alight with joy. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Ji Xiao, her crimson lips parting in a soft murmur. Indeed, he always accomplishes the most challenging tasks. Observing the elation of Gu Yao, Gu Jian, and Old Wei, Ji Xiao could not help but laugh. This moment was the most joyful and relaxing for him. "Young prince, what shall we do next?" Gu Yao asked softly. The death of Long Tian, the emperor of Beixia, was indeed a significant event. The Beixia National Protection Sect would surely pursue the matter to its conclusion. Therefore, the forthcoming actions were of utmost importance. She had already contemplated several plans, but the final decision rested with Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao pondered for a moment, then smiled. "Yaoer, you and Gu Jian shall take the Military Intelligence Division to deliver a bowl of noodles to the prominent figures of Kyoto. Then, watch them eat it bite by bite." Deliver noodles? Gu Jian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the significance of such an errand. However, Gu Yao quickly grasped the implication and inquired with a smile, "May I ask, young prince, are we delivering longevity noodles?" "Indeed. It is, of course, longevity noodles." Ji Xiao nodded with a grin. "What if they refuse to eat?" Old Wei's voice turned cold, his eyes glimmering with a hint of murderous intent. "Refuse to eat? Ha ha ha. If they do, I shall ensure that their entire family embarks on the journey together." Ji Xiao spoke with a light-hearted tone. Despite his words, he believed that the influential figures of Kyoto would indeed partake in the meal. After all, the events of the previous night had escalated significantly. The powerful individuals in Kyoto were now tightly bound to the Ji family. None could abandon ship without facing dire consequences. "Understood." Gu Yao nodded. With that, she exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Jian. The personnel from the Military Intelligence Division immediately sprang into action. The long night dissipated. The dawn broke bright. The Royal Academy of Beixia, the Inspection Institute of Beixia, the 6 ministries of Kyoto in Beixia, the Imperial Guards of Beixia, the Hulong Mountain Manor, the Jinyu Division, the Dali Temple. The various factions in Kyoto received a bowl of noodles, a bowl of longevity noodles. The prominent figures in Kyoto, upon gazing at this bowl, were initially met with silence. Soon, they comprehended a singular truth. The Northern Xia Emperor, Long Tian, had perished. The Northern Xia Imperial tomb lay in ruins. Chaos engulfed the Northern Xia dynasty. Now, they were all in the same boat. None could disembark. None could escape. The longevity noodles served as both a gift from Ji Xiao and a choice between life and death. As the elites realized this, a cacophony of voices arose from every corner of Kyoto, each faction expressing indignation, mockery, resentment, and nostalgia. "Well done, Ji Xiao. Such audacity. Is this a threat or a reminder? Young Master Ji Xiao, you truly have some nerve. You impudent rascal. At such a tender age, you are remarkably bold. So, my lord, will you partake of these noodles?" "Yes. Why not? As if I had a choice in the matter. Alas, we are all in the same boat now. We must eat whether we wish to or not." "Ji Xiao, the realm of Northern Xia has indeed unfolded as you desired." With that, the leaders of the factions consumed the longevity noodles sent by the Military Intelligence 6 Department. After finishing their meal, they set down their chopsticks, their gazes fixed upon the sky over Kyoto, lost in contemplation. The heavens above Kyoto had irrevocably changed. They recognized that this was destined to be a year etched in the annals of history. In this year, the Northern Xia Emperor, Long Tian, met an untimely end, shocking the world and inciting the wrath of the guardian nation. The Northern Xia Crown Prince, Long Yuan, ascended the throne, while the Crown Princess, Chu Li, became the Empress of Northern Xia. The guardian sect of Northern Xia dispatched a formidable figure to hunt down Nan Lingyue, vowing to reclaim the cleansing demon flame. Meanwhile, Nan Lingyue established the Supreme Heaven, the foremost demonic sect of the Nine Heavens continent, atop the Tianma Mountain. The entire Nine Heavens continent was in upheaval. In this year, Mu Bing left the Ice God Palace and ventured alone into the life-restricting ice abyss of the continent, embarking on her own celestial emperor legacy. She always remembered her betrothal to Ji Xiao and harbored a bold plan concerning him. In this year, in the capital of the Divine Phoenix Empire, a fallen young nobleman became engaged to the long princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. It was here, for the first time, that he met his slumbering beauty mentor, awakened after a millennium, and commenced his path of cultivation. Unbeknownst to all, this fallen young nobleman aspired to stand atop the 9 heavens. In this year, the first emperor of the Qin Empire began his conquest of the world, seeking immortality and aspiring to become an immortal. The long princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire awakened her Divine Phoenix bloodline, being hailed as the reincarnation of the celestial phoenix, destined to become the future empress of the continent. The 7 premier cultivation sects of the continent also selected their holy sons and daughters to commence their legacies. It was also in this year that Ji Xiao, the young master of the Ji family, emerged as the true, crownless king of the Northern Xia dynasty. Chapter 48. A decade in a flash, the great era approaches. Time flies swiftly. A decade has passed in the blink of an eye. In the Northern Xia dynasty, within the Ji family military estate, at the falling maple palace, countless maple leaves dance gracefully in the air. A young man sits quietly beneath a grand maple tree, immersed in his cultivation. Clad in a resplendent white brocade robe, he possesses a strikingly handsome visage that captivates all who behold him. His eyes remain closed, and his long black hair billows gently in the breeze, exuding an ethereal charm. He is none other than Ji Xiao, the young master of the Ji family, now 18 years of age. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your dragon-flying and cloud-traversing technique has reached the micro level. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your star god Shattered Shadow has reached the micro level. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your lullaby has reached the micro level. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your soul reaping melody has reached the entry level. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your devouring immortal demon technique has reached the 4th realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your progress in the purifying world's demonic flame has reached 15. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your cultivation level has reached the 3rd realm of the sovereign stage. As the notifications resonate in his ears, Ji Xiao slowly opens his eyes, revealing pupils as dark as obsidian, imbued with a piercing clarity that slices through the long night. Habitually, he accesses the system panel. Name: Ji Xiao. Age: 18. Identity: Crown Prince of the Northern Xia Dynasty, founder of the 6th Bureau of Military Affairs. Founded organization: 6th Bureau of Military Affairs. Cultivation level: 3rd realm of the sovereign stage. Bloodline physique: Divine Heart, Demonic Bone, Demoness Descent has been successfully activated. Divine Seal has been successfully activated. Awakening condition for Immortal Ash: 1 million Fate Essence. Cultivation techniques: Devouring Immortal Demon Technique, 4th realm, Dragon Flying and Cloud Traversing. Micro level: Star God Shattered Shadow. Micro level: Lullaby. Micro level: Soul Reaping Melody. Entry level: Burning Decision. Micro level: Buddha's Wrath. Fire Lotus. Micro level: Possessed Unique Fire. Azure Lotus. Earth Heart Fire. Purifying World's Demonic Flame. Devouring Progress. 15. Weapons: Supreme Luo Sword. Ghost Flute of Morning. Fate Essence: 28. 800 points. Destiny level: Red 9 lives, 1 death. System Mall. Opened. Task System. Opened. Warehouse. Trilogy of Soul Capturing Lullaby. Soul Reaping Melody. Spirit Summoning Melody. Ice God Jade. Token of the Ice God Palace Master. Purifying Flower Lotus. System Prompt. More information can be expanded. Ji Xiao's gaze swept across the system panel, and he exhaled softly, murmuring, "A decade has passed. The results of my cultivation are somewhat satisfactory. In just 10 short years, he has maintained a consistent pace, achieving a level of cultivation that has ascended to the 3rd realm of the sovereign stage." To outsiders, this progress may seem astonishingly formidable. However, in Ji Xiao's eyes, it is merely a modest accomplishment, for he knows that these 10 years have not been spent in fervent pursuit of advancement. Instead, he has devoted himself entirely to devouring the purifying world's demonic flame, while simultaneously mending the injuries and after-effects from his forceful consumption of the flame at the tender age of 8. It is only now that he has finally completed the restoration of his injuries from years past, bringing his condition to its zenith. As for his cultivation, It is entirely due to the auxiliary effects brought about by the devouring of the purifying demon flame. However, over the past decade, he has achieved a qualitative enhancement in all the techniques he has practiced. It is precisely for this reason that he deems the results of his 10 years of cultivation as satisfactory. With a snap of his fingers, a plume of black smoke entwined with crimson flames danced at his fingertips. An overwhelming force of destruction instantaneously radiated outward. Gazing at the strange fire at his fingertips and the subtly distorted space around him, he couldn't help but smile to himself. 10 years. At long last, I can wield the power of the purifying demon flame. Although he can now harness the purifying demon flame, he can only access 15 of its power. Nevertheless, even with this limitation, he remains capable of wreaking havoc among the ranks of the June class. And if he were to activate the divine ban, he is confident he could contend with a saint-level expert. Just as he finished speaking, a white figure silently descended into the falling maple palace. Soon, the courtyard was filled with the melodious sound of laughter, akin to the chime of silver bells. Congratulations, young master. You can finally wield the purifying demon flame. Hearing that familiar voice, he turned his gaze towards the graceful figure in white with a subtle smile. She possessed an ethereal beauty, her demeanor transcendent, and in her mesmerizing eyes, it seemed as if countless stars were blossoming. With a captivating silhouette and an enchanting figure, she was impossible to look away from. She was none other than his devoted maid, the 28-year-old Gu Yao. Now, she had shed the innocence of her youth, blossoming into an extraordinary goddess, embodying both purity and allure. Enchantress, he muttered to himself in resignation. He then inquired, Yao, do tell me, what has transpired recently? Gu Yao had taken full command of the military intelligence division. Typically, if it were not a significant matter, she could resolve it herself. Hee. Gu Yao chuckled softly, gliding gracefully to his side and whispering, actually, it's nothing much. It's just that a major event has occurred on the Nine Heavens continent. Even the heavenly mechanism pavilion has been stirred. Oh, his brow arched with intrigue. If what Gu Yao said was true, and even the heavenly mechanism pavilion was involved, then it must be a matter of great consequence affecting the entire continent. What news? Do share. He rose, fixing his gaze intently on Gu Yao. Gu Yao rested her chin on her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at him and asked, Young master, you have heard of the martial emperor Zhou Dufu, haven't you? Indeed. He nodded. What a jest. Of course. I have heard of Zhou Dufu, the first loose cultivator martial emperor in 3,000 years on the Nine Heavens continent. He single-handedly subdued the 3 supreme dynasties and the 7 prominent sects of the Nine Heavens continent, leaving them without a retort. Even after a millennium, his legend continues to reverberate throughout the Nine Heavens. In the realm of life's forbidden zones, he sealed demons and quelled malevolence, striking awe across the world. On the Peach Blossom Mountain, he philosophized with the sage, unveiling a vision of an egalitarian paradise. In the capital of the Great Qin, he narrowly triumphed over the first emperor, heralding an era of peace and prosperity. Within the dragon's lair of the Northern Sea, he effortlessly vanquished dragons, extracted their bones, and forged a dragon blade, aiding humanity in becoming the sovereign of the continent. Before the Thunder Sound Temple, wielding a staff, he vanquished false Buddhas, dispelling shadows from the light of Buddhism, thus liberating countless souls. A millennium ago, he successfully attained enlightenment, breaking into the realm of emperors, and ventured once more into the forbidden zone of life, thereafter disappearing without a trace. Some claim that Zhou Dufu perished, lost within the confines of the forbidden zone. Others assert that he ascended to immortality, transcending to the celestial realm above the Nine Heavens. There are also whispers suggesting that Zhou Dufu succumbed to madness, becoming an immortal entity within the life's forbidden zone. In any case, myriad tales abound in the world. Yet, since that fateful day, Zhou Dufu and the formidable dual severance blade technique he pioneered have not graced the mortal realm again. So has he returned? Ji Xiao inquired with a hint of astonishment. No. Gu Yao shook her head in response. He has died, perished within the life's forbidden zone. However, his tomb has manifested in the mortal world. I see. Ji Xiao nodded, reflecting on this revelation. The emperor's tomb has emerged. Surely, the entire continent must be in a frenzy. After all, Who wouldn't he covet the forbidden techniques of the once mighty martial emperor who once toppled the entire continent? Indeed, Gu Yao shrugged helplessly before continuing, as of today, the holy sons and daughters of the continent's 7 major sects, the Ice God Palace, the Holy Sect, the Buddhist Order, the Xiantian Sword Sect, the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, the Red Robe Cult, and the Heavenly Strategy Army, have all entered the world. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu maintained his composure and inquired further. What about the Great Qin Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire? Have these 2 premier dynasties remained inactive? No. Gu Yao shook her head, her tone grave. The latest news reveals that the second prince of the Great Qin Empire and the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire have also entered the world. Your Highness, one must acknowledge the great era has arrived. Haha. Ji Xiu chuckled lightly. Holy sons and daughters, princes and princesses, it is indeed a grand era upon us. Yet, we have been preparing for this moment for a decade, have we not? Indeed. Gu Yao smiled. The Military Intelligence 6 Bureau is no longer what it once was. It has now become the most influential special intelligence agency within the 9 heavens continent. Whether among the 3 supreme dynasties or the 7 foremost sects of cultivation, individuals from the Military Intelligence Bureau are ever present. It is no exaggeration to state that nearly the entire continent is under the watchful gaze of the Bureau. Should our young lord express his desire, a mere utterance could plunge the entirety of the 9 heavens continent into chaos. Your Highness, what shall we do next? Should we not also partake in the spoils? Gu Yao inquired softly, standing beside Ji Xiu. The finest form of cultivation is to engage with the world. Now is indeed the opportune moment. Ji Xiu replied with a slight smile before casually asking, where lies Zhou Dufu's grave? In which forbidden zone of life? Ah, Gu Yao responded, her lips curling into a playful smile, her enchanting eyes teasingly gazing at Ji Xiu as she replied, Tianma Mountain. Ji Xiu responded with a look of surprise. Chapter 49. A sweet kiss from Gu Yao. Gu Jian disappears. The Devil Mountain. Ji Xiu was momentarily taken aback, his expression suddenly frozen. If memory served him right, that woman was indeed at the Devil Mountain. Furthermore, she was the founder of the Supreme Heavenly Gate, the foremost demonic sect in the 9 heavens continent. Presently, Nan Lingyue had risen to become the notorious Holy Empress of the demonic sect in the 9 heavens continent. At that moment, he could not help but recall the enchanting laughter of that woman from a decade ago. Little one, we shall meet again in the future. You must grow up well and never let me down. When you come of age, reflecting upon her words once more, Ji Xiu shuddered. Just as she had mentioned back then, he was now of age. Thus, what did that woman intend to do with him? What? Is the young master frightened? Gu Yao teased, observing Ji Xiu's somewhat stiff demeanor. Frightened? What is there to fear? That woman cannot possibly devour this young master. Ji Xiu retorted disdainfully. Yet, despite his bravado, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. Is that so? Perhaps. That esteemed Holy Empress wishes to consume the young master. Gu Yao continued, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Or perhaps, there are others who wish to devour the young master as well. Enough nonsense. Ji Xiu chuckled, playfully pinching Gu Yao's delicate cheek. He thought to himself how increasingly bold his future empress seemed to be. Humph. Gu Yao, noticing Ji Xiu's avoidance of her gaze once more, couldn't he help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Young master, are you a sage? Are you? Ji Xiu, in exasperation, poked Gu Yao's forehead. How could he not grasp the implication behind her words? He certainly was not a sage. How could one not harbor impure thoughts when faced with such an enchanting beauty? However, Gu Yao belonged to the spirit clan, and her bloodline power had yet to fully awaken. It was crucial to understand that for those of the spirit clan, the awakening of their bloodline was of paramount importance. If he were to take advantage of Gu Yao in such a manner, it would severely hinder her future cultivation. He wished to witness Gu Yao become the unparalleled empress who would reign supreme over the world. Gu Yao was still naive. He must exercise restraint, especially since there would be ample time in the future. Dear young master, sometimes, you truly are quite infuriating. Gu Yao sighed, her beautiful eyes dimmed with disappointment. Having expressed her feelings so explicitly, Ji Xiu remained unmoved. What more did she, as a woman, need to do? Sighing quietly, Ji Xiu gazed at Gu Yao's forlorn expression, feeling a pang of sympathy. After a prolonged silence, Ji Xiu suddenly extended his hands to cradle Gu Yao's delicate face. His gaze was fixated upon her extraordinary beauty, igniting a fervent warmth within his heart. As his eyes drifted downward, they landed upon her lips, alluring and dewy like roses after a gentle rain. Perhaps there was no need to be so composed. With this thought, Ji Xiu exhaled deeply and boldly pressed his lips against hers. Mua! Ah! Gu Yao gasped, momentarily stunned. Ji Xiu's unexpected kiss left her mind blank. She was bewildered by his sudden change. Moments ago, he had appeared so distant. Now, she felt both cherished and astonished. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through her mind. Had the young master been moved by her? Or was he merely pitying her? Regardless, she found the kiss exceedingly sweet. A sweetness that enveloped her heart as if she had fallen into a jar of honey. After the kiss, Ji Xiu released Gu Yao, his face alight with a smile as he gazed at her. Meanwhile, Gu Yao's chest heaved with intensity. Her eyes cast down, she dared not meet his gaze. Her cheeks were ablaze with a rosy hue, and her lips, slightly bitten, rendered her speechless. You, indeed, possess quite the eloquence. Were you not so articulate just a moment ago? Now, you cannot utter a single word, Ji Xiu remarked, amused by her bashful demeanor. I am not. It was just too sudden. Yao was not prepared. Gu Yao murmured softly in defense. Was it truly excessive? Ji Xiu inquired with a smile, his eyes twinkling. Not at all. If the young master is willing, even a bit more excess would be acceptable. Gu Yao's response deepened her blush. Hee. Ji Xiu chuckled, taken aback by this unexpected side of Gu Yao, who would one day ascend as the empress of the spirit clan. For some reason, he felt a sense of accomplishment swell within him. Once your cultivation reaches the June level, I shall certainly indulge further, Ji Xiu declared, his smile broadening. If Gu Yao achieved the June level, her spiritual lineage would fully awaken, and he would not wish to embody the role of a saint when faced with her. Naturally, he would indulge to whatever extent possible. Young master, is this truly the case? Gu Yao asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ji Xiu in astonishment. With that, her heart fluttered. For a long time, her heart had belonged to Ji Xiu. If their relationship could deepen, she would desire nothing more. Indeed, I honor my word, Ji Xiu affirmed with a smile and a nod. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao smiled as well. Currently, she had reached the 9th realm of gathering stars, merely a step away from attaining the sovereign tier. This was not a daunting challenge for her. Just as the two exchanged an ambiguous gaze, a figure clad in black swiftly entered the falling maple palace. The newcomer was an elderly man, exuding an uncontrollable, chilling aura of deadly intent. Old Wei, what has happened? Ji Xiu inquired, furrowing his brow at the grave expression on the elder's face. He understood that Old Wei was typically as calm as still water. The current display of murderous energy indicated that a significant event had transpired. Your Highness, I regret to inform you that Gu Jian has gone missing. Old Wei's voice trembled slightly as he responded. What? Ji Xiu sprang to his feet, a glint of cold light flashing across his clear eyes. Beside him, Gu Yao's delicate face also turned as frigid as frost in an instant. What on earth is happening? Ji Xiu demanded sharply. Gu Jian was his right-hand man and the head of the military intelligence division. Over the past decade, Gu Jian had become his sharpest sword, flawlessly executing every assignment without fail until now. Your Highness, the specifics remain unclear. However, it can be confirmed that the abyssal rainbow, sword you bestowed upon Gu Jian, has been shattered. Old Wei endeavored to keep his voice steady, but Gu Jian was his most cherished disciple. Given the circumstances, with Gu Jian missing and his fate uncertain, how could he maintain his composure? Furthermore, with Gu Jian possessing the supreme bone, if he fell into the hands of those with ulterior motives, the consequences could be dire. To say the least, death would be the most merciful outcome. Yao immediately informed the military intelligence division to investigate. Within the northern Xia territory, who dares to lay hands on a member of the Ji family? Who has abducted Gu Jian? Who has shattered the abyssal rainbow? Ji Xiu's voice was chillingly cold. The military intelligence division held dominion over intelligence, with eyes and ears everywhere. Not only could they uncover events within northern Xia, but they could also ascertain occurrences across the entire Nine Heavens continent. Understood. Gu Yao nodded firmly before turning to leave the falling maple palace. Soon, within the span of a single incense stick, Gu Yao returned with news. Your Highness, the military intelligence division has relayed information. The location of my brother's disappearance was graced by two significant figures. Who? Jishio asked, his expression impassive. The Emperor of Northern Xia, Long Yuan. The Crown Princess of Northern Xia, Chuli. Guyao gritted her teeth as she spoke. Ha! Upon hearing this, Jishio let out a cold laugh, his tone icy. The Emperor of Northern Xia? He possesses audacity beyond measure. It has been 10 years. It seems he still has not recognized his place. Very well. Yaoer, let us take a stroll together to the Northern Summer Palace. Indeed, Your Highness. Chapter 50. Dominance over Beixia. Distorting truths. The Emperor bleeds from rage. In the royal palace of Beixia, within the Dragon Hall, a young man adorned in a black dragon robe reclined against the imperial throne. His sharp brows and sword-like eyes, coupled with his strikingly handsome visage, exuded an aura of imperial majesty. This young man was none other than Long Yuan, the former crown prince of Beixia, now the reigning emperor. At this moment, Long Yuan was engaged in fervent discussions regarding the affairs of the Beixia kingdom with his court officials, filling the Dragon Hall with lively discourse. Your Majesty, the tomb of the martial Emperor Zhou Dufu has emerged in the Tianma Mountains, causing a stir across the entire Nine Heavens continent. Indeed, the second prince of the Daqin Empire and the esteemed princess of the Shanhuang Empire have personally descended into the world. Furthermore, the holy sons and daughters of the Ice God Palace, the Sacred Sect, the Buddhist Monastery, the Xiantian Sword Sect, the 10,000 Poison Valley, the Scarlet Church, and the Tiansu Army have also made their appearances. Your Majesty, a grand era has dawned upon us. Should our Beixia Empire not send forth our strong to seize a share of the bounty? Indeed, Zhou Dufu was once an unparalleled force of an era. His imperial technique, the dual severance blade technique, must not fall into the hands of other empires. The Prime Minister speaks wisely. The Minister of Personnel is also correct. The general's words hold merit as well. As Long Yuan listened to the fervent deliberations of his officials, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, his mind seemingly elsewhere. He was acutely aware of the emergence of the martial Emperor Zhou Dufu's tomb and the arrival of the distinguished holy sons and daughters of the continent's foremost powers. He too harbored a desire to dispatch formidable warriors from the Beixia dynasty to partake in this opportunity. Moreover, he yearned for the coveted dual severance blade technique, which had once suppressed an entire era. Yet, in the face of Zhou Dufu's tomb, there loomed a more pressing concern, an individual who cast a long shadow over his reign. Despite being the emperor of Beixia for a decade, he remained ensnared in the influence of a certain young lord from the Ji family military. Throughout these 10 years, that young lord's single utterance held more weight than a decree from Long Yuan himself. As long as that young lord resided in the capital, the emperor was compelled to bow his head in submission. Though he wore the crown, he harbored a persistent sense of oppression, a feeling he had endured for an entire decade. The tomb of the emperor. Perhaps this is a splendid opportunity for me. A glint of cold determination flickered in Long Yuan's eyes. With a deep breath, he suppressed the feelings of helplessness and frustration that surged within him. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his gaze to address the gathered officials, his voice resonating with gravity. The legacy of Zhou Dufu is something our Beixia cannot afford to overlook. However, do any of you have candidates in mind for seizing the imperial inheritance? The 7 major sects are dispatching their most gifted holy sons and daughters. The second prince of the Great Qin Empire possesses unfathomable prowess, while the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire is, in fact, the reincarnation of the Celestial Phoenix. Who, then, from our Northern Xia dynasty can possibly contend with such prodigious talents? As these words echoed through the dragon's throne hall, a profound silence enveloped the room. The palace turmoil a decade prior had resulted in the demise of the 10 greatest generals of Northern Xia. The elite of our dynasty had either perished or been grievously wounded, and even now, we have yet to recover fully. If a selection must be made, we can only reluctantly choose from the Northern Xia Royal Academy. However, the Academy's resources pale in comparison to the 7 esteemed sects of cultivation. The promising disciples within the Academy are simply not on par with the scions of those venerable sections. In such circumstances, how can we hope to vie for the legacy of the emperor? In that moment, the minds of the officials in the dragon's throne hall conjured the image of a certain young lord. If he were to step forth, perhaps he could suppress these formidable prodigies of the continent. A soft sigh escaped the lips of one of the officials, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a chill creep up his spine. Cold, piercing gazes from every corner of the hall locked onto him. as if they were about to subject him to a gruesome fate. Realizing the gravity of his misstep, the official hastily fell silent, appearing as if he had unwittingly trespassed into a great taboo. The name of that young lord was not one to be mentioned lightly, nor was his conduct something just anyone could dictate. Not even the imperial edict could compel him, nor could the emperor of Northern Xia himself. A gathering of cunning old foxes. Long Yuan surveyed the assembly of officials, now shrouded in silence, his expression darkening. Such a scenario had occurred more than once during his decade in power. While discussions on various matters flowed freely, no one dared utter a word regarding that young lord. It was precisely for this reason that he yearned for that young lord to depart from the capital. Only then would he have the opportunity to alter the situation to his favor, and his plans could proceed unimpeded. Taking a deep breath, Long Yuan finally spoke. Esteemed officials, I do have a candidate in mind. Within our Northern Xia, there exists one with the capability to stand against the prodigies of the major factions, the heir of the Ji family, Ji Xiao. What say you? As his words lingered in the air, the atmosphere in the dragon's throne hall became palpably tense. The vast palace fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. All the officials bowed their heads, each one rendered mute. They were acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the Ji family's heir. However, until the young lord himself made a decision, they were disinclined to voice any opinions. After all, that bowl of longevity noodles from a decade ago had firmly tethered them to the young lord's fate. At that moment, a clear voice resonated outside the dragon hall. The young noble felt that the emperor's words were quite commendable. Upon hearing the sound, Long Yuan's body trembled slightly, and his hand instinctively tightened into a fist. The officials and generals of the court turned to look back. At this moment, a tall and handsome young man slowly entered the dragon hall. He was strikingly attractive, with eyes as clear as an autumn mountain spring, resembling dark jade. Clad in snow-white garments, he exuded an otherworldly aura that was exceptionally captivating. The instant he appeared, the hall erupted with gasps of astonishment. The young noble, Ji Xiao. What brings him here? What is this rascal up to now? I remember the last time he entered the palace. It turned the Northern Xia dynasty upside down. Could it be? Is he planning to do it again? Ignoring the murmurs surrounding him, Ji Xiao calmly positioned himself at the center of the dragon hall. The emperor is indeed correct. The imperial technique of Zhou Dufu must not fall into the hands of other factions. It should only reside with our Northern Xia dynasty. Ji Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching Long Yuan, the emperor of Northern Xia, with a playful expression. Ji Xiao. Long Yuan gazed at Ji Xiao, feeling an involuntary gulp in his throat. He straightened himself from his semi-reclined position on the dragon throne. This exceptionally youthful figure was someone he had never encountered before. 10 years ago, when he ascended to the throne, Ji Xiao was absent. Over the past decade, Ji Xiao had never attended court and had seldom made an appearance. Yet, it could not be denied that the shadow of Ji Xiao had always loomed over him. Today, he finally laid eyes on the legendary young noble. In that instant, he felt the weight of the shadow enveloping him grow even denser. Taking a deep breath, Long Yuan composed himself and adopted a dignified demeanor, stating, "So it is the young noble Ji Xiao. It seems you concur with my views. The imperial technique of Zhou Dufu must not fall into the hands of other factions. If that is the case, are you willing to lead our Northern Xia dynasty in the expedition to Tianma Mountain?" "Willing. Of course I am," Ji Xiao replied with a smile. He would not let the dual-edged sword of Zhou Dufu's imperial technique slip away, for he indeed needed a powerful imperial technique as a trump card. However, it was not for the Northern Xia dynasty, but solely for himself. Excellent. Truly excellent. In that case, do any of you esteemed ministers have any objections? Long Yuan beamed, turning his gaze to the officials in the hall. None. Certainly none. If the young noble Ji Xiao is willing, it is indeed a blessing for our Northern Xia. Precisely. As long as the esteemed young master Ji Xiao takes action, the prodigies across the continent are but mere clouds. The existence of green leaves serves solely to accentuate the brilliance of the red blossoms. Fortunately, this exquisite flower has blossomed in our Northern Xia dynasty. Masterly speaks wisely. Minister Zhao is equally astute. What does the chancellor think? Excellent. Truly splendid. Long Yuan observed the rapid shift in the winds of fortune, and as he listened to the flattery from the court, he couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. However, a sense of relief quietly washed over him. Since Ji Xiu was willing, it was undoubtedly the best outcome. With that in mind, when does the young master Ji Xiu plan to set forth? Long Yuan inquired with a smile, casually probing. No rush. Not just yet. Before that, I have a matter I wish to discuss with His Majesty. Ji Xiu calmly addressed Long Yuan. Ask away. You may inquire freely. Long Yuan nodded. May I ask, Your Majesty, where have you taken my subordinate? Gu Jian? Is he still alive? At this point, Ji Xiu's gaze sharpened, icy and piercing, revealing the flickering flames of fury deep within his eyes. As his words fell, the lively atmosphere within the Dragon Palace froze instantly. The prominent figures of the northern Xia dynasty shuddered, sensing the impending storm. Gu Jian. They were well aware of him. He was the very assassin who had delivered longevity noodles to them in the past. Over the past decade, they had frequently heard whispers of a name, Blood Azura. In the last 10 years, Gu Jian had become Ji Xiu's most formidable weapon. Anyone who dared to obstruct Ji Xiu met their demise. Thus, here in the title of Blood Azura, the Emperor truly lacks memory. It has been 10 years, yet he still cannot discern his position. How dare he lay hands upon Ji Xiu's right-hand man? Truly, looking for trouble. At this moment, the dignitaries shook their heads in disapproval. Meanwhile, Long Yuan furrowed his brow, finally realizing why Ji Xiu had come to the Dragon Palace. He was here to seek justice. In that instant, a surge of anger ignited within him. As the Emperor of Northern Xia, how could he be questioned by Ji Xiu before all the ministers? On what grounds? Ji Xiu, what is your meaning? Do you truly believe I have taken your man? Long Yuan's voice turned cold, his imperial authority imposing. I thought I was quite clear. Dare I ask, has your Majesty's hearing dulled? Ji Xiu replied expressionlessly, offering no courtesy in his mockery. Very well. You audacious Ji Xiu. Long Yuan's teeth nearly ground together, yet he restrained the ire that surged within him. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure as he spoke. Prince Ji Xiu, I am unaware of what you are insinuating. Gu Jian, I have not apprehended him. Perhaps you should inquire with others. Oh, Ji Xiu scoffed, then turned to address the prominent figures of Beixia, asking, His Majesty claims he has not captured him. What about you? Esteemed officials? Was it you? As his words resonated, the faces of the esteemed figures in attendance twitched. When Ji Xiu's gaze swept over them, these once imperious individuals could only manage bitter smiles and shake their heads, casting their most sincere glances towards him. What nonsense! Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to lay a hand on someone from the Military Intelligence Division. Moreover, they were all in the same boat. He chuckled softly at the sight, then addressed Long Yuan, saying, Your Majesty, do you see? The esteemed officials have not apprehended him either. Umph. Long Yuan huffed, retorting, Then may I inquire, Prince Ji Xiu, on what grounds do you presume it was I who acted? Ji Xiu pondered for a moment before responding, Your Majesty, did you not visit Shuyu City a few days ago? According to the intelligence from the Military Intelligence Division, Shuyu City is where Gu Jian went missing. The shards of the Yuan Hong were also discovered there. I did, Long Yuan responded resolutely, but then his expression faltered. He indeed had secretly visited Shuyu City a few days prior, as it was the residence of the empress. However, he had not laid a hand on Gu Jian, for his ambitions extended beyond such trivialities. Noticing a fleeting look of confusion and hesitation on Long Yuan's face, Ji Xiu furrowed his brows slightly. It seemed that Long Yuan was indeed not the culprit. So, could it be the Empress of Beixia? Truly, a glint of cold light flickered in Ji Xiu's eyes. Was it she who orchestrated this? At that moment, Long Yuan's mind cleared. After a few seconds of silence, he discreetly waved his hand and stated, Prince Ji Xiu, rest assured, I shall provide you with an answer regarding this matter. If there is nothing further, you may depart from the court. He chuckled coldly upon hearing this, saying, Your Majesty, there is no need for that. I shall personally seek an audience with Her Majesty the Empress to clarify this matter. Impudent. Long Yuan's expression changed, fury boiling within him. He slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Ji Xiu, his voice rising in anger. Ji Xiu, you are being outrageous. What nonsense is this? You intend to bypass me, the Emperor, and confront the Empress for accountability? If this were to leak, what face would the Emperor have left? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your Majesty, your well-being is of utmost importance. The esteemed figures within the Dragon Hall spoke in unison. Nonsense. Truly a pack of fools. Long Yuan's face flushed with indignation. Ji Xiao, observing Long Yuan on the brink of fury, wore an increasingly mocking expression and then casually remarked, "Your Majesty, please temper your ire. This is a matter for my own people. I shall handle it myself, so there is no need to trouble your Majesty further. Furthermore, I have prepared a gift for your Majesty. I humbly request your Majesty to accept it. Yaoer, come in." Upon his command, a breathtaking woman clad in white entered the dragon hall, leading a tamed reindeer. The prominent figures of Beixia, including Long Yuan, instantly recognized this woman, Gu Yao. She was renowned as the queen of the underground forces in the capital and throughout Beixia. For the past decade, while Ji Xiao remained in seclusion, she had been the one orchestrating the tempestuous affairs of Beixia. What does the young Master Ji mean by bringing Gu Yao and a reindeer to the dragon hall? What is his intention? The dignitaries of Beixia were somewhat bewildered. "Your Majesty, this is the legendary that I have gone to great lengths to procure for you. I sincerely hope you will accept it," Ji Xiao said with a smile. At his words, all present were left dumbfounded. The creature beside Gu Yao was clearly a reindeer, which could be purchased for merely half a gold coin. Yet Ji Xiao claimed it was and that he had exerted tremendous effort to obtain it. "Young Master Ji, are you mocking me?" Long Yuan's face darkened, a mixture of anger and amusement flickering within him as he thought Ji Xiao truly considered him a fool. "Heh, Your Majesty, this is undeniably I implore you to examine it more closely," Ji Xiao retorted with a dismissive smile. He then discreetly surveyed the bewildered dignitaries of Beixia gathered in the dragon hall before cheerfully asking, "Esteemed gentlemen, what do you think?" As his words fell, the nobles of Beixia promptly grasped Ji Xiao's intentions. One by one, they began to echo his sentiments, standing firmly by his side, each speaking earnestly, "Your Majesty, this is indeed yes, it is valued at approximately 10 million gold coins." 10 million? That's too little. I believe young Master Ji's is worth at least 30 million. 30 million? At the very least, it should be 100 million. In an instant, a cacophony ensued among the Royal Academy of Beixia, the Inspection Institute, the 6 ministries of the capital, the Imperial Guards, the Dragon Protecting Manor, the Town Prison Department, and the Supreme Court. In Kyoto, the influential figures gathered unanimously to support Ji Xiao, proclaiming an ordinary reindeer to be a steed of immeasurable value, akin to the legendary Akeltech. Witnessing this lively spectacle, a more pronounced smile spread across Ji Xiao's face. He spoke with a charming demeanor, "Your Majesty, surely this is indeed an Akeltech, is it not?" With that, Ji Xiao turned and, accompanied by Gu Yao, made his way toward the Dragon Palace. "Scoundrel!" Long Yuan bellowed in fury, his gaze shifting between the reindeer in the Dragon Palace and the Northern Xia aristocrats who harmonized with Ji Xiao's farce. In that moment, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he felt a heaviness in his chest. Unable to contain his rising anger, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. With trembling fingers, he pointed toward Ji Xiao's retreating figure, lamenting in a mournful tone, "Very well. You, Ji Xiao, you dare to call a deer a horse. Truly remarkable." Chapter 51, The Seductress and the Lowly. Is Queen Chu Li about to cause chaos? After Ji Xiao's departure, the prominent figures of various factions within the Northern Xia dynasty also began to disperse. In the Dragon Hall, Long Yuan gazed gloomily at the reindeer standing at the center of the Grand Hall, lost in silence for a long while. Eventually, he spoke softly, his tone laden with melancholy. "Ji Xiao, confusing a deer for a horse. This is not merely a show of power against me. It serves as a reminder for me to recognize my own standing. Very well, Ji Xiao. The humiliation of today shall be repaid tenfold in the future." With that, he rose and exited the Dragon Hall, seeking an individual capable of assisting him in turning the tides. Since ascending to the throne, he had come to understand a profound truth. Power must precede the crown, for it is strength that begets sovereignty. At Weiyang Palace, the garden was a riot of blossoms, with vibrant crimson flowers blooming under the setting sun, radiating an extraordinary beauty. This was the residence of the Northern Xia Empress, a place deemed forbidden within the palace. Upon arriving at Weiyang Palace, Long Yuan did not enter immediately, but stood quietly outside the palace, exhibiting a demeanor that suggested he was not the emperor of Northern Xia, but rather that the true sovereign resided within Weiyang Palace. Nevertheless, he harbored no grievances, patiently awaiting with a willing heart. At that moment, with a clang, the palace doors swung open. 2 graceful figures emerged. bathed in the golden light of sunset. One young lady donned a snowy attire, her bright eyes and radiant smile complemented by two delightful dimples. She carried a sheathed blade on her back, resembling an exceptionally sweet lowly swordsman. The other, clad in tight black garb that accentuated her voluptuous figure, possessed an alluring beauty, yet her gaze was strikingly frigid. Grasping a sword, she appeared as a perilous, seductress warrior. Long Yuan pays his respects to the two young ladies. He said, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Your Majesty, what brings you to Weiyang Palace today?" inquired the black-clad seductress, her crimson lips parting to address him directly. "Moon Sister, you are quite foolish. Our lady is the empress. Of course, the emperor comes to Weiyang Palace to seek her." The sweet lowly chimed in, her understanding nature shining through. "Indeed, as Snow Lady has stated, I have come to meet the empress," Long Yuan affirmed with a smile. "Regrettably, our lady is not receiving visitors today, not even for your Majesty." Snow Lady shook her head, her smile remaining sweet, yet her tone shifted abruptly. "That will not do. I must see the empress today. I have matters of great importance to discuss with her." Long Yuan shook his head resolutely. "Your Majesty, please return. The young lady is unwell, and it is not suitable for her to receive guests today." Miss Yu's voice was as frigid as ice, laced with an unmistakable disdain that pushed others away. At these words, Long Yuan's gentle smile faded, replaced by a slight frown. He then coldly shouted towards the Weiyang Palace. "Empress, are you there? I demand to see you. Now." Immediately, witnessing such a display from Long Yuan, the smile on Miss Shue's face vanished, replaced by a fierce glare directed at him, embodying a fierce yet innocent demeanor. Miss Yu's countenance grew increasingly frigid, her expression seemingly capable of freezing the very sunset in the sky. In perfect synchrony, the two ladies coldly admonished Long Yuan, "Your Majesty, please maintain your dignity." As their words echoed, two powerful auras surged forth, filling the air with a palpable tension that momentarily stilled the atmosphere of Weiyang Palace. "What? Do the two of you intend to act against me?" Long Yuan remarked with a bemused expression, aware of their unique status as the Empress's personal attendants in Shuyu City. His previous respect for them now felt unwarranted. At that moment, a melodious voice, rich with magnetism, resonated within the palace. "Shuer, Yuer, do not be disrespectful." Upon hearing this, Miss Shue and Miss Yu immediately suppressed their auras and stepped back. "Your Majesty, today, Chu Li is unwell. If you have matters to discuss, please do so outside the palace." Long Yuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and spoke. "Empress, today, I encountered Jishio." Silence enveloped Weiyang Palace for a prolonged moment. Finally, Chu Li's voice broke the stillness. "I know. And so?" she retorted. With a cold snort, Long Yuan pressed on. "So, did you truly capture Jishio?" "Blood Azura. Gujian. It was I," Chu Li revealed without hesitation. At this revelation, anger surged within Long Yuan, and he clenched his teeth, demanding, "Why, Empress? Did you provoke Jishio at this juncture? Do you not realize you have disrupted my plans? Are you unaware that Jishio is now focused on you?" "You." "Enough." Long Yuan's words were cut off by Chu Li's icy interruption. She then coldly stated, "Your Majesty, your plans are of no concern to me. If Jishio comes seeking retribution, let him come. While you may fear him, I do not. Furthermore, I possess my own means to deal with him. Your Majesty, if there is nothing further, please take your leave." Upon hearing these words, Long Yuan fell silent for a considerable time before finally exhaling a deep breath and responding, "Very well. I shall await the Queen's unparalleled means." He added, "Let me remind you once more, Jishio, he is far from the simplicity you presume." With that, Long Yuan swept away his sleeves and departed. If Chu Li truly possessed a way to contend with Jishio, he had nothing more to say. Indeed, he was quite pleased to watch the unfolding drama from a distance, eager to witness the confrontation between Jishio and the celebrated heiress of Shuyu City. After Long Yuan's departure, an extraordinary figure emerged gracefully from the Weiyang Palace. Dressed in a flowing gown of scarlet and gold, adorned with a violet glass crown, and cinched at the waist with an exquisite ribbon, she radiated an indescribable aura of opulence and majesty. Under the setting sun, her flawless visage, untouched by makeup, remained breathtakingly beautiful, her lips like cherry petals and her eyes akin to cold stars. Even the finest masters of painting could not capture a fraction of her elegance. Merely by standing there, She could overshadow the ephemeral glamour of 1,000 lifetimes. The Snow Maiden and Moon Maiden were equally enchanting, yet in her presence, they appeared dimmed and lackluster. Indeed, she was none other than the queen, Chu Miss. I have also heard that Ji Xiao, that rascal, dared to defy authority in the Dragon Hall today. How audacious. It is only natural for Long Yuan to be flustered, whispered the Snow Maiden to Chu Miss. What shall we do now? Ji Xiao has already set his sights on us, inquired the Moon Maiden softly. Chu Li mused, resting her delicate hand on her chin before speaking softly to herself, the scion of the Ji family. Ji Xiao. His arrival has stirred the entire Nine Heavens continent. The 4 divine lights of the immortals have appeared simultaneously. At the age of 3, he struck the red-robed heir of the teaching sect. At 8, he established the Military Intelligence Division, participating in the Northern Xia royal turmoil, and is suspected of having an intricate relationship with the demon sect's holy matron, Nan Lingyue. Now at 18, his prowess is unfathomable. He is the true king without a crown in Northern Xia, backed by the foremost cultivation sect of the Nine Heavens, the Ice God Palace. Well, splendid. Should such a remarkable figure come under my command, then in the future, when I take over Shuiyue City, there shall be no obstacles left. Upon hearing their mistress's words, the Snow Maiden and Moon Maiden were momentarily taken aback. Mississippi. While that may be so, how could Ji Xiao possibly become one of us? Hee. Chu Li smiled lightly. Then, with a graceful motion, she plucked a vibrant and enchanting red flower from the flowerbed of Weiyang Palace and presented it before the 2 maidens, saying, Swear, one must give to receive. Who among you is willing to sacrifice for me and capture Ji Xiao? The Snow Maiden and the Moon Maiden gazed at the vibrant crimson flowers, their delicate forms trembling suddenly. It seemed as though a thought had crossed their minds, and a rosy hue instantly surged from their necks to their ears. My lady, do you mean, with the love flower, to deal with Ji Xiao? Is that even possible? The Snow Maiden looked at Chu Li with disbelief. Hee. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Chu Li's stunning face, and she turned to the Moon Maiden, asking Yuer, what are the words of the love flower? The Moon Maiden lowered her eyelids, biting her red lips as she softly replied, Love flower. A single day's bloom surpasses 300 nights of consummation. Hee. Indeed. Chu Li's beautiful eyes were filled with fervor as she gazed in the direction of the Ji residence, whispering, In this world, there are countless poisons. Yet, none is deadlier than the poison of love. I truly wish to see the once mighty Ji Xiao, ensnared by the love flower, forever trapped in the web of love, eternally under my control. Having said that, she turned her gaze towards the Snow Maiden and the Moon Maiden and inquired, So, which of you will take the plunge? Snow Maiden, Moon Maiden. Chapter 52. The Midnight Intrusion into the Weiyang Palace. The legendary Empress Chu Li. In the capital, at the Ji family military mansion, the falling Maple Palace, Ji Xiao gazed vacantly at a scroll in his hand. This scroll contained intelligence provided by the 6th Bureau regarding Chu Li. At that moment, Gu Yao, standing nearby, poured a cup of tea for Ji Xiao and softly remarked, Your Highness, what do you think? This Empress of the Northern Xia dynasty is quite remarkable, isn't she? I believe it would not be an exaggeration to call her the foremost dandy of the Northern Xia. With a slight shake of his head and a playful smile, Ji Xiao placed the scroll on the stone table and spoke with a hint of meaning. The foremost dandy of the Northern Xia? I fear that may not be the case. Why not? Gu Yao asked, amused, as she picked up the scroll and recounted, Chu Li, the princess of Shuiyue City, the first celestial city of the 9 heavens. Her father, the sword immortal of Shuiyue, Chu Wanjun. At the tender age of 3, she accompanied Chu Wanjun to the Northern Xia dynasty for training. By 5, she had set fire to the residence of the Grand Empress Dowager. At 7, she broke the leg of the Grand Commander's son. By 9, she had marred the face of the young princess from the wealthy Nangong family. At 13, she sneaked into the imperial tomb and plucked the beard of the old guardian. After that, she gained the notorious reputation of being the first dandy in the capital. Whenever she ventured out, the streets of the capital would be utterly deserted. Not a single prince, princess, or influential figure dared to provoke her in the slightest. Your Highness, please tell me, if Chu Li is not the foremost dandy of the Northern Xia, then who in the entire capital could possibly be? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao took a sip of tea with a smile, then gazed meaningfully at Gu Yao before responding. Yaoer, if we consider the intelligence alone, it is indeed true that Chu Li is the foremost dandy of the northern Xia. She is undoubtedly deserving of the title. However, have you ever pondered why, after the age of 13, her information has dwindled to almost nothing? Gu Yao furrowed her brow, staring at the last piece of information on the scroll, which read, at 16, Chu Li was betrothed to the then Crown Prince Long Yuan. From that point, she became the Crown Princess of the Northern Xia dynasty. And then, the information ceases. Your Highness, why is that? Ji Xiu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, it is quite simple. She has hidden herself away, and she has done so very effectively, to the extent that even our 6th Bureau cannot uncover any information regarding her after the age of 16. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao's expression momentarily froze, and she hesitantly uttered, Your Highness, our military intelligence agency's influence permeates the entirety of the Nine Heavens continent. Even if she is the princess of Shuyue City, she cannot evade our watchful eyes. She may conceal herself, but it is impossible for her to do so completely, so thoroughly that our agency has not managed to uncover a single valuable piece of information regarding her. What on earth is going on? At this, Ji Xiu chuckled softly, shaking his head without delving into further explanations. Instead, he spoke earnestly. She is indeed a formidable figure hidden within the capital. Furthermore, she is one of the most talented women in the Nine Heavens continent, and she possesses more than one identity. It is precisely for this reason that our agency has come up empty-handed. Gu Yao, upon hearing this, gazed at Ji Xiu with surprise. After many years, it was the first time she had heard such high praise for a woman from him. A myriad of emotions surged within her, and her curiosity about the empress residing in Weiyang Palace was ignited. What, exactly, could the woman Chu Li's second identity be? How could she have concealed herself from the eyes of the military intelligence agency for so long? If this were true, then this woman is truly formidable. Gu Yao murmured to herself. As her thoughts reached this point, she suddenly froze, realizing something. She then grasped Ji Xiu's sleeve, her beautiful eyes turning red as she spoke. Your Highness, if that is the case, could it be that my brother fell into her hands because he discovered her identity? Otherwise, how could this have happened? Indeed, Ji Xiu nodded. To him, this was the only remaining possibility. In that case, what shall we do next? Gu Yao asked softly, biting her silver teeth. Ji Xiu chuckled lightly, his gaze drifting towards Weiyang Palace, and he calmly replied, It's quite simple. Next, I shall personally meet with Chu Li. If Gu Jian is truly in her grasp, I will certainly find a way to retrieve him. But, Your Highness, Gu Yao hesitated before speaking. Regardless of what Chu Li's second identity may be, she is still the daughter of the Lord of Shuyue City. Although Shuyue City does not rank among the 7 greatest powers of our time, according to our agency's intelligence, Shuyue City possesses a formidable foundation that rivals those 7 major sects. Are you truly prepared to confront her directly? Ji Xiu responded with a dismissive smile. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing. Gu Jian, whether she likes it or not, must comply. Very well. Gu Yao nodded affirmatively. She possessed unwavering confidence in Ji Xiu. No matter how astonishing Chu Li might be, could she possibly surpass the heir of her family? Since Ji Xiu has spoken, there must be no doubt. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yao softly inquired, Your Highness, when do you intend to depart? I shall command the 6th Bureau of Military Affairs to prepare accordingly. At my signal, the entire capital will be swiftly sealed off and placed under their jurisdiction. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Xiu raised his gaze to the crimson-tinged horizon and softly replied, Tonight, as the sun set and the moon ascended, illuminating the bustling capital of Kyoto, adorned with thousands of bright lanterns, Gu Yao issued her command. The 6th Bureau of Military Affairs entered a state of utmost alertness. The hidden gears of the night silently set into motion. The vast expanse of Kyoto was quietly brought under the control of the 6th Bureau at Gu Yao's directive. The North Xia Royal Academy, the North Xia Inspection Institute, the 6 ministries of North Xia and Kyoto, the North Xia Imperial Guard, the Hulong Villa, the Department of Justice, the Dali Temple, and even the North Xia Imperial Guard. All these formidable forces that wielded immense power within Kyoto now bowed to Gu Yao's will. In this moment, the capital was no longer ruled by the Long family, but by the Ji family. Meanwhile, Ji Xiu donned a sleek black robe, and made his way unhindered through the palace to the Weiyang Palace. Upon entering, he was immediately captivated by the enchanting flowers blooming under the moonlight, which adorned the entire palace. These flowers seemed somewhat familiar. Ji Xiu furrowed his brow. Before he could ponder further, a chilling voice echoed from within the Weiyang Palace. "How dare you intrude upon the Weiyang Palace at such an hour, Your Highness?" Hearing this, Ji Xiu's gaze pierced the darkness, landing on a mesmerizing figure within the palace. He murmured to himself, "The Nine Heavens Continent, the legendary assassin organization, the Web, its creator, Chuli." Chapter 53. The blooming of passion flowers, the unveiling of emotions. Who is the true prey? The Web, a legendary assassin organization destined for greatness in the Nine Heavens Continent. And the architect of this organization is none other than Chuli. Ji Xiu cast a cold gaze upon the graceful figure within the Weiyang Palace. In the original narrative, Chuli was the mastermind behind the creation of the Web, an assassin group whose influence spanned the entirety of the Nine Heavens Continent. Perhaps, at this moment, few are aware of this organization. This is due to the fact that the timing is not yet ripe. They have yet to unleash their true power. However, in the future, the Web shall surpass the current foremost assassin organization, the Mortal Realm, and ascend to become the most formidable assassin group of its time. If memory serves correctly, in the not-so-distant future, Chu Li will rise to become the Lord of Shuiyue City, the premier city of the Nine Heavens Continent. Her three half-brothers shall meet their demise at her hands. Not only that, she will also plot against the Great Qin, even attempt to assassinate the first emperor. Ji Xiu's thoughts raced, swiftly assembling all the information he possessed regarding Chu Li. In summary, she is a woman of unparalleled ruthlessness, chilling indifference, and grand ambition. Undoubtedly, Gu Jian had attracted her attention upon discovering the existence of the Web. Ji Xiu exhaled slowly at this realization. In truth, he had always known of Chu Li's existence. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that he understood her primary objective at this stage was to seize the position of Lord of Shuiyue City. Thus, he had not taken her seriously, as there was no conflict of interest between them. She pursued her Shuiyue City, while he maintained control over his Beixia dynasty, a mutual non-interference. However, now that Chu Li had captured Gu Jian and his whereabouts remained unknown, his life or death shrouded in mystery, Ji Xiu found himself compelled to address this woman. Presently, Chu Li had become his utmost priority. Just then, a clear, teasing voice echoed from within the Weiyang Palace. "Young Master Ji Xiu, since you are here, why not come in for a visit? I have heard of your boldness today in the Long Dragon Hall, truly impressive. Yet now, you linger outside the palace, hesitant to enter or speak. Are you afraid that I might consume you?" Ji Xiu responded with a cold chuckle. Since the Empress has extended an invitation, how could Ji Xiu dare to refuse? With that, he stepped forward, pushing open the palace door and entering. Inside the Weiyang Palace, 9 eternal lamps illuminated the space, and a soft, elegant carpet adorned the entire chamber. The night breeze was cool, and gentle moonlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon the dressing table. There, upon a chair intricately carved with the most lavish phoenix designs, sat a figure as ethereal as a dream. She sat with a casual and languid posture, her cascading hair falling gracefully to her pert backside. It seemed she was preoccupied with her reflection, perhaps engaged in the art of grooming. "Your Majesty, Chu Li," Ji Xiu greeted with a smile. "The heir of the Ji family." Ji Xiu. Chu Li did not turn around. Instead, she gazed at Ji Xiu's reflection in the mirror, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Your Highness, did you find today's spectacle at the Long Palace, where the deer was called a horse, to your satisfaction?" "Not quite," Ji Xiu replied nonchalantly, far from the thrill of tonight's audacious intrusion into the Queen's chamber. "Humph." Chu Li scoffed lightly, rising to cast a playful glance at Ji Xiu. "It seems your Highness is quite aware of your audacious venture into the Queen's chamber tonight. I must say, Ji Xiu, you possess remarkable courage." In response, Ji Xiu regarded Chu Li with a sardonic expression, retorting directly, "The Queen herself is not lacking in audacity. You dare to apprehend someone from my intelligence agency? We are, it appears, equally matched." As his words lingered in the air, Chu Li did not deny it. Her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Ji Xiu, she smirked disdainfully. "The intelligence agency? So what? You have captured my people. What of it? What can you, Ji Xiu, do to me?" "Haha." Ji Xiu, upon hearing her, maintained a serene calm in his clear gaze. He scrutinized her from head to toe before inquiring, "Chu Li, I am curious. Who granted you the audacity to speak such words to this heir? Was it the Emperor of Beixia? Or perhaps your father, the sword immortal of snow and moon? Take a guess." Chu Li's lips curled into a subtle smirk, her beautiful eyes mocking as she regarded Ji Xiao. Through their verbal sparring, she suddenly considered that perhaps Ji Xiao was not as formidable as legend portrayed him to be, for he was excessively arrogant. Yet, it was understandable. How many individuals of Ji Xiao's age and status could remain humble? Haha. Ji Xiao noticed the shift in Chu Li's expression and, with a casual shrug, continued, "It seems none of those. Perhaps it is the web?" At his words, Chu Li's expression faltered, her smile freezing abruptly, her beautiful eyes darkening and turning frigid. How do you know about the web?" Chu Li's voice turned icy. In that moment, she lost the earlier composure and arrogance, replaced by an aura as chilling as a 1,000-year-old glacier. In shock, she was bewildered, unaware of how Ji Xiao had uncovered the existence of her clandestine organization. After all, this was a secret even her father was oblivious to. Ji Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile. He did not respond to Chu Li. He merely gazed at her silently, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Then he coldly spoke, "Chu Li, I care not whether you are the empress or the esteemed daughter of the lord of Shuyue City. I am indifferent to your ambitions with the establishment of the Luo network. At this moment, this very instant, I offer you but a single choice: surrender Gu Jian." Humph. Chu Li let out a scoff, her demeanor provocatively challenging. "And if I refuse?" Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao smiled, his gaze piercing into the exquisite features of Chu Li as he ominously declared, "If you refuse, I shall ensure that you and your pitiful Luo network are entirely eradicated. Long Yuan cannot protect you, your father cannot shield you, and your Luo network is utterly powerless to save you." Understanding dawned upon her. Chu Li nodded thoughtfully before slowly stepping closer to Ji Xiao. She fixed her gaze upon his eyes and responded, "Ji Xiao, remember this. I require no one's protection. I am, by my own merit, the best shield. As for who shall be vanquished, you shall discover that shortly." With that, she stepped back 2 paces, raised her hand, and with a cold smile, snapped her fingers. In an instant, the space seemed to freeze. The moonlight filtering through the window of the palace transformed into an enchanting shade of pink. At that moment, Ji Xiao inhaled an unusual floral fragrance. Before his eyes, a splendid sea of blossoms began to unfurl. Indeed, outside the Weiyang Palace, a pool of crimson and bewitching flowers bloomed under the moonlight, exuding an alluring beauty. In that instant, Ji Xiao suddenly recalled the name of this flower, Love Flower. "Chu Li, so this is your trump card," Ji Xiao murmured softly. In the tales, the love flower blooms in a day, surpassing the ecstasy of 300 nights. In simple terms, the love flower is not poisonous in itself. However, if consumed from a young age by a person who embodies the essence of love, it becomes a potent toxin, unparalleled in the world. An antidote does not exist. Those afflicted by the love toxin will be doomed to eternal servitude. This woman, Chu Li, truly perceives me as her prey. Yet, who is truly the hunted? A smirk played on Ji Xiao's lips as he retrieved a long, ebony flute from the depths of his system's repository. This flute was known as Qinqing. Outside the Weiyang Palace, the love flower blooms resplendently. In a garden of enchanting flowers, the youthful snow maiden, adorned with a scabbard, exchanged a glance with the elegant moon maiden, who wielded a sharp sword. In that fleeting moment, they both perceived the shyness and tension reflected in each other's eyes. They were the intimate female attendants of Chu Li, having nourished themselves on the essence of the emotional blossoms since childhood, from which they discerned their fates. In the future, they would serve as instruments for their mistress to gather extraordinary talents from all corners of the world. Their future husbands would become the most formidable allies for their lady. And now, this was their pivotal moment. Ji Xiao was destined to be one of those individuals. "Moon sister, do you wish for Ji Xiao to be your husband?" the youthful snow maiden asked, her gaze fixed on the moon maiden in astonishment. I am uncertain. What about you, Snow?" The moon maiden shook her head. Although she typically exuded an icy demeanor, the gravity of the moment rendered her vulnerable. "I have heard that Ji Xiao is the most remarkable person of our time. Perhaps, Moon Sister, you could yield him to me." The snow maiden bit her rosy lip, her beautiful eyes glistening as she looked at the Moon Maiden, her delicate face flushed with a soft blush. She reasoned that if her future was already predetermined, it would be better to choose someone truly extraordinary. And Ji Xiao indeed possessed that quality. Very well, if you wish to pursue him, then do so. The Moon Maiden, lowering her gaze slightly, nodded in agreement. Her thoughts mirrored those of the Snow Maiden. However, the Snow Maiden was akin to a sister to her. Since the Snow Maiden had spoken, she felt it inappropriate to object. Just then, a haunting melody of a flute echoed from the Weiyang Palace. The sound was ethereal, as if descending from the heavens, yet also dark and deep, reminiscent of the abyss. In that instant, they felt a tingling sensation coursing through their bodies, accompanied by a profound sense of foreboding. They intended to rush into the Weiyang Palace at once. But to their astonishment, a figure clad in black robes had appeared before the palace. A venerable elder, Wei Lao. Chapter 54. The Blooming of Passion. A fire spreading across the land. In the imperial capital of northern Xia, the moonlight shone resplendently. An extraordinarily eerie melody from a flute reverberated through the skies of the capital, as a dense, heavy black cloud obscured the brilliant moonlight above. At this moment, the entire city seemed to plunge into utter darkness. The powerful figures of the capital, the cultivators, and the common folk alike felt a chill sweep over their hearts. An unprecedented sensation surged from the depths of their souls. Their heartbeats pulsed in sync with the rhythm of the flute. For reasons unknown, they sensed a dark hand tugging at their very souls with abandon. Oh my, this flute. It must be from the depths of the underworld. It is simply terrifying. No, this haunting melody originates from the imperial palace. If memory serves, the young master Ji Xiao has just entered the palace tonight, correct? Indeed, this melody is likely a creation of that fellow. Wait, why does this melody remind me so much of the legendary tune recorded in the ancient histories of the Nine Heavens? What tune? It is said that this piece possesses great mysteries, unspeakable and unutterable. Within the Weiyang Palace, Ji Xiao stood at the center of the sleeping quarters, holding the ghostly flute to his lips, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. The former him, ethereal and otherworldly, was a spirited young master of the military family. Now, he was enveloped in an eerie black aura, exuding an ominous presence akin to the Lord of the Abyss. As the bizarre melody resonated throughout the Weiyang Palace, Chu Li listened to the strange notes echoing in her ears, her enchanting visage turning pale in an instant. At that moment, gazing at the black flute in Ji Xiao's hands, a thought struck her, and her beautiful eyes filled with terror and apprehension. She bit her silver teeth, incredulously exclaiming, Ji Xiao, where did you acquire the ghostly flute, Qinqing? How could you possibly comprehend the soul-devouring trilogy? She, the daughter of the Lord of Shuyue City, had read the ancient histories of the Nine Heavens since childhood. Thus, she was aware that thousands of years ago, a powerful figure had emerged, wielding a flute and three melodies that manipulated the tumult of the entire Nine Heavens continent. Ultimately, this formidable being was forced to descend into the first forbidden ground of the Nine Heavens, the ruinous abyss. If her memory served her right, that individual was known as the Master of Demonic Paths, and his legacy, the ghostly flute Qinqing and the soul-devouring trilogy, should have been buried alongside him in the ruinous abyss. How did Ji Xiao come by it? Upon hearing her words, Ji Xiao offered no response. The melody, steeped in otherworldliness, continued unabated. A wave of black smoke entered Chu Li's body, as notes lingered in her ears, refusing to fade. In that instant, her delicate form trembled violently. When a brief, peculiar note leapt forth, Chu Li suddenly clutched her chest, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes turning crimson. From head to toe, she felt as though half of her being was ensnared in the icy grip of a glacial mountain, while the other half was engulfed in the searing heat of a furnace. Simultaneously, her heart felt as if it were being grasped in a vice, her blood coursing backward, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Ji Xiao, wait. You must wait, Chu Li exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency as she implored Ji Xiao to halt. Yet, his ears seemed deaf to her pleas. The notes swirling within the Weiyang Palace soon coalesced into a melancholic and heart-wrenching melody. Ji Xiao, I shall fight you, Chu Li declared with indignation. With a resounding clang, the aura of a first-tier sovereign erupted around her. She drew a resplendent sword from her storage ring, her wrist flicking as the blade pointed directly at Ji Xiao. The air was rent asunder with a tearing sound. However, a bizarre occurrence transpired. The sword tip halted merely 3 inches from Ji Xiao, trembling incessantly and refusing to advance any further. What folly is this? Ji Xiao is now a formidable third-tier sovereign. Even without invoking his demonic and divine prohibitions, he could easily subdue Chu Li. The prospect of her resisting Ji Xiao was utterly implausible. Ji Xiao, enough. Will you heed my words regarding Gu Jian? Chu Li gasped, conceding out of sheer terror. She truly feared the legendary 3 pieces of music. One that could control corpses, another that could capture the souls of cultivators, and the last capable of resurrecting the dead. She had no desire to become a puppet. Her soul stolen away. As her words fell, Ji Xiao slowly opened his eyes and cast a cold glance at Chu Li. Yet the music persisted, showing no signs of abating. Chu Li understood the meaning behind Ji Xiao's gaze. It was too late for pleas of mercy. You wretch, I shall never forgive you. Chu Li's delicate face turned pale as she bit her crimson lip, hurling accusations at Ji Xiao. But soon after, she felt as though 1,000 daggers were piercing her heart, followed by the harrowing sound of her soul being forcibly wrenched from her body. For the first time, she experienced true despair. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her exquisite cheeks, dampening her beautiful visage. As the melody approached its conclusion, Chu Li's gaze grew increasingly vacant, her once fierce and ruthless eyes becoming dulled and lifeless. Her delicate hands slackened, releasing the sword hilt. Clang! The sword fell to the ground. The melody came to an end. With a sigh of relief, Ji Xiao set aside his concerns, gazing at Chu Li, who resembled a marionette bereft of its spirit. Ever since he had obtained the soul-capturing trilogy at the tender age of 3, he had yearned for the day he could witness its extraordinary power. At last, that day had arrived. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt an uncontrollable surge of heat coursing through his body. The flowering of desire. Ji Xiao furrowed his brow and let out a deep sigh. Although he had now used the soul-capturing melody to control Chu Li, he himself was also afflicted by the poison of the love flower. However, this was not a significant concern. As long as Chu Li's assistant did not administer the love seed to him, all would be well. As for the antidote, now that Chu Li had become his puppet, was there really any need to fear an inability to cure himself? Ahem. Ji Xiao cleared his throat, and then, putting away his emotions, approached Chu Li to inquire, "What is your name?" Chu Li, upon hearing this, blankly lifted her gaze to meet Ji Xiao's, responding, "Chu Li." At this moment, her voice resembled that of a marionette, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, entirely submissive to Ji Xiao's will. "Where's Gu Jian? Is he in Shuyu City?" Ji Xiao continued to question. "I don't know." Chu Li shook her head. "How could that be?" Ji Xiao frowned. Just moments ago, Chu Li had clearly admitted to knowing. Why was she now claiming ignorance? "Didn't you capture Gu Jian?" Ji Xiao clenched his fists, his gaze piercing into Chu Li's eyes. "Yes, my master captured him. My master took Gu Jian away from Shuyu City." Chu Li replied in a fragmented manner. "Master?" Ji Xiao was taken aback, astonished to learn that Chu Li had a master. After all, the novel made no mention of such a figure. Taking a deep breath to suppress the heat coursing through his body, Ji Xiao asked, "Who is your master?" After a moment of silence, Chu Li, still in a daze, lifted her gaze to Ji Xiao and responded, "Beixia's guardian sect. Yin Fei." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao's brow furrowed into a deep crease. Yin Fei? Another unfamiliar name. He recalled nothing in his memory related to Yin Fei. However, it was now clear that Gu Jian was in the hands of Chu Li's master, Yin Fei. "Chu Li, where is your master?" Ji Xiao pressed on, his brow still knitted in concern. "My master has gone to Tian Mo Mountain." Chu Li's red lips parted softly. So, it was Tian Mo Mountain. This had become intriguing. Ji Xiao's brow lifted slightly. At present, Tian Mo Mountain could be described as the epicenter of turmoil across the entire Jiutian continent, where the princes and princesses of 2 supreme empires and the holy sons and daughters of 7 foremost cultivation sects congregated. All the influential figures of the Jiutian continent had their eyes fixed upon Tian Mo Mountain, and his original objective had also been Tian Mo Mountain. With this newfound clarity, his subsequent goal was now defined. As his thoughts lingered on this, Ji Xiao realized he had become parched. This was the effect of the love flower poison taking hold of his heart. Truly, the love flower poison. Unravel this for me, he commanded. His eyes slightly reddened as he gazed at Chu Li. It was only logical that the one who administered the poison should also provide the antidote. Chu Li had poisoned, and thus, she must also cure. This was entirely reasonable. Understood, Chu Li responded, stepping before Ji Xiao, her delicate hand encircling his neck as she boldly kissed him. In the fervor of that kiss, Ji Xiao found himself momentarily lost in a whirlwind of emotions. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chu Li's enchanting eyes gradually regained their clarity, eventually returning to normal. "Ah!" Chu Li exclaimed, abruptly pushing Ji Xiao away. Disbelief etched across her beautiful visage. The memories of her actions flooded back. She had actively given Ji Xiao the answer he sought. Not only that, but she had initiated the kiss. "Ji Xiao, this palace will not tolerate you." Chu Li bit her crimson lip, her voice laced with fury. Despite her fierce words, she was acutely aware that Ji Xiao's strength seemed to far surpass her own. She pondered why the two ladies, Shui and Yu, had yet to arrive with her backup. "Enough of this. You do not dictate the terms." Ji Xiao swallowed hard, his steps betraying his will as he approached Chu Li. He was baffled as to why she had suddenly broken free from the control of the soul calamity melody. Perhaps it was due to his own recent mastery of the technique? But that was not the pressing concern at hand. At that moment, he felt his rationality slipping away, racing uncontrollably towards chaos. "Ji Xiao, you rebellious scoundrel. Halt at once," Chu Li commanded coldly. No sooner had her words left her lips than a hand gripped her smooth neck. Before her, Ji Xiao's eyes glowed crimson, breath coming in ragged gasps, clearly on the verge of losing control. Witnessing this transformation in Ji Xiao, she could hardly fathom what was about to transpire. "Ji Xiao, I am the Empress of Beixia. My father is the sword immortal of Shuiyue. If you dare to lay a hand on me." Chu Li's words hung in the air, her voice abruptly ceasing as Ji Xiao's lips crashed against hers with fervor. Staring wide-eyed in disbelief at Ji Xiao, a singular thought consumed her mind. How dare he? Her thoughts were cut short as their bodies fell backward in a moment of inertia. In that instant, flames surged forth. Meanwhile, the moon shone brightly, illuminating the blooming flowers outside the Weiyang Palace, which were both splendid and serene. However, within the moonlit chambers, a cacophony of chaos was unmistakably present. Chapter 55, The 3-Year Pact. Ji Xiao is going crazy. The night always seems fleeting. As dawn breaks, gentle rays of morning light filter through the palace windows and spill into the Weiyang Palace. Upon the opulent imperial bed, draped in luxurious curtains, two figures lie closely intertwined, enveloped in intimacy. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The soul-capturing trilogy's soul-reaping melody has been upgraded to intermediate level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the baptism of the heavenly spirits Een. The progress of the purifying devil's flames has reached 17. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The progress of the purifying devil's flames has reached 17, and the cultivation level has ascended to the 4th realm of the monarch tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the baptism of the heavenly spirits Een, gaining 10,000 points of destiny essence. Listening to the series of system notifications echoing in his mind, Ji Xiao gradually awakened from his slumber. He fought against the weariness in his body and slowly sat up. In just one night, the soul-reaping melody has advanced. The progress of the purifying devil's flames has increased by 2, and his cultivation has reached the 4th realm of the monarch tier. This was indeed somewhat unexpected. Pondering this, Ji Xiao absent-mindedly scratched his head, taken aback by the outcome. At this moment, his gaze shifted to the woman lying beside him. Chu Li appeared to still be lost in dreams, her enchanting face adorned with 2 distinct trails of tears. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xiao murmured to himself, "Last night, this woman truly shot herself in the foot." However, there was no denying the extraordinary nature of her heavenly spirit sacred body. In the novel, the founder of the Luo network, Chu Li, possessed an exceptionally rare and powerful physique known as the heavenly spirit sacred body. This innate gift, if developed to its fullest potential, could harness the spiritual energy of the universe and even manipulate the primordial forces of nature. What is most remarkable is that the heavenly spirit sacred body can transfer the energy of the primordial source to others, just like what occurred last night. Thus, marrying a woman with such a physique as a partner is a dream cherished by all practitioners of the 9 heavens and a supreme honor. Nevertheless, Ji Xiu had no intention of marrying such a fierce woman. After all, who could guarantee that she wouldn't plunge a knife into him while they shared the same bed? Yet, it must be said that if he could control her and possess her, the benefits would indeed be boundless. But how to gain control over her was a dilemma. This woman possesses the heavenly spirit's sacred body, and her soul is exceptionally formidable. However, my cultivation of the soul-reaping melody has only reached an intermediate level. It is still impossible to manipulate her for eternity. Yet, given her personality, perhaps she might voluntarily submit to him. Ji Xiu's eyes narrowed as he gazed at Chu Li's stunningly beautiful face. His thoughts halted at this point. At that moment, he noticed Chu Li's eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. In that instant, her gaze met the ceiling, and the memories of last night surged through her mind like a tidal wave. Ah! With a startled cry, Chu Li abruptly sat up, her gaze falling upon the calm and watchful Ji Xiu seated beside her. Last night. You. How dare you? Chu Li bit her crimson lip, confronting Ji Xiu. She was the daughter of the lord of Shiyue City, accustomed to having men bow and scrape before her. Even when she was commanded by her father to wed the northern Xia emperor, Long Yuan, he dared not act with impudence in her presence, let alone to engage in any intimate relations. Yet now, Ji Xiu had not only invaded her bed, but had also taken her virtue. In that moment, she felt a tumult of indignation and fury. Her eyes, ablaze with rage, glared at Ji Xiu, her silver teeth clenched, her entire body trembling with emotion. If she could, she would have liked nothing more than to slay Ji Xiu with a single sword strike right then and there. However, she had come to realize the disparity in their powers and backgrounds. Reason told her that if she dared to strike at Ji Xiu, her fate would be sealed, death. Your Majesty, the love flowers were sown by you. They bloomed because of you. Yet now, you question this young lord's audacity? Ha ha ha. I too wish to inquire. Why would I not dare? Ji Xiu responded to her with a bemused expression. You twist my words. This is sheer treachery. Chu Li spat in fury, her silver teeth almost shattering from the force of her anger. Unfortunately, her noble birth limited her repertoire of insults. In truth, her words lacked any real potency against Ji Xiu. Ha ha ha. Ji Xiu replied, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. Very well. If I am indeed treacherous, what then? What will you do about it? In that moment, he aptly echoed Chu Li's own words from the previous night. You scoundrel. Chu Li's body quivered with rage. She had never encountered someone so shameless. Huh. Ji Xiu chuckled casually, then proceeded to dress, turning his back to Chu Li. He then calmly addressed her. Your Majesty, you must acknowledge that you cannot kill me. Moreover, the trap you have woven pales in comparison to my intelligence network. Ultimately, the bitter fruit you have sown is yours to bear, is it not? With that, Ji Xiu turned to leave, appearing unconcerned as he donned his garments. Wait. Chu Li, her expression cold, parted her red lips to halt Ji Xiu. Hearing this, a cunning smile crept across Ji Xiu's face as he paused, having anticipated her words. He understood Chu Li well. Her lifelong ambition was to defeat her three brothers and ascend as the lord of Shiyue City. Since she could not bring herself to end her own life, she naturally sought to negotiate terms for his assistance. Ji Xiu, do you intend to leave just like that? Chu Li inquired coldly. What other choice do I have? Ji Xiu replied, turning to look at her with a perplexed expression. How dare you? After what you did to me, you wish to depart so easily. What do you take me for? Chu Li asked, crossing her arms. Her exquisite beauty devoid of any emotion, emanating an icy demeanor. What? Do you expect me to take responsibility for our night together? Ji Xiu responded casually. Do not forget, you are the empress now. He was intrigued to discover what terms Chu Li would propose next. Last night, you must know that you are my first man. Chu Li's enchanting eyes locked onto Ji Xiu, her voice surprisingly softening. I know, but that does not change anything. So, Ji Xiu shook his head in inquiry, fully aware of his status as her first lover. A person of Long Yuan's caliber would not even warrant a glance from the proud Chu Li, let alone touch her garments. Therefore, I wish for your assistance. Chu Li took a deep breath, gazing earnestly at Ji Xiu. On what grounds? Merely because we shared a fleeting romance. Ji Xiu chuckled at her. You, Chu Li stammered, her chest rising and falling rapidly, momentarily breathless from indignation. However, Ji Xiu shifted the conversation, feigning ignorance. But since Her Majesty has spoken, what do you desire? Huh. Chu Li inhaled deeply, then spoke slowly. I need your help to ascend to the position of Lord of Shuiyue City. Very well. Ji Xiao nodded and then queried. And then? To aid me in becoming the Lord of Shuiyue City, what benefit do you gain? After a moment's thought, Chu Li replied, the net. I can hand the net over to you. Huh. Ji Xiao chuckled softly, shaking his head. I'm afraid not. I already have the Military Intelligence Bureau. I have no interest in the net you established. With that, Ji Xiao turned to leave. Wait. Chu Li suddenly called out, halting his departure. She took a deep breath, as if having made a decision. Her beautiful eyes gazed intently at Ji Xiao, and then her crimson lips parted to say, besides the net, there is also me. If you can help me secure Shuiyue City, everything I possess will be yours. This was all she could offer Ji Xiao as leverage. She realized with clarity that, given the circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult to turn back. She also acknowledged her inability to control Ji Xiao. In light of this, it would be more prudent for her to seek a compromise, to decisively bring Ji Xiao into her camp. Together, they could collaborate, support one another, and fulfill their respective needs. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao raised an eyebrow, internally acknowledging the bait. In truth, he had been waiting for Chu Li to utter these words. He understood her too well. A woman of such remarkable intelligence would never overlook a prime opportunity in ally. How about it, Ji Xiao? Will you assist or not? Chu Li gazed intently into Ji Xiao's eyes. Indeed, Ji Xiao replied, pondering earnestly before continuing. If that is the case, it is indeed a splendid proposal. Within 3 years, I shall help you seize Shuiyue City. And during these 3 years, you, Chu Li, shall be under my command. 3 years. Chu Li trembled at his words. In her plans, even with Ji Xiao's alliance, she had anticipated a timeline of at least 5 to 10 years. Yet, Ji Xiao proposed 3? Was this true? She stared at him, bewildered. Absolutely true. Ji Xiao smiled gently. This year, Chu Li was 25. If memory served correctly, in 3 years, at 28, she would possess the strength to vanquish her brother and conquer the city, thereby becoming one of the most powerful women in the realm. The crux of the matter was, Chu Li was unaware of this fact. This was Ji Xiao's advantage. For the next 3 years, she and her network would be under his control, subject to his whims. Is there anything in this world that could be so fortuitous? If you can truly help me acquire Shuiyue City within 3 years, I, Chu Li, will be yours. For the next 3 years, I shall heed your command. You may dictate as you wish. Chu Li bit her red lip, solemnly promising, her voice dwindling to a whisper. She could scarcely believe she had uttered such audacious words. Excellent. Truly excellent. Ji Xiao responded with a slight smile directed at Chu Li. He recognized that his plan had succeeded. Both the network and Chu Li would now belong to him. Chapter 56. The male protagonist has arrived. Ji Xiao is unrivaled from birth. Ji Xiao approached the bedside, extending his hand toward Chu Li. Let us collaborate harmoniously. Chu Li, with her eyes cast downwards, eventually took Ji Xiao's hand. A soft chuckle escaped Ji Xiao's lips as he withdrew his hand and turned to exit the palace. With a resounding clang, he pushed open the palace doors, revealing the 2 young ladies, Shui and Yu, frozen in place by Elder Wei's formidable energy. Ji Xiao, what have you done to my lady? Yu questioned fiercely, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anger as they bore into Ji Xiao. The intensity of her gaze suggested that only the most extreme retribution could quench her fury. Ji Xiao, you scoundrel! Do you not realize that my lady is not only the empress of Beixia, but also a princess of Shuiyue City? Last night, how dare you so brazenly insult her? The humiliation of today will never be forgotten by Shuiyue City, and we shall repay it tenfold. Shui declared, trembling with rage. Ji Xiao, upon hearing their words, merely smiled, unperturbed by their ire. He understood that last night, these 2 devoted attendants had likely rushed to the Weiyang Palace to assist their lady, Chu Li. Unfortunately, they had been outmatched, encountering the formidable Elder Wei, who had effortlessly restrained them throughout the night. Moreover, it was highly probable that they had overheard the intimate exchanges between him and Chu Li. One could only imagine the torment such an experience would bring to these fiercely loyal maidens. No wonder they wished for his demise today. Whether you will kill me or seek retribution can wait for another day. For now, I am quite curious to know which of you chose this young heir last night. Ji Xiao inquired playfully, eyeing the duo of the youthful and the regal. It was evident that these two were meant to be the secret weapon Chu Li intended to employ against him. He was intrigued to discover who, in their eyes, desired him more fervently. Yu's expression shifted dramatically, her cheeks flushing as she clenched her silver teeth in silence. Although she had yielded Ji Xiu to her sister Shui, in her heart, she had also made her choice. Overcome with embarrassment, she found herself at a loss for words. Nonsense. Who would choose a scoundrel like you? I would rather die than select you. Only a fool would choose you. You dare to bully my lady. From this day forth, we shall be sworn enemies. Shui retorted fiercely, her lips trembling with indignation. In that moment, she completely forgot the pitiful sight of herself from the previous night, tearfully pleading with you to let her have Ji Xiu. Yet, despite her vehement words, an unshakable sense of guilt lingered within her. It seems that both young ladies have taken quite a liking to the young master. Ji Xiu chuckled and shook his head, then nodded towards Elder Wei. Upon receiving the command, Elder Wei raised his hand and directly unsealed the two young ladies, Shui and Yu. At that moment, the two exchanged glances, preparing to confront Ji Xiu fiercely. However, a cool, clear voice echoed through the Weiyang Palace. Shui, Yuer, the young master Ji Xiu is a guest of this palace. You must not be disrespectful. If he wishes to depart, you shall not obstruct him. Upon hearing their mistress's decree, the two young ladies stood frozen in place. What is happening? Let us go, Elder Wei, Ji Xiu said with a resigned smile, and proceeded to leave the Weiyang Palace with Elder Wei. As soon as Ji Xiu exited, Shui and Yu rushed into the palace. Meanwhile, Chu Li had donned a resplendent crimson golden gown once more, standing before the mirror in a daze. In that moment, she had regained her former coldness and nobility, an embodiment of grandeur that seemed to contrast starkly with the previous night. Miss, did Ji Xiu bully you last night? Shui inquired softly. Shui, Yu exclaimed, quickly tugging at Shui's sleeve to silence her. They had both heard everything clearly the previous night. There was no need to revisit such painful topics. Wouldn't bringing it up again only serve to humiliate their mistress anew? Sure enough, as soon as Shui's question left her lips, Chu Li's expression turned icy. She pivoted, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she glared at the two young ladies, her red lips parting as she coldly chastised. Get out. Both of you, leave this palace at once. Shui trembled, casting a pitiful glance at Yu. Yu bowed to Chu Li and hurriedly ushered Shui out of the Weiyang Palace. Sister Yu, did Shui say something wrong? Outside the palace, Shui looked at Yu with teary eyes, feeling utterly wronged. Oh, Yu, how foolish can you be? Yu exclaimed, exasperated. As she poked Shui's forehead with her delicate finger, she thought to herself that her sister had many admirable qualities, but her wits were lacking. At that moment, Long Yuan arrived, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face as he entered the courtyard of the Weiyang Palace. Queen, what is the situation? He inquired. However, before he could finish, a voice as cold as ancient ice rang out. You too. Get out. Long Yuan stood frozen, contemplating the implication of those words. Damn it. Ji Xiu must have triumphed last night. It was evident that this fellow was indeed a formidable opponent, capable of even swaying the daughter of the city lord of Shuyue. The two young ladies, Shui and Yu, gazed at Long Yuan as if observing a pitiful creature. They thought to themselves, Ji Xiu not only won, he utterly triumphed. Upon returning to the Jifu's Luofeng Palace, Ji Xiu was immediately approached by Gu Yao. Your Highness, what is the situation? Is my brother in the hands of the Empress? No. Ji Xiu shook his head and then inquired, Yaoer, in the intelligence reports from our 6 secret departments, is there a person named Yin Fei within the Northern Xia Protector sect? Yin Fei? Gu Yao furrowed her brow and then shook her head. The 10 esteemed figures of the Protector sect are well documented by our 6 secret departments. Yet I have never heard of Yin Fei. If that is the case, it poses a serious problem. Ji Xiu sighed deeply. Last night, when I encountered the soul of Chu Li, she could not have lied. Furthermore, there is no record of this woman in our intelligence. The most troubling part is that, in my recollections, even the novels contain no mention of her. Thus, the question arises, who exactly is this enigmatic Yin Fei? To uncover this mystery and to rescue Gu Jian, I must personally journey to Tianma Mountain. Ji Xiu murmured to himself. He then turned to Gu Yao and asked, Yaoer, what is the current situation at Tianma Mountain? Have the heirs of the major forces of the 9 Heavens continent arrived? In response, Gu Yao immediately replied, reporting to your highness, 3 days ago, the saintess of the ice god palace, Mu Lanxin, the saint son of the sacred sect, Mo Lingfeng, the son of the Buddha from the Buddhist sect, Xianzong, the chief of the 10,000 Poison Valley, Zhao Wuji, the young master of the Tiansong army, Li Wangsheng, the saintess of the Crimson Church, Shun Jinxin, along with the second prince of the Great Qin dynasty, Ing Ling, and the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Huang, all arrived at Tianma Mountain. Indeed, Jisho nodded. He knew that the highest cultivation sects and dynasties of the Nine Heavens continent would not miss the opportunity to seize the legacy of the martial emperor, Zhou Dufu. Their speed would undoubtedly be the swiftest, while the loose cultivators of the continent would be left trailing behind, barely tasting the spoils. Your Highness, I must say, the current atmosphere at Tianma Mountain is truly bustling. Even the Nine Heavens' foremost demonic sect, Wushang Tian, has joined the fray for the martial emperor's legacy. The demonic sect's saintess, Mu Xianyin, has brought a host of formidable demonic practitioners, causing chaos in all directions, prompting these righteous prodigies to form alliances. Currently, the word on the street is that the martial emperor's legacy has gradually spiraled into a battle between righteousness and evil. Tianma Mountain has become a veritable cauldron of turmoil, and the situation is increasingly spiraling out of control. Gu Yao reported to Ji Xiu, her tone tinged with resignation. Clearly, even she had not anticipated this turn of events. A battle between righteousness and evil. A hint of intrigue graced Ji Xiu's brow, as memories of a decade past surfaced in his mind, a vision of the Northern Xia princess, draped in a black gown, exuding an air of icy nobility and unparalleled beauty. The stark transformation of this noble princess into a malevolent sorceress, opposing the righteous forces of the Nine Heavens, was indeed a remarkable contrast. Ah, the Crown Prince. Gu Yao seemed to have a revelation, solemnly adding, "There is another individual you must pay particular attention to in the Demon Mountain. He is the unexpected contender in this battle between good and evil, and the betrothed of the Long Princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. His name is Yi Xian." Yi Xian. Upon hearing this name, Ji Xiu's expression momentarily faltered. He has arrived. At long last, the male protagonist of the novel, Yi Xian, has made his entrance. A cruel smile danced at the corners of Ji Xiu's lips. After all these years, the male protagonist has finally matured. As the arch-nemesis, it is only fitting that the fated hero should not escape his grasp. The time has come to reap the harvest of fully grown chives. Moreover, the Demon Mountain harbors numerous enigmas awaiting Ji Xiu's unraveling. Is Gu Jian still alive? Who is the enigmatic woman, Yin Fei, who does not exist in the narrative? And he has come of age. The time for the wedding promised a decade ago is drawing near. What of his fiancée, Yi Mubing, who had retreated into the frozen abyss with the intent to bring about his demise? Will she emerge? Furthermore, what are the intentions of the former Northern Xia national master, now the holy queen of the demon sect, Nan Lingyue? In this moment, a torrent of emotions surged within him, a symphony of conflicting feelings. But alas, whether it be Mu Bing or Nan Lingyue, whatever schemes you may harbor, this crown prince shall accompany you to the very end. Ji Xiu took a deep breath, his gaze directed toward the distant north, the very direction of the Demon Mountain. Within the depths of his eyes, two flames of crimson began to rise. At this moment, he was truly invigorated. In this world of fantasy, where the weak are devoured by the strong and peril lurks at every turn, only power remains the eternal truth. Meanwhile, Gu Yao gazed at Ji Xiu, who stood in the dawn's light, surveying the horizon, ready to engage with the multitude of competitors. For a fleeting moment, she found herself lost in thought. Yet, a radiant smile blossomed upon her lips, breathtaking and unparalleled. She understood that her crown prince, who had remained in silence for a decade in the capital, was finally stepping into the world. She also knew that the proud scions, revered as deities by the cultivators of the Nine Heavens continent, were doomed. For the individual before her, once he emerges, he shall be invincible. Chapter 57. Your Majesty, please exercise restraint. Mu Bing is returning. Time flies swiftly. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, Ji Xiu emerged from his chambers clad in a moon-white robe. He had made all necessary preparations to journey to Tianma Mountain the day before. Old Wei would accompany him, primarily to maintain control of the situation, while Gu Yao remained in Kyoto, tasked with gathering intelligence and providing support. Although she longed to join Ji Xiao on his expedition, she understood the weight of her responsibilities. She oversaw the entire military intelligence division and could not leave Kyoto unless absolutely necessary. Your Highness, be cautious on your journey to Tianma Mountain, especially of that woman, Gu Yao whispered, tugging at the corner of Ji Xiao's robe. Her concerns were not with the esteemed disciples of the top sects in the Jotian continent, but rather with the current holy empress of the demon sect, Nen Lingwe. She recalled that for the past decade, this formidable empress had been coveting her family's young master. There was a genuine fear that Ji Xiao might fall prey to her wiles during his visit. Yaoer, worry not, Ji Xiao chuckled, shaking his head as he affectionately tousled Gu Yao's soft hair. He understood her worries, yet he was no longer the 8-year-old child he once was. Even against the mightiest of practitioners, he possessed the strength to stand his ground. He believed that with his abilities, Nen Lingyue would not have her way with him. At that moment, voices from outside the Luanfeng Palace caught his attention. Xiaoer, the Empress has arrived. Why are you still inside? Furrowing his brow, Ji Xiao wondered why Chu Li would come here. As his thoughts swirled, his mother, Lin Ru, and grandmother, Mu Hua, entered the palace with Chu Li and the 2 young ladies, Shi Yue and another. Xiaoer, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and greet Her Majesty. Mu Hua playfully patted Ji Xiao's back. Your Majesty, Ji Xiao said politely, nodding respectfully at Chu Li. Xiaoer, Her Majesty has come to see you off on your journey to Tianma Mountain. Lin Ru softly explained as she approached him. Look how much the Emperor values you. He even sent the Empress to bid you farewell. Ah, I see. In that case, I must express my gratitude to His Majesty and to Her Majesty as well. Ji Xiao replied, feigning modesty. Hee. Chu Li smiled, her lips curving gracefully as she stepped closer to Ji Xiao. Young master, there is no need for such formality. Nay, Ji Xiao replied, shaking his head solemnly. You are the Empress. I am but a subject. Such etiquette must be observed. Is that so? Chu Li, with her delicate brows and playful demeanor, took a few steps closer to Ji Xiao amidst the curious gazes of those around. In that moment, the distance between them was nearly non-existent, allowing them to sense each other's breath. Ji Xiao, now you are aware that I am the Empress, are you not? Yet. I recall, that night, you were not like this. Chu Li leaned in slightly, whispering in Ji Xiao's ear as if in a dream. Without waiting for his response, she extended her graceful hand to personally adjust his collar with meticulous care. While she attentively arranged it, she secretly communicated, this time, you shall venture to Tianma Mountain. I shall have Shuer accompany you. There, my network's influence is entirely under her control. What do you think? Am I not one to keep my word? Moreover, I have heard that Long Yuan will initiate a mysterious plan after your departure. But fret not. I shall keep a watchful eye on him for you. Having said this, Chu Li stepped back, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she addressed the astonished Lin Ru and Mu Hua. In that case, I shall take my leave first. Here, I wish His Highness the young master great success. With that, Chu Li did not wait for Lin Ru and Mu Hua's reply, departing with Miss Yu from Luofeng Palace. She left behind a sweet young girl, Shui, who stood awkwardly in place, her head bowed and a scabbard slung over her shoulder. Lin Ru and Mu Hua exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual astonishment. At this moment, they shared a singular thought. It seemed the Empress had taken a fancy to their Ji Xiao. Elder Wei, what does Chu Li mean by this? How can she be so audacious in the Ji residence? Gu Yao exclaimed angrily to Elder Wei. Had it not been for Lin Ru and Mu Hua's presence, she would never have allowed Chu Li to approach Ji Xiao even a step. Elder Wei. Gu Yao observed Elder Wei's silence and slightly awkward demeanor, prompting her to ask, Elder Wei, could it be that something transpired between them? Upon hearing her, Elder Wei shook his head and responded softly, Miss Gu Yao, do not inquire further. I too am in the dark. Is that so? Gu Yao raised her delicate brows, skepticism evident in her expression. A woman's intuition told her that there was indeed something between Chu Li and her young master. After a brief farewell, Ji Xiao set forth on his journey to Tianma Mountain, accompanied by Elder Wei and Shui. As Gu Yao watched their departing figures, she stood in place for a long while. Eventually, she pursed her lips and softly murmured to herself, Young master, you may be unaware, but Yaoer is but a hair's breadth away from reaching the June level. Awaiting your return, Yaoer has resolved to entrust herself to you. Until then, she shall safeguard the Ji family on your behalf. With that, she turned to depart. In the instant she pivoted, The demeanor of the innocent daughter before Ji Xiu vanished entirely. At this moment, she reverted to the ruthless and unyielding visage she had donned during her reign as the underground queen of the northern Xia dynasty. Within the Ji family military estate, Lin Ru paced restlessly. "Mother, do you think the empress would take a liking to our Xia? I have inquired." And Emperor Long Yuan did not send the empress to see him off. The more she pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. "You, do calm yourself. Even if the empress harbors feelings for our precious Xia, what of it? If he is unwilling, can she truly force him?" Mu Hua observed Lin Ru with an amused expression. Yet, despite her words, she too found the Empress Chu Li's closeness to Ji Xiu somewhat excessive. Nonetheless, she did not believe there was anything untoward between Chu Li and Ji Xiu. No, absolutely not. Even if Xiu were willing, I would not consent. Chu Li's background is far too intricate, and she is already the Empress of Northern Xia. Her standing is unjustifiable. She cannot compare to Mu Bing. Lin Ru shook her head in refusal. Then, as if recalling something, she hastily turned to Mu Hua and asked, "Mother, that girl Mu Bing, has she not gone into seclusion in the ice abyss for cultivation? How is she faring? Is she returning?" "Ah," Mu Hua replied with a gentle smile. "Do not fret. 3 days ago, my senior sister sent me a message. She mentioned that Mu Bing shall soon emerge from her seclusion. Very soon indeed." Chapter 58, The Divine Wood Forest. Has Ji Xiuqing become the Demon Lord? A massive black vessel surged swiftly across the border, heading toward the northern domain's heavenly demon mountain. In the northern Xia Imperial Palace, the Emperor Long Yuan stood on the observation deck, his demeanor cold as he gazed into the distance. "Your Majesty, Ji Xiu has already departed from the northern Xia border." A tall young man clad in dark iron armor reported from behind him. "Excellent. Truly splendid. The opportunity has finally arrived." Long Yuan exhaled deeply. For a decade, he had reigned as the Emperor of Northern Xia, second only to one. Now, he had awaited the day Ji Xiu would leave the capital. He turned to the young man and inquired, "Ji Xian, we may now set our plan into motion." "Indeed." Ji Xian nodded earnestly before responding, "Your Majesty, I shall now relay your command to the third prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire. I will invite them to the capital to discuss significant matters." With that, he turned and departed. Long Yuan, still gazing at the northern sky, smiled darkly. "Ji Xiu, when my plan succeeds, I shall witness the downfall of you and your Ji family with my own eyes." With that, he solemnly turned and left the observation deck. Unbeknownst to him, at the same moment he conversed with Ji Xian, news reached Chu Li in the Weiyang Palace. Long Yuan, inviting the third prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire to the capital? What could he possibly intend? Chu Li furrowed her brows upon hearing this news. She was aware that Long Yuan harbored a plan against Ji Xiu and the Ji family. Yet she had no inkling that this plan involved the princes of two paramount empires. Instinctively, she sensed an impending storm. "Heir, convey my orders immediately. Activate the intelligence network within the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Great Qin Empire," she commanded. "Ensure they keep a close watch on the movements of the Divine Phoenix Empire's third prince, Feng Mian, and the Great Qin Crown Prince, Ing Zhou. Should there be any unusual activity, report to me at once." "Understood." Heir nodded and departed. On this day, Chu Li's extensive intelligence network within the two foremost empires commenced its operations. Countless elite operatives and powerful figures of the network sprang into action. Above the boundless sky, a black vessel raced onward. Ji Xiu sat within, eyes closed in contemplation, while Elder Wei appeared somewhat restless. "Your Highness, Gu Jin has been missing for nearly a month. Do you think he might?" His voice trailed off, and Elder Wei shook his head, refraining from continuing. At this moment, as the master of the sword, he felt an ominous premonition stirring within him. Upon hearing the words, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes, offering no response to Old Wei. Instead, his gaze settled upon the petite figure cowering in the corner of the Xian boat. At that moment, Miss Xue sensed Ji Xiu's scrutiny and involuntarily shivered. Biting her flower-like lips, she glared at him and demanded, "Ji Xiu, what do you intend to do?" With a chuckle, Ji Xiu shook his head and inquired, "Miss Xue, have you ever encountered Gu Jian? Or perhaps, have you met your master's mentor, Yan Fei?" "No," Miss Xue replied, shaking her head. She had always known that her master had a mentor, yet she had never laid eyes upon them. She was also aware that Ji Xiu's subordinates had fallen into the hands of her master's mentor, which was why Ji Xiu sought her master. However, she truly knew nothing. Ah, I see. Ji Xiu nodded. To be honest, he was not surprised. If that enigmatic woman, Yin Fei, could elude even the military intelligence, and had not been mentioned in any narrative, then what could this naive girl possibly know? Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. They would soon arrive at Tianma Mountain. At that time, he would ascertain the true nature of this Yin Fei. Ji Xiu, I have a question for you as well. Miss Shui glared at him with irritation. Ask away. Ji Xiu nodded. What? What is the nature of your relationship with my master? Why is it that after you bullied her, she still assists you? She not only brought me to you, but even urged me to activate the Northern Domains network to aid you. By what right do you command such loyalty? Miss Shui questioned, biting her crimson lip, unable to conceal her indignation. This inquiry had plagued her throughout the journey, yet she had found no answer. Ji Xiu pondered before responding. What if I said, your master will be mine for the next 3 years? Would you believe it? Absolutely not. Miss Shui instinctively shook her head, fully aware of her master's true nature. The most noble princess of Shuyue City, a breathtaking beauty and an unparalleled goddess. What right did Ji Xiu have to conquer her? Yet, as she considered her master's inexplicable behavior towards Ji Xiu, she found herself uncertain. Could it be? My master? Has she truly fallen for this fellow? Was it that night? As this thought crossed her mind, she leapt up, her beautiful eyes fixated on Ji Xiu. If that were the case, then Ji Xiu would also become her master. With a smirk, Ji Xiu seemingly caught on to Miss Shui's train of thought and teasingly remarked, Shui, since your master is already mine, then it stands to reason that I am also your master now, does it not? Thus, on this expedition to Tianma Mountain, should you dare to treat it with indifference, this young master will ensure you face a fitting punishment. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing these words, Miss Shui's delicate face flushed instantly. She gazed at Ji Xiu's playful expression, unable to suppress a gulp. At that moment, a ludicrous thought surged in her mind. Could this mischievous fellow be inclined to torment her, just as he did that fateful night? With this notion, she instinctively covered her mouth, no longer daring to meet Ji Xiu's gaze. Such a child. Ji Xiu observed her reaction and couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. Suddenly, with a tremendous tremor of the Xianzhou, Old Wei rose abruptly. Staring ahead at the boundless expanse of towering mountains shrouded in dark clouds, taking a deep breath. Ji Xiu also rose slowly, his countenance grave as he regarded the contiguous Black Mountain range, softly stating, the Nine Heavens continent, a realm of life's prohibitions. Tianma Mountain. We have arrived. In the narrative, Tianma Mountain is a convergence of various enigmas, harboring profound terrors. Grave of the gods, mass grave, cursed land, divine wood forest, gathering of 10,000 demons. Supreme heaven, place of sacrifice, hall of yellow springs, eerie junction, tower of heaven. Each of these locations constitutes the most perilous forbidden zones within Tianma Mountain. According to intelligence from the Military Intelligence 6th Division, the Emperor Wu's tomb of Zhou Dufu lies beyond the divine wood forest, within the endless expanse of the snowy realm. Tianma Mountain, divine wood forest. The celestial, pure snow cascaded from the endless snowy expanse behind the forest. Deep within the divine wood forest stands a colossal ancient tree, its crimson leaves immaculate and exceedingly sacred, as flecks resembling stardust drifted down with the snowfall, seemingly descending from the heavens. Beneath the ancient tree stands a stone tablet, inscribed with the 2 characters, Zhou Yuan. In front of the tablet sits a woman, clad in a flowing black gown adorned with an exquisite crescent moon. As the scene zooms in, one can see her features are exquisitely refined, her skin as tender and flawless as mutton fat jade, captivating to behold. In her elegantly arched brows lies the regal splendor of the former Northern Xia royalty, now tempered with an added touch of cold ruthlessness. She is none other than the former princess of Northern Xia, now the saintess of the foremost demonic sect in the 9 heavens, Mu Xianyin. It is worth mentioning that beneath the ancient tree, Mu Xianyin is not alone. Surrounding her are over 100 slightly weary experts from the demonic sect. Ever since the Supreme Heaven engaged in battle, they have been embroiled in fierce conflict with the 7 major cultivation factions and the 2 top imperial dynasties, sustaining losses on both sides. However, the casualties suffered by the demonic sect, Supreme Heaven, have been significantly heavier. Yet, despite this, all within Supreme Heaven are acutely aware that Tianma Mountain is their territory. The righteous cultivators are coming. They will kill, and even if it means death, they shall drive every last one of them from Mount Heavenly Demon. Report to the Holy Maiden. Lord Bloodrobe has perished at the hands of the ice goddess, Mu Langxin. Lord Deceptive Arts was pierced through the heart by the holy son of the sacred sect, Mo Lingfeng. Lord Nine Hells has also fallen to the hands of the Buddhist disciple, Xianzong, with his fate unknown. Among our 300 disciples of the Supreme Heaven, all have succumbed to the soul-snatching technique of Zhao Wuji from the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. The Tiansu army's Li Wangsheng, the scarlet-robed holy maiden, Shun Jinxin, the second son of the great Qin dynasty, Ying Ling, and the long princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Huang, have all entered the Divine Wood Forest. Soon, they will arrive here. A woman clad in black robes reported the grim situation to Mu Xianin, her expression grave. Mu Xianin nodded in acknowledgement, yet her delicate visage revealed no trace of emotion. Holy Maiden, what shall we do now? Should we summon the Holy Empress to intervene? Or seek aid from Lord Poison Emperor Luo Yuzhu, stationed in the Supreme Heaven? The black-robed woman inquired softly. No need. My master is currently entangled with a woman and cannot spare the effort to assist us. As for Sister Yuzhu, she has her own matters to attend to and cannot help us either. Mu Xianin shook her head. Yet, if this continues, the Divine Wood Forest will surely fall. If these righteous prodigies pass through it, they will have entered the Zhu Garden. The Holy Maiden. The martial emperor Zhou Dufu lies buried within the Zhu Garden. The black-robed woman spoke earnestly. Fear not. My master has her own plans. Mu Xianin replied calmly. May I inquire, Holy Maiden? What is the plan of the Holy Empress? The powerful beings of the Supreme Heaven lit up with curiosity upon hearing Mu Xianin's words, rising in anticipation. He. Mu Xianin smiled lightly and spoke softly. My master says that someone will come. Once he arrives, everything will be well. Who is it? How powerful is he? Can he contend with these prodigious righteous cultivators? The forces of the demon sect looked to Mu Xianin, their eyes brimming with hope. Upon hearing this, Mu Xianin recalled a small figure from 10 years ago. Her crimson lips pursed, as if lost in reverie. After a long pause, she shook her head and spoke. Back then, he was but a child. Now, who can say? As for who he is, you all should already know. After all, he is a significant figure in our Supreme Heaven. At her words, the powerful beings of the demon sect exchanged glances, truly unable to fathom such a person. At that moment, the woman in the black robe beside Mu Xianin seemed to recall a certain individual, her delicate frame trembling involuntarily as she exclaimed, the Saintess. Could it be that esteemed Saint Lord of the Supreme Heaven, who has not shown his face in a decade? Indeed, Mu Xianin replied with a subtle smile, affirming the strong warriors of the demonic sect. After speaking, she turned her gaze towards the distant sky and softly murmured to herself, yes, he is indeed the revered Saint Lord of the Supreme Heaven. From the very moment my master established the Supreme Heaven a decade ago, it has always been so. Chapter 59, The Despairing Xianin. The fierce confrontation of the 6 great prodigies. The Supreme Heaven, the Saint Monarch. Is that legendary figure truly coming? Upon the announcement of this news, the multitude of formidable demonic cultivators before Mu Xianin immediately stood in solemnity. From the moment they joined the Supreme Heaven, they understood that within their sect resided a personage who could stand equal to the Saintess. Yet, this illustrious figure had remained unseen for an entire decade, and no one within the Supreme Heaven had ever laid eyes upon him. Perhaps it was precisely this mystery that rendered him the most enigmatic and legendary character within the Supreme Heaven. Furthermore, with the deliberate embellishments and mythologizing by the disciples of the Nine Heavens demonic sect, the entire realm of cultivators across the continent had come to know that aside from the Saintess, there existed a Saint Monarch within the Supreme Heaven. It was said that this Saint Monarch possessed unparalleled abilities. When he chose to act, he could easily suppress the righteous forces of the Nine Heavens. My goodness, is our Saint Monarch truly coming? I cannot have misheard. The words of the Saintess are undoubtedly true. How could they be false? I have heard that the Saintess harbored unrequited feelings for the Saint Monarch, which led to her relentless pursuit, forcing him into seclusion for a decade. Is that true? Nonsense, it is certainly false. The Saint Monarch is the Saintess's husband. How could she possibly experience unrequited love? Indeed, The saint monarch and the saintess are a loving couple, and together they establish the supreme heaven. Therefore, such notions of unrequited love are mere rumors. Quite right. Moreover, I have heard that the saint monarch is a reincarnation of an ancient demonic deity, capable of annihilating an entire dynasty with a mere gesture. Yes, I too have heard that our saint monarch possesses extraordinary demonic abilities, able to pluck the stars from the heavens. Ha ha ha, when the saint monarch descends. I am eager to witness whether these lofty righteous prodigies will continue their arrogance. Observing the fervent excitement of the supreme heaven's cultivators and listening to their wild proclamations, Mu Xianyin felt a wave of dizziness. That individual possesses extraordinary demonic abilities? He co-founded the supreme heaven with her master? That individual can indeed extinguish dynasties and pluck stars. Furthermore, he has become her master's husband, sharing a deep affection with her? What on earth is this? Where do these rumors originate? This is becoming increasingly absurd. Mu Xianyin's delicate face trembled slightly, and she instinctively raised her hand to rub her brow. She was aware that the entire supreme heaven had already mythologized the saint monarch, but she had not anticipated the exaggeration would reach such astonishing heights. However, she did not refute the rumors. After all, during such times, these whispers are not entirely detrimental. Indeed, merely by virtue of a name, she could inspire the courage of celestial beings. How could that be considered a misfortune? At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from the northern reaches of the divine wood forest. So, this is where you wretched minions of the demonic path have taken refuge. Why are you not fleeing? As the words fell, a young man clad in pristine white, bearing a blood-stained longsword, ventured deep into the heart of the forest. The instant he appeared, even the wind turned as piercing as a blade. It was the holy sect's son, Mo Lingfeng. Mu Xianyin's expression grew increasingly grave as she beheld his presence. She was acutely aware of this esteemed son's formidable prowess, as he was already half a step into the realm of monarch. Even a highly promising peak star-gathering powerhouse, known as Bloodrobe, had perished at his hands. As her thoughts swirled, the sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air. A dashing young nobleman, adorned in white and riding a magnificent steed, entered the scene, accompanied by 18 formidable warriors. He bore a resplendent dragon spear upon his back, a warm smile gracing his handsome visage. Dressed in vibrant attire, he exuded an air of youthful exuberance. Upon entering the divine wood forest, he did not cast a single glance at Mu Xianyin or the others, as if the multitude of demonic path powerhouses present were beneath his notice, radiating an arrogance that was nearly insufferable. Brother Lingfeng, you have arrived ahead of me at the divine wood forest. Truly deserving of the title of Holy Sect's son, I am humbled in your presence. The young nobleman acknowledged Mo Lingfeng with a nod of admiration. Your words are but jest. Mo Lingfeng, upon hearing this, responded with a cool nod towards the white-clad nobleman. Beneath the ancient trees, Mu Xianyin observed the imperious demeanor of the young man in white, her delicate hands instinctively clenching tighter. She muttered under her breath. The deputy master of the Tianset army, Li Wangxing, he and the Holy Sect's son, Mo Lingfeng, are revered as the unparalleled duo across the 9 heavens continent. They have truly arrived with remarkable speed. Just as her thoughts began to coalesce, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. Above, for streaks of light shot across the sky like shooting stars, descending upon the divine wood forest. The Buddhist disciple, Xianzong, donned in his robe, clasped prayer beads in hand, with a trace of crimson cinnabar upon his forehead, his eyes radiating a fearsome, divine glow. The ice goddess palace's holy maiden, Mu Lengxin, clad in a pure moonlit gown and wielding the sacred frost sword, summoned a flurry of snow, her presence more chilling than her blade. The young deputy of the 10,000 Poisons Valley, Zhao Wuji, stood in black attire, surrounded by ominous wisps of dark energy, embodying an eerie aura. The red garment sect's holy maiden, Shun Jinxin, adorned in a scarlet robe with a ghostly mask, her long hair flowing, revealed a pair of captivating eyes that emanated a mesmerizing allure beneath her bronze mask. They have come. Indeed, they have all arrived. Mu Xianyin took a deep breath, a wave of despair surging within her heart. Now, aside from the fallen holy son of the Xiantian sword sect at the onset of the battle between the righteous and the demonic, all the holy sons and daughters of the 7 paramount sects of the continent had gathered here. The 6 individuals before her represented the pinnacle of the younger generation. Each one of them was her equal, and some were significantly stronger. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind. What would he do if he were here? Mu Xianyin bit her red lip and murmured to herself. Shaking her head, she rose and stepped forward, her beautiful eyes sweeping across the 6 prodigies present. Then, she coldly declared, "Esteemed guests, beyond the sacred wood forest lies the forbidden ground of my supreme heaven. Thus, I implore you to halt your advance." Heh! Li Wangxing let out a chilling laugh. Mu Xianyin, you truly do not understand the gravity of your situation. You are at death's door, yet you dare to attempt to prevent me from entering the Zhou garden? Kill me? Just with you? Mu Xianyin snorted lightly. Care to test that? With that, her entire being erupted with true essence. Clang! 9 resplendent stars descended around her. The aura of the star-gathering 9th realm enveloping the entire sacred wood forest. Amipa, Princess Xianyin, you cannot obstruct us today. Please do not commit further acts of slaughter. Depart now. The chief monk, Xianzong, spoke with remarkable calmness. Upon hearing this, Li Wangxing could no longer contain himself. He turned to Xianzong and coldly rebuked, "Silence. You bald donkey. Do you know how many lives the demonic cultivators of supreme heaven have taken from my Tiansu army? And now you wish to let them leave? Have you lost your mind?" Indeed. Mo Lingfeng chimed in, his voice icy. 3 days ago, 7 of my holy sons' sword attendants perished at the hands of Mu Xianyin and her demonic subordinates. I will not allow them to escape. Thus, Xianzong, you might as well keep quiet. A melodious laugh rang out. The scarlet-garb holy maiden, Shun Jinxin, stepped forward, gazing at Li Wangxing and Mo Lingfeng with mockery. Truly, you are the unrivaled pair of the continent. You two are as inseparable as if you were wearing the same pair of trousers. However, you can only bully honest individuals like Brother Xianzong. After all, if anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner, I would surely have their tongues severed. Humph. Upon hearing this, Li Wangxing snorted, "Shun Jinxin, you have quite the audacity. If you truly possess the capability, then come and prove it. I shall await your challenge." "Prove it?" Shun Jinxin chuckled lightly. "Your Highness, you are not to my taste. A man like you. The holy maiden looks down upon you. You should cease your infatuation with me." "How outrageous!" Li Wangxing exclaimed in anger. Shun Jinxin's words struck him with the force of a fist against cotton, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. At that moment, Shun Jinxin shifted her tone, saying, "Although this holy maiden deems you unworthy, perhaps my sister, Lanxin from the Ice God Palace, might be willing to give you a chance." How audacious! Upon hearing this, Mo Lingfeng's gaze sharpened, as if he were ready to inflict 1,000 tortures upon Shun Jinxin. Oh dear, the Holy Sun seems flustered. Young Master of the Lesser Valley, do you not think there may be a story between young Master Mo and young Maiden Mu? Shun Jinxin turned to Zhao Wuji, the young Master of the Lesser Valley, inquiring, "What the Holy Maiden says holds truth. Their relationship is likely quite complex." Zhao Wuji crossed his arms, echoing Shun Jinxin's sentiments with a sardonic tone. "Enough. What are you all doing? We are all in the same boat now. Our goal is to enter the Zhou garden and seize the legacy of the martial emperor. Why must you target each other so?" Mu Lanxin, the holy maiden of the Ice God Palace, furrowed her brow, coldly reprimanding Shun Jinxin and Zhao Wuji. "He, Sister Lanxin, I have heard that the women of the Ice God Palace are pure and unattached. Yet, dear sister, why do you seem so flustered when I mention your brother Lingfeng? It appears the women of the Ice God Palace are not as detached as the rumors suggest." Shun Jinxin shook her head with a light laugh, her captivating eyes playfully fixed on Mu Lanxin. "Shun Jinxin, you have gone too far." Mu Lanxin's face turned icy at her words. While Shun Jinxin might say whatever she pleases, she must not insult her sect. "Is it not true that before you joined the Ice God Palace, you and your brother Lingfeng had a childhood promise?" Shun Jinxin casually remarked. "That is all in the past. Do not bring it up again. All disciples of the Ice God Palace are indeed pure and detached. They have long severed ties with worldly desires. If you continue to speak so recklessly, I will not spare you." Mu Lanxin warned, her voice icy. What a declaration of severing worldly ties. However, even if all disciples of the Ice God Palace have renounced such ties, what of your little master, Mu Bing? I have heard that she is betrothed to the young master of the Ji family, Ji Xiao. Thus, it seems your Ice God Palace is quite hypocritical. with all members being unable to live without men. Shen Jianxin ruthlessly taunted Mu Lanxin. Shen Jianxin, you seek your own demise. Mu Lanxin trembled with anger, her delicate hand gripping the hilt of her sword, her eyes gleaming with cold fury. Clang! With the frost blade unsheathed, the sword gleams brilliantly. Mu Lanxin, wielding the chilling frost, directs the blade straight at Shen Lanxin. She is aware of the betrothal between Mu Bing and Ji Xiao, yet she finds it incomprehensible. She had once inquired with her master, who informed her that her master, Mu Bing's uncle, is not bound by the rules of the Ice God Palace, unlike others. However, there is no necessity for her to elucidate this matter to Shen Jianxin. She knows one thing for certain: those who dishonor her sect shall face death. Chapter 60: The Ultimate Dilemma and the Emergence of Ji Xiao. In a secluded corner of the Divinewood Forest, Ji Xiao gazed at the chaotic scene at the forest's end, a smirk of amusement crossing his face. To his surprise, the matter involving him and Mu Bing had also surfaced amidst the turmoil. Your Highness, Wei Lao remarked with a cold smile. Observing the 6 exalted saints and saintesses deep within the Divinewood Forest with a hint of ridicule. It appears that even the most prestigious cultivation sects of the 9 heavens are not as united as they seem. Indeed, Ji Xiao replied casually. Though there are 7 major cultivation sects, after a millennium of inheritance, who can truly tolerate whom? Each sect bears its own grudges against the others. Precisely. Currently, the Sacred Sect and the Tiansong Military House stand together as a unified force. The Red Robe Cult and the 10,000 Poisons Valley also share an alliance. Meanwhile, the Ice God Palace, the Buddhist sect, and the relatively weaker Xiantian Sword sect each fight their own battles. Thus, it is only natural for such a convergence to lead to the current situation. Miss Shui remarked, her expression one of anticipated understanding. Quite intriguing, Ji Xiao mused, his lips curving into a subtle smile. At present, among the 7 foremost saints and saintesses of the 9 heavens, only the saint of the Xiantian Sword sect had been slain by Mu Xianin, the rest had gathered. Moreover, according to intelligence from the 6th Military Department, it was highly likely that a significant figure would soon descend upon the scene, the sacred monarch of the supreme heaven. The mention of such an esteemed individual, on par with the likes of Nan Linghua, suggested that this person would undoubtedly be formidable. Your Highness, it is rather peculiar that the eldest princess of the Phoenix Empire and the second prince of the Qin dynasty have yet to arrive. According to reports, they should have already breached the Divinewood Forest by now, Wei Lao stated, furrowing his brow in concern. Not just them, Ji Xiao shook his head. Aside from Feng Huang and Ying Ling, the male protagonist of the novel, Yi Xian, is also conspicuously absent. Furthermore, there is the exceedingly mysterious Yan Fei, as well as the sacred monarch of the supreme heaven. What shall we do now, Your Highness? Wei Lao inquired softly. There's no rush. Let us observe for the time being, Ji Xiao replied, shaking his head once more. From the very beginning, he had never regarded these so-called prodigies, worshipped as demigods by the young cultivators of the 9 heavens, with any seriousness. His true concerns lay not with them, but rather with Yan Fei, Yi Xian, and the missing Gu Jian, who had vanished for nearly a month. Of course, it would be splendid if he could catch a glimpse of the sacred monarch of the supreme heaven, as well as the formidable imperial law of the severed blade that had whisked away the martial emperor, Zhou Dufu, at the edge of the Divinewood Forest. The holy maiden of the Red Garment sect, Shen Jianxin, and the holy maiden of the Ice God Palace, Mu Lanxin, were locked in a tense standoff, their animosity palpable. The deputy master of the 10,000 Poison Valley, Zhao Wuji, observed with a mocking expression as he focused on the holy son of the sacred sect, Mo Lingfeng, and the young master of the Tian's army, Li Wangsheng. The foremost monk, Xian Zong, stood to the side, shaking his head in dismay. Lanxin, my dear sister, are you flustered? Do you wish to slay your sister with a single stroke? But can you truly accomplish that? Shen Jianxin provocatively gazed at Mu Lanxin. What are you staring at? Look again, and I shall have your eyes gouged out. Li Wangxing coldly retorted to Zhao Wuji. I am merely observing someone. Like a dog. Zhao Wuji responded with a smirk, tilting his head. You. Li Wangxing was momentarily speechless, anger surging within him. Just then, Mo Lingfeng shook his head at him and spoke. Your Highness, let it go. With that, he strode alone towards Mu Xianin under the watchful eyes of the gathered prodigies. Mu Xianin, come forth and meet your demise. He declared. Humph. Come and try, Mu Xianin retorted with a cold huff, her beautiful eyes revealing two crescent moons of murderous intent. She raised her hand and summoned a long sword, crackling with arcs of purple lightning from the void. Interesting. But then what? Mo Lingfeng sneered, his cold gaze firmly locked onto Mu Xianin. At that moment, the atmosphere fell silent for a heartbeat. Clang. Both Mu Xianin and Mo Lingfeng moved almost simultaneously. They executed extraordinary movements, accelerating to their utmost speed, transforming into two streaks of light that collided with a resounding crash. Clang, 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 clang. In the void, sparks flew as the clash of weapons reverberated through the heavens. Mu Xuanin's swordplay was enigmatic and unpredictable, her sword's speed reaching its zenith, the violet light of her blade bursting forth like fireworks. Mo Lingfeng, on the other hand, wielded a sword that resembled a mountain. His sword energy akin to a dragon, casting a terrifying array of blue sword shadows across the sky. Clang, clang, clang. In the fleeting moment as their figures intertwined, both unleashed a flurry of over 100 strikes upon one another, engaging in an unparalleled contest of sword tips against sword tips. Uft! A cascade of blood erupted. Mo Lingfeng stood resolutely, observing the deep, bone-revealing gash that marred his left arm. He cast a fleeting glance at his wound, his expression unchanging, though his gaze towards Mu Xianin grew increasingly frigid and chilling. Truly, the holy maiden of the demon sect possesses formidable prowess. It is indeed impressive. However, this shall be where it ends. Huh? Mu Xianin scoffed, revealing a sword wound on her shoulder, blood seeping through her garments, dripping steadily to the ground. Such excessive prattle. As the words fell, Mo Lingfeng's expression turned utterly frigid. Kill. Without any superfluous words, both individuals forcefully struck the ground. Crack. The earth fractured like a spider's web. In unison, they soared into the sky, tracing a perfect arc, once again engaging in an extraordinary duel. This time, there was no room for hesitation. All lethal techniques were unleashed. Mu Xianin, her hands firmly gripping the hilt of her sword, radiated a chilling brilliance from her eyes. She seemed to transform into an unparalleled female sword immortal, with a radiant crescent moon rising beneath her blade. The moonlight blazed brilliantly, exuding an aura of murderous intent. A single strike that could astonish the world. Seeking death. Mo Lingfeng's voice was icy as he spoke, with a flick of his wrist. He activated the forbidden techniques of the holy sect, raising his sword for a strike. This sword, its aura transforming into a dragon, resonated throughout the heavens and earth with a deafening roar of a dragon. In that instant, the might and ferocity of the sword transcended all limits. As if it could sever all that stood before it. Boom! The sword's radiance collided violently with the dragon of sword energy in the void. In that fleeting moment, a storm of true essence erupted, a vortex of energy engulfing the surroundings, creating countless invisible ripples. Wherever these ripples passed, ancient trees of the divine forest were abruptly severed, their trunks cut smoothly, as if polished. Clearly, the clash of their swords bore an unparalleled might, their powers having surpassed the extreme limits of the ninth realm of star gathering. It is over. The chief of the Buddhist sect, Xianzong, shook his head and spoke softly. As his words echoed, a figure was seen flying out from the eye of the storm. It was none other than Mu Xianin. Uft. She was sent flying 100 feet, and upon regaining her balance, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, her enchanting face paling to an extreme. Had it not been for the support of the woman in black robes by her side, she likely would have been unable to stand. In contrast, on the other side, Mo Lingfeng, with one hand resting on the sword hilt, walked steadily out of the storm's center, a trace of exquisite blood at the corner of his mouth, yet he emerged unscathed. The outcome of that previous strike was clear. He had gained the upper hand. Ha! Truly worthy of being the holy son of the holy sect. Li Wangxing smiled slightly. He understood Mo Lingfeng well. Beneath the sovereign tier, he was nearly invincible and would never be defeated. What a pity. There are still distinctions even within the ninth realm of star gathering. Zhao Wuji's expression remained cold. Amipa. Xianzong shook his head. He could see that Mu Xianin had lost all combat capability. Very well. Sister Langson, we shall conclude today's affair here. It appears this sister from the demon sect can no longer endure. Once I enter the Zhoutian garden and master the dual severing blade technique, I will compete with you once more." Shen Jianxin waved her hand at Mu Langson. They were about to enter the Zhoutian garden, and she wished to conserve her strength to seize the emperor's law of the dual severing blade technique. Therefore, she did not want to waste energy here with Mu Langson. "I shall await your return." Mu Langson sheathed her frostblade. She was acutely aware that the most crucial matter at hand was the dual severing sword technique. Now was not the time for a life-and-death struggle with Shen Jianxin. He. As Mu Xianyin gazed upon the array of exceptional talents before her, an overwhelming sense of impotence surged within her. She slightly lowered her eyelids. Her beautiful eyes filled with a dim melancholy, and murmured to herself, "Indeed, is it still impossible? My master was right. I still have a considerable distance to bridge before I can stand among the world's top prodigies. It seems I shall not be able to wait for that fellow any longer." At that moment, a flicker appeared at her brow, as a violet full moon briefly passed over her forehead. Suddenly, she keenly sensed a familiar aura. She abruptly lifted her head, her enchanting gaze fixated on the northern expanse of the divine wood forest. Mu Xianyin swallowed hard, and, biting her crimson lip with a hint of grievance, called out, "Ji Xiao, you rascal, since you have arrived, why do you not show yourself? Are you afraid to meet me? Or are you afraid to face my master?" In the northern corner of the divine wood forest, Elder Wei and Miss Shui were momentarily taken aback by Mu Xuannin's voice. Upon hearing her, Ji Xiao could only shake his head with a wry smile, then proceeded to walk step by step towards the forest's end. Chapter 61. Utter Arrogance. Ji Bu Xiao. Upon hearing Mu Xianyin utter that man's name, the expressions of all present in the sacred wood forest froze in astonishment. "Your Highness the Saintess, are you referring to the heir of the Ji family? Ji Xiao from Beixiao? How can it be him? Shouldn't our supreme heaven's holy monarch have descended in person?" The woman in the black robe stared blankly at Mu Xianyin. "Why can't it be him? The person I speak of has always been him." Mu Xianyin's lips pursed slightly, her enchanting eyes filled with a sense of bewilderment. "Ah, the holy monarch is indeed him," the black-robed woman gasped, covering her mouth in realization. It finally dawned on her that Ji Xiao was their supreme heaven's holy monarch. Indeed, from the moment their master established supreme heaven a decade ago, he had been their holy monarch. Yet, he himself was still unaware of it. Mu Xianyin murmured with a tone laden with implication. As her words fell, the expressions of the disciples of the supreme heaven's demon sect darkened, their hearts a tumult of emotions. The good news was that their holy monarch had arrived. The bad news was that their holy monarch was a youth even younger than their saintess. This young man might possess tremendous talent and a commendable backing, but among the present holy sons and holy daughters, who was not equally remarkable? Crackle! As a series of distinct footsteps echoed, all gazes turned towards the northern corner of the sacred wood forest. There, a tall young man strode forth, clad in white, his beauty unparalleled. His eyes, as clear as an autumn mountain spring, held a piercing clarity that seemed to slice through the long night. At first glance, he was utterly breathtaking. With hands clasped behind his back, he ventured deep into the sacred wood forest, not casting a glance at the six prodigies, but directly approaching Mu Xianyin. "Mu Xianyin, it has been a long time." Ji Xiao spoke softly, gazing at the woman before him, who had shed her youthful innocence over the past decade, now even more stunning and captivating. You finally chose to reveal yourself?" Mu Xianyin bit her flower-like lips, her beautiful eyes staring in awe at Ji Xiao. "How did you know I was in the sacred wood forest?" Ji Xiao inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. He had intended to wait for the supreme heaven's holy monarch to make an appearance, but was surprised that Mu Xianyin had discovered him directly. This unexpected turn slightly disrupted his plans, yet it was of little consequence. He. Mu Xianyin's lips curled into a subtle smile as she whispered, "Have you forgotten? A decade ago, in the Weiyang Palace, you were already my master's chosen one. How could I not know?" At her words, a vision of an exquisitely cold and stunning face surfaced in Ji Xiao's mind, causing him to swallow hard. He thought to himself, it makes sense. After all, that woman, Nan Lingyue, possesses extraordinary abilities. It is entirely possible that she has inscribed her unique mark upon me at any moment. However, what do you wish for now? Do you desire my assistance? If memory serves me correctly, you still owe me from a decade ago, do you not? Ji Xiao regarded Mu Xianyin with a hint of amusement as he spoke. 10 years prior, he aided her in slaying Emperor Long Tian. At that time, she had insisted she owed him a favor, a debt that remains unsettled. Of course not. Mu Xuannin's enchanting eyes sparkled with intrigue as she suddenly inquired softly. If I am not mistaken, you, too, seek the imperial law of Zhou Dufu, the dual severing blade technique, correct? Indeed. Jishio nodded. There was no need for concealment. The dual severing blade technique was indeed part of his own plans. Very well. I shall inform you. The imperial tomb of Zhou Dufu is indeed located within the Zhou garden. Moreover, I can reveal what the key to unlocking the tomb is. Would you like to know? Mu Xuannin's gaze remained fixed on Jishio, unblinking. Do share. Jishio replied with a playful arch of his brow. He was genuinely unaware of what key was required to enter Zhou Dufu's tomb. It is quite simple. To enter the imperial tomb, one requires 9 keys. And those 9 keys are the 9 shattered fragments of Zhou Dufu's dual severing blade. Mu Xuannin's crimson lips parted as she whispered. So, do you possess these fragments? Jishio inquired with curiosity. Only one. And that one was seized by me after vanquishing the holy son of the Xintian sword sect. Mu Xuannin spoke without hesitation. If she truly possessed all 9 fragments, the dual severing blade technique would undoubtedly belong to her. After all, Tianma Mountain was her domain. Over the past decade, she had countless opportunities to traverse the Zhou garden. Thus, the remaining 8 fragments must be in the possession of these young luminaries, correct? Jishio asked calmly. Undoubtedly. If even the weakest holy son of the Xintian sword sect possessed a fragment, the others surely did as well. Precisely. After Zhou Dufu vanished upon entering the forbidden zone of life, the dual severing blade, which he had used to suppress the dragon clan in the South China Sea, shattered into 9 pieces. Consequently, these fragments fell into the hands of the most prestigious sects and empires on the 9 heavens continent. In other words, of the remaining 8 fragments, 6 are held by these 6 paragons of righteousness. The other 2 belong to the crown princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Wang, and the second prince of the Great Qin Empire, Ying Ling. As Mu Xuannin spoke, a dangerous glint flickered in her beautiful eyes as she regarded the 6 young prodigies. I see now. Jishio nodded thoughtfully and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke earnestly. Very well. Since it has come to this, I shall save you once more. Bah! Mu Xuannin couldn't help but snort, a faint blush rising on her delicate face. She mused to herself, after 10 years apart, Jishio remained as unabashedly forthright as ever, truly deserving of the nickname Ji Bushio, Ji the Unashamed. However, she was also curious about how formidable Jishio had become after a decade of seclusion. As her thoughts swirled, Jishio had already stepped before her. The young master of Beixia Jishio, Mo Lingfeng murmured, furrowing his brow as he regarded the tall young man before him. For some reason, a heavy sensation enveloped him when he looked at Jishio, akin to gazing upon an insurmountable mountain. He shook his head, hoping it was merely an illusion. The Ji family, Jishio, was he not the one rumored to possess the brilliance of 4 celestial lights upon his emergence? Li Wangsheng raised an eyebrow, his gaze brazenly scrutinizing Jishio. He had long heard of Jishio's illustrious name, but due to Jishio's low profile, news about him was scant, leaving even Li in the dark about the true extent of this young master's strength. Young Master Ji, this fellow, his cultivation seems unfathomable. The chief of the Buddhist sect, Xianzong, stared blankly at Jishio. His keen combat intuition warned him that this young man was immensely perilous, likely surpassing him in both cultivation and combat prowess. Jishio, this fellow is rather intriguing. It appears he shares a complex relationship with the holy maiden of the demon sect. Moreover, upon reflection, I must express gratitude to him for the holy maiden's assent to her position. Shen Jinshin observed Jishio with keen interest. Many years ago, her rival and their backing had perished in the capital, allegedly at the hands of the former leader of the Ice God Palace. Yet, she had always suspected Jishio's involvement in that affair. Holy maiden, do you harbor an interest in this young master of the Ji family? Zhao Wuji jested, noticing Shen Jinshin's rapt attention on Jishio. Of course, this holy maiden holds great interest in this fellow, Shen Jinshin unabashedly replied. Is that so? Hee. I, too, am curious. What brings Jishio here at this moment? Could it be that he intends to shield the holy maiden Mu Xuannin from us? If that is indeed the case, today promises to be all the more entertaining. Zhao Wuji chuckled softly, his gaze towards Jishio brimming with mischief. If Jishio truly wished to protect Mu Xuannin, he would soon learn the true meaning of cruelty. It turned out that he was the fiancé of the little master. What is so remarkable about this fellow? How could he disrupt the regulations of my ice god palace and compel the little master to marry him? Mulan gazed at Ji Xiao, her delicate lips biting down, her lovely face adorned with frost. At that moment, Ji Xiao surveyed the 6 outstanding individuals present, then spoke with a brilliant smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you with 2 choices. First, willingly hand over the shards of the broken blade to me. Second, today, you shall meet your demise here. As his words fell, the expressions of everyone present turned exceedingly grim. It appeared that Ji Xiao not only intended to protect Mu Xianyin, but also sought to seize the shards of the broken blade from them. Reactions varied among the crowd. Some found amusement, others displayed disdain, some were on high alert, while many harbored murderous intent. Yet, a singular thought surged in their minds. How could such an audacious individual exist in this world? Chapter 62. In a heartbeat, Mo Lingfeng shakes the entire arena. The arrogant words of Ji Xiao reverberated through the sacred wood forest, lingering in the air. The 6 prodigies coldly fixed their gazes upon Ji Xiao. How audacious, Ji Xiao! Not only do you dare to think such thoughts, but you also have the audacity to voice them. This truly is something this young lord did not anticipate. I must admit, you are indeed the most arrogant person I have ever encountered in my lifetime. However, it is unfortunate that individuals like you in this world have short lives. Li Wangxing's eyes glinted ominously as he regarded Ji Xiao. As the young lord of the Tiansu army, how could he possibly endure such indignity? Ji Xiao, just as the young lord has stated, this holy son is quite curious to know from where you derive the confidence to issue us a choice. Are you aware that arrogance comes with a price? Mo Lingfeng coldly warned, recognizing Ji Xiao's strength. Perhaps he possessed some formidable ability. Nonetheless, he believed himself to be even stronger. Below the Jun rank, he considered himself invincible. Above the Jun rank, should he be ruthless, he could achieve a 1-for-1 exchange. Ji Xiao, the young lord. The shattered fragments of the dual broken blade are treasures bestowed upon this monk by my master. I cannot possibly surrender them to you. I implore you to abandon this notion. Xianzong, the holy son of the Buddhist sect, honestly shook his head as he spoke. He had left the great Thunder Sound Temple to retrieve the dual broken blade technique for his sect. Thus, how could he part with it? Even if his instincts warned him of Ji Xiao's danger? Yet, who among them was not a top-tier prodigy of the 9 heavens continent? Even though he hailed from the Buddhist sect, he possessed the fervor and pride of a celestial genius. Defeat me, and the dual broken blade fragments shall be yours. However, should you lose, this valley master shall sacrifice you and your motley crew of demonic scum. Zhao Wuji raised his chin. His voice icy as a chilling black mist began to swirl around him. Sister Mulangxin, what say you? Do you dare to lay a hand on your little master? Shun Jinxin teased, provoking Mulangxin. Humph. In response, Mulangxin let out a cold snort, declaring, how could I not dare? Today, I shall seek justice for my little master. Ji Xiao observed the 6 prodigies, who had suddenly united as one, and could not help but shake his head, the teasing glimmer in his eyes intensifying. Very well. If that is the case, let us engage together. This young lord is pressed for time. My purpose for this journey is simple, to seize the dual broken blade technique, rescue Gu Jian, and reap the child of destiny. Were it not for this group of prodigies possessing the fragments of the dual broken blade, I would hardly bother to engage with them. Therefore, I wish to resolve this swiftly. Together? Do you think you are worthy? With a furious roar, Mo Lingfeng transformed into a streak of azure aurora, charging fiercely towards Ji Xiao, stirring up a tempest of sword intent in his wake. The remaining prodigies watched this spectacle with a sense of familiarity. After all, Mo Lingfeng was precisely that kind of individual, immensely powerful and exceedingly arrogant, always leading the charge in battle. True to form, he swiftly closed the distance to Ji Xiao, wielding his blade, slicing through the air with a formidable momentum, the sword's edge gleaming with a long tail of light and an overwhelming force aimed straight at Ji Xiao's throat. However, Ji Xiao remained unfazed, merely lifting a finger. Clang! A mournful cry of metal echoed through the air. The onlookers were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Mo Lingfeng's sword, imbued with incredible speed and ferocity, had been effortlessly halted by a mere finger from Ji Xiao. How could this be? Mo Lingfeng's pupils constricted. Despite unleashing all his true energy, he found it increasingly difficult to advance even a fraction further. Nothing is impossible. Your sword is simply too slow, Ji Xiu declared, shaking his head as he flicked his finger, sending a resounding shockwave through the blade. Boom! It felt as though he had been struck by a 1,000-pound hammer, his body shuddering violently. Like a kite severed from its string, he was sent reeling backward, eventually crashing violently to the ground. Clutching his chest, Mo Lingfeng coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze towards Ji Xiu trembling with intensity. Yet, in an instant, a raging inferno of fury ignited in his eyes. An arrogant individual would never permit himself to taste defeat. Even when reason dictated that his opponent was vastly superior, he would charge headlong into combat. Kill! Mo Lingfeng slammed his palm against the ground, propelling himself skyward. His eyes ablaze with crimson fury, azure flames swirling around him. There was no doubt he had ignited his bloodline, intent on battling Ji Xiu to the death. Your Highness, I come to assist you, Li Wangxing shouted, commanding his steed and leading 18 ironclad warriors in a grand charge towards Ji Xiu. Let us join as well. This fellow, his combat prowess is unfathomable. Zhao Wuji, the deputy leader of the 10,000 Poisons Valley, unsheathed a black halberd, whispering to Shun Jianxin with a tone of caution. Do not. If you engage, you shall perish. Even if you exhaust all your trump cards, it will be futile. We are simply not on the same level as this individual. Shun Jianxin shook her head, her demeanor grave. She gazed at Ji Xiu, who stood with hands clasped behind his back, as tranquil as a serene lake, seemingly realizing something profound. At that moment, her beautiful eyes, hidden beneath her mask, trembled as they fixed upon Ji Xiu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji was momentarily rendered speechless, though he felt a deep-seated resentment. He ultimately suppressed his murderous intent and reluctantly sheathed his weapon. Meanwhile, Mulan was unconcerned with the surrounding turmoil. Her curiosity compelled her to witness the true capabilities of Ji Xiu. With a stern expression, she unsheathed her frost blade, and in a swift motion, icy lotuses blossomed beneath her feet as she soared toward Ji Xiu like a radiant rainbow. Amipa, the young monk shall join as well. Xuanzang inhaled deeply, wielding a golden staff in his left hand and a purple gold alms bowl in his right. He radiated a brilliant light of Buddha, ascending skyward. Observing the spectacle, Ji Xiu maintained his calm demeanor, shaking his head as he proclaimed, I have already stated that you should all come at once. Otherwise, you truly stand no chance. Madman! Mo Lingfeng roared, his eyes glowing crimson as azure flames enveloped him. With a clang, the power of his bloodline surged, awakening an unparalleled force within. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, his gaze shimmered with the brilliance of falling stars and the moon. Locking his fiery red eyes upon Ji Xiu, he gritted his teeth and enunciated, falling star, moon. With a mighty shout, he unleashed a strike toward the west. The radiance of the sword was resplendent, as if it bore the essence of celestial bodies, cleaving through the realms of yin and yang. This forbidden strike, imbued with unmatched might, descended with ferocity. The power of this lethal blow was formidable, yet it was still too slow. Ji Xiu shook his head with a light chuckle, and for an instant, the flames of demonic energy blazed in his eyes. Then, he raised his hand and, with a swift and precise motion, struck at an empty space. Before Mo Lingfeng's sword could reach him, Ji Xiu's palm landed squarely on his chest. Huffed. Mo Lingfeng coughed up blood, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball, colliding with numerous trees along the way, before finally collapsing amidst the rubble, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, his sword fell from the heavens, embedding itself firmly in the ground before Ji Xiu. This scene left the hundreds of formidable figures from the Devil's Sect in stunned silence. Even Mu Xianin could not help but cover her mouth, her enchanting eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as she gazed at Ji Xiu. Chapter 63, Ji Xiu's Massacre. A gun from the west, shattering the firmament. With a single palm, Ji Xiu defeated Mo Lingfeng. He then shifted his gaze towards others. Observing the formidable talents rushing from all directions, he could not help but let out a cold laugh. Now this is becoming interesting. With that, he effortlessly drew the sword belonging to Mo Lingfeng, which was embedded in the ground. The star god fragmentation activated. The devouring immortal demon technique commenced. In that fleeting moment, Ji Xiu's form shimmered like the light of shattered stars, elusive and difficult to grasp. Ji Xiao, you must not. Li Wangxing's words were left unfinished. Ji Xiao's figure flickered, raising his sword. A blinding beam of dazzling sword light erupted. With a resounding slice, Li Wangxing's steed, a magnificent horse, had its massive head severed by Ji Xiao's strike, blood spraying 10 feet into the air. Amidst the torrential rain of blood, Li Wangxing soared into the air, barely stabilizing himself, only to be confronted with a sight that filled him with dread. His 18 elite cavalry guards were all instantaneously cleaved in half by Ji Xiao's sword. Crimson blood staining the sacred wood forest. Facing Ji Xiao, this group of battle-hardened guards, who had followed him for many years, had no power to retaliate, slaughtered as effortlessly as sheep. The most terrifying aspect was that he had not even seen how Ji Xiao had struck. All he could perceive amidst the carnage in the sacred wood forest were the scattered limbs and severed arms. And there stood Ji Xiao in the downpour of blood, his gaze tranquil as he regarded him. Ji Xiao, today, this young master shall have no rest until one of us is dead. Li Wangxing roared, resolved to no longer conceal his cultivation or his utmost power. In that instant, a kingly aura erupted from his being. Simultaneously, he split into 10, each doppelganger identical to his true self, seemingly possessing the same combat prowess. This was the forbidden technique of the Tiankai army's residents, the 9 calamities of Tiankai. Kingly level? So that is it. A smirk graced Ji Xiao's lips, a flicker of crimson flame dancing in his eyes. The demon arrival activated once more, allowing him to instantaneously discern Li Wangxing's every attacking trajectory and the position of his true self. At that moment, he understood. This so-called 9 calamities of Tiankai was merely a low-tier version of the 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. Although there were 9 doppelgangers, they possessed only 30% of the true self-strength, shattering upon mere contact. Kill! Li Wangxing brandished his dragon spear, shattering the void beneath his feet. The spear radiated a brilliant murderous intent, infused with the power of kingship, alongside his 9 spectral forms, attacking from all angles. This spectacle was overwhelmingly shocking. 10 terrifying killing intents pierced through the universe. With a resounding splatter, blood erupted. Li Wangxing's long spear halted mere half an inch before Ji Xiao, while azure flames ignited upon the bodies of his 9 doppelgangers, the heart fire of the azure lotus. He could only feel a chilling sensation spreading through his body. His hand gripping the dragon's spear, trembling violently. With a slight bow of his head, he noticed that the 3-inch sword tip had pierced his body without his awareness. Vivid crimson blood surged forth from his heart like a meandering stream. How could this be? Li Wangxing stared blankly at Ji Xiao, who remarked, boring. Ji Xiao shook his head, then swiftly withdrew the blade from Li Wangxing's chest, drawing forth a long stream of blood. Under the dim light, the blood-stained sword appeared particularly sharp and hauntingly beautiful. This sword, named Yinsha, belonged to Li Wangxing's close brother, Imo Lingfeng. As for why Ji Xiao chose to wield Yinsha instead of his Deluo sword embryo, there was but one reason. They were unworthy. With a sputter, Li Wangxing coughed up another mouthful of blood. The light of life in his eyes gradually dimmed until he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, looking at the fallen Li Wangxing, then at Imo Lingfeng, who lay unconscious amidst the ruins, as well as the torrential blood rain and scattered limbs, Shun Jianxin and Zhao Wuji felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. Meanwhile, Mulanxin and Xianzong stared at Ji Xiao in a daze. Ji Xiao's power far exceeded their imaginations. Saint Monk, you wish to kill me too? Ji Xiao's gaze turned towards Xianzong, the chief of the Buddhist sect, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ji Xiao, the young master. You. Xianzong's stunned words remained unspoken. In an instant, Ji Xiao appeared before him. Trailing behind him were sparkling fragments of starlight. Without a word, he raised his fist, engulfed in azure flames, the heart of the blue lotus fire. Huh, Xianzong bellowed, unleashing golden Buddhist light from his entire being, assuming a defensive posture with the purple gold bowl shielded before him. Boom! Ji Xiao's fist collided with the purple gold bowl. An overwhelming force erupted, and the azure flames spread like a tempest. Uffed! Xianzong flew backward like a kite severed from its string, collapsing to the ground and coughing blood incessantly. Yet Ji Xiao did not halt. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Mulanxin, and before she could draw her sword, He struck her directly in the abdomen. Uffed. Mu Lanxin violently expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly to her knees. Ji Xiu's punch shattered all her illusions. How? How can you be so powerful? Mu Lanxin gazed at Ji Xiu in shock, her jade hand gripping the frost blade, trembling involuntarily. With a single move, he had gravely injured Mo Lingfeng and instantly killed Li Wangxing. In comparison, she and the chief of the Buddhist sect, Xianzong, felt like mere toys before Ji Xiu. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes and experienced it firsthand, she would never have believed it. At this moment, Ji Xiu glanced at the kneeling Mu Lanxin and the bloodied Xianzong on the ground, his brow arched in amusement. Subsequently, he smiled faintly and remarked, Mu Lanxin, Xianzong, do you know why this young master refrains from taking your lives? Upon hearing this, Mu Lanxin gritted her silver teeth and replied, because of my little master. It was evident that Ji Xiu was sparing her due to her engagement with her little master, as she was the holy maiden of the Ice God Palace. Ji Xiu chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. The rationale behind his decision to spare Mu Lanxin was straightforward. Intelligence from the 6th Military Intelligence Division indicated that Mu Lanxin shared a profound bond with Mu Bing. Prior to Mu Bing's seclusion, the two had spent countless moments together, akin to sisters despite their generational differences. In light of this, a nefarious thought crossed his mind, to capture Mu Lanxin's soul and betray Mu Bing. Although he was uncertain whether this strategy would succeed in eliminating Mu Bing, it would certainly serve as an intriguing greeting. And you, holy monk, are you aware of why this young master does not slay you? Ji Xiu inquired, a playful glimmer in his eyes as he regarded the Buddhist sect's foremost Xianzong. The young monk does not know, Xianzong replied, gazing at Ji Xiu in a daze. It is quite simple. There exists but one reason. That is, you, Xianzong, are the younger brother of the Long Princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. If I were to kill you, how then could I compel your sister to reveal herself? Ji Xiu's lips curled into a frigid smile. At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone, within the vast expanse of the snowy plains behind the sacred wood forest, a spear adorned with blazing phoenix flames cleaved through the boundless sky, traversing 1,000 miles. With unparalleled might and resonating phoenix cries, it pierced toward the sacred wood forest. Undoubtedly, this spear's target was none other than Ji Xiu. Chapter 64. All cultivators of demonic arts, salute the holy monarch. In the heart of the sacred wood forest, Xianzong stared at Ji Xiu in utter astonishment, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. How? How did you know she is my sister? This matter should only be known to members of the royal family of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Who exactly are you? A faint smile graced Ji Xiu's lips as he coldly regarded Xianzong, hands clasped behind his back. Xianzong, you lost your mother at the tender age of 3, entered the Great Thunder Sound Temple at 7, became the foremost disciple of the Buddhist sect at 18, and ventured into the world at 23. Remarkably, the Long Princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire also lost her mother at 3 and only entered the royal family at 7. From that point onward, every 15th of July, she would carry a bouquet of jasmine to the Great Thunder Sound Temple to pay her respects. As for you, Xianzong, every 15th of July, you too would kneel for an entire day on the back mountain of the Great Thunder Sound Temple with a bouquet of jasmine in hand. If memory serves, your mother passed away 20 years ago on the 15th of July, correct? Most importantly, I have been informed that the Emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire often calls out a woman's name, Jasmine, in his dreams. So, do you wish for me to divulge more secrets? The relationship between Xianzong and Feng Huang was shrouded in secrecy, with only a handful of individuals across the 9 heavens continent privy to the truth. Even the 6th Bureau of Military Intelligence had only gathered fragmented information regarding Xianzong and Feng Huang. Yet, Ji Xiu not only commanded the 6th Bureau but also held sway over the web of intelligence. By piecing together countless fragments from these two formidable information networks, he ultimately concluded that Xianzong and Feng Huang were indeed siblings. Xianzong felt a chill run down his spine as he absorbed Ji Xiu's words. Previously, he had sensed that Ji Xiu's combat prowess was unfathomable, but it now appeared that the forces backing him were equally unimaginable. Taking a deep breath, Xianzong spoke. Young Master Ji, there is no need for further words. I concede. Feng Huang, she is indeed my sister. With that, he swallowed hard, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow as memories of past pains flooded his mind. I am quite curious, Ji Xiao remarked with a slight smirk. Would your sister exchange the shards of a broken blade for your life? She would not. Xianzong shook his head vehemently, locking eyes with Ji Xiao in earnestness. My sister is formidable. She never engages in trade. She would simply kill you. As his words lingered in the air, a terrifying shriek echoed from the distant horizon, and a crimson meteor streaked through the sky, hurtling towards the sacred wood forest. In that fleeting moment, Ji Xiao suddenly furrowed his brow, an icy and perilous sensation coursing through his limbs. Your Highness, beware! Elder Wei's pupils constricted as he beheld the spear, ablaze with phoenix flames, hurtling towards Ji Xiao from the horizon. He unleashed his true essence, soaring towards Ji Xiao, intent on intercepting the lethal weapon, for he sensed the immense power emanating from it. Below the sacred rank, it seemed capable of annihilation. Alas, he was a step too late. The fiery spear had already reached Ji Xiao's back. Divine Forbidden Domain. Activate, Ji Xiao murmured as if in a trance. In that instant, time and space appeared to freeze. He felt himself enveloped in a mysterious and wondrous realm, his being becoming extraordinarily ethereal. Simultaneously, an extraordinary revelation surged within him. Time, relentless and ancient, ultimately culminated in the existence of an invincible individual. At that moment, time and space thought. Ji Xiao's eyes ignited with a brilliant, resplendent, chaotic light. With a sudden turn, he raised his hand and grasped the phoenix flame spear that had reached behind him. Boom! Centered around Ji Xiao, the entire divine wood forest was engulfed in a terrifying storm of true essence. The dreadful phoenix flames scattered, and the ground cracked open like a spider's web. The 100 or so formidable members of the demon sect present were thrown into the air, soaring dozens of feet high due to the tumultuous waves of true essence. Not only them, but even the prominent talents within the divine wood forest fell to the ground, incapacitated by the overwhelming energy. As the horrific tempest of true essence gradually subsided, half of the divine wood forest had transformed into a sea of flames. At this moment, only two individuals remained standing steadfastly amidst the chaos, Ji Xiao and Elder Wei. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Elder Wei approached Ji Xiao, his voice trembling with concern. I am fine. Ji Xiao forcefully thrust the phoenix spear into the ground and coldly gazed towards the western expanse of the courtyard, speaking slowly. The crown princess of the divine phoenix empire, Feng Wang. Such formidable divine might. To think you would attempt to take my life from 1,000 miles away. Surely, that is a rather extravagant notion. As his words fell, everyone rose, shock etched upon their faces. No one had anticipated that the crown princess of the divine phoenix empire possessed such formidable cultivation. The phoenix flame spear, capable of annihilating all in its path, had indeed been hurled from afar. Her power surpasses ours by far. Shun Jinxin spoke gravely. It seems her cultivation and combat prowess are on par with Ji Xiao. Zhao Wuji inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with dread and reluctance. It was a bitter realization. He had believed that this group of prodigies from the continent should have started on equal footing. However, first came Ji Xiao, unleashing a massacre, treating these individuals as mere playthings. Then there appeared the divine phoenix princess, Feng Huang, who, from 1,000 miles away, hurled a spear with enough force to obliterate them all. In that moment, both he and Shun Jinxin were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of defeat. Truly, she was worthy of the title bestowed upon her by the cultivators of the 9 heavens continent, the reincarnation of the celestial phoenix. In the future, she was destined to become the empress of the divine phoenix empire. Mu Xianin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and sighed softly. Are you all right? Ji Xiao inquired, tilting his head slightly to regard Mu Xianin. I am fine. It's merely a surge of blood energy. Mu Xianin shook her head and replied quietly. Your Highness, what shall we do now? Elder Wei cast a sidelong glance at Shun Jinxin and Zhao Wuji, addressing Ji Xiao. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao turned to scrutinize Shun Jinxin and Zhao Wuji before declaring, You two, present your items. As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Jinxin hesitated momentarily, but ultimately gritted his teeth and retrieved a fragment of the broken blade from his storage ring, tossing it to Ji Xiao. Take it. Witnessing Shun Jinxin relent, Zhao Wuji, with his head bowed and a sullen expression, silently produced his portion and threw it to Ji Xiao. Young Master Ji Xiao, we have handed over the items. Can we leave now? Shun Jinshin asked in a subdued tone. Indeed. You may certainly depart. Please, feel free. Ji Xiu replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing Ji Xiu's words, the tension that had gripped Shun Jinshin's heart began to ease. Let us go. It is already quite fortunate to have escaped with our lives today, Shun Jinshin said to Zhao Wuji. In response, Zhao Wuji nodded, a hidden, sinister glint flickering in his eyes. With a final, meaningful glance at Ji Xiu, he turned away in silence. Just then, uft, the sound of blood splattering echoed. Ah! Shun Jinshin exclaimed, turning his gaze toward Zhao Wuji. At that moment, he beheld the phoenix flame spear piercing through Zhao Wuji's chest, the sharp tip protruding from his heart. Ugh! Blood trickled from the corner of Zhao Wuji's mouth as he turned in disbelief to see Ji Xiu smiling calmly at him. You! Zhao Wuji raised a trembling finger toward Ji Xiu, but his voice faltered, and he collapsed to the ground like a mountain crumbling. Ji Xiu, what are you doing? We have already surrendered the fragments of the broken blade. Why do you go back on your word? Shun Jinshin demanded, her voice trembling with indignation. He. Ji Xiu chuckled, his smile radiant. He then replied, It is not that I am going back on my word. I merely recalled something that Zhao Wuji, the young master of the Lesser Valley, previously mentioned. Did he not state that he would perform a blood sacrifice with the heir of this world and the demon cultivators of the supreme heaven? Such words should not be uttered lightly. As the words fell, Xianzong shook his head and slowly closed his eyes. Ji Xiu's propensity for violence far surpassed his imagination, merely due to a threat. He resorted to murder. This was utterly barbaric. Even Mu Lanxin stood frozen in place, her gaze fixed upon the man before her, who wore a seemingly gentle smile, sending a shiver down her spine. At this moment, a singular thought occupied her mind. This individual truly embodies a ruthless nature to the extreme. However, upon witnessing this scene, Mu Xianyin's exquisitely beautiful face broke into a smile. After 10 years, this fellow has finally matured. With that, she exchanged a knowing glance with the disciples of the Supreme Heaven. At that moment, the demon cultivators of the Supreme Heaven removed their cloaks and knelt before Ji Xiu, proclaiming loudly, Disciples of the Supreme Heaven, we pay our respects to the Holy Monarch. Chapter 65. The Holy Monarch is myself, the Holy Maiden is a servant. Yi Xian emerges. Behold, the esteemed Holy Monarch. A resounding voice echoed throughout the divine wood forest. Apart from Mu Xianin and the disciples of the Supreme Heavenly Sect, all present were left in stunned silence. It was none other than Ji Xiu. He is the legendary Holy Monarch of the Supreme Heavenly Sect. Xianzang's eyes widened in astonishment as he absorbed the shocking scene before him, swallowing hard. This individual is the Holy Monarch of the Supreme Heavenly Sect. Wait. The Holy Monarch is said to be the consort of the Supreme Heavenly Sect's Holy Empress, Nanlingwa. How could this be? Wasn't Ji Xiu the fiancé of Little Shirgu? Mulan's beautiful eyes flickered uncertainly, momentarily overwhelmed by confusion. So that is how it is. What an impressive Ji Xiu. What a remarkable Holy Monarch of the Supreme Heavenly Sect. Shun Jinshin took 2 steps back, her captivating gaze dimming beneath the bronze mask. She had wondered how Ji Xiu dared to unleash slaughter in the divine wood forest, showing no regard for the power looming behind them. It turned out Ji Xiu had already planned for this. None of the esteemed sons and daughters of the top cultivation sects would escape today. He intended to seize the fragments of the dual-edged blade. Their lives were equally forfeit. At that moment, she remained unaware that Ji Xiu was equally perplexed. Me? The Holy Monarch of the Supreme Heavenly Sect. Ji Xiu stared blankly at the numerous demonic cultivators kneeling before him, feeling as though his mind had short-circuited. No. Indeed, my esteemed young lord has been scheming since a decade ago. Elder Wei widened his eyes, gazing at Ji Xiu with astonishment. He swore he had no prior knowledge of this matter. He believed that Gu Yao, far away in the capital, would also be unaware. The Supreme Heavenly Sect. The Holy Monarch. Ji Xiu has kept this secret from both me and my lady so well. Lady Shui bit her red lip, murmuring to herself. She had always thought, with her lady being the daughter of the city lord of Shuyue City, how could Ji Xiu be so audacious? It turns out Ji Xiu's backing is the Supreme Heavenly Sect, the foremost demonic sect, with the renowned Holy Empress Nanlingwa standing behind him. Wait, if he is the Holy Monarch of the Supreme Heavenly Sect, does that not imply my lady and I have boarded Ji Xiu's ship of thieves as well? The mere thought sent chills down Lady Shui's spine. The supreme heavenly sect is the common enemy of all righteous forces on the Nine Heavens continent. If her lady were to ally with Ji Xiao, would it not mean they would oppose the righteous cultivators of the entire Nine Heavens in the future? Mu Xianyin, clarify this. When did this young lord become the holy monarch of the supreme heavenly sect? Ji Xiao swiftly approached Mu Xianyin, seizing her delicate wrist and whispering a question. Ji Xiao, how foolish you are. My master established the supreme heaven a decade ago. Naturally, from that moment on, you became our supreme heaven's sacred lord. Mu Xianyin lifted her chin slightly, her enchanting eyes glimmering with amusement as she gazed at Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao was rendered speechless. He had never anticipated that the sacred lord of the supreme heaven, of which he had been so curious, was none other than himself. However, upon reflection, it made sense. How could that woman, Nen Lingyue, ever let him off so easily? By designating him as the sacred lord of the supreme heaven, she had effectively tethered their fates together. What's the matter? Do you not wish to be our esteemed sacred lord of the supreme heaven, Ji Xiao? Mu Xuanyin's crimson lips curled slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a mischievous light that Ji Xiao could not decipher. Ji Xiao's words were abruptly interrupted by Mu Xianyin. Your desires are inconsequential. The die is cast, and the ship has sunk. The title of Sacred Lord was conferred by my master herself. For the disciples of the Supreme Heaven, encountering the Sacred Lord is akin to meeting the Master in person. This decree was uttered by her own lips. However, if you truly do not wish to accept it, you may personally seek out my master and see if she grants your request. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao exhaled deeply, releasing Mu Xuanyin's wrist. He thought to himself, this young master is no fool if he blindly approached Nan Lingyue. Who could predict what calamity might befall him? 10 years prior, that woman was a formidable force in the sacred realm. Now, it was likely she had grown even more terrifying. To venture forth would be akin to walking into a trap. Moreover, he had pressing matters to attend to. Securing the twin severing blade technique, finding Yan Fei, and rescuing Gu Jian were of utmost importance. Of course, if he could also conveniently eliminate a few of those protagonists from the novels, that would be the icing on the cake. Very well. If I must be the sacred lord, so be it. Since that woman, Nan Lingyue, is willing to bestow upon me the supreme heaven, I shall gladly accept. Ji Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Whatever schemes Nan Lingyue had in mind, his priority was to grasp what he desired first. With that, he gestured to Elder Wei. Elder Wei nodded and promptly turned to retrieve the half-destroyed Mo Lingfeng from the distant ruins. Clang! Mo Lingfeng was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground. At that moment, he lay bloodied and battered, his hand, which had clutched a sword, exhibiting twisted bones. It was evident that Ji Xiao's earlier assault had inflicted severe injuries upon him. One could say he had never endured such grievous harm in his life. Alas, Mu Lanxin, witnessing Mo Lingfeng's pitiful state, could not help but shut her eyes and let out a deep sigh. She once shared a bond with Mo Lingfeng, akin to childhood sweethearts, but their connection severed when she entered the Ice God Palace. Nevertheless, she could not help but feel a sense of regret for Mo Lingfeng. After sustaining such severe injuries, even if he were to recover, his path of cultivation might inevitably be hindered at the June level. Elder Wei cast a cold glance at Mu Lanxin before directly retrieving a fragment of the broken dual-edged sword from Mo Lingfeng's storage ring and handing it to Ji Xiao. Mu Xianyin, what of the fragment of the dual-edged sword in your possession? Ji Xiao extended his hand toward Mu Xianyin without a hint of politeness. Here, take it. Mu Xianyin pouted and tossed the fragment she held to Ji Xiao. Excellent. Ji Xiao sighed in relief as he gazed at the 7 fragments of the dual-edged sword before him. Your Highness, you now possess 7 fragments of the dual-edged sword. What shall we do about the remaining 2? Elder Wei inquired in a hushed tone. No need to rush. Now that we know Feng Huang has entered the Zhou Garden, it is highly probable that the second prince of the Great Qin Empire, Ying Ling, is also within. Ji Xiao articulated his thoughts clearly. Since everyone desires Zhou Dufu's imperial technique, the dual-edged sword art, they are unlikely to leave the Zhou Garden. Therefore, let us proceed to the depths of Zhou Dufu's imperial tomb to seek them out. In truth, Ji Xiao believed that not only Feng Huang and Ying Ling, but also the enigmatic Yan Fei and the protagonist Yi Xin would inevitably venture deep into the Zhou Garden. Otherwise, He could scarcely imagine what else could entice them to this strange Tianma mountain. And what of her and him? Shall we kill them? Elder Wei gestured toward the unconscious Mo Lingfeng on the ground and the stationary Shun Jinxin. Well, Ji Xiao mused for a moment before coldly stating, spare Mo Lingfeng. Eliminate Shun Jinxin. In the narrative, while Mo Lingfeng was indeed the holy son of the holy sect, he had a sister named Mo Qinxian. On Peach Blossom Mountain, Mo Qinxian, unfazed by the mortal realm, yearning solely for immortality, was the foremost goddess of the Nine Heavens continent. She was destined to become a formidable force in the future, bearing the legendary extermination sword array from the ancient era of the Nine Heavens upon her emergence. Given this, Mo Lingfeng still held value. Ji Xiao's expression turned solemn, his thoughts swirling. To be candid, he was quite envious of the extermination sword array inscribed on Mo Qinxian's body. And this was the sole reason he chose to spare Mo Lingfeng's life. Wait, Ji Xiao, you cannot kill me. Shun Jinxin suddenly interjected. Why not? Ji Xiao replied, amusement flickering in his gaze. Strange fire. Spare my life today, and I shall bestow upon you the red lotus fiery blaze of the Red Robe sect in the future. Shun Jinxin clenched her delicate hands tightly. At this moment, in her desperate bid for survival, she chose to invoke the sacred fire of her Scarlet Church to save herself. However, it was not enough. Ji Xiao shook his head. The strange fire is indeed a remarkable force, yet it cannot buy Shun Jinxin's life. After all, if she were to safely depart from Tianma Mountain and divulge the events of the day, the 7 foremost righteous factions would undoubtedly seek retribution. This transaction is hardly worth the risk. What if I were to willingly become a servant? Shun Jinxin declared, her voice steady and resolute. If you doubt my sincerity, the holy maiden, am prepared to accept the slave mark. Ji Xiao raised an eyebrow, aware that the slave mark is one of the most brutal methods in the Nine Heavens continent. Once a cultivator bears the slave mark, they must obey the commands of the one who marked them without question. Even if ordered to die, they would comply without hesitation. Of course, it is exceedingly difficult to impose a slave mark unless one genuinely wishes to submit. Typically, those who willingly accept servitude are individuals left with no other options, such as the death warriors cultivated by powerful factions from a young age, or at this very moment, Shun Jinxin, the holy maiden of the Scarlet Church. Do you truly wish to become a servant? Ji Xiao inquired, his expression serious once more. I do, Shun Jinxin replied, her voice trembling. She was acutely aware of Ji Xiao's ruthlessness and understood that this was her only path to survival. She did not wish to perish. She yearned to live. As long as she lived, hope for the future would remain. Scoundrel! Mu Lengxin, witnessing this scene, ground her teeth in anger directed at Ji Xiao. Sigh. Xianzong could not help but sigh deeply. This woman possesses a certain intrigue. Mu Xianin observed the trembling figure of Shun Jinxin and nodded in appreciation of her tenacity for survival. For her, the notion of servitude would be preferable to death. Very well, if that is the case, I, the young master, would be pleased to have a holy maiden as a servant. A smirk played upon Ji Xiao's lips. For him, marking Shun Jinxin would maximize his benefits. The holy maiden of the Scarlet Church would make for an excellent pawn. For Shun Jinxin, it was indeed the best option, as it meant her survival. It was a win-win situation, leaving no room for hesitation. With a deep breath, Shun Jinxin raised her delicate hand and, under the watchful gaze of all, slowly removed the bronze ghost mask that had concealed her face. In the depths of the surrounding garden, atop a towering snow-capped mountain, a graceful figure stood at the summit, gazing into the distance. Her figure was exceptionally tall and slender, crowned with a cascade of dazzling golden hair, half cascading over her shoulders and the other half flowing down to her perfectly rounded hips. She donned a suit of golden armor that accentuated her devilishly enchanting curves, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Her hips and bosom were pronounced, while her waist was as slender as a willow. Merely from her silhouette, she seemed to have captivated the world. Standing behind her was a tall young man, draped in a resplendent black brocade robe, his features strikingly handsome and his demeanor noble. As he gazed upon this stunning figure, his eyes burned with fervor. Princess, it appears that this young Master Ji Xiao is far more formidable than we had anticipated. Now, your younger brother has fallen into his hands. What are your intentions moving forward? Upon hearing this, Feng Huang fell silent for a moment before parting her red lips to speak. I shall wait for him. At the Zhou garden. Does he not desire the dual severing blade technique? I shall await him. With that, she turned and strode into the depths of the snowy expanse. Very well. In that case, this prince shall escort the princess. However, it must be said, the scions of these top-tier cultivation families seem exceedingly fragile. They are nearly shatterable at a mere touch. Only that young Master Jishio seems to possess some merit. The handsome young man chuckled softly, shaking his head as he followed in Feng Huang's footsteps. In the eastern Zhou garden, under the cool moonlight, a tall figure traversed the depths of the snowfield. This individual possessed a strikingly handsome and resolute visage, his eyes glinting with a hint of defiance. He was none other than Yi Xian. Master, how much longer until we reach the tomb of Zhou Dufu? Yi Xian inquired softly, gazing at the vast white expanse before him. At your current pace, it should take approximately 3 more days. A voice, gentle and elegant, resonated. Simultaneously, a wisp of ethereal spirit slowly emerged from the necklace around his neck. She was clad in an elegant long dress, her demeanor exuding an otherworldly grace. With silver hair flowing in the wind, under the moonlight, her exquisite features were breathtaking, beyond the reach of artistry, simply standing amidst the snowy night. She radiated an arresting beauty. She was Yi Xian's mysterious master, Ning Xian. Master, no, I must quicken my pace. The dual severing blade technique must not fall into the hands of others. Yi Xian declared earnestly, clenching his fist. Oh, you merely wish to hasten your journey to reunite with your betrothed, do you not? Ning Xian teased, revealing the thoughts in Yi Xian's heart without mercy. Well, that is not entirely the case, Yi Xian replied, somewhat shyly scratching his head. With that, he took a deep breath, gazing at the endless expanse of snow before him, then stomped his foot firmly on the ground. Clang! He transformed into a radiant beam of divine light, racing towards the depths of the surrounding garden, while a flurry of snow and wind erupted behind him. Witnessing this scene, Ning Xian shook her head and remarked, "He is still but a child, just like he was a decade ago." After speaking, she turned her gaze towards the direction of the sacred forest, her beautiful eyes gradually becoming solemn. Moments later, she sighed deeply, lightly biting her crimson lip, murmuring to herself, "Xianer, can you truly outpace that little fellow named Jishio?" Chapter 66. The Soul-Devouring Saintess, the corpse-controlling Saint's son, entering the Zhou garden. In the sacred woods, Shun Jianxin slowly lifted her hand and removed the bronze ghost mask that had shrouded her face. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating her ethereal visage, which was as delicate as a dream, shimmering with a captivating glow. Notably, her eyes were a striking pale gold. A member of the spirit clan, the scarlet-clad saintess, Shun Jianxin, was indeed of the spirit clan. Upon witnessing her golden-hued irises, Jishio was momentarily taken aback. It was well known across the Nine Heavens continent that any spirit clan practitioner who successfully awakened their bloodline would have their pupils evolve to a pale gold color. The more thoroughly they unleashed their potential, the more intense the golden hue of their eyes would become. Golden pupils were the most prominent characteristic of the most powerful spirit clan practitioners who had awakened their bloodline power. "Are you surprised, Your Highness?" Shun Jianxin inquired, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Jishio. "As one who possesses the bloodline of the spirit clan, you have remarkably ascended to become the saintess of a top-tier sect amidst the relentless pursuit of various powers on the continent. I must admit, you are indeed an impressive woman." Jishio nodded in affirmation, offering his sincere praise. Not only he, but even Mu Xianin, Elder Wei, Mu Lanjin, and Xianzong present were filled with genuine admiration for the woman before them. Simultaneously, they understood why Shun Jianxin had consistently worn the bronze ghost mask, concealing her true identity. It was to hide her lineage as a member of the spirit clan, a coveted target for numerous powerful factions on the continent. Her actions were entirely justifiable. Perhaps it is merely luck. Shun Jianxin shook her head, taking a deep breath before addressing Jishio. "Let us begin." With that, she gently closed her eyes, awaiting the fate that lay ahead. "Very well," Jishio responded calmly. He stepped forward, positioning himself before Shun Jianxin, and formed a seal with his hands. With a resonant clang, a blood-red, enigmatic seal manifested in the palm of Jishio's hand. As the crimson light illuminated Shun Jianxin's exquisite face, she bit down on her silver teeth, her lips trembling slightly. Observing her distress, Ji Xiu maintained his placid demeanor, devoid of any compassion. After all, a transaction is merely a transaction. He spared Shen Jianxin's life, and she would repay him with her remaining days. It was a fair exchange, devoid of any unnecessary pity, even if she shared the same spirit clan heritage as his beloved Yaoer. From here on, you must endure. The process of accepting the slave seal may not be pleasant, Ji Xiu cautioned, a slight smile gracing his lips. Proceed, Shen Jianxin responded with a steely voice. No sooner had her words left her lips than Ji Xiu placed his palm directly upon her forehead. In that instant, a burst of crimson light erupted. A halo of blood-red brilliance stained her brow, piercing into the depths of her soul. With a muffled groan, Shen Jianxin bit her rosy lip, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her heaving chest rising and falling violently. At that moment, she sensed something being etched deep within her soul. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sensation akin to 1,000 ants devouring her arose from the depths of her being. She then felt an immense hand, as if it had seized her very essence. With but a slight exertion, it could shatter her soul into oblivion. Yet, this overpowering grip on her body and spirit soon dissipated, and her taut form gradually relaxed. The mark of servitude had been established. Ji Xiu exhaled, slowly withdrawing his hand. At that moment, he perceived a unique bond forming between himself and Shen Jianxin, a connection that seemed to grant him complete dominion over her. In the future, he would wield unfettered power over the crimson-clad saintess. As his words faded, Shen Jianxin gradually opened her eyes, scanning the room's occupants with an unyielding gaze. However, when her eyes met Ji Xiu's, an intense feeling of deep subservience and trepidation surged from her soul. "Servant Shen Jianxin, I pay homage to my master," she exclaimed, suddenly kneeling at Ji Xiu's feet, her forehead pressed firmly to the ground, embodying utmost reverence. It was as if the man before her was a deity. Witnessing this scene, both Elder Wei and Mu Xinyi nodded in satisfaction. In contrast, Mu Longjin and Xianzong sighed deeply. Once, this group of elite cultivators had been revered by the practitioners of the Nine Heavens continent as paragons of excellence. Yet now, with some dead and others wounded, Shen Jianxin had been marked as Ji Xiu's servant, and they too had become his captives. A myriad of emotions surged within them, accompanied by a profound sense of desolation. "Devil!" Mu Longjin hissed through gritted teeth, her voice laced with cold disdain. "Ji Xiu, you are truly heartless," Xianzong murmured, shaking his head, his gaze reflecting a deep-seated fear as he looked into Ji Xiu's eyes. With a chuckle, Ji Xiu turned to regard Mu Longjin and Xianzong, his eyes scanning them up and down. That single glance made them recoil in fright. What do you intend to do?" Mu Longjin asked, biting her red lip, her expression wary as she regarded Ji Xiu. "Before we set off, there is one more matter I must attend to," Ji Xiu stated calmly. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition welled up within Mu Longjin and Xianzong. At that moment, Ji Xiu retrieved a long flute emanating a faint aura of darkness from his spatial ring. "This is the ghost flute of morning." Snow Maiden widened her eyes, gazing intently at the flute held by Ji Xiu. At that moment, memories of that fateful night flooded her mind, when the haunting melody of the Qinqing flute resonated throughout Kyoto, leading to her lady's tragic downfall. What could this man possibly intend? Snow Maiden swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Ji Xiu surveyed the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, then raised the Qinqing to his lips and slowly closed his eyes. With a resounding clang, the first note reverberated through the air, causing the faces of all present to turn ashen. Ethereal wisps of dark energy erupted from the Qinqing, swirling ominously around the fallen corpses. "The young lord, he intends to control the dead." Old Wei gasped in shock. The legendary soul-capturing trilogy. The Requiem. Snow Maiden gulped again. The Devil's Flute. Qinqing, Mu Xinyin, Xianzong, Mu Lan Xin, and Shun Jin Xin all recognized the origins of the sinister black flute in Ji Xiu's grasp. Just then, as the eerie melody spiraled through the heavens and earth, a low, unsettling howl echoed through the sacred wood forest. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld, sending chills down their spines. What followed shattered their understanding of reality. The once slain young master of the Tiansu, Li Wangsheng, rose first, slowly kneeling before Ji Xiu. Next, Zhao Wuji. The young master of the Wandu Valley, who had been pierced through the heart by Ji Xiu's spear, stood up as well. With a blank expression, he pulled the Phoenix Flame Divine spear from his body and, bearing the spear, knelt before Ji Xiu. Notably, both Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji appeared pallid as parchment, their eyes hollow and vacant, with tendrils of eerie black mist wafting from their forms. They have come back to life. How is this possible? What has the Holy Lord done? They were undeniably dead. How can they stand again? This melody is terrifying. The peerless demonic cultivators, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear. This Ji Xiu, he has even summoned the Requiem from the soul-capturing trilogy. What further surprises might he have in store for our holy maiden? Surely, if Master were to see him now, it would bring her great joy. Mu Xianning stared at Ji Xiu in a daze, murmuring to herself, Amitabha, may Buddha protect us. Xian Zong trembled, his gaze fixated on the bizarre spectacle before him, desperately turning the beads in his hand to steady his racing heart. A devil. This man is a devil. Mulan Xin felt her throat constrict, her scalp prickling with an overwhelming sense of dread. At that moment, Ji Xiu opened his eyes, locking onto her, and the haunting melody of the flute abruptly shifted its tune. In that fleeting moment, the world was shrouded in darkness. A hauntingly melancholic melody resonated in Mu Langxin's ears, tugging at her heartstrings. She furrowed her brow, blissfully unaware of the sinister black mist that had coiled around her, seeping into her very being. As the melody gradually faded away, the moonlight once again illuminated the sacred wood forest. Unable to contain her disdain, Mu Langxin turned to Ji Xiu and taunted, Ji Xiu, how truly remarkable it is that you wield such malevolent tactics with such finesse. You are indeed worthy of being the demonic lord personally appointed by Nan Lingwe. Rest assured, when my little junior meets you in the future, she shall not let you escape unscathed. With that, she averted her gaze, completely oblivious to the strange black mist swirling within the depths of her own eyes. Ji Xiu, observing Mu Langxin's demeanor, could not help but utter 3 words with a hint of disdain. Foolish woman. Some individuals are already ensnared by soul theft, yet remain blissfully ignorant. How absurd it is to pity the misfortunes of others while condemning one's own methods. Such ignorance is truly deserving of the label foolish. And as for Mu Bing, he chuckled softly. He had been awaiting Mu Bing's arrival. You. Mu Langxin felt a surge of irritation from his words and shot Ji Xiu a fierce glare. Yet she dared not retort further. She understood all too well that should she provoke Ji Xiu, she might very well be the next to bear the mark of servitude. Ji Xiu paid no further heed to Mu Langxin's sentiments and turned to Elder Wei and the others, saying, Let us proceed to the Zhou Garden. After all, someone is still awaiting this young lord. Delays would be quite impolite. With a wave of his hand, he led a throng of individuals from the sacred wood forest into the Zhou Garden. Chapter 67. The Arrival of the Chives. Let the harvest begin. At Tianma Mountain, the battle between the righteous and the demonic forces remains unresolved. A piece of gossip has spread across the entire Jiutian continent. Have you heard? The heir of the Tiansu army, Li Wangsheng, has perished. Indeed, it is not just Li Wangsheng. Even the young master of the Wandu Valley has met the same fate. Is it true? Which formidable being from the supreme heaven could wield such cruelty? The specifics remain unknown. However, the holy maiden of the Ice God Palace, Mu Langxin, the Buddhist disciple Xianzong, the holy maiden of the Scarlet Church, Shen Jinxin, and the holy son of the sacred sect, Mo Lingfeng, have all gone missing, their whereabouts still a mystery. If that is the case, then the leaders of these esteemed cultivation sects must be in a frenzy. After all, these prodigies were their most treasured investments. Ha ha ha. Naturally, the 7 major cultivation sects are now in utter disarray. It is rumored that Ji Xiu, the heir of the Beixia, has also ventured to Tianma Mountain. Whether this is true remains uncertain. Alas, in any case, the situation at Tianma Mountain is growing increasingly chaotic. At the Tiansu Army's council hall, the atmosphere is exceedingly oppressive. The expressions of the high-ranking officials present are grim. They have received the dreadful news. Their young lord, Li Wangsheng, has died. He perished in the depths of Tianma Mountain's Shenmu Forest. Supreme Heaven, what an overwhelming demonic presence. Even the young lord of the Tiansu army dares to be slain. A senior official of the army rebukes angrily. The Shenmu Forest is fraught with great karmic consequences. Once a holy level expert enters, they are subject to a curse. Hence, It cannot possibly be the work of Nan Lingwe. A rational elder in the assembly shook his head. Humph. Even if Nan Lingwe did not strike personally, Wangxing's death is undoubtedly connected to her. The demons of the supreme heaven have indeed grown ever more audacious in recent years. An elder of the army slammed the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. Enough. Silence. My son has perished. As his father, I must avenge him. Investigate. I shall see who dared to lay hands on my son. If it is the supreme heaven, then we shall declare war. If it is another, then it will be a fight to the death. The army's leader, Li Yuan, darkly issued his command. Yes. The army officials responded in unison. A similar scenario unfolded in the Wandu Valley. Upon witnessing the moment Zhao Wuji's jade shattered, the elder of Wandu Valley overturned the table in fury and issued a death decree. Whoever killed Zhao Wuji must endure the inexorable wrath of the Wandu Valley. Who killed Zhao Wuji? Thus, the Wandu Valley must seek vengeance by annihilating his entire family and clan. Not only that, he issued a fierce ultimatum, demanding an explanation from Nan Lingwe. After all, Zhao Wuji's demise occurred in the divine wood forest of the heavenly demon mountain, a territory under the supreme heaven. If not, he would raise the supreme heaven to the ground. In the red robe sect, a beautiful woman clad in a crimson robe gazed at the intact life jade before her, exhaling a sigh of relief. Shenjinshin, the saintess of the red robe sect whom she had painstakingly nurtured, if met with an ambiguous fate like that of Li Wangxing and Zhao Wujie in the heavenly demon mountain, would surely drive her to madness. Fortunately, Shen Jinshin's life, jade remained unscathed. Now, her heart could finally find solace. As long as Xiner is safe, I only wish for her triumphant return. The red-robed beauty murmured softly to herself. At the holy sect, atop Peach Blossom Mountain, a woman donned in a moonlit gown, ethereal as a celestial being, stood at the summit, executing a graceful sword dance. Her sword techniques were fierce, her movements transcendent, and as she completed an intricate series of maneuvers, the shattered peach blossoms rained down around her, creating a breathtaking tableau. Yet, even the most exquisite blossoms could not rival her beauty. Beneath the setting sun, her visage, untouched by makeup, appeared as if meticulously sculpted by the heavens themselves. However, at this moment, her expression radiated an icy detachment, exuding a sanctity that rendered her almost unapproachable, akin to an immortal untouched by earthly trivialities. Saintess, the life force within the prince's life, jade flickered dimly, clearly indicating severe injuries. Yet, thankfully, he should still be alive. An elderly woman, having surpassed her 70s, approached the summit of Peach Blossom Mountain and spoke gently to the lady. Withdraw. I understand. The woman replied frostily without turning back. Hearing this, the elder sighed deeply before turning to leave the mountain. Their saintess possessed astonishing lineage, unparalleled talents, and formidable combat prowess. However, she was notably cold in demeanor, seemingly indifferent even towards her own younger brother. Once the elder departed, the woman remained at the mountaintop, silently gazing at the breathtaking sunset for a prolonged moment. Finally, her crimson lips parted, whispering as if in a dream, no matter how mediocre your talents may be, you will always be my brother. If you are injured, I shall heal you. If you are broken, I shall protect you. If you die, I will collect your remains and avenge you, whether it be the supreme heaven or Nan Lingwe. I care not. Meanwhile, amidst the turmoil of the nine heavens continent, behind the divine wood forest, deep within the Zhou Garden, at the end of the snowfield, stood a colossal mountain. As the camera zooms in, it becomes evident that what initially appeared to be a mountain is, in fact, a grand tomb. This mausoleum is constructed from countless colossal stone blocks, exuding magnificence and solemnity. A magnificent divine pathway leading to the tomb is particularly awe-inspiring. Towering on either side of the pathway are several stone pillars, intricately carved with ancient runes, resembling miraculous artifacts. At this moment, two figures stand before this monumental burial site, gazing silently at the immense tomb at the end of the divine path. Phoenix, clad in resplendent golden armor, with her golden locks cascading gracefully in the breeze, gazes calmly at the visually striking tomb before her, softly murmuring, "So this is the legendary mausoleum of Zhou the Tyrant, the Zhou tomb." Upon hearing this, Yingling, standing beside her, couldn't help but swallow hard, excitedly exclaiming, "We've arrived, Your Highness the Long Princess." At long last, we have reached our destination. With a cold smile, Phoenix retorts, so what if we have arrived? We possess merely fragmented shards of the two severed swords. The remainder lies in the hands of Ji Xiao. In response, Yingling shrugged nonchalantly, saying, that makes sense. In that case, let us await Ji Xiao's arrival. Once we eliminate him, we can explore further. Phoenix, casting a sidelong glance at Yingling, who seemed almost entranced by the imposing tomb, shook her head. Clearly, Yingling was overly confident in his own abilities. To kill Ji Xiao? Such words are easily spoken, yet the execution is far more challenging. After all, even she harbored doubts about her own capability to vanquish Ji Xiao. At that moment, a radiant light streaked across the snowy expanse at the horizon, sending snowflakes swirling. Soon, a tall figure stepped onto the divine path outside the Zhou tomb. Upon seeing the newcomer, Phoenix raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, Yi Xian, it has been a decade. What a long time it has been. With a warm smile, Yi Xian returned the greeting, saying, indeed, it has truly been a while, Your Highness the Long Princess. As Yi Xian observed Phoenix, he also noticed Yingling standing beside her, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. Deep within the Zhou garden, Ji Xiao gazed calmly at the immense tomb in the distance, a slight smirk playing on his lips. So, everyone has finally arrived, huh? Now, let the harvesting begin. Chapter 68, The White Moonlight Phoenix. He has arrived, and the world descends into darkness. The chives are ripe. It is time for harvesting. As this thought crossed his mind, a crisp system notification resonated in his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a bounty mission. Bounty Mission 1. Defeat Yi Xian. Reward, 30,000 Destiny Essence and the All-Seeing Eye. Bounty Mission 2. Eliminate Yi Xian. Reward, 50,000 Destiny Essence and the rebellious 7 Demon Blade. As Ji Xiao listened to the system notification, his brow arched in surprise. A bounty mission had been triggered? This was indeed an unexpected delight. For Ji Xiao, defeating Yi Xian was a straightforward endeavor. However, the task of eliminating him bore a slight degree of difficulty. Of course, this challenge did not stem from Yi Xian himself, but rather from the woman within the necklace he possessed. If memory served him right, that woman was Ning Xian, the princess of the Chongqing family, a lineage that had endured for millennia, residing high above in the 9 heavens. Although she currently existed in a spirit form, her cultivation had reached the saint realm. With this thought, Ji Xiao lowered his eyelids and pondered for a moment before muttering to himself, regardless, I shall give it a try. After all, the reward of 50,000 Destiny Essence and the rebellious 7 Demon Blade is simply too enticing. Furthermore, if I can amass 100,000 Destiny Essence, I could purchase a forbidden imperial technique from the Myriad Realms Mall. Indeed, he had long coveted a particular forbidden imperial technique available in the Myriad Realms Mall. With his thoughts settled, Ji Xiao began issuing commands. Shun Jinxin, take Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji, and venture forth to test the waters. Mu Xianin, lead the demon cultivators of the supreme heavens to guard Zhouling. No one is permitted to leave from this moment on. Understood. Shun Jinxin nodded and swiftly transformed with her undead minions, Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji, into 3 beams of light, racing toward Zhouling. Excellent. Mu Xianin smiled gently, subsequently leading over 100 demon cultivators of the supreme heavens toward Zhouling, a dark mass that appeared particularly grand. Elder Wei, your task is to keep a close watch on Mu Lanxin and Xianzong. Additionally, this esteemed disciple, Mo Lingfeng. They are valuable assets in my hands. Ji Xiao addressed Elder Wei in a low voice, casting a glance at Mu Lanxin and Xianzong, while also gesturing toward Mo Lingfeng on Xianzang's back. Understood. Elder Wei nodded. Mu Lanxin huffed softly, glaring fiercely at Ji Xiao. She had no intention of fleeing. After all, where could she escape to under the clutches of this demon? Sigh. Xianzong exhaled deeply. He too had no desire to run. From the sacred wood forest to the depths of Zhou Garden, he carried the gravely injured Mo Lingfeng along the way, his mind growing ever clearer. If he were to flee, Mo Lingfeng would serve as a cautionary tale. It is not entirely improbable that Ji Xiao might have branded him with a slave seal. Thus, he had long since abandoned any thoughts of escape. Xianzong, the holy monk, let us proceed to meet your sister, the reincarnation of the Tianfeng, Feng Wang. I find myself exceedingly curious about her. With that, he strode towards Zhouling. In the narrative, Feng Huang is the ethereal light of Yi Xian's heart, while Ji Xiu relishes the act of shattering the supreme brilliance of others' hearts. Meanwhile, on the divine path of Zhouling, the atmosphere among Feng Huang, Yi Xian, and Ying Ling was palpably awkward. However, Feng Huang soon broke the almost frozen tension. It has been 10 years. You have also ascended to the June tier. Your combat prowess seems commendable. She nodded at Yi Xian, acknowledging the fruits of his decade-long arduous cultivation. Your Highness, the princess, you flatter me. Yi Xian replied. A decade ago, I owe my gratitude to the princess. It was due to her that Yi Xian had the opportunity to stand here today. A decade prior, at the tender age of 14, he was ordinary in talent and his family had fallen into decline. Yet, against all odds, he was betrothed to the most celebrated maiden of the divine Phoenix Empire. During that time, he had tasted the bitter trials of life and endured countless disdainful glances. Almost every cultivator and citizen of the divine Phoenix Empire mocked this audacious 14-year-old boy. In the end, even the eminent figures of the empire sought an audience with the divine Phoenix Emperor to request the annulment of this engagement. Indeed, the emperor complied, commanding Feng Huang to immediately sever the betrothal. However, Feng Huang did not acquiesce to this command. With a kind heart, she visited the Yi family, and instead of retracting the engagement, she made a promise. 10 years. If within this span, Yi Xian achieves the June tier, the engagement shall remain intact. Moreover, she vowed to exhaust her resources to assist the fallen Yi family in reclaiming its status as the foremost royal lineage of the divine Phoenix Empire. Thanks to Feng Huang's promise, Yi Xian threw himself into relentless cultivation, and not long after, he encountered his master, Ning Xian. With her guidance, he endured a decade of ascetic-like training, ultimately achieving the June tier at the age of 24, thus standing proudly before Feng Huang. What do you wish to thank me for? Feng Huang asked with a placid tone. In her view, Yi Xian's accomplishments were solely the result of his own endeavors. I thank you for your kindness a decade ago. At that time, you preserved the last shred of dignity for a 14-year-old boy. Yi Xian responded earnestly. I see. Feng Huang nodded, comprehending Yi Xian's sentiments. As they exchanged words, the atmosphere between them shifted. With a faint smile, Ying Ling approached Feng Huang and casually spoke to Yi Xian. First and foremost, congratulations, young Master Yi, on reaching the June level. However, this is merely the beginning. At present, you lack the qualifications to stand on equal footing with us, let alone to discuss marriage with Her Highness, the princess. Yi Xian, upon hearing this, calmly regarded Ying Ling and inquired, Your Highness the second prince, if I am unqualified, then you must surely be as well. After all, you are not the crown prince of Daqin, and your cultivation is only at the June level too. Yet, Her Highness is destined to be the future empress of the divine Phoenix Empire. Pray tell, how do you deem yourself worthy? Upon hearing these words, Ying Ling's expression turned icy, and he spoke in a chilling tone. Well, such a resilient tongue you possess. Do you not fear that should I cut it out, you may lose your eloquence? With a cold smile, Yi Xian retorted, Why not give it a try? Enough. Feng Huang interjected sharply, admonishing the contentious exchange between Yi Xian and Ying Ling. She then turned, her gaze fixed on the distant sky. There, 3 streaks of aurora sliced through the heavens. Moreover, shadowy figures were swiftly converging from all directions around Zhou Ling. Cease your quarrel. Ji Xiu is coming. Feng Huang breathed deeply and whispered. As her words fell, the sky above Zhou Ling was suddenly engulfed in darkness. In that moment, the world was shrouded in an impenetrable gloom. Chapter 69. Yi Xian? Merely a toy, Ji Xiu. You truly deserve death. The world plunged into darkness as night fell. Boom, boom, boom. 3 figures swiftly arrived at the divine path of Zhou Ling, Shun Jinxin, Li Wangsheng, and Zhao Wuji. Feng Huang furrowed her brows, gazing at the trio. She could not comprehend why these esteemed heirs of the top sects of the 9 Heavens continent would align themselves with Ji Xiu. At that moment, her expression froze. She noticed the sword wound at Li Wangsheng's heart and the gaping hole in Zhao Wuji's chest. They had perished long ago. Now, they were but vessels of the dead. What had these 2 endured before this moment? Feng Huang's brows knitted together as she murmured softly, her crimson lips parting slightly. Hee. Shun Jinxin regarded Feng Huang with a charming smile, addressing her as Your Highness the Princess. That spear in the divine wood forest was truly formidable. No wonder you are destined to be the future empress of the divine emperor empire. Humph, Feng Huang coldly retorted. How could the dignified saintess of the scarlet dress sect submit to a scion of a warlord family? Shun Jianxin, you have brought shame upon the scarlet dress sect. Your Highness the princess, you do not understand. Shun Jianxin shook her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting boundless devotion and reverence at the mere thought of that person. I do not wish to understand. Where is Ji Xiao? Summon Ji Xiao to come forth. Feng Huang declared, her voice icy as her lips parted. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sounds of breaking air echoed through the void. Over 100 supreme demonic cultivators appeared around Zhou Ling, clad in black cloaks that billowed and rustled in the cold wind. Meanwhile, the demonic sect's saintess, Mu Xianin, approached Shun Jianxin, observing Feng Huang with a playful expression. The supreme heaven has also arrived. It seems that the young master Ji Xiao has allied with the demons of the supreme heaven. Yingling quietly alerted Feng Huang, his handsome visage marred by an uneasy expression. It appears their alliance is more than mere cooperation. Yixin scoffed. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, the legendary Saint Lord of the Supreme Heaven must be Ji Xiao. Feng Huang inhaled deeply, her voice steady as she spoke. As her words fell, Yixin and Yingling were momentarily taken aback. If what Feng Huang asserted was true, and Ji Xiao was indeed the Saint Lord of the Supreme Heaven, then today's events would surely be far from simple. Your Highness the Princess, Your Highness the Second Prince, Jianxin has come to Zhou Ling upon the orders of her master, to seize the two broken saber techniques. I kindly request that you both hand over your fragments of the broken saber. If you comply willingly, perhaps you might retain a sliver of life. Shun Jianxin cast a subtle smile towards Feng Huang and Yingling. What if this prince chooses not to comply? Yingling's expression darkened, his voice frigid. Not comply? Then prepare to meet your demise. Shun Jianxin's tone turned icy. At that moment, behind him, Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji fiercely stomped on the ground, causing a thunderous crack to resonate. Boom! The earth split apart. The two men propelled themselves forward like cannonballs, launching an assault towards Feng Huang and the others. Li Wangsheng wielded a dragon spear, while Zhao Wuji brandished a black battle halberd. One spear surged forth like a dragon, and the other's halberd cleaved through the sky, with swirling black energy enveloping them, exuding an overwhelming and eerie might. Seeking death, Yixin let out a cold snort as he drew forth a black celestial knife from his spatial ring. He then stepped into the void, ready to confront Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji single-handedly. Kill! Yixin roared, his killing intent palpable, as he swung the celestial knife downward with ferocity. Clang! 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 In the expanse above, Yixin faced two adversaries, the celestial knife traversing the skies with a domineering technique, each strike resonating like the thunder of a tempest. Clang! With a sweeping motion, Yixin sent Zhao Wuji flying, and with a twist of his wrist, the celestial knife struck firmly against Li Wangsheng's shoulder. Crimson blood sprang forth. Yet, Li Wangsheng's expression remained stoic, his gaze hollow as if lost in the void. He raised his hand, and the dragon spear pierced through Yixin's form. Zing! The spear passed through Yixin's body, but a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Yixin's figure gradually became ethereal, then vanished from sight. Such an unparalleled blade technique. Such a nebulous movement. This Yixin is no ordinary foe. Shun Jianxin furrowed her brow, recognizing the high level of his inheritance, likely sourced from the heavens above. Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji were not his match. Mu Xianin shook her head, speaking calmly. No sooner had her words left her lips than a dazzling and domineering blade light sliced through the void like a thunderclap, seemingly capable of severing all. Puffed. Zhao Wuji's head was instantaneously propelled high into the air, black blood gushing forth like a fountain several feet high. Kill! Yixin roared once more, stepping forward to confront Li Wangsheng, gripping the knife firmly, unleashing the power of the monarch tier as he swung down. Boom! A deafening roar of thunder erupted. Crack! Li Wangsheng's dragon spear shattered into two pieces in an instant. Yixin's celestial knife showed no signs of halting, seamlessly cleaving Li Wangsheng's body in twain. Is this all the strength of Ji Xiao's dog? Yixin stood aloft in the void, wielding the celestial knife, his black hair dancing wildly in the wind. His gaze sharp and cold, resembling an invincible blade saint. What an audacious individual! Shun Jinxin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her jade hand gradually forming a fist. Just as she prepared to take the stage herself, from the distant dark horizon, a long spear wreathed in azure flames streaked across the sky like a comet, accompanied by a thunderous roar, piercing toward the divine path of Zhou Ling. "Be careful." Phoenix furrowed her brow, instantly sensing danger, and suddenly shouted at Yi Xian. "What?" Yi Xian abruptly turned around, his pupils constricting in shock, and the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. At that moment, he wanted to evade, but it was too late, for the speed of the long spear exceeded the limits of his reaction. All he could do was tilt his body to avoid the spear's lethal strike. With a piercing sound, the spear ultimately pierced Yi Xian's left shoulder, crimson blood splattering into the air. The force of the impact sent him hurtling 100 feet away, ultimately pinning him against a stone pillar. "Yi Xian!" Phoenix cried out, her figure flashing to his side. At this moment, Yi Xian, nailed to the pillar, had nearly lost consciousness. His face was as pale as paper, and blood dripped down the stone pillar like a flowing stream. Phoenix looked at the spear embedded in Yi Xian's shoulder, and her pupils dilated in shock. This spear was none other than her own Phoenix Flame Divine Spear. Once, she had thrown this spear from a snowy mountain in the Zhou Garden, aimed at Jixio, who was 1,000 miles away in the Divine Wood Forest, as a warning. Now, Jixio had returned this spear to her, intact. "Jixio." Phoenix gritted her teeth, uttering the name of the culprit with hatred, then raised her hand to pull the Phoenix Flame Divine Spear from Yi Xian's shoulder. With a splatter of blood, Yi Xian let out a pained groan, his face ashen, and he slid down beneath the stone pillar, nearly devoid of strength. At that moment, a voice that Phoenix knew all too well rang out. "Sister." Startled, Phoenix turned around. She saw her brother, Xianzong, standing on the divine path. As the foremost disciple of the Buddhist sect, Xianzong stood frozen in place, gazing at her from a distance. "Xianzong." Phoenix called out softly, her voice trembling. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed. A tall figure parted the dense crowd and slowly approached Xianzong. Clad in white, he was strikingly handsome, with clear, pristine eyes, exuding the charm of a refined young gentleman. At a glance, he captivated attention, standing out among the numerous black-robed demonic cultivators. Yet, this dazzling young man was indeed the very demon lord who instilled fear in the hearts of cultivators across the Nine Heavens continent, the master of the first demonic sect. "Your divine spear, Princess," Jixio said, smiling softly at Phoenix. "I have returned it to you. Do you like it?" "Jixio, you, truly, deserve to die?" Phoenix bit her lip, her phoenix eyes fixed intently on Jixio, a tempest of fury blazing within. She vowed with unwavering determination to be irreconcilable with Jixio. Today, she would engage in a fierce battle to the death against this fiend. Chapter 70. The Phoenix dances in the Nine Heavens, the meteor falls, and the divine prohibition unfolds. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the bounty task 1. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 30,000 Destiny Essence. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the reward skill, All-Seeing Eye. Listening to the system's notifications ringing in his ears, Jixio's lips curled into a delightful smile. Defeating Yi Xian? Too simple. There was not a hint of difficulty. With that thought, he eagerly activated the All-Seeing Eye and cast a glance at the Phoenix before him. Name: Phoenix. Age: 23. Cultivation level: King Stage. 4th realm. Physique: Celestial Phoenix body, awakened, bloodline talent. Phoenix dances in the Nine Heavens. Upon activation, the bloodline power undergoes sublimation, and combat prowess can experience a qualitative transformation. Combat assessment: King Stage, 9th realm. Destiny Essence potential: 200,000. Hint: the host can currently excavate 40,000 Destiny Essence. Gazing at the information before him, Jixio couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, murmuring to himself, "So this is the All-Seeing Eye." Not only could it reveal the basic information of the person being scanned, but it could also evaluate their combat strength. Most importantly, this All-Seeing Eye could even discern the Destiny Essence potential contained within another's body. Quite impressive. With that thought, Jixio closed the All-Seeing Eye, his gaze towards the Phoenix becoming rather intricate. At this moment, she appeared to him as a treasure-laden mountain, infinitely precious. "Your Highness the Long Princess. That look in your eyes is quite terrifying." I imagine that even if you were to slice this young master into 1,000 pieces, it would not quench your anger. Ji Xiao spoke casually, perceiving the raging fury igniting in the depths of Phoenix's eyes. However, what did that matter? Ji Xiao, do you not desire the fragments of the dual-edged blade? Then come and fight. If you kill me, you shall have everything. Phoenix coldly retorted, her beautiful eyes aflame with an intense, fiery spirit. Very well. If you seek a battle, then let it be so. Ji Xiao shook his head and stepped forward. Sister, be careful. Xianzong felt a tightening in his heart as he watched Ji Xiao advance. He knew his sister, the Phoenix, was formidable. Yet in his eyes, Ji Xiao was beyond mere strength. His little master once said that among the younger generation of the Nine Heavens continent, the first was Mo Qinxian, and the second was Phoenix. He hoped the Long Princess could truly withstand this wicked foe. Mulan bit her red lip, her eyes filled with hope. She wished for Phoenix to triumph over Ji Xiao, for she firmly believed that righteousness would ultimately prevail over evil. Kill. With a cold snort, the Phoenix unleashed the Phoenix Flame, an overwhelming aura sweeping across the heavens and earth, a peerless killing intent rolling back into the firmament. Armed solely with the Phoenix Flame spear, she leaped forward, her form transforming into a terrifying celestial star, tearing through the void as she charged towards Ji Xiao. Phoenix, you cannot prevail. Ji Xiao shook his head in response to the surging flames before him, his clear eyes suddenly igniting with a blazing chaotic holy light. The second realm of bloodline, the divine seal, is activated. In this moment, Ji Xiao stood alone beneath the night sky, his garments billowing, his mind serene and tranquil. Only he understood that he was enveloped in an enigmatic and wondrous state, ineffable and indescribable, as strands of celestial radiance blossomed upon his form. His aura transformed into something ethereal and otherworldly. At this very instant, the Phoenix charged forth. Clang, 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 clang. Grasping the Phoenix Flame divine spear, she unleashed a barrage of strikes, each infused with an almost shattering force aimed directly at Ji Xiao. Yet, strikingly, each thrust seemed to pierce his body, only to ultimately land nowhere. The spear, it appeared, was merely piercing the void. What astonished onlookers was that Ji Xiao stood firmly in place, not having shifted even the slightest. How could this be? Yin Ling, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in disbelief. He was acutely aware of the Phoenix's prowess, virtually invincible beneath the Holy Realm. Even a Holy Realm expert could not evade the Phoenix's formidable assault as Ji Xiao did. What level of agility is this? Xianzong swallowed hard, his face paling to an extreme. This does not seem like mere agility. Mulan gazed at Ji Xiao, her beautiful eyes filled with awe. Truly, my master is extraordinary. Shun Jianxin bore a proud smile, her eyes shimmering with admiration and wonder. This fellow is astonishingly powerful. Mu Xianyin gasped in surprise. When did our young master become so formidable? Elder Wei, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. As the most accomplished and perceptive individual present, he discerned that Ji Xiao, in the face of the Phoenix's flawless assaults, evaded with an exquisitely minimal arc, his speed so swift that the timing was nothing short of miraculous. Thus, from a visual perspective, it appeared to the crowd that Ji Xiao remained stationary while the Phoenix's every strike seemed to connect with him, yet they actually pierced the void, landing nowhere, a truly shocking sight. In truth, Ji Xiao had indeed moved, but the arc of his evasion was so slight that it was nearly imperceptible. His speed was astonishingly swift, too rapid for any present to see or comprehend. According to his knowledge, there exists no technique in this world capable of accomplishing such a feat. What is most terrifying is that, at this moment, even he could not fathom how Ji Xiao achieved it. The evasion maneuver executed by Ji Xiao had far surpassed the boundaries of his comprehension. How could this be? Feng Huang furrowed her brows, unleashing her true essence as she launched over 100 strikes at Ji Xiao, yet every assault missed its mark. She could not even discern how Ji Xiao eluded her onslaught. Damn it! Feng Huang coldly rebuked, suddenly retreating 100 paces to create distance between herself and Ji Xiao. She then took a deep breath, planting the Phoenix Flame Divine Spear into the ground. She resolved to cease her probing and instead opted for a forceful suppression. Immediately, she raised her hands, fervently forming seals. Clang! Behind her, A pair of resplendent wings adorned with phoenix flames erupted into existence. In that instant, Feng Huang's beautiful eyes transformed, becoming indifferent and lofty, as if regarding all of existence as mere ants. Phoenix dance of the nine heavens. Has she finally unleashed her bloodline power? Ji Xiu murmured calmly. Phoenix flame. Fallen star. Feng Huang's crimson lips parted, her demeanor solemn and sacred, as the phoenix flames radiated splendid light around her. With a delicate lift of her jade finger, she pointed toward the heavens. Clang! An immense force of attraction swept across the sky. At that moment, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Above the firmament, a meteor engulfed in blazing phoenix flames tore through the void, descending toward the divine path as directed by Feng Huang's fingertip. In this instant, the temperature of the air above the ground surged dramatically. As all present gazed upward at the colossal meteor plummeting from the sky, their expressions shifted in alarm. My goodness, Feng Huang is serious. Yingling suddenly retreated 100 paces. Sister, she is angry. Xianzong gasped, whispering in awe. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Mu Xianin commanded, her face pale as she shouted at the supreme heavenly demon cultivator. Step back. Holy Sun and holy maidens. Wei Lao cautioned Xianzong, Mu Lanxin, and Xun Jinxin. Having spoken, everyone present, drenched in sweat, hastily withdrew. Such a level of combat was beyond their participation. Simply surviving this encounter would be a remarkable feat. Boom! A meteor imbued with roaring phoenix flames descended upon the divine path, and at that moment, the ears of all present were filled with the deafening roar of the meteor's explosion. Simultaneously, a towering pillar of fire surged skyward, piercing the clouds, transforming the entire heavens into a brilliant sea of flames. In the void, terrifying ripples of fire surged forth, sweeping in all directions. Where these waves passed, snow-capped mountains crumbled. The ground fissured, and the surroundings bore witness to a cataclysmic scene. The very spot where Ji Xiu stood was reduced to a wasteland, shrouded in dust and scattered phoenix flames. Even the ground itself had sunk 3 meters deep. Moments later, as the explosion wrought by the meteor gradually subsided and the towering flames began to recede, the onlookers rose to their feet, their eyes trembling with anxiety as they gazed towards the heart of the meteor, eager to ascertain the condition of Ji Xiu. Upon witnessing the ground, which had sunk several meters, they could not help but draw a sharp breath, their backs drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Feng Huang gasped for air, her chest rising and falling violently. Her complexion was pallid, and her gaze was fixed intently upon the swirling dust. Clearly shaken by the realization that the summoning of the meteor was a forbidden technique she unleashed after awakening her bloodline power. Despite its formidable strength, the toll it exacted was immense, rendering her incapable of employing it again in the near future. Nevertheless, she harbored confidence in her ability, for this technique was indeed a taboo. None beneath the saint rank could withstand it, and even those of the saint rank could be injured by it. With this in mind, how could Ji Xiu possibly endure? Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed through the air. A tall figure emerged slowly from the billowing dust. How could this be? Upon seeing the silhouette, Feng Huang's ethereal beauty turned to shock, her exquisite eyes filled with disbelief. Even more terrifying was the fact that the footsteps, neither hurried nor slow, seemed to resonate perfectly with the rhythm of her own heartbeat, as if they were stepping upon the very core of her being. Nothing is impossible. Ji Xiu emerged from the ruins, brushing off the dust that clung to him, and then fixed his gaze upon Feng Huang, speaking calmly. Your Highness, the princess, are you prepared for what comes next? What? At his words, Feng Huang furrowed her brow. For reasons unknown, a wave of ominous premonition swept over her heart as she processed Ji Xiu's statement. Chapter 71. Crushing that glimmering white moonlight. Things have become intriguing. In the instant that Ji Xiu's voice fell, a resounding clang echoed as a starry light shattered. With a single step, Ji Xiu materialized before Feng Huang, leaving behind a trail of broken starlight. Kill. Feng Huang's expression shifted drastically. Without hesitation, she seized the phoenix flame spear from the ground and thrust it directly towards Ji Xiu's heart. Huh! A smirk danced upon Ji Xiu's lips as he extended a finger, lightly touching the blade of the spear. Clang! A mournful cry of the spear reverberated as an immense force erupted, causing the phoenix flame spear to slip from Feng Huang's grasp. Feng Huang's complexion paled, her crimson lips parting to utter a word. Suddenly, Ji Xiao delivered a merciless punch to her abdomen. Uffed. Feng Huang coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body bending backward as she staggered 3 steps. At that moment, she felt her limbs turning to jelly, as if her very organs had been shattered. This is it. I will fight you to the end. Enduring the excruciating pain in her abdomen, Feng Huang gritted her teeth and raised her delicate fist to strike at Ji Xiao, the sheer power of her blow causing the air to tremble. However, in the next moment, a hand pierced through the void, grasping her slender, snow-white neck. Ugh! Feng Huang let out a muffled groan, the sensation of suffocation flushing her cheeks a vibrant red. Clang! Ji Xiao then pulled her close, their faces mere inches apart, each able to feel the warmth of the other's breath. Gazing upon her breathtaking beauty, Ji Xiao's tone remained eerily calm. Feng Huang, I truly wish to end your life here and now. But, do you understand? Killing you would be such a pity. Upon hearing this, Feng Huang stared blankly at Ji Xiao, her enchanting eyes widening as her lips formed a faint smile, soon replaced by a low, mocking tone. Ji Xiao, do you feel it's a pity? Or are you simply afraid? He chuckled softly, shaking his head, yet an icy glare suddenly flashed in his eyes. Raising his hand, he delivered a merciless slap across Feng Huang's exquisite face. Slap. The sharp sound resonated through the air. Feng Huang was momentarily stunned by the blow. A trace of crimson blood oozed from the corner of her mouth, leaving a clear imprint of his hand on her stunning visage. This scene left all present utterly speechless. Feng Huang's brother, Xianzong, trembled with fury. Yingling wished to intervene, yet as he gazed at Ji Xiao's back, he felt as though his feet were firmly cemented to the ground, paralyzed by fear, too terrified to make a single move. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, lying beneath the stone pillar, had a face flushed with rage, his hands clenched tightly into fists. Perhaps due to the intensity of his grip, his nails pierced into his palms, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. His white moonlight, that exalted and breathtaking phoenix princess, was mercilessly toyed with by Ji Xiao as if she were merely a plaything. As for Feng Huang herself, she had considered that Ji Xiao might kill her outright, but she never anticipated that he would strike her with such force. Ji Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Humiliation. Feng Huang gazed at Ji Xiao with sorrow, her surrounding phoenix flames dissipating significantly, yet her beautiful eyes remained defiant. Humiliation? Ji Xiao shook his head and replied nonchalantly, not quite. At most, it is merely a small lesson to make you aware of your current position. However, in my opinion, you should now be enlightened and prepared. Prepared for what? Feng Huang had yet to grasp the meaning behind Ji Xiao's words when he reached out and grasped her radiant phoenix wings, shimmering with vibrant fire. The wings felt warm and soft to the touch, and she could distinctly sense the immense power coursing through her. Ji Xiao, you. Feng Huang's expression changed dramatically as she seemed to realize something, but she could not finish her sentence. Ji Xiao smiled coldly, then yanked forcefully, producing a sharp crack. Ah! Feng Huang cried out in excruciating pain, her delicate form trembling violently like a flower in a torrential downpour. A searing agony radiated from her back throughout her limbs, a torment so profound it nearly rendered her unconscious. Her exquisite face turned pale as death, and the once defiant gaze in her eyes dulled, filled with despair. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind. Pain. The pain was overwhelming. Devour the Celestial Demon Technique. Activate. Ji Xiao activated the Devour the Celestial Demon Technique. In an instant, half of Feng Huang's wings transformed into beams of divine light, merging into his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Devour the Celestial Demon Technique, successfully absorbing the Celestial Phoenix wings, and advancing to the 5th level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the Celestial Phoenix wings, gaining 20,000 Celestial Essence. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The progress of the Purifying Demon Flame Devourment has reached 20. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the pinnacle of the Monarch Stage 5th Realm. As a series of system notifications echoed in his ears, Ji Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Releasing Feng Huang, she collapsed weakly to the ground, gasping for air with her mouth slightly ajar. In that moment, her body was utterly frail, and the once proud beauty in her eyes was now filled with a heartbreaking sense of fragility. Demon! Xianzong looked at Feng Huang, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, A tidal wave of fury surged within him, and his gaze toward Ji Xiao was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, he yearned to confront Ji Xiao, who seemed to have sensed Xianzang's gaze. Ji Xiao turned slightly, casting a brief glance at Xianzang. Quite intriguing. A promising candidate indeed. In the narrative, Xianzang is the foremost figure of the Buddhist sect, yet ultimately transforms into the fearsome, bloodthirsty demon monk under the command of Nan Lingwei. The reason for this transformation lies in the annihilation of his sect, the Grand Thunder Sound Temple, by a long-lived family from the heavens. Strangely, the righteous forces, who prattle on about principles, fell silent collectively. Thus, in his quest for vengeance, he forsook Buddhism and embraced demonic powers. Ji Xiao's initial plan was to eliminate Xianzang after locating the phoenix. However, it now appeared that an alternative path presented itself. Having advanced the devouring immortal demon technique to its 5th level, he now possessed the power to corrupt others. Xianzang was the perfect candidate. Ji Xiao's gaze scrutinized Xianzang, growing increasingly satisfied. The initial levels of the devouring immortal demon technique focused on refining the body, cultivating the meridians, and nurturing the demonic soul. The 5th level marked a qualitative transformation, granting him genuine demonic power. Ji Xiao, the little monk vowed, "I shall not rest until your demise." Xianzang gritted his teeth, furious with Ji Xiao. He had already resigned himself to dying alongside his sister and Zhou Ling, little monk. "Do not speak too soon." Ji Xiao responded to Xianzang with a mysterious smile. As his words fell, a hand descended upon Xianzang's shoulder. Xianzang's expression shifted, and upon turning, he met the unyielding coldness in Wei Lao's eyes. At that moment, the true essence within him began to freeze inch by inch. A familiar scene unfolded. Snow Maiden shivered at the sight of the immobilized Xianzang, reminiscent of when she herself had been frozen by Wei Lao for an entire night outside the Weiyang Palace. "Huh," Ji Xiao chuckled, casting a glance at Xianzang before lowering his gaze to the weakened phoenix beneath him. "Ji Xiao, you would do well to kill me today. Otherwise, in the future, I shall not spare you." The phoenix mustered all her strength to grasp Ji Xiao's ankle with her delicate hand, her lips parting intermittently. "Phoenix, this young master has declared to kill you would be a lamentable waste. However, do you not sense an oddly harmonious understanding between us? Henceforth, you shall not spare me, nor shall I let you off the hook. Therefore, in the future, I kindly ask for your highness's guidance." Ji Xiao smiled warmly at the phoenix, a stark contrast to his earlier cold demeanor. The phoenix harbored the potential of 200,000 strands of heavenly essence. To slay her now would be nothing short of wasteful. Thus, until he had extracted her final vestige of value, the phoenix must not perish. "Scoundrel! Demon! I will kill you! I will kill you!" Yi Xian gritted his teeth, his blood-red eyes fixed upon Ji Xiao, who stood before Feng Huang, letting out a low growl akin to a wild beast. Yet, rationality whispered to him that with his own strength, he could do nothing to Ji Xiao. In such a dire circumstance, he found himself with but one path to tread. "Master, please help me." He extended his hand, clutching tightly to the necklace at his neck, casting aside his dignity to plead incessantly. For 10 arduous years of cultivation, he had never once asked Ning Xian for assistance. It was evident that Yi Xian was now engulfed in unbearable pain and despair. Moments later, a voice, gentle to the very core, resonated in his ears. "Alas, very well. Today, I shall lend you my power. But, let this be the last time." As the words fell, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, a force surpassing the realm of kings. Boom. An aura capable of overshadowing the heavens instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at Yi Xian, who slowly rose from beneath the stone pillar, exclaiming in disbelief, "Saint Realm! This is the power of the Saint Realm." As he felt the suffocating pressure from the heavens and earth, Ji Xiao turned, his expression calm as he beheld Yi Xian, whose eyes blazed crimson, panting heavily and radiating the oppressive aura of the Saint Realm. It was as if he had anticipated this moment all along. At that instant, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, and he teasingly murmured, "Yi Xian, you have finally summoned your master's power. It seems, things are becoming quite interesting." Chapter 72. With a snap of his fingers, the infernal flames erupt, brutalizing Yi Xian. Saint Realm. How could this fellow suddenly ascend to the Saint Realm? The second prince of the Great Qin, Ling stared in horror at Yi Xian, who had transcended the peak of the June stage and involuntarily stumbled back 3 steps. The moment he recalled the derisive remarks he had just made towards Yi Xian, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap his own face. A Saint Realm powerhouse is not someone he could mock. Saint Realm. This fellow is actually a Saint Stage powerhouse. A Saint Stage powerhouse at such a tender age? Miss Shui, sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Yi Xian, turned pale as a ghost. Having followed her young mistress, Chu Li, for many years, she considered herself experienced in the presence of Saint Stage powerhouses. Yet, a saint at Yi Xian's age? She had truly never heard of such a thing. This fellow is unusual. Elder Wei, quickly take the master away. Now that Yi Xian has reached the Saint Realm, the master is in grave danger. Shun Jian urgently implored Elder Wei beside him. Silence. His Highness the young master has his own plans. Elder Wei coldly reprimanded. Taking a deep breath, based on his understanding of Ji Xiu, he believed that Ji Xiu would have meticulously crafted a plan and escape route for any situation. Although he did not understand why Yi Xian had suddenly acquired the powers of the Saint Stage, he was sure Ji Xiu had long been prepared for this eventuality. Moreover, he seemed to be eagerly anticipating it. Faced with the Saint Realm, how can this fellow remain so composed? What is he truly plotting? Mu Xian stared blankly at Ji Xiu, sharing the same realization as Elder Wei. Looking at Ji Xiu, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Xian. Name: Yi Xian. Age: 24. Cultivation: First stage of the Saint Realm. Combat power assessment: Pinnacle of the first stage of the Saint Realm. Source of combat power: 9 Heavens Upper Realm. Changxing Clan, Ning Family, Ning Xian. Destiny Essence Potential: 250,000 Destiny Points. System Notification: The host can currently excavate 100,000 Destiny Points. Alas. Truly worthy of a protagonist from a novel. He possesses a potential of 250,000 Destiny Essence. What a pity. But 100,000 is still commendable. With that thought, Ji Xiu closed his all-seeing eye, shaking his head in resignation as he gazed at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with regret. Now, should he kill Yi Xian, 100,000 Destiny Essence would be immediately within reach, which would be quite beneficial for him. At this moment, Yi Xian, not even casting a glance at Ji Xiu, lowered his head and gently addressed the feeble Feng Huang lying on the ground. Your Highness the Long Princess. Do not be afraid. Wait for me. I will take you away from here. Having spoken, he raised his head to look at Ji Xiu, his expression exceedingly indifferent. His voice deep and resonant like that of an injured beast. Ji Xiu, come and embrace your demise. Haha. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu chuckled and shook his head. Speaking to himself, in this world, there exists a saying that is universally acknowledged by the cultivators of the 9 Heavens continent. Beneath the holy rank, all are but ants. Yet, I, this young master, believe that this statement is utterly nonsensical. As his words fell, the expressions of the crowd momentarily froze. Was Ji Xiu truly contemplating challenging the holy rank with his mere monarch rank? Such a notion was overly simplistic. The holy rank is not so easily confronted. The profound disparity between the holy rank experts and monarch rank cultivators is akin to that of 2 different worlds. Shun Jianxin bit her silver teeth, casting a worried glance at Ji Xiu. Humph, this fiend dares to challenge the holy rank. Who does he think he is? Mu Lianxin let out a soft huff. If only young master Yi could triumph over this demon. If that were to happen, we would all be saved. Xianzong clenched his fists tightly, incessantly fiddling with the beads in his hand, silently praying for Yi Xian. Xianzong, do you not wish to reconsider your own words? Yi Xian possesses the power of the holy rank now. Ji Xiu is doomed. Mu Lianxin shot a glare at Xianzong, unable to comprehend his lack of confidence. After all, her deeply ingrained belief told her that Ji Xiu, in the presence of Yi Xian, was but a laughable ant. Upon hearing this, Xianzong glanced at Mu Lianxin but chose not to elaborate. If what Mu Lianxin asserted were indeed true, it would be splendid. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that matters were not so straightforward. At this moment, he gazed at Ji Xiu's retreating figure, his throat involuntarily constricting. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though he was staring into an abyss when he looked at Ji Xiu. The scene shifted. Yi Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Ji Xiu with an expression of indifference. He did not utter another word, but stepped forward. Boom. The terrifying power of the holy rank surged forth, causing the space to tremble violently, while the heavens above crackled with thunder, an overwhelming pressure permeating the entire courtyard. Kill. Yi Xian uttered this single word with a detached tone, his eyes radiating with divine light, piercing through the darkness and suddenly locking onto Ji Xiao. In that moment, he unleashed a punch, the immense force of the holy rank erupting like a tidal wave breaching a dam, akin to the explosion of a starry river. Holy rank is indeed holy rank. This power undeniably signifies a qualitative transformation. After Ji Xiao proclaimed, the chaotic celestial radiance in his eyes blazed to its zenith. He lunged forward a step, delivering a punch of his own. Boom. The two fists collided, unleashing a terrifying tempest of true essence that rolled back the heavens. The ground beneath Ji Xiao and Yi Xian cracked open, resembling a web of fissures. The sheer force left the onlookers aghast, forcing them to retreat 100 paces. In the wake of such power, even monarch rank experts would suffer severe injuries. As they steadied themselves, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded before their astonished eyes. Stomp! 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 A figure staggered backward 17 steps from the tempest of true essence. To everyone's astonishment, it was not Ji Xiao, but rather Yi Xian. How could this be possible? Mulan was left in a state of disbelief. In her rigid mindset, a sage-level powerhouse could effortlessly annihilate a monarch-level cultivator, and the latter would possess no means of resistance whatsoever. Yet, the scene before her shattered this perception entirely. This individual, his combat prowess was indeed comparable to that of a sage. Xianzong gaped, his mouth agape as if it could encompass an egg. Ji Xiao. This man was defying the heavens. Yingling gasped for breath, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Truly worthy of the title of young master. Old Wei sighed in relief, knowing Ji Xiao must possess unshakable confidence to engage in battle with a sage. At that moment, Mu Xianyin and Shun Jian also quietly exhaled, relieved. How could this be possible? Yi Xian furrowed his brow tightly. Sensing a tremor in his right fist from the previous clash with Ji Xiao, he had even felt himself at a disadvantage. Upon activating the divine prohibition, my combat strength indeed rivals that of a sage. If that is the case, I shall hold nothing back from here on. Ji Xiao murmured to himself. Then with a swift movement, he charged forward, mercilessly raising his fist to strike. Kill! Yi Xian roared, transforming into a celestial demon as he collided with Ji Xiao in the realm of divine pathways. Boom! 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 Ji Xiao and Yi Xian exchanged blows. Fists against fists, elbows against elbows, engaging in an unparalleled close-quarters combat duel. Their agility was nothing short of miraculous. Fragments of starlight scattered like meteors, while shadows of stars danced chaotically. The Chongqing clan, with their swift 9 steps, moved like phantoms without a trace. In a fleeting moment, the divine realm was filled with illusions, leaving spectators in a daze. Boom! 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 The thunderous sounds of their sage-level powers clashing echoed throughout the void. Ji Xiao and Yi Xian collided like two celestial bodies, this extraordinary battle captivating all onlookers. In that instant, everyone comprehended the truth. Ji Xiao was not only capable of contending with a sage, but he was also overpowering Yi Xian, who possessed sage-level strength, forcing him to retreat step by step. A sage? Merely this. Ji Xiao sneered. Master, how could this be? Yi Xian staggered back several steps, steadying himself while feeling a surge of vitality within. Xianer, steady yourself. Ning Xian's gentle voice resonated. Subsequently, Yi Xian sensed the sage level power within him escalating once more. Sage level 2. Sage level 3. Sage level 4. Sage level 5. In mere moments, Yi Xian's aura surged from Sage level 1 to Sage level 5. Thank you, Master. Yi Xian vowed never to disappoint you. Having spoken, Yi Xian unsheathed his divine oracle heavenly blade, shattering the void beneath his feet. Empowered by an ascendant sanctity and absolute confidence, he charged once more at Ji Xiao. Truly, there was no regard for dignity. If that is the case, let us bring this to an end. Ji Xiao sneered, a flicker of eerie black flames igniting in the depths of his eyes. In that instant, the temperature of the void surged unnoticed, as an aura of utter destruction silently emanated from Ji Xiao's being. Ji Xiao, surrender your life, Yi Xian proclaimed, standing aloft in the void. His gaze fixed on Ji Xiao, and he slashed downward with the heavenly blade. Burn! Ji Xiao uttered expressionlessly, extending his left hand, his middle finger and thumb interlaced. Snapping his fingers. Boom! A surge of bizarre crimson demonic flames, tinted with black energy, erupted violently from Ji Xiao's form. Be careful, Xianer. Ning Xian's voice resonated in Yi Xian's ears. Yet it was too late. The terrifying flames, imbued with destructive force, hurled Yi Xian 100 feet away. Every part of his body erupting in gruesome blood blooms, his form convulsing under the onslaught of the inferno. But this was not the end. Ji Xiao, stepping upon the celestial spirit fragment, appeared before Yi Xian in an instant. Without a word, he raised his right hand, cloaked in demonic flames, and struck down upon the back of the divine oracle heavenly blade. Clang! A piercing shriek of the blade echoed. Then, an astonishing sight unfolded. The black blade, seemingly capable of cleaving through all, shattered into a myriad of fragments. The divine oracle heavenly blade had been shattered by Ji Xiao's mere palm. Immediately, Ji Xiao brought his foot down with force upon Yi Xian's chest. Puffed! Yi Xian spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his chest caving in, his body plummeting to the ground like a fallen star, raising clouds of dust all around. Chapter 73, Severed Arm. Ji Xiao is actually the fated one of Ning Xian? This flame is the pure world demonic flame. The phoenix lying on the ground turned pale, her voice trembling. She had never anticipated that Ji Xiao possessed the third-ranked pure world demonic flame. How could this be? This individual's combat prowess not only rivals that of the sacred realm. He actually wields the pure world demonic flame. Mulan's delicate body trembled, her beautiful eyes wide with shock, her mind swirling in confusion. The pure world demonic flame. Was it not in the hands of the supreme heavenly saint? Nenlingwe? Xianzong was equally astonished, sweat soaking through his back. Hee. Mu Xianin coldly chuckled, shaking her head. If the world believes that the pure world demonic flame lies with her master, then they are gravely mistaken. After all, even her master was outmaneuvered by Ji Xiao a decade ago. The true master of the pure world demonic flame is not her master, Nenlingwe, but Ji Xiao. The pure world demonic flame. You actually possess the pure world demonic flame. Yi Xian swayed, slowly rising, his voice trembling with disbelief. At this moment, he was covered in blood, his chest charred black. He could sense the force of the pure world demonic flame rampaging within him, and his own strength was gradually dissipating. Yet, despite this, he clenched his fists, still yearning to battle Ji Xiao. Go, Xianer, quickly flee. Ning Xian's anxious voice echoed in Yi Xian's ears. Just moments ago, she had to withdraw part of her power to suppress the demonic poison within Yi Xian. However, in truth, she could not maintain this for long. Master. Disciple is unwilling. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with sorrow, his hand still clutching the broken divine oracle heavenly blade slightly quivering. Just now, his Dao heart had nearly shattered along with the divine oracle heavenly blade at Ji Xiao's blow. If he were to leave like this, an indelible shadow would surely remain in his heart. Xianer, listen to your master. Quickly flee. As long as the green mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Only by living is there hope. If you insist on battling him once more, it will only lead to a dead end. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xian's mind instantly cleared, and he firmly nodded with gritted teeth. He then glanced at the phoenix lying on the ground, his eyes filled with reluctance and guilt. Yet he knew he could no longer hesitate, and with a determined bite of his teeth, he resolved to escape from Zhou Ling. At that moment, a tall figure blocked his path. Want to leave? Where to? Ji Xiao sneered, stepping forward to stand before Yi Xian, launching a punch. Huh! Yi Xian roared in fury, once again unleashing his sacred realm power to confront Ji Xiao. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. Yi Xian's hand was utterly shattered by a single punch from Ji Xiao. He was sent flying once more, rolling helplessly for over 10 circles before finally coming to a halt on the divine path. Even after harnessing the full might of Ning Xian, he had proven no match for Ji Xiao. How could he possibly contend with Ji Xiao now? Dragging his severely injured body? It seems this is where it ends. Ji Xiao shook his head, prepared to crush Yi Xian's skull with a single step forward. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance erupted from the necklace around Yi Xian's neck. In that blinding light, A slender jade hand emerged, striking towards Ji Xiao. Has she finally decided to intervene personally? Ji Xiao sneered coldly, countering with a palm strike of his own. Boom! A tempest of true essence erupted. 100 feet wide. Fiery magic scattered. The void twisted inch by inch. Invisible ripples surged outward in all directions. This was a clash of true holy level power, a force that surpassed Yi Xian's earlier display by tenfold at the very least. Yet, it was understandable. While Yi Xian had invoked Ning Xian's holy power, he could not wield it to perfection. Ji Xiao took a half step back, his gaze filled with surprise as he regarded the mysterious woman before him, shaking his slightly numb arm. She was clad in a simple white gown, her beauty beyond description, with silver hair flowing gracefully in the wind. The Nine Heavens, the Eternal Life Clan, Ning Xian. Ji Xiao squinted slightly, muttering under his breath. He had anticipated that Ning Xian would personally intervene at the last moment. Young Master Ji, show mercy where mercy is due. Ning Xian spoke, her clear, cold eyes fixed upon Ji Xiao. And what if I, the young master, insist on killing Yi Xian? Ji Xiao questioned, a playful smile gracing his lips. You cannot kill him. Ning Xian replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Very well. Then let me witness your power. Ji Xiao responded calmly. As he spoke, a thought occurred to him regarding Ning Xian's character from the novels, causing his brow to raise slightly. Perhaps he could surprise Ning Xian in the moments to come. Xianer, regain your composure. My master will take you away shortly. Ning Xian urged Yi Xian, who was bloodied and on the brink of collapse. Master, please be careful. Your disciple can still endure. Yi Xian managed to say weakly, his voice barely audible. Do not worry. Ning Xian nodded, then drew forth a sword from the void, intricately carved with celestial patterns, positioning it before her chest. This was the divine sword Fei Huang, forged from crimson blood phoenix gold by the Ning family of the Eternal Life Clan. Upon seeing the sword, Ji Xiao's smile deepened. One could not deny that this Fei Huang appeared as if it had been crafted from the very essence of the Deluo sword embryo. Since you, esteemed elder, wish to engage in battle, then let us fight. Ji Xiao shook his head with a look of helplessness. Then, a flash of light enveloped his hand, and an ancient sword embryo materialized before him. This sword embryo, dim and unadorned, lacked any ostentation, yet it bore an extraordinarily mystical scene of celestial beings soaring. When Ning Xian beheld the sword in Ji Xiao's grasp, her expression suddenly froze, and her heart nearly ceased to beat. The blade she held across her chest instinctively began to lower. This seemed to be the very sword foretold in the family prophecy. Ning Xian's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes fixated on the Deluo sword embryo in Ji Xiao's hand, her pupils trembling violently, as an indescribable emotion surged within her heart. Eons ago, the Ning family had fallen into decline, their bloodline withering, on the brink of vanishing from the ranks of the supreme immortal families of the Nine Heavens. The ancestor of the Ning family had sacrificed his life to glimpse the future. He beheld a man and a sword. That sword, imbued with the power to disrupt the ages, held an unparalleled might. And the man, wielding this sword, would rescue the Ning family from peril and restore their position as the foremost immortal family in the realm. Thus, after the demise of the Ning family's ancestor, the man prophesied by him became known among the Ning descendants as the Holy Master. Consequently, that sword naturally became revered as the holy sword of the Ning family's prophecy. It was for this reason that the heirs of the Ning family ceaselessly sought the man and the sword foretold by their ancestor. Yet, after tens of thousands of years, they had found not a single trace of either. Once, Ning Xian had regarded the search for that man and that sword as a crucial mission borne by her as the eldest princess of the Ning family. However, after many years and countless places, her efforts yielded nothing. She had nearly given up, even doubting the veracity of her ancestor's prophecy. Until now, she had unexpectedly seen the very sword embryo she had etched in her mind since childhood in Ji Xiao's hand. How could she not be entranced at this moment? And how could she not be astonished? Ji Xiao, who are you truly? To encounter you here, could this be my destiny? So, you are the one who can save the Ning family from calamity, are you not? But, why must it be you? Ning Xian bit her rosy lips tightly, murmuring softly as she gazed at Ji Xiao, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity. Ji Xiao let out a cold laugh. and he indeed saw the complexity in Ning Xian's expression as anticipated. In the tale, the ancestor of the Ning family had indeed sacrificed his life to glimpse a man and a sword. That man ventured alone into the realm's depths, stepping into the darkness, battling against the heavens, shining with immense brilliance. However, even the ancestor of the Ning family could not discern whether he had seen the future, the past, or perhaps an ineffable corner of some time and space. The prophecy he left for the Ning family was merely a fabrication born from his own imagination after witnessing that shocking event, or perhaps a glimmer of hope he wished to bestow upon them. He yearned for a powerful figure to emerge in the future, someone who could rescue the Ning family from their dire straits. He also aspired for the descendants of the Ning family to be inspired by his prophecy. Of course, while this was an egregious lie, it ultimately served Ji Xiu's interests. Furthermore, Ji Xiu was determined to exploit this deception to his advantage. With a deep breath, Ning Xian raised her delicate hand and gently tapped the void, making a resolute decision. Suddenly, beneath Yi Xian's feet, an extraordinary teleportation array materialized, emanating an overwhelming imperial aura. "Master, hurry, let us leave together," Yi Xian cried with all his might. "Xianer, this is where I must part ways with you. The path ahead is yours to tread alone. I shall remain here." Ning Xian softly spoke to Yi Xian. "No," Yi Xian shouted in despair. He believed that Ning Xian was sacrificing herself for his sake, and tears filled his eyes. An imperial-grade formation, the primordial teleportation array. Ji Xiu narrowed his eyes. It was no wonder Ning Xian had confidently declared that she could not kill Yi Xian. She had prepared the primordial teleportation array long ago. Nonetheless, even so, he was resolved to make an attempt. Did Yi Xian think he could leave here unscathed? Absolutely not. With that, Ji Xiu brandished the Deluo sword embryo, his gaze fixed upon Yi Xian. With a flick of his wrist, the sword embryo unleashed a dazzling beam of celestial sword light. The brilliance of the sword light illuminated the endless night above, rendering it as bright as day, and its power was overwhelming. "No," Ning Xian shouted, attempting to intervene, but the sword light was too swift, leaving her no time to react. With a sickening thud, an arm was flung high into the air, and crimson blood splattered through the atmosphere. Clang! As Yi Xian's right arm fell to the ground, blood pooled around him. At that moment, Ning Xian's expression froze. Her disciple Yi Xian had lost his right arm, severed by Ji Xiu's sword. Ding! Congratulations on severing the destined protagonist Yi Xian's right arm, earning 50,000 destiny essence. The system's notification echoed in his ears. What a pity. Ji Xiu shook his head. Although he felt regret for not being able to take Yi Xian's life today, he was not disheartened. He had another plan for Yi Xian. Yes, a scheme that would render him worse than dead. With that thought, Ji Xiu's gaze turned to Ning Xian, and a chilling, sinister smile crept across his lips. Chapter 74, Calamity Invokes Jiangdong. Ji Xiu's Evil Scheme. Senior, do you not intend to depart from Zhouling with your disciple? Ji Xiu silently sheathed the Dao sword, offering a warm smile to Ning Xian, radiant and beautiful. At that moment, he appeared utterly transformed from the ruthless figure who had severed Yi Xian's right arm moments before. Ji Xiu, you are exceedingly cruel. Ning Xian bit her silver teeth, her enchanting eyes glaring fiercely at Ji Xiu. While she had indeed saved Yi Xian's life, he was now left without his right arm, gravely injured, and afflicted by demonic poison. She could hardly fathom how Yi Xian would endure the days ahead. Hee. Ji Xiu cast a teasing glance at Ning Xian, his tone laced with amusement. So, are you planning to seek vengeance for your disciple? Perhaps you should try your hand at severing this young master's arm yourself. You. Ning Xian was momentarily speechless, her chest heaving with agitation, clearly infuriated. If Ji Xiu were truly the man foretold by her family's prophecy, she would be powerless to intervene, even if he were to take Yi Xian's life. Should she dare to lay a finger on a hair of Ji Xiu's, her family and her parents would undoubtedly be the first to condemn her. It appears you have no intention of harming this young master, Ji Xiu continued. Then may I inquire why you have yet to leave? Are you perhaps intrigued by the dual severance blade technique? Do you wish to engage me in a contest? You are overthinking, Ning Xian replied, her expression devoid of emotion. As the eldest daughter of the Ning family from the upper realm, even in its decline, her lineage was not to be trifled with, and an imperial-level technique could hardly sway her. Then what piques your interest? Ji Xiu pressed, an inquisitive look in his eyes. Is it the snowflakes drifting in the Zhou garden? Or perhaps the breathtaking scenery before us? Or could it be me? You? Ning Xian was taken aback, momentarily flustered as she averted her gaze from Ji Xiu's penetrating stare. Feng Wang. I remain here solely for Feng Wang. She is the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire and Yi Xian's fiancée. I absolutely will not allow you to harm her. Hee, I see. Ji Xiu chuckled lightly, then stepped forward, bending down to lift Feng Huang into his arms, the fragrance of jasmine enveloping him, uplifting his spirits. Let me go? Feng Huang weakly protested, attempting to struggle, yet the overwhelming fatigue rendered her incapable of even moving a finger, leaving her at Ji Xiu's mercy. Silence. Ji Xiu coldly admonished Feng Huang, before carrying her to Mu Xianin and placing her gently into her hands. Princess, now, the princess is indeed the betrothed of this young lord. You must take good care of her. Well, of course, if she gathers the strength to flee, do not hesitate. Simply break her legs. Ji Xiu smiled faintly at Mu Xianin. You rascal. Mu Xianin looked at Ji Xiu with amusement, realizing that the grown-up Ji Xiu increasingly aligned with her tastes. Demon. Feng Huang bit her delicate lip and shot a fierce glare at Ji Xiu. Huh. Ji Xiu chuckled lightly at her words, unperturbed. As he removed the ring from Feng Huang's finger, retrieving a marriage contract from within. This contract was the one Feng Huang had once been engaged to Yi Xian with. Clang. Demonic flames ignited at his fingertips, and in an instant, the marriage contract was reduced to ashes, swirling into the sky. Ji Xiu, you. Feng Huang gazed at the drifting ashes, her mouth slightly agape, her beautiful eyes wide with shock, momentarily at a loss for words. What? Does Her Highness the Princess wish to say something? This contract was initially prepared for returning to Yi Xian, was it not? Ji Xiu spoke calmly, observing Feng Huang. No. In response, Feng Huang bit her lip and shook her head, falling silent. As Ji Xiu had stated, she had indeed planned to return the contract once Yi Xian matured. The reason she had not called off the engagement was merely out of compassion for a fallen youth. Now that Ji Xiu had burned the contract, so be it. However, a thought surged within her. Could it be that this fellow truly desires to claim her for himself? How about that? Now Feng Huang is no longer your disciple's fiancée. Does the senior still have a reason? Ji Xiu casually remarked to Ning Xian. In that case, I shall still ensure her safety. Ning Xian replied, her expression remaining impassive. Suit yourself. If you do not wish to leave, then do not. This young lord has no objections. Ji Xiu waved his hand, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, before his tone shifted abruptly, saying, however, what I intend to do to your disciple next, you might have objections to. What do you mean? Ning Xian felt a surge of foreboding at his words. Hee. Ji Xiu turned to Shun Jian Xian with a mysterious smile, saying, Jian Xian, there is something I need you to do next. Master, please give your orders. Shun Jian Xian slightly bowed, her exquisite face filled with devotion. As Ji Xiu organized his thoughts, he declared, next. This prince commands you to leave the Zhou garden and return to the Red Robe sect, and to announce to the world all that you have witnessed in the Shenmu forest and Zhou garden. Shun Jianxin furrowed her brow slightly, struggling to comprehend Ji Xiu's intentions. If the events of the Shenmu forest and Zhou garden were to be made public, the consequences would be dire. Just as her mind was racing, Ji Xiu's smile grew ever more pronounced. I want you to tell the world. 3 days ago, the deputy lord of the Tiankai army, Li Wangsheng, and the young master of the Wan Poison Valley, Zhao Wuji, both perished at the hands of Yi Xian of the Shangwang Empire. The holy son of the sacred sect, Mo Lingfeng, was also severely injured by him. And you, Shin Jianxin, barely escaped with your life. As his words fell, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Ji Xiu was about to incite turmoil in Jiangdong. With the demise of Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji, their sects must have already been informed and were likely in an uproar. Ji Xiu's maneuver effectively redirected the enmity of two premier sects squarely onto Yi Xian, while he himself would remain untouched by any repercussions. Master, what about the dual section blade technique? Was it also Yi Xian's doing? Shun Jianxin narrowed her eyes and inquired softly. She contemplated that if the blame for the dual section blade technique were also placed upon Ji Xiu, the situation would undoubtedly become even more chaotic. There's no need. After all, we must leave some suspense for the cultivators of the Nine Heavens continent. Besides, They are intelligent enough to deduce it themselves. Speaking too much would only make it seem contrived. Jishio shook his head. Jishio, you are nothing short of a demon. Mulan glared furiously at Jishio. This scoundrel not only severed Yi Xian's right hand, but also framed him for all the blood debts incurred. Furthermore, he left a lingering mystery regarding the dual-section blade technique, ensuring that the cultivators across the continent would not overlook him. This method was utterly wicked, despicable, truly despicable. Xianzong clenched his fists, his indignation boiling over to the extent that even he, the foremost disciple of the Buddhist sect, could not refrain from uttering a curse. Jishio, how dare you? Ning Xian scolded coldly, her delicate form trembling with rage. What can I do? If you can assist Yi Xian, why can't I help myself? Jishio turned to Ning Xian, casting her a gaze of chilling contempt. Since Yi Xian dared to challenge him using Ning Xian's power, what was stopping him from executing his own plans? Ning Xian found herself at a loss for words as she gazed at Jishio's frosty demeanor. Strangely, at that moment, she felt an inexplicable reluctance to meet his gaze. Indeed, her disciple Yi Xian and Jishio were adversaries, so what methods were truly beyond reproach? Your Highness, the Prince, your plan is commendable. However, there lies a significant issue. Elder Wei suddenly interjected. Speak. Jishio withdrew his gaze. Shinjinshin may cooperate with you. Yet, as for the remaining individuals, I fear they will not. Elder Wei's eyes swept over Mu Langxin, Xianzong, the second prince of Deqin, Yingling, and the unconscious Mo Lingfeng. Unless you eliminate them all, Mu Xianin interjected with a smile. Heh. Upon hearing this, Jishio couldn't help but shake his head and let out a cold chuckle, saying no. If too many perish, then this story of mine would lose its credibility. He was acutely aware of this and found it quite resolvable without resorting to murder. Moreover, he had long prepared for this contingency. With this thought, Jishio's gaze scanned the few prodigies present. Little monk, you will assist me, won't you? Jishio looked at Xianzong, his eyes brimming with mirth. Jishio, young master, monastics do not engage in deceit. Apologies. This monk shall not aid you. Xianzong shook his head. Is that so? The corner of Jishio's mouth curled in a playful manner as he thoughtfully tucked a strand of golden hair behind Feng Huang's ear. He then casually inquired, So, you do not wish to see your sister return home, do you? His tone was neither heavy nor light, yet it resonated in Xianzang's ears like a thunderclap. You. Xianzong gazed at Jishio, his face pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. You assist me, and I shall assist you. Quite fair, is it not? As Jishio spoke, he reached out to pat Xianzang's smooth head. Hearing this, Xianzong felt a wave of dizziness, as Jishio's voice echoed in his ears like a demonic whisper. Xianzong understood Jishio's methods, and was acutely aware that Jishio cared not for others' backgrounds or statuses. Anyone who obstructed his path would be ruthlessly annihilated, just like Li Wangxing and Zhao Wuji. He also understood that if he failed to comply with Jishio's wishes, his sister Feng Huang would surely perish. At that moment, Xianzong glanced at Feng Huang, frail and resting against Mu Xianin, and ultimately nodded to Jishio, gritting his teeth as he softly declared, Young Master Jishio, do not harm my sister. This monk promises you. I shall not obstruct your plans. That suffices. Jishio nodded. It was too difficult to compel a monk to lie for him. However, as long as Xianzong did not deny, clarify, or respond to the rumors, that would be adequate. Jishio, I shall not assist you. Absolutely not. Mu Langxin bit her silver teeth, resolutely stating. Heh. Jishio cast a glance at Mu Langxin. He had no intention of engaging with this foolish woman. After all, why waste words on a woman who has inscribed the curse of the soul upon herself? To claim one does not possess such abilities now is futile. When the critical moment arrives, they will undoubtedly manifest. With this thought, Jishio cast a glance at Mo Lingfeng. This son of the holy sect was equally ensnared by fate. In the depths of the divine wood forest, during the darkest hour, while he inscribed the curse of the soul upon Mu Langxin, he had also stealthily marked Mo Lingfeng in the same manner. Yet, none present were aware of this hidden truth. And what of you, the second prince of the great Qin, Yingling? Jishio inquired with a smile directed at Yingling. Upon hearing this, Yingling felt a lump in his throat. The man before him was 100 times more terrifying than anyone he had ever encountered. Jishio, the heir. Whatever you say shall be deemed as truth. Yingling slightly bowed, his smile rigid, too fearful to meet Jixio's gaze. At this moment, the second prince of the mighty Great Qin Empire found himself utterly humbled before Jixio. Chapter 75. The terrifying Jixio. The plan commences. Mu Bing emerges. Jixio gazed upon Yingling, whose demeanor was utterly subservient, and a grin gradually spread across his face. Name: Yingling. Age: 25. Cultivation: second realm of sovereign rank. Identity: second prince of the Qin Empire. Destined potential: 5,000. Casting a glance over Yingling with his all-seeing eye, Jixio dispassionately withdrew his gaze. This second prince of Qin appeared somewhat impoverished. Yet, indeed, he was a loyal hound. Jixio mused inwardly. Intelligence from the Military Intelligence 6 Bureau indicated that Yingling was a man willing to employ any means necessary to ascend to the throne as the crown prince of Qin. His previous efforts to ingratiate himself with Feng Huang were solely aimed at leveraging the power of the Divine Phoenix Empire to secure the position of crown prince. Thus, a mere token of favor from Jixio, coupled with a grand vision, could unlock the treasures of the Qin Empire through Yingling, allowing him to seize countless resources. Your Highness the young master, rest assured, if you spare my life, once I return to Qin, I shall personally lead the hunt for Yi Xian. Your plan shall be executed with me at the forefront. Yingling finally mustered the courage to declare earnestly to Jixio. Indeed, if you can truly accomplish this, perhaps, I would not be averse to assisting you in claiming the title of Crown Prince of Qin. Jixio replied nonchalantly. Really? Yingling's eyes brightened significantly upon hearing this. He was acutely aware of Jixio's formidable strength, surpassing the holy rank with overwhelming prowess, an ability beyond his comprehension. Not to mention the unmatched power of the supreme heavens standing behind Jixio, along with the hidden forces lurking in the shadows. If Jixio genuinely intended to assist him, he would be wholly confident in wresting the title of crown prince from his brother. Indeed, it is genuine. Jixio smiled faintly. Observing the fervent gleam in Yingling's eyes, he recognized that the bait had been taken. Nevertheless, it was prudent to establish a safeguard in advance. Henceforth, Yingling would dutifully serve as the vanguard for the young master. Yingling bowed deeply to Jixio. Heh! Jixio scoffed coldly, then spoke. Second prince, do you truly believe this matter concludes with mere words? Yingling paused, bewildered by Jixio's implication. Nothing of consequence. Merely a small gift for His Highness the second prince. After which, you may depart from the Zhou garden, Jixio casually remarked, shaking his head. At his words, an ominous premonition surged within Yingling. Devour the immortal demon technique. Activate. Jixio's eyes glimmered with a demonic light as he raised his hands to form a seal. Clang, clang, clang. Radiant demonic light erupted from his palms. Young Master Ji, what do you mean? Yingling stared blankly at Jixio, his face instantly paling, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead to his cheeks. Do not be anxious. Relax. Jixio spoke calmly, then placed his palm directly upon Yingling's forehead. With a resounding clang, a brilliant demonic light emerged, transforming into wisps of black smoke that seeped into Yingling's body. Ah, it's so hot. Yingling cried out in agony, feeling as if the meridians and bones within him were on the verge of melting. Moments later, Jixio withdrew his hand, observing Yingling, who had collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. A faint smile crept upon Jixio's lips. What have you done to me? Yingling gazed at Jixio in sheer terror, his voice hoarse as if scorched by smoke. Just a small gift. Jixio replied softly. He had activated the devouring immortal demon technique to alter several of Yingling's meridians and had quietly implanted a demonic seed within him. A gift? Yingling's expression was one of disbelief. However, upon attempting to channel his true essence, he was suddenly aware that his meridians felt significantly expanded. He even sensed an elevation in his cultivation level. Thank you, young Master Jixio, for your generous gift. Yingling knelt before Jixio, his tone imbued with the utmost reverence. No need for thanks. Jixio responded nonchalantly. Indeed, he had conferred a slight advantage upon Yingling. Yet, the moment the demonic seed was activated, Yingling's true essence would surge through the modified meridians in reverse, leading to a state of extreme rage and a dramatic increase in combat prowess. Of course, following the reversal of his true essence, Yingling would face death as his meridians ruptured. If he wished to avoid demise, he would have no choice but to kneel before Ji Xiao, pleading for mercy. In other words, throughout the entire Nine Heavens continent, no one could save Yingling except for Ji Xiao himself. Additionally, should Ji Xiao desire, he could detonate the demonic seed at any moment, resulting in Yingling's meridians and bones being obliterated in an instant. Simply put, Yingling's life was now firmly in Ji Xiao's grasp. Let us depart, Your Highness the Second Prince. You may leave the Zhou Garden now. Upon hearing this, Yingling slowly rose, gazing into the distance, exhaling deeply, feeling as though he were in a dream. He had never anticipated that Ji Xiao would truly spare his life. Ji Xiao, what about us? Mu Lanxin stepped forward, frowning as she inquired. Go ahead. When you see your little master, remember to send my regards. Ji Xiao waved his hand dismissively, speaking indifferently. Hearing this, Mu Lanxin looked at Ji Xiao in disbelief. This demon, was he truly allowing her to leave just like that? Did he not fear that she would disrupt his plans? Ji Xiao seemed to see through Mu Bing's thoughts and remarked, hurry and leave. Before I change my mind. Demon, Mu Lanxin muttered angrily under her breath, then waved her hand and turned to leave. Ji Xiao, I will relay every word of your actions in the Zhou Garden to my little master in the Ice God Palace. Whatever. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao displayed no concern for Mu Lanxin's words. Ji Xiao, the heir, I implore you to uphold your agreement. Do not harm my sister. After Xianzong uttered this remark to Ji Xiao, he too turned away, carrying Mo Lingfeng. Watching Xianzang's retreating figure, a delightful smile curled at the corners of Ji Xiao's mouth. The demonic potential within Xianzang's body was immeasurably greater than that of Yingling. Therefore, he felt no urgency to act hastily to corrupt Xianzong. As long as he awaited the opportune moment, the demonic potential within Xianzong would gradually be unearthed by him. When the time was ripe, he would unleash the devouring immortal demon technique, granting him the ability to manipulate a rising star of the demonic path at will. Moreover, with Feng Huang still in his possession, he harbored no concerns that Xianzang's departure from Zhou Garden would thwart his plans. Once Mu Lanxin, Xianzong, Mo Lingfeng, and Yingling vanished beyond the horizon, Mu Xianyin unexpectedly approached Ji Xiao and spoke. Ji Xiao, Mu Lanxin and Mo Lingfeng have already fallen victim to your soul-stealing. Thus you are so audacious. Aren't you? Taken aback, Ji Xiao glanced at Mu Xianyin, surprised that she had discerned the truth. Do not underestimate this holy maiden as a foolish girl like Mu Lanxin. When you played the Requiem in the Divine Wood Forest, the sudden variation, it must be the second movement of your soul-capturing trilogy, the soul-stealing melody. Mu Xianyin said with a playful smile. Indeed, you are quite astute. Ji Xiao nodded. There was no need for him to conceal anything from Mu Xianyin, as they were allies in this endeavor. However, this holy maiden is indeed somewhat astonished that you would let Yingling go. Mu Xianyin inquired softly, her brows knitted in contemplation. She believed that eliminating Yingling would ensure the success of Ji Xiao's plan. Ji Xiao replied, his gaze steady upon the horizon. The plan was always thus. Yingling must survive. Upon hearing these words, Mu Xianyin's eyes sparkled with realization, and she spoke. Your original plan was to kill Yi Xian and then pin the blame on Yingling. Precisely. Ji Xiao nodded in affirmation. Just as Mu Xianyin surmised, his initial strategy was to eliminate Yi Xian and subsequently place the blame for everything in the Divine Wood Forest and Zhou Garden onto Yingling. However, fortune favored Yi Xian, as he had a commendable master, Ning Xian, who intervened to preserve his life. Therefore, he slightly modified his plan, aiming to corrupt Yingling and redirect all calamities towards Yi Xian. Thus, he would remain free from entanglements while reaping all the benefits. At this moment, he even felt that the current plan was superior, more flawless, and the future gains more enticing. After all, Yi Xian, this great pawn, was far more valuable alive than dead. When the time comes for the final harvest, the returns will undoubtedly be immense. You are truly a wicked individual. Mu Xianyin inhaled deeply, gazing at Ji Xiao with a playful expression, marveling at his meticulous thoughts. At this juncture, even she could not help but be astounded by Ji Xiao's intricate planning. It appeared that the series of events unfolding was not mere coincidence, but rather the result of Ji Xiao's careful scheming and precise calculations. From the assassination of Li Wangsheng, Zhao Wuji, the soul-snatching of Mu Langson, to the betrayal of Mo Lingfeng, the bribery of Ying Ling, and framing of Yi Xian. This intricate web of plans made her scalp tingle upon reflection. Thank you for the compliment. Ji Xiu responded to Mu Xianin with a light smile. In this world, it is indeed thus. Mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards oneself and those close to one. Only by hardening one's heart can this world reveal the kindness and respect it ought to bestow upon you. As for right and wrong, good and evil, they truly hold little significance. Let us proceed. To the Zhou tomb, Ji Xiu lifted his gaze, slowly speaking as he looked towards the massive mausoleum at the end of the divine path. He must obtain the dual sword technique of the ruthless Emperor Zhou. Moreover, he had already gathered 100,000 essence of destiny. Thus the forbidden imperial law in the system's maw seemed within reach. Just thinking of this made Ji Xiu's heart blaze with excitement. Meanwhile, after the few outstanding individuals departed from Zhou Garden, they returned to the Divine Wood Forest. Plopping down onto the ground, Xuanzong, do you truly intend to lead the calamity brought by that demon Ji Xiu onto Yi Xian? Mu Langson quietly asked, biting her silver teeth. Your Highness the Saintess, my sister is in his grasp. It is not for this monk to decide. Xuanzong shook his head, a bitter expression on his face. To him, family outweighed all else. You. Upon hearing this, Mu Langson felt a wave of suffocation. She paused for a moment, then murmured to herself, good and evil will ultimately be rewarded. In any case, I will not allow Ji Xiu's scheme to succeed. Humph. Ying Ling scoffed. Mu Langson, you are too naive. You have seen the prowess of the young master Ji Xiu. Standing alongside him would be the true path to victory. Furthermore, is not your little master and his fiancée? If that is the case, I advise you to obediently follow young master Ji Xiu's plan. Otherwise, the first to not spare you might just be your own sect, the Ice God Palace. Upon hearing this, Mu Langson was momentarily taken aback. At this moment, she too began to doubt whether, if she revealed the truth, her sect would stand by her side. At that moment, the communication stone hanging at her waist chimed. Upon hearing the familiar voice, she abruptly rose to her feet. At that instant, a wave of emotion washed over her, and it felt as though she had found her anchor once more. With gritted teeth, her voice quivered as she whispered, Little Master. She had finally emerged from her seclusion. Chapter 76. Yi Xian becomes the public enemy of the Nine Heavens. Mu Bing is bewildered. Upon hearing Mu Bing's voice through the transmission jade, Mulan's heart felt a sudden urgency, prompting her to rise without hesitation and depart from the Divine Wood Forest, swiftly heading towards her masteress sect, the Ice God Palace. Meanwhile, Xianzong sighed heavily, burdened by thoughts as he carried Mo Lingfeng away. Intending to follow Ji Xiu's instructions and return Mo Lingfeng to the holy sect before he himself returned to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Ying Ling glanced at Xianzang's retreating figure, shook his head with a cold snort, and also exited the Divine Wood Forest. Time passed swiftly. When the various prodigies returned to their sects, the once tranquil Nine Heavens continent was suddenly stirred, as if boulders had been cast into a still lake. Countless cultivators eagerly awaited statements from the top-tier sects, desperate to uncover the events that had transpired at Tianma Mountain. In the Scarlet Garment sect, when the esteemed leader Shen Rilyu beheld her beloved disciple return in a daze, swaying unsteadily, she rushed forward without a second thought and embraced Shun Jinxin. Her heart, which had been suspended in midair, finally found relief. You wretched girl, you've finally returned. Let me see, are you injured? Shen Rilyu scrutinized Shen Jinxin anxiously, fearing she might have sustained some irreparable harm. At that moment, she noticed Shen Jinxin with her gaze cast downward, her delicate form trembling, exuding an unsettling, emotional turmoil. Jinxin, what has happened to you? Shen Rilyu sensed something was amiss and softened her tone to inquire gently. Master, disciple, I thought I would never see you again. Shen Jinxin lifted her gaze to meet Shen Rilyu's, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, her voice tinged with profound fear and lingering dread. Jinxin, what exactly transpired in the Divine Wood Forest? Shen Rilyu held Shen Jinxin tightly in her embrace, whispering her concern. Upon hearing this, Shen Jinxin fell silent for a moment, seemingly gathering her thoughts, before her voice quivered with emotion. Yi Xian. It was that man named Yi Xian. He is nothing short of a demon. At this revelation, Shen Rilyu's brow furrowed sharply. She had heard of Yi Xian, The dark horse in the battle between righteous and demonic forces at Tianma Mountain, and the fiancé of Princess Feng Wang of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Could it be that he was responsible for the deaths of Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji? It was him. It was indeed him. If not for my disciple possessing a modicum of strength and, by sheer fortune, encountering young Master Ji Xiao, I fear, even my disciple would have perished at his hands. Shun Jianxin's voice trembled, her eyes reflecting a tumultuous blend of hatred and fear. Having spoken, she buried her head deeply in Shun Ruliu's embrace, her delicate frame trembling slightly. At that moment, she truly resembled a fragile woman who had narrowly escaped death, evoking profound sympathy. It's all right, Jianxin. Do not fear. Your master is here. Rest assured. Yi Xian would dare to lay a hand on you. Master, will certainly not let him go. Shen Ruliu exclaimed through gritted teeth, her voice laced with venomous fury. Shun Jianxin was the holy maiden of her scarlet robe sect. Yet what was Yi Xian to dare to strike at her beloved disciple? Were it not for her disciple's fortunate escape, she might have met the same fate as the other two sects' holy sons, perishing in the divine wood forest. The mere thought sent a shiver of dread through her heart, and she tightened her embrace around Shun Jianxin, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle, triumphant smile graced the lips of Shun Jianxin. On the Jiutian continent, at the holy sect, Xianzong gazed upon the towering, imposing stone jade gate before him. Silently, he placed Mo Lingfeng at the entrance, then turned to depart. Shortly after his departure, he heard the astonished and enraged voices of the holy sect disciples. It is the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun has returned. Why is he so gravely injured? Who dares to lay a hand on our Holy Sun? Silence, quickly informed the elders and the Holy Maiden. Listening to the commotion behind him, Xianzong shook his head and left the sacred grounds, heading towards his master's grand temple, the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Little did he know, at that very moment, on Taohua Mountain of the Holy Sect, several elders stood outside a wooden house in the bamboo grove, their expressions grim. Rustling footsteps echoed. A woman draped in a flowing moonlit gown, ethereal as a fairy, approached. Your Highness, the Holy Maiden, the Holy Sun has returned. An elder of the Holy Sect spoke softly, and then, Mo Qinxian asked calmly, the Holy Sun, he has sustained severe injuries. Half of his meridians are severed, his hand bones, sternum, and ribs are nearly shattered. Though his life is spared, his future path of cultivation is likely ruined. The elders of the Holy Sect shook their heads, their tones heavy with regret and indignation. Understood. You may leave, Mo Qinxian replied, waving her hand. Upon hearing this, the elders departed from the peach blossom forest. Mo Qinxian then pushed the door open and entered the wooden house. As soon as she stepped inside, she beheld her brother, Mo Lingfeng, lying on the bed, utterly weakened. Approaching slowly, Mo Qinxian regarded her brother, who had but half a life remaining, with an expression of stark indifference. After a brief moment, she seated herself upon the bamboo stool at the table, delicately massaging her forehead with her jade-like hand. With a gentle parting of her crimson lips, she spoke, I have told you this since childhood. It matters not if you lack talent. What is crucial is your diligence. Do not hold your pride so fiercely. Those who rush to prove themselves will forever remain the weak. As her icy voice resonated, tears streamed down Mo Lingfeng's cheeks. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing vacantly at the wooden ceiling of the cabin. He had awakened long ago, having regained consciousness when Xianzong placed him within the holy sect. Sister, what can I do in the future? My cultivation is ruined, my meridians destroyed. I feel like a useless person. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingtian fell silent for a moment. Then her crimson lips parted as she coldly addressed Mo Lingfeng. As long as I am here, you shall forever be the holy son of the holy sect. So what if your cultivation is lost? You can cultivate anew. And if your meridians are damaged, I will assist you in reconstructing them. Lastly, wipe away those cowardly tears and tell me, who harmed you? Upon hearing her words, Mo Lingfeng took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness in his heart as he began to recall. At that moment, an eerie glimmer of soul-harming light flickered in the depths of his eyes. In a feeble and mechanical tone, he replied, It is Yi Xian, the Phoenix Empire, the Yi family. Yi Xian. As he spoke, an overwhelming weariness surged within his soul, and his eyelids felt as heavy as Mount Tai. Before long, his consciousness sank back into darkness. Watching Mo Lingfeng succumb to slumber, Mo Qingtian remained silent for a long while. Finally, she turned her gaze towards the radiant full moon in the sky and softly murmured, "Very well. Yi Xian, you have harmed my brother and destroyed his fate. I, Mo Qingtian, shall repay you tenfold." In the ice god palace, the moonlight shone brilliantly, casting a breathtaking glow upon the snowy peaks. At this moment, a figure of unparalleled beauty stood atop the mountain, her hands clasped behind her back, the frigid wind causing her pristine snow-white dress to flutter. Beneath the moonlight, her silver hair cascaded down to her elegantly poised hips. She possessed exquisite brows, radiating both valiance and nobility. Her captivating eyes held a piercing chill akin to the biting winds at the mountain's summit. Her delicate nose was a paragon of beauty, noble and refined, complemented by her slightly dewy red lips, reminiscent of petals after a rainstorm. Her entire visage exuded a breathtaking allure that left one utterly entranced. She was the woman who emerged from the desolate realm of ice, Mu Bing. "Little Master Ant. Little Master Ant." A soft and excited voice called from behind Mu Bing. Upon hearing this, Mu Bing pursed her lips slightly and turned slowly, only to see Mu Lan hurrying towards her. "Ah, Little Master Ant is the most fragrant and beautiful." Mu Lanxin felt the comforting warmth and familiar scent that made her heart at ease, causing her smile to radiate even brighter. "Oh, you, why are you still as clingy as you were in childhood?" Mu Bing gently tousled Mu Lanxin's soft hair, speaking in a tone laced with affection. "Not at all. It's just that I haven't seen my little master for many years. I couldn't help it." Mu Lanxin replied playfully, flashing a cheeky smile at Mu Bing. "You are now a holy maiden. Remember to be a bit more serious from now on. If others see you like this, won't they laugh at us?" Mu Bing sighed, pinching Mu Lanxin's cheek with a hint of exasperation. "I know." Mu Lanxin puffed out her rosy cheeks, her eyes still sparkling with mischief. Despite the generational gap between them, they were of similar age, leading Mu Lanxin to cling to Mu Bing since childhood. They appeared as aunt and niece, yet were more like sisters. "Now tell me, what exactly happened in the Divine Wood Forest? How did Li Wangxing and Zhao Wuji die? Who injured Mo Lingfeng?" Mu Bing asked softly, having emerged from her retreat. She had heard of the chaos in the Nine Heavens. The holy sons and daughters of the righteous factions were severely wounded or had perished in gruesome circumstances. She suspected that the one behind all this was the man she had cherished in her heart for a decade within the ice abyss. Mu Lanxin pondered, a handsome face with a perpetual smile surfacing in her mind. A sudden shiver ran down her spine. That person, though his smile was radiant, was merciless and ruthlessly deadly. "Little Master, I was just about to tell you about this. In the Divine Wood Forest, that person injured Mo Lingfeng, killed Li Wangxing and Zhao Wuji, and nearly took our lives." "Who is it?" Mu Bing's gaze bore into Mu Lanxin with intensity. Mu Lanxin was on the verge of uttering the name that lingered on her lips, but suddenly her mind went blank. Furrowing her brow, her voice trembled as she said, "Little Master, that person seems to be named Yi Xian." Yi Xian. Upon hearing this, Mu Bing's brow furrowed deeply. Her mind momentarily clouded. After a long pause, she softly muttered to herself, "That person is not Ji Xiao. How can this be?" Chapter 77, Starry Sea. Imperial Coffin. "Ji Xiao, you are tugging at my hair." As the tempest rages across the Nine Heavens continent, Ji Xiao, accompanied by Elder Wei, Mu Xianin, and the esteemed members of the Supreme Heaven, has traversed the divine path to arrive before the grand tomb of Zholing. This is the fabled resting place of the legendary man of the Nine Heavens continent. Mu Xianin inhaled deeply, her heart racing at the sight of the colossal bronze door. Do not celebrate prematurely. It is said that this individual possessed unparalleled abilities and despised disturbances. There may be unforeseen challenges awaiting us within his tomb. Elder Wei cautioned. "Indeed, caution is imperative," Ji Xiao acknowledged, then proceeded to retrieve the 9 shards of the broken blade he had gathered. His gaze swept across the bronze door, ultimately focusing on the 9 indentations at its central axis. Did this martial emperor foresee his own demise and construct this tomb in anticipation? Moreover, it appears he anticipated that the broken blade would shatter into 9 pieces, hence the design of this door. Ji Xiao murmured, furrowing his brow. Shaking his head to dispel further thoughts, he raised his hand and inserted the 9 shards into the indentations of the bronze door. With a resounding rumble, as the shards settled into place, the ground began to tremble, and the bronze door quivered ominously, hinting at its impending opening. "Step back," Jishio commanded solemnly. At his words, Elder Wei, Mu Xianyin, and the formidable members of Supreme Heaven retreated several dozen yards. Meanwhile, Ning Xian stood silently beside Jishio, her expression inscrutable, clearly resolute in her decision to accompany him. At that moment, the bronze door began to move. The onlookers collectively held their breath. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the bronze door of Zhouling swung open, releasing an ancient aura that surged forth. In that instant, the myriad stars in the sky above Zhou Garden dimmed eerily. "Your Highness, something feels amiss," Elder Wei whispered to Jishio. "And if it is, we have come this far. Shall we turn back?" Jishio shook his head, then turned to Mu Xianyin, saying, "Allow me to carry you, Feng Wang. If something strange emerges, ensure your own safety." Mu Xianyin responded softly, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars as she gazed at Jishio, clearly touched by his thoughtful gesture. However, Feng Wang harbored a different sentiment. After all, there exists a distinction between genders. If Jishio were to carry her, would that not be too intimate? What is it? Does Her Highness, the Long Princess, object? Jishio observed Feng Wang, who was tightly clenching her silver teeth and regarding him with vigilant eyes, and calmly inquired, "Jishio, I do not require your assistance. I can walk on my own." Feng Wang declared stubbornly, "Be quiet. If you can stand firmly, I shall concede your prowess." Jishio retorted with a cold laugh. Then, in an assertive manner, hoisted Feng Wang onto his back. "You!" Feng Wang exclaimed in shock, biting her silver teeth with indignation and resentment evident in her eyes. Yet, to avoid falling from Jishio's back, she ultimately wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. At that moment, her body was pressed closely against Jishio's back, a contact that could only be described as intimate. "So heavy," Jishio remarked softly, feeling the softness against him. "Jishio, you scoundrel," Feng Wang rebuked sharply. She was confident in her figure. Thus she understood that Jishio's comment pertained not to her weight. As for this matter, had not Her Highness the Princess long been aware? Jishio chuckled at the thought, and, carrying Feng Wang, stepped into the bronze door. Meanwhile, Ning Xian shook her head at the sight of Jishio and Feng Wang before following suit. Upon entering the bronze door, they were greeted by an endless expanse of darkness. However, before long, a glimmer of holy light illuminated the dark abyss ahead. Gradually, more and more holy light emerged, converging towards them and ultimately enveloping Jishio's feet. With a resounding clang, the darkness receded, and the holy light remained eternal. "Are you ready?" Jishio suddenly addressed Feng Wang on his back. Feng Wang frowned, momentarily taken aback. Jishio then began to run down the corridor, carrying Feng Wang, increasing his speed with each stride. As they bounced along, Feng Wang's delicate hands, clasping Jishio's neck, drew ever closer. At that moment, whether it was due to the rush of blood or sheer embarrassment, her exquisite visage flushed a deeper crimson. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Jishio gradually halted. Feng Wang's full bosom rose and fell rapidly as she internally cursed. This scoundrel is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Just then, starlight illuminated their surroundings. The scene before them left both Jishio and Feng Wang in awe. At the corridor's terminus lay a divine bridge, beneath which stretched an endless sea of eternal stars. Tens of thousands, even millions of starlights sparkled like diamonds beneath the celestial path, dazzling their eyes. "How beautiful!" Feng Wang murmured, her red lips parting in wonder as she gazed at the infinite starry sea below, her expression momentarily dazed. The palace is built atop the endless star sea. Such grand ambition. Ning Xian, who had remained silent, could not help but express her surprise. "We have arrived. Finally, we have arrived." Jishio's gaze was fixed upon the magnificent palace, bathed in an infinite starlight, nestled beyond the divine bridge. At that moment, Mu Xianyin, Elder Wei, and Miss Shui, accompanied by an imposing entourage, arrived at Jishio's side. The boundless sea of stars. Such grandeur. Truly, it is the tomb of the esteemed Zhou Dufu. Mu Xianyin inhaled deeply, whispering in awe, "How beautiful!" Miss Shui's enchanting eyes shimmered with starlight, filled with wonder. "Your Highness, we have arrived. That man seems to be buried here, above the sea of stars, deep within the imperial palace." Elder Wei's voice trembled slightly. "Let us proceed." Ji Xiu succinctly commanded, carrying Feng Huang as he stepped across the divine path and approached the palace gates, pushing them open with a swift motion. With a rumble, the gates creaked open, revealing a world that had remained untouched by human presence for a millennium. Upon entering the imperial palace, Ji Xiu and Feng Huang beheld a stone sarcophagus, resembling a small mountain, nestled within the depths of the palace. The surface of the sarcophagus glowed faintly, exuding an air of mystery and immense pressure. Zhou Dufu, the first rogue martial emperor from 1,000 years ago. It appears he rests here, Ji Xiu remarked casually, approaching the colossal sarcophagus while still bearing Feng Huang. At that moment, Ji Xiu, Feng Huang, and Ning Xiyin noticed ancient, esoteric runes intricately inscribed upon the sarcophagus. The runes were meticulously arranged, forming an ancient imperial formation. This formation was evidently designed to protect the sarcophagus. Should anyone dare to forcibly open it, the formation would activate, obliterating the intruder. Young Master Ji Xiu, surely, you do not wish to test the power of this formation? Ning Xiyin inquired with a playful glint in her eye. Not interested, Ji Xiu replied, shaking his head. His purpose for this journey was the dual severance sword technique of Zhou Dufu, not the imperial body itself. With that, he turned his attention to the several stone chambers within the grand hall. It was likely that most of Zhou Dufu's legacy resided within. Just then, Mu Xianyin, Elder Wei, and Miss Xue entered the grand hall, while the formidable beings of the supreme heaven remained outside. Elder Wei, Mu Xianyin, Xue heir, go and open the stone chambers. Retrieve everything inside, Ji Xiu commanded. Since they had arrived at the resting place of the emperor, a thorough search was in order. Upon hearing his words, everyone sprang into action. The first stone chamber was filled with scrolls, techniques, formations, sword techniques, and knife techniques, a veritable treasure trove. The second chamber was brimming with weapons, legendary swords, renowned blades, and battle spears, numbering in the hundreds. The third stone chamber was indeed remarkable, filled with exquisite high-grade jade stones that dazzled the eyes. Among them were rare materials such as dragon-patterned black gold, crimson phoenix gold, celestial tear green gold, and eternal blue gold, these premier resources. With these, the military strength of our intelligence agency could be enhanced tenfold, if not 100-fold. Ji Xiu smiled knowingly. Not to mention the scroll techniques. Even the recovery of over 100 lost high-tier weapons would significantly bolster the agency's power. As for the most superior materials, such as dragon-patterned black gold and celestial tear green gold, their value was beyond measure. Naturally, such exceedingly precious materials were intended for his own use. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous waste. Half an hour later, Elder Wei, Mu Xianyin, and Miss Xue returned, laden with treasures. Your Highness, I have examined my stone chamber thoroughly and did not uncover the dual break blade technique. Elder Wei reported with disappointment to Ji Xiu. I found nothing there either. Mu Xianyin shook her head. Don't look at me. Mine was entirely filled with weapons, Miss Xue also replied, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, if none of you have it, then where could the dual break blade technique possibly be? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned sharply to gaze at the stone coffin, which resembled a small mountain. Thus, the dual break blade technique must be hidden within this emperor's coffin. Ji Xiu spoke slowly, just as he prepared to draw the Deluo sword and cleave through the emperor's formation. A burst of starlight erupted from the formation atop the coffin. The starlight inscribed a teleportation array beneath Ji Xiu and Ning Xiyin's feet. Be cautious, Your Highness, Elder Wei shouted in alarm. However, before he could finish his warning, zing, the figures of Ji Xiu, Feng Huang, and Ning Xiyin vanished from their spot. What just happened? Mu Xianyin exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. They disappeared? Miss Xue murmured in a daze. If I am not mistaken, the young master and the others must have been transported into the emperor's coffin. Elder Wei sighed heavily, his expression grim. Inside the emperor's coffin, an abyss of darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility impossible. Where are we? Feng Huang's voice quivered slightly, yet remained composed. We should be inside Zhou Dufu's emperor's coffin, Ning Xiyin responded amidst the darkness. Indeed, that makes sense. Ji Xiu nodded, reaching out to ascertain their surroundings. Ah, Feng Huang gasped, crossing her arms. In the obscurity, her unparalleled beauty flushed with a rosy hue. She glared at Ji Xiu and scolded, You scoundrel, Ji Xiu. My apologies. It was an oversight, he replied. Ji Xiu's hand stiffened momentarily, and he awkwardly withdrew it, yet the lingering softness remained on his palm. At that moment, he turned and unexpectedly collided into the soft embrace of another. Their bodies crashed together, and both lost their balance, tumbling to the ground in unison. Ji Xiu, get up. You are on my hair, Ning Xian exclaimed, taking a deep breath to keep her voice as calm as possible. I apologize. My legs have turned to jelly, Ji Xiu replied. Chapter 78, The Land of Inheritance, the Dragon Bone Corpse, the Two-Section Blade Technique, the Imperial Coffin, the Lost Realm. In darkness, Ji Xiu, do you not wish to reflect upon your own words? As Ning Xian listened to Ji Xiu's remarks, a surge of indignation welled up within her heart. She pondered, how could Ji Xiu, possessing the prowess of a monarch and combat strength rivaling that of a saint, be rendered weak? This was clearly a gross diminishment of her worth. What did Ji Xiu take her for? A woman whom he could casually insult and belittle? Her thoughts paused here. Ning Xian began to channel her inner essence, preparing to deliver a fitting reprimand to Ji Xiu. However, in the next moment, something peculiar transpired. The essence she had just gathered dissipated in an instant. It felt surreal, akin to lighting a candle only for a gust of wind to extinguish its flame. No matter how many times she attempted it, the outcome remained unchanged. This left her somewhat alarmed. Ji Xiu, are you able to channel your essence? Ning Xian gritted her teeth and asked in a low voice. No, and my legs feel weak. Ji Xiu shook his head. He sensed an unusual force in this place that constrained the circulation of their inner essence. Moreover, the moment he entered, he inexplicably felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, accompanied by a faint whiff of ethereal tea fragrance. With that, he mustered his waning strength and fatigue to stand upright. My body feels a bit feeble as well. Furthermore, it seems excessively quiet here. Feng Huang furrowed her brows, her jade fists clenched tightly, sensing an ominous foreboding. Upon hearing this, Ning Xian, who had just risen, also detected a tingling sensation coursing through her body. Ji Xiu, can you summon your? No, Ji Xiu replied, shaking his head once more. The moment he entered, he had attempted to awaken the within him. Yet, curiously, both the pure world demonic flame and the azure lotus earth fire seemed to be in a deep slumber, utterly unresponsive to his call. In response, both Feng Huang and Ning Xian fell into a contemplative silence. Clearly, this nameless place harbored great mysteries. What shall we do now? Feng Huang inquired. What else can we do? We must press onward, Ji Xiu replied calmly, then reached out in the darkness and drew Feng Huang closer, subsequently placing her upon his back. Ah! Feng Huang gasped softly, instinctively wrapping her arms around Ji Xiu's neck. Perhaps before this, they had been adversaries. Yet here, Ji Xiu had unexpectedly become her sole pillar of support. In that moment, Feng Huang felt a sense of irony and complexity stir within her. Press onward? Absolutely not, Ning Xian whispered. To her, the three of them were now blind, their essence unable to circulate, and even Ji Xiu could not summon his. If this place was indeed a slumbering ground for some mysterious beings, then awakening them could spell dire consequences. It matters not. Ji Xiu shook his head and, with Feng Huang on his back, proceeded cautiously through the darkness. Although he could not harness his true essence or summon he possessed the Daluo sword embryo by his side. The bizarre did not evoke fear within him, and passivity was not in his nature. I truly have no means against you, he muttered under his breath. Ning Xian, shaking her head, could only follow Ji Xiu's lead with utmost caution. They traversed silently for approximately an hour before stepping into a new realm. Beneath their feet lay a carpet of grass. Ji Xiu pressed his foot into the slightly damp soil, bending down to pluck a blade of green grass, inhaling its scent, which brought forth the refreshing aroma of earth. It seems we are not within the imperial coffin, Feng Huang remarked softly. Not necessarily. This place could very well be a small world within the imperial coffin, Ning Xian countered, shaking her head. Whatever it may be, finding an escape, a way out, is of utmost importance, Ji Xiu replied calmly. At that moment, an unknown colossal object loomed ahead, blocking their path. Ji Xiu raised his hand, and the chilling sensation caused him to frown deeply. This appears to be a bone, he exclaimed in astonishment. As his words fell, time seemed to pause for a fleeting moment. Clang! The entire world appeared to awaken. A gentle breeze caressed the faces of the three, and the rich fragrance of herbs mingled with the faint aroma of ethereal tea, soothing their senses. Hues of soft crimson light cascaded from the horizon upon them. Soon, a resplendent sunset hung at the edge of the sky, unveiling a brand new world to Jishio. Feng Huang and Ning Xian. This place was an uncharted small world. Or perhaps it was the true Zhou garden. The grassland stretched infinitely, the breeze was gentle, and the sunset breathtaking, existing in splendid isolation. However, the three had no leisure to admire the beauty of Zhou garden, for before them stood a colossal object, or rather, the weathered head of a being long forgotten through the ages. This head was immense and fearsome, evidently not human. It bore resemblance to the skull of an ancient beast. This is the skull of a giant dragon, Ji Xiu exclaimed, momentarily stunned. At his words, Feng Huang and Ning Xian turned their gazes towards the massive relic before them. The dragon's corpse, spanning over 100 meters, lay across the grassland, having endured countless sunsets. Its flesh had long since eroded into bleached bones, yet it still exuded an overwhelming sense of power. Notably, the dragon's skull bore a deep gash, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a remarkably sharp and seemingly natural fatal scar. Even after the passage of untold ages, the scar radiated a chilling edge, daring one to avert their gaze. Legends spoke of Zhou Dufu casually slaying dragons in the South Sea. Could it be that the dragon he slain is indeed this one? Ji Xiu murmured softly. Just as his thoughts spiraled, his pupils suddenly constricted as he noticed the skeletal remains of the dragon adorned with mysterious and profound runes, along with ancient patterns. The runes and designs intertwined, and despite the passage of millennia, an aura of imperial might still emanated from them. This is the dual severance blade technique, Ji Xiu exclaimed in astonishment, his heart momentarily missing a beat. Indeed, such a terrifying and timeless essence of blade intent. There is no other than the forbidden imperial art of the dual severance blade technique by Zhou Dufu. Feng Huang also took a slow, deep breath, her beautiful eyes betraying her uncontainable excitement. What? Do you think you can learn it in your current state? Ji Xiu tilted his head slightly, humorously questioning the Feng Huang on his back. Humph. Feng Huang replied with a huff. Even in a poor state, I can grasp the true meaning of the dual severance blade technique. Suit yourself. Ji Xiu shrugged, then unceremoniously tossed Feng Huang onto the ground. You. Feng Huang winced in pain, shooting a glare at Ji Xiu, yet ultimately refrained from further protest. Sitting cross-legged before the massive dragon carcass, she resembled an inquisitive child, her captivating eyes fixed intently on the runes and patterns, as if her entire being were entranced. Observing Feng Huang's fascination, Ji Xiu couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. There was no doubt that this princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire was utterly enamored with this imperial art. Meanwhile, Ning Xian gradually approached Ji Xiu, asking with interest, "Aren't you afraid that she might master the dual severance blade technique and one day slay you with it?" Huh. Ji Xiu chuckled, shaking his head. If he lacked such confidence, how could he hope to progress further in the future? The dual severance blade technique. Aren't you going to learn it? Ji Xiu glanced at Ning Xian and inquired. I'm not very clever. I might not be able to master it, but it could be worth a try. It seems beneficial for self-validation. Ning Xian casually replied. Ji Xiu acknowledged her words and chose not to elaborate further, sitting beside Feng Huang to diligently practice the dual severance blade technique. Chapter 79. The Enlightenment of the Celestial Emperor's Fist and the Descent of the Heavenly Phoenix into Darkness. Time flew by swiftly. The span of 3 days vanished in an instant. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving 10 comprehension of the dual severing blade technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving 20 comprehension of the dual severing blade technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving 30 comprehension of the dual severing blade technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving 100 comprehension of the dual severing blade technique. As the notifications resonated in his ears, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of wonder. Had he truly mastered the dual severing blade technique within just 3 short days? Even with his divine heart and exceptional comprehension, it seemed improbable to grasp an imperial-level forbidden technique in such a brief span. While he pondered this, Feng Huang gradually opened her eyes. Her delicate face appeared considerably paler, and fatigue was evident in her brows. Yet, Her beautiful gaze sparkled with excitement. Jishio, I have already cultivated more than half of the dual severing blade technique. What about you? She asked, her enchanting eyes fixed on him. Not as impressive as you. Jishio replied casually, casting a fleeting glance at Feng Huang. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of whether there existed anything within the surrounding realm that could aid in his enlightenment, rendering him indifferent to her. I knew it. A faint smile graced Feng Huang's lips. In her heart, she felt a slight superiority over Jishio, believing her comprehension to be superior. The mere thought of this brought her uncontainable joy. Upon hearing her words, Ningxian also opened her beautiful eyes. With curiosity, she observed Feng Huang's smiling face and gently murmured to herself, perhaps she hasn't even realized how much her hostility towards Jishio has diminished, and how much gentler she has become. She found herself genuinely intrigued by what the future held for them. After this thought, Ningxian closed her eyes once more, resuming her pursuit of enlightenment. Meanwhile, Jishio ventured deeper into the grasslands alone. He caught a whiff of a fragrant tea aroma, prompting a flicker of suspicion in his mind. If such a transcendent object of enlightenment truly existed within this realm, it would indeed be a remarkable find. Feng Huang and Ningxian remained together before the dragon's corpse, pursuing their own paths of understanding, while Jishio followed the elusive scent of tea deeper into the verdant expanse. Finally, after a day's journey, at the southernmost point of the endless grassland, Jishio beheld an ancient tree, its shade immense and imposing. The tree stood alone against the vastness of the prairie, surrounded by a palpable aura of pure essence that rippled around it. Simultaneously, the rich fragrance of tea enveloped him, sending tingles throughout his body. I truly found it, Jishio murmured, momentarily lost in thought. He then steeled himself against the exhilarating sensations coursing through him and made his way beneath the tree of enlightenment. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the refreshing essence and the fragrant tea aroma that filled the air. For a fleeting moment, he felt an extraordinary lightness enveloping his entire being, as if he were ascending to the realms of the divine. The nine heavens treasure, the enlightenment tea tree, Jishio murmured in astonishment. The enlightenment tea tree, a miraculous artifact for cultivation. It is said that meditating beneath this tree for just an hour equates to a month of arduous training in the outside world. Moreover, a single sip of enlightenment tea grants one entry into the harmonious state of unity with the cosmos. Regardless of the cultivation method, one can expect a minimum enhancement of tenfold. How fortuitous. This heir indeed possesses a forbidden technique he yearns to cultivate. Jishio smiled faintly and promptly accessed the system's marketplace. His gaze was firmly fixed on a coveted imperial forbidden technique. Heavenly Emperor Fist, 100,000 Essence of Destiny. Without a moment's hesitation, Jishio acquired the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the forbidden technique, Heavenly Emperor Fist, for 100,000 Essence of Destiny. As he absorbed the system's notification, Jishio lifted his gaze to the 108 leaves of enlightenment tea adorning the tree, and without a second thought, he plucked them all to store in his system warehouse. Subsequently, he retrieved one leaf, a smile gracing his lips. In comparison to the dual severance blade technique, the Heavenly Emperor Fist could truly be regarded as the quintessential forbidden imperial arts. After all, it was the forbidden technique conceived by the Heavenly Emperor Yi, who gazed upon myriad realms. Let the cultivation commence. Jishio inhaled deeply and consumed the leaf of enlightenment tea, settling into a meditative posture beneath the tree. In that instant, he felt as though he were immersed in an infinite cosmos, with a vague silhouette standing at the end of time. Above him hovered the cauldron of primordial essence. Celestial lights cascaded down upon him. Surrounding him were numerous formidable foes. Yet, the moment he unleashed the Emperor's fist, the world fell silent, and all adversaries were annihilated. At this juncture, Jishio, deeply engrossed in his profound state of cultivation, remained unaware that threads of supreme imperial might were emanating from him. 7 days later, the phoenix, seated before the dragon bone, slowly opened her eyes, exhaling a sigh as she murmured, the dual severance blade technique. I have finally succeeded in my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Ningxian smiled and said, Congratulations, Your Highness. Hee. The phoenix chuckled lightly, her beautiful eyes instinctively scanning the surroundings. And she inquired, Where is he? Ning Xian shook her head, a teasing glimmer in her eyes as she remarked, "What? Do you miss him?" "Of course not." The phoenix gazed at Ning Xian in bewilderment. She could not comprehend why Ning Xian would think such a thing. She could hardly contain her disdain for Ji Xiao. Hee. Ning Xian smiled and shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. "Sister Xian, how has your cultivation of the dual severance blade technique progressed?" The phoenix asked softly. "I have yet to cultivate it. I merely sought to validate my own abilities with this blade technique." Ning Xian shook her head. "In that case, have you discerned the extraordinary aspects of this dual blade technique? This technique, not only can it be cultivated in the conventional manner, but it also appears feasible to practice it in reverse. Furthermore, I possess a premonition that practicing the dual blade technique in reverse may surpass the efficacy of the standard approach. For this will herald an entirely new form of swordsmanship." Feng Huang's eyes sparkled as she unhesitatingly shared her revelation with Ning Xian. "I have perceived this as well. However, should you choose to cultivate it in reverse, you must also reverse your inner energy. This, in turn, poses considerable peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to a descent into chaos." Ning Xian solemnly cautioned Feng Huang. "It matters not. I have confidence in myself." Feng Huang replied with a radiant smile towards Ning Xian before resuming her seated meditation before the dragon's bone. To her, the path of cultivation is inherently a process of shattering one's own confines. Only through continual creation and exploration can one achieve breakthroughs. Taking a deep breath, Feng Huang commenced her reverse cultivation of the dual blade technique. "This girl bears a striking resemblance to my former self," Ning Xian murmured in nostalgic reflection. At that moment, the air's temperature abruptly surged. "Hot, quite hot." Feng Huang furrowed her brow slightly, sensing the change in her body's temperature. However, she dismissed it, remaining undeterred. Unbeknownst to her, as she reversed her inner energy to cultivate the dual blade technique, she had inadvertently ventured into a new realm of demonic path. Awaiting her ahead seemed to be but one fate, a descent into darkness. Chapter 80. Who am I in your eyes? The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. In the serene surroundings of the Zhou Garden, beneath the wisdom tree, a tall figure sat in tranquil meditation, resembling an immovable boulder, his demeanor solemn and unwavering. Before him floated an ethereal scripture, its ancient pages turning one after another, worn and faded. Streams of primordial essence cascaded around him like celestial waterfalls, seemingly shielding him from the secrets of the heavens and severing the ties of causality. At this moment, Ji Xiao was in a state of unity with the cosmos, his mind fully immersed in the deepest realm of enlightenment. Suddenly, a burst of golden blood energy erupted, coalescing into a figure behind Ji Xiao. This apparition possessed a piercing gaze, exuding an unparalleled majesty, an aura befitting a supreme emperor. The figure began to perform an extraordinary martial art, its movements grand and sweeping, as if consuming the vastness of the world. With each strike, it appeared to resonate with the profound laws of the universe, unmatched in its might. Gradually, the figure perfected its imperial fist technique, the myriad principles of the cosmos lamenting beneath its power. As the ethereal scripture reached its final page, the shadow behind Ji Xiao unleashed its ultimate strike. With a resounding clang, the punch seemed to crystallize eternity, freezing time and space, suppressing all celestial paths. In an instant, the apparition vanished, the illusory scripture dissipated, and the overwhelming imperial aura gently merged back into Ji Xiao's being. At that moment, a clear system notification echoed in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your comprehension of the Heavenly Emperor Fist has reached 30. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao slowly opened his eyes. He appeared akin to a long-slumbering celestial emperor awakened after eons, his gaze sharp as a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating brilliance. The moment of enlightenment had concluded. He had taken his first steps into the realm of the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Ji Xiao exhaled a breath of stale air, reflecting on how remarkable it was to grasp the fundamentals of the Heavenly Emperor Fist in just 7 days, given that it was a forbidden technique of the legendary emperor. Achieving complete comprehension in one leap was indeed improbable. Moving forward, he would need to validate this imperial technique through the trials of battle. Nevertheless, even this preliminary understanding of the Heavenly Emperor Fist was formidable enough to serve as a powerful trump card. He wondered about Feng Huang and Ning Xian's well-being. Ji Xiao murmured to himself before retracing his steps. In the Zhou garden, before the towering dragon figure, Feng Huang was deeply engrossed in her practice of the dual severing blade technique, oblivious to the flickering demonic light enveloping her. 9 illusory demonic blades swirled around her, suspended in the air, their formidable essence coalescing into terrifying blades of light that soared skyward, dimming the stars above. Feng Huang, stop. Do not continue, Ning Xian urged, her brow furrowed in concern. Initially, she had sensed the potential peril of Feng Huang's practice of the dual severing blade technique veering into madness. However, she did not intervene. This was due to her belief that Feng Huang possessed the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix, along with an extraordinarily powerful cultivation talent. Even if she were to reverse the arcane arts, she could sense any misalignment and halt the process in time, thereby avoiding dire consequences. Yet now, she became acutely aware that the situation had far exceeded her expectations. Feng Huang, after reversing the arcane arts, found herself utterly unable to stop. It was evident that this dual-bladed technique held an exceptionally potent and sinister allure. Once one embarked on this path, there was no escaping the descent into darkness. As these thoughts echoed in her mind, Feng Huang showed no reaction whatsoever. The demonic light surrounding her grew ever more resplendent, and the aura of darkness intensified. Were they in the external world, she might have leveraged her saintly cultivation to forcibly intervene. However, in this realm, she was powerless to channel her true essence, compelled to watch as Feng Huang took step after step toward the abyss. Damn it! What on earth should she do now? Ningxi bit her crimson lip, momentarily at a loss. As her words faded, a resounding clang echoed. Feng Huang unfurled her magnificent heavenly phoenix wings, flames swirling in a breathtaking display. Yet, upon closer inspection, one half of her wings blazed with divine brilliance, while the other exuded a malevolent glow, saturated with dark energy. It was over. A pallor swept across Ningxi's beautiful visage. Feng Huang had evidently reached the precipice. Even if she could wield her saintly essence, it would be of no aid to Feng Huang. At that moment, Feng Huang slowly opened her eyes. The chilling aloofness and haughty pride that once adorned her beautiful gaze had been replaced by an intoxicating allure and an air of ruthless determination, along with a hint of bewilderment. Feng Huang, you, Ningxi began softly, yet her words remained unfinished as she witnessed Feng Huang turn to face her. At that instant, Feng Huang, with her golden hair cascading in the wind, stood adorned with wings that were half divine, half demonic. Her exquisitely beautiful face had turned ghostly pale. She appeared as if she had returned from the depths of the netherworld, a fallen goddess, her eyes a tumultuous blend of phoenix flames and demonic energy, strikingly enchanting. Moreover, around her, 9 demonic blades had nearly solidified, continuously rising and falling in an ominous dance. Sister Xian, it's so hot. It hurts so much. Feng Huang pressed her hand against her chest, her lips parting as she spoke to Ningxi in a daze. At that moment, she felt as though the very blood coursing through her veins had been ignited, churning violently, waves of heat crashing against her insides. An unbearable searing pain surged from the depths of her soul, radiating through her limbs and bones. She had never experienced such torment. Even when her wings were torn apart by Jisho before, it had not been this excruciating. What terrified her most was the creeping sensation that her sanity was slowly succumbing to darkness. It was over. Truly over. Ning Xian gazed at Feng Huang's condition, her chest heaving violently, her voice trembling slightly. She discerned the crux of the problem at a glance. Feng Huang, being of the celestial phoenix bloodline, possessed an essence imbued with divine power. However, she had deviated from her original path, practicing the dual severance blade technique, and regrettably succumbed to the demonic path. Thus, upon awakening her bloodline, she would inevitably reject the demonic forces within her body. The extreme tug-of-war between these opposing forces could lead to dire consequences. If this continued, Feng Huang's body would not withstand the strain. The surge of phoenix blood, the searing flames, and the collision of demonic power would ultimately lead to her demise. With this thought, Ning Xian's pupils constricted sharply. She gritted her silver teeth, determined to exert every ounce of her strength to save Feng Huang. Just then, Ji Xiao returned. What has happened to this woman? Ji Xiao inquired, observing Feng Huang, who was surrounded by 9 floating demonic blades, her body swaying perilously close to the brink of the demonic path. The dual severance blade technique, Ning Xian replied with a shake of her head. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu immediately comprehended the situation. In truth, while practicing the dual severance blade technique, he had discovered that reversing the fundamental technique would yield a new demonic blade art. However, he had cultivated the swallowing immortal demonic art and had already reached the 5th level. Therefore, he did not need to retrace his steps to practice the dual severance blade technique. He could directly manifest that arcane demonic blade art after reversing the fundamental technique. Feng Wang, however, was different. She possessed the celestial phoenix bloodline, had never practiced any demonic arts, nor had she ever encountered any demonic forces. Now, she was stepping into the demonic realm for the first time, her divine and demonic essences coexisting within her, a situation her body could scarcely endure. In the clash of these two forces, only her downfall awaited. Do you have a way? Ning Xian asked softly. Perhaps, Ji Xiu nodded. With that, Ji Xiu slowly approached Feng Wang and, raising his hand, shattered the 9 demonic blades that hovered around her. Uft! Feng Wang's delicate form trembled violently, a trace of exquisite blood escaping the corner of her mouth. Ji Xiu? As she beheld the figure before her, her reason seemed to regain some clarity. Feng Wang, remember my words. From now on, do not act. Leave everything to me, Ji Xiu instructed, channeling the swallowing immortal demonic art and placing his palm directly over her heart. At this moment, the only method to preserve Feng Wang's life was to utilize the power of the swallowing immortal demonic art to reconstruct her meridians and forcibly harmonize her divine and demonic essences. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that even he was uncertain of the changes that would befall her body as a result of this action. Feng Wang bit her crimson lip, a pained groan escaping her lips. At this moment, she could distinctly sense that numerous meridians within her body had been shattered by Ji Xiu, only to be reborn anew. A mysterious force forcibly quelled the surging phoenix blood and demonic energy within her, rendering her feelings 100 times better than the previous unbearable agony. It even bestowed upon her an indescribable sense of relief. Half an hour later, Ji Xiu withdrew his hand. Phoenix, weakened, collapsed into Ji Xiu's embrace. She could feel the two forces within her cease their tug-of-war and collision, ultimately descending into tranquility. However, she sensed an inexplicable addition within her body. Thank you, Phoenix weakly uttered. How do you feel? Ji Xiu inquired softly, shaking his head. Phoenix remained silent, her gaze downcast, offering no response. Speak. How do you feel? Ji Xiu pressed, his brow furrowed. As soon as his words fell, a demonic light flickered deep within Phoenix's beautiful eyes. Her crimson lips slightly pursed, forming a bewitching curve. It feels as though I have been reborn. Hee. At this, both Ji Xiu and Ning Xian's expressions shifted. The voice undeniably belonged to Phoenix, yet it had shed its previous cold elegance, now infused with an alluring, soul-stirring charm. Just as Ji Xiu and Ning Xian were momentarily taken aback, they witnessed Phoenix extend her long, graceful hand to encircle Ji Xiu's neck. Her captivating eyes, capable of bewitching the world, gazed intently at Ji Xiu, glimmering with an inscrutable light. You. Ji Xiu began to utter a word, but his voice abruptly ceased, because his lips were forcefully sealed by Phoenix. Ning Xian gasped, her beautiful eyes trembling in shock. At that moment, she was utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. After a passionate kiss, Ji Xiu stood petrified, as if turned to stone. Even Phoenix was momentarily dazed, unaware of why she had acted thus. This sensation felt as if another being resided within her, momentarily commandeering her body. As this thought surfaced, a flash of demonic light darted across her beautiful eyes once more. Her smile remained, yet her voice now possessed an added threefold allure. Ji Xiu, tell me, in this moment, who am I in your eyes? You owe me. Let us settle this today. She referred to the incident in which Ji Xiu had dealt her a harsh blow, tearing apart her phoenix wings. What do you mean? Ji Xiu gazed at Phoenix in confusion, struggling to comprehend her intent, uncertain of how he was to repay her. Have you ever heard of replenishing magic? As the words fell, Feng Wang pounced upon Ji Xiu amidst Ning Xian's astonished gaze, fervent and passionate. In that moment, Ji Xiu seemed to comprehend something profound. Feng Wang was no longer the illustrious and unparalleled princess of the divine Phoenix Empire. Rather, from this day forth, Within Feng Huang's essence resided the presence of another. This being, exuding an alluring and enchanting power, could be deemed as a different Feng Huang, the demon path Feng Huang. Yet upon reflection, this might not be such a lamentable affair after all. With this thought lingering, Ji Xiu lay helplessly upon the ground, gazing up at the resplendent moon hanging in the sky, his eyes gradually drifting into a state of reverie. He murmured dreamily, "The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful." Chapter 81. The wedding approaches, the holy empress and the flame consort, a great change in the capital. As the moonlight of the Zhou garden blossomed with the essence of spring, that very beam of moonlight illuminated the ice god palace and the imperial palace within. Mu Bing stood before a woman, her eyes cast down to conceal the sorrow within. "Binger, there is no need to grieve. Master has not yet fallen, and besides, Master is grateful for the 10,000-year-old profound ice you have brought back." The woman spoke with gentle warmth, reaching out to tenderly stroke Mu Bing's hair. She was Mu Qiu, the late matriarch of the Ice God Palace and the aunt of Ji Xiu. Alas, Mu Qiu's condition had deteriorated to its extreme. Without the choice to enter a deep freeze, to suspend her life, she feared she could not endure even 3 more days. "Master, when you awaken, I will surely heal your wounds." Mu Bing raised her head, gazing at Mu Qiu with unwavering determination in her beautiful eyes. Having returned from the ice abyss with the ancient ice, she was resolute. In her past life, she had failed to save Mu Qiu, leaving her with lifelong regret. This time, no matter the cost, she would restore her master. She knew that while she could not yet achieve this, once she ascended to the realm of the emperor, it would be within her grasp. "Good. I believe you will succeed, Binger. Master awaits you." Mu Qiu smiled with relief. Suddenly, she recalled something and spoke again. "Bing, your engagement with Xiu'er, the time is drawing near, is it not?" "Yes." Mu Bing nodded. "The Ji family's tiger talisman has not been lost, has it?" Mu Qiu inquired further. "No, it has not." Mu Bing replied softly. "That is good. If so, tomorrow you shall take the tiger talisman to the northern summer capital. I hope you and Xiu'er will wed soon." As Mu Qiu spoke, she affectionately caressed Mu Bing's exquisite face, reminiscing about the time she found her in the mountains of ice when she was but a little girl, now on the brink of marriage. In a moment of reflection, she could not help but feel the swift passage of time. "Understood, Master. Binger will go?" Mu Bing bit her silver teeth, her delicate hand tightening slightly. "Excellent. Truly excellent. Once you and Xiu'er are wed, I shall be entirely at ease. Your future, as well as the Ice God Palace, will be entrusted to him." Mu Qiu sighed deeply, then turned to lie down slowly within the ice coffin. "Master, take care." Mu Bing looked at Mu Qiu lying in the ice coffin, feeling a wave of emotion wash over her. Hearing this, Mu Qiu smiled and nodded, a wave of drowsiness overtaking her as she gently closed her eyes. At the moment her consciousness began to freeze, she murmured dreamily, "Farewell, my Binger." Upon hearing those words, Mu Bing could no longer maintain her composure. Her eyes glistened with tears, memories flooding back like a relentless tide. In the eternally mist-shrouded snow-capped mountains, a woman clad in white first encountered a small girl seated upon a pile of ice. The child was as pure as the snow itself, nibbling on a piece of dark ice as if it were the most delectable treat in the world. "Little one, where is your mother?" "No mother? Would you like to leave this place with me?" "Where to?" "Home." "All right. What is your name?" "I don't know." "That is fine. From now on, I shall call you Binger. In the future, I will be your master, and your mother." With a deep breath, Mu Bing wiped away her tears, casting one last glance at Mu Qiu within the ice coffin before turning to leave the imperial palace. Her destination was Beixia, specifically the capital, to seek out a certain individual. She and he were destined to reach a resolution. The moon hung bright and clear on the summit of Tianma Mountain. Under the luminous moonlight, 2 elegant figures stood facing each other. One donned a flowing black dress that swept the ground, accentuating her voluptuous and breathtaking curves. Her beauty was unparalleled, her eyes cold and captivating, seemingly capable of freezing the very souls of those who gazed upon her. She was none other than the holy empress of the supreme heaven, Nan Lingyue. The other figure wore a striking crimson gown, her fiery hair cascading gracefully with the wind. Her skin gleamed like freshly fallen snow, her visage ethereal and enchanting. With playful eyes, she regarded Nan Lingyue, her red lips slightly pursed. She was none other than Yan Fei. "Your Majesty," It appears you truly lack the purifying demonic flame. Yen Fei remarked casually, waving her hand dismissively. Huh, do you think of my supreme heaven as a mere plaything, coming and going as you please? Nan Lingyue retorted coldly, her hands clasped behind her back. You are indeed powerful. Yet, I am not weak either. Even if you manage to defeat me, you cannot hold me back. Why waste your energy? Yen Fei replied with a subtle smile. Ji Xiu is mine. If you seek him, I shall take your life. Nan Lingyue stated expressionlessly. Huh, your majesty. You ought to understand him. His people are in my grasp. Even if I do not seek him, he will come to me. What is the point of this? Yen Fei shook her head. Upon hearing this, Nan Lingyue momentarily lost her composure, while a playful smile danced upon Yen Fei's lips. Clang! A teleportation array materialized beneath her feet. A beam of moonlight swept across, and then vanished without a trace. All that remained in the realm was a soft chuckle lingering in the air. Farewell, Holy Empress Nan Lingyue, an imperial-grade teleportation array. This woman is no ordinary being. Nan Lingyue furrowed her brow. At that moment, the sound of rushing wind resonated. Luo Yuzhu arrived at Nan Lingyue's side. Your Excellency, we have information. The blood demon beside Ji Xiu has been located. Speak. Nan Lingyue turned to face Luo Yuzhu. The Flame Empress captured Gu Jian in Shuiyue City. Subsequently, she traveled to the Great Qin Dynasty, where she sold Gu Jian to Prince Ingsu. And then, Nan Lingyue inquired further. Now, Ingsu has taken Gu Jian to the capital of Beixia. Currently, the military intelligence department under Ji Xiu has received the news. Gu Yao seems to be taking action, but the specific outcome remains unknown. The atmosphere in Beixia's capital is exceedingly tense. One can sense the impending storm. Luo Yuzhu replied. Apart from Ingsu, who else has gone to the capital? A glint of cold light flickered in Nan Lingyue's eyes as she spoke. Prince Feng Mian of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Luo Yuzhu whispered in response. This is troubling. Things are amiss. I must personally journey to the capital. Nan Lingyue declared coldly. Now, you will not wait for the young master Ji Xiu? Luo Yuzhu was taken aback. No need to wait. He will eventually return to the capital. Nan Lingyue shook her head, then vanished from the spot. Young master Ji Xiu, what fortuitous circumstances have allowed the Holy Empress to regard you so favorably? Luo Yuzhu murmured softly as she watched Nan Lingyue's retreating figure. A day later, in the capital of Beixia, within the palace of Weiyang, Chu Li gazed at Miss Yu with a cold expression, asking, What did you say? The great Qin Prince Ingsu has brought Gu Jian to the capital? Indeed. Miss Yu nodded, then hesitantly continued. Not only that. According to the intelligence from the Luo network, Prince Feng Mian of the Divine Phoenix Empire has also arrived in the capital. It seems the great Qin Prince intends to present a gift to Prince Feng Mian. What gift? Chu Li frowned suddenly. The Supreme Bone. Miss Yu's voice trembled slightly. What audacity Ingsu possesses! Chu Li exclaimed, visibly shocked. But that is not all. Miss Yu swallowed hard. What else? Chu Li's body trembled slightly. Miss Gu Yao. She has brought powerful individuals from the military intelligence department to participate in the abduction. And then, Chu Li suddenly turned her gaze toward Miss Yu. The elite operatives of the Secret Intelligence Service have been utterly annihilated. Lady Yu spoke softly. What of Gu Yao? She has fallen? Chu Li exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. According to the intel, Miss Gu Yao has sustained injuries, seemingly quite severe. However, fortunately, at the last moment, someone intervened to rescue her. Lady Yu responded, It is over. Kyoto is on the brink of chaos. Chu Li shook her head and took a deep breath. Why? Lady Yu inquired, somewhat perplexed. The supreme bone of Gu Jian has been extracted, gravely wounding Gu Yao. When Ji Xiu returns, many lives will be lost. Countless lives. Chu Li stated with a blank expression. Chapter 82. After a night, he and she. The first rays of dawn cascaded over the garden, illuminating the faces of Ji Xiu and Feng Huang. At this moment, traces of tears adorned Feng Huang's delicate visage, mingled with the rosy blush of joy. A gentle breeze swept through, and as Feng Huang slowly opened her eyes, she gazed up at the clear sky. Memories of the previous night surged into her mind like a tidal wave. Suddenly, she turned to look at the slumbering Ji Xiu, her expression momentarily frozen, as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. How could last night be so? Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, tinged with a hint of confusion. Had it not been for the vividness of her memories, she might have dismissed the events of the previous night as mere dreams. Until now, she had harbored no expectations or thoughts concerning matters of intimacy. Yet, as she surveyed the scattered fragments of golden armor around her, a chill coursed through her. Cursed be it! Have I succumbed to madness? Her voice trembled as she realized her protective armor lay shattered. Moments later, she attempted to rise. But like a newly blossomed flower battered by a tempest, she found herself unable to stand. With a pained gasp, her legs gave way, and she collapsed directly into Ji Xiu's embrace. The fragrance of jasmine enveloped her senses as Ji Xiu gradually stirred awake, accompanied by the crisp sound of a system notification echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the true essence of the demon phoenix, elevating your cultivation to the 6th realm of the Lord's stage. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the true essence of the demon phoenix, advancing your cultivation to the 7th realm of the Lord's stage. As the notifications resonated in his ears, Ji Xiu opened his eyes. At that moment, he locked gazes with Feng Huang, their breaths synchronizing in an intimate silence. What do you intend to do? Ji Xiu inquired earnestly, his eyes fixed on Feng Huang. You, scoundrel! Feng Huang retorted, glaring fiercely at Ji Xiu. A flush crept across her cheeks, climbing to her ears. Some might view her as a lofty princess, destined to be the empire's future empress. Yet, in truth, Ji Xiu smiled subtly, leaving his thought unvoiced. Silence! Feng Huang interjected, pressing a delicate finger against Ji Xiu's lips, her embarrassment transforming into fury. She glared at him, exuding a fierce determination that suggested she would not hesitate to confront him if provoked. Very well. If you choose not to speak, then I shall not press the matter. Ji Xiu replied nonchalantly, shaking his head with indifference, then leisurely resting his hands behind his head, his gaze drifting back to the serene sky. It must be acknowledged that the events of the previous night had indeed taken him by surprise. However, he could not deny that it was a delightful experience. And he had also personally confirmed that Feng Huang now possessed both the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix and the true essence of the demon phoenix. After that fervent and tumultuous night, the swallowing of the immortal demon technique enabled him to absorb a significant amount of the true essence of the demon phoenix, allowing his cultivation to leap forward remarkably. With a deep breath, Feng Huang, seeing Ji Xiu fall silent, endured her pain and slowly rose to her feet, donning a set of divine phoenix robes from her storage ring. Without looking back, she spoke, Ji Xiu, let us treat last night as a mere dream. You and I shall forget it. Ji Xiu, intrigued by her words, regarded the once more regal and aloof figure before him with a hint of amusement. He shrugged and donned a dark cloak, replying nonchalantly, it matters not. Do as you please. You, Feng Huang, incensed by his response, turned sharply to glare at Ji Xiu, reprimanding him. Ji Xiu, what is your attitude? Ji Xiu gazed at her in bewilderment, pondering how his words could have provoked her ire. You are utterly insufferable, Feng Huang retorted angrily, her clenched fists trembling inexplicably. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared. Cough, cough. Are you two about to battle again? Ning Xian calmly inquired, observing the tense standoff between Ji Xiu and Feng Huang. Last night had truly broadened her horizons, compelling her to distance herself from them to quell the restlessness within her veins. Now, witnessing their palpable animosity, she attempted to lighten the atmosphere with a jest. All done. Let us depart from the Zhou garden. Ji Xiu replied casually. Finished indeed. Feng Huang's voice was icy and resolute. What a perplexing woman. Ji Xiu shook his head at Feng Huang, whose demeanor was as frigid as ice. He then turned to gaze at the clear sky above the Zhou garden, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. With a swift motion, Ji Xiu raised his hand and sliced through the vast firmament. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed in their ears, as a brilliant dawn seemed to cleave through the heavens, creating a rift that separated the realms of yin and yang. The sky of the Zhou garden appeared like a curtain, now marred by a gaping, pitch-black fissure. Ethereal divine light cascaded like a torrential downpour from this dark crevice, enveloping Ji Xiu and the others. Indeed, it was as such. To exit the Zhou garden, one must comprehend the two-split blade technique. Zhou Dufu had truly put in great effort. Ji Xiu murmured softly. Humph. No need for your reminder. I am well aware, Feng Huang replied with a huff. Is this truly how you all interact now? The The night and day are distinctly different. Ning Xian teased with a playful tone. As her words fell, a teleportation array manifested beneath the feet of Ji Xiao, Feng Huang, and Ning Xian. The array shimmered with divine light, and in an instant, the figures of the three vanished from the Zhou garden. At that moment, the Zhou garden was once again shrouded in darkness. The wind stilled, reverting to a silent realm of shadows. The scene shifted, and Ji Xiao, along with the others, found themselves once more within the imperial palace. Your Highness, you have finally returned. Wei Lao exhaled in relief, his heart, which had been in suspense, finally at ease upon seeing Ji Xiao. Indeed, where on earth were you transported for 10 hours? Mu Xianin gazed at Ji Xiao, astonished. 10 hours? Ji Xiao noted the crux of the inquiry. If memory served, they had lingered in the Zhou garden for no less than 10 days. If merely 10 hours passed outside, yet 10 days elapsed within the Zhou garden, it could only imply one thing. Time within the Zhou garden flowed significantly slower than in the outside world. With this thought, Ji Xiao felt a twinge of regret. He mused that if he could possess a Zhou garden of his own, it would be perfect. Cease your daydreaming. The Zhou garden is a realm that can only be crafted by powerful emperors. You are still far from that, Feng Huang remarked, mercilessly discerning Ji Xiao's thoughts. What? If one day I, the heir, were to possess such a world, would you consider revisiting? Ji Xiao inquired with a playful glint in his eye. Upon hearing this, Feng Huang was momentarily taken aback, processing Ji Xiao's underlying implication. Her cheeks flushed, and she averted her gaze from him, muttering softly, "Get lost." Mu Xianin observed Feng Huang's peculiar demeanor with curiosity. Previously, Feng Huang had harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Ji Xiao. Yet now, her attitude seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Although on the surface, Feng Huang still exuded hostility, there was an unmistakable, unusual air between the two. She even noticed that Feng Huang was reluctant to meet Ji Xiao's gaze, as if she had committed some misdeed. A woman's intuition told her that something significant had transpired between Ji Xiao and Feng Huang. Young Master Ji, once you create your own small world, I shall come. Miss and sister, you will join as well. Young Lady Shui beamed at Ji Xiao, her expression brimming with innocence. Ahem. Ji Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at her words. If they all came, he would be overwhelmed. What nonsense. Upon observing the change in Ji Xiao's demeanor, Feng Huang could not help but let out a soft scoff. Let us depart. We have acquired all that we came for. It is time to return to Kyoto. Ji Xiao, however, disregarded Feng Huang's remark and spoke with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing his words, Wei Lao, Mu Xianin, and Miss Shui were momentarily taken aback. Ji Xiao's implication was clear. They had successfully obtained the dual severance blade technique. In that fleeting moment, a wave of excitement washed over them. Indeed, their journey to the Zhou garden had proven to be exceedingly fruitful. Little did they know, however, that beyond the dual severance blade technique, Ji Xiao had seemingly secured other treasures as well. Chapter 83. Someone seeking their own demise. Another woman within the phoenix's body. As Ji Xiao and his companions departed from the Zhou garden, traversing the seemingly endless expanse of the snow-covered plains, each individual felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. At that moment, Mu Xianin, observing the silent phoenix, felt a playful impulse arise within her. Ji Xiao, have you mastered the dual blade technique? She inquired with a smile. I have, Ji Xiao replied, casting a glance at Mu Xianin and nodding, not concealing his progress. Would you be willing to teach me? She continued, after all, we have been friends for a decade. With that, she playfully wrapped her arms around Ji Xiao's. Startled, Ji Xiao felt a rush of warmth from her embrace, leaving him momentarily helpless. Over the past 10 years, Mu Xianin had transformed significantly, evolving from a once proud princess into a carefree enchantress. Faced with this new version of Mu Xianin, he found himself somewhat exasperated. Young Master Ji Xiao, since you have learned the dual blade technique, would you be able to teach my young lady when we return to the capital? Snow Maiden hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to ask. Unlike Mu Xianin, she lacked boldness, merely gripping Ji Xiao's sleeve. Ji Xiao chuckled at the starry-eyed Snow Maiden, while Mu Xianin, with a teasing glint in her eyes, questioned. I have known Ji Xiao for 10 years, but what gives you the right to ask him to teach your young lady, Snow? Well, Snow Maiden pondered briefly before her eyes brightened as she spoke. Though my young lady has not known young Master Ji Xiao for long, they have already Realizing the potential impropriety in her statement, she promptly closed her mouth. Ji Xiao could only helplessly massage his temples, thinking how simple-minded this girl was. What do you mean by already? Mu Xianyin pressed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It's none of your business. Snow Maiden shot a glare at Mu Xianyin. Yet her grip on Ji Xiao's sleeve tightened even further. If it's none of my business, then there's no need to elaborate. I've already deduced the truth. Mu Xianyin smirked, her lips curling in a manner that suggested she understood all worldly matters. At that moment, a cold snort emanated from behind them. Humph. Hearing this, Mu Xianyin turned with interest to face the phoenix. What is it? Does Her Highness the Princess harbor any discontent? As she spoke, she tightened her embrace around Ji Xiao's arm, causing it to sink further into her grasp. Truly, the demoness of the supreme heaven possesses no shame. The phoenix scoffed, her beautiful eyes coldly scrutinizing Mu Xianyin's intimate closeness with Ji Xiao. And then, Mu Xianyin responded with an air of indifference, a playful grin adorning her face. Humph. How does it matter that you have known Ji Xiao for 10 years? Even if it were a century, he might not necessarily impart the dual severance blade technique to you. However, if you were to beseech me, perhaps, I might consider teaching you the technique. The phoenix raised her chin slightly, her enchanting visage radiating provocation. No need for that. You are merely a captive. Why should this holy maiden plead with you? How utterly ludicrous. Mu Xianyin replied with a smile. Who are you calling a captive? The phoenix shot Mu Xianyin a furious glare. Her delicate hands clenched into fists, a surge of indignation swelling within her. ISNT at you? Have you forgotten how you appeared before Zhou? Even if you have, this holy maiden remembers vividly. The smile in Mu Xianyin's beautiful eyes grew more pronounced. Preposterous. I may have lost before Zhou, but in the Zhou garden, The phoenix coldly retorted, yet her words trailed off, leaving her to huff in frustration. At that moment, a voice of exquisite allure echoed in her mind. Phoenix, why have you ceased speaking? You should declare her face to be shattered. Who is speaking? The phoenix furrowed her brow tightly, a sudden shock coursing through her. Yet, the voice had vanished, leaving no trace. I see. It appears that the princess has indeed loved earnestly, Mu Xianyin remarked with a beaming smile. Begone. The phoenix snapped in anger, then chose to ignore Mu Xianyin. Confusion swirled within her. She had distinctly heard a woman's voice just moments ago. Was it merely an illusion? Women. Ji Xiao shook his head, hastening his pace. Soon, he and his companions returned to the divine wood forest. There, they beheld a stunning woman clad in a fitted black dress, possessing an exquisite figure, standing beneath the divine tree. Yuju. Upon seeing the woman, Mu Xianyin felt a surge of joy and rushed forward to embrace her. Supreme Heaven Luo Yuju. The phoenix frowned slightly. She recognized that this woman was a significant figure from Supreme Heaven, a trusted aide of the Holy Empress Nenlingwa. 10 years have passed. She has not changed at all. Ji Xiao murmured softly as he gazed at Luo Yuju. Your Highness, it has been too long. Luo Yuju smiled gently at Ji Xiao. Did she summon you here? What does she want? Is she asking me to visit Supreme Heaven? Ji Xiao inquired nonchalantly. No, Your Highness need not go to Supreme Heaven. Luo Yuju shook her head. What does she mean by that? Ji Xiao furrowed his brow. The Holy Empress has gone to the capital. She will be waiting for you there. Luo Yuju replied softly. What? Upon hearing the words, Ji Xiao's expression suddenly froze. Nanlingwa has gone to the capital? What could her intentions be? It seems that His Highness the Crown Prince remains oblivious. Gu Jian's supreme bone has been extracted, and Gu Yao is gravely wounded. The capital is in upheaval. Luo Yuju's crimson lips parted, and as her words fell, Old Wei's face turned an alarming shade of pallor. As for Ji Xiao, his countenance bore no trace of emotion, nor did he utter a word. Yet, his gaze resembled that of a predatory beast, chilling to the core, and he emanated an aura of extreme coldness. To onlookers, it appeared as though Ji Xiao was enveloped in darkness. Whether it was Feng Wang, Shui Gunyang, or Ning Xian, they all felt a shiver rising from their souls, surging straight to their minds. Gu Jian's supreme bone had been extracted. Gu Yao lay gravely wounded, her fate uncertain. The capital is in turmoil. Luo Yuju's words lingered in Ji Xiao's ears, refusing to fade. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xiao forcibly suppressed the terrifying murderous intent within him and declared, Let us return to the capital. Someone seeks death. With that, he strode towards the edge of the divine wood forest. Mu Xianyin intended to follow, but was halted by Luo Yuju's grasp. Yuju, such a significant incident has occurred in the capital. Why can't I go? She implored. In response, Luo Yuju shook her head and replied, when Ji Xiu returns to the capital, his temperament will undoubtedly bring about chaos. The Holy Empress has already departed. You need not add to the turmoil. Mu Xianyin sighed, gazing at Ji Xiu's retreating silhouette, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Upon leaving the Divine Wood Forest and emerging from the Tianma Mountain, Ji Xiu remained silent, yet his gaze grew ever colder. At that moment, Feng Wang suddenly grasped Ji Xiu's wrist. Ji Xiu, you are leaving, but what about me? She asked, her beautiful eyes staring at him in bewilderment. Go wherever you wish. It has nothing to do with me. Ji Xiu coldly shrugged off Feng Wang's hand. Am I not your captive? You simply let me go? Feng Wang bit her silver teeth, questioning him. Scram. Ji Xiu glanced back at Feng Wang, uttering those two words before boarding the Xianzhou with Old Wei and Shui Gunyang. Alas, Ning Xian looked at Feng Wang, who stood dazed in place, and gently ran her fingers through Feng Wang's golden hair before following in Ji Xiu's footsteps. Clang! The Xianzhou soared into the sky, slicing through the heavens, racing towards the northern capital. Watching the vessel vanish into the horizon, Feng Wang remained rooted to the spot, lost in thought for a long while. At that moment, a seductive and enchanting voice surged within her mind. Feng Wang, you clearly desire to accompany him to Kyoto. Why do you not go? I do not. Feng Wang protested against the voice echoing in her thoughts. Could it be that Mu Xianyin was indeed correct? After that night in the courtyard, have you developed some intricate feelings for Ji Xiu? Silence. Feng Wang clenched her teeth, desperate for the voice in her mind to cease. At the very least, that night, you genuinely felt a stir in your heart, did you not? Who are you? Feng Wang roared inwardly. Who am I? Ha 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 ha. Do you truly not know? Silly girl. I am you. Another. You. Chapter 84. The Dragon Hall, Two Great Princes, Gu Jian. In the capital, at the Weiyang Palace, Chu Li stood outside the palace with her hands clasped behind her back. The cold moonlight bathed her in an ethereal glow. At this moment, her delicate face was etched with gravity, and a persistent shadow loomed between her brows. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside the palace. Lady Yu arrived at the Weiyang Palace and stood beside Chu Li, her expression equally solemn. What is it? Chu Li inquired softly. Miss, the Crown Prince of Qin, Ing Su, and the Phoenix Prince, Feng Mian, have both entered the palace, Lady Yu replied quietly. What is their purpose? Have you discovered anything? Chu Li furrowed her brow as she gazed at Lady Yu. Not as of yet. However, the 4 divine punishment elders of the Great Qin Empire disappeared from the imperial court a day ago without a trace. Additionally, 3 of the 10 strongest of the Phoenix Empire also left the court around the same time, equally unaccounted for. Lady Yu responded gravely. 2 great empires. 7 saint-level powerhouses. All vanished from their respective courts simultaneously a day ago, without a trace? Must I even ponder this? They have likely arrived in the capital of Beixia. Chu Li scoffed. Gasp. Lady Yu, upon hearing this, involuntarily inhaled sharply, her expression shifting dramatically. Miss, are you implying that they have come to the capital to aid Long Yuan? Is Long Yuan about to take action against the Ji family? Indeed. Chu Li nodded, stating, Long Yuan. I wonder what promises he has made to the 2 great empires, compelling them to dispatch 7 saint-level experts on his behalf. It seems I have underestimated him after all. Miss, what shall we do now? Lady Yu looked at Chu Li, inquiring. Upon hearing this, Chu Li pondered for a moment before asking, what of Ji Xiu? Has he returned? Yes. Lady Yu nodded in affirmation. Just now, Heir conveyed that Ji Xiu will return to the capital by tonight at the latest. Excellent. Chu Li exhaled in relief. She and Ji Xiu were now allies, and she had staked heavily on him, even allowing him to utilize the net she had woven. Therefore, she did not wish to witness Ji Xiu's downfall. She firmly believed that Ji Xiu would not falter, nor would she allow him to falter. Investigate further. Discover what Long Yuan, Ing Su, and Feng Mian are scheming within the palace. Understood. Lady Yu responded before turning to depart. In the Beixia Imperial Palace, within the Dragon Hall, Long Yuan sat upon the throne, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the 2 young lords standing in the Grand Hall. The Crown Prince of the Great Qin, Ing Su, adorned in an exquisitely luxurious black brocade robe, stood with his hands clasped behind him in the Dragon Palace, his dark hair framing a strikingly handsome visage. His demeanor was indifferent, and within his eyes lay an innate air of nobility and callousness. Even in the presence of the Emperor of Baxia, Long Yuan, there was not a trace of deference in his gaze. In stark contrast, the Prince of the Phoenix Empire, Feng Mian, draped in a resplendent golden robe, exuded warmth and charm, perpetually wearing a gentle smile that endeared him to all. The citizens of the Phoenix Empire affectionately referred to him as the sun, for wherever he graced with his presence, light and warmth followed. Were it not for the Princess Feng Huang, he might very well be the next Emperor of the Phoenix. Welcome to the North Xia, esteemed princes. Long Yuan greeted with a smile directed at Ing Su and Feng Mian. Spare us the pleasantries, Long Yuan, Ing Su replied coldly. This crown prince has traveled a great distance from the Great Qin to your capital not to indulge in your flattery. Therefore, I would appreciate your sincerity at once. Your Highness speaks wisely. It is indeed time for me to demonstrate my sincerity. But what of yours? Long Yuan maintained his smile, yet refused to yield an inch. Humph. Ing Su scoffed, retrieving a token from his spatial ring. This token, crafted from rare obsidian, bore an imposing character for punishment prominently displayed upon it. Take it. He cast the token towards Long Yuan, his tone devoid of warmth. Is this sufficient for the 4 elders of divine punishment from the Great Qin? Indeed, it is more than enough. Long Yuan exclaimed as he received the weighty token, his eyes betraying an unmistakable delight. For the past decade, he had sought assistance from the National Defense Sect on countless occasions, yet they remained preoccupied with the traces of the purifying demon flame, showing no interest in the Ji family, particularly Ji Xiu. Thus, he had been compelled to negotiate with the prominent figures of the Great Qin and the Phoenix Empire. And what of the items I requested? Ing Su inquired coldly. With a soft chuckle, Long Yuan produced from his spatial ring a luminous fruit, exuding a rich fragrance. Your Highness, this is the longevity fruit I promised you. With a hint of reluctance, he tossed the fruit to Ing Su. This single longevity fruit possessed the power to heal countless ailments, enhance cultivation, and even extend one's life by 500 years. In a millennium, the North Xia dynasty had only possessed 4 longevity fruits, 2 in his hands and 2 with the National Defense Sect. This time, he had resolved to make a substantial sacrifice in hopes of leveraging the strength of both the Great Qin and the Phoenix Empires to eliminate Ji Xiu. Indeed, it is truly a longevity fruit. Thank you, Your Majesty Long Yuan. Ing Su acknowledged with a nod, refraining from using Long Yuan's name directly, signaling a modicum of respect. And what of you, Prince Feng Mian? Long Yuan fixed his gaze upon the divine Phoenix Prince, Feng Mian. My capabilities are limited. I can at most assign you 3 saint-level powerhouses. However, these 3 rank among the top 10 strongest in my divine Phoenix Empire. What do you think? Feng Mian responded with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Long Yuan fell silent for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. With that, he produced the last remaining longevity fruit he possessed and tossed it to Feng Mian. In return, Feng Mian presented a token inscribed with the Phoenix Flame emblem and handed it to Long Yuan. Long Yuan felt the weight of the 2 tokens in his hands, a sensation that filled him with unprecedented excitement. Under the immense pressure of Ji Xiu for the past decade, he had been on the brink of collapse. Now, he believed it was time to reclaim all that belonged to him, his empire, his dominion. Witnessing Long Yuan's unbridled joy, Ing Su's eyes flickered with disdain. He thought to himself, what a feeble emperor to allow a mere heir to stand over him for 10 long years. At that moment, Feng Mian turned to face Ing Su and spoke. Your Highness, since our transaction with His Majesty Long Yuan is complete, shall we now discuss the terms of our own agreement? Very well. Ing Su slowly turned to face Feng Mian. I have heard that you possess a man with supreme bone, correct? Feng Mian fixed his gaze on Ing Su and inquired. Indeed, there is such a man. Moreover, he is the right-hand man of Ji Xiu, the heir of the Ji family. A playful smirk curled at the corners of Ing Su's lips. Supreme bone. I desire it. Feng Mian spoke directly. Let us not beat around the bush. All right, the supreme bone can be yours. However, what of my request? Ing Su replied calmly. What you seek has already been decreed by my father, along with the drafting of the scroll. Yet, I demand the supreme bone now. Feng Mian stepped forward, excitement igniting in his eyes. Very well. Ing Su nodded and clapped his hands twice. With a resounding clang, The doors of the Dragon Palace swung open. A stern-faced elder clad in black entered, dragging a blood-soaked man behind him. Blood trailed behind them, saturating the ground, infusing the entire Dragon Palace with a thick, metallic scent. The bloodied man was none other than the sword belonging to Ji Xiao. Gu Jian. Chapter 85. Digging for Bones. Gu Jian, you are home. Within the grand hall of the Dragon Palace, Gu Jian lay helplessly at the center. His body was drenched in blood, his limbs contorted at unnatural angles. It was evident that both his hands and feet had been shattered, and even the bones of his hands and legs were broken. Sister, Your Highness. Master. Gu Jian's vacant eyes gazed at the ceiling as he murmured the names of the three individuals most significant to him in life. It was only when thoughts of these three crossed his mind that he found the courage to endure, regardless of the dark future that awaited him. He constantly clung to the hope of seeing his sister, his noble lord, and his master, who treated him as his own child. It was this very belief that kept him alive. Is he indeed the man with the supreme bone? Feng Mian inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed. A faint smile crept across Ing's lips. What I desire is the supreme bone, not a man on the brink of death. Rumor has it that you have already extracted the supreme bone. What does this mean now? Feng Mian's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Ha ha, Ingsa scoffed. You yourself have labeled it a rumor. Moreover, this prince is not as deranged as the tales suggest. I did not extract the supreme bone. However, if you wish to obtain it, you may take matters into your own hands. With that, Ingsu crossed his arms and took 2 steps back, reveling in the spectacle. Seated upon the throne, Long Yuan wore a faint, cold smile. He relished the sight of anyone associated with Ji Xiao suffering and being tormented. Humph. Feng Mian shot a disdainful glance at Ing Su before slowly approaching Gu Jian. He looked down upon the dying Gu Jian and spoke. Your Highness, should you deceive me, then our transaction between the Great Qin Empire and my Divine Phoenix Empire shall be nullified. Very well, Ing Su replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Clang. Feng Mian withdrew a silver dagger from his spatial ring, his gaze icy as it fell upon Gu Jian. Then, he raised the silver dagger and plunged it directly into Gu Jian's chest. Uft! The sound of blood splattering resonated throughout the hall. The thick crimson liquid flowed from Gu Jian's chest like a gentle stream. Ah! Gu Jian let out a muffled groan. Beads of sweat as small as soybeans trickling down his forehead. Yet, despite the agony, he refrained from screaming, gritting his teeth in silence. Deep within his subconscious, he believed he could endure torment, but he would never allow his noble lord to suffer disgrace. Indeed, he could be considered a true man. The prince found himself quite intrigued by this Ji Xiao. What manner of man could cultivate such a being? Ingsu let out a cold chuckle. However, Feng Mian paid no heed to Ing Su, as his gaze was captivated by the symbol bone within Gu Jian's chest, which radiated a mystical brilliance, seemingly intertwined with the secrets of the heavens. Truly, it was a supreme bone, as Feng Mian beheld that shimmering symbol bone, adorned with an intricate tapestry of runes. A profound greed and fervor ignited within his eyes. If that is the case, then let us proceed, Ing Su urged. Huh. Feng Mian chuckled lightly, and with a swift motion of his silver blade, he directly extracted the symbol bone from Gu Jian's chest. My lord, I feel so cold, Gu Jian murmured, his gaze hazy. At that moment, he felt a chilling sensation rise from the depths of his soul, his eyelids heavy, on the verge of succumbing to slumber. Clang. The symbol bone was extracted. In an instant, the entire Dragon Palace was bathed in a sacred luminescence. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall accept this supreme bone, Feng Mian declared, placing the precious bone into a specially crafted vessel imbued with ethereal aura, which he had painstakingly created. The supreme bone could only retain its divine radiance and everlasting power within such a container. I have given you what you sought. Now where's my prize? Ing Su inquired calmly. Here you go, Feng Mian replied, retrieving a scroll from his spatial ring and tossing it to Ing Su. Upon receiving the scroll, Ing Su unfurled it, scanning its contents before a faint smile graced his lips. He extended his hand towards Feng Mian. A pleasure to cooperate. Hee hee. Feng Mian chuckled as he grasped Ing Su's hand, speaking with a meaningful tone. A pleasure to cooperate, future brother-in-law. What he sought was the supreme bone, whereas Ing Su desired a marriage contract. Or perhaps a woman of formidable lineage, unparalleled talent, and noble background. That woman was none other than the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Huang. Your Highness, I am quite curious. Feng Huang possesses the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix. It is said that she will be the future queen of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Why would the sovereign of the Divine Phoenix consent to this union? Ingsu inquired with curiosity. Quite simple. If my sister were to ascend as queen, it could be a fortuitous occurrence. However, if I acquire the supreme bone, I shall not be any less capable when I ascend to the throne of the Divine Phoenix. Moreover, should she marry you, our Divine Phoenix Empire could forge an alliance with your Qin Empire. Thus, the Divine Phoenix Empire would reach new heights, even securing a standing in the celestial realms of the 9 heavens. Such a mutually beneficial prospect. How could my father refuse to agree? Feng Mian smiled in response. I see. Ingsu nodded. In truth, he had long suspected this. However, he merely sought to confirm it one last time. Very well, Your Highness. It is time for you to set forth. Once my sister returns home, you may marry her. Feng Mian waved his hand. And what of you? Will you not accompany me back to the Divine Phoenix Empire? Ingsu inquired, gazing at Feng Mian. Not at all. This prince has heard that Gu Jian has a sister, named Gu Yao. Perhaps she harbors some secrets as well. Feng Mian replied with a smile, a glimmer of greed shining in his eyes. As expected of you. Ingsu nodded, then turned to depart from the Dragon Palace. At that moment, the Dragon Palace was left with only Feng Mian, Long Yuan, and the barely conscious Gu Jian. Your Highness, what do you intend to do with Gu Jian? Long Yuan asked, propping his head up with his left hand, intrigued. Well, Feng Mian pondered for a moment before responding. He has at most 3 days left to live. Thus, naturally, we must send him home. After all, he is the benefactor of this prince. At this point, Feng Mian couldn't help but laugh. Long Yuan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smirk. Feng Mian clearly intended to provoke Ji Xiu, yet spoke so grandly. Nonetheless, he refrained from exposing this, as he too wished to proceed in that manner. After all, he needed a justification to incite Ji Xiu's wrath, prompting the Ji family to rebel, which would ultimately allow him to annihilate them. Only then could he quell the murmurs surrounding the northern Xia dynasty. With this thought, Long Yuan slowly rose and walked to the center of the Dragon Palace. He cast a cold gaze upon the prostrate Gu Jian and declared, Gu Jian, your fate today shall mirror that which Ji Xiu is destined to face. I will ensure you witness it all. Upon hearing this, Gu Jian's throat tightened, and he weakly uttered 4 words, Go. To hell? Hearing this, Feng Mian shook his head and laughed. Long Yuan's face, however, darkened to an extreme, and he turned to bellow outside the hall, bring forth this wild dog, and throw him back to the Ji family. As the words fell, the feeble Gu Jian's lips curled into a faint smile. He murmured dreamily at last, I can. Go home. Chapter 86. Even if floods rage and abysses deepen on this night, a mysterious vessel pierced the vast skies and descended upon the capital. As Ji Xiu stepped into the city, he felt an ominous shroud enveloping the entire metropolis. Upon arriving at the Ji family barracks, he gazed upon the desolate and cold estate, and a wave of foreboding surged within him. The young master has returned. Quickly, informed the lady. Young master, you have finally come back. During your absence, a grave incident has occurred at home. Miss Gu Yao has sustained serious injuries. A cacophony of voices echoed in Ji Xiu's ears, yet he did not falter, resolutely making his way towards the Maple Palace. As he entered, his mother, Lin Ru, and grandmother, Mu Hua, rushed to greet him. Xiu, you are finally home. Lin Ru spoke softly, her face drawn with fatigue. You must see Yao. She is gravely injured. Mu Hua gently patted Ji Xiu's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu felt a thunderous surge within his mind, his breath momentarily disordered. Ning Xian, who had been trailing behind him, noticed his distress and called out, Ji Xiu, I am fine. Ji Xiu shook his head and stepped deeper into the Maple Palace. Upon the grand bed lay an ethereal woman, her life force alarmingly faint, her delicate features devoid of color, utterly frail. Yao, Ji Xiu murmured, reaching out to caress Gu Yao's icy cheek. Gu Yao, exhausted, slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing him, a flicker of light ignited in her dim gaze, and she struggled to form a faint smile. Young master, you have returned. Her weak voice sent a tremor through Ji Xiu's heart. Yes, I have returned, he affirmed with a firm nod. Young master, Yao is so tired. Hold me, please, Gu Yao softly implored. With those words, Ji Xiao enveloped Gu Yao in a tight embrace, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Yao, how did you become so injured? Gu Yao replied softly, resting her head against Ji Xiao's chest. Gu Jian is in their hands. I must go, save him. He is my brother. Perhaps overwhelmed by her emotions, a trickle of blood escaped from her lips, a heart-wrenching sight. I understand, Yao. You are gravely wounded. I will tend to you first. We shall discuss the rest later. Ji Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of Gu Yao's mouth. She bore numerous sword wounds, each a testament to her suffering. She bore several grievous wounds. However, it seemed that a formidable force had shielded her vital essence, allowing her to survive. Otherwise, Gu Yao would certainly not have endured until now. With a deep sigh, Ji Xiao opened the system marketplace. He expended 3,000 essence of life to procure 7 or 8 varieties of sacred elixirs, applying them all at once to Gu Yao. Soon, her condition stabilized considerably, at least alleviating the threat to her life. Yet, as Ji Xiao gazed upon the deep, unhealable sword wounds etched into Gu Yao's flesh, an uncontrollable fury ignited within him. Yao, pray tell, who has inflicted this upon you? Ji Xiao gently cradled Gu Yao, his voice barely above a whisper. It was the crown prince of Daqin. Ingsu. He is formidable. Yao is no match for him. Were it not for that person, Yao might never have seen you again, your highness. Gu Yao clutched Ji Xiao tightly, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. That person, was it she? Ji Xiao furrowed his brow. If his suspicions were correct, the one who saved Gu Yao must be Nan Lingyue. It appeared he owed her yet another debt. Ji Xiao shook his head, his thoughts swirling in complexity. Your highness, could you possibly save my brother? Gu Yao implored, her voice trembling. Yao understands. This is a tall order. However, I beseech you, save him. If he falls into their hands, he will perish. Gu Yao tilted her head back, her beautiful eyes gazing earnestly at Ji Xiao, shimmering with unshed tears. The mere thought of her bloodied brother, Gu Jian, tore at her heart, leaving her in agony. Yao, rest assured, the one who harmed you, the one who harmed Gu Jian, I shall not let a single one escape. Ji Xiao's voice was neither too soft nor too loud, yet it emanated a palpable, earth-shattering intent to kill. The crown prince of Daqin? The divine phoenix prince? What of it? Those who have wronged him must pay the price. No matter who they may be, it is all the same. Yes, Gu Yao murmured softly, then buried her head in Ji Xiao's embrace, resembling a wounded kitten, her spirit momentarily lightening, while a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Only she knew that since Ji Xiao had departed from the capital, she had not enjoyed a single peaceful slumber. In the face of life and death, the only thought that had crossed her mind was Ji Xiao. She pondered, if she were to perish, Ji Xiao would be heartbroken, and she wished for nothing more than to spare him that sorrow. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside Weiyan Palace. Your Highness, you must come out at once. It is Gu Jian. At these words, Ji Xiao paused momentarily, while Gu Yao, fighting through her intense pain, also yearned to rise. Yao, you must lie down. I will go and investigate. Ji Xiao placed Gu Yao upon the bed and solemnly addressed her. Yet, Gu Yao bit her crimson lips, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease. No buts. Listen to me, Ji Xiao proclaimed, turning to exit the Maple Palace. At that moment, a familiar figure lay outside the palace, flanked by 2 individuals, the vice commander of the Iron Floating Tower Army, Ji Wuji, and the chief guardian of the Northern Xia Emperor, Ji Xian. Your Highness, we have come at the Emperor's behest to escort Gu Jian home, Ji Wuji said with a smile directed at Ji Xiao. Indeed, Your Highness. To speak candidly, Gu Jian was injured due to an assassination attempt on the Crown Prince of Daqin. However, the Crown Prince has always held you in high regard. Thus he graciously spared Gu Jian's life, Ji Xian added, also smiling. Upon hearing this, Old Wei's expression turned frigid, and both Lin Ru and Mu Hua wore grim faces. Yet, Ji Xiao did not cast a glance at Ji Wuji or Ji Xian. He strode directly to Gu Jian, kneeling beside him. At that moment, he noticed Gu Jian's chest was wrapped in blood-stained white gauze. As he reached out to unveil the gauze, he was met with a gruesome wound, blood oozing profusely. Gu Jian's supreme bone had been excavated. As this thought struck him, it felt as if all the strength was drained from Ji Xiao's body, an icy chill spreading from his core. In that instant, the murderous intent within him could no longer be contained. Slowly, he rose to his feet, a dense shadow enveloping him. What are you saying? Ji Xiao inquired softly, his gaze lowered. I said, the crown prince of Daqin has always admired you, which is why he kindly spared Gu Jian's life. Your Majesty, I hope your highness understands gratitude. Ji Wuji interjected, his expression devoid of sincerity. No sooner had he spoken than Ji Xiao abruptly lifted his head, revealing eyes laced with blood, akin to a demon from the abyss. You. Ji Wuji's countenance shifted dramatically at Ji Xiao's expression, instinctively retreating 2 steps, icy dread coursing through him. With a swift motion, Ji Xiao closed the distance, placing a hand firmly upon Ji Wuji's head. Ji Xian, witnessing his father's predicament, panicked and exclaimed, Ji Xiao, do not act impulsively. If the emperor finds out. Before he could finish, Ji Xiao's lips curled into a chilling smile, his grip on Ji Wuji's head tightening. With a sickening crunch, Ji Wuji's skull shattered like a ripe melon, blood spraying forth like a burst of juice upon Ji Xian's face. With a thunderous roar, Ji Xian was engulfed by the thick, metallic scent of blood, and he immediately erupted in furious outrage. Ji Xiao, how dare you? You have slain my father. His Majesty the Emperor will undoubtedly annihilate your entire clan. His father served as the deputy commander of the Iron Floating Tower Army and was an old friend of Ji Xiao's father. Moreover, Ji Xiao's mother, Lin Ru, and his grandmother, Mu Hua, were present. He could hardly fathom that Ji Xiao would dare to strike with such ruthless ferocity, completely disregarding his father's status and the long-standing friendship between their families. No sooner had the words left his mouth than, with a sickening squelch, a hand pierced directly through Ji Xian's chest. As Ji Xiao slowly withdrew his hand, a gaping black hole marred Ji Xian's torso. With a resounding crash, Ji Xian's body collapsed to the ground. Ji Xiao turned to his mother, Lin Ru, and his grandmother, Mu Hua, saying nothing. Xiaoer, have you contemplated the path ahead? Lin Ru inquired softly, taking a deep breath. As Ji Xiao's mother, she did not need him to articulate his intentions. She already understood what he was about to undertake. I have thought it through, Ji Xiao affirmed with a nod. Even if the floods rage? Mu Hua gazed at Ji Xiao, bewildered. Even if it leads to the depths of an abyss. Ji Xiao replied resolutely. Chapter 87, The Sacred Rank? He can kill indiscriminately. Ji Xiao invites the storm. In the capital, the Weiyang Palace. Slaying the Holy Sun, capturing the Soul Saintess, bribing the princes, framing Yi Xian. Moreover, he even seems to have stolen Yi Xian's fiancée Yi. Ji Xiao, oh Ji Xiao. This journey has certainly given me a new impression of you. As Chu Li listened to Miss Shue's extravagant depiction of Ji Xiao's various misdeeds at Tianma Mountain, the amusement in her eyes grew ever more pronounced. Miss, this Ji Xiao is truly a perilous individual. We must tread carefully in our future collaborations. Miss Shue urged with a sparkling gaze, tugging at Chu Li's sleeve. Having chosen to cooperate, we must believe unconditionally. Furthermore, Ji Xiao possesses formidable strength and ruthless methods. Is that not advantageous? Besides, I never anticipated that this fellow could match the power of the sacred rank with mere June rank cultivation. It appears that the saying circulating on the continent, beneath the sacred rank, all are but ants, has become a hollow phrase before him, Chu Li remarked, amusement dancing in her eyes as she playfully poked Miss Shue's forehead, her tone laced with astonishment. That being said, he is far too reckless. He never considers the consequences of his actions. Moreover, he has even engaged in such activities with you, Mississippi. And now there is the unclear relationship with the divine Phoenix Princess, not to mention the Supreme Heaven Saintess, Mu Xianyin. By the way, he seems to be the holy monarch of Supreme Heaven, and it is entirely possible that the Supreme Heaven Empress is his wife. Miss Shue indignantly defended Chu Li. What are you thinking about all day, you girl? Even if the Supreme Heaven Empress Nen Lingyue is his wife, what does it matter? I am indifferent. Chu Li replied with a smile, shaking her head. Of course, although she feigned indifference, deep down, she was aware that she felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, Ji Xiao was a treasure she had discovered, yet now this treasure was entangled with several prominent figures, no longer solely hers, which naturally left her feeling unsettled. Nevertheless, she adeptly controlled her emotions. After all, the more allies Ji Xiao had, the greater her chances of obtaining Shuyue City in the future. As for everything else, she would take it one step at a time. However, just as her thoughts swirled, Miss Yu hurriedly returned to the Weiyang Palace. What news? Chu Li inquired. gazing at Miss Yu. Reporting to you. Miss, you were correct. Long Yuan intends to leverage the power of the two great empires to annihilate the Ji family. Currently, the 7 sacred rank powerhouses from the Great Qin and Divine Phoenix empires have arrived in the capital. Miss Yu responded gravely. And the cost? What price did Long Yuan pay? Chu Li furrowed her brows. The longevity fruit. Miss Yu inhaled deeply and spoke. Upon hearing this, Chu Li fell silent for a moment, then nodded and said, I see. It appears Long Yuan has truly invested heavily this time, even presenting the extraordinary longevity fruit of the Northern Xia royal family. Miss, there is something else. Miss Yu suddenly interrupted. What is it? Chu Li gazed at Miss Yu's grave expression, a sense of foreboding rising within her. The Divine Phoenix Prince, Feng Mian, personally excavated Gu Jian's supreme bone in the Dragon Palace. Long Yuan also instructed Ji Wuji and Ji Xian to return the barely alive Gu Jian to the Ji family. And then, Chu Li inquired further. And then, Ji Wuji and Ji Xian died. Moreover, the young Master Ji personally took action. He even ordered that the bodies of Ji Wuji and his son be sent back to Long Yuan. Miss Yu's voice was laced with astonishment. Sighing, Chu Li remarked, Ji Xiu's involvement signifies that there is no room for negotiation in this matter. What do you mean? Both Miss Yu and Miss Shui looked at Chu Li simultaneously. It means Ji Xiu intends to pursue a vendetta against all who were involved. To the bitter end. Chu Li stated calmly. Miss, what should we do? Miss Yu asked, her voice filled with alarm. Indeed. Are we to descend into madness alongside that Ji Xiu? Miss Shui bit her red lip. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Chu Li in a daze. At this point, what choice do I have? If he chooses madness, I must accompany him to the end. Chu Li raised her gaze to the bright moon in the night sky, her beautiful eyes gradually becoming distant. At that moment, an elderly man arrived outside the Weiyang Palace. Your Majesty, the Emperor requests your presence in the palace. He awaits you in the Dragon Palace. His aged voice echoed within the Weiyang Palace. A presence of immense power. Chu Li felt the overwhelming aura and couldn't help but frown slightly. Miss, what should we do now? Does His Majesty know about your relationship with young Master Ji? Miss Yu asked anxiously. Uncertain. Chu Li shook her head. After a moment of contemplation, she then spoke with determination. Swear. You are to seek Ji Xiu. From now on, follow his commands. With that, she turned and departed the Weiyang Palace, heading towards the Dragon Palace. Watching Chu Li's retreating figure, Miss Yu bit her silver teeth and remarked, something feels amiss. If Long Yuan discovers the relationship between the Miss and young Master Ji, he would undoubtedly show no mercy. What are we waiting for? Snow Maiden exclaimed. Let us go, Sister Moon. We must quickly find Ji Xiu. Alas, Sister Moon shook her head and replied, Snow, that is a formidable 7 saint-level beings. What can Ji Xiu possibly do? Unless the Supreme Celestial Empress herself intervenes. Snow Maiden pouted, grasping Sister Moon's delicate hand and puffing out her chest. What does it matter if they are saints? Sister Moon, rest assured. Ji Xiu, he can unleash chaos. At the Ji Manor, in the falling Maple Palace, Ji Xiu's declaration of, even if it leads to the abyss, was understood by Mu Hua and Lin Ru. Ji Xiu was not only intent on overturning the imperial authority, but he also sought to ensure that all involved in this affair would face dire consequences. As Ji Xiu's grandmother and mother, witnessing their beloved's resolute determination, they naturally chose to offer their unwavering support. Thus, Mu Hua and Lin Ru entrusted all their power to Ji Xiu. After leaving Falling Maple Palace, they promptly contacted Ji Xiao and Ji Nu, the 800,000 iron floating tower troops stationed at the northern border of Beixia stood ready. Elder Wei, relay orders to the Military Affairs Division to sever all connections between the capital and the outside world. Command the 50,000 iron floating tower troops stationed outside the capital to encircle the city. Inform the 6 ministries of the capital, the Royal Academy, the Dragon Guardian Manor, the Dali Temple, the Appraisal Institute, and the Jinyu Division that this heir intends to take control of the capital within an hour. Lastly, contact the Mortal Realm and coordinate with the Military Affairs Division to eliminate all those who have secretly pledged allegiance to Long Yuan throughout Beixia in recent years. Ji Xiu issued his commands with clarity. Understood. Elder Wei nodded gravely, casting one last glance at Gu Jian before turning to depart. Once Elder Wei left, Only Ji Xiao and Ning Shiyin remained outside Falling Maple Palace. He seemed to have little time left. Ning Shiyin gazed at Gu Jian, lying bloodied and battered on the ground, shaking her head in despair. The longevity fruit can save him. Ji Xiao spoke calmly. When do you plan to enter the palace? Ning Shiyin asked softly. After seeing her, I shall proceed to the palace, Ji Xiao replied, turning towards the viewing platform of Ji Manor, where stood an enchanting and unparalleled figure. Chapter 88. Reunion with Nan Lingyue, Chu Li's heartbreaking dragon abyss. The cool moonlight cascaded upon the observation deck. Here, one could gaze down upon the bustling capital of Kyoto. Here, it felt as though one could reach out and pluck the radiant moon from the heavens. Here stood a singularly captivating woman, poised with grace and elegance. Merely her silhouette was enough to captivate the world. Upon reaching the observation deck, Ji Xiao beheld her figure, his emotions swirling in complexity. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. 10 years. It has been a long time, Nan Lingyue. At his words, Nan Lingyue slowly turned to face Ji Xiao. She remained silent, scrutinizing him intently for a while. Then, her crimson lips curved into a delicate smile as she softly remarked, Ji Xiao, you have grown. And quite well, I must say. I am pleased. Ji Xiao gazed at the enchanting woman before him, momentarily at a loss for words. It was then that he recalled how Nan Lingyue had always been an enigma, her words and actions shrouded in mystery. Even now, he could not fathom her true intentions. Are you perplexed? Nan Lingyue seemed to peer into Ji Xiao's thoughts. Yes, he nodded. Are you questioning what I said to you a decade ago? Or are you curious as to why I chose you to be the supreme ruler of the heavens? Perhaps you wonder why I saved your little maid? Nan Lingyue inquired, her smile radiant, her eyes sparkling with an inscrutable light. All of the above, Ji Xiao replied, shaking his head, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Ji Xiao, you truly are a fool. I revealed everything to you 10 years ago. You, Ji Xiao, you belong to me, and for all that I have done for you, there shall be a price to pay. What price? Ji Xiao furrowed his brow, a familiar sense of unease welling within him. Nan Lingyue chuckled lightly, approaching Ji Xiao and gently tapping his heart with her delicate hand. Little one, do not rush. In due time, you will understand. Ji Xiao took a deep breath and asked, what about now? Will you assist me? Nan Lingyue raised an eyebrow playfully, regarding him with interest. Did you not prepare everything already? What further assistance do you seek from me? Protect the nation, Ji Xiao uttered, staring at her in disbelief as the 3 words escaped his lips. He had much to accomplish and many to confront. Thus, he required someone to bear the pressure from the Guardian sect. Very well, I shall assist you with the Guardian sect. However, it seems you would then owe me even more. Nan Lingyue spoke with a smile. Once this matter is resolved, I shall repay you for all your debts. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Ji Xiao made his solemn promise. Excellent. It's a deal. Without the slightest hesitation, Nan Lingyue agreed. Thank you. Ji Xiao nodded slightly to her before turning to depart from the observation platform. This night, he had but one destination, the Northern Xia Imperial Palace. Casting a glance at Ji Xiao's retreating figure, Nan Lingyue chuckled softly and turned her gaze towards the bustling capital. The moonlight cascaded upon her strikingly beautiful face, rendering her allure even more enchanting. After a lengthy pause, she parted her crimson lips and mused. 10 years have passed. Does this little fellow genuinely remain oblivious? Or is he merely feigning ignorance? What I have desired all along is simply you. You are, after all, my priceless treasure. Now, you owe me increasingly more. It seems you are destined to be in my debt for a lifetime. Fool. Meanwhile, under Ji Xiao's multitude of commands, the entire Northern Xia dynasty descended into chaos. Far at the borders, Ji Nu and Ji Shao issued orders for the 800,000 strong iron floating tower army to commence the takeover of hundreds of cities across Northern Xia. The renowned assassin organization, the World of Mortals, dispatched hundreds of assassins within Northern Xia to initiate a thorough cleansing alongside the elite of Military Intelligence 6. Anyone connected to Long Yuan within the intelligence reports suffered a gruesome slaughter. The most terrifying of all was the capital city. The 50,000 strong iron floating tower army completely surrounded the capital, securing it tightly. Within the city, the 6 ministries, the Royal Academy, the Dragon Guardian Manor, the Inspection Institute, and the Dungeon Control Bureau were all seized by the operatives of Military Intelligence 6. Ji Xiao, accompanied by Elder Wei and the two young ladies, Shui and Yu, from the Weiyang Palace, made his way toward the Imperial Palace. Notably, Ning Xian had also chosen to accompany Ji Xiao. When Miss Shui inquired why Ning Xian was aiding Ji Xiao, Ning Xian replied with a cryptic remark that left her perplexed. Ji Xiao. His life does not belong to him. His life is far more significant, more so than the combined worth of the three great dynasties. In the northern Xia Imperial Palace, within the Dragon Hall, the atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive. Long Yuan gazed at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, his expression darkening. Your Majesty, is this not the outcome you desired? Ji Xiao's rebellion, and then you raise your hand to suppress it. Feng Mian spoke nonchalantly. If Ji Wujing and Ji Xian can return alive, I would be even more pleased. Long Yuan responded coldly. As he stated, if Ji Xian and Ji Wujing were to return to the Dragon Palace, it would signify Ji Xiao's surrender, a reluctance to confront him. However, Ji Xiao's ruthlessness in action raises the question of whether he possesses the strength to rival him, thus allowing such reckless behavior. There are no perfect solutions in this world. Currently, the 7 great sacred ranks are gathered in the palace tonight. This prince wonders what it is that you are truly concerned about. Feng Mian waved his hand dismissively. Prince Feng Mian speaks wisely, Chu Li remarked with an expressionless face. Hee. Upon hearing this, Feng Mian chuckled lightly, casting an amused glance at Chu Li as he spoke. Indeed, the empress is as stunning as the rumors suggest, and she is also quite perceptive. But alas. Chu Li furrowed her brow and inquired. What exactly do you wish to convey, Your Highness? Feng Mian turned to face Chu Li, the mirth in his eyes intensifying as he mockingly declared. What I truly wish to say is, Empress Chu Li of Beixia, though your beauty appears captivating, it is regrettable that you are, in fact, a woman of the most contemptible nature. Outrageous. Chu Li glared at Feng Mian, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. TSK. Empress, do not be angry. After all, even His Majesty Long Yuan remains unperturbed. Feng Mian clicked his tongue and pointed at the brooding Long Yuan seated upon the throne. Empress, tell me, what transpired that night between you and Ji Xiao? Long Yuan gritted his teeth, fixing a furious gaze upon Chu Li as he questioned. Chu Li coldly scoffed, choosing to remain silent. There was no need for her to explain her affairs with Ji Xiao to Long Yuan. After all, he was nothing more than a trivial matter in her eyes. Since the Empress does not wish to speak, allow me to elaborate. Feng Mian shrugged his shoulders, contemplating briefly before continuing. I am quite familiar with the Empress's brother. We are close friends. 3 days ago, the Empress's brother sent word to me that his sister has established a force known as the Spider Web. Furthermore, even earlier, the Empress had astonishingly handed over your painstaking efforts to Ji Xiao. I surmise the relationship between the Empress and the son of Ji Xiao must be rather intricate. Scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Chu Li gritted her silver teeth. Her delicate hands clenched tightly into fists. She had never anticipated that her creation, the spider web, would be discovered by her brother. And it seemed he had secretly infiltrated her organization with spies. Chu Li, I shall inquire once more. What exactly transpired between you and Ji Xiao? Long Yuan rose in fury, his gaze fixed angrily upon Chu Li. Throughout, he had held the utmost respect for her. Even as Chu Li held the esteemed title of his empress, he had never so much as brushed the hem of her garment. He harbored the hope that, in due time, he might win her heart. However, he could never have anticipated that Chu Li would find her way to Ji Xiao. Your Majesty, would you truly like to know? Chu Li scoffed, her exquisite and ethereal visage laced with scorn. Speak. Long Yuan roared in fury. Very well, Your Majesty, listen closely. I am already Ji Xiao's woman. In both body and soul, I belong to him. Do you comprehend? Chu Li's crimson lips parted as she spoke. As her words echoed, Long Yuan staggered back, his mind swirling in confusion, his countenance paling to an ashen hue. Each syllable of Chu Li's declaration struck him to the core. In a fit of rage, he pointed a trembling finger at her, cursing, wretched woman. Chu Li, you base creature. I shall not spare you. With that, the doors of the Dragon Hall burst open. A tall figure strode into the palace. Ji Xiao. Long Yuan spat the name that gnawed at his peace. A name he loathed to the very marrow of his being. Dog Emperor. Today, you shall meet your end. Ji Xiao said. casting a cold glance at Long Yuan and Feng Mian, his demeanor indifferent. Chapter 89. Have you ever beheld hell? Hee hee. Upon hearing this, Long Yuan, with his head bowed and a gloomy expression, let out a mocking laugh. Jishio, do you perhaps think too highly of yourself? To think you could threaten this emperor? Are you worthy of such a claim? Let me be frank with you. Tonight, you, your family, and that wretched Chu Li shall all perish within this capital city. Is that so? Jishio retorted, his face devoid of emotion. Is it merely because of the 7 saint-level warriors you have acquired at the cost of the Northern Xia royal family's foundation? Long Yuan's smile abruptly froze. At that moment, he gazed into Jishio's calm eyes, and an unsettling premonition surged within him. His suspicious nature led him to ponder whether Jishio possessed some hidden trump card unknown to him. At this juncture, the Phoenix Prince, Feng Mian, stepped forward. A mocking grin plastered on his face as he pointed at Jishio. Jishio, should I call you foolish? Or simply ignorant? To boast so defiantly when death is imminent. TSK. After tonight, the Ji family of Northern Xia will cease to exist. Moreover, with the presence of 7 saint-level warriors from 2 great empires, even the Ice God Palace cannot protect you. In his view, a single saint-level warrior would suffice to crush Jishio and the Ji family. Long Yuan's insistence on employing 7 saint-level warriors was to contend with the Ice God Palace backing Jishio. In response, Jishio shifted his gaze towards Feng Mian, offering no explanation, but instead asking coolly, Prince Feng Mian, may I inquire, have you ever seen hell? What? Feng Mian's brow furrowed, and for some inexplicable reason, a chill surged down his spine upon meeting Jishio's gaze. You insolent wretch, do you dare threaten this prince? With that, Feng Mian coldly commanded the stern-looking elder standing beside Chu Li, Old Gu, send him on his way. Yes, Old Gu nodded, then slowly approached Jishio. An overwhelming saint-level pressure emanating from him. 7th realm of the June level. Quite impressive. What a pity. As he spoke, a fierce glint flickered in Old Gu's eyes as he extended his withered hand, aiming a strike directly at Jishio. The blow was unadorned, yet the space around it twisted with every inch, its power far exceeding that of the June level, even surpassing the initial realm of the saint level. Indeed, what a pity. Jishio chuckled coldly. A chaotic light ignited in his eyes, and suddenly, the temperature around him soared as he activated his divine barrier. Boom! Old Gu's palm struck Jishio's chest. A terrifying wave of saint-level energy erupted forth. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Jishio remained rooted in place, as though he had withstood Old Gu's attack with sheer physicality. Old Gu felt the diminishing force within him, his pupils narrowing sharply. 5th realm of the saint level? Is this all you are capable of? Jishio's lips curled into a cold arc as he seized the wrist of the old skeleton. A terrifying flame of magic igniting in his eyes. Boom! The purifying magic flames erupted. In an instant, the old skeleton's body disintegrated under the force of the purifying flames. Not even a single scream escaped his lips before he was reduced to mere ashes. Witnessing this scene, everyone present stood in stunned silence. A saint-level powerhouse was instantaneously vanquished by Jishio, the purifying magic flames. Long Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that the vanished purifying flames would manifest in Jishio's hands. How could this be possible? Feng Mian stumbled back 2 steps, staring at Jishio in horror. Everything had transpired so swiftly that he had no time to react. Yet, it seemed he began to comprehend that this man before him truly regarded saint-level beings with disdain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying a saint-level 5th realm powerhouse. The devouring immortal demon technique has successfully absorbed his life essence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing in cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the 7th realm of the monarch stage. As the crisp notification from the system echoed in his ears, a chilling smile graced Jishio's lips. With the 5th layer of his devouring immortal demon technique, a qualitative transformation had occurred. The demonized cultivator became his puppet, slaying cultivators and absorbing their life essence to swiftly enhance his cultivation. Moreover, during battles, he could weaken his enemy's cultivation. All of these were the miraculous powers bestowed by the 5th layer of the devouring immortal demon technique. So powerful. Chu Li stared at Jishio, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and wonder. Although she had heard from heir that Jishio could contend with saint-level beings, She never imagined that a saint-level powerhouse would be as fragile as a toy before him. Jixio, it was you who seized the purifying magic flames. My nation's protective sect will not let you go. Long Yuan gritted his teeth and shouted in fury. With that, he abruptly crushed the 2 tokens in his hand. Crack! The tokens shattered. Amidst the flashing divine light, 6 ominous silhouettes descended upon the capital, casting a shadow of dread over the entire city. As if it were experiencing its darkest hour, millions of citizens and hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the capital gazed in terror towards the palace, swallowing hard as they murmured, Saint-level. 6 saint-level powerhouses. Outside the Dragon Palace, 6 terrifying figures appeared. The overwhelming pressure of their saint-level power rendered the citizens and cultivators of the capital weak and feeble. To them, saint-level beings were akin to deities. If I were to slay these 6 saint-level powerhouses, what level of power could I attain? Jixio turned around, his expression serene as he gazed at the 6 formidable saint-tier powerhouses standing outside the Dragon Hall, with only one thought occupying his mind. Old Wei. Chuli, keep a close watch on Long Yuan and Feng Mian. He waved his hand dismissively and then stepped out of the Dragon Hall. The finest prey he intended to save for last. Those who had dared to provoke him would soon experience the depths of hell. Good. Chuli nodded, standing alongside the 2 young ladies. Shuiyu. Old Wei entered the center of the Dragon Hall, his cold gaze sending chills down Feng Mian's spine. It was here that Feng Mian had excavated Gu Jian's supreme bone. Had it not been for Jixio's orders, he would have undoubtedly reduced Feng Mian to a mere pile of bones by now. Do you not require my assistance? Ning Xian inquired softly. No need. Jixio shook his head, slowly advancing towards the 6 saint-tier figures. Watching Jixio's retreating silhouette, Ning Xian gently bit her crimson lip. Her beautiful eyes filled with a dreamy allure. The prophecy of her ancestor echoed in her mind. A person would wield the great Luo sword embryo, rescuing the Ning family from peril. At this moment, her conviction grew stronger that Jixio was indeed that individual. Be cautious. This young one possesses the purifying devil flame. Quite troublesome indeed. A god punishment elder from the great Qin Empire cautioned in a hushed tone. Moreover, this youth harbors an unknown and wondrous power within. This force could enable him to slay a saint-level being with a monarch's physique. Another god punishment elder remarked gravely. In all my years traversing this continent, I have yet to encounter such a young talent. The bone blade has already perished in his hands. If we wish to survive and leave here, we must unite our strength, spoke an elder from the divine Phoenix Empire. Indeed, the 6 saint-tier figures nodded in agreement, their gazes converging upon Jixio. At that moment, they were struck with fear as they realized that Jixio emanated an unparalleled and potent martial will. The dawn is approaching. Let us bring this to a close. Jixio calmly surveyed the 6 saint-tier powerhouses, his eyes sharp as if a celestial sword had been drawn, slicing through the sky with bolts of lightning that left the 6 saint-tier figures wincing in pain. Standing tall beneath the heavens, he radiated brilliance, resembling a celestial emperor descending to earth, casting a disdainful gaze upon all adversaries in existence. Chapter 90. The unmatched young master unleashes carnage, slaughtering the sacred realm. Jixio, do you genuinely believe yourself invincible? The voice of the elder of divine punishment from the great Qin Empire resounded, shaking the very foundation of the forbidden realm. Before dawn, you intend to slay us? Who do you think you are? Zhou Dufu? The expression of the sacred elder from the divine Phoenix Empire darkened. If Jixio had indeed ascended to the sacred realm, they would have turned and left without hesitation. However, Jixio was merely at the pinnacle of the 7th stage of the monarch realm. What could his overwhelming combat prowess achieve? What significance did the possession of the purifying demon flame hold? He could not fathom Jixio slaying all 6 of them in his current state. You speak too much. I shall deal with you first. Jixio radiated dazzling celestial light, his gaze fixated upon the sacred elder of the divine Phoenix Empire. With a clang, Jixio stepped onto the stellar shadow, his figure abruptly vanishing from where he stood, his speed reaching an unimaginable peak, leaving the 6 sacred realm beings momentarily stunned. In an instant, he stood before the sacred elder of the divine Phoenix Empire. You. The sacred elder's countenance shifted dramatically. The power of the sacred realm surged within him, desperate to contend with Jixio. Yet, he overestimated his own capabilities and underestimated Jixio. Before him, chaotic energy surged. and all he could perceive were two fists, exuding an overwhelming pressure that shattered all. With a piercing sound, the sacred elder of the divine phoenix empire spat blood, his sacred body fracturing inch by inch, sacred blood splattering as he was propelled backward like a cannonball, his bones shattered, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. The flame of life extinguishing rapidly like a flickering candle. How could this be? The remaining 5 sacred realm beings were left in shock at this sight. If the previous Boneblade Elder had fallen due to ignorance of the purifying demon flame's existence, this sacred elder had been directly crushed by Jishio's fist. Moreover, what astounded them most was that they had seemingly witnessed an unparalleled martial art, one capable of overwhelming the universe. This technique transcended their comprehension, an existence beyond the supreme. There is nothing impossible. Jishio slowly turned to face the 5 sacred realm beings, his expression calm, his eyes cold and merciless. Kill! The 5 sacred realm beings roared in unison, unleashing their true essence, tearing through the void as they charged at Jishio. The scene was breathtaking, for it was unprecedented in the annals of history for 5 sacred realm beings to unite against a monarch realm individual. Yet, it was unfolding before their very eyes. Where did this fellow acquire such hidden strengths? Ning Xian murmured to herself, her lips parting slightly. Jishio, he has defied the heavens. Lady Yu, witnessing this shocking spectacle, swallowed hard. It was then she realized that her companion Shuer had spoken the truth. In the presence of Jishio, sacred realm powerhouses were but mere toys, easily vanquished. That scoundrel Jishio seems to have grown even stronger. The Snow Maiden gazed with sparkling eyes at Jishio, who stood alone against 5 formidable Saint-Tier warriors, and softly remarked, "What manner of person is he?" Chu Li observed Jishio's figure, her beautiful eyes somewhat entranced. Once the young master has vanquished this group of old fools, he will attend to the 2 of you. Therefore, I kindly ask you to remain patient. Elder Wei coldly addressed Long Yuan and Feng Mian. Long Yuan and Feng Mian's expressions darkened at his words. They could only pray that the remaining 5 Saint-Tier powerhouses from the 2 great empires would be able to restrain Jishio. However, in truth, if prayers were effective, the world would not be rife with such injustice and inequality. Outside the Dragon Palace, an aura of chaos enveloped Jishio, his unparalleled presence causing discomfort in the chests of the 5 Saint-Tier warriors who approached him. Clang, 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 clang. The 5 Saint-Tier warriors drew their weapons from the void, 3 holy swords, a war spear, and a blood knife. They surged towards Jishio from 5 directions, akin to 5 demonic stars colliding with him. Yet Jishio remained rooted in place, gazing imperiously at his enemies. Sensing the murderous intent closing in, he slowly raised his fist. With a single, thunderous punch, the cries of the great Tao echoed, and chaos spread. This was the true Heavenly Emperor's fist. At this moment, Jishio radiated celestial brilliance, as if a Heavenly Emperor had descended, unyielding and resolute. Boom! One of the divine punishment elders from the Great Qin Empire was the first to suffer a grievous blow, as Jishio's punch shattered his war spear. His expression shifted drastically, and he reacted swiftly, raising his fists to clash with Jishio directly. Yet in the next instant, he truly felt the terrifying power of the Emperor's fist. Snap! 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 His fingers broke one by one, followed by his arms exploding, and his body trembled violently, disintegrating into fragments. He was a formidable warrior of the 7th realm of Saint-Tier, yet he fell into the starry sea, his soul returning home, utterly defeated by Jishio's singular strike. 2 Saint-Tier warriors from the Great Qin Empire charged in. Jishio slowly turned, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. With his left hand, he condensed his fingers, drawing a blade of air in the void, while his right hand ignited with pure demonic flames, unleashing the Heavenly Emperor's fist. Clang! Jishio's finger carved a 100-foot-long blade mark, sharp enough to seem as if it split day from night, or severed the realms of yin and yang. The twofold blade technique. The pupils of the Saint-Tier elder from the Great Qin Empire contracted as his thoughts began to stir. A beam of light, capable of shocking all, surged past his form. Snap! He was cleaved in half, his sword reduced to ashes. The blade light lingered in the heavens, unrelenting and profoundly shocking. Another Saint-Tier elder faced the terrifying might of the Emperor's fist combined with the pure, demonic flames. before Ji Xiu's fist even reached him. Merely the aura of the emperor caused his sword to shatter. As the fist struck, the body of the sacred elder trembled violently, his skull shattered. Crimson blood and white brain matter splattering across the ground. Beneath the moonlight, amidst swirling chaotic mists, a hazy figure stood isolated in a realm of its own, surrounded by the lifeless remains of numerous sacred warriors. This heart-stopping scene sent chills down the spines of all present. Who on earth are you? The last god punishment elder of the great Qin Empire, pale as death, gazed at Ji Xiu, his voice a desperate shout. In that moment, the arrogance in his eyes was extinguished, replaced by a profound dread that surged from the depths of his soul. Young Master Ji Xiu, let this end. I shall take my prince and depart from Beixia at once. I swear, I shall never set foot in the capital of Beixia again. The last sacred elder of the divine Phoenix Empire trembled as he spoke, his voice quaking with fear. Yet, in response, only a golden fist awaited him. With a sickening sound, the brow of the divine Phoenix elder was obliterated, his body disintegrating into nothingness, leaving behind only a cloud of blood mist. I shall fight you to the bitter end. The last god punishment elder of the great Qin Empire roared in fury, recognizing Ji Xiu's intent to annihilate him. He summoned his sacred energy in a desperate bid to confront Ji Xiu. However, in the next instant, a breathtaking flash of blade-like light crossed his vision. With a sickening thud, a head was flung high into the air, blood erupting from the neck like a fountain, soaring 10 zhang high. A torrential blood rain fell from the heavens. At that moment, the entire palace, and indeed the whole capital, fell into a profound silence. As night faded, the dawn broke forth. Ji Xiu stood beneath this rain of blood, his white robes untouched, transcendent amid the chaos. The sky has brightened. Chapter 91. Ji Xiu's Ruthless Revenge, Feng Mian's Living Nightmare. Ding. Congratulations to the host for devouring a vast amount of saint-level life essence, elevating his cultivation to the 8th realm of the monarch level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for devouring a vast amount of saint-level life essence, elevating his cultivation to the 9th realm of the monarch level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for devouring a vast amount of saint-level life essence, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 9th realm of the monarch level. As the system notifications echoed in his ears, Ji Xiu remained composed. He had anticipated a direct breakthrough to the saint level, yet he found himself a step short. However, this was understandable, after all. Among the 7 saint-level beings he faced tonight, the strongest was merely at the 7th realm, and they were all aged and depleted of their bloodlines. Thus, achieving 2 realms of advancement by consuming their life essence was commendable. With his thoughts settled, Ji Xiu shook his head and directed his gaze towards the Dragon Hall. They were all dead. All of them. Long Yuan gazed at the ground outside the Dragon Hall, strewn with the corpses of saint-level warriors and soaked in their blood, feeling as though all his strength had been drained. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. How could this be possible? These were 7 formidable saint-level experts. What? How could Ji Xiu have done this? Feng Mian's complexion turned ashen, his mind uncontrollably replaying scenes of Ji Xiu rampaging through the battlefield, slaughtering the saint-level beings as if they were mere livestock. At that moment, Ji Xiu took slow, measured steps into the Dragon Hall. He cast a calm gaze upon Long Yuan and Feng Mian, and that tranquil expression sent their hearts racing. Your Highness, how do you wish to deal with these 2? Elder Wei rasped, his voice hoarse. As his words fell, Long Yuan trembled and suddenly knelt before Ji Xiu, pleading urgently, Ji Xiu, you cannot kill me. If you do, the Protectorate sect will not spare you. Just spare my life, and we can return to our previous arrangement. I can be your puppet once more. As for Chu Li, take her if you desire, do as you wish. I will pretend to know nothing. Chu Li looked at Long Yuan, who was nearly driven to madness by fear, and scoffed disdainfully. The Protectorate sect? What of it? They will not spare this young master. Do you think this young master would let them go? As for Chu Li, she has always been mine. Do I need your guidance? Ji Xiu replied in a calm tone. The Protectorate sect and Yin Fei, the woman at the heart of it all, are the culprits behind this chaos. Thus, my enmity with the Protectorate sect is irreconcilable. And regarding Chu Li, since that fateful night, she has proven to be my ally. Although her master is indeed Yin Fei, it matters not. Chu Li desired the city of snow and moon, and he could grant her that wish. Upon hearing this, Long Yuan felt as if his heart had plummeted to the depths of despair. As for Chu Li, inexplicably, as she listened to Ji Xiu's words, a subtle smile crept upon her lips. She was reluctant to admit that she felt a strange sweetness in her heart. What do you truly intend to do? If you wish to kill me, then do so. Long Yuan clenched his teeth, seemingly resigned to his fate, his tone growing defiant. Well, Ji Xiu pondered for a moment before addressing Elder Wei with 4 chilling words. Peel the skin. Extract the tendons. No sooner had these words left his lips than Long Yuan had no time to react. Elder Wei unsheathed a silver knife and approached Long Yuan directly, the blade shimmering ominously. With a swift motion, the knife plunged into Long Yuan's collarbone, producing a sickening sound as blood splattered. A piercing scream echoed throughout the imperial palace. For it was known that Elder Wei had once been a master executioner, skilled in various torturous techniques, having perfected the art of inflicting prolonged agony while prolonging life. "Ah, this is too cruel," exclaimed Miss Xue, her head bowed as she spoke softly. "Hush." Miss Yu shook her head at Miss Xue. At that moment, a silver knife was presented to Miss Yu. "Where? You should assist Elder Wei." "Huh." Miss Yu was taken aback, her gaze momentarily vacant as she looked at Chu Li. "What? Is there a problem?" Chu Li furrowed her brows slightly. "And no problem." Miss Yu shook her head, then accepted the silver knife from Chu Li and gradually approached Long Yuan. "Do you mind? After all, we are allies." Chu Li smiled radiantly at Ji Xiu. "Do as you wish." Ji Xiu shook his head, clearly unfazed. His admiration for Chu Li only deepened. Having said that, Ji Xiu turned his gaze towards the sullen-faced Feng Mian. It was he who had excavated Gu Jian's supreme bone in the Dragon Hall. Now, it was time for him to repay his debt. "Ji Xiu, I am the son of the divine Phoenix Emperor. If you dare to lay a finger on me, my father will surely." Feng Mian glared fiercely at Ji Xiu, but before he could finish his threat, he heard a sharp whoosh. Smack! Ji Xiu delivered a resounding slap, sending Feng Mian flying 3 zhong away. This strike was executed without any true essence, relying solely on physical strength. Otherwise, Feng Mian's head would have been struck clean off. "You, how dare you?" Feng Mian struggled to rise, his handsome visage swollen to an alarming degree, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, with several teeth having fallen out. Just as he began to speak, another slap landed on his face. At that moment, Feng Mian was utterly dazed, his hair disheveled, and he found himself in a state of utter disarray. Throughout his life, he had never endured such humiliation. A surge of fury welled up within him. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Ji Xiu, venomously declaring, "Ji Xiu, if you have the guts, kill me, or skin me alive. Just see what consequences that will bring you." Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu shook his head with a sardonic smile, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smirk. "Kill you? Skin you alive? No, that would be too merciful for you." "What do you mean?" Feng Mian's heart sank, an ominous premonition surging within him. "You will find out soon enough." "Your Highness, the Divine Phoenix Prince," Ji Xiu said, extending his hand to grasp Feng Mian and leading him out of the Dragon Palace. "Ji Xiu, where are you going?" "I shall accompany you." Chu Li interjected. "I want to go too." Lady Xue added. "Are you certain?" Ji Xiu turned slightly to regard Chu Li and Lady Xue, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Absolutely." Without further ado, Chu Li followed closely behind Ji Xiu, with Lady Xue trailing as well. Of course, Chu Li noticed Ning Shiyan, though she chose not to speak to her. Lady Xue had previously informed her that Ning Shiyan was a mysterious figure of great stature, possessing holy-level cultivation. "Where are you headed?" Ning Shiyan inquired, her brow furrowed. "To the prison of the underworld." Ji Xiu replied succinctly. "Ah, is Ji Xiu so kind-hearted that he wishes to merely imprison the Divine Phoenix Prince?" Lady Xue expressed her surprise. "That seems unlikely." Chu Li shook her head. Based on her understanding of Ji Xiu, he was not one to shy away from confrontation. Since Feng Mian dared to usurp Gu Jian's supreme bone, Ji Xiu would not let him off, even with the Divine Phoenix Empire backing him. Before long, Ji Xiu and his companions arrived at the renowned prison of the underworld in the capital. Upon seeing Ji Xiu, the warden immediately knelt, respectfully saying, "Young Master Ji Xiu, I have arranged everything for you. I have meticulously selected 18 individuals as you requested." "Very well. Lead the way." Ji Xiu nodded. They soon reached the entrance of a foul-smelling cell, within which stood 18 formidable figures, robust and intimidating. What? What do you intend to do? Feng Mian felt a foreboding stir within him as he swallowed hard. Feng Mian, the noble prince of the divine Phoenix Empire, the very sun of his realm. Wherever you are, sunlight stretches endlessly, does it not? A cruel smile ghosted across Ji Xiu's lips. You mustn't act recklessly. Feng Mian stammered, his voice trembling. Huh? Ji Xiu shook his head, uttering not a word, merely gazing at Feng Mian in silence. Here, the longevity fruit is returned to you. The supreme bone is also yours. Ji Xiu, spare me. I vow never to set foot in the North Xia dynasty again. Fear crept into Feng Mian's heart as he presented his spatial ring, kneeling before Ji Xiu in desperate supplication. Very well, I shall grant you mercy, Ji Xiu replied. However, what of them? They seem unlikely to show you the same leniency. After all, who would not desire to possess a son? With a cold laugh, Ji Xiu kicked Feng Mian into the prison cell, then turned and departed from the town prison office without a backward glance. A piercing, desperate scream echoed from the darkest, foulest cell behind him, a sound that could only be described as a howl of utter despair. Stepping out of the town prison office, the fair visage of Miss Shui was rendered ghostly pale. Clearly, she had underestimated Ji Xiu's ruthlessness. His retribution against Feng Mian had surpassed her wildest imagination. Compared to the skinning and dismemberment inflicted in Longyuan, Feng Mian's plight was truly harrowing. It was a fate worse than death, a complete obliteration of his reputation. Should it be revealed, it could bring shame upon the world. Unbeknownst to her, Ji Xiu desired precisely this outcome. Meanwhile, Chu Li gazed at Ji Xiu with a sense of awe, exclaiming, "This fellow is utterly outrageous. His cruelty exceeds even my expectations." Ji Xiu lifted his gaze to the clear, azure sky and murmured softly, "It seems another prince of the great Qin has fled. Yet it matters not, for wherever you may go, my vengeance shall inevitably follow." Chapter 92. The continent trembles. Ji Xiu's fame soars across the 9 heavens. A day later, the events that transpired in the capital spread across the entire northern Xia dynasty as if propelled by wings, rapidly fermenting and proliferating throughout the entire 9 heavens continent. In a remarkably short span of time, Ji Xiu eclipsed the notorious demon Yi Xian, emerging as the most talked-about figure across the 9 heavens. To slay 7 saint-level powerhouses while possessing merely the strength of a monarch? When countless cultivators first heard this news, they scoffed in disbelief. After all, beneath the saint level, all are but ants, is a sentiment deeply ingrained in the hearts of cultivators on the 9 heavens continent. Yet now, they were confronted with the notion that a young man could annihilate saints with monarch-level power. Such a claim seemed utterly absurd. No one would dare to believe it. However, they were soon brought to a stark realization as the Tianji Pavilion stepped forth to release an announcement. Last night, the northern Xia heir Ji Xiu single-handedly slaughtered 7 saint-level powerhouses from 2 great empires, staining the capital with blood. Once this news broke, the entire 9 heavens continent fell into a brief silence, before erupting into a frenzy. Whether among the wandering cultivators or the leading figures of various factions, everyone felt their minds reeling as their perceptions shattered. Dramatic scenes unfolded across countless locales on the 9 heavens continent. Is it confirmed? Did the heir of northern Xia, Ji Xiu, truly kill 7 saints? Of course, the Tianji Pavilion has verified it. How could it be false? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Those are exalted saint-level powerhouses. Na'vi, you are far too na'vi. Before Ji Xiu, even saints are utterly insignificant. No, I still find it hard to believe that a monarch could slay a saint. Let me tell you the truth. Not only did Ji Xiu kill 7 saints, but he also utterly crushed them. They had almost no ability to fight back. Hey, how do you know this? I hail from the capital of northern Xia. My uncle's beautiful widow informed me, and now the entire capital is aware. This is no secret. Terrifying indeed. Not only the wandering cultivators were in a frenzy, even the top-tier sect leaders of the 9 heavens continent were in an uproar. The Red Robe sect. Jinshin, did that heir from northern Xia truly save you during this expedition to the Demon Mountain? Is it true? The stunning woman in red, Shun Ruliu, gazed at Shun Jinshin in astonishment. Yes, it is true. Master, what has transpired? Shun Jinshin asked, his voice tinged with trepidation. Ji Xiu, that young man has defied the heavens. The elegant woman in red, Shun Ruliu, exhaled deeply, her tone gravely serious as she conveyed the startling news that had sent ripples throughout the entire Nine Heavens continent to Shun Jianxin. Truly, she is the master. Shun Jianxin's crimson lips curled into a subtle smile, her heart brimming with boundless pride and joy. As one who bore the slave mark, she could be considered the most devout follower of Jixio, her heart wholly occupied by thoughts of him. By the way, what is your relationship with Jixio? Shun Ruliu inquired further. An excellent relationship, Shun Jianxin replied. Very well, truly splendid. Shun Ruliu mused, her heart swelling with delight. Little did she know that the bond between her beloved disciple and Jixio was far more intimate than she could ever imagine. In the grand palace of the great Qin Empire, within the Lingxiao Palace. Indeed, he is remarkable, truly the scion of Jixio. The second prince, Yingling, roared with laughter as he reveled in the news that Jixio had effortlessly crushed the 7 saint-level experts. Ha! What a thrill, what pure exhilaration. Your Highness, it is true that Jixio has slain 7 saint-level experts, but 4 of them were elders of divine punishment from our empire. What is there to be so joyous about? One of Yingling's confidants asked with a wry smile. You know nothing, Yingling retorted, casting a glare at his confidant before a satisfied grin spread across his face. My elder brother has lost 4 formidable saint-level warriors. Father will surely not let him off easily. Moreover, I am now allied with Jixio. With his support, the position of crown prince is destined to be mine. With that, Yingling felt as though he had boarded Jixio's ship, envisioning a brilliantly bright future ahead, and he could not restrain himself from laughing heartily once more. Moments later, a thought struck him, and he turned to ask, Where is Yi Xian? What have you found out? Has that clown made an appearance? Reporting to your highness, we have yet to uncover any trace of Yi Xian. His confidant wiped the sweat off his forehead. Useless. Keep searching immediately. I wish to present a gift to Jixio. Should you allow me to lose face before him, I shall take your heads. Yingling glared fiercely at his confidant, his voice laced with menace. Understood, your highness. I shall continue the pursuit. Humph, that is more like it. Yingling scoffed, stepping out of the palace, his gaze directed towards the northern summer. He sighed contemplatively. Jixio, my God. In the Nine Heavens continent, at the ancient lands of the Dragon Clan, on Panlong Island. This is the territory of the forbidden race, the Dragon Clan. For countless years, apart from a handful of eminent figures standing at the pinnacle of the continent, scarcely any cultivators dared to venture into the ancient lands of the Dragon Clan. On Panlong Island, in the forbidden back mountains, a young girl clad in white approached an ancient well, holding a box containing precious, translucent ancient dragon fruits. The girl possessed an exquisite and pure beauty, her long, raven-black hair cascading like a waterfall. A dot of vermilion adorned her forehead, and her gentle smile could illuminate the world. Hey, little mute, this princess has brought you dragon fruits, she declared, tossing the box of ancient dragon fruits into the well. Moments later, a feeble voice emerged from within. Thank you. Upon hearing this, the girl in white smiled softly and sat by the well, speaking, Little mute. I recall you are also a cultivator from the Nine Heavens continent, right? Today, this princess has heard that a remarkable individual has emerged among your cultivators. He single-handedly defeated 7 saint-level beings with a mere June-tier physique. Even my father praised him as unparalleled, a divine being who has overturned the ancient history of the Nine Heavens. Do you know who he is? I do not know, came the calm reply from the well. Let me think. His name seems to be Jixio. He is the crown prince of the Beixiao Empire. If you know this person, do tell me about him. As her words fell, a moment of silence enveloped the atmosphere. Suddenly, a hoarse and enraged voice erupted from the well. Get out. Just get out. The girl in white was startled, glaring at the figure within the well. With gritted teeth, she retorted, You little mute. Why are you being so fierce? It's truly absurd. With a huff, she turned and departed from the well. Meanwhile, inside the well, a man, his body covered in dried blood, struck the well's wall forcefully with his lone left hand, blood pouring forth. Jixio, you killed my master and severed my right arm. I, Yi Xian, will never coexist with you. With that, Yi Xian gazed at the ancient dragon heart floating on the altar, radiating a brilliant blood light, and impulsively stepped forward to sink his teeth into the heart. At that moment, he felt an inferno ignite within him, searing his very insides. In the next instant, his expression contorted in agony under the excruciating burn. Shrinking into a corner of the altar, gritting his teeth as dragon blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, drop by drop. Master, please wait a moment. If I miraculously survive this time, upon my emergence, I will personally avenge you by slaying Ji Xiao. Chapter 93. Feng Huang, Ji Xiao, and Marriage. In the Divine Empire. At the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Feng Huang knelt gracefully before a colossal golden Buddha statue, adorned in a simple yet elegant white gown. With her hands clasped together, her beautiful eyes shut tight, her exquisite face radiated an aura of deep devotion. Sister, you have visited the Great Thunder Sound Temple at least 10 times in recent days. Can you tell me why? Xianzong sighed softly. Merely seeking a moment of tranquility within, Feng Huang replied. Is it Ji Xiao? Has he done something to you? Ever since you returned from Demon Mountain, you have seemed different. Xianzong asked, his voice laced with concern. At the mention of that familiar name, Feng Huang's delicate form trembled involuntarily. With a cold, firm voice, she retorted, No, he has done nothing. I told you. I simply wish for a moment of peace within. Xianzong shook his head. Being her blood brother, he could easily discern that Feng Huang had changed significantly. A shadow of gloom enveloped her, exuding an ominous aura. Despite being her brother, a chill ran through him. After all, before the ancestral tomb, Ji Xiao had severely wounded his sister, even tearing away half of her Tianfeng divine wings. Who knows what cruel torment she might have endured after his departure. Given this context, her transformation was not surprising. With her character, it was likely she sought vengeance. As Xianzong pondered this, he sighed deeply. Sister, Ji Xiao has truly become renowned across the realm. The 7 holy ranks pale in comparison before him. With the Ice God Palace's Mu Bing having already journeyed to the northern summer capital, if you were to marry Ji Xiao, if you wish for revenge, you must tread carefully. Feng Huang fell into silence upon hearing this. Xianzong offered no further words, choosing instead to remain quietly by her side. At that moment, an alluring voice echoed in Feng Huang's mind. Have you offered high incense to the deities, alleviating the turmoil within your heart? He, Feng Huang, I must say, you truly are a perplexing woman. Silence. Feng Huang gritted her teeth, seething with anger. Are you angry with me? Or perhaps with yourself? You cannot forget that night in the Garden of Zhou, can you? You still harbor feelings about Ji Xiao's indifferent demeanor before Demon Mountain, don't you? And you despise the fact that you cannot discern your own heart, do you not? Be quiet. I command you to be silent. Feng Huang roared, springing to her feet. Her delicate hands clenched into fists, trembling with rage. Witnessing this scene, Xianzong was immediately struck with fear, his face paling as he quietly murmured, Sister, I haven't said anything. Feng Huang, her countenance cold, turned to glance at Xianzong. You too, be silent. Xianzong was momentarily taken aback. If he hadn't misheard, Feng Huang had just used the word also. That night in the courtyard, I have already forgotten. Do not bring it up again. Feng Huang exhaled deeply, speaking within her mind. Very well. If you say you've forgotten, then so be it. However, it is indeed a fact that Ji Xiao is to wed Mu Bing. Do you truly not care? The alluring voice, tinged with playful mockery, resounded once more in her mind. Humph. Feng Huang gritted her teeth, responding through clenched silver jaws. I do not care. I do not care. As her words echoed, a burst of derisive laughter reverberated within her consciousness, filling her with a seething disdain. Yet, she found herself powerless against it. Just then, a woman clad in azure hurried into the room. She was Heir, Feng Huang's devoted maid. Approaching Feng Huang with a grave expression, she presented a scroll. Miss, things have taken a turn for the worse. The maid, Heir, spoke in hushed tones. With a cold demeanor, Feng Huang unfurled the scroll, which bore the prominent character's marriage decree at its beginning. Miss, the sovereign has announced it to the world. In 7 days, you shall wed the crown prince of Daqin, Ingsu. Feng Huang scoffed derisively, casting the marriage decree to the ground, her voice icy as she declared. Truly worthy of my esteemed father. The whole world knows, yet I am the last to learn. And I, Xianzong timidly raised his hand. Get out, all of you. Leave this place. Feng Huang commanded coldly. At her words, Xianzong and Heir hurriedly exited the temple, standing quietly outside the grand hall. Once they departed, Feng Huang remained motionless, her expression shifting as if grappling with an internal conflict. Ultimately, she resolved in her heart that she must journey to Baixia and seek that person once more. As she stepped out of the great Thundersound Temple, a middle-aged man donned in a crimson phoenix robe, exuding an aura of authority, approached her accompanied by several elders. "Heir, where do you intend to go?" he inquired. At his words, Huang fell into silence. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and spoke. "Father, I do not wish to marry the crown prince of Daqin. Ingsu, that is not an option." The middle-aged man shook his head resolutely. "Heir, for all other matters, your father can acquiesce. But this matter is non-negotiable. Your marriage to the crown prince of Daqin is pivotal to the future of the divine Phoenix Empire. It has already been set in stone. Your refusal is not permissible." However, as Huang was about to argue, several elders from the divine Phoenix Empire had already approached her. "Your Highness, the Long Princess, it is time to return to the palace." With a cold huff, Huang gazed at the formidable elders before her and ultimately, with a stoic expression, proceeded toward the imperial palace. Notably, before her departure, she conveyed a message to Xianzong. "Inform Jixio, I shall be wed in 7 days. I wish to know his stance." Upon hearing this, Xianzong stared blankly at the vanishing figure of Huang, lost in contemplation for a long while. After a moment, he regained his composure. Although he could not fathom why Huang desired to know Jixio's attitude, he hastily relayed the message as instructed. "What exactly transpired between my sister and Jixio?" After completing his task, Xianzong gazed towards the horizon of Baixia, murmuring to himself. In the capital of Baixia, at the Ji residence, Jixio examined the scroll in his hand, his expression betraying no emotion. "What is it?" Chu Li inquired softly. "In 7 days, Huang is to be married," Jixio replied flatly. "And so?" Chu Li chuckled lightly. "She wishes to know my stance." Jixio rolled up the scroll and directed his gaze towards the divine Phoenix Empire. "And what is your stance?" Chu Li asked with a smile. "I have no stance. I merely find it amusing that some would seek their own demise. Those who have wronged me wish to wed. Truly, laughable." A cold smirk graced Jixio's lips. "What? Do you intend to snatch the wedding?" Chu Li teased with interest. "Why not?" Jixio replied, raising his hand as demonic flames erupted, instantaneously reducing the scroll to ashes. After completing this act, he turned and made his way toward the falling maple palace. Hee hee. Chu Li chuckled as she watched Jixio's retreating figure, softly murmuring to herself, "The young Master Ji certainly speaks with conviction." However, the notion of a wedding snatch is exhilarating. Snow Maiden and Moon Maiden exchanged glances. Feeling that only a madman would dare to attempt a wedding snatch in the capital of the divine Phoenix Empire. What on earth is exhilarating about that? At the northern borders of Baixia, high above the sky, a magnificent ice vessel soared through the air towards the capital of Baixia. On board the ice vessel sat 2 breathtaking figures. "Little Master, we have entered Baixia territory," Mulan teased, addressing the meditative Mu Bing. Mu Bing replied with a slight hum, her voice devoid of any ripple. "Once we arrive in the capital, is it true that our little master is about to wed the young Master Ji?" Mu Lanqing inquired further. "Perhaps," Mu Bing replied, her red lips parting slightly, her exquisite visage remarkably serene. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Mu Lanqing clicked her tongue, a playful glimmer in her eyes as she mused, "Time truly flies. My little master is finally to be married." At her words, Mu Bing felt a surge of unspoken emotions within her. The mirth in Mu Lanqing's gaze deepened. What Mu Bing failed to notice was the fleeting, otherworldly glimmer of a soul-harvesting light that passed through Mu Lanqing's eyes. Chapter 94. The Night is Beautiful. Chu Li's night raid on Jixio. In the capital, at the Weiyang Palace, Chu Li sat contentedly before the palace, brewing tea. The rich aroma of the tea mingled with the fragrant scent of blooming flowers, creating a peculiar yet intoxicating bouquet. At that moment, the 2 young ladies, Shui and Yu, returned to Weiyang Palace. "You do tell, how fares Long Yuan?" Chu Li inquired with a smile, taking a delicate sip of her tea. "Reporting to you, Miss, Long Yuan is dead. Old Wei and I barely struck him with 200 blows before he took his own life," Yu replied, a look of resignation on her face. "Well, it matters not. Dead is dead," Chu Li remarked nonchalantly. She then turned her gaze towards Shui, who was nervously clutching the hem of her garment, her eyes cast downwards, appearing quite uneasy. "Shui, what of the divine Phoenix Prince, Feng Mian?" How has he fared in the Jinyu division? Chu Li casually inquired. Ah, Shui gasped, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she spoke softly. Reporting to you, Miss, phone me on. He seems to have lost his sanity. When I visited the Jinyu division, he was huddled in a corner, disheveled, with vacant eyes, rambling incoherently. Moreover, he was surrounded by a group of burly men. It was quite a terrifying sight. Indeed, Chu Li nodded, then mused aloud. It appears Ji Xiu has achieved his objective. Next, we shall see how he intends to utilize Feng Mian as a pawn. Miss, you seem to recall something, hesitating before continuing. I have heard that Ji Xiu's fiancé will soon arrive in the capital. If Ji Xiu were to marry her, would it not affect our alliance with him? Quite right. Shui chimed in, nodding vigorously, her voice laced with indignation, that Ji Xiu had the audacity to declare in the Dragon Hall that you were his woman. Yet now he is to be wed. It is utterly unfair. Hee. Chu Li chuckled lightly, shaking her head. Ji Xiu's engagement to Mu Bing is beyond his choice. Just as my ascension as the Empress of Beixiao was beyond mine. Fear not, our alliance with Ji Xiu remains intact. And what of Mu Bing? Both Shui and Yu inquired simultaneously. Mu Bing. Now that is a conundrum, Chu Li mused, resting her delicate chin upon her alabaster hand, her voice a whisper. Regarding Mu Bing, she had only heard of her name and was aware that Mu Bing was the exceptionally gifted disciple of the Ice God Palace's master. As for anything beyond that, she was utterly ignorant. Even her network yielded no useful information. Where, when will Mu Bing arrive in the capital? Chu Li suddenly inquired. At the latest, tomorrow. Miss Yu softly replied. Good. Then I still have time. Chu Li nodded. What does that mean? The two young ladies, Shui and Yu, were momentarily taken aback. Humph. Chu Li, with a playful flick of her brow, snorted lightly, and then raised her hand to finish her tea in one gulp. A subtle smile graced her crimson lips as she softly spoke. You two foolish girls. Have you heard of a night raid? Miss Shui? Miss Yu. In the Ji family's courtyard, this was where Old Wei resided. In the sleeping chamber, Gu Jian lay weakly on the bed. His breath had stabilized considerably, and the vitality of life was gradually returning. The wound on his chest was slowly healing, with faint traces of divine light seeping through. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving Gu Jian's life. Old Wei bowed deeply to Ji Xiu. Enough, Old Wei. Gu Jian is my man. Naturally, I cannot stand by and watch him come to harm. Ji Xiu waved his hand. Earlier, he had administered the longevity fruit to Gu Jian and returned the supreme bone to him. Thus, Gu Jian's life was preserved. Moreover, having been snatched back from the brink of death, Gu Jian would likely become even stronger in the future. Ji Xiu speculated that this harrowing experience would perhaps transform this future spirit sword sovereign into the evil sword sovereign. Of course, this was a transformation he welcomed. Opening the system shop, Ji Xiu spent 600 essence of fate to purchase a sword. With the ruined rainbow shattered, it was only fitting to provide Gu Jian with another blade. This sword, equally renowned as the ruined rainbow, was not only formidable but imbued with a sinister aura. Your Highness, Old Wei exclaimed, startled by the menacing sword in Ji Xiu's hand. Shark-toothed sword. Once Gu Jian awakens, you shall deliver this sword to him on my behalf, Ji Xiu said, handing the sword to Old Wei before turning to leave the Ji family courtyard. Farewell, Your Highness. Old Wei bowed deeply once more to Ji Xiu's retreating figure. Upon returning to the falling maple palace, Ji Xiu turned his wrist and produced a scroll. The cover of the scroll bore an engraving of a bright moon, the exclusive mark of Nanlingwa. Unrolling the scroll revealed only 2 lines of text. Guarding the nation's sect, empty of all. Beware of Yin Fei. After reading Nanlingwa's letter, the flames of magic rose from Ji Xiu's fingertips, and in an instant, the scroll in his hand turned to ashes. The guardian sect was utterly deserted. The Supreme Emperor of Beixiao and the Elder Council had inexplicably vanished. No wonder the imperial power of Beixiao had been utterly overturned, while the guardian sect remained silent. Wait, could this matter be related to Yin Fei? His thoughts raced rapidly. However, in the end, Ji Xiu could not derive any useful conclusions. Very well, one step at a time. Since Yin Fei desires the purging magic flames, she will eventually make her presence known. Ji Xiu shook his head and pushed open the gates of Luofeng Palace. Inside the chamber, Gu Yao lay in a deep slumber. Upon noticing this, Jishio quietly seated himself at the edge of the bed and gently caressed Gu Yao's exquisite, delicate face. "Your Highness, you've returned." Gu Yao, weary, opened her eyes and smiled faintly at Jishio. "Yes, Gu Jian's life has been preserved. Therefore, Yaoer must recover swiftly." Jishio spoke softly. "Thank you, Your Highness." Gu Yao's voice remained weak, her eyelids heavy. She exchanged but a few words with Jishio before succumbing once more to sleep. "Yaoer, your bloodline has awakened," Jishio murmured to himself, taking a deep breath. It seemed she was finally embarking on her path to becoming the empress. Gu Yao's condition had improved significantly, her vitality restored. Thus, he could sense the increasingly potent bloodline power within her. Surely, she would undergo considerable changes in the future. Jishio whispered to himself. In the novels, when Gu Yao's bloodline awakens, her temperament becomes increasingly aloof and assertive. Even Mu Bing, her close friend, would find them speaking only a few words throughout the day. Moreover, the awakened Gu Yao would pursue her desires with relentless fervor, even resorting to unscrupulous means. It was precisely this nature that allowed the once declining spirit clan to regain its status as the foremost royal family of the Nine Heavens. With this thought, Jishio smiled knowingly, eagerly anticipating Gu Yao's forthcoming transformation. His reverie halted there as he closed his eyes, preparing to enter a meditative state. Mu Bing would arrive in the capital tomorrow. His goal was to elevate his state to its pinnacle to warmly welcome his fiancée. Just then, a graceful figure appeared outside Luo Feng Palace. Under the moonlight, she donned an elegant long dress adorned with phoenix patterns, trailing regally on the ground. Her enchanting visage, beyond the reach of brush and ink, was breathtakingly illuminated by the moon's glow. She stood quietly outside Luo Feng Palace for a long while. Moments later, she gazed up at the luminous moon, her crimson lips curving into a gentle smile. The moonlight tonight is exquisite. It resembles that night. Chapter 95. The unruly Lady Chu Li, the enigmatic paper crane of the demon path, and Mu Bing arrive. With a deep breath, Chu Li gracefully approached the entrance to the palace. She raised her delicate hand and gently pushed open the palace door. Chu Li? Jishio opened his eyes, gazing in astonishment at the unparalleled beauty before him. He was puzzled as to why Chu Li had come to seek him in the dead of night. "Young Master Ji, congratulations on your rising fame," Chu Li said with a faint smile. "Your Majesty," Jishio replied, bemused. "Have you come at this late hour merely to convey such a message?" The notion of fame was of little concern to him. Clearly, Chu Li had ulterior motives for her visit, and his curiosity was piqued. "Certainly not. I have heard that young Master Ji is to be wed. Is this true?" As she spoke, Chu Li firmly closed the door to the falling maple palace. "Indeed, it is true," Jishio admitted without hesitation. The engagement with Mu Bing had been arranged since childhood, and both he and Mu Bing had made ample preparations for the impending ceremony. "Huh," Chu Li chuckled softly, then, with an air of confidence, approached Jishio. Her enchanting gaze swept over Gu Yao, who lay on the bed, and she teased. "Miss Mu Bing will soon arrive in the capital. Yet here you are, young Master Ji, with a beauty at your side? It seems you do not hold this wedding in high regard." At this, Jishio furrowed his brow and replied, "Your Majesty, what precisely are you implying?" Chu Li pondered for a moment, then stepped closer, her captivating eyes fixed on Jishio as her lips parted slightly. "As of now, I have reached the pinnacle of the fourth realm in my cultivation. Might I ask, young Master Ji, if you could lend me your assistance to break through this barrier?" "You?" Jishio was momentarily taken aback, his gaze lingering on Chu Li's flushed, exquisite face, leaving him momentarily speechless. He comprehended her intent, but had not anticipated her directness. "Not speaking? Then I shall take it as your agreement." Chu Li smiled softly and approached Jishio. In that moment, their proximity was so intimate that Jishio could even discern the slight quickening of her breath. In the next instant, as their eyes locked, an inexplicable spark illuminated both of their gazes. Chu Li took the initiative to seal Jishio's lips with hers, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist. After a passionate kiss, Chu Li whispered softly in Jishio's ear, "Young master, remember this. It is a secret that belongs solely to you and me." As her words fell, the curtains promptly descended. The luminous moonlight gently spilled into the chamber, only to retreat shyly moments later. "Your Majesty, my Yaoer is still here." "Silence. I am unconcerned. You are truly uninhibited. Focus more." "Oh." As dawn's first light bathed the Maple Palace, a series of crisp system notifications resonated in Ji Xiu's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the baptism of Tianling Yuanin, advancing your cultivation to the Saint Stage First Realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, for advancing your cultivation to the Saint Stage First Realm, receiving a reward of 10,000 points of Heavenly Mandate Essence. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching the Saint Stage First Realm, receiving a system reward, Demon Path 1000 Paper Crane. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes and abruptly sprang up. The Saint Stage, he murmured in astonishment. He then meticulously sensed the surging Saint Stage power within him and exhaled deeply. Indeed, the power of the Saint Stage and the King Stage were entirely different realms, two distinct levels of existence. It is no wonder that the saying beneath the Saint Stage, all are but ants, is so widely circulated across the Nine Heavens continent. If it were not for his possession of the Divine Seal, the Heavenly Emperor Fist, and the Purifying World Demon Flame, powers that could be deemed otherworldly, the Saint Stage would be a formidable mountain, not so easily surmountable. Wait, I have also obtained a Demon Path 1000 Paper Crane, Ji Xiu thought, hastily retrieving it from the system repository and placing it in his palm. The black 1000 Paper Crane appeared eerily ominous, with tendrils of strange black mist emanating from it. Item name, Demon Path 1000 Paper Crane. Usage method, ignite the crane to unleash the bizarre demonic power within. Item effect, can ignore cultivation levels, transforming any individual into a killing puppet. Effect duration, 7 days. Gazing at the description of the Demon Path 1000 Paper Crane, Ji Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ignore cultivation levels. It can turn anyone into a killing puppet. This is utterly outrageous. Ji Xiu gasped. At that moment, the first person who sprang to his mind was Mu Bing. His initial plan was to engage in a fierce battle on their wedding night. However, the dilemma was that he was uncertain of Mu Bing's true cultivation and combat prowess at present. Nor did he know what other lethal trump cards she possessed apart from the soul-piercing nail. This was inherently risky. Yet, now armed with the Demon Path 1000 Paper Crane, why not broaden the scope of his plans? At this juncture, a sinister scheme evidently surged into his mind. Truly, you truly are this heir's lucky star, Ji Xiu exclaimed, kissing Chu Li on the forehead in delight. Thanks to Chu Li, he had acquired this extraordinarily powerful trump card. Chu Li's long eyelashes fluttered gently as she slowly opened her eyes, gazing quietly at Ji Xiu. She slightly turned to the side, resting her delicate hand on her chin, her crimson lips parting to inquire, "What is it? Have you fallen in love with me, Prince Ji Xiu?" A light chuckle escaped Ji Xiu's lips as he playfully responded, "How did you know? Indeed, I have utterly fallen for you." At his words, a blush flitted across Chu Li's exquisite visage, her heart unexpectedly skipping a beat. Skillfully avoiding Ji Xiu's ardent gaze, she haughtily retorted, "Umph. I never imagined that Prince Ji Xiu would utter such sweet nothings. But alas, I am not swayed by your charms." With that, Chu Li gracefully rose, adjusting her long gown with elegance, turning her back to Ji Xiu as she declared, "I shall take my leave first. In the future, I will seek you out again." After uttering these words, she departed from the Maple Palace. This woman, her ability to change her demeanor is astonishing. Ji Xiu shook his head in bewilderment, realizing only then that Gu Yao was still sound asleep. Quietly, he resolved that during their next clandestine meeting, he must exercise restraint. After all, it would not bode well if Gu Yao were to witness their interaction. Unbeknownst to Ji Xiu, as Chu Li exited the Maple Palace, she happened to encounter Lin Ru. "Your Majesty, why have you emerged from Xiu's chamber?" Lin Ru inquired, her expression one of astonishment. Coughing awkwardly 3 times, Chu Li composed herself and replied earnestly, "Madam, perhaps you should inquire with Prince Ji Xiu." With that, she hastened her steps, making her way towards her own residence, the Weiyang Palace. Something feels amiss. Could it be that Xiu is truly involved with Chu Li? Lin Ru pondered aloud, observing Chu Li's fleeing figure. She quickly entered the inner palace, where she found Ji Xiu dressed appropriately and Gu Yao peacefully slumbering, allowing her to exhale in relief. She thought to herself, no matter how reckless her son may be, surely he would not dare to act indiscreetly with Chu Li in front of Gu Yao. "Mother, what brings you here?" Ji Xiu asked, somewhat surprised. "You, young man, should tidy yourself up properly." Binger has arrived. Moreover, it would be wise to limit your interactions with Chuli. She is a woman of ill repute. Lin Ru admonished before swiftly exiting. Ji Xiu let out a deep breath, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Mu Bing. She has finally arrived. Chapter 96. Farewell to Mu Bing. A wedding ceremony. On the night of their nuptials, stakes were driven into the divine, staining the heavens with blood as the demon god wept. Ji Xiu silently recited the plot of the novel, his demeanor growing increasingly austere. After regaining his composure and clarifying his thoughts, he departed from the falling Maple Palace. He was eager to observe how Mu Bing, whom he had not seen for many years, had transformed. Did she truly possess the ability to make the demon god weep blood? At Ji Manor, within the Ziyun Pavilion, resplendent stone pillars glimmered like gold, with dragons swirling majestically. A magnificent crimson carpet adorned the entirety of the palace, marking it as the premier banquet hall of the Ji family, a sight of unparalleled opulence. It was here that Ji Xiu and Mu Bing had once become betrothed, and even now, the memories of that day remained vividly etched in his mind. Upon entering the Ziyun Pavilion, a graceful figure caught Ji Xiu's eye. Clad in a flowing gown of moonlight white, she stood poised in the center of the grand hall, her silvery hair cascading down to her elegantly arched hips. She exuded the same tranquil presence as she did years ago. Mu Bing, long time no see. Ji Xiu spoke calmly. As his words fell, the woman abruptly turned. Her exquisite brows framed a noble visage imbued with a touch of heroism. Her enchanting eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of the stars and seas, yet also reflected the biting winds of snow-capped peaks. Her delicate nose was both regal and elegant, while her lips resembled dew-kissed roses, alluring and inviting. Her countenance appeared as if crafted with painstaking care by the Creator himself. Undoubtedly, her beauty had reached an ethereal and breathtaking pinnacle. However, upon beholding this unparalleled vision, Ji Xiu's emotions remained unperturbed, and his heart grew colder still. For he understood that the woman before him was dangerously perilous, perhaps the one who wished for his demise more than anyone else in this world. Ji Xiu, long time no see. Mu Bing's captivating gaze swept over him casually, her lips parting slightly. As her words lingered in the air, an awkward silence enveloped them both. Name: Mu Bing. Cultivation. Combat power. Destiny essence potential. Hint: this individual is extremely dangerous. To Ji Xiu's surprise, his all-seeing eye yielded only a string of question marks. At that moment, a weight settled in his heart. It appeared that Mu Bing had undergone significant transformations in both cultivation and combat prowess over the years. Moreover, Ji Xiu sensed that she was concealing something. Otherwise, why would even the all-seeing eye fail to unveil her secrets? Meanwhile, as Ji Xiu scrutinized Mu Bing, she too was assessing him. If astonishment could be measured, Mu Bing's surprise rivaled that of Ji Xiu. The legends of the continent spoke of how this man had crushed 7 sacred-level powerhouses from 2 great empires with his monarch-level cultivation. How had he achieved such a feat? Even in his previous life, he had not possessed such monstrous prowess. Moreover, why do the events of this life differ so completely from those of the previous one? Has he changed, or have certain fateful threads in the cosmos shifted? Mu Bing's expression remained as aloof as ever, yet her heart surged with a myriad of tumultuous emotions. At this moment, she found herself unable to fathom the essence of Ji Xiu before her, nor could she comprehend the intricacies of fate. Simultaneously, she sensed that the danger emanating from this man was far more formidable than she had anticipated. As the two lapsed into silence, Mu Hua, Lin Ru, and Mu Lanxin entered the Ziyun Pavilion. Binger, it has indeed been a long time. How is your master? Mu Hua approached with a warm smile, taking Mu Bing's hand in a gesture of genuine affection. Master is well. Thank you for your concern. Uncle, Mu Bing replied with a gentle smile directed at Mu Hua. Foolish girl, still calling him uncle? Once you and Xiu'er are wed, you'll soon be calling him grandmother. Lin Ru teased playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Indeed. You are right. Mu Bing nodded, her gaze slightly lowered, concealing the emotions swirling beneath. Yet, to Lin Ru, this demeanor only heightened her admiration. After all, what mother would not desire such a demure and composed daughter-in-law? Ji Xiu, it has been a while. Thank you for your assistance on Tianma Mountain. Mu Lanxin smiled as she approached Ji Xiu, playfully winking at him. In her mind, Ji Xiu had become her savior, while Yi Xian had transformed into the great villain. Too kind, Lanxin Saintus. Ji Xiu responded with a sidelong glance at Mu Lanxin. Xiu'er, do not linger in idle chatter with Lanxin. Come, attend to Bing. Lin Ru gently patted Ji Xiu's back, chiding him inwardly for not seizing the opportunity to draw closer to his beautiful wife. Very well. Ji Xiu nodded and then took a seat beside Mu Bing. With a thoughtful gesture, he poured her a cup of exquisite wine from the jug. Thank you, Mu Bing replied, her expression unchanged. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she inquired, how is Gu Yao and Gu Jian? On her journey to Kyoto, she had heard about the siblings, and her concern for them lingered. Rest assured, Yaoer is well. Gu Jian, he has also survived. Ji Xiu took a sip of the fine wine before casually responding. Ji Xiu, I never expected you to go to such lengths for them. Mu Bing spoke softly, her voice tinged with surprise. In truth, she was quite taken aback by Ji Xiu's willingness to slay the 7 great saints for the sake of the Gu siblings. This was not the impression she had of him. Otherwise, what do you think I am like? Ji Xiu casually inquired. Upon hearing this, Mu Bing silently drained her cup of wine, unsure of how to respond to Ji Xiu. Binger, do you have the Ji family's tiger talisman with you? Mu Hua asked with a smile. I do. Mu Bing nodded, deftly placing the precious black jade tiger talisman onto the table. Xiu'er, what about the ice god jade? Lin Ru whispered to Ji Xiu, casting him a knowing glance. Here it is. Ji Xiu laid the jade pendant, exuding a faint breath of icy chill, upon the table. Wonderful. Splendid. Mu Huan nodded in satisfaction, her gaze towards Ji Xiu and Mu Bing filled with affection. Perfect. Truly perfect. Lin Ru felt elated, believing that her son Ji Xiu and Mu Bing were remarkably well matched. Binger, Xiu'er, since you both are so earnest, when do you plan to hold the wedding ceremony? Mu Hua asked with a cheerful smile. Before Ji Xiu and Mu Bing could respond, Lin Ru interjected, Mother, I have heard that the crown princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Huang, and the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire, Ing Su, are to hold their wedding in the coming days. Thus, why not choose that day for Xiu'er and Binger's ceremony? It would be auspicious, a true dragon and phoenix in harmony. That makes sense. Mu Hua nodded. In any case, the sooner, the better, Mu Bing casually replied, believing that if this wedding must occur, it should indeed be expedited. In that case, let it be tomorrow, Ji Xiu stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, both Mu Hua and Lin Ru were taken aback. So soon? Lin Ru exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. No, our Ji family's union with the Ice God Palace should be grander. Such arrangements require time. Mu Hua waved her hand dismissively. It's merely a wedding. What preparations are truly necessary? Moreover, with the Northern Xia's royal power fallen, your father and grandfather are currently leading our family's iron floating army to eliminate the remnants of the royal family. They won't be able to return to the capital anytime soon. If that is the case, then the sooner, the better. Ji Xiu reasoned logically. Very well. Tomorrow it shall be. Mu Huan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Ji Xiu's perspective. Her focus was on the union of the Ji family and the Ice God Palace. As long as that was secured, other matters were trivial. Excellent. Then it is settled for tomorrow. Ji Xiu and Mu Bing harmoniously echoed in unison. Is this truly the essence of today's youth? Lin Ru and Mu Hua exchanged glances, both reflecting the astonishment in each other's eyes. Though resigned, as elders, they chose to acquiesce. After all, the two youngsters had voiced their intentions. What could they do? My dear Xiu'er is finally to be wed. Lin Ru exhaled deeply and stepped forward to embrace Ji Xiu tightly, her heart brimming with emotions as a mother. Little Shirgu, you are finally to be married. Mu Lanxin also approached to embrace Mu Bing, her delicate form trembling slightly with excitement and joy. However, in stark contrast to the profound sentiments of Lin Ru and the exhilaration of Mu Lanxin, Ji Xiu and Mu Bing bore no smiles upon their faces. Their gazes icy and their thoughts divergent. Yet, the day they had long anticipated has finally arrived. Chapter 97. The night before the wedding. She sharpens her sword. He awaits the wind. As the wedding date approaches, on the eve of the ceremony, Mu Bing found herself alone in the falling maple palace. She gazed at Gu Yao, who was peacefully asleep on the palace bed, her beautiful eyes swirling with complex emotions. Yaoer, her bloodline was awakening rapidly. So, had Ji Xiu truly not touched her all these years? How could that be? What intentions did Ji Xiu harbor? Amidst her turbulent thoughts, she noticed Gu Yao's long eyelashes flutter slightly. Slowly, Gu Yao opened her eyes, surprised to see the woman before her. Miss Mu Bing, what brings you here? Where is His Highness? Upon hearing this, Mu Bing's enchanting face broke into a gentle smile. Ji Xiao is not here. I came to check on you. Are you well? Yes. Gu Yao nodded, but then seemed to recall something. Biting her red lip, she suddenly asked, Miss Mu Bing, you are here to marry His Highness, aren't you? Mu Bing remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the implication. Her plan was to conclude matters with Ji Xiao the following night, and then depart the Northern Xia dynasty with Gu Yao and Gu Jian. I envy you. Soon, you will marry His Highness. If only I could have Miss Mu Bing's fortune. Gu Yao sighed before sinking back into a deep slumber. As her words lingered in the air, Mu Bing stood in a daze for a long while. She could discern the profound envy in Gu Yao's tone. Yaoer, it seems you have developed feelings for that fellow. What shall I do? With a heavy sigh, Mu Bing rose and took one last glance at Gu Yao before leaving the falling maple palace. At that moment, she collided with Ji Xiao. Here to see Yao? Ji Xiao inquired nonchalantly. Yes, Mu Bing nodded, showing no desire to engage in conversation with him as she walked past Ji Xiao towards the moonlight palace of the Ji residence. Wait, Ji Xiao called, halting her steps. What is it? Mu Bing slightly turned, her beautiful eyes devoid of emotion as they met his gaze. The wedding tomorrow. Are you looking forward to it? Ji Xiao asked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yes, very much so, Mu Bing replied flatly. The wedding gown is beautiful. This young master has seen it. If you have time, you might as well try it on, Ji Xiao calmly suggested. All right, Mu Bing responded coldly before turning to leave the falling maple palace. Huh, Ji Xiao scoffed, looking up at the bright moon in the sky as he softly remarked, Mu Bing, tomorrow night, this young master is also looking forward to it. Before long, a graceful silhouette approached Ji Xiaoshan, clad in a gown of pristine white. Her beauty was enchanting, and her ethereal demeanor embodied an innate pride and purity. Yet at that moment, a radiant light of calamity flickered in the depths of her eyes, rendering her somewhat dazed. Your Highness, the Saintess, tomorrow night, I entrust everything to you. Ji Xiaoshan spoke casually. I understand. Mu Langson mechanically replied. Good night, Saintess. Ji Xiaoshan waved his hand. At his words, Mu Langson nodded and turned towards the moonlit palace. Throughout her journey, her expression remained vacant and numb until she stepped into the moonlit palace. At that moment, the light of calamity in her eyes vanished entirely, and her gaze and demeanor gradually regained their former brilliance. Little master sister, Mu Langson called out with a smile. It's so late, Langson. Why aren't you resting? What brings you to the moonlit palace? Came a resigned voice from within. Little master sister, I missed you. Mu Langson replied cheerfully. Sigh. Mu Bing sighed and slowly emerged from the moonlit palace. At this moment, she had changed out of her moon-white gown into the wedding attire specially prepared for her by Lin Ru. Under the moonlight, she wore a magnificent gown of crimson and gold, adorned with a splendid phoenix cloak, a golden glass crown, and a crimson silk ribbon at her waist, exuding an aura of utmost nobility and enchanting beauty. As Ji Xiaoshan had remarked, the wedding gown was indeed stunning, and now, adorned in this exquisite attire, Mu Bing appeared utterly dreamlike. Even Mu Langson found herself breathless, standing frozen in place, profoundly moved by Mu Bing's breathtaking beauty. What's wrong? Mu Bing asked, raising an eyebrow in playful curiosity. Little master sister, you are so beautiful. Mu Langson gulped and then leaped into Mu Bing's embrace. Child. Mu Bing shook her head in exasperation while holding Mu Langson. Believe me, tomorrow you will surely dazzle everyone. Even on your wedding night, that Ji fellow will undoubtedly fall at your feet. Mu Langson declared with conviction. Perhaps, Mu Bing replied calmly, a glint of coldness flashing through her beautiful, frost-like eyes. Tomorrow night, everything will reach a conclusion. With this thought, Mu Bing gently stroked Mu Langson's hair with her delicate hand. Little master sister, wishing you a joyful wedding. Mu Langson smiled sweetly before turning to leave the moonlit palace. Upon hearing her words, Mu Bing stood in place for a long while, her heart filled with inexplicable complexity. This life was indeed vastly different. The Northern Xia royal family had failed to obliterate the Ji family, only to be vanquished by Ji Xiaoshan instead. Gu Jian was unable to pay his respects to the sword god of the nine heavens, while Gu Yao found herself enamored with Ji Xiao. The adversary of the nine heavens had transformed into a being known as Yi Xian. All of these occurrences eluded her understanding. Yet one thing remained clear. Ji Xiao seemed to have grown increasingly perilous. Moments later, Mu Bing deftly twirled her wrist, extracting a sword hilt from the void. Its blade appeared to be concealed within the ether, invisible to the naked eye, as if it had vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, this sword undeniably emanated an intense and fearsome aura of authority, with faint strands of imperial might wafting from it. Above the resplendent city of Kyoto, the moon hung serenely in the sky. The exquisite moonlight enveloped the bustling metropolis, draping it in a silvery veil. Mu Bing cast a glance at the luminous moon before raising her hand and thrusting her sword fiercely towards the celestial orb. This strike seemed to shatter the moonlight, casting delicate shards of ethereal glow to cascade upon her shoulder. In that fleeting moment, the blade in her grasp revealed its astonishing sharpness under the waning moonlight, only to once again vanish into the void. A decade spent honing this sword, all for the purpose of vanquishing the demon god today. Mu Bing parted her crimson lips, her voice icy and resolute, her beautiful eyes radiating an unwavering coldness as her heart solidified in determination. Outside the falling maple palace, Ji Xiao sat beneath the moonlight, sipping tea. A scroll lay upon the stone table, originating from the divine phoenix. Prominently inscribed upon the scroll were 3 lines. The crown prince of Deqin, Ing Su, has arrived in the imperial capital. The divine phoenix as princess, Feng Huang, is imprisoned. The wedding ceremony approaches. May I inquire if the young master intends to invite the storm? Notably, a black origami crane rested atop the scroll, its delicate form rendered eerily enchanting by the moon's glow. Ji Xiao regarded the black crane with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy. After a moment, a subtle smile graced his lips. All preparations were complete. Only the east wind was lacking. Chapter 98. The North Xia Trembles, the Crown Prince's Grand Wedding. On the day of the wedding, before dawn broke, the entire capital was already abuzz with excitement. Countless soldiers clad in resplendent red armor stood sentinel at every corner of the city. The matriarch of the Ji family, Lin Ru, had issued a stern edict. Anyone who dared to act recklessly today would be dealt with mercilessly. Moreover, every tavern in the capital had been reserved by the Ji family, with all expenses borne by them. Along the nearly ubiquitous crimson carpets stood elegantly attired young maidens, each holding a bouquet of blossoms, their radiant smiles a sight to behold. The esteemed figures from the powerful factions of North Xia, including the Royal Academy, the Inspection Bureau, the 6 Ministries, the Imperial Guard, the Dragon Protectors, the Court of Judicial Review, and the Prison Guard, had arrived early at the gates of the Ji military estate, eagerly awaiting the events to unfold. These individuals had been allies of Ji Xiao for a decade. Now, with the fall of the North Xia imperial power and the silence of the national guardians, the Ji family had emerged as the true sovereigns of the North Xia dynasty. Ji Xiao had risen to become the only true deity of the North Xia, capable of obliterating a faction with a mere word or elevating one to unprecedented heights. Consequently, as Ji Xiao prepared for his wedding, these astute figures were determined to seize the opportunity to present themselves before him. Unbeknownst to others, the announcement of Ji Xiao's wedding had only been made the previous day. Nevertheless, these influential individuals exerted every effort to mobilize the resources of North Xia within a mere day, striving to offer their gifts to Ji Xiao. Thus, although the ceremony was held in the capital, the entire North Xia dynasty reverberated with excitement fueled by the fervor of these prominent figures. After all, whoever could gain Ji Xiao's trust and become close to him would see their clan and influence soar within the North Xia dynasty. For them, even the slightest proximity to Ji Xiao would be an unparalleled honor. In the falling Maple Palace, Ji Xiao rose early. To his surprise, Gu Yao was not in her usual slumber. She attentively assisted him in bathing and dressing, adorning him in a splendid golden robe, fastening a crimson gold belt, and crowning him with an exquisite golden headdress. This attire illuminated Ji Xiao, enhancing his noble demeanor and leaving all in awe. "My lord, the crown prince, looks magnificent," Gu Yao remarked softly, her eyes sparkling like the stars. "And my Yaoer is equally beautiful." Ji Xiao gently tousled Gu Yao's hair. "My lord, the crown prince, is finally to be wed. Yaoer is so happy." Gu Yao embraced Ji Xiu lightly, her lowered gaze concealing the shadows in her eyes. Is my Yaoer feeling a tinge of jealousy? Ji Xiu sensed the tumultuous emotions swirling within Gu Yao and could not help but inquire softly. Not at all. Yaoer is simply delighted for His Highness the Crown Prince. Miss Mu Bing is quite remarkable. She is the junior sister of the Ice God Palace's master and is destined to steer its future. Moreover, she possesses exquisite beauty and formidable talent. Only someone like her deserves the Crown Prince. Yaoer merely wishes to be by His Highness's side in the days to come and would be utterly content. Gu Yao's voice was gentle. She spoke truthfully, for this was indeed her sentiment. Yet, despite her words, witnessing Ji Xiu's marriage stirred a bittersweet pang within her heart. After all, no woman can behold the marriage of the one she loves without experiencing sorrow and heartache. Yaoer, do you know? From the moment I entrusted the management of the 6 chambers to you, it was destined that you would remain by my side for eternity. In the future, even if you wish to leave, I shall never let you go. You, Gu Yao, belong solely to me, to no one else. Ji Xiu spoke earnestly, and as he finished, he gently kissed Gu Yao's forehead. Your Highness. Gu Yao looked up in a daze, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears. Ji Xiu's words were imbued with such tenderness that they moved her deeply, bringing her a sense of peace. Thus, she momentarily stifled her emotions. Yet 2 streams of clear tears cascaded down her exquisitely delicate face. Biting her red lip, her voice trembled as she said, "That is enough." Hee. Ji Xiu chuckled lightly, raising his hand to tenderly wipe away the glistening tears from her cheeks before speaking. Let us go, Yaoer. Gu Yao responded softly. As they stepped out of the palace gates, they encountered Elder Wei and Gu Jian quietly awaiting them in the courtyard. Your Highness. Upon seeing Ji Xiu, Gu Jian's eyes reddened, and he immediately knelt before him. He was aware of everything Ji Xiu had done for him. Yet, being a man of few words, he could only express his profound gratitude with that single sentence. Nevertheless, he had secretly vowed in his heart to strive to become stronger, strong enough to clear all obstacles from Ji Xiu's path, strong enough to ensure that Ji Xiu would not waste a single ounce of energy in ascending to the pinnacle of the continent. You are still injured. Why not rest? Ji Xiu furrowed his brow and asked. Your Highness, today is your wedding ceremony. No matter how grave the injury, it is of no consequence. I wish to witness your marriage. It holds immense significance for me. Gu Jian's gaze was resolute as he looked at Ji Xiu. Get up. Ji Xiu smiled slightly and personally assisted Gu Jian to his feet. Come, let us head to the Xian Pavilion together. After Ji Xiu spoke, he led a group of people towards the Xian Pavilion. In front of the pavilion, a red carpet was flanked by the prominent figures of the capital. Upon seeing Ji Xiu's arrival, the dignitaries respectfully bowed and exclaimed, We pay our respects to the young master. In response, Ji Xiu slightly nodded in acknowledgement. As they beheld Ji Xiu, adorned in his wedding attire, Lin Ru and Mu Hua felt a surge of emotion. Their beloved Ji Xiu was finally to wed. At that moment, the bride, Mu Bing, made her entrance. The once vibrant atmosphere of the Xian Pavilion fell into an instant hush, as all present held their breath. Captivated by Mu Bing's beauty, she had shed her moonlit gown for an exquisite crimson and gold long dress, trailing elegantly behind her, accentuating her enchanting figure. Her visage, akin to a sculpture of ice and snow, was lightly adorned with makeup, her lips tinted a delicate red, radiating an astonishing allure. Mu Bing, the future leader of the Ice God Palace, possessed an unparalleled identity, lineage, and talent. Her beauty was truly matchless, captivating all those who gazed upon her. In that moment, many mused that only a woman of such grace could be worthy of their young master Ji Xiu. Indeed, she is Bing, Lin Ru remarked, her heart swelling with admiration. At that instant, she envisioned the names of their future children, convinced that the couple was an extraordinary match. Mu Hua, beaming with satisfaction, gazed at Ji Xiu and Mu Bing, who appeared like celestial beings entwined in love. As the wedding ceremony commenced, Ji Xiu took Mu Bing's hand, gently stepping onto the red carpet towards the Xian Pavilion. Notably, Mu Bing offered no resistance, reciprocating Ji Xiu's grasp. The two moved in unison, resembling a pair of newlyweds poised to embark on their marital journey. Within the Xian Pavilion, a solemn wedding ceremony unfolded. Ji Xiu and Mu Bing participated quietly, harmonizing beautifully with the proceedings. Every onlooker beamed with joy at the sight of the couple, who exuded an ethereal charm. At the ceremony's conclusion, Ji Xiao and Mu Bing gazed into each other's eyes, reciting the final vow of the Northern Xiao wedding oath. I belong to you. You belong to me. From this day forth, until death do us part. As the last words echoed, a cacophony of celebratory cannon fire erupted across the city, while dazzling fireworks illuminated the sky, showering the night with radiant colors. The citizens of the capital and practitioners alike were entranced, lingering in the magic of the wedding celebration. At the ceremony's end, Gu Yao emerged from the Xian pavilion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Behind her, a teasing voice chimed in, Miss Gu Yao? It seems you are truly smitten with Ji Xiao. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao turned around and beheld Chu Li leaning against the divine dragonstone pillar. Your Majesty, the Empress, the young master has wed. Therefore, I kindly ask the Empress to exercise restraint in the future. With this remark, Gu Yao turned and departed. This girl, could it be that she was awake that night? Chu Li raised her delicate brows, surprised by the thought. Nevertheless, she felt as if she had inadvertently imparted a lesson to Gu Yao. When one harbors affection for another or desires something, one ought to take the initiative. What does it matter that Ji Xiao is married? She, quite frankly, does not care. Chapter 99, The Wedding Massacre Ding. The slaughter puppet is loading. A grand wedding has transformed the entirety of Kyoto into a seething ocean of excitement. Even as night falls, the vibrant atmosphere of the city remains undiminished. The night sky is illuminated by a bright moon, and splendid fireworks burst forth in celebration. The renowned taverns of Kyoto continue to buzz with life. As citizens and cultivators alike indulge and drink, their faces flushed as they exuberantly discuss the day's extravagant nuptials. Within the Ji residence, the falling maple palace is adorned with flickering candlelight, draped in red silks, and embellished with a phoenix crown and veil. Outside the palace windows, the moonlight is resplendent, and the fireworks create a mesmerizing spectacle. A sliver of moonlight filters into the falling maple palace, illuminating the beauty seated beside the royal bed. After the ceremony concludes, Mu Bing has been sitting on the soft edge of the bed for quite some time. No one knows the turmoil within her heart, but it is evident that her exquisite face, concealed beneath the golden bead curtain, reflects an icy demeanor. This evening, her emotions are tumultuous, as it marks the occasion of her first marriage. Simultaneously, she feels a sense of trepidation, despite having envisioned countless assassination scenarios against the demon god, Ji Xiao. Over the past decade, the reality of the moment brings her anxiety to the forefront. She understands that sacrifices are necessary for a flawless execution of her plan. Thus, on this wedding night, she has mentally prepared herself for what is to come. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoes from outside the falling maple palace. Mu Bing's heart races. Her delicate hands clench into fists, her breath quickening slightly. The irony of the wedding night weighs heavily on her. Ji Xiao stands at the palace door, a cold smirk playing on his lips, before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Upon entering the falling maple palace, Ji Xiao remains silent, simply taking a seat beside Mu Bing. An air of silence envelopes them, broken only by the gentle sway of the red candles on the table, stirred by the soft night breeze. What are you waiting for? Mu Bing finally breaks the stillness, taking a deep breath. In response, Ji Xiao reaches up and slowly removes the phoenix crown adorned with golden beads from her head. At that moment, a breathtakingly ethereal visage is revealed before him. You are indeed beautiful tonight, Ji Xiao states flatly. And then, Mu Bing presses, her beautiful eyes devoid of emotion as she questions him once more. What do you believe I am waiting for? Or perhaps, what are you waiting for? Ji Xiao retorts, his gaze unwavering as it meets Mu Bing's beautiful eyes, devoid of sentiment. At his words, Mu Bing is momentarily taken aback. The scene before her seems to diverge from her imaginings. This man, on their wedding night, is unervingly composed. Taking a deep breath, Mu Bing responds, Tonight is our wedding. I am waiting for my husband to kiss me. Is that so? The corners of Ji Xiao's mouth lifted into a mocking arc, yet he remained utterly still. At this moment, he simply wished to quietly observe Mu Bing's performance. Such was the case. What else could there be? Mu Bing nodded, and quite unexpectedly, took Ji Xiao's hand with fervor, pressing her lips heavily against his. The intoxicating fragrance of flowers wafted into his nostrils. Ji Xiao felt the softness on his lips, but his expression displayed no change. Indeed, his gaze grew even colder and more taunting. After the kiss, Mu Bing's eyelashes fluttered, and a faint blush graced her exquisite face. She stared blankly at Ji Xiao, whose demeanor was as frigid as ever, and she could not help but chide softly. Ji Xiao, what do you truly mean? What are you waiting for? Even if this marriage is not what either of us desired. The die is cast. We are already husband and wife. Now, why the icy facade? Who are you trying to impress? Husband? Ha ha ha. Ji Xiao shook his head and chuckled, a glint of interest in his eyes as he gazed at Mu Bing. What do you think I am waiting for? What do you expect? You. Mu Bing was momentarily speechless, her expression growing even colder. After a moment, Ji Xiao stood and walked to the window, gazing up at the bright moon and the splendid fireworks illuminating the night sky of Kyoto. Mu Bing, do you expect a night of passion on our wedding night? Humph. Mu Bing retorted coldly. Ji Xiao, do you perceive me as such a wanton woman? No, you are not. Ji Xiao shook his head slowly, turning with an expressionless face. Therefore, what you anticipate is not a fleeting moment of intimacy, but rather, the murder of your husband on our wedding night. Am I correct? As his words fell, Mu Bing's delicate form trembled, an inexplicable chill rising from the depths of her soul. You knew all along. She gradually stood, her beautiful eyes trembling as they met Ji Xiao's. Indeed, from the very first moment we met, I was aware, Ji Xiao replied calmly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With his words, a sharp glint of light surged forth. Mu Bing brandished the shadowless sword, pointing it at Ji Xiao, a wave of imperial might radiating from the blade. In that moment, she appeared like a frigid empress, commanding and fierce as she questioned Ji Xiao. Knowing all this, why continue with this utterly absurd wedding? Haha. Ji Xiao chuckled lightly. It's quite simple. Mother and grandmother desire it. Therefore, I granted them this. So, you were prepared for tonight all along. Mu Bing bit her silver teeth, murmuring softly. Prepared in abundance. Ji Xiao nodded slightly, and then clapped his hands. With a resounding clang, the gates of the falling maple palace swung open. Elder Wei entered, carrying a woman clad in snow-white garments. It was Mu Lianxin. Mu Bing's pupils constricted as she gazed at the disheveled, pallid Mu Lianxin in Elder Wei's grasp. What is it? Do you wish to witness her demise? Ji Xiao inquired calmly. Taking a deep breath, Mu Bing fixed a cold gaze upon Ji Xiao and slowly declared, Demon, today, come what may, we must reach a conclusion. Even if you slay the saintess of the Ice God Palace, it shall remain so. A chuckle escaped Ji Xiao's lips at her words. Demon? Mu Bing, enlighten me. What constitutes the righteous path? And what defines the demonic? With a cold snort, Mu Bing replied, her expression devoid of emotion. To benefit all living beings is righteousness. To slaughter the populace is demonic. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. This principle is something you, Ji Xiao, shall never comprehend. So, have you ever encountered a demon? Amused, Ji Xiao regarded Mu Bing. Naturally, she retorted frostily. The image of the demon king seated amidst deities, with countless gods standing by, was seared into her memory. The wanton massacre of the ancient dynasty and the destruction of a long-standing lineage at a mere flick of his fingers remained vividly etched in her mind. The sight of countless righteous cultivators sacrificing themselves for the sake of the world had profoundly impacted her. Thus, she firmly believed there was a reason for her return to the era of the demon god Ji Xiao's rise. To prevent Ji Xiao from establishing a dark dynasty that would endure for millennia, and to save all living beings was the very essence of her rebirth, even if the person before her was not yet the demon god. However, she understood that destiny, by its very nature, is immutable. Ultimately, Ji Xiao would become the demon god that would instill terror across the 9 heavens. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. This was her reason for wanting to slay Ji Xiao. Very well. Ji Xiao nodded and then smiled, saying, This young master has never encountered a demon god. Yet, I have seen the multitudes of living beings. In the end, I hope you too shall witness these beings of the 9 heavens. What do you mean? Mu Bing furrowed her brow. Release her. Allow her to reunite with her little master. Ji Xiao commanded Elder Wei. Understood. Elder Wei nodded and subsequently unsealed Mu Lianxin's true essence. He has spared Lianxin? The peculiar thought flickered in Mu Bing's mind, just as Mu Lianxin staggered to her side. Lianxin, are you all right? Mu Bing whispered. Little master, I am fine. Mu Lianxin replied, biting her crimson lip and shaking her head, her complexion pale. Good. Wait a moment. My dear disciple will take you away from here, murmured Mu Bing softly. All right. Mu Lanxin nodded in agreement. At that moment, a flicker of soul-harvesting light shone in her eyes. Clang! A beam of silver light, resembling a knife, erupted forth. The air's temperature surged abruptly. The silver blade was engulfed in surging flames, the purifying inferno of the world. Clash! The silver knife pierced behind Mu Bing. However, a dazzling celestial radiance erupted from her body, causing the silver blade to shatter, and Mu Lanxin was sent flying. Soul harvesting. Mu Bing noted the flicker of soul-harvesting light in Mu Lanxin's eyes, her voice trembling with alarm. Had it not been for the mysterious power within her protecting her, she would have undoubtedly fallen prey to Ji Xiu's sinister machinations. At that moment, all her doubts dissipated. You killed Li Wangsheng in the Demon Mountain. Zhao Wuji was also your doing. All those who stood by your side have been soul-harvested by you. It was you who framed that cultivator named Yi Xian for all of this. Mu Bing fixed her piercing gaze upon Ji Xiu and declared, Indeed, you are correct. Ji Xiu shrugged nonchalantly. As expected of you, Ji Xiu. Mu Bing inhaled deeply. She had suspected all along that someone was orchestrating the tumult behind the scenes during the battle at the Demon Mountain, and she knew that person was most likely Ji Xiu. Tonight, let us conclude this. Mu Bing spoke coldly. Haha. Ji Xiu shook his head, muttering with a profound undertone. Is righteousness merely righteousness? Is evil simply evil? Is what is right always right? Is what is wrong always wrong? Mu Bing, do you not wish to save the world? Very well. Next, I hope you witness the plight of all living beings. As his words fell, Ji Xiu raised his hand, flames of magic swirling at his fingertips. Before them, a black origami crane ignited in the inferno. Wisps of black smoke ascended. Clang! In that instant, the heavens above the capital darkened ominously, as though all light had been devoured. Black currents coiled around Mu Bing, ultimately leaving a dark mark upon her snow-white neck, reminiscent of a kiss. You. Mu Bing stared blankly at the scene before her. She could sense her strength dissipating rapidly. The 3 cards she had prepared for Ji Xiu, she was unable to utilize even a single one. In her moment of panic, she pondered. What is this? Mu Bing pressed her delicate hand against her neck, her stunningly beautiful face turning pale as snow. She felt as if her very soul was being scorched. Her consciousness appeared to be slowly drained by an incomprehensible and irresistible force. The remnants of the Emperor's soul within her emitted a heart-wrenching roar. However, before long, she felt her consciousness plunging into a profound abyss of darkness. Her eyelids felt unbearably heavy. Despite her repeated struggles, she ultimately succumbed and slowly closed her eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for igniting the magical paper crane. Ding! System notification. The killing puppet Mu Bing is currently loading. Chapter 100. The Awakening of the Demonic Path. The 3 realms and 9 heavens quake in unison. Beep. System notification. Progress of the killing puppet Mu Bing has reached 10. Beep. System notification. Progress of the killing puppet Mu Bing has reached 20. Beep. System notification. Progress of the killing puppet Mu Bing has reached 30. Beep. System notification. Progress of the killing puppet Mu Bing has reached 70. Beep. System notification. Progress of the killing puppet Mu Bing has reached 80. The crisp tones of the system notifications resonated in Ji Xiu's ears. As the progress reached 70, wisps of black, demonic smoke began to rise from Mu Bing's delicate form, enveloping her in an ominous aura. Upon reaching 80, a vast power of the demonic path surged and coalesced within her, her silvery hair infused with a purple demonic light, resembling a celestial demoness. Your Highness, this. Wei Lao gazed in astonishment at the transformation of Mu Bing, which took mere moments, and could not help but swallow hard. Such an immense and formidable power of the demonic path was beyond his previous experience, and it continued to grow exponentially. He felt, under this force, as insignificant as a mere ant. Hush, it's not over yet. Ji Xiu shook his head and spoke softly, his eyes glinting with cold light. The power of the demonic origami crane could disregard cultivation levels and instantly transform an individual into a killing puppet. Moreover, during the time as a killing puppet, Mu Bing's attributes and capabilities related to combat would experience a qualitative leap. As the loading progress reached 90, the boundless demonic light surrounding Mu Bing had almost solidified, on the verge of bursting forth. Beep. System notification. progress of the killing puppet Mu Bing has reached 100 when the final system notification sounded. The demonic power within Mu Bing peaked, and the boundless demonic light radiating from her erupted with tremendous force. Boom! This light was exceptionally fierce, seemingly capable of tearing apart the heavens, a force unparalleled. In an instant, the brilliance soared to the sky, rending the 9 heavens above. The transcendent, boundless demonic light connected heaven and earth, and within its luminous depths, a black origami crane was burning fiercely, as if struggling against the tides of an endless sea. This scene was utterly breathtaking. In that moment, the entire continent, nay, the entire realm of the 9 heavens bore witness to this celestial, boundless demonic light, and the black origami crane concealed within its depths. Even the cultivators of the 9 heavens continent felt profound fear and unease beneath the overwhelming might of this demonic power. In the capital, millions of cultivators and common folk stood transfixed, gazing at the celestial demonic light, and in an instant, cold sweat soaked their backs. There lies the direction of the G family military mansion. Could it be that a great demon has emerged from the G family? The power emanating from there is utterly terrifying. Who could possibly awaken such dreadful demonic energy? Is their intention to bring about the end of the world? Do they not fear divine retribution? Could it be the young master Ji Xiao? Hush! Speak not so recklessly. Similar occurrences unfold across the realms of the 9 heavens continent. The Ice God Palace, the Scarlet Church, the Tian Su military mansion, the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, the Holy Sect, the Xin Tian Sword Sect, and the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The leaders of the 7 foremost cultivation sects gaze in trepidation towards the northern summer, where a beam of demonic light connects heaven and earth, leaving them speechless. The resurgence of demonic forces? This threatens to overturn the entire continent. Is it the supreme heaven, the Saintess Ninlingua? If it is indeed her, chaos will surely ensue across the 9 heavens continent. It is over, truly over. On the 9 heavens continent, at Demon Mountain, supreme heaven, Nan Lingwei stands with her hands clasped behind her back atop the peak, her cold eyes fixed upon the all-encompassing demonic light in the northern summer. Her delicate brows raised in intrigue. A black origami crane, such formidable and peculiar demonic power. As for the possessor of this power, aside from Ji Xiao, I can think of no other. However, what exactly does he intend to do? Is he shedding pretense and revealing his true intentions? Is he preparing to eradicate the righteous forces of the 9 heavens continent in one fell swoop? Regardless, I find it immensely enjoyable. With that, she lightly pressed her crimson lips together, a faint smile gracing her unparalleled beauty. She understands that turmoil is about to engulf the 9 heavens continent, and she is eager to see how the man she has set her sights upon will overturn the continent. In the depths of the ancient well on the forbidden back mountain of Panlong Island, 9 heavens continent, Yi Xian slowly opened his bloodshot eyes. Frowning, he gazed through the well at the all-encompassing demonic light and murmured to himself, "It must be Ji Xiao. It can only be Ji Xiao. No one else could possess such terrifying demonic power." With his thoughts lingering there, Yi Xian took a deep breath and silently vowed, "Master, please wait a moment longer. Once I emerge from my seclusion, I shall not allow Ji Xiao to continue his arrogance. As your disciple, I will settle the score with him." With that, he raised his right arm. Under the moonlight, the arm that Ji Xiao had severed with a single strike had now fully regenerated. His right arm was now adorned with dragon scales, robust and formidable, with a sharp dragon spike protruding from the elbow, exuding an aura of explosive power. He intends to wield this arm, to harness the newfound strength within him, to obliterate everything associated with Ji Xiao. Within the Ji family military estate, Ning Xian did not partake in the wedding ceremony. During this period, she has been in seclusion, restoring her soul's power. Yet now she awakens. The vast demonic energy emanating from the falling Maple Palace has roused her. Could it be him? Ning Xian softly murmurs to herself, her tone imbued with complexity. She had never encountered such a level of demonic power, not even in the celestial realm. The celestial realm. Here, the spiritual essence is abundant, and the expanse is extraordinarily vast, encompassing 10 times the area of the 9 celestial continents. Numerous sects thrive here, including the immortal clans of ancient history, the primordial dynasty, and the forbidden imperial lineages. All exist within the celestial realm. Consequently, The brutality here is magnified 100-fold compared to the celestial continents. Today, a boundless demonic light surged from the lower realms, an overwhelming force sweeping across the celestial realm. This triggered a seismic upheaval throughout the entire upper realm. Demonic power. This force is indeed tyrannical, defying the heavens. Wait, what is this black paper crane? What transpired in the lower realms? Could it be that, in this era, the demonic forces are truly poised for resurgence? Investigate. Regardless of the cost, we must ascertain in the lower realms who possesses such terrifying power. The immortal clans, the primordial dynasty, the forbidden imperial lineages, the descendants of the gods. The leaders of the celestial realm's top powers are all taken aback by the demonic energy emanating from the lower realms. Consequently, they spring into action, determined to send individuals to the lower realms for clarification. Of course, it is not only the righteous forces of the celestial realm. At this moment, within the demon domain of the celestial realm, a mesmerizing and magnetic voice of a commanding woman resounds in the city of Shuelao. A force of such caliber has emerged from the lower realms. Excellent. Dispatch individuals to the lower realms to uncover the identity of the one who awakened this defiant demonic power. I shall personally meet her, and perhaps even possess her. Indeed, the demon emperor. Meanwhile, as chaos reigns in the celestial realm, in the lower realm, within the northern summer dynasty, outside the capital city, stands a tall and graceful figure. Her long hair flows like a fiery kiss in the wind. Under the moonlight, her skin is pristine and radiant, her visage ethereal. At this moment, she gazes intently towards the direction of the G residence in the capital, her delicate brows furrowed. Regardless of who the wielder of this power may be, I must reclaim the purifying demon flame. However, I must not act recklessly. The woman delicately pinches her chin, contemplating deeply, with her phoenix-like eyes narrowing. A glint of determination flashes within, and she resolves to take action. Subsequently, she vanished in a graceful swirl, transforming into a flicker of fire as she sped towards the capital of Kyoto. Within the resplendent halls of the G residence, boundless demonic light gradually converged into Mu Bing's form. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and within their depths, a cataclysmic darkness surged. The night breeze wafted through the palace window, tousling her scarlet and gold wedding gown as she stood before Ji Xiao, her breathtaking visage still evoking awe and breathlessness. Yet, in this moment, she truly resembled a soulless machine of slaughter, exuding an aura of icy malevolence. Name: Mu Bing. Age: 22 years. Cultivation level: Saint Tier, First Realm. Combat assessment. Identity: Slaughter Puppet. Hidden attributes: Soul-devouring nails. 9. Emperor's Sword. Shadowless. Emperor's Remnant Soul, capable of igniting residual soul power at any time to enhance cultivation level. Time limit: 7 days. Chapter 101. My God of Death Wife. Is the Phoenix attempting to escape marriage? Indeed, Mu Bing has prepared 3 formidable trump cards for this heir. Soul-piercing nails, the Emperor's Shadowless Sword, and the remnant soul of the Great Emperor. Observing the information provided by the all-seeing eye, Ji Xiao could not help but let out a cold chuckle. His suspicions were correct. Over the years, Mu Bing had indeed acquired tremendous fortune within the ice abyss. Were it not for the demonic Dao's 1,000 paper cranes today, he would have been confident in his ability to defeat Mu Bing, yet he would inevitably have to pay a price. Nonetheless, fortunate it is that everything remains within the bounds of his plan. Pausing his thoughts, Ji Xiao leisurely approached Mu Bing, his gaze fixated upon her unparalleled beauty. After a moment of silence, he spoke with profound significance. What is right is right. What is evil is evil. What is correct is correct. What is erroneous is erroneous. Mu Bing, in 7 days, I hope you will still utter such words. As his words fell, Mu Bing exhibited no reaction, standing quietly as if ensconced in her own world. At that moment, an unfamiliar yet chilling voice echoed outside the falling maple palace. Young Master Ji Xiao, congratulations on your marriage. At the sound, Ji Xiao furrowed his brow and, alongside Elder Wei, stepped out of the falling maple palace. There, they beheld a tall and graceful figure standing under the moonlight, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I must say, young Master Ji Xiao, you are indeed as remarkable as the rumors suggest, a rare beauty. No wonder Nan Lingyue is so enamored with you. Hee hee. The woman chuckled lightly. her beautiful eyes unabashedly surveying Ji Xiu from head to toe. Guardian of the nation, Yin Fei. Ji Xiu replied calmly. Since she mentioned Nin Lingyue, there was no doubt she was the woman he had long yearned for. Guardian of the nation? TSK, TSK, TSK. Who informed you that I belong to the Guardian of the nation? Was it that silly girl, Chu Li? What a pity. I merely spoke in jest. Yet she took it to heart. Yin Fei shook her head, a smirk full of derision evident in her enchanting eyes. Now, speak of your purpose for coming. Ji Xiu feigned ignorance, simultaneously activating the all-seeing eye to scan Yin Fei. Name, Yin Fei, cultivation, battle power assessment, identity, destiny potential. Gazing at the series of question marks produced by the all-seeing eye, Ji Xiu felt a wave of taciturnity wash over him. Surely, he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Young Master Ji Xiu, do not strain yourself. I am not someone you can perceive. Additionally, you should know what I desire. Yin Fei regarded Ji Xiu with an amused glint in her eyes, her voice dripping with intrigue. Purifying world demonic flame. Ji Xiu slowly uttered 4 words. At this moment, he had secretly elevated the danger level of Yin Fei to its utmost. After all, those who dwell in the realm of the unknown are the most terrifying. Indeed. Yin Fei nodded, then playfully gazed at Ji Xiu and softly inquired, Ji Xiu, so, will you bestow the purifying demon flame or not? Not a chance. Ji Xiu replied without a moment's hesitation. How could something already consumed be regurgitated? Ah, I see. In that case, Your Highness, you cannot blame me. Yin Fei shook her head and stepped forward. A breathtaking brilliance ignited in her enchanting eyes. An aura surpassing the sacred realm swept across the heavens and the earth. Millions of cultivators and citizens in the capital trembled beneath this overwhelming force. A legendary realm expert? Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow, unfazed. I can still obtain the purifying demon flame by killing you. Isn't that right, Your Highness? Yin Fei's lips curled into a chilling smile. With a clang, she shattered the void with a single step, suddenly appearing before Ji Xiu. She struck with her palm, and as she did, the space fractured, and the power of the laws surged violently. Fragments of space scattered like blades in all directions. This was the might of a power beyond the sacred realm. At that moment, a graceful figure materialized before Ji Xiu. Under the moonlight, she donned a gown of crimson gold, her silver hair flowing in the breeze, her stunning visage cold to the extreme. Holding the Emperor's shadowless sword, she thrust it forward, tearing the void as if it were a curtain. The destructive force of the demonic path caused the very heavens to tremble, and Yin Fei's power was instantly reduced to ashes. Puffed blood, shimmering like flames, splattered in the void. Yin Fei was sent flying 100 feet back, and as she steadied herself, a ghastly sword mark marred her chest. Ice God Palace. Mu Bing, is it truly you? Who has awakened that terrifying demonic power? Yin Fei gasped, her chest rising and falling violently. Her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Mu Bing, blood trickling from her wound and falling to the ground. Mu Bing, finish her, Ji Xiu commanded coldly. As his words echoed, a world-ending demonic light ignited in Mu Bing's eyes, and with a single step, she appeared before Yin Fei. The Emperor's sword struck forth with unparalleled swiftness, capable of shattering all laws. Puffed. The sound of blood splattering resonated. The sword pierced directly into Yin Fei's heart with unstoppable force. Well done, Mu Bing, Yin Fei remarked, her expression unchanged. As her words faded, Mu Bing raised her delicate hand, palm aimed at Yin Fei's head. Boom! A magnificent demonic light erupted from her palm, piercing through the skies like the aurora, shattering the space in its path, causing it to collapse. Puffed. Under the force of that strike, Yin Fei's body transformed into a torrential rain of blood, vanishing without a trace. Was it not her true form? Tonight, she had come to gauge the depth of this young lord. Quite perceptive indeed. Ji Xiu squinted at the crimson rain cascading through the sky, murmuring to himself. Although he failed to eliminate Yin Fei this night, he had confirmed that this woman was a legendary powerhouse, a being beyond the sacred realm. Moreover, she was not affiliated with the Northern Xia's National Guardians. She harbored great secrets within her. Your Highness, shall we pursue her? Elder Wei inquired softly from the side. No need. If she desires the purifying demonic flame, she will inevitably reveal herself again. Ji Xiu shook his head. There are many matters at hand that require our attention. We must not squander excessive time and energy on her. As his words fell, Mu Bing sheathed the imperial sword and quietly returned to Ji Xiu's side. At that moment, Ji Xiu looked at Mu Bing, adorned in a scarlet wedding gown and wielding the imperial sword, and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. While others celebrated their nuptials with romance and bliss, his own wedding was accompanied by a formidable goddess of slaughter, exuding an aura of death. Yet, this was not entirely a misfortune. After all, there were many he needed to eliminate, and their backgrounds were formidable. Having such a goddess of slaughter by his side was indeed advantageous. 3 days hence, the divine Phoenix Empire would also host a wedding ceremony, would it not? Ha ha ha. As Ji Xiu pondered this, a cold, dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Outside the capital, within a dense forest, Yin Fei slowly opened her eyes. With a soft cough, a vivid crimson droplet escaped the corner of her mouth. She raised her hand to wipe away the blood, taking a deep breath as a dark, ominous smile crept across her face. Ahahaha. The future mistress of the Ice God Palace has awakened such formidable demonic power. Surely, this strength has stirred even those old geezers in the heavens. I wonder, how will those beings from the upper realm respond next? They will likely send someone down, I suppose. Things are indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. In the divine Phoenix Empire, at the imperial capital, within the Tianfeng Palace, Feng Huang sat motionless by the window, gazing blankly at the myriad stars scattered across the night sky. At that moment, her maid heir entered. Your Highness, the princess. It has been confirmed multiple times that young Lord Ji Xiu has wed Mu Bing. Heir replied softly. Upon hearing this, Feng Huang's delicate form trembled. And after a prolonged silence, she finally responded, I understand. Heir, you may return and rest. Yes. Heir nodded and turned to leave the Tianfeng Palace. At this moment, the vast palace was left with only Feng Huang. Phoenix, what do you still anticipate? Do you hope that Ji Xiu will abandon his wedding for your sake? How naive. The derisive laughter echoed within her mind. Phoenix remained silent. Her silver teeth clenched tightly. No words? Could it be that our exalted princess is truly heartbroken? Silence yourself. I am not. Phoenix retorted coldly. Very well. You are not. Are you perhaps intending to use your wedding in 3 days as a means to respond to Ji Xiu's indifference? I must say, your vengeance holds no power over him. Upon hearing this, Phoenix let out a disdainful snort. You are overthinking it. I shall not marry Yingling, nor will I resort to such tactics to retaliate against Ji Xiu. Is that so? Do you intend to elope? The alluring voice in her mind now carried a tone of amusement and surprise. At these words, Phoenix rose, her delicate hand clenched into a fist, her ample bosom gently rising and falling. After a moment, she took a deep breath and resolutely declared, Why not? Chapter 102. Feng Huang. I am already the woman of Ji Xiu. Fleeing from marriage. Ha ha. Feng Huang. I never anticipated you to be such a rebellious princess. How intriguing. I find myself increasingly fond of you. As Feng Huang listened to the enchanting and beguiling laughter echoing in her mind, her expression remained unchanged, as if she had grown accustomed to the mocking jibes from another self within her. Heir, come in. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Huang called out towards the outside of Tianfeng Palace. Within this imperial palace, she trusted but one person, her devoted maid, Qing. As her words fell, the maiden clad in azure entered the palace. Your Highness, what is your command? Heir inquired softly, her beautiful eyes blinking at Feng Huang. Summon Xuanzang for me. Feng Huang replied in a hushed tone. Since she had resolutely decided to flee from this marriage, she naturally intended to take Heir and her brother along. Otherwise, the consequences of her escape would likely fall upon them. In the present, Xuanzang and Heir were the closest individuals to her within the Shenhuang Empire, and she could not allow them to bear the repercussions of her choices. Understood. Heir nodded and turned to leave. Half an hour later, Heir returned with Xuanzang to Tianfeng Palace. Sister, what troubles you? Xuanzang asked, a puzzled expression adorning his face as he regarded Feng Huang. What are your thoughts on the wedding? Feng Huang suddenly posed the question. I have heard that the crown prince of the great Qin, Yingsu, is an unparalleled prodigy. He is destined to inherit the great Qin Empire. The entire dynasty eagerly anticipates your wedding with him. Cultivators across the continent are abuzz with rumors. If your union succeeds, it would be a historic moment, even worthy of recording in the annals of ancient history. Even our master has expressed optimism about your marriage to Yingsu. Thus, I believe you two are a match made in heaven. Xuanzang mused thoughtfully. A match made in heaven? Feng Huang scoffed coldly, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she retorted. But have you considered whether I am willing? Upon hearing this, Xuanzang fell silent, scratching his head in confusion. So, sister, you do not wish to marry so? Certainly not. Feng Huang responded resolutely, her face devoid of hesitation. However, the wedding is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. This matter is as good as settled. It cannot be changed. Xuanzang expressed his deep concern. From the perspective of a Shenhuang cultivator, Feng Huang and Ningsu indeed matched in status and identity. Yet, as a brother, he sincerely wished for his sister to marry for love. If she did not wish to wed, then she ought not to marry at all. After all, he had always believed that in matters of love, compatibility was irrelevant. What truly mattered was affection. If I am unwilling, no one can compel me. Feng Huang rose, her tone resolute. Then, what do you intend to do, sister? Xuanzang inquired softly, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Escape from the divine phoenix. Feng Huang stated earnestly, her lips parting to utter those 4 words. As her voice faded, both Xuanzang and Qing'er's expressions shifted dramatically. The notion of fleeing from a marriage may sound simple, yet the execution is fraught with challenges. Furthermore, should they succeed, the consequences would be irrevocable. The Divine Phoenix Empire and the Great Qin Empire might very well sever ties as a result. My departure from the Divine Phoenix Empire may mean I shall not return for a considerable time. Thus, I hope that both of you will accompany me. I wonder if you would be willing? Feng Huang spoke softly, her beautiful eyes earnestly fixed on Xuanzang and Qing'er. Your Highness, the princess, I am willing. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Qing'er replied earnestly, biting her crimson lip. Having served Feng Huang since childhood, she regarded her as the closest person in the entire palace. Since Feng Huang intended to leave, she too would not remain behind. Although she understood the road ahead might be perilous, she remained resolute. Sister, have you truly made up your mind? Xuanzang asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Yes, Feng Huang affirmed with a nod. Very well, I shall escort you away. Xuanzang inhaled deeply, his resolve solidifying. Upon hearing this, Feng Huang smiled, confident that her brother and Qing'er would stand by her side, despite the grave consequences of her actions. With that, the 3 of them, shrouded by the veil of night, transformed into 3 streaks of starlight, quietly departing from the Divine Phoenix Palace. Even they were unprepared for how smoothly their escape unfolded. It seemed almost too effortless. Outside the capital of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Huang glanced back at the city where she had grown up, a complex expression crossing her beautiful eyes. She understood that her departure would undoubtedly upheave the Divine Phoenix Empire. Yet she was also acutely aware of her own desires. If it meant marrying someone she did not love, she would prefer death. Sister, where do you wish to go next? Xuanzang inquired softly. To the northern summer. To the capital. Feng Huang replied quietly, gritting her silver teeth. You intend to find Ji Xiao. Why? Xuanzang exclaimed, astonished at Feng Huang's declaration. In that moment, he suddenly recalled the time she had asked him to send a message to Ji Xiao before the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Sister, you cannot possibly. Xuanzang began, but his words trailed off, the implication understood by all 3 present. You are overthinking it. At present, only the Northern Summer Dynasty can accept me. Do you expect me to willingly walk into the trap of the Great Qin Empire? Aside from the Northern Xia, where else can I go? Feng Huang cast a glance at Xuanzang, her demeanor calm yet defiant. Your Highness, it is evident that you wish to seek out the young master of Northern Xia. Qing'er murmured. Being Feng Huang's closest confidant, she was well aware of her thoughts. She had witnessed Feng Huang talking to herself within the Tianfeng Palace on numerous occasions, alternately cursing Ji Xiao, feeling despondent, and then coldly distancing herself. In her eyes, her princess had undoubtedly become enchanted by the young Master Ji Xiao of Northern Xia. Qing'er, Feng Huang shot a glare at her. Upon hearing this, Qing'er, feeling wronged, covered her mouth, not daring to provoke her mistress further. Let us go. To Northern Xia. After all, that fool Ji Xiao has just gotten married, and I must extend my congratulations. Feng Huang scoffed coldly. The thought of it filled her with a seething hatred for Ji Xiao. Although she had urged him to forget that night, could he truly erase it from his memory? At this moment, all she wanted was to label Ji Xiao as a fool. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated through the air. Huanger, you cannot go anywhere. At those words, The expressions of the three women shifted dramatically. Two figures emerged from the shadows of the night. Father, Ingsu. Feng Huang's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the two approaching figures. Where do you want to go? To the capital of Northern Xia, perhaps? Huanger, you are being foolish. The ruler of the Divine Phoenix Kingdom, Feng Zheng, looked at Feng Huang with a complex expression. Father, is it wrong for me not to wish to marry Ingsu? Am I guilty for not wanting to ruin my life for someone I do not love? Feng Huang gazed at Feng Zheng with fervent eyes. It is neither wrong nor guilty. However, as the crown princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, you must bear the responsibilities that come with your position. Feng Zheng spoke sternly. Humph. Feng Huang scoffed. She had heard such words countless times before. Responsibility? What does that even mean? To cultivate diligently and bear the fate of the Divine Phoenix Empire. That is what responsibility entails. But a political marriage? What kind of responsibility is that? All this time, I have worked hard to control my own destiny and to lead the Divine Phoenix Empire to unprecedented heights, to become an immortal dynasty. Now, I have become powerful enough. My bloodline awakened, and I have even mastered the dual blade technique. Given time, I am certain I can make the Divine Phoenix Empire immortal. Yet here I am, reduced to a mere pawn in the game of imperial marriage. If that is the case, why should I concern myself with this twisted sense of responsibility? Huanger, come home. This marriage must happen, whether you like it or not. The cold wind spoke. Hee. Feng Huang let out a cold laugh, then cast a glance at Ingsu, who was scrutinizing her with an amused expression. Gathering her resolve, she addressed Feng Zheng with gritted teeth. Father, let me speak candidly. I am no longer a paragon of virtue. In light of this, do you still intend for me to wed Ingsu? As her words fell, the air thickened with tension. Qing'er gaped in disbelief, as if her mouth could house an egg. Xian Zhang's eyes widened, his mind conjuring the name of the man who still haunted him with fear. He never anticipated that his sister would truly be involved with that man. Were they not enemies? You, rebellious daughter. Speak. Who is it? Who are you involved with? Feng Zheng's face flushed crimson, his gaze burning with wrath as he glared at Feng Huang. Beixiao's crown prince. Ji Xiao. Feng Huang's lips parted lightly, her eyes unwavering as she met Feng Zheng's stare. No sooner had the words left her mouth than, smack. A sharp slap echoed through the air. Blood trickled from the corner of Feng Huang's mouth, her enchanting visage now frozen with coldness. Rebellious girl. How dare you? Do you realize your brother Feng Mian is currently missing in the Beixiao Empire? His whereabouts remain unknown. Ji Xiao could very well be the mastermind behind this. Yet you have surrendered yourself to him. How can you face your brother? Feng Zheng's voice seethed with suppressed fury. Hee. Feng Huang lowered her head, a cold laugh escaping her lips. Father, I have only one younger brother. I have no elder brother. With that, she turned her beautiful eyes toward Ingsu and declared, Your Highness, since I have already established a marital bond with Ji Xiao, then, this wedding is surely not to be. Upon uttering this, a wave of relief washed over her. She could hardly believe that, having spoken so boldly, the exalted crown prince of Qin would still wish to marry her. Ingsu fell into a moment of silence before a playful smile graced his lips. Your Highness, the crown princess, I do not mind. Feng Huang stood frozen in disbelief at his words. Even Feng Zheng was taken aback by Ingsu's response. Your Highness, do you truly not care? Feng Zheng queried incredulously. Indeed, I do not mind. I have admired the crown princess for a long time. Even if the crown princess has a past with Ji Xiao, it matters not. All I desire is to be the last man in the crown princess's life. Ingsu shrugged with a smile. No one noticed the flicker of resentment and ruthlessness that flashed deep within his eyes. Your Highness, the Long Princess, let us be off. We are to wed the day after tomorrow. Tonight, let there be no disturbances. Ingsu extended his hand towards Feng Huang. Behind them, ominous shadows loomed in the night, each a formidable presence of the saint level. Humph. Feng Huang scoffed, casting not even a glance at Ingsu, before turning to head towards the Divine Phoenix Imperial City. Qing'er and Xianzong hastily followed suit. Watching Feng Huang's retreating figure, Ingsu stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing as a shadow of gloom passed over them. My lord, I beseech you to suppress the Long Princess's cultivation. After the wedding night, you may release her then. Agreed. Feng nodded, sharing the same sentiment. Feng Huang, you cannot escape. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Ingsu's lips. Chapter 103. Feng Huang, have you been longing for him? Set forth, Divine Phoenix. In the Northern Xia dynasty, at the Ji family military residence. What? Sire, are you going to the Divine Phoenix Empire with Bingo? Why? You two are newlyweds. Lin Ru gazed incredulously at Ji Xiao and Mu Bing, perplexed. Indeed, you were wed just yesterday. Your immediate task should be to hasten the arrival of a child. Why the urgency to journey to the Divine Phoenix Empire? Mu Hua shook her head, equally puzzled. Mother, grandmother, the day after tomorrow marks the grand wedding of Princess Feng Huang of the Divine Phoenix. I suppose you are not aware. Feng Huang is an old acquaintance of mine. Naturally, I must attend her wedding. Ji Xiao explained with a smile. Even so, does that mean Binger will accompany you? Lin Ru pointed at Mu Bing, who stood quietly by Ji Xiao's side, having changed from her wedding gown into a moonlit dress. Mother, that is only natural. Mu Bing and I are newlyweds. What sense does it make to separate a newly married couple? Ji Xiao chuckled, shaking his head as he clasped Mu Bing's delicate hand. Indeed. Lin Ru nodded thoughtfully. Binger, do you feel the same? Mu Hua observed Mu Bing with curiosity, noting her unusual tranquility today. Yes. Mu Bing nodded, her gaze lowered. Very well. Since this young couple has made their decision, off you go. Mu Hua gestured with her hand. Yes. Ji Xiao nodded in agreement. Remember, your utmost priority now is to conceive a child. Everything else can be dealt with as it comes. Lin Ru earnestly advised Ji Xiao. In her eyes, her son and daughter-in-law were a celestial pair. Just imagine the beauty of their offspring. Moreover, if she were to have a grandson or granddaughter, her future days would be filled with immense joy. Oh dear. Mu Hua patted Lin Ru's back, shaking her head in exasperation. Nonetheless, she found herself in agreement with Lin Ru's suggestion. Mother, grandmother, we will strive to fulfill that. Ji Xiao promised with a smile. Yes, Mu Bing echoed from beside him. With that, Ji Xiao took Mu Bing's hand and returned to the Maple Leaf Palace. Your Highness, everything is in readiness. We can depart at any moment. Old Wei whispered to Ji Xiao. Old Wei, you need not accompany us this time. Currently, Yao is at a critical juncture of her bloodline awakening, and Gu Jian is in a crucial recovery phase. I require you to remain in the capital, overseeing military affairs. Ji Xiao said solemnly to Old Wei. Is it only Miss Mu Bing accompanying you this time? Elder Wei inquired with some concern. Besides Mu Bing, there is also Chu Li. Ji Xiao replied with a faint smile. As his words fell, Chu Li entered the falling Maple Palace, accompanied by the two young ladies, Shui and Yu. Notably, the two young women carried a cage draped in black cloth. Upon unveiling the cloth, they revealed a person inside, clad in tattered garments, with disheveled hair and vacant eyes, appearing both dazed and bewildered. This individual was none other than Feng Mian, the prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Your Highness, we are ready and can depart at any moment, Chu Li said with a gentle smile directed at Ji Xiao. Unconsciously, she glanced at Mu Bing, who stood beside Ji Xiao, and felt a sudden pang of astonishment. What an impressive woman. She must be aware of my relationship with Ji Xiao. Yet, seeing me now, she exhibits no reaction whatsoever. Such remarkable emotional control is truly rare in this world. Chu Li murmured to herself. How beautiful, truly breathtaking. Lady Shui gazed at Mu Bing, whose exquisite beauty resembled a masterpiece sculpted from ice and snow, swallowing hard in admiration. Miss Mu Bing, indeed, you are stunning. Lady Yu's eyes sparkled with astonishment, clearly in agreement. Chu Li, do share your intentions. What do you seek in the Divine Phoenix Empire this time? Ji Xiao turned to Chu Li, inquiring. It's simple. I have heard that my second brother will also attend this wedding. He has finally left Shuiyue City, and I cannot allow him to return so easily. What do you think, Your Highness? Chu Li responded with a slight smile. I see. You intend to commit fratricide. Ji Xiao shrugged, not surprised by her revelation. The secret web established by Chu Li had been infiltrated by the second son of Shuiyue City, who had previously stabbed her in the back at the Dragon Palace, almost causing a disaster. Given Chu Li's temperament, she certainly wouldn't swallow this grievance quietly. Young Master Ji, are you not here to kill as well? I fear that this time, the number of people you wish to eliminate may surpass even my own. Chu Li replied softly. Haha. Ji Xiao chuckled, shaking his head. He offered no explanation, casually stating, let us proceed. We mustn't waste time. As his words concluded, a graceful figure appeared before Ji Xiao. Clad in a simple yet elegant white dress, her exquisite face radiated an ethereal grace. What? You are going as well? Ji Xiu asked her nonchalantly. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Ning Xian responded calmly, her voice as gentle and resolute as ever. Haha. Hearing this, Ji Xiuwen couldn't help but chuckle lightly, teasingly remarking, upon hearing your words, one might think you've fallen for this young lord. You think too highly of yourself. Ning Xian shook her head. At that moment, she turned her gaze toward Mu Bing, who stood beside Ji Xiuwen. For some reason, Mu Bing exuded an aura reminiscent of a woman hidden deep within an ancient abyss. Should she erupt from that abyss, it would undoubtedly unleash a cataclysmic upheaval. Everyone is here. Let us proceed, Divine Phoenix. This young lord intends to present our esteemed crown prince of the Great Qin with a grand wedding gift. Ji Xiuwen sneered, leading the group away from the capital towards the Divine Phoenix Empire. At this moment, the imperial capital of the Divine Phoenix Empire was adorned with festive decorations. The citizens and cultivators alike eagerly anticipated the forthcoming grand wedding ceremony. In fact, the entire Nine Heavens continent was abuzz with excitement over this event. Should the two great empires successfully unite in matrimony, it would surely be a monumental occurrence etched into the annals of Nine Heavens history. In the Divine Phoenix Palace, within the Heavenly Phoenix Hall, Your Highness, the eldest princess. This dinner has been personally prepared for you by the Crown Prince. I wonder if it suits your palate. Ing Su smiled, gesturing toward the table laden with delectable dishes. Get out. Feng Huang did not even spare him a glance, issuing a direct eviction order. Presently, her cultivation had been sealed, signifying that she could not escape this wedding. Ha! Ing Su, undeterred, calmly seated himself at the dining table, picking up his chopsticks to begin his meal. Are you deaf? I commanded you to leave. Feng Huang furrowed her brow, angrily rebuking Ing Su. As her words fell, Ing Su remained unfazed. After sipping a bowl of soup, he slowly rose and, raising his hand, overturned the table. Crash! Crash! The table was upturned, and numerous plates filled with delicacies shattered upon the floor. It seems the eldest princess does not fancy this meal. Then let it go uneaten. Ing Su spoke coldly. Impudent. Qing'er, standing nearby, scolded fiercely. This was her young mistress's chamber. How could Ing Su behave so recklessly and humiliate her mistress? Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Ing Su's eyes, and he swiftly slapped Qing'er across the face. Smack! The slap sent Qing'er flying 3 meters away, her delicate face swelling and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Ing Su, who do you think you are? How dare you strike my maid? Feng Huang rose, angrily reprimanding him. Feng Huang, who do you think you are? Ing Su scoffed derisively. After the wedding, you shall be my crown princess. Do not think that striking or even killing your maid matters in the least. You. Feng Huang's expression darkened significantly upon hearing this. In the end, she declared, do not continue with this pretense before me. After the wedding ceremony, I shall teach you a lesson, my dear prince. Ha ha. Winning Strategy glanced at the alluring curves of Phoenix, bursting into laughter before turning away. Scoundrel! Phoenix clenched her silver teeth, her fists tightly balled, her delicate figure trembling with anger. Perhaps due to the intensity of her grasp, her nails pierced her palm, blood dripping onto the ground. At that moment, Xianzong entered, his expression shifting upon witnessing the disarray within the Heavenly Phoenix Palace. Sister, what has transpired? Xianzong demanded furiously. In response, Phoenix remained silent, her exquisitely beautiful face cold and frightening. Is Qing'er unharmed? Xianzong helped Qing'er to her feet, tenderly wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. I am fine. Qing'er shook her head, speaking resolutely. Miss, even if it costs me my life, I will not allow you to fall into Winning Strategy's hands. Upon hearing this, Phoenix shook her head, feeling somewhat powerless as she walked outside the Heavenly Phoenix Palace, sitting upon the stone steps. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly in the direction of North Xia, her pearly teeth biting her red lip, her exquisitely delicate face filled with defiance. Yet not a word escaped her lips. Phoenix, you miss him, do you not? This time, the voice echoing in her mind lacked its usual teasing tone, imbued with utmost seriousness. No, I do not. Phoenix slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Chapter 104. The Cunning Schemes of the Dragon and the Phoenix. Ji Xiu's misdeeds anew. On the eve of the wedding, in the celestial Phoenix Empire, within the Tianqian Palace, Ing Su was sharing a table and drinks with a strikingly handsome young man clad in a black brocade robe. Your Highness, congratulations on your impending nuptials. The handsome youth said, clasping his hands in greeting. "Brother, we should both rejoice in this occasion." Ingsu responded with a knowing smile. "Your Highness, it seems you possess an extraordinary awareness of events. I have just returned from Panlong Island, yet you are already informed of everything." The young man burst into hearty laughter, his delight unmistakable. "Indeed, it is a momentous affair that you are to unite with the Dragon Clan. In a certain light, you are not to be outdone by Zhou Dufu. He slays dragons, you marry one. I must express my admiration. In the future, Snowmoon City shall undoubtedly be yours." After making this proclamation, Ingsu poured a fine wine for the man, who was none other than the illustrious second young master of Snowmoon City, Chu Feng. "Huh, Your Highness, you jest," Chu Feng replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head. "However, with the assistance of the Dragon Clan, I do find my chances of seizing Snowmoon City from my elder brother and sister have indeed increased." He then tilted his head back, consuming the wine in one swift motion. "Chu, there are rumors that your sister, Chu Li, is en route to the Celestial Phoenix Empire alongside Ji Xiao. I wonder if there is any truth to this." Ingsu mused, tapping his fingers on the table, his gaze fixed on Chu Feng with interest. "I cannot say for certain, but should Chu Li dare to come, as her elder brother, I will ensure she does not leave the Celestial Phoenix." Chu Feng's tone was a mixture of disdain and determination. How could a mere woman dare to covet Snowmoon City? Father has already dispatched her to Beixia to be a queen, and yet she remains restless. If that is the case, I cannot be blamed for being unsympathetic. As he swirled the wine in his glass, his voice was steady yet laced with malice. "Is that so?" Ingsu replied, his eyebrows arching in casual curiosity. "Now that Chu Li has allied herself with Ji Xiao, would you dare to lay a hand on her?" "Humph." Chu Feng scoffed lightly, countering Ingsu's inquiry. "Your Highness, Ji Xiao has secured the favor of the Phoenix. Would you dare to confront him?" Upon hearing this, Ingsu's expression darkened ominously. He raised his glass and took a deep swig before ominously declaring, "If he dares to set foot in the Celestial Phoenix, I shall ensure he remains here forever." "Indeed?" Chu Feng chuckled softly. "Long Tian has met his end, Feng Mian is lost to oblivion, and Ji Xiao, with his singular might, has vanquished 7 sacred beings. In contemporary times, Ji Xiao has emerged as the most illustrious figure across the 9 heavens continent. His skills and capabilities are nothing short of extraordinary. Do you truly dare to lay a hand upon him?" "Huh." Ingsu scoffed coldly, remarking that slaying a saint-tier being with a mere monarch-tier body is indeed impressive. But what of it? If a saint level cannot impede him, can a legendary expert? There are always greater beings beyond our sight. And within the vast expanse of the 9 heavens, it is not yet Ji Xiao's turn to act with impunity before this prince. "Very well." Chu Feng nodded thoughtfully and said, "With your Highness's assurance, I shall rest easy. I wish you success in tomorrow's wedding ceremony, and may you wed the Crown Princess Feng Huang smoothly." With that, he set down his cup and rose, making his way towards the exit of Tianshan Palace. "Chu brother," Ingsa suddenly called out, "will Lady Fu be attending the wedding tomorrow?" Chu Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "Who knows? She might just appear." After Chu Feng departed, Ingsu gazed restlessly at the luminous moon in the night sky. At that moment, a tall and graceful figure emerged from the shadows. Dressed in a flowing red gown, her fiery hair danced in the night breeze. The cool moonlight cast a radiant glow upon her exquisitely beautiful face, enhancing her allure. "Senior, has Ji Xiao truly left the capital for the Divine Phoenix?" Ingsu turned to the woman and inquired in a hushed tone. "What? Are you afraid?" Yan Fei mocked with a smirk. "Afraid? Huh. What is there for this prince to fear? No matter how audacious Ji Xiao may be, can he truly act wantonly in the Divine Phoenix Imperial City? Does he dare to commit murder at this prince's wedding?" A frigid, disdainful smile curled upon Ingsu's lips. "If that is the case, then I wish you joy in your marriage." Yan Fei shrugged casually. "Thank you," Ingsu replied curtly, then strode past Yan Fei into Tianshan Palace. As he observed Ingsu's retreating figure, the mockery in Yan Fei's enchanting eyes intensified. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she uttered 2 words, "Fool." Yet, tomorrow shall undoubtedly present a spectacle worth witnessing. In the heavens above, a black celestial vessel cut through the sky, resembling a dark meteor racing towards the Divine Phoenix Imperial City at incredible speed. "Young Master Ji Xiao, what are your plans for tomorrow's wedding ceremony?" Miss Yu inquired nervously as she gazed at the cities rushing beneath the celestial vessel. They had now entered the territory of the Divine Phoenix Empire and would arrive at the Imperial City by dawn at the latest. I have no specific plans. Ji Xiu replied nonchalantly, having adjusted himself to peak condition, feeling utterly at ease. What? You have no plan? I cannot believe that. Snow Maiden gazed at Ji Xiu with a look of skepticism. Back at Tianma Mountain, Ji Xiu had deftly manipulated the continent's finest talents. Now, as he prepared to venture into the sacred Phoenix Imperial City, a realm far more perilous than Tianma Mountain, she could hardly believe that Ji Xiu had not devised a meticulous plan in advance. With a faint smile, Ji Xiu casually remarked, "If you insist there is a plan, then indeed there is." What? Both Snow and Moon Maiden stared at Ji Xiu, flabbergasted. "It's quite simple," he continued. "My plan is to claim the life of Su. Whoever obstructs shall be slain." Ji Xiu spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the Snow and Moon Maidens stood rooted in astonishment. What audacious words were these? Whoever obstructs shall be slain. Was Ji Xiu truly contemplating a massacre at the wedding of Su and the Phoenix? One might think he could act with impunity in the capital of North Xia. "Your Highness, you jest, do you not?" Moon Maiden replied with a forced smile. No matter how she pondered, this course of action seemed utterly fantastical, bordering on suicidal. In response, Ji Xiu merely shook his head, offering no further explanation. This expedition to the sacred Phoenix was unlike Tianma Mountain. Time was of the essence. Mu Bing, as a puppet of slaughter, had only 7 days. He aimed to create an impeccable stage for Mu Bing in the shortest time possible. He intended to use Mu Bing's hands and sword to eliminate all who deserved death, and those who did not. Just as Ji Xiu's thoughts spiraled, Chu Li suddenly inquired, "And what of Feng Mian? How do you plan to deal with him?" At this, Ji Xiu turned his gaze towards the corner of the cage where the Phoenix Prince Feng Mian cowered, and with a gentle smile, he replied, "Just wait and see. I have long since determined his fate." As these words left his lips, the Snow Maiden felt a lump form in her throat, swallowing hard. That smile was one she recognized all too well. It was the same smile Ji Xiu wore as he toyed with the continent's top talents at Tianma Mountain. Yet, she could not help but feel a sense of security upon seeing it again. This rascal was up to no good. Ning Xian sighed softly, then gradually closed her eyes. "Ji Xiu, besides murder, you likely wish to abduct the bride as well." Chu Li crossed her arms, her delicate brows arched, a meaningful smile gracing her exquisite features. "Is that so?" Ji Xiu replied with an undeniable grin. Seeing this, Chu Li glanced at Mu Bing, who sat beside Ji Xiu, resting with closed eyes. Inwardly, she marveled, goodness, taking his new bride to abduct another. "Ji Xiu, you truly are remarkable." Chapter 105, Wedding? Funeral? He has arrived. The night swiftly passed. Today, the capital of the Divine Phoenix Empire is resplendent, with jasmine petals drifting through the air. Countless guards clad in golden armor and crimson attire stand majestically at every corner of the imperial city. The wedding of Princess Feng Huang is of utmost significance to the citizens and cultivators of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Moreover, the one she is to wed is none other than the crown Prince Su of the Great Qin Empire, heralding a union between the two most formidable empires on the Nine Heavens continent. At this moment, cultivators across the entire Nine Heavens continent keenly anticipate this grand wedding that is destined to be etched into the annals of history. Joyous sounds resonated throughout the Divine Phoenix Palace from the break of dawn, and as the sun ascended in the sky, the festive atmosphere of the wedding grew increasingly vibrant. In the Tianshan Palace, Su donned a wedding robe intricately embroidered with a crimson phoenix, appearing remarkably elegant. Beside him, Chu Feng gazed at the prepared Su and could not help but congratulate him. "Your Highness, congratulations on your impending marriage. From this day forth, Princess Feng Huang shall be your wife. Furthermore, half of the Divine Phoenix Empire shall belong to you." With a light chuckle, Su responded, "Thank you, Brother Chu. However, it is precisely for this reason that we, as brothers, must continue to support one another in the future." Indeed, Chu Feng nodded vigorously in agreement. At that moment, the doors of Tianshan Palace swung open, revealing 2 figures, one elderly and one youthful, entering the hall. Among them, a tall woman clad in green rushed into Su's embrace. "Brother, congratulations on finally getting married. She is Ying, the 9th princess of the Great Qin Empire and Su's sister, of noble lineage. However, due to her fiery personality, she has been quite domineering in the Great Qin Empire, which has left her unmarried to this day. Inger, how old are you now? You must act with more composure and gentleness if you wish to marry soon. Ingsu spoke sternly to Ying. Fine, I understand. Ying pouted, her tone dripping with disdain. She had no desire to marry and lacked for suitors. Indeed, any man she fancied, she would simply take for herself. Thus, despite her youth, she found herself surrounded by numerous admirers. At this, Ingsu shook his head and turned his gaze to the seemingly ordinary elder beside Ying. He then slightly bowed his head in respect, saying, Elder Bai, you have come as well. You are most welcome. The elder responded with a soft grunt. His name is Bai Wuyo, the military god of the Great Qin Empire. Once, he had served as a formidable assassin by the side of the first emperor of Qin, with countless lives lost at his hands. His fearsome reputation is such that even the most powerful figures of the Nine Heavens continent regard him with caution. And now, he embodies the confidence of Yingsu. Brother, I have heard that the crown princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire often disregards you and has had an ambiguous relationship with the heir of Beixia, Jixio. After your marriage, you must teach her well. Ying interjected, her discontent palpable. Since departing from the Great Qin Empire, she had become weary of Jixio's name, which had incessantly echoed in her ears. Moreover, learning of her future sister-in-law's unclear connection with Jixio had further ignited her irritation. Enough. You may leave. Yingsu waved his hand, his patience wearing thin. He was well aware of these matters and did not require the guidance of a young girl. Remember this. Ying reminded him before departing, oblivious to Yingsu's increasing vexation. Indeed, she was rather lacking in perception. Rest assured, Your Highness, the princess is not entirely mistaken. Feng Huang truly needs your proper education. Otherwise, chaos ensue. Chu Feng soothingly reassured Yingsu. Fear not. On the night of our wedding, I shall teach her well. Yingsu replied with a cold smirk, his eyes glinting with a cruel light. Indeed, after all, a moment of intimacy on a spring night is worth a fortune. Chu Feng laughed heartily. Meanwhile, outside the Heavenly Phoenix Palace stood four imposing elders, the esteemed saint-level powerhouses of the Divine Phoenix Empire. They had been commanded by the Emperor Fengzheng to guard their crown princess, Feng Huang. Their orders were clear, even by force. They were to ensure Feng Huang was brought to the Feng Huan Hall to complete the wedding ceremony. At this moment within the Heavenly Phoenix Palace, Feng Huang was akin to a puppet, attended to by a group of maidens who bathed and dressed her in a magnificent red wedding gown. As the golden beaded curtain fell, she felt a constriction in her breath, despair washing over her as she closed her eyes. Miss, the maid Qing Heir said, her teeth clenched, unable to bear the sight of the numb Feng Huang. She thought to herself, this is not a wedding, it is a coercion. She wished to comfort Feng Huang, but was at a loss for words. Let us go, Feng Huang said, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions before coldly stepping out of the Heavenly Phoenix Palace. At that moment, beneath the golden curtain, Feng Huang's breathtaking beauty appeared as frigid as ice, her eyes lifeless like stagnant water. Yes, Qing Heir nodded, supporting Feng Huang as they exited the Heavenly Phoenix Palace. Under the escort of the four saint-level powerhouses, they arrived at the Feng Huan Hall, the venue for the grand wedding ceremony. The atmosphere at the Feng Huan Hall was bustling. Representatives from the 7 major cultivation factions of the Jutian continent, excluding the Ice God Palace, had gathered, and at least 10 prominent figures from the Divine Phoenix Empire's saint-level elite were present. Even the elders from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion have come to extend their congratulations. Yet, when this assembly of dignitaries beheld the elderly gentleman clad in white beside Ying, the vibrant atmosphere momentarily turned somber. The Great Qin Empire, Bai Wuyo. What brings him here? Indeed, why would the Great Qin dispatch such a formidable and unparalleled figure? Alas, tread carefully, for who knows what schemes the Emperor of Great Qin harbors. Amidst the cacophony of discussions among the elite, a melodious voice rang out. The bride has arrived. The crystal-clear proclamation resonated through the heavens. All eyes instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. At that moment, a breathtaking woman, adorned in a flowing wedding gown of wind patterns and crowned with a golden phoenix tiara, her face veiled by a curtain of golden beads, gracefully approached the Feng Huan Hall. Surrounded by a multitude of maidens, the appearance of the bride lightened the previously oppressive atmosphere considerably. Many prominent figures present bowed to congratulate the sovereign of the divine phoenix nation, Feng Zheng, who reciprocated each gesture with a warm smile. Ah, the divine phoenix's eldest princess, Feng Huang, whose beauty captivates the world, truly lives up to her illustrious reputation. Though her visage remains hidden, her ethereal presence is undeniable. Otherwise, why would the crown prince of Great Qin yearn for her day and night? With a formidable lineage, unparalleled bloodline, and exquisite beauty that stands unrivaled across the 9 heavens continent, she is indeed one of a kind. Indeed, the arrival of Feng Huang ignited an unparalleled fervor at the forefront of the Fenghuan Hall. Upon witnessing her, Ing Su, who stood with hands clasped behind his back at the hall's entrance, wore an increasingly radiant smile. Feng Huang, I have proclaimed it. You cannot escape. He chuckled, his heart brimming with excitement, as he gazed upon her extraordinary figure, already anticipating their wedding night. Sister, Xianzong stood amidst the crowd, head bowed and fists clenched tightly. He loathed his own impotence, unable to rescue Feng Huang from impending peril. For the first time, the usually carefree individual yearned for immense power. He pondered. Had he possessed the formidable strength of Ji Xiao, perhaps his sister would not face such a fate today. Mississippi. We are almost there. Qing Heir's voice trembled. Feng Huang softly acknowledged. The journey from Tianfeng Palace to Fenghuan Hall was the longest and most agonizing path she had ever traversed. The mere thought of marrying Ing Su cast a shadow over her existence. At that very moment, she resolved to make a choice. Feng Huang, do you truly wish for this, even at the cost of your life? I have stated. I refuse to wed one I do not love. You, being another version of myself, should understand that. Very well. If that is the case, I shall assist you. How will you assist me? Break the seal and fight your way out. Good. One last question. Phoenix, have you ever considered the multitude of powerful beings here? What would happen if you were to fail? If failure occurs, then I shall perish here. The voice in her mind ceased at this point. A deep crimson demonic light flickered in her left eye. At this moment, no one noticed this, not even her father, Feng Zheng. Today, in front of the powerful figures of the 9 heavens continent, I declare that my daughter, the crown princess of the divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Huang, shall wed the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire, Ing Su. The auspicious moment has arrived. The grand wedding begins. Feng Zheng joyfully proclaimed. As his words fell, the atmosphere of the Fenghuan Hall reached its zenith, with countless blessings showered upon Feng Huang and Ing Su. Just then, a youthful and clear laughter resonated throughout the entire palace. A wedding? Ha! What follows remains uncertain, whether the divine Phoenix Empire is hosting a wedding ceremony or a funeral. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Feng Huang's delicate figure trembled. She raised her gaze and caught sight of a figure slowly approaching the Fenghuan Hall. She bit her red lip, her voice quivering with tears as she uttered the name she had long been reluctant to acknowledge, yet had yearned for day and night. Ji Xiao. Chapter 106. Abyssal Demon Emperor Mu Bing? A Cruel Slaughter. Listening to that clear and melodious voice, countless gazes at the Phoenix Luan Palace swiftly converged. And soon a multitude of figures was seen approaching the Phoenix Luan Palace. Leading the group was an individual clad in garments as white as snow, strikingly handsome. With eyes as clear as an autumn mountain spring, yet possessing a coldness capable of slicing through the long winter night. Ji Xiao. He is indeed the legendary North Summer heir, Ji Xiao. What brings him here? Judging by his demeanor, it appears he harbors ill intentions. It is rumored that this Ji Xiao heir shares a story with the divine Phoenix Princess within the Tianma Mountains. Could it be that he has come to snatch a bride? Surely not. Just days ago, he had wed Mu Bing of the Ice God Palace. Had he not? Wait, the person beside him. Is that not Mu Bing herself? Furthermore, the daughter of the city lord of Shuyue City, Chu Li, has also arrived. If I am not mistaken, the group accompanying Chu Li consists of assassins. It seems today, something truly significant is about to unfold. At the front of the Phoenix Luan Palace, numerous prominent figures gazed in astonishment at Ji Xiao and his entourage arriving at the wedding ceremony. At this moment, a foreboding sense began to stir within their hearts. He has truly come. Ing Su gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a chilling murderous intent as he gazed at Ji Xiao. Chu Li has arrived as well. What audacity! Chu Feng let out a cold laugh, silently calculating how to ensnare both Chu Li and her organization in one fell swoop. Miss, is that the Ji Xiao heir? Heir whispered in inquiry. Indeed, it is he. Feng Huang nodded, her red lips curving into a delicate smile beneath the golden beaded curtain, her enchanting visage illuminated by a radiant expression. For some reason, upon seeing Ji Xiao, her burdensome heart felt considerably lighter. Is he here to snatch a bride? Heir murmured, then shook her head, saying, Miss. No, wait. Who would attempt to snatch a bride while bringing along his newlywed wife? Upon hearing this, Feng Huang turned her gaze towards the stunning woman clad in a moonlit gown standing beside Ji Xiao, her expression momentarily frozen. This is Mu Bing. Why has he brought Mu Bing along? What is his intention? Her thoughts halted there. The ruler of the divine phoenix kingdom, Feng Zheng, glared at Ji Xiao, his expression darkening as he spoke. Well, Ji Xiao, I did not seek you out, yet you have come knocking at my door. Speak. What have you done to my son? He had heard whispers of the events in North Summer. Ji Xiao, with the sovereign's might, had slain 7 holy-level beings, leading to Long Yuan's demise, and his son, Feng Mian, had vanished without a trace. This matter has long been a thorn in his heart. Were it not for his ardent desire to facilitate the grand union of Feng Huang and Ingtsa, he would have stormed into the capital with his entourage long ago. Your Majesty, the divine phoenix, the Prince of Wenmian is now within your divine capital. Are you truly unaware? Ji Xiao responded with an enigmatic smile, his demeanor casual. Upon hearing this, Feng Zheng furrowed his brows, contemplating whether Ji Xiao spoke the truth, which he would verify. For now, the utmost priority was to ascertain the true intent behind Ji Xiao's visit to the divine phoenix. If it were not absolutely necessary, he would prefer not to shed blood on the day of the grand wedding. With a sigh, Feng Zheng took a deep breath and, maintaining vigilance, addressed Ji Xiao once more. Young Master Ji Xiao, what brings you here today? If it is to attend the wedding ceremony, I welcome you. However, should your intentions be to disrupt, you would do well to consider your own qualifications. This is the capital of my divine phoenix. I truly doubt you would dare act recklessly. Yet, one could never be too sure. After all, it was Ji Xiao. As his words settled, Ji Xiao surveyed the esteemed figures from the 9 heavens continent gathered around, eventually fixing his gaze upon Ingtsa, resplendent in wedding attire. At that moment, he let out a chilling laugh and proclaimed, I have spoken. Today, Your Majesty, you shall have to wait a while longer, for we still do not know whether this palace is hosting a wedding or a funeral. Outrageous. Bold. A chorus of divine phoenix elders glared at Ji Xiao, while Feng Zheng's expression darkened to an extreme. He understood Ji Xiao's disregard for boundaries, but what was his aim? Did he intend to slay the crown prince of Daqin at the wedding? To murder his future son-in-law? At that instant, a sharp, piercing voice rang out. Ji Xiao, who do you think you are? Do you believe this is your northern Xia capital? As the words fell, a furious young woman clad in green emerged, pointing an accusing finger at Ji Xiao. How dare you, a mere young master of northern Xia, come to steal a bride? You are woefully ignorant of your own insignificance. I am aware of the past you share with my future sister-in-law, but so what? Have you heard that Feng Huang is to marry my elder brother? And thus you are unsettled? So you bring this motley crew to intimidate my brother and deliberately insult the Daqin Empire? Do you not realize my brother is the crown prince of Daqin? Have you ever dared to challenge him? Even if a funeral is to be held today, it shall be yours. Ying, growing increasingly fervent in her tirade, found solace in her own words. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao raised an eyebrow in amusement regarding Ying, who was akin to a pitiful ant hopping before him, and remarked, What a mad woman. Move aside. At this, Ying erupted in fury. She, the most favored 9th princess of Daqin, had never endured such indignity. Disregarding Ingsa's penetrating gaze, she rolled up her sleeves and boldly approached Ji Xiao, declaring, Ji Xiao, who do you think you are? How dare you insult this princess? Mu Bing positioned herself in front of Ji Xiao, blocking Ying's path. Ice God Palace. Mu Bing, you shameless woman, get out of my way. Ying continued, you cannot even manage your own husband. I shall personally come to discipline you. Furthermore, you have truly brought disgrace upon the Ice God Palace. You repugnant creature, bah? With her hands on her hips, Ying spat derisively at Mu Bing, resembling a shrew scolding in the streets. Yet, despite this, Mu Bing remained unfazed by the provocation. Do you not understand when I tell you to leave? A flicker of impatience crossed Ying's eyes as she raised her hand and struck Mu Bing across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the air. Those present were left in stunned silence, including Chu Li, Shui Yu, and even Ning Xiyan, who could hardly believe that this woman dared to strike Mu Bing. The atmosphere in the Phoenix Lawn Hall became palpably oppressive. Something felt amiss. Bai Wuyo furrowed his brow, observing Mu Bing intently. Upon first glance, he was awestruck by the ethereal beauty and delicate aura of this future ice god palace queen. Yet now, he sensed a chilling aura emanating from her, as if it were summoned from the depths of an abyss. As her words trailed off, the once clear sky suddenly darkened ominously. Mu Bing, in a daze, raised her delicate hand to touch her left cheek. The sting seemed to awaken a tumultuous power within her, a dark force that surged with ferocity. She could even hear the deafening roar of the remnants of the Emperor's soul resonating in her ears, a harrowing desire for slaughter igniting within her. Gradually turning her head, her beautiful eyes locked onto Ying, who had begun to sense the shift in the atmosphere, and a chilling realization washed over her. "You dared to strike me?" Mu Bing enunciated each word, her voice colder than the winds atop a snow-capped peak. At that moment, her left and right eyes emitted a haunting red and black glow, respectively. Instantly, the entire Divine Phoenix Palace, and even the Divine Phoenix Emperor himself, seemed to plunge into an ice-cold purgatory, the chill reaching unbearable extremes. What kind of power is this? No, it is not merely power, it is a terrifying presence. This cannot be the essence of a mere human. Rather, it resembles that of a demonic entity. An aura so fearsome and frigid that it could only belong to a demon king emerging from the abyss. Even the holy tier powerhouses present felt an icy wind creep up their spines, sending shivers through their entire beings. I didn't mean to. It was unintentional. Ying stammered, gazing at Mu Bing, her pupils constricting tighter and tighter, as if in mere moments. The magnificent goddess before her had transformed into a terrifying demon. At that moment, her heart felt as though it might burst from her chest, and she could even hear the sound of dripping water beneath her. Under the piercing gaze of Mu Bing, she was unexpectedly paralyzed by fear, losing control. As the words fell, a flush crept onto Ying's face, as if she were struggling to breathe. A slender, pure white hand tightened around Ying's neck. "Brother, save me." Ying's feet dangled in the air, thrashing helplessly as she called out hoarsely. "Mu Bing, release my sister." Su roared in fury. Too late. Ji Xiu shook his head, a cold indifference curling at the corners of his mouth. The killing puppet, Mu Bing, was not merely an emotionless entity devoid of self-awareness. She resembled someone who had lost all memory and emotion, akin to a blank canvas. Moreover, she possessed the ability to think independently and slay at will. Now that Ying had taken action against her, she had autonomously designated Ying as an enemy, a bitter foe. And for a killing puppet, the ultimate fate of a bitter enemy was singular, death. As the words faded, a sickening sound echoed. Ying felt an excruciating pain erupt in her chest, engulfing her nerves and consciousness in an instant. She glanced downward, only to see a slender jade hand piercing through her body. A heart-wrenching scream resonated through the heavens. In the next moment, a chilling, sanguinary smile graced Mu Bing's lips as she effortlessly hurled Ying into the sky, her ice-like gaze shimmering with a malevolent light. With a sickening sound, Ying's body was mercilessly torn into countless fragments mid-air. The air became thick with the nauseating scent of blood. Witnessing this brutal spectacle, many present turned pale with fear, and those with weaker constitutions even retched audibly. Su cried out in anguish, feeling his head spin. "Your Highness, the 9th princess." Bai Wuya's pupils constricted suddenly. "Kill. Bai Lao. Eliminate them all." Su, his eyes bloodshot, bellowed in a hoarse voice, gazing at the crimson rain and the scattered remnants of Ying's body. Chapter 107 Murder. Forced marriage. The Crimson Wedding. "Your Highness, the 9th princess has perished. I bear the responsibility. It is my negligence that has led to this grave error. Once I eliminate them, I shall plead for forgiveness from the Empire." Bai Wuyo sighed deeply, then slowly approached Ji Xiu and his companions. At that moment, his expression gradually turned frigid, the aura of the legendary realm awakening within him. He resembled a humanoid dragon, resurrected from slumber, exuding a terrifying and heart-stopping pressure. Even the most formidable saint-level experts felt like mere boats on a tempestuous sea, at risk of capsizing in his presence. "Mu Bing, eliminate him." Then killing Su. Slay anyone who stands in your way. Ji Xiu calmly commanded Mu Bing as he gazed at Bai Wuyo, who was approaching them steadily. The words rang with a sinister allure. Mu Bing's beautiful eyes sparkled with a brilliant murderous intent, locking onto Ying Su. She then raised her delicate hand, extracting the Emperor's sword from the void. The overwhelming aura of the Emperor instantly stunned everyone present. The Emperor's sword. No wonder she is destined to be the future mistress of the Ice God Palace. Yet, what a pity. No matter how astonishing, she is merely a youth. With a flick of his wrist, Bai Wuyo summoned a silver dragon holy blade into existence. The moment the sacred blade appeared, an extreme aura of slaughter surged forth. Everyone knew that Bai Wuyo had once wielded this blade, gifted by the first emperor, to decimate 1,000,000 cultivators of a rival nation. Kill. The two were like celestial bodies colliding in the void. Clang. At the instant the emperor's sword clashed with the holy blade, the space surrounding them shattered inch by inch. A tempest of true essence spiraled towards the heavens, accompanied by the thunderous roars and flashes of lightning that echoed in their ears. Terrifying black sword marks and blade scars appeared in the void. The laws of the sacred path and the powers of the legendary realm erupted, transforming the sky into a blood-red abyss beneath their fierce confrontation. Legendary realm experts. Both of them are. How could this be? Mu Bing is barely in her 20s. How could she possess such cultivation in the legendary realm? This is utterly astonishing. This couple is extraordinary. Before the Phoenix Lawn Palace, the prominent figures of the Nine Heavens continent gazed at the legendary battle above. Feeling utterly ashamed, the events of the past few days had shattered their understanding entirely. Ji Xiu had slain 7 saint-level experts with a mere monarch-level body. His wife was even more remarkable. At just over 20, she had attained the legendary realm and could contend with the divine general of the Great Qin. Mu Bing, she possesses the legendary realm cultivation. Not only the elites of the Nine Heavens continent, but even Chu Li and the others were astounded at this moment. Hee. Ji Xiu smiled without offering any explanations. Mu Bing certainly does not possess the cultivation of a legendary realm. Her prowess is merely at the first stage of the saint level. However, one must recognize that her body has undergone the utmost enhancement by the demonic artifact, the 1,000 paper cranes. Thus, she can unrestrainedly burn the power of the remnants of the Emperor's soul, and her body can withstand it. If one adds the demonic power within her, what does the legendary realm signify? Should Mu Bing unleash her full potential, even the formidable experts of the divine concealment would be forced to kneel. Truly, go seek your second brother. Today's fratricide presents you with the finest opportunity. Ji Xiu cast a glance at Chu Feng, who stood dumbfounded and shocked by Mu Bing's might. Then turned to remind Chu Li, very well, that is precisely my intention. Chu Li nodded, her gaze locking onto Chu Feng, as she, accompanied by the formidable members of the Net of Obliteration, transformed into terrifying beams of lethal light, charging towards him. Second young master, it seems your sister harbors no intention of sparing you, murmured the guardian beside Chu Feng. So be it. If that is the case, then today none shall depart. This young master shall engage this woman to the bitter end. Chu Feng roared, twisting his wrist to grasp his sword, and he personally led his subordinates into a fierce clash with the powerful members of the Net of Obliteration. Kill! 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 The thunderous cries of slaughter reverberated through the heavens. The entire Phoenix Lawn Hall descended into chaos due to the confrontation between the siblings. The sharp, piercing sounds of weapons clashing, the splattering of blood, the flying severed limbs, and the acrid scent of carnage in an instant. The originally festive wedding ceremony transformed into a battlefield drenched in blood. Miss Shui and Miss Yu fought valiantly amidst the throng, their power remarkable and their swordsmanship exquisite. Wherever they passed, remnants of limbs lay scattered. Chu Li and Chu Feng, as siblings, drew their swords against one another, both possessing the cultivation of the June level, each intent on bringing the other to ruin, resulting in ruthless strikes aimed at vital points. Beneath the flashing blades and dancing shadows, these two scions from the first city of the Nine Heavens engaged in a battle of unparalleled ferocity. At this moment, Chu Feng's guardian could no longer restrain himself. He was a saint-level expert from Shuiyue City, currently the foremost warrior under Chu Feng's command. Ning Xian, go assist her. Ji Xiu instructed Ning Xian. Why? Ning Xian frowned. She was reluctant to intervene, especially in a battle and slaughter that held no relevance to her. If you wish to remain by my side, then assist Chu Li. Otherwise, depart. Ji Xiu stated bluntly. You. Ning Xian felt a surge of indignation upon hearing this. Yet as she gazed at Ji Xiu's earnest expression, she ultimately chose to intervene and block the saint-level expert advancing towards Chu Li. Witnessing this, Ji Xiu smiled slightly, then lifted his foot, gradually making his way toward the Phoenix Luan Hall, ascending the stone steps. Today he had two objectives. First, to kill. Second, to seize a bride. Outside the Phoenix Luan Hall, the sovereign of the Divine Phoenix Kingdom, Feng Zheng, and the crown prince of the Great Qin, Ying Su, cast somber glances at Ji Xiu, flanked by a dozen venerable elders of the Divine Phoenix, whose expressions were equally grim. Not only they, but also the numerous dignitaries from various sects across the Nine Heavens continent viewed Ji Xiu with a watchful eye. Esteemed ones, might you allow this young master a path? Ji Xiu inquired, his gaze sweeping across the assembled dignitaries before the Phoenix Luan Hall. As his words echoed, the expressions of the dignitaries shifted dramatically. They exchanged glances with Feng Zheng, then with Ji Xiu, and soon enough, some made a decisive choice. Your Highness Ji Xiu, please proceed. The Scarlet Robe sect shall not hinder you today, declared a high-ranking bishop of the Scarlet Robe sect, stepping aside with resolute ease. The holy sect, too, has no desire to oppose young Master Ji Xiu today. You may go as you wish, proclaimed the Grand Elder of the holy sect, moving aside with determination. I, a humble monk, shall also not impede young Master Ji Xiu's steps. The abbot of the Great Thunder Sound Temple remarked with a sigh, glancing at the expectant Xianzong. Young Master Ji Xiu may traverse freely. Our heavenly mechanism pavilion has always maintained a neutral stance. The Grand Elder, Tianji Zi, smiled politely at Ji Xiu. Witnessing this scene, the dignitaries from the Tiansu army, the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, and the Xiantian Sword sect all parted to create a path. They were not fools. Ji Xiu's prowess was unfathomable, and they were not foolish enough to serve as unwitting pawns for the Divine Phoenix Empire. Thank you. Ji Xiu smiled gently as he ascended the stone steps, swiftly approaching the Phoenix Luan Hall. Ji Xiu, what are your intentions? Feng Zheng glared at Ji Xiu with fury. Nothing much, merely to greet an old acquaintance. Ji Xiu replied calmly. Will you allow me, or not, sovereign? Presumptuous. Do you think yourself someone of significance? You have disrupted my Divine Phoenix wedding ceremony today. I will not spare you. Feng Zheng bellowed, his eyes ablaze with brilliant phoenix flames, majestic wings unfurling behind him, unleashing the overwhelming power of the peak of the sacred stage. Kill! Feng Zheng roared, wielding a golden war spear that tore through the void, thrusting directly toward Ji Xiu. Behind him, 12 elders of the Divine Phoenix also took action. It was an astonishing spectacle, one that would be etched in the annals of history. The Divine Phoenix wedding ceremony, 13 formidable sacred stage warriors, battling Ji Xiu. Meanwhile, atop the forbidden back mountain of the Divine Emperor's empire, two figures stood. One, clad in a blood-red gown, her hair like flames, possessed an exquisite beauty that was utterly captivating. The other, adorned in a divine phoenix robe, was tall and imposing, with a weathered face etched with deep lines and eyes that radiated authority. The flame empress crossed her arms, her enchanting gaze fixed upon the fierce battle before the Phoenix Luan Hall, her lips curling into a disdainful smirk as she spoke. Old man Feng, it seems your old cronies of the Divine Phoenix Empire cannot seem to contain Ji Xiu. Upon hearing this, the old man let out a bitter smile and shook his head, responding, Your Highness speaks the truth. The cultivators of my Phoenix Empire, including my son, are indeed somewhat lacking in strength. Humph. The fiery consort scoffed. If that is the case, then you should take matters into your own hands. That little brat, Ji Xiu, has already set his sights upon your Phoenix Empire. Can you truly endure this? Your Highness is correct. The old man slightly bowed towards the fiery consort, his demeanor exceedingly humble, and he was none other than the Supreme Emperor Feng Zhi of the Phoenix Empire. Chapter 108. The Fury of the Buddha's Fire Lotus. A staggering mushroom cloud rises. In the Divine Phoenix Palace, before the Phoenix Luan Hall, an immortal battle unfolds. 13 saint-level powerhouses from the Divine Phoenix Empire confront Ji Xiu, a scene that is destined to be inscribed in the annals of the Nine Heavens. The prominent figures of the cultivation sects across the Nine Heavens continent watch in rapt attention for this momentous clash. Legend has it that Ji Xiu, with his monarch-level physique, assassinated 7 saint-level powerhouses in the northern Xia capital, an event that has become almost mythical among the cultivators of the Nine Heavens. However, few have witnessed the specifics of how Ji Xiu accomplished such a feat. Even the esteemed Tiangong Pavilion is only aware of the general outline, lacking the intricate details. Now, the Grand Elder of Tiangong Pavilion, Tianjizi, stands on site, unhesitatingly preparing to document this combat with the pavilion's special paper and pen, for he might just ascend to the position of the next Tiangong Pavilion Master through this record. Boom, 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 boom. Above the void, the 13 powerful beings of the Divine Phoenix transform into brilliant beams of lethal light, descending upon Ji Xiu. The terrifying fluctuations of true essence reverberate through the void, causing countless stars to fall, creating massive craters throughout the palace. Ji Xiu stands with his hands clasped behind his back in the void, his eyes radiating chaotic divine brilliance. Treading upon the shattered shadows of celestial stars, resembling a celestial emperor descending to the mortal realm, traversing the 9 heavens. His leisurely demeanor and unhurried composure astonish the influential figures of the 9 heavens continent, as the 13 saints are unable to lay a finger on him, not even brushing the hem of his garment. Are these 13 saint-level powerhouses not formidable? They represent the pinnacle of strength within the Divine Phoenix Empire, with several among them being contemporaries of the renowned Zhou Dufu, undeniably powerful. Is the Divine Phoenix monarch, Feng Zheng, not formidable? In his era, he dominated his foes and traversed the starry skies, ascending to the Divine Phoenix throne with absolute might, nearly invincible below the legendary realm. Hence, he is indeed immensely powerful. Yet now, despite their combined efforts to annihilate Ji Xiu, they find themselves utterly powerless against him. Most astonishing of all, Ji Xiu has yet to unleash a single strike. How can this not provoke astonishment? Ji Xiu, will you merely evade? Feng Zheng roars in fury, his chest heaving violently. So, Your Majesty, are you prepared? Ji Xiu smiles faintly, uttering words that leave all present perplexed. What? Feng Zheng and the 12 powerful figures beside him are momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Ji Xiu's meaning. Haha. Ji Xiu chuckles softly, then channels his true essence, allowing a wisp of azure flame to emerge from his left eye and a flicker of crimson flame to rise from his right. Spreading his hands, 2 flames soar into his palms, burning fiercely, their distinct yet devastating energies rippling through the void. At this moment, the temperature of heaven and earth begins to escalate wildly. Is this exotic fire? Tianjizi gazed wide-eyed at the 2 clusters of flames trembling in Ji Xiu's palm. The purifying world demon flame. How could it be the 3rd-ranked flame from the exotic fire ranking? Wasn't this extraordinary fire in the hands of the transcendent Tian Ninlingyue? It seems that we were all mistaken. Wait, what about that azure flame? It appears there is no such flame on the 9 heavens exotic fire ranking. How could a single cultivator possess 2 exotic fires? This is impossible. Enough said. I have a foreboding feeling. This fellow Ji Xiu. At this point, the words trailed off. The prominent figures from the various cultivation sects of the 9 heavens continent were left in shock, a wave of ominous premonition swelling within them. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ji Xiu joined his hands together, suddenly merging the 2 exotic flames in his grasp. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous roars erupted from Ji Xiu's palm, as if something terrifying was about to be born. This fellow has gone mad. The Grand Priest of the Red Robe Sect's expression changed drastically, uttering in astonishment. What is he planning? Merging exotic fires? The Grand Elder of the Holy Sect furrowed his brow sharply. Does he not realize that exotic fires cannot coexist? Forcing a merger would result in a cataclysmic explosion. Everyone stared in horror at the flames in Ji Xiu's hands. With each thunderous sound, their hearts twitched in response. Now is the moment, Ji Xiu murmured to himself, his mind sharply focused, the technique of the Buddha's wrath fire lotus flashing through his consciousness like a shooting star. In that instant, his eyes sparkled with clarity, and his fingers moved with the swiftness of plucking flowers and threading leaves. Finally, a black gas-emitting, crimson azure fire lotus gradually took form. The lotus was exquisitely crafted, Each petal, a translucent shade of red, shimmered with brilliance. The azure lotus base exuded wisps of otherworldly black smoke. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura that threatened to obliterate all life swept across the 9 heavens. Upon witnessing this fire lotus, all present were engulfed by a sensation of profound trepidation. Success. The Buddha's wrath fire lotus. Jishio stared blankly at the exquisite fire lotus hovering in his hand, then lifted his gaze to survey the 13 holy tier powerhouses before him. Huh. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Jishio's mouth as he directly hurled the fire lotus outward. Clang! The crimson azure fire lotus sliced through the air, trailing a long tail of light as it rapidly hurtled toward Feng Zheng and his group. Retreat! Fall back! Feng Zheng bellowed, frantically backing away while conjuring a fiery protective barrier around himself. Boom! Jishio slowly uttered a single word, his demonic voice resonating through heaven and earth. The fire lotus, obeying Jishio's command, spun rapidly, expanding before erupting with a deafening explosion. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens, unleashing an unparalleled force of destruction that radiated from the epicenter in every direction. In the void of space, ripples emerged, distorting and collapsing the very fabric of reality wherever they traversed. Above the imperial city of the divine phoenix, waves of fire engulfed the sky, as tendrils of black smoke cascaded downwards. At that moment, a mushroom cloud ascended majestically into the air. This scene undoubtedly embodied the coexistence of shock and annihilation. In the divine phoenix imperial city, millions of cultivators and common folk stood transfixed, gazing at the inferno consuming the sky. They swallowed nervously, their backs already drenched in perspiration. Some, their legs trembling, plopped down onto the ground, collectively pondering the catastrophic possibility. If this explosion had occurred above the city itself, the once immortal metropolis would likely be reduced to mere ruins in an instant. Meanwhile, within the divine phoenix palace, Bai Wuyo stared in disbelief at the mushroom cloud, his heart gripped by terror. This force was such that even legendary figures could meet their demise. Jishio had indeed defied the heavens. Bai Wuyo sighed, then turned his gaze to Mu Bing, who stood in the void, wielding the imperial sword, his robes billowing. Alas, the current generation, each one more monstrous than the last. Bai Wuyo sighed deeply, his eyes falling upon the dozens of sword marks etched upon Mu Bing's form, his heart momentarily steeped in sorrow. He had initially believed he could suppress Mu Bing with a mere flick of his hand, yet as the battle progressed, his astonishment grew. Mu Bing seemed to grow stronger with each strike, as if his power could ascend infinitely. Kill! Bai Wuyo roared, charging once more at Mu Bing, unleashing his ultimate techniques in a desperate bid to determine their fates. Beneath the heavens, the prominent figures of the 9 heavens continent stood speechless, their astonishment rendering them mute. Such a level of power had evidently transcended the realm of the saint. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, Tianjizi, trembled as he held his celestial brush, his palm clenching tightly around the parchment that bore only the image of the ascending mushroom cloud and a few drops of sweat cascading from his forehead onto the paper. Chapter 109. Farewell to the Phoenix, the dragon-slaying mission. A staggering mushroom cloud ascends into the heavens. The terrifying explosion casts the entire sky in a shade of crimson. Wisps of black smoke gently descend from the firmament. The chilling aura permeates the 9 skies, instilling a sense of dread in the hearts of all within the divine Phoenix Empire. Boom, 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 boom. Several charred figures plummet from the sky, crashing before the Phoenix Lawn Palace and stirring up clouds of dust. These figures are none other than Feng Zheng and several saint-tier powerhouses of the divine Phoenix Empire. As for the others, their bodies have likely turned to ashes in that catastrophic explosion. Beep. Congratulations to the host for slaying a saint-tier 6th realm powerhouse, successfully devouring their life essence, and advancing in cultivation. Beep. Congratulations to the host for slaying a saint-tier 7th realm powerhouse, successfully devouring their true life essence, and advancing in cultivation. Beep. Congratulations to the host for slaying a saint-tier 8th realm powerhouse, successfully devouring their true life essence, and advancing in cultivation. Beep. Congratulations to the host for slaying a saint-tier 9th realm powerhouse, successfully devouring their true life essence, and advancing to the saint-tier 3rd realm. Beep. Congratulations to the host for slaying 12 Saint-tier powerhouses, gaining 38,000 points of celestial essence. Listening to the melodious system notifications while feeling the surge of Saint-tier true essence within him, Jishio's lips curled into a pleased smile, thinking to himself, truly the Buddha's wrathful lotus. 13 Saint-tier powerhouses, and in an instant, 12 have perished. His cultivation not only ascended directly from the first to the third Saint-tier, but he also acquired an impressive 38,000 points of celestial essence. It must be said, the power of the devouring immortal demon technique indeed grows ever more formidable. Jishio, you. A feeble voice emanates from the ruins. Huh. Jishio raised an eyebrow, observing the bloodied and charred figure of Feng Zheng crawling forth. At this moment, Feng Zheng is covered in wounds. His aura weakened to the utmost, yet Jishio's attention is drawn to a shattered dragon scale on his chest. The Divine Phoenix's treasured heart-protecting scale. Jishio nodded thoughtfully. Feng Zheng, a peak Saint-tier powerhouse, was but a step away from entering the legendary realm. Yet even he, were it not for the heart-protecting scale of the Divine Phoenix Empire shielding his vital pulse, would have surely met his demise here. Your Majesty, what do you wish to convey? Jishio inquired with a playful expression, gazing at the now bloodied Feng Zheng. You must not touch my daughter, Huanger. Feng Zheng stammered, his voice breaking. As his words fell, a gentle breeze swept by, revealing an elder clad in a phoenix-patterned robe standing before Feng Zheng. The elder gazed sorrowfully at the gravely injured Feng Zheng and the fallen 12 powerhouses, his frail form trembling with grief. The Divine Phoenix Empire, the Supreme Emperor, Feng Zhi. Jishio softly addressed the elder. Jishio, you have gone too far. The wind ceased, and Feng Zhi gritted his teeth. Jishio's move had directly devastated half of the foundation of the Divine Phoenix Empire. How could he not feel anguish? How could he not be furious? Yet, he was also deeply aware of his helplessness. Senior, will you teach this young lord how to act? Jishio observed Feng Zhi with keen interest, hands clasped behind his back. The Eye of All-Seeing was activated. Name, Feng Zhi. Title, Supreme Emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Cultivation level, Legendary Third Realm. Heavenly Destiny Essence Potential, 8,000 points. System Notification, Bloodline Exhaustion. Remaining Lifespan, 20 years, what a pity. Jishio shook his head. In this realm of 9 heavens, true cultivators possessing Heavenly Destiny Essence were exceedingly rare. Many holy ranked powerhouses, due to bloodline depletion, possessed not a single trace of Heavenly Destiny Essence. Although this Supreme Emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire had potential for such essence, his bloodline exhaustion meant that even if he reached the legendary 8th realm, he ultimately retained only 8,000 points. Jishio, if you desire the Phoenix Child, take her away. If you wish to eliminate Su, I shall not impede you. Young lord, please feel free. Feng Zhi spoke solemnly to Jishio, revealing no inclination to act against him. Jishio chuckled lightly at his words, then glanced at Feng Zheng, who resembled a lifeless dog, feeling quite speechless. Feng Zhi harbored no intentions towards him, and truthfully, Jishio felt no desire for the sovereign of the Divine Phoenix Empire either. After all, Feng Zheng possessed merely 20,000 points of Heavenly Destiny Essence, of which Jishio had just seized 18,000. The remaining 2,000 points held no appeal for him whatsoever. Indeed, among the 13 holy rank powerhouses of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Zheng alone accounted for 18,000 points, while the remaining 12 collectively possessed only 2,000 points of Heavenly Destiny Essence. At that moment, Jishio found himself reminiscing about the protagonist of Destiny, Yi Xian. Jishio seemed to recall something, then turned to Feng Zheng and spoke. Your Majesty, your son is in the capital of the Divine Phoenix Empire. This young lord has not deceived you. Have you heard of the Longyang Mansion in the capital? It is said that Prince Feng Mian is having a splendid time there. With that, Jishio shook his head and, lost in his thoughts, strolled towards the Phoenix Lawn Palace. He had long since penned the conclusion for Feng Mian, and this ending required the hand of his father, Feng Zheng, to complete. Longyang Mansion. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhi trembled involuntarily. Jishio, you. Feng Zheng, upon hearing this revelation, immediately coughed up blood once more. His vision darkened, and he collapsed backward, fainting. Longyang Mansion. It It was a gathering place for those who had indulged in the pleasures of Lanyang, the most depraved locale in the entire Divine Phoenix Empire, without exception. Upon entering the Phoenix Lawn Palace, Ingsu had long since vanished. However, Ji Xiu felt no concern whatsoever, for he had entrusted Ingsu's fate to Mu Bing. No matter where he fled, it was of no consequence. Regardless of who is protecting him, and regardless of the powers that must be overturned, Mu Bing will find him, shattering all who stand in her way, and then personally rend his body into pieces. Ji Xiu. A cool voice echoed in his ears. Ji Xiu gazed at the phoenix before him, adorned in a divine wedding gown. He said nothing, merely walked silently to her side. At that moment, the familiar fragrance of jasmine filled the air, and he could see the delicate figure of the phoenix trembling slightly. Even her jade-like hands were shaking. Ji Xiu raised his hand to part the golden beaded curtain, revealing an exquisite vision that words could scarcely capture. At that instant, Ji Xiu smiled, a joyous smile that emanated from the depths of his heart. For him, winning the kill was paramount, but seizing the wedding was even more crucial. The phoenix, too, gazed at Ji Xiu, her pearly teeth biting her flower-like lips, feeling as if everything was a surreal dream. In that fleeting moment, tears streamed down her face, and she instinctively reached out to embrace Ji Xiu, softly whispering, "Ji Xiu, I think I truly miss you." With that, she buried her head in Ji Xiu's chest, the familiar scent and warmth causing her heart to tremble intensely. At that moment, she could not help but recall the unforgettable journey in the Zhou Garden, when Ji Xiu had carried her through the divine path, traversing the darkness, deep into the heart of the garden. "Your Highness the Long Princess, I have come to seize the wedding." Ji Xiu jested. "Indeed, seize it well." The phoenix clutched Ji Xiu's clothing tightly, just as she had in the Zhou Garden. "How wonderful! Your Highness the Long Princess has finally had her wish fulfilled." Qing'er watched this scene, quietly wiping away her tears, genuinely happy for her princess. At that moment, the battle before the Fenghuan Hall came to an end. Chu Li held aloft Chu Feng's severed head, having sliced through his neck with a single blow, her bloodied visage resembling that of an exquisite enchantress. Miss Shui and Miss Yu had annihilated all of Chu Feng's subordinates. No one could have anticipated that these two beautiful maidens possessed such formidable combat prowess. Ning Shi's expression remained impassive as she decimated the strongest of Chu Feng's forces, having long since grown impatient. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, a streak of black celestial light flashed, tearing open a dark chasm in the void. The body of the great Qin war god, Bai Wuya, was pierced directly by a soul-biting nail, causing him to plummet like a shooting star, stirring up clouds of dust. In an instant, the world fell silent. However, just as everyone believed the battle had concluded, a thunderous dragon roar resonated from the distant horizon. Behold, at the edge of the sky, a noble bloodline Xian Shuang giant dragon approached, flapping its enormous wings. In the dragon's eyes, a torrent of dragon flames erupted, intent on obliterating all. The dragon clan? The Xian Shuang giant dragon. Chu Li frowned, bewildered by the presence of such a noble dragon clan here. Wait, this is a blood contract. Ning Xian's pupils contracted sharply as her beautiful eyes fixated on a drop of tragic dragon blood that drifted from Chu Feng's chest, a gasp of horror escaping her lips. So, this scoundrel Chu Feng has forged an alliance with the dragon clan, hasn't he? Chu Li took a deep breath, her ample bosom heaving violently. She never anticipated that her second brother had such a hidden card up his sleeve. Indeed, you have slain her husband. She will seek mad vengeance upon you. This will be a relentless cycle of blood. Ning Xian spoke gravely. Meanwhile, in the Phoenix Lawn Palace, Ji Xiu heard a crisp notification echoing in his mind. Ding! System bounty task issued. Task, slay the dragon. Task reward, 50,000 destiny essence and 1 free system draw for a 7-star divine pet. Task penalty, deduction of 50 years from lifespan. Listening to the system's voice, Ji Xiu fell silent for a moment before resolutely uttering 2 words. Accept. Chapter 110, Encountering the Dragon. The dual break blade technique, the dragon slaying art. Ding. The host has accepted the system task, dragon slaying. Ding. The task has officially commenced. The melodious sound of the system gradually faded into silence. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xiu silently recited in his heart, 50,000 destinies of essence. A complimentary opportunity for a system lottery. not to mention the 7-star divine pet. Such a remarkable opportunity is indeed one not to be missed. Were it not for these tantalizing rewards, he would have opted to let Mu Bing take action. After all, a legendary realm Xian Shuang dragon is indeed a formidable opponent. Moreover, he wished to keep his trump cards concealed from the multitude before him. However, as circumstances would have it, it felt akin to rowing against the current. One must either advance or retreat. With his thoughts settled, Ji Xiu turned to Feng Huang and said, "Wait for me. I shall return shortly." With that, he strode purposefully toward the entrance of the Feng Huang palace. At that moment, Feng Huang seized Ji Xiu's hand. Her expression filled with unease as she inquired, Where are you going?" "To do what?" "To." Ji Xiu slightly turned, his gaze calm as it met Feng Huang's beautiful eyes, and uttered 2 words, "Slay the dragon." Upon hearing this, both Feng Huang and the maid Qing'er stood frozen in place, rendered speechless for a long while. As he stepped out of the Feng Huang palace, the supreme emperor of the divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Zhi, gazed gravely at the Xian Shuang dragon approaching from the horizon and remarked, "Ji Xiu, were I in your position, I would dutifully surrender the precious daughter of Shiyue City to quell the wrath of the dragon clan, and then depart quietly from the divine Phoenix Empire. You must understand, in the 9 heavens continent, the dragon clan is not to be trifled with." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu cast a sidelong glance at Feng Zhi and replied nonchalantly, "Senior Feng, regrettably, you are not me. Furthermore, in my eyes, there is nothing that cannot be provoked." As his words fell, Feng Zhi was momentarily taken aback, and the prominent figures of various cultivation sects gathered before the Feng Huang palace were also left in a state of astonishment. Ji Xiu navigated through the crowd and approached Chu Li. Before he could utter a word, he noticed Chu Li biting her flower-like lips. Her gaze cast downward as she softly murmured, "Ji Xiu, you should leave. This time, I do not hold it against you. I can understand. Miss." The 2 young ladies from Shiyue called out in unison. In their eyes, as long as Ji Xiu allowed Mu Bing to intervene, even a Xian Shuang dragon would be no match. Moreover, their lady had truly devoted herself to Ji Xiu. In such a crisis, why not seek his assistance? "Is this how you perceive me?" Ji Xiu asked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he looked at Chu Li. But Chu Li gazed at Ji Xiu with wide, beautiful eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. She understood that perhaps Mu Bing's intervention could resolve the imminent threat posed by the Xian Shuang giant dragon, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, she was reluctant to accept Mu Bing's assistance. Naturally, she was even less inclined to allow Ji Xiu to intervene, for the Xian Shuang giant dragon was an immensely formidable foe. Should Ji Xiu engage, he might very well meet his demise. Even in the unlikely event that Ji Xiu succeeded in slaying the dragon, the powerful dragon clans of Panlong Island would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Thus, she perceived this as an inescapable predicament, one for which she intended to bear the consequences alone. There was no room for negotiation. "Surely, this young master cannot allow you to bear the wrath of the dragon clan alone. Have you forgotten? We are allies, and indeed, the closest of allies." Ji Xiu exclaimed, a playful glint in his eyes as he winked at Chu Li. Upon hearing this, Chu Li paused momentarily, a warm surge enveloping her heart. She bit her crimson lip, gazing into Ji Xiu's enchanting eyes, which sparkled with an inexplicable brilliance. Alas, observing this scene, Ning Xian shook her head with a soft sigh. In her view, Chu Li had always navigated her emotions with reason prevailing over sentiment. Even if there were fleeting moments of profound attraction towards Ji Xiu, she still believed their relationship was purely one of alliance, driven by mutual benefit. Yet, at this very moment, she sensed that Chu Li's feelings towards Ji Xiu were undergoing a subtle transformation. This change, though possibly unrecognized by Chu Li at present, would inevitably erupt like a flood breaking through a dam, spiraling beyond control. "Let us proceed." Ji Xiu smiled gently at Chu Li before striding alone towards the lair of the giant dragon. Watching his retreating figure, Chu Li clutched her garment tightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her heart fluttering with an unprecedented feeling of excitement. "My lady, observe, Ji Xiu still cares for you. You, the Moon Maiden, spoke softly. Indeed, this rogue, perhaps he has developed feelings for my lady." Shui, the Snow Maiden, whispered with wide eyes. Is that truly the case? Does he genuinely care for me?" In a daze, Chu Li's exquisite and delicate face reflected a whirlwind of emotions. Her eyes momentarily clouded with confusion. As he exited the palace, Ji Xiu made his way towards the southern city of the Divine Phoenix imperial capital. A gentle breeze swept by, and soon a woman clad in a moonlit gown, possessing unparalleled beauty, appeared at his side. Clearly, she too sensed the looming threat of the Xian Shuang giant dragon and sought to ensure Ji Xiu's safety. Mu Bing, your task is to secure the plan. Do not let him escape. He must perish. Ji Xiu turned to Mu Bing, his tone earnest and resolute. However, you are in peril. Mu Bing stood frozen in place, her crimson lips parting slightly. Her voice, as always, was frigid and devoid of any emotion. It's fine. You should go. Ingsu must perish, Ji Xiu declared with unwavering conviction. All right, take care. Mu Bing nodded, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance, eventually locking onto a specific direction. With a resounding clang, she transformed into a streak of aurora, tearing through the void at an extraordinary speed that defied all logic, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom as she sped away. Watching Mu Bing vanish into the horizon, a flicker of light passed through Ji Xiu's eyes. Before arriving at Shenhuang, he had predetermined the fate of each of his adversaries. Among them, Mu Bing's demise was the one he anticipated the most. Perhaps the cruelest fate for one who claimed to be the beacon of righteousness. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xiu reined in his thoughts and turned towards the southern city of Shenhuang. Along the way, the cultivators and citizens of Shenhuang parted to form a path upon seeing Ji Xiu, all too aware that the man before them was not to be trifled with. Furthermore, the prominent figures from the Nine Heavens sects closely followed behind him, especially the esteemed elder of the Tianji Pavilion, Tianji Zi. If Ji Xiu truly intended to slay the dragon, he must be a witness. He sensed that this battle at Shenhuang could elevate him to the position of the next leader of the Tianji Pavilion. Of course, Ji Xiu was also aware of the influential figures trailing behind him. However, he paid them little mind. As long as they did not cause him trouble or stab him in the back, they could follow as they pleased. Before long, Ji Xiu arrived at the southern city of the imperial capital. It was the peak of summer, yet delicate snowflakes and ice shards floated through the air, presenting a scene of white desolation. The southern city was adorned with numerous massive structures, all completely frozen in ice. The temperature was shockingly low, reminiscent of standing atop a snow-capped peak, with the biting cold wind slicing against his cheeks like a knife. At the end of the southern city lay a hazy veil of ice mist, within which loomed a colossal being. Its body was encrusted with scales that shimmered like obsidian. There exists but one kind of scale so immense and lustrous: dragon scales. As the mist dissipated, a terrifying black dragon materialized before Ji Xiu. Its length stretched over 100 meters, its form resembling molten iron, imbued with an overwhelming sense of power. It gazed down upon Ji Xiu, its enormous dragon eyes glimmering with a fierce, otherworldly light, flames of dragon fire swirling within, silent yet savage. Upon witnessing this fearsome creature, millions of citizens and cultivators within the Shenhuang imperial capital collectively held their breath, desperately swallowing to quell their rising fear. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, it was futile. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. After all, the oppressive force stemming from one's bloodline and the shuddering sensation emanating from the soul cannot be subdued merely through personal effort. Indeed, it was not only them. Even the venerable Emperor Feng Zhi of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the eminent figures of the cultivation sects across the Nine Heavens experienced a slight tremor in their bodies, their eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. Upon witnessing the colossal dragon, these once mighty elites, who held dominion over the skies, felt an ominous shadow of death descending upon them, their throats involuntarily constricting. The dragon clan, not just any dragon, but the noble Xian Shuang giant dragon. This has become rather intriguing. Ji Xiu calmly regarded the immense creature before him, a cold, subtle smile gracing his lips. If memory serves, Zhou Dufu had once slain a dragon, and within his emperor's forbidden blade technique, there exists a chapter entitled Dragon Slaying Art. Chapter 111, The Peerless Heir, the Tyrannical Dragon, and the Ascendance of the Celestial Emperor's Fist. A deep, resounding roar of the dragon reverberated through the heavens. The immense eyes of the Xian Shuang dragon were fixated on Ji Xiu, flames of brutality and destruction igniting within. In the next moment, the dragon opened its colossal maw, revealing a throat that resembled an abyss, from which an awe-inspiring blaze surged forth. Boom! A torrent of terrifying flames, imbued with inexorable destructive power, erupted from the dragon's gaping mouth like a celestial aurora. Boom! 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 Beneath the dragon's breath, imbued with a terrifying force of order, countless grand castles and edifices crumbled into ruins in an instant, the ground fracturing inch by inch. Half of the southern city was shattered in the blink of an eye, the splendid dragon flames cascading through the void like falling meteors, causing the entire divine Phoenix imperial capital to tremble violently, as if struck by an earthquake. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the eminent figures of the nine heavens collectively gasped. The Xianshuang dragon before them possessed a power so overwhelming that it was beyond the capability of any mortal being to contend with. Even a saintly powerhouse would likely be reduced to ashes in its presence. It was said that even those of legendary status would sustain grievous injuries, if not perish. Under such a dragon's breath, was the battle over? Ji Xiao, the heir, was indeed still too young. Throughout the ages, only one Zhou Dufu had emerged. Ji Xiao was ultimately not he. The great figures of the nine heavens shook their heads, their tones filled with lamentation and regret. Wait, something felt amiss. The supreme emperor of the divine Phoenix Empire, Fengji, seemed to perceive something, his pupils narrowing. He, you have indeed underestimated Ji Xiao. The grand elder of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, Tianjizi, exhaled in relief, excitement glimmering in his eyes. At that moment, everyone raised their gaze to the sky. There stood Ji Xiao in the void, confronting the colossal form of the dragon. Despite his physical stature being minuscule compared to the Xianshuang dragon, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, subtly eclipsing that of the dragon. He stood in the void, radiant and resolute, his gaze sharp as a celestial sword drawn from its sheath, exuding an indomitable martial will that seemed capable of suppressing all emperors across the heavens. Just a dragon. Ji Xiao spoke coldly, raising his fist as if the celestial emperor had descended to the mortal realm, chaos swirling around him. With a single punch, he unleashed a cosmic force that seemed poised to crush all existence. Boom! The celestial emperor's fist struck the massive form of the Xianshuang dragon. Puffed. Dragon scales shattered, dragon blood sprayed forth. Roar! A mournful dragon's cry echoed throughout the cosmos. The gargantuan body of the Xianshuang dragon plummeted to the ground beneath the irreversible and overwhelming might of Ji Xiao's celestial emperor's fist. Along the way, every building and structure was reduced to mere dust under the impact of the dragon's descent. Even the surface of the earth bore a long, tragic scar resembling dragon's blood, creating a massive pit akin to an abyss. What kind of martial art is this? The esteemed figures from various celestial sects were left agape, their eyes nearly popping out as their mouths gaped wide enough to fit an egg. They had never witnessed such an unparalleled display, seemingly transcending all celestial paths and realms. Ji Xiao's punch shattered their understanding of this world. That mysterious martial technique had reemerged. Ning Xian's beautiful eyes trembled, her bosom heaving violently. Back at the northern Xia Imperial Palace, Ji Xiao had unleashed this technique once before, and she had recognized it as a supreme martial art, transcending even the nine heavens. Now, witnessing it again in the divine Phoenix Imperial City, she was still overwhelmed with awe and astonishment. It was precisely because of the existence of this imperial fist that she felt no concern for Ji Xiao. Rather, she felt a tinge of sympathy for the Xianshuang giant dragon. At this rate, the young master Ji Xiao might truly have the chance to slay a dragon. Xianzong, upon entering the Feng Huan Palace, expressed his delight to Feng Huang, saying, "Miss, your discernment is truly remarkable." Qing Heir's eyes also shimmered with a hint of enchantment. In response, Feng Huang remained silent, her beautiful gaze fixed on Ji Xiao, filled with wonder, her red lips curving into a faint smile. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your proficiency in the Heavenly Emperor Fist has reached 50. Hearing the system notification, Ji Xiao smiled slightly, his gaze locking onto the depths of the ruins, a thought surging within him. The Xianshuang giant dragon is indeed a superb source of experience. Boom! A pillar of fire surged skyward. The Xianshuang giant dragon unfurled its colossal wings and soared from the abyss, its fierce, massive eyes glaring at Ji Xiao with a savage intensity. A terrifying killing intent pierced the heavens. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar erupted. It transformed into a colossal demonic star, crashing violently towards Jishio. Countless streams of dragon flames, akin to the aurora, surged forth with terrifying order, shooting toward Jishio. Wherever the dragon flames passed, the void twisted. The chains of order formed from the flames were boundlessly terrifying. It aimed to shred this insignificant human into a rain of blood. Just as everyone anticipated Jishio would unleash the heavenly emperor fist again, he unexpectedly withdrew, opening his palm to reveal the azure lotus earth fire and the purifying demon flame. Then, he pressed his palms together, merging the two extraordinary flames. Upon witnessing this familiar motion, the esteemed figures from the 9 heavens changed countenance, instinctively retreating in panic. Previously, Jishio had instantaneously eliminated 12 saint-level beings with this move, leaving a psychological shadow over them. Many of the leaders speculated that Jishio would use this technique to conclude the battle, and indeed, their predictions were spot on. Clang! With his first experience in mind, Jishio almost instantaneously condensed the Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus. At the very moment the flame lotus emerged, even the colossal eyes of the Xianshuang dragon trembled slightly. In the next instant, Jishio hurled the flame lotus forth. As it passed, the very fabric of space was rent asunder, creating a pitch-black void that resembled the gaping maw of an abyss. Boom! A towering wave of fire erupted into the void. Under the cataclysmic tempest of true essence, the grand edifices of the divine phoenix imperial city, reaching skyward, were cleaved in twain. The resplendent blaze bathed the entire firmament in a crimson hue. The very ground of the divine phoenix imperial city fractured, as if it had endured an epic earthquake. As the flames gradually subsided, the immense silhouette of the Xianshuang dragon, positioned at the epicenter of the inferno, slowly materialized before all. In that moment, the Xianshuang dragon bore shattered scales, its body drenched in dragon blood. One of its massive eyes had completely dimmed, and even its expansive wings were rendered a grotesque mass of flesh, with wounds deep enough to reveal its very bones. It gazed upon Jishio, no longer exhibiting the previous ferocity and indifference, but instead manifesting profound shock and terror. How could a mere human, one of only saintly cultivation, inflict such grievous harm upon it? Nonetheless, despite its severe injuries, it remained a dragon, and a noble one at that. Its power still harbored boundless destructive potential. Indeed, if provoked, it could ignite its dragon blood and fight Jishio to the bitter end. Just then, Jishio suddenly raised his hand, one finger pointing to the heavens and the other to the earth. Thunder rumbled mightily. Countless roars of thunder resonated in the air, and an infinite intent of blades surged across the 9 heavens. Chapter 112. The Dragon Slayer, the Miraculous Jishio. Is this the dual breakblade technique? Feng Huang gazed at Jishio's movements, feeling the familiar surge of power, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. Of course, it was not only Feng Huang. At this moment, a significant portion of the eminent figures from the 9 heavens recognized Jishio's initial stance. This technique is inscribed in the ancient annals of the 9 heavens, renowned as legendary, and it evokes the deepest, most unforgettable memories of the older generation of powerful beings. Zhou Dufu, the dual break blade technique. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the crowd, Jishio rotated his right hand in a heavenly motion for half a turn and his left hand in a reverse motion for half a turn, activating the swallowing immortal demon skill, with his mystical energy reversing. Boom! A wave of obliterating energy erupted from Jishio's body. As the numerous 9 heavens elites observed Jishio's actions and felt this terrifying power, they found themselves engulfed in confusion. For while it bore a striking resemblance to the dual break blade technique they remembered, it seemed to possess an undeniable difference. The power of Jishio's dual break blade technique appeared to have intensified, seemingly infused with a hint of demonic energy. No one knew. Far beyond the divine phoenix, deep within the Zhou garden. Clang, 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 clang. 9 shattered blades transformed into meteors, traversing the vast snowy expanse with unparalleled speed, piercing through the void. Soon, above the celestial dome of the divine phoenix imperial city, the air trembled. Everyone sensed the indescribable, boundless intent of the blade. From the distant horizon, the void split open, and 9 meteors surged forth from the darkness, akin to 9 brilliant sparks of starlight, radiant and heart-stirring. This is the fragments of the dual break blade. The Grand Elder of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, Tianjizi, felt his pupils constrict and gasped in astonishment. The dual break blade, long dormant for millennia, has awakened. The heart of Fengji, the supreme emperor of the divine phoenix, trembled uncontrollably. He was a powerful figure from the same era as Zhou Dufu. In that age, Zhou Dufu single-handedly overshadowed the mighty of the 9 heavens, becoming the most illustrious star on the 9 heavens continent. Others, in the presence of Zhou Dufu, faded into obscurity, including himself. Now, as he gazed upon Ji Xiu from afar, his complexion turned pale, and he found himself once again engulfed by the fear and profound helplessness that Zhou Dufu had instilled in him during that bygone era. Clang, clang, clang. The 9 shards of the dual break blade sliced through the air, subsequently floating around Ji Xiu, swirling and dancing, before seamlessly coming together. In the blink of an eye, a complete dual break blade materialized before Ji Xiu, and the resounding echoes of the blade seemed to convey its thirst for slaughter, for the taste of blood. With a deep breath, Ji Xiu extended his hand and grasped the hilt of the dual break blade. At that moment, an unparalleled and invincible blade intent radiated from his being. An unceasing torrent of power surged from the depths of his soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 6-star Imperial artifact, the dual break blade. Clang! Ji Xiu's gaze was fixed upon the Xin Shuang giant dragon. With a flick of his wrist, his profound energy surged as he unleashed the dragon-slaying technique from the forbidden chapters of the dual blade art. This was no mere dragon-slaying technique. It was a reversal of profound energy, elevating the power of this strike to an astonishing tenfold. Boom! The blade cleaved down. An endless brilliance erupted forth, the blazing sword light dazzling and resplendent. The onlookers felt their eyes stung by the radiance, instinctively closing them. Yet, when they reopened their eyes, they beheld a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. Ji Xiu's strike had cleaved a resplendent crimson sun in the sky above Nanqing. The magnificent light bathed every corner of the divine phoenix imperial capital, gracing every face with its glow. Gazing at the spectacle, they felt as though they were witnessing a divine miracle, their eyes devoid of color, consumed only by the infinite sword light. At that moment, a piercing dragon's roar resounded. Above the heavens, torrents of dragon blood cascaded down, resembling a deluge of crimson rain. Boom! The immense dragon body plummeted from the sky like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the earth and creating a profound pit, its blood spilling like a waterfall across Nanqing. Clang! The fearsome dragon had finally landed, rolling several hundred meters, its colossal eyes dulled, yet still reflecting the profound terror it had felt before its demise. In this instant, the entire assembly of cultivators in the divine phoenix imperial capital fell into silence, their hearts trembling in awe, profoundly shaken by Ji Xiu's strike. As a tall figure emerged from Nanqing, the crowd stirred as if awakening from a dream, suddenly realizing a momentous truth. The Northxia heir, Ji Xiu, had slain the dragon. The supreme emperor of the divine phoenix, Fengji, gazed at the young man before him, his heart heavy with myriad emotions. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. A miracle, truly a miracle. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Tianjizi, exclaimed in astonishment, excitedly waving the Heavenly Secrets paper in his hand. This fellow had genuinely slain a dragon. In the future, could he not become the next Zhou Dufu? The influential figures of the 9 heavens continent exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief in their eyes. They understood that after this day, the name Ji Xiu would resonate throughout the 9 heavens continent, even soaring beyond. With the stature of a June level, he had slain a saint level. A single fire lotus had vanquished 12 saint-level foes. At the far end of Nanqing, he had effortlessly slain the dragon. He was not the Zhou Dufu of his youth, for the Zhou Dufu of his youth was far from his equal. Indeed, the achievements he might accomplish in the future could potentially eclipse even those of Zhou Dufu. The supreme emperor of the divine phoenix, Fengji, stared blankly at Ji Xiu, his gaze filled with complexity. He then turned to glance at the Fenghuang within the Fenghuan palace, shaking his head in uncertainty, not knowing whether it was relief or resignation. Murmuring to himself, perhaps, It is a blessing for my divine phoenix empire that Huang is with him. Before the Fenghuan Palace, Chu Li gazed with her enchanting eyes at the figure slowly emerging from the southern city. Her heart raced with an intensity it had never known before. It must be said that Ji Xiu truly astonished her, deeply and profoundly. No one could fathom that from this moment forth, a strand of pure moonlight would illuminate the heart of this noble lady from Shiyue City. Indeed, Ji Xiu had become the most resplendent white moonlight in her heart. Beside her, Miss Yu stared at Ji Xiu, equally entranced. Who among the maidens of the world does not harbor dreams of heroes? Naturally, she too held such aspirations. Miss Shui swallowed hard, a rosy hue spreading across her delicate cheeks, her heartbeat racing uncontrollably. Compared to Miss Yu, she had spent far more time in Ji Xiu's company, having once journeyed with him to the Tianma Mountain. Back then, she had been terrified of Ji Xiu, for she had never encountered someone so wicked. However, her feelings had shifted. She now perceived that although Ji Xiu had his flaws, he treated them, and her esteemed lady, with kindness. With him by her side, her lady was destined for greatness. Miss Shui mused in her heart, yet for reasons unknown, a shadow of melancholy clouded her thoughts. Sister, it seems that young Master Ji Xiu is even stronger now than he was in the Zhou Garden. Xianzong, with a slight tremor in his voice, remarked weakly. From the moment he first laid eyes on Ji Xiu, he had felt powerless, and now, that feeling had only intensified. As the chief of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, he found himself in a state of insecurity. What does it matter? No matter how formidable young Master Ji Xiu may be, he is still your brother-in-law. Heir teased playfully. Is that so? Xianzong scratched his head softly, then turned his gaze towards Fenghuang. If indeed Ji Xiu were to become his brother-in-law in the future, it would be a true blessing. What kind of person is Ji Xiu? In Xianzang's heart, Ji Xiu was a demon that even the Buddha could not save. Indeed, Master Xianzong. Heir observed Xianzang's dazed expression and couldn't help but affectionately ruffle his hair, her smile radiant. Heir, you? Xianzong shivered slightly at her touch, gazing at her in disbelief. At that moment, he beheld the bright smile on Heir's face, and for reasons unknown, he felt his cheeks flush. Don't ask me. I don't know either. Fenghuang huffed lightly. As her words fell, a wild and enchanting laughter echoed in her mind. Hee hee. Fenghuang. Do you truly not know? Chapter 113. The Emergence of the Five Elements Sacred Dragon, Ji Xiu's peerless divine pet. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, Dragon Slayer. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a task reward of 50,000 Destiny Essence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a System Lottery Experience ticket. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 7-star Divine Pet Egg, 5 Elements Sacred Dragon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Xian Shuang Giant Dragon, devouring vast amounts of life essence with the Immortal Demon Technique, and advancing to the 4th stage of the Sacred Realm. As the melodious notifications echoed in his ears, Ji Xiu let out a long sigh of relief. His Destiny Essence had once again surpassed the monumental figure of 100,000. It was high time to carefully consider the allocation of this substantial Destiny Essence. The remaining rewards, the Sacred Dragon Egg and the lottery ticket, had also been deposited into the system's repository. Indeed, this time, his efforts had not been in vain. Stretched comfortably, Ji Xiu reveled in the invigorated power coursing through him, a broad smile permanently gracing his lips. At that moment, he glanced around at the awestruck figures of the esteemed individuals from the 9 heavens, shook his head, and made his way toward the Phoenix Lawn Palace. Young Master Ji Xiu, wait a moment. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion suddenly called out to Ji Xiu. What is it? Ji Xiu turned, brow furrowed, and inquired of Tianjizi. May I ask, young Master Ji Xiu, what was the name of the Fire Lotus technique you employed earlier? Tianjizi asked. His curiosity piqued. Furious Buddha Fire Lotus, Ji Xiu replied casually, continuing on without pause. As Ji Xiu's figure receded, Tianjizi opened his mouth, myriad questions swirling in his mind, yearning for elucidation. The name Furious Buddha Fire Lotus was merely one of them. What was the origin of the Supreme Fist technique that transcended all others, which Ji Xiu had demonstrated? How had Ji Xiu mastered the 2-section blade technique of Zhoudufu? Not only had he learned it, but the manifestation of the technique in Ji Xiu's hands surpassed even the records in ancient texts of the 9 heavens. How was this accomplished? These questions lingered in his thoughts, leaving him perplexed. Ultimately, he swallowed his inquiries. After all, these were secrets and trump cards of a cultivator. How could he expect Ji Xiao to divulge them? The mere fact that Ji Xiao had revealed the name Furious Buddha Fire Lotus was already a significant concession. He could not overstep his bounds. With this realization, Tianjizi nodded gravely, hastily stowing away the several sheets of heavenly mechanism paper in his spatial ring, and departed from the imperial capital without further ado. Observing Tianjizi's retreating figure, the esteemed figures of the nine heavens could not help but ponder. Henceforth, Ji Xiao would likely ascend to become the foremost figure in the nine heavens continent. Meanwhile, Ji Xiao entered the Phoenix Luan Palace, offering a polite smile to Xianzong and Qing Heir, and then naturally extended his hand toward Feng Huang. "Shall we go?" At his words, Feng Huang paused, a look of confusion crossing her face as she asked, "Where to?" As Ji Xiao pondered, he pointed towards the luminous moon and the profound night sky, remarking, "The hour is late. Will you not find a place for this lord to rest? After all, today is your wedding night, is it not?" Startled by his words, Qing Er gasped and quickly covered her mouth. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, "Lord Ji Xiao." That was rather direct. Xianzong looked at Qing Er with a perplexed expression, finding nothing unusual about Ji Xiao's statement. Indeed, the night had grown late. It was only fitting to seek rest. "Simpleton." Qing Er shot a glare at Xianzong. "What is it?" Ji Xiao inquired, noticing the silent phoenix with her head bowed. Her delicate lips pressed tightly together. "Nothing." Phoenix shook her head, then grasped Ji Xiao's hand. "Where do you wish to rest? Your Tianfeng Palace is splendid." "Ji Xiao, are you being a tad too forward?" "Phoenix, what are you saying? Stop pretending." The two departed from the Fenghuan Palace, hand in hand, making their way towards Tianfeng Palace. Watching their retreating figures, Snow Maiden and Moon Maiden exchanged frowns, feeling a twinge of displeasure. "Miss, is Lord Ji Xiao taking advantage of your good nature? He dares to return to the palace with Phoenix right before your eyes." Snow Maiden exclaimed indignantly. "Indeed." Moon Maiden nodded in agreement. "Humph." Chu Li huffed. "Mu Bing is not in a hurry. Why should I be? Wouldn't you agree, Senior Ning?" Ning Xian shook her head in silent bewilderment. "I am not aware." At that moment, she gazed towards the distant horizon, her brow furrowing in confusion, murmuring to herself, "Mu Bing, where has she gone?" As her thoughts spiraled, Qing Er approached with a polite smile, leading Chu Li and the others towards the Tianfeng Palace's guest house for rest. Ultimately, Ning Xian had no choice but to follow, though she sensed that something significant concerning Mu Bing was on the horizon. In Tianfeng Palace, the courtyard was adorned with blooming jasmine, illuminated by the gentle moonlight, rendering the entire scene breathtakingly beautiful. "Ji Xiao, please make yourself comfortable." I shall go bathe and change." Striving to maintain her aloof demeanor, Phoenix found herself unable to do so in Ji Xiao's presence. Having uttered those words, she hurriedly released Ji Xiao's hand and dashed into Tianfeng Palace. No one knows that at this moment, beneath the golden curtains, the enchanting beauty has flushed to the utmost, with a rosy hue extending to her ears. Even fewer are aware that her heart is racing uncontrollably. She is oblivious as to why she uttered those words to Ji Xiao, as if she were subtly suggesting something to him. Ji Xiao gazes at Feng Huang with a puzzled expression, then shakes his head, pondering the peculiarities of women. He resolves to attend to business first, opening the system warehouse and selecting the lottery ticket to commence the draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the lottery system. Each draw costs 100,000 Essence of Fate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the lottery ticket, commencing the draw. Ding! The draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a transmutation experience card. Listening to the system's notifications, Ji Xiao raises an eyebrow, pleased with the transmutation experience card. It is well known that the transmutation technique is a forbidden art of the ancient emperor, a rare treasure not even for sale in his vast marketplace. Although he was not fortunate enough to obtain the technique itself, acquiring an experience card is still commendable. In the future, this could serve as a formidable trump card. Well then, let us take a look at the sacred dragon. Ji Xiao muses as he retrieves the dragon egg from the system warehouse. The egg radiates a faint golden glow, and he can sense a hint of dragon might emanating from it. What now? Ji Xiao frowns. Ding! Please host. Drop a drop of blood on the sacred dragon egg to establish a master-servant contract. Upon hearing this, Jishio nods and, following the system's instructions, refines a drop of his essence blood to place upon the dragon egg. Clang! As Jishio's blood merges with the sacred dragon egg, a brilliant golden light fills the air. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, forming the foundation of the celestial path, coalesce into 5 small stars that orbit the dragon egg, creating an extraordinarily mystical scene. Moments later, the stars seem to be drawn by an unseen force, slowly merging into the sacred dragon egg. Clang! With the fusion of the 5 elements, the sacred dragon egg begins to levitate. An immense surge of spiritual energy rushes toward the egg, creating a tempest of spiritual energy within the Tianfeng Palace. This extraordinary disturbance in the heavens and earth stirs the previously tranquil palace into a frenzy once more. The influential figures from the 9 heavens continent gaze with astonishment towards the Tianfeng Palace, murmuring with trepidation, "Jishio, what is this boy up to now?" The Grand Emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire, weary, rubs his temples with a resigned tone. Let him do as he wishes. It is his prerogative. The scene shifts to the outside courtyard of Tianfeng Palace. With a crack, the sacred dragon egg shatters. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a round, plump creature emerges. This creature, adorned with a coat of golden, silky fur and a plump white belly, resembles a small golden ball. Its round little head is complemented by pointed ears and a fluffy tail. Moreover, its large, round, and sparkling black eyes convey an endearing charm. Upon seeing Jishio, it soared onto his shoulder like a child, squinting its eyes in bliss as it rubbed its little head affectionately against Jishio's face, an utterly amusing sight. Could this be the legendary divine pet, the 5 elements sacred dragon? Jishio gazed at the little being before him, unable to suppress a wry smile. "Awoo." The little creature seemed to comprehend Jishio's words, responding with a slightly displeased yelp. Indeed, the little one's appearance bore a striking resemblance to Pikachu from the depths of Jishio's memories. "Well," Jishio sighed, rubbing his forehead, and then gently stroked the fluffy head of the little creature resting on his shoulder, saying, "Little one, from now on, I shall call you Kaka." Chapter 114, A Father's Betrayal. The fate of Feng Mian as foreseen by Jishio. Name, Kaka, Bloodline, 5 elements Sacred Dragon, Cultivation, Saint Level 1, Master. Jishio, Loyalty, 100 Unchangeable. Upon observing the introduction of the diminutive creature before him, Jishio could not suppress a smile, though astonishment coursed through him. He mused, "Truly, it is the 5 elements Sacred Dragon, from the moment of its birth. It possesses a saintly cultivation level. If it were to mature, the implications would be extraordinary." At that moment, an exceedingly astonished voice echoed through the Tianfeng Palace. "Is that the 5 elements Sacred Dragon?" Ning Xian had intended to seek Jishio to discuss Mu Bing, but instead, she was met with the sight of the little creature nestled upon Jishio's shoulder, exhaling in delight. For a fleeting instant, disbelief washed over her. How had Jishio come into possession of such a legendary being? The 5 elements Sacred Dragon. Behind her, Chu Li's expression also froze, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. Ancient texts of the 9 heavens chronicled that the 5 elements Sacred Dragon was the apex ancestral dragon bloodline from the primordial era. The Xian Shuang giant dragon that Jishio had previously vanquished was of an entirely different dimension. In essence, the Xian Shuang giant dragon was not worthy to even serve as a mere attendant to the 5 elements Sacred Dragon. This little one is indeed a 5 elements Sacred Dragon? The Snow and Moon maidens gazed at Kaka with eyes brimming with affection. They had never encountered such an adorable creature and could not resist the urge to approach and shower Kaka with affection. "Ow!" Kaka whined in discontent. Yet it ultimately refrained from resisting. It sensed that those before it were dear friends of its master. Thus it allowed them to indulge in their whims, its large, dark eyes gazing pitifully at Jishio. "All right, you too, do not hurt this little one." Chu Li stepped forward, exasperated, and returned the despondent Kaka to Jishio. "Jishio, how did you come by this little creature?" Chu Li inquired softly, her lips parting gracefully. "Just fortunate, I suppose." Jishio shrugged, choosing to gloss over the matter as some things were best left unspoken. Hee. At his response, Chu Li smiled gently. Noticing Jishio's reluctance to elaborate, she chose not to press further. Instead, she expressed a sense of relief, saying, "Regardless, with this little one, I can rest easy." "Why so?" Ji Xiu regarded Chu Li, somewhat puzzled. "You have slain the Xian Shuang giant dragon. Soon, the entire Nine Heavens continent will hear of it. What awaits you next is the Dragon Clan's wrath. However, with this little one by your side, it is likely that no powerful dragon will dare lay a hand upon you. After all, a bloodline of the ancestral dragon level has not been seen among the Dragon Clan for millennia." Chu Li remarked with a smile. "Ah, I see." Ji Xiu nodded in understanding. "I find myself rather intrigued to witness the expressions of those esteemed dragon lords upon encountering your kakaka." A radiant smile gradually illuminated Chu Li's delicate visage as she gently patted Kakaka's round little head. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the Tianfeng Palace. She had shed her resplendent divine phoenix bridal gown and removed the celestial crown that adorned her head. At this juncture, the phoenix, with her lustrous golden hair slightly damp, bore traces of shimmering droplets upon her exquisite face, evidently having just emerged from a bath. Draped in a sheer nightgown, the evening breeze caressed her figure, accentuating her flawless curves in a breathtaking manner. Clad in golden armor, she resembled a peerless warrior, her nobility rendering her almost too radiant to gaze upon. Yet now, she exuded an enchanting allure that left onlookers blushing profusely. The stark contrast momentarily stunned Ji Xiu into silence. "Ji Xiu, please come in." The phoenix's voice broke the stillness, only for her to immediately regret it. For outside the Tianfeng Palace stood not merely Ji Xiu, but also Chu Li, Ning Xian, Miss Xue, and Miss Yu, all of whom gazed at the phoenix in astonishment. An awkward and delicate atmosphere enveloped them. "Damn it!" The phoenix bit her silver teeth, letting out a low exclamation before swiftly retreating from the scene. "Ahem, ahem, ahem." Chu Li cleared her throat 3 times, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she addressed Ji Xiu. "You should rest for now. I shall take my leave." With that, Chu Li took hold of Miss Xue and Miss Yu, departing from the Tianfeng Palace. "Aren't you leaving?" Ji Xiu chuckled at Ning Xian, who was casting him a peculiar glance. "Where has Mu Bing gone? She seems somewhat off." "No, both you and she are rather peculiar." Ning Xian fixed her gaze upon Ji Xiu, inquiring earnestly. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu fell silent for a moment before responding. "She has her own matters to attend to. Ning Xian, do not concern yourself with this." At this, Ning Xian clenched her fists tightly, a hint of reluctance in her voice as she asked, "What will happen to her?" Ji Xiu pondered for a considerable time before replying, "You will see." As night deepened, the sovereign of the divine phoenix, Feng Zheng, burdened by grave injuries, led a contingent of over 100 elite guards away from the royal palace to the most renowned residence in the imperial capital, the Lonyang Mansion. He stood outside the Lonyang Mansion for an extended period, yet hesitated to enter, fully aware of the significance of this place, fearing the sight of the most dire scenario. "Your Majesty, the prince, could not possibly be here," the captain of the elite guards whispered softly. "Proceed inside." Feng Zheng shook his head, ultimately steeling his resolve. He understood that Ji Xiu would not deceive him. Feng Mian must be within the Lonyang Mansion. With a resounding command, over 100 divine phoenix guards surged into Lonyang Mansion, creating chaos among its inhabitants. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zheng steeled himself and stepped into the mansion. "Your Majesty." Prince Feng Mian is in Longyuan Pavilion. The master of Lonyang Mansion trembled in fear at Feng Zheng's feet. "Move," Feng Zheng coldly instructed, swiftly making his way to Lonyuan Pavilion. With a loud crash, Feng Zheng forcefully pushed open the door, and the scene before him left him dizzy, his vision clouded. Strange sights and sounds ignited a furious blaze within him as he bellowed, "Feng Mian." At the sound of his name, Feng Mian, who had been in a daze, snapped back to reality. Upon locking eyes with Feng Zheng, terror coursed through him, restoring his scattered thoughts. He scrambled to kneel before Feng Zheng, clutching his legs, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Father, please allow me to explain." Slap! Before he could finish, Feng Zheng struck him, sending him flying, his teeth scattering across the floor. "Explain? What is there to explain?" Feng Zheng's face darkened, his entire being trembling with rage. "It is all. Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu has turned my child into this. It was never my intention." Feng Mian cried out in desperation. Hearing these words, Feng Zheng slowly closed his eyes. He was well aware that Ji Xiu was at the root of the issue. But what did that matter? Feng Mian had become a slave to his desires, a laughingstock to the entire divine phoenix lineage. After tonight, if Feng Mian's actions were to be revealed, the entire divine phoenix royal family would face disgrace. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zheng opened his eyes, a serene calmness within them that unnerved Feng Mian. He slowly uttered 3 chilling words: "Kill them all." As the command fell, the divine phoenix guards ruthlessly slaughtered everyone in Longyang Mansion. As for Feng Mian, the guards hesitated to act against him. Yet, Feng Zheng, with a cold demeanor, drew a silver blade. With a swift motion, the gleaming blade severed Feng Mian's neck, blood gushing forth like a stream. Feng Mian clasped his hands around his throat, disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Feng Zheng, shocked that his father would truly turn against him. Devoid of any paternal compassion, as thoughts ceased, blood flowed profusely from his neck, dripping steadily to the ground. Ultimately, he collapsed, lifeless. The divine phoenix prince, Feng Mian, was dead. Indeed, this was the fate Ji Xiu had predetermined for Feng Mian. After enduring countless humiliations, he met his end at the hands of his closest kin. In this moment, Feng Zheng comprehended Ji Xiu's intentions. This was not merely a punishment for Feng Mian, but also for himself. It was he who consented to Feng Mian's journey to Beixia, and it was he who decreed the union between Feng Huang and Ying Su. Thus, Ji Xiu presented him with a choice: the life of his son or the reputation of the divine phoenix royal family, 2 options from which to choose. However, as the sovereign of the divine phoenix royal family, this was hardly a matter of choice. He was left with but one inevitable decision. To safeguard the honor of the divine phoenix, he was compelled to sacrifice Feng Mian. In other words, Feng Mian must perish. Ha! Ji Xiu, how ruthless you are! Feng Zheng laughed heartily, blood dark and viscous spilling from the corners of his mouth, his laughter tinged with both sorrow and profound helplessness. He had preserved the reputation of the divine phoenix royal family, yet he bore the excruciating agony of a father's betrayal, a torment that pierced his heart. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. For his daughter, Feng Huang, remained in Ji Xiu's grasp. In that moment, the mere thought of the young heir from Beixia, Ji Xiu, sent a shiver of dread coursing through his veins. Chapter 115. A sweet night with its Sundara princess. The night is too cold. In the divine phoenix imperial city, at the Tianfeng Palace's side hall, Ji Xiu let out a long sigh upon hearing the news of Feng Mian's demise. His plan had been successful. With his hands resting behind his head, he lay quietly on the palace bed, gazing at the bright moon outside the window. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Feng Mian is dead. It seems the winning strategy is approaching swiftly. At that, he felt a heavy drowsiness wash over him, and gradually, he closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. During this battle in the divine phoenix imperial city, he had utilized the Buddha's wrath lotus twice, along with the heavenly emperor's fist and the dual blade technique after reversing the profound arts. This series of trump cards had indeed drained a significant amount of his true essence and mental energy, even with the devouring, immortal demonic art, which allowed him to continuously absorb the world's essence. He felt slightly overwhelmed. Thus, a moment of rest was indeed necessary. For this reason, he had asked Feng Huang to find a tranquil place for him to rest. Owl, as Ji Xiu slept, Ka, noticing his slumber, let out a soft call and yawned, then nestled against Ji Xiu's chest and peacefully drifted off to sleep. In the main hall of Tianfeng Palace, where candlelight flickered and red silk curtains swayed, Feng Huang sat on the palace bed, feeling anxious, her stunningly beautiful visage reflecting a myriad of emotions. At that moment, she cradled a soft pillow in her jade hands, as if awaiting something. Suddenly, a charming and seductive voice echoed in her mind. Feng Huang, the night grows late, yet you do not rest. Who are you waiting for? Humph. Feng Huang responded with a light snort. This one is not waiting for anyone. Do not speak nonsense. Is that so? Another voice of Feng Huang expressed skepticism. Certainly. Feng Huang nodded emphatically, as if this act could lend credibility to her words. You, Feng Huang, are still being stubborn at this point. Are you not waiting for Ji Xiu to push open your door? Upon hearing this, Feng Huang lowered her eyelids, gritting her teeth as she muttered defiantly, this one is not. Humph. A cold snort resonated in her mind. Since you enjoy being contradictory, let me assist you. No. Feng Huang abruptly stood, her charming face slightly changing as she exclaimed, This one warns you. Do not do anything. Otherwise, this one will not let you off easily. Yet, her words came too late. Two strands of enchanting purple light had already swept past Feng Huang's beautiful eyes. At that moment, a beguiling smile graced her lips as she lifted her foot and directly headed towards the side hall where Ji Xiu resided. Creak. The palace door was quietly pushed open. A graceful figure slowly stepped into the side hall. This place is where the phoenix usually cultivates her understanding of the Tao. But now it has become a resting spot for Ji Xiu. The waning moon hangs in the clouds, its gentle glow casting a soft light upon Ji Xiu's face as he lies on the palace bed. At this moment, he breathes steadily, seemingly lost in a profound slumber. The phoenix, with hands clasped behind her back, gracefully approaches the bed, her gaze fixed on the sleeping Ji Xiu, her delicate brows arching slightly. This fellow is asleep? Tonight is our wedding night. Has he never heard that a moment spent together in spring is worth 1,000 gold? Humph. Truly an unromantic man. How dull. The phoenix lets out a soft huff, the purple demonic light in her beautiful eyes gradually fading as she regains her composure. Scoundrel, I warned you not to act rashly. Why must you engage in such awkward behavior? She bites her silver teeth, furiously reprimanding the other self within her body. After her words echoed in silence for a long while, the phoenix could only relent. She truly felt powerless against the other self. Sighing, she gazes at Ji Xiu, who is deeply asleep, murmuring softly, "This fellow must be utterly exhausted today." However, it is understandable. After all, he accomplished the incredible feat of slaying a dragon. Indeed, he deserves a rest. With that thought, she gently covers Ji Xiu with a blanket and prepares to leave, but finds herself unable to move her feet. "Hey," I said, "whoever you are, stop playing around." The phoenix whispers, not wanting to disturb the slumbering Ji Xiu. She does not wish to be underestimated by him. "Since I am already here, why not stay a little longer?" A seductive voice rings out, making the phoenix grit her teeth in frustration. Yet in the end, she can only acquiesce. "Fine, we shall stay for a while." Taking a deep breath, she lightly perches herself on the edge of the bed, her beautiful eyes intently observing the sleeping Ji Xiu. From his forehead to his tightly shut eyes, long eyelashes, high nose bridge, and thin lips. This fellow indeed possesses good looks. Yet he is too domineering, too wicked. The phoenix murmurs softly, recalling the scenes from her first encounter with Ji Xiu in the courtyard. Back then, her pride was thoroughly humbled by him, both physically and emotionally. Fortunately, she eventually regained her footing. With this thought, a subtle smile curves her lips, and within her beautiful eyes, a rare glimmer of affection begins to stir. Oh my, our beloved princess has truly been touched. With the atmosphere so charged, it would seem rather inappropriate to leave without sharing a kiss. A voice, audacious and unrestrained, echoed in her mind. Feng Huang's expression faltered, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Her beautiful eyes instinctively shifted to Ji Xiu's lips, her throat involuntarily tightening. "Well, just a kiss, all right? Once it's done, I shall take my leave and let you rest well." Feng Huang retorted with an air of pride. Having said that, she inhaled deeply, then leaned down, gently pressing her lips against Ji Xiu's. The warmth of breath and the familiar sensation in an instant spread that blush to her ears. After the kiss, her heart raced, and just as she prepared to flee from the scene, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes. Their gazes locked. A moment of profound awkwardness enveloped them. "Ji Xiu, if I were to say this was an accident, would you believe me?" Feng Huang's voice trembled slightly. "I believe," Ji Xiu replied, resting his hands behind his head, his gaze leisurely and teasing as it assessed the blushing Feng Huang. In truth, he had awakened the moment Feng Huang entered the chamber. He merely wished to discern her intentions. Naturally, he did not expect this proud and lofty woman to initiate a kiss. "It's good that you believe," Feng Huang responded, hastily attempting to rise and depart. However, Ji Xiu seized her wrist. "Your Highness, are you planning to kiss and run? What kind of logic is that?" Ji Xiu inquired, amusement lacing his tone. "It was an accident. You should forget it," Feng Huang exclaimed, trying to shake off Ji Xiu's grip, yet finding herself utterly helpless. "This young lord recalls quite vividly that you said the same back in the Zhou garden." Ji Xiu shook his head, then pulled Feng Huang into his embrace. The soft fragrance enveloped him, the scent of jasmine soothing his weariness. "Ah!" Feng Huang gasped in surprise, looking at Ji Xiu with disbelief. After a prolonged moment, She bit her red lip and softly asked, Ji Xiao, what do you want? Ji Xiao mused, taking in the breathtaking beauty of Feng Huang's face before softly proposing, Your Highness, how about we repeat our previous encounter this night? Upon hearing his words, Feng Huang's expression froze momentarily. For some reason, warmth blossomed within her heart, emotions swirling in her eyes, and she couldn't help but nod. As the curtains fell, the two embraced intimately, the sweet atmosphere causing even the moonlight to shyly retreat from the chamber. Indeed, it was not only the moonlight that withdrew, but also Ji Xiao's cherished spirit companion, Kaka. The little creature, bewildered, was unceremoniously expelled from the palace, the chill of the night air causing it to shiver involuntarily. It let out a disgruntled whimper towards the cozy and affectionate scene of Ji Xiao and Feng Huang within the palace, ultimately resigning itself to a corner, feeling forlorn as it endured the night in solitude. Years later, it would still recall that night, for the evening breeze had truly been painfully frigid. Chapter 116, The Bloom of Carnage. Mu Bing steps into the abyss. In the secluded residence of the Tianfeng Palace, as Ji Xiao and Feng Huang basked in their affectionate bliss, Chu Li received a staggering piece of news from the Luo network. The Ice God Palace's Mu Bing had pursued Ying Su to the outskirts of the Great Qin Empire, to the city of Baijiang. This brief message immediately tensed Chu Li's entire being. Miss, Sister Mu Bing has already arrived at the outskirts of Baijiang in the Great Qin Empire. Yet young Master Ji Xiao shows no reaction at all. They are newlyweds. Yu, with a perplexed expression, gazed at Chu Li. The Luo network within the Great Qin Empire was under her purview, thus she was the first to convey this news to Chu Li. Indeed, who would neglect their newlywed spouse, only to indulge in sweet moments with the divine Phoenix Princess? Shui could not help but pout. If my future husband treated me like that, I would certainly fight him to the bitter end. However, something felt amiss. Chu Li furrowed her brows, pacing back and forth outside the residence. Based on her understanding of Ji Xiao, he would never allow Mu Bing to pursue Ying Su alone, especially since she was his new bride. If Ji Xiao had indeed permitted this, it could only mean one thing. He was utterly confident in Mu Bing's ability to ensure her own safety, thus deliberately allowing her to take such a course of action. Yet, with Mu Bing's ethereal and aloof demeanor, how could she ever willingly assist Ji Xiao in taking a life? Soul-snatching? That seemed implausible. Given Mu Bing's formidable prowess, her combat strength was unparalleled. Even the Great Qin's war god, Bai Wuyo, had fallen beneath her blade. Therefore, the likelihood of Ji Xiao successfully executing a soul snatch on Mu Bing was exceedingly low. But if it weren't a soul snatch, then what could it be? At that moment, she found herself at a loss for answers. Just then, Ning Xian slowly emerged from the sleeping quarters of the residence. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the direction of the Great Qin Empire as she spoke. Tonight, something monumental is about to happen. In the Great Qin Empire, Baijiang City stood as the foremost city along the border, housing 400,000 elite Qin cavalry along with 1 million citizens and cultivators. Among the influential figures settled within Baijiang was one of the 10 divine generals appointed by the first emperor, Lu Qing. Upon entering Baijiang City, Ying Su finally exhaled in relief. Ji Xiao, that scoundrel wishes to kill me? If he dares, let him come and try in my Great Qin Empire. Gazing at the myriad lights before him and the well-trained iron tide within the military camp, the tense string in his heart finally relaxed. Your Highness, latest news. The Great Qin war god, Bai Wuyo, has perished in the capital of the divine Phoenix Kingdom. Yan Fei cheerfully reminded Ying Su. What? Upon hearing the words, Ying Su's expression changed abruptly, and he asked with a hint of urgency in his breath, who killed old Master Bai? Is it Ji Xiao? Or Mu Bing? Mu Bing. Yan Fei slowly uttered a name, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a mysterious light. She harbored an extreme wariness towards Mu Bing. That vile woman. How dare she slay our Great Qin's war god? If my father knew, he would never spare her. No, not just her. Ji Xiao and his Northern Xia dynasty must also be obliterated by my father. Ying Su ground his teeth in fury. What a pity. His Majesty the First Emperor is not in the Nine Heavens continent. He cannot assist you now. Yan Fei shook her head. Humph. Ying Su retorted coldly. Even if my father is absent, what does it matter? With our Great Qin's 10 divine generals, Ji Xiao and Mu Bing will inevitably meet their demise. Ha ha. Yan Fei covered her mouth, laughing delicately. The 10 divine generals of Great Qin? The god of slaughter, Bai Chun, and the god of war, Meng Ji, are both fighting alongside the first emperor in the nine heavens. The war god, Bai Wuya, has fallen by Mu Bing's sword. Your Highness, tell me, what do you possess to contend with Ji Xiao? Upon hearing this, Ing Su's expression faltered, and he involuntarily swallowed hard. His gaze fixed intently on Yan Fei, and he lowered his voice, saying, Elder, you once promised my father to look after our great Qin Empire. If you could lend a hand to our great Qin, combined with our 7 divine generals, what is there to fear from Ji Xiao and Mu Bing? Ha ha! Yan Fei, as if she had heard something amusing, laughed uncontrollably. After a moment, she gazed at Ing Su with interest and said, What a pity. You, Ing Su, do not represent the great Qin Empire. Moreover, I have grown weary of playing in the lower realms. It is time for me to return to the 9 heavens. If I encounter your father in the upper realm, I can convey a message for you. After all, we have known each other for so long. Delivering a final message should not be a problem. With that, she turned and walked away into the distance. Watching her retreating figure, Ing Su gritted his teeth and angrily questioned, Yan Fei, since you do not intend to side with our great Qin Empire, why did you save me to return? Hearing this, Yan Fei paused, slightly turning her body, the moonlight casting a particularly cold glow upon her. A faint smile curved her lips as she replied, Because I, too, wish to witness the captivating spectacle of a goddess descending into darkness. Take care, Your Highness. With her words echoing, her figure suddenly vanished into the night. Damn it. What on earth is that woman talking about? What goddess descending into darkness? Ing Su furrowed his brow, utterly bewildered by the meaning behind Yan Fei's words. In the midst of his overwhelming worries, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating throughout the entirety of Baijiang City. 3,000 iron cavalry of the great Qin galloped forth from the city. Under the luminous moonlight, a breathtaking figure stood outside Baijiang City. She possessed an ethereal beauty, her countenance both cold and enchanting, adorned in a simple yet elegant moonlit gown, radiating a celestial grace akin to a divine maiden descending from the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful. As the night breeze swept by, her gown billowed, exuding an aura of unyielding coldness and lethal intent. It was Mu Bing. Upon witnessing this otherworldly vision, Ing Su was taken aback. Your Highness, this place is no longer safe. I implore you to depart at once. I shall do my utmost to buy you time. Lu Qing said gravely to Ing Su. At these words, Ing Su trembled, gritting his teeth as he clasped his fists in salute to Lu Qing, then responded, May the divine general take care. Lu Qing sighed deeply, turning to face the outside of Baijiang City. From the moment he laid eyes on Mu Bing, he recognized that he was utterly outmatched. Yet what could he do? He could not bear to witness the fall of the crown prince of the great Qin within Baijiang City. Thus, he issued a death command, ordering all soldiers and cultivators of the great Qin within Baijiang City to obstruct Mu Bing, even if it cost them their lives, even if they could only delay her for a moment. At that moment, outside Baijiang City, Mu Bing moved, wielding her shadowless sword as she advanced slowly towards the city. The target of her wrath lay within, and she would slay anyone who dared to impede her. Kill! Lu Qing roared, and the 3,000 iron cavalry surged towards Mu Bing like a tidal wave, the ground trembling beneath their thunderous hooves. Seeing this, Mu Bing slightly raised her head, her beautiful eyes scanning the dark mass of cavalry charging towards her. With a flick of her wrist, the imperial sword swept forth. Clang! A resplendent beam shattered the void, its brilliance surpassing the luminous moon. With a flurry of sounds, the 3,000 iron cavalry were cleaved in half by a single stroke of her sword. Amidst the splattering of blood, the cavalry transformed into a crimson mist. This gruesome scene did not elicit the slightest change in Mu Bing's expression. The scent of blood intensified the demonic power surging within her. The murderous intent in her beautiful eyes flared even more fiercely at that moment. Kill! Lu Qing charged at Mu Bing, wielding his warhammer, his fierce battle spirit resonating like thunder across the sky. As one of the divine generals of the great Qin, he possessed peak holy tier cultivation and held a sense of pride within. Even if he ultimately fell short, he believed he could at least delay Mu Bing for a time. Mu Bing observed, her brows arching playfully, her eyes glimmering with a demonic light, as she brought her imperial sword down with force. Clang! Clang! Mu Bing's sword shattered Lu Qing's warhammer into ashes, the blade continuing its descent to cleave through Lu Qing's body. In the heavens, sacred blood rained down, a scene of utmost tragedy. He had ultimately overestimated himself. Against Mu Bing, he was utterly powerless. He was unable to halt Mu Bing even for a moment before being instantaneously defeated. With an expressionless demeanor, Mu Bing stepped over Lu Qing's fallen form and slowly advanced toward the city of Baijiang, which appeared to tremble in the embrace of the night. This marked the first step of Mu Bing into the abyss. Chapter 117. Mortals are bound to die. Bloodshed in 8 cities, plunged into the abyss. The radiant moon cast its beauty upon the night, which enveloped the ancient altar atop the city of Baijiang. Sacred flames flickered in a mesmerizing dance. Princess Yan, with her hands clasped behind her, narrowed her beautiful eyes as she gazed beyond the city walls. There, the sword of Mu Bing swept away 3,000 elite cavalry of the Great Qin, instantly slaying the divine general. A smile of delight crept upon her crimson lips. Treasure. She herself was the treasure. Hee. How would my divine sister react if she knew such a peerless enchantress existed in the mortal realm? If that woman in the upper realm, in the city of snow, were to learn of Mu Bing's existence, the heavens would surely be abuzz with excitement. Her thoughts lingered momentarily. The rise and fall of her ample bosom revealed the peak of her exhilaration. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she spread her jade hand. Clang! A radiant light flickered, revealing an ancient crimson battle flag in her grasp. Etched upon it were mystical and eternal demonic patterns that evoked an overwhelming sense of despair, as if one could plummet into an eternal abyss merely by gazing upon it. Mu Bing, if that is the case, let me give you another push. Allow me to infuse this upcoming feast with a touch of vivacity. The smile on Princess Yan's exquisite face deepened, and a glimmer of immortal demonic light flickered in her enchanting eyes. Gradually, her expression turned solemn, and her red lips parted as she softly intoned an immortal incantation, Valum Morgulis. The ethereal sound of her magic, neither too soft nor too loud, reverberated with peculiar power, reaching the ears of millions of citizens and cultivators in Baijiang. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze towards the pinnacle of the city, beholding a fiery silhouette. Their expressions a mixture of confusion and awe. Valadohiris. Princess Yan's voice trembled as she uttered the final incantation, followed by a vigorous wave of the ancient battle flag in her hand. Clang, clang, clang. Endless streams of demonic light cascaded upon the entire city of Baijiang like a torrential downpour. In this instant, the expressions of over 1 million citizens and cultivators froze, their eyes beginning to shimmer with that immortal demonic light. It was as if they had lost their minds, entranced, as they slowly followed Princess Yan, chanting the immortal incantation that surged from the depths of their souls, Vala Dohiris. As the final syllables fell, the entire city of Baijiang, over 1 million cultivators and citizens, moved like soulless puppets toward the already entered Mu Bing. The show had begun. Princess Yan retracted the ancient battle flag, and a pallor swept across her stunningly beautiful face, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Clearly, wielding that ancient flag at her cultivation level had taken a severe toll, exacting a significant price. However, if events could unfold in accordance with her expectations, then all would be worthwhile. Within the gates of Baijiang City, Mu Bing, wielding the imperial sword, commenced her ruthless slaughter with an impassive countenance. With a swift motion, the imperial sword cleaved through the ranks of the thousands of iron cavalry from the Great Qin Empire, turning them into mere blood mist. Yet, almost immediately, the undaunted soldiers of the Great Qin encircled Mu Bing tightly, their numbers resembling a dark, iron ocean. Die! Those who obstruct my path must perish. Mu Bing's voice was cold and resolute. Now surrounded by foes, she harbored no scruples or hesitation. As the imperial sword danced in her hands, torrents of blood blossomed before her eyes. The crimson hue blurred her vision, and the scent of blood filled her nostrils. Alone with her sword, she pressed forward, relentlessly slaying all in her wake. Even as the soldiers of the Great Qin, along with their cultivators and formidable warriors, surged towards her like an unyielding tide, they could not impede her progress by even a single step. As the carnage reached its zenith, her silvery hair billowed wildly behind her. With a flicker of light from her left hand, she unsheathed an ice sword forged from profound ice, known as Ice Cold, one of the renowned blades of the Ice God Palace. In her left hand, she wielded Ice Cold, while in her right, the shadowless blade. She traversed the throngs of dark figures, a single warrior with dual swords, formidable enough to rival 1,000 troops, wherever her blades flashed. The streets of Baijiang City became strewn with corpses, and the thick blood transformed the entire city into a crimson sea. Slay the enchantress. Kill. Everyone kill. The warriors of the Great Qin, fearless in the face of death, roared with fervor. Baijiang City, the foremost stronghold of the Great Qin's borders, could never fall. Yet, soon, these cries began to fade into silence. Behind Mu Bing, the bodies piled high as mountains, and even her moon-white dress became drenched in a vivid shade of blood red. In a mere half hour, the entirety of the 400,000 Iron Cavalry in Baijiang City lay slain beneath Mu Bing's blade. But this was not the end. Over 1 million citizens and cultivators of Baijiang City surged towards Mu Bing like soulless beings. Witnessing this scene, even Mu Bing, now a puppet of slaughter, could not help but frown slightly. With a swift flick, the dark throng approaching her from all directions was obliterated within a mere 10 paces. Reduced to blood mist by her terrifying aura, these individuals possessed no cultivation, were not warriors, nor cultivators, merely ordinary people. Mu Bing did not need to lift a finger. A mere glance, a glimmer of her murderous intent was enough to eradicate them entirely. As Mu Bing strode through the blood-soaked streets of Baijiang City, her silver hair billowed, each step leaving a bloody footprint behind. At that moment, she truly embodied an unparalleled goddess of slaughter, perfectly intertwining beauty with carnage. As she stepped out of the city of Baijiang, the myriad lights within continued to flicker, yet the entire city was devoid of any human presence or vitality. The thick stench of blood and the shadow of death had completely engulfed this metropolis. Baijiang lay in eerie silence, like a bottomless abyss, with countless souls lost to the void. Beautiful, exquisitely beautiful. Yanfei gazed from a distance at Mu Bing, her visage stained with blood, the smile upon her stunningly beautiful face growing ever more pronounced, a reflection of the massacre of millions. In her final moments, a twisted laughter erupted from her lips. Ha! Her bewitching laughter echoed in the heavens, a dissonant sound amidst the stillness. In the span of a single night, Mu Bing traversed the 8 cities of the Great Qin. She slaughtered her way from Baijiang to Yinling, and then from Yinling to Luoxing. Wherever she passed, there lay an undeniable landscape of horror. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, bodies strewn across the land. From the dazzling stars above, she descended into a void where light had extinguished, leaving her utterly alone in her path of destruction. By the end, she had grown somewhat numb, the cacophony of anguished cries gradually fading into silence. At last, she found the crown prince of Great Qin, Yingzi, in Luoxing. As he beheld the blood-drenched figure emerging from the darkness, a profound chill coursed down his spine. This woman. She hailed from the abyss. Yingzi's eyes glazed over. As if lost in a dream, he murmured softly. No sooner had he spoken than a nauseatingly thick scent of blood invaded his nostrils. Mu Bing stood before him. He lifted his gaze slightly. Under the moonlight, Mu Bing's beauty remained unparalleled, breathtaking and enchanting. A few droplets of residual blood adorned her cold, exquisite face, her entire being exuding an intoxicating allure. The stark contrast between the rich scent of blood and her beauty forming a perfect yet unsettling harmony. As the midnight breeze rustled, her moon-white gown fluttered, revealing the magnificent, shadowless sword, its blade still dripping crimson. Just kill me, Yingzi uttered in a daze, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. He no longer wished to flee, nor could he muster the strength to do so. The 8 cities of Great Qin had been laid bare by Mu Bing's wrath, and as the crown prince, he bore the weight of responsibility. He even pondered if it would have been better had Yanfei not intervened, allowing him to perish in the capital of the Phoenix Empire. Had that been the case, perhaps the countless cultivators and citizens of Great Qin would not have met their tragic end this night. As his thoughts faded, the imperial sword pierced through Yingzi's heart, impaling his entire being. He convulsed violently, a trickle of scarlet blood escaping his lips as he managed a faint smile, whispering, Mu Bing, you have fallen into the path of darkness. After this night, there shall be no place for you in the realms of the heavens. He chuckled softly, and then, with a final gasp, he fell silent. Mu Bing, with an expressionless visage, withdrew the imperial sword, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. before coldly turning away. Meanwhile, the crown prince of the Great Qin, Su, collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, stirring clouds of dust. As she exited the city of falling stars, a ray of morning light graced Mu Bing's shoulder. She slowly lifted her gaze, her crimson lips parting as she murmured dreamily, "The dawn has arrived." Chapter 118. The legend of the demon name spreads across the 9 heavens. What a pity for the young Master Ji Xiao. As the long night faded, the first rays of dawn illuminated the 9 heavens continent. A shocking piece of news spread across the continent with the swiftness of lightning. In the Divine Phoenix imperial capital, the North Summer young Master Ji Xiao single-handedly slayed 12 saint-level powerhouses of the Divine Phoenix Empire and successfully vanquished the Xian Shuang giant dragon. When countless cultivators of the 9 heavens continent heard this revelation, their minds struggled to comprehend the enormity of it all. Just days prior, Ji Xiao had assassinated 7 saint-level beings, and now, it seemed he had suddenly slain 12 more. Not only that, but he had also succeeded in slaying a dragon, a creature not of ordinary lineage, but one of noble blood, possessing legendary strength, the Xian Shuang giant dragon. As the crowd grappled with disbelief, a scroll from the Tianji Pavilion circulated throughout the 9 heavens continent. The Buddha's wrath ignites the lotus, effortlessly slaying dragons and shocking the skies. Numerous cultivators gazed at the terrifying fire lotus depicted on the Tianji Pavilion scroll, swallowing hard in awe. Even those who had not been present at the scene felt the profound sense of pressure emanating from the stunning mushroom cloud illustrated on the scroll. Could this truly be real? The Grand Elder of Tianji Pavilion, Tianjizi, had witnessed it firsthand. My goodness, the young Master Ji Xiao had indeed become a saint-level assassin. In just a few days, the number of saint-level powerhouses who had perished at his hands had reached double digits. He was not merely a saint-level killer. He had also slain a dragon. Was he to become the second Zhou Dufu? After all, that was the legendary Xian Shuang giant dragon. No. Even Zhou Dufu, at Ji Xiao's age, could not achieve such extraordinary feats. In a sense, Ji Xiao had already surpassed Zhou Dufu. Dear Mother, it seems I have witnessed the rise of a new star upon our 9 heavens continent. Master, I have made my decision. I shall take young Master Ji Xiao as my benchmark and strive diligently in my cultivation, aspiring to make a name for myself in the 9 heavens. Foolish child, do not harbor such thoughts. He is not someone you can hope to catch up to. Meanwhile, as the cultivators of the 9 heavens continent reflected on these astonishing events, another sensational piece of news swept across the land. Mu Bing of the Ice God Palace pursues the crown prince of the Great Qin, Su, for 100,000 miles, bloodily slaughtering 8 cities of the Great Qin, achieving victory with the loss of millions. Upon learning this information, the entire 9 heavens initially fell into an eerie silence, which soon erupted into chaos. Mu Bing had bloodily slain 8 cities, defeated the Great Qin's divine general, Lu Qing, and massacred millions of Great Qin soldiers. But that was not the end. The most horrifying aspect was that Mu Bing had ruthlessly slaughtered an entire city of 1 million cultivators and ordinary citizens. Consequently, Mu Bing's infamy swiftly eclipsed that of Yi Xian. No, she has surpassed all the great demons of the ancient history of the 9 heavens, becoming the most formidable of them all. Today, in the eyes of countless citizens and cultivators of the 9 heavens continent, Mu Bing has become an exceedingly cruel and merciless sorceress, known for her penchant for bloodshed. A woman like Mu Bing deserves to be cast into the depths of the 18 layers of hell, subjected to endless torment, and condemned to an eternity without rebirth. Soon after, the 5 premier sects of the 9 heavens, the Holy Sect, the Red Robe Church, the Celestial Strategy Army, the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, and the Xiantian Sword Sect, collectively voiced their condemnation. These 5 great sects severed all ties with the Ice God Palace and strictly prohibited its disciples from entering their territories. As for why they did not act to uphold justice, it was because the top figures from these esteemed sects who had participated in the Divine Phoenix matrimony had already returned to their respective domains. The tale of Mu Bing slaying the Grand Marshal by Wu Yo of the Great Qin had spread like wildfire among the elite cultivators. Hence, the idea of acting for justice was dismissed. They believed they lacked the strength and had no desire to wade through such murky waters. If Mu Bing were to venture into the Great Qin Empire next, who could say whether their sects would be next in her sights? They remained unaware of their capacity to withstand the wrath of this formidable demoness. Furthermore, they were informed that the powerful figures of the nine heavens had learned of this news and would soon send emissaries to the lower realms of the nine heavens. Thus, they were even less inclined to make bold proclamations or undertake righteous deeds. Of course, the supreme heaven, the foremost demonic sect of the nine heavens, also expressed their views. The empress, Nenlingyue, openly declared her admiration for Mu Bing. Should Mu Bing find herself with no path to tread, no refuge to seek, supreme heaven would welcome her with open arms. The one most exhilarated by this turn of events was the second prince of the Great Qin, Yingling. Upon learning of his elder brother Ying Su's demise, he nearly leapt onto the rooftops in exuberance, twirling with unrestrained joy. In that moment, he truly understood the meaning of elation and hearty laughter. Truly, she is the wife of the young master Jixio. Jixio Mu Bing, oh my heavens! Yingling clasped his hands together in reverence towards the direction of the divine Phoenix Empire. He then feigned a sorrowful demeanor, orchestrating a grand funeral for the fallen Ying Su and the countless souls lost to Mu Bing's hand. This act successfully endeared him to many, and now he stood as the most prominent figure within the Great Qin Empire. The position of crown prince was his for the taking. Meanwhile, as the storm raged across the nine heavens continent, Mu Bing donned a flowing moonlit gown and a wide-brimmed hat. Wandering in a state of disarray through the border city of the divine Phoenix Empire, with only one day left before her time as a puppet of slaughter concluded, she contemplated returning to the divine Phoenix capital to fulfill Jixio's command. However, for reasons unknown, her heart was in turmoil, her mind growing clearer. As her pace towards the capital slowed, "Have you heard the news? Mu Bing, a woman of ruthless disposition, in a single night, decimated 8 cities of the Great Qin Empire, resulting in the tragic demise of over 1 million cultivators. What is even more terrifying is that she spared neither the elderly nor the children. These were merely ordinary people, without any cultivation. How could she commit such atrocities? Wait, isn't Mu Bing the wife of the young master Jixio? Indeed, they were recently wed, and Mu Bing is indeed the daughter-in-law of the Ji family. Heavens, Jixio is now in a dire predicament. His newlywed wife is a merciless killer, a fiend of unspeakable evil. Does this not imply that he has been deceived both in love and in body? It is possible that the Ji family may face catastrophic ruin. Alas, to have such a bloodthirsty wife is truly Jixio's calamity. He must be oblivious to Mu Bing's true nature. Who could have foreseen this? One can know a person's visage, but not their heart. The future heir of the Ice God Palace turns out to be a harbinger of death. Oh, how pitiable Jixio is. Marrying Mu Bing is hardly preferable to marrying me, for at least I am gentle and kind. Sister, are you daydreaming? The young master Jixio has the divine Phoenix Princess Feng Huang by his side. How could you even consider it? Bah, is it so wrong to dream? As Mu Bing walked, she heard the jarring whispers around her. Beneath her conical hat, her stunningly beautiful yet cold visage wore a look of confusion, her pearly teeth involuntarily biting her crimson lip. Have I done something wrong? She shook her head vigorously, feeling a peculiar sensation within her. Last night, during her massacre of the 8 cities, she had taken countless lives, yet she felt nothing. But now, for some reason, an uncomfortable heaviness weighed upon her heart. Even her hands, which had wielded the sword in slaughter, trembled slightly. She was at a loss regarding her own state of being. However, if Jixio were here, he would surely have the answers. The time for the killing puppet to cease had arrived. Her perceptions, her memories, all that pertained to Mu Bing would soon return. This meant the true Mu Bing was on the verge of awakening. Yet even so, the memories of her time as a killing puppet would not vanish. Rather, they would be indelibly etched in her mind and even in the depths of her soul, creating an everlasting mark. This is a gift from Jixio. He hoped that Mu Bing would forever cherish the beauty of those 7 days. Chapter 119. The Divine Emperor Liyue, who cherishes his wife above all else as the winds of change swept across the continent. The name of the ice demon Mu Bing resonated throughout the 9 heavens. Yet, the Empress Yin had quietly returned to the celestial realm above. In the upper realm of the 9 heavens, within the star realm of the gods, the Xian Yu hung high in the sky, casting a serene and sacred aura over the entire domain, with spiritual energy abundant beyond measure, surpassing that of the lower realms by several times. At the pinnacle of this star realm stood a grand and magnificent golden palace, the center of power known as the Divine Emperor's Palace. Before the palace, 100 divine guards clad in golden armor stood in solemn formation, their expressions grave, exuding an unspoken authority. Suddenly, a graceful red figure descended before the palace. The divine guards respectfully bowed slightly, addressing her with reverence. "We welcome your highness." Acknowledging with a soft hum, the empress Yin strode purposefully towards the sacred hall of the palace. Inside the hall, an unusual silence prevailed. Upon entering, she lifted her gaze to the woman seated regally upon the highest throne. A smirk curled upon her lips. The woman, adorned with golden hair cascading over her shoulders, wore resplendent golden armor that clung to her form, accentuating her breathtaking curves. A golden crown adorned her head, complemented by a gilded mask that concealed her true visage. Yet, any who beheld her at first glance would not doubt the unparalleled beauty hidden beneath the mask. Seated upon the throne, she emanated an enchanting presence, the divine aura and pressure radiating from her form instilling both awe and reverence, rendering it unthinkable to gaze directly upon her or to besmirch her dignity. She was none other than Liyue, the illustrious leader of the star realm of the gods, renowned throughout the 9 heavens. Liyue's gaze swept across the scrolls before her, seemingly indifferent to Yan's arrival. After a protracted silence, Yan's impatience grew, and with a hint of annoyance, she called out, "Sister." Her voice, though soft, echoed throughout the vast emptiness of the hall. At the mention of her name, Liyue slowly lifted her head, remaining silent as she regarded Yan with a steady gaze. "Sister, your dearest sister has returned. Do you not wish to extend a warm welcome? Or perhaps you are not curious about what I have accomplished in the lower realms these years, or the news I bring?" Yan crossed her arms, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she inquired. "Indeed," Liyue replied, nodding slightly before continuing. "I have heard whispers of an extraordinary young man emerging from the lower realms. Named Jishio. It has come to my attention that this individual, possessing the strength of a monarch, has slain a saint and, upon breaking through to the saintly realm, effortlessly dispatched a dragon. In the future, he may carve out his own legacy in the upper realms." "Humph." Yin scoffed lightly. "What? Has my sister been captivated? Do you wish to recruit him under your banner?" "Indeed." Liyue nodded and remarked, "For someone as astonishing as him, should he wish to come to the realm of the gods, I would certainly welcome him. In fact, I might even consider personally instructing him." A playful smile graced Yanfei's lips as she replied with a cool demeanor, "What about Mu Bing?" Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the Divine Emperor's palace turned abruptly chilly. Liyue remained silent. Even she had heard whispers of a notorious fiend emerging from the 9 heavens. At that moment, Yanfei, with a slight smirk and an unwavering heart, continued, "Sister, you must know that Mu Bing is the newlywed wife of Jishio. Therefore, you need not contemplate bringing him under your wing. After all, our esteemed Jishio cherishes his wife above all else. Thus, if Mu Bing has indeed succumbed to the path of darkness, Jishio will undoubtedly not abandon his beloved. In my view, the possibility of both of them falling into the abyss together is far greater. Does he truly cherish her above all?" Liyue murmured softly, before calling out, "Li Tian, enter." As her voice echoed, a tall and handsome man clad in divine armor slowly entered the hall, subsequently kneeling before the Divine Emperor, awaiting her command. "You are to venture to the 9 heavens and investigate Jishio. Ascertain whether there are any signs of his descent into darkness. If there are, save him if you can. If not, then eliminate him." Liyue spoke with utmost seriousness. To her, if Jishio, with his exceptional talent, were to fall into darkness, it would spell disaster for the entire 9 heavens. As the Divine Emperor, she could not permit such a calamity, no matter her admiration for Jishio. "What of Mu Bing, your majesty?" The Divine General Li Tian inquired solemnly. "Do not concern yourself with Mu Bing. The Archbishop of the Doctrine of Justice has already declared that a new demon emperor must not arise in the 9 heavens. Therefore, I trust they will handle Mu Bing accordingly," Liyue responded calmly. "Understood." Li Tian nodded, and then turned to leave the divine hall. "Is the Doctrine of Justice also preparing to intervene?" Yanfei mused, her brow slightly raised. The Doctrine of Justice was the supreme authority in the 9 heavens, renowned for its role in vanquishing evil. She thought that if the doctrine were to take action, the situation would certainly become more intriguing. "How long do you intend to remain in the realm of the gods?" Li Yue inquired, glancing at Yanfei. Humph. Yanfei scoffed lightly, waving her hand dismissively. I shall depart now. I shan't trouble you any longer, dear sister. With that, she turned and exited the divine hall. Sighing, Li Yue watched Yanfei's retreating figure, feeling a deep sense of helplessness despite her exalted status as the divine emperor. After Yanfei left the divine emperor's palace, she returned to her private chambers. A woman clad in form-fitting black attire approached her. Your Highness, what are your next plans? The flame empress delicately tapped her exquisitely pale chin, a playful smile gracing her lips as she commanded the woman in black. Shadow, I entrust you with a task. Proceed to the Yinyang dynasty, locate Long Yang, and inform him that his northern Xia dynasty has been completely overthrown by the Ji family. His son and grandson have both perished without a trace. Once you have accomplished this, please remind the first emperor, who is visiting the Changxinggu family, of the calamity that has befallen his Qin dynasty. I desire this fire to burn ever brighter. The more chaos in the 9 heavens, the more delight it brings me. Ha! Understood. Shadow nodded, but then, seemingly recalling something, inquired, Your Highness, what about you? Do you intend to return to the 9 heavens continent? After all, the purifying demon flame is still unattained. With a light chuckle, the flame empress shook her head and replied, There is no rush. In comparison to the purifying demon flame, that fellow Ji Xiu possesses something even more significant. Once I have him under my control, I shall relish in witnessing how my divine empress sister maintains her lofty status in the future. Having said this, she turned and strode toward the palace exit. Your Highness, where are you headed? Shadow asked, taken aback. To the demon realm, to the snow-old city. Chapter 120, The Humiliated Yanfei. Yi Xian becomes the Dragon Clan's son-in-law. In the celestial realm of Jiutian, the demon realm, and the ancient city of Shuelao, within the opulent halls of the demon emperor's palace, a unique and intoxicating fragrance permeated the air. Upon the grand bed, reclined a breathtaking beauty draped in black garments. The moonlight cascaded into the chamber, illuminating her exquisite visage, a face that seemed to encapsulate all the allure and charm this world has to offer. Her features were delicately sculpted, her eyes resembling a hidden azure lake, or perhaps a fathomless abyss. With merely a fleeting glance, she could entice countless beings from the heavens to willingly plunge into the depths, even if it meant descending into eternal darkness. Upon encountering this woman, Yanfei could not suppress a shiver. She inhaled deeply. This was not her first visit to see this woman, yet each time she did, it felt as though she stood on the precipice of an endless abyss. Clearly, the intimidation emanating from this figure was overwhelming. The woman before her was none other than the demon emperor, Lu Yueshi. You have arrived. A voice, laced with an alluring charm that sent shivers down one's spine, echoed through the chamber. Your Majesty, the demon emperor. Yanfei offered a slight bow. In the presence of the demon emperor, she felt infinitely more constrained and respectful than when facing her divine sister. Come here. Help me massage my feet. At these words, Yanfei's countenance shifted, a flicker of humiliation crossing her beautiful eyes. Yet, she complied and cautiously approached, settling herself at the edge of the bed. At that moment, Lu Yueshi extended her long, graceful leg before Yanfei. With a deep breath, Yanfei raised her delicate hand and began to massage Lu Yueshi's leg. Do you not comprehend my words? I instructed you to massage my feet, not my legs. Lu Yueshi chided lightly, her brows knitting in mild irritation. Yes, Your Majesty. Yanfei bit her silver teeth, then shifted her hands downward, grasping Lu Yueshi's slender, pristine foot, commencing a gentle and attentive massage. From the sole to the instep, and finally to the toes. She worked with patience and meticulous care, fearful of inciting the displeasure of the illustrious demon emperor before her. Excellent. Just the right pressure. Now, speak. What brings you to Shuelao City tonight? Lu Yueshi inquired calmly. Your Majesty, I presume you have heard of a promising talent emerging from the Jiutian continent. My sister has already begun to take action. She insists that Mu Bing must not set foot into the demon realm, nor should another demon emperor arise from the Jiutian continent. Yanfei boldly conveyed her sister Li Yu's unspoken intentions to Lu Yueshi. And then, Lu Yueshi raised an elegant brow, intrigued. In my view, Your Majesty should dispatch powerful warriors from the demon race to the Jiutian continent. We cannot allow this exceptional talent in demonic arts, Mu Bing, to slip through our fingers. Perhaps in the future, she may become your right hand and left hand. And as for Jishio, it would be best if he could also serve the demon clan. Should the esteemed demon emperor find himself unable to attend to matters, I am more than willing to be at your service. After all, even my sister is astonished by his potential. Therefore, you must not let him slip away. Yin Fei smiled faintly, her tone as gentle as a whisper. Silly girl, as a member of the demon clan, I have already ascended to the 9 heavens continent. There is no need for you to concern yourself with the matters below. All plans have already been meticulously arranged by me. Lu Yueshi regarded Yin Fei with an intriguing glimmer in her beautiful eyes. With that, she slowly rose. And to Yin Fei's astonishment, she lifted her delicate foot and placed it directly upon Yin Fei's exquisite face. Esteemed demon emperor, what is the meaning of this? Yin Fei, beneath the weight of Lu Yueshi's foot, felt a surge of fear and humiliation flicker in her beautiful eyes. Yet she remained utterly still. It is nothing, merely a warning. Do not ever think of attempting to instruct me on how to act in the future. And do not dare to play your little tricks before me. I am not your divine sister, who possesses such patience for you. Lu Yueshi looked down upon Yin Fei with an air of superiority, a faint cold smile gracing her enchanting face. With that, she withdrew her foot and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Depart. Return to your 9 heavens continent and attend to your own affairs." Upon hearing this, Yin Fei hurriedly rose and fled the chamber as if escaping. Once she had completely left the ancient city of Shuelao, Yin Fei took a deep breath. Gazing up at the bright moon in the sky, her silver teeth gritted as she murmured to herself, "My dear divine sister, one day I shall drag you down into the abyss, regardless of the cost. And as for you, Demon Emperor Lu Yueshi, remember your actions today. When my plans come to fruition, the next one to be beneath my foot shall be you." With that, she took out a handkerchief and fiercely wiped her face, which had been stepped upon by Lu Yueshi's delicate foot. Bah! Wretched woman. Truly disgusting. Yin Fei spat lightly, her face flushed with indignation and fury. In the 9 heavens, on Panlong Island, beneath the ancient well of the Forbidden Back Mountain, a figure sat beneath the altar. At this moment, crimson rays of light erupted from the man's body. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure began to gather. The sacred stage has been reached. As Yixian slowly opened his eyes, he resembled a dragon of legend awakening after eons of slumber, the terrifying pressure transforming into a beam of blood light that shot skyward in an instant. In that moment, the dreadful dragon pressure caught the attention of countless dragon lords within Panlong Island. This pressure, it is the bloodline power of a half-ancestor. How could this be possible? It appears that a formidable bloodline evolution has successfully occurred within our dragon clan. Ha ha ha. A half-ancestor level bloodline? Heaven bless our dragon clan. The source of that overwhelming pressure is the Forbidden Back Mountain. As the words fell, beams of radiant light surged toward the Forbidden Back Mountain. The Forbidden Back Mountain? Isn't that where the little mute resides? The young dragoness, by Xian, gazed in astonishment at the soaring crimson light. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely made her way toward the Forbidden Back Mountain. Although she harbored no fondness for the capricious little mute, her kind heart could not bear the thought of her being devoured by her own elders. At that moment, Yixian leaped from the ancient well, standing atop it, his vigilant eyes sweeping the surroundings. He had been randomly transported from the Zhou Garden to beneath the ancient well, and this was his first glimpse of the world beyond. He recognized this place as Panlong Island, yet he felt no fear. Humans? How could they be humans? The Dragon Clan's elder Baizhu arrived first, his brow furrowing into a deep crease as he regarded Yixian. As his words fell, 9 radiant beams also reached his side, representing the 9 elders of the Dragon Clan. Junior Yixian, greetings, esteemed elders of the Dragon Clan. Yixian bowed respectfully to the prominent figures before him. Observing this, Baizhu paused momentarily before questioning. Human, speak. What is the meaning of all this? In response, Yixian nodded, taking a deep breath to organize his thoughts, and began recounting his tale to the esteemed Dragon Clan elders. From Tianma Mountain to the Divine Wood Forest, then to Zhou Garden, and finally to beneath the ancient well, he shared everything he had experienced with these distinguished dragon elders. Jishio, it is he. A dragon elder exclaimed, his expression darkening in shock. It turned out he was the root cause of it all. The tale of Jishio slaying dragons had spread across the entire 9 heavens continent. just as they pondered their revenge. They had not anticipated that this would unravel the major incident that had stirred the Nine Heavens continent previously. Thus, Baizhu, observing Yi Xian's robust dragon arm and the half-ancestor pressure emanating from him, could not help but ask in astonishment, "So, you have consumed the heart of the ancestor dragon?" "Indeed," Yi Xian affirmed with a nod. He had his right arm severed by Ji Xiu and was then transported beneath the ancient well by Ning Shiyan, leaving him with no choice but to take this path. Hiss! Upon hearing this, all the dragon elders present gasped in shock. The heart of the ancestor dragon beneath the ancient well was a taboo for their clan, a glimmer of hope for the resurgence of the dragon clan. However, for thousands of years, no young powerhouse had emerged with the qualifications to consume the heart of the ancestor dragon, leaving it sealed beneath the ancient well. However, they did not anticipate that a mere human could successfully consume it, and his bloodline would indeed evolve into a semi-ancestral lineage. This occurrence, deemed impossible, unfolded right before their eyes. It was the will of heaven. Baizhu let out a long sigh, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Yi Xian was somewhat perplexed by Baizhu's words. "Yi Xian, in the future, would you consider serving my dragon clan?" Baizhu asked, his gaze piercing as he regarded Yi Xian solemnly. "Certainly," Yi Xian replied without a moment's hesitation, nodding vigorously. Having devoured the ancestral heart of the dragon clan and thus undergone a profound transformation, he deemed himself half of their kin. Serving the dragon clan, therefore, felt like a natural obligation. "Excellent. In that case, I shall betroth my dragon clan's little princess to you. What do you think?" Baizhu suddenly spoke with astonishing audacity. "What?" Yi Xian's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. At that moment, Bai Xian arrived at the ancient well and, overhearing her grandfather's words, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. How could her grandfather so casually arrange her marriage? Moreover, to the mute boy beneath the ancient well. "Senior, to be frank, I am already betrothed to the eldest princess of the divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Huang." Yi Xian's words trailed off. Yet Baizhu, wearing a serious countenance, interrupted him, stating, "Feng Huang is already the woman of Ji Xiu." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian stood frozen in place. As he listened to Baizhu's narration, his eyes trembled incessantly. In that fleeting moment, his heart felt as though it had been pierced by a sharp blade, bringing forth a sensation of suffocating despair. Nevertheless, despite this turmoil, he clenched his fists tightly, repeatedly reassuring himself, it must be Ji Xiu. He must have forced the princess into this. Otherwise, how could such a noble and pure princess be with him? It must be so. It must be. "Yi Xian, do you wish to or not?" Baizhu furrowed his brow, pressing him for an answer once more. After a long silence, Yi Xian suddenly lifted his head and responded with two words, "I am willing." Now, as long as it allowed him to slay Ji Xiu, he would consent to anything, even becoming a dragon clan's son-in-law. He sought vengeance for his master, Ning Shiyan, who, in his eyes, had sacrificed her life to secure his escape from Ji Xiu's grasp. He also aimed to rescue Feng Huang from peril. He would not allow his. Bai Xian, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned. Yi Xian was willing, but she had not expressed her consent. "Very well. In that case, my dragon clan is also willing to aid you, Yi Xian, in redeeming your honor. How fortuitous it is that my dragon clan also has blood debts to settle." Baizhu's voice was devoid of warmth. The massive Xianshuang dragon that Ji Xiu slaughtered in the divine Phoenix Imperial City was the youngest elder of his clan. "Very well. Then, esteemed elder, let us journey to the divine Phoenix to confront Ji Xiu and settle the accounts." Yi Xian nodded emphatically. "Xianer, proceed. In the name of my dragon clan, issue a challenge to that northern Xia heir, Ji Xiu. Since he dared to massacre our kin, we shall demand blood for blood." Baizhu spoke with chilling resolve. "Yes, grandfather." Bai Xian nodded with a hint of reluctance before turning to depart. "Ji Xiu, await my arrival. I, Yi Xian, am coming for you." Yi Xian gazed intently towards the direction of the divine Phoenix Empire, his expression growing ever more frigid, with a fierce murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 121. Sweet Phoenix, is the young master leaving? As the sun dipped low in the western sky, evening descended upon the divine Phoenix Empire, outside the Tianfeng Palace in the imperial capital. Chu Li paced back and forth, clutching an ancient scroll, her exquisite and delicate features marred by unease. Ning Xian, playfully engaging with the little creature in her arms, wore a smile so radiant it could melt the hearts of those who beheld it. Clearly, Kaka adored Ning Xian as well, nuzzling its fluffy head affectionately against her cheek. Their interaction a delightful spectacle. Miss, it has been a full day and night. Is it not excessive for young Master Jishio and Princess Fenghuang to prolong this? Miss Shuai exclaimed, her annoyance evident as she pointed at the firmly closed gates of Tianfeng Palace. Indeed, young Master Jishio is utterly outrageous. Miss Mu Bing has encountered such a grave situation, yet he remains indifferent, leaving our miss to worry on his behalf. What kind of behavior is this? Miss Yu chimed in, equally discontent, championing Chu Li's cause. She increasingly felt that her dear mistress was being unjustly wronged. Humph. My lady has been fretting for him the entire day, while he has been indulging in sweet moments with Princess Fenghuang in the palace. Truly, he is deserving of his notorious reputation. Miss Shuai huffed, her lips pouting, feeling increasingly sympathetic towards Mu Bing and Chu Li. Hearing this, Chu Li chuckled softly. Glancing at Miss Shuai and Miss Yu, you are all quite naive. With that, she approached Ning Xian and whispered, Senior, you too have sensed that something is amiss. Haven't you? Yes. Ning Xian nodded, cradling Kaka as she turned to face Chu Li, Mu Bing, the massacre of the 8 cities of Daqin, resulting in the death of countless cultivators and civilians. This matter is exceedingly strange, yet undeniably true. Jishio's complete disregard for Mu Bing's plight. Does this resemble the behavior of newlyweds? Therefore, I suspect that Jishio anticipated this situation from the outset. He may even have welcomed it. However, I cannot comprehend what transpired between Jishio and Mu Bing. Why does he exhibit such cold indifference towards her, even seeming to take pleasure in her becoming a target of universal hostility? Chu Li voiced her thoughts and inquiries in a single breath. Sighing, Ning Xian replied, in truth, I sensed something was amiss from the very beginning of the northern summer wedding ceremony. The formidable demonic power that astonished the heavens, I initially presumed it to be Jishio's awakening. But in reality, it belonged to Mu Bing. How could the future Ice God Palace's heir awaken such astonishing and rebellious demonic power? Therefore, I believe the truth is singular. This is Jishio's handiwork. Furthermore, his recent allowance of Mu Bing's rampage, even guiding her towards it, only solidifies my conviction. However, she remains oblivious to how Jishio accomplished such feats, and even more so to his true intentions. All she comprehends is that since that fateful day, Mu Bing has been ensnared in darkness. After last night, Mu Bing has taken another step into the abyss, with no path of return. After all, having committed such a dreadful act, the powerful figures from the heavens above will undoubtedly not forgive Mu Bing. He firmly believes that Jishio is acutely aware of all this. Perhaps his aim was to lead Mu Bing into the depths of despair, ensnaring her in shadows, transforming her into an enemy of the celestial realms, leaving her with no escape. This cannot be. The gravity of this matter is immense. I must ensure Jishio is informed. Chu Liu tightened her grip on the scroll in her hands. This scroll hails from Shuiyue City, from her father, the sword immortal of Shuiyue. Just a bit longer. They should be emerging soon, right? Ning Xian shook her head. Within the Tianfeng Palace, Fenghuang had already awakened, the moonlight cascading through the palace window, illuminating her exquisitely enchanting visage. At that moment, her charming face bore a lingering blush, her beautiful eyes radiating a beguiling allure that belied her noble demeanor. She gazed at Jishio, who still seemed to be in slumber, a subtle smile curving her lips as she extended her slender fingers to trace circles on Jishio's chest, resembling a captivating enchantress of unparalleled beauty. Exhaustion. Jishio slowly opened his eyes. After spending the night with Fenghuang, he finally grasped the true meaning of the saying that a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Oh, the young Master Jishio has awakened. Fenghuang teased with a gentle smile. Jishio stared at Fenghuang, feeling an inexplicable sense of dissonance. The aloof Princess Fenghuang should not possess such enchanting allure. At that moment, he recalled the night in the Zhou Garden and the otherworldly Fenghuang. In your eyes, who am I? Fenghuang seemed to see through Jishio's thoughts, her crimson lips parting to speak in an intoxicatingly seductive tone. You are another her. Jishio sprang up, his gaze warily fixed on the woman before him. In this moment, Fenghuang exuded an aura of dark enchantment. Her gaze, almost ethereal, was not that of the true Feng Huang. I am she. The smile on Feng Huang's delicate face deepened. So that's it. Ji Xiu nodded. Even back in the Zhou garden, he sensed something extraordinary within Feng Huang. He also understood that the events of that night were likely orchestrated by this very woman. Suddenly, Ji Xiu recalled something and exclaimed in alarm, "What about last night?" Before he could finish speaking, a slender hand silenced him. Feng Huang softly interjected, "Show, young master, it would lose its charm if you were to inquire. You may well imagine, last night, was it truly this esteemed one or your highness, the Long Princess?" Hee hee. The enchanting and bewitching laughter resonated throughout the Tianfeng Palace. Following the laughter, the magical glimmer in Feng Huang's eyes gradually subsided, her beautiful gaze returning to clarity. At that moment, Ji Xiu exchanged a glance with Feng Huang, and she exclaimed in surprise, shyly burying her head beneath the blankets. Observing this scene, Ji Xiu nodded thoughtfully, releasing a sigh of relief before murmuring to himself, Fortunately, it was indeed Feng Huang last night. With that thought, Ji Xiu rose to change his attire, then turned to the figure nestled in the blankets, offering a gentle smile while teasingly remarking, "Long Princess, last night was merely a misunderstanding. So after tonight, you should forget it. How dare you?" Feng Huang, clutching the blankets, shot Ji Xiu an indignant glare. "Ha ha ha." Ji Xiu, finding her demeanor amusing, laughed heartily and said, "Hurry and get dressed. It's been a day and a night. Those unaware might think this young master is unsatisfied." With that, Ji Xiu leisurely strolled towards the palace exit. Watching his retreating figure, Feng Huang took a moment to comprehend that Ji Xiu was jesting, recalling that she had said something similar to him after that night in the courtyard. In an instant, her cheeks flushed even deeper. She could not help but furiously knead the soft fabric of her blanket, grumbling, "What a petty man." As her words fell, a seductive voice echoed in her mind. "Feng Huang, are you not capable as well?" "How could I not be capable?" she retorted. "Hee hee. You are utterly under Ji Xiu's control. Be silent. Isn't it all your fault? Is it? It was not I who was lost in confusion last night." Silence. Anger and embarrassment mingled in her response. "Let me tell you the truth. Had it been me, Ji Xiu would never be so arrogant tonight. If he wished to leave Tianfeng Palace, he could only do so while leaning against the wall." With those words, Feng Huang found herself momentarily speechless. In terms of verbal sparring, she indeed could not match the entity within her. However, she possessed confidence. If it came to it, she would ensure Ji Xiu left the palace leaning against the wall next time. The mere thought of this brought an additional flush to her exquisitely beautiful face. Chapter 122. The puppet's time concludes. The true Mu Bing returns. As Ji Xiu stepped out of the palace, he gazed at the luminous moon and let out a soft sigh. The rich fragrance of jasmine wafted into his nostrils, alleviating some of the fatigue that lingered in his body. At that moment, Kaka, nestled in Ning Xian's arms, spotted Ji Xiu and let out a playful yelp before leaping towards him. Its dark, glistening eyes sparkled, seemingly conveying the biting cold of the wind from the previous night. "All right, little one. It won't happen again." Ji Xiu chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Kaka's round head. Kaka let out a soft whimper, gazing at Ji Xiu with an expression of mild reproach, as if to say that this was more acceptable. "Ji Xiu, you truly are oblivious. Do you have any inkling of what transpired last night?" The Snow Maiden stepped forward, her tone laced with indignation. "Do tell us." Ji Xiu remained unfazed, as he could surmise a fair portion of the events from the previous night. It was merely that Mu Bing had carved through the Great Qin Empire, ultimately severing Ying Su's head. Mu Bing. Last night she slaughtered 8 cities of the Great Qin, along with over 1 million cultivators and ordinary citizens. The Snow Maiden inhaled deeply, reiterating what she deemed an utterly deranged act. "What?" Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow in surprise. While he had anticipated Mu Bing might breach the Great Qin Empire, he had not foreseen her achieving such a feat. However, in his view, this was not necessarily a negative development. In fact, it could be considered more splendid than his initial plans. With this, Mu Bing had undoubtedly crossed the point of no return. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xiu turned to Chu Li and inquired softly, "And then?" "Then." Chu Li paused for a moment before stepping forward to unfurl the scroll in her hands. "Then, the major forces from the 9 heavens have dispatched personnel to hunt down Mu Bing." It was evident that the prominent figures of the 9 heavens were not inclined to let Mu Bing escape. Furthermore, She had become the #1 enemy of the nine heavens, with rumors circulating that if she did not perish, she would ultimately become the next demon emperor. Details. Jishio pressed on. Sighing, Chuli shook her head. As far as I know, the factions issuing the hunt are numerous. The Undying Dynasty, the Longevity Family, the Upper Realm's Imperial Clan, the Millennial Church, all have dispatched young elites to the lower realms. Even the Just Society has sent down a punisher. Jishio chuckled coldly, contemplating that this was not necessarily a bad turn of events. Our dear Miss Mu Bing certainly has ample opportunities for slaughter ahead. To him, the chaos in the nine heavens was a boon. The greater the turmoil, the more valuable the catch. Moreover, these eminent figures from the upper realm were nothing short of prime targets. If these young figures remain ensconced within their imperial families, there is little that can be done against them. However, should they venture into the realm of the nine heavens, ample opportunities for maneuvering would arise. At that moment, Chuli posed a sudden inquiry. What do you intend to do? Jishio looked up, furrowing his brow in confusion over her implications. With a deep breath, Chuli continued. Mu Bing, do you intend to protect her? In her view, if Jishio intervened, Mu Bing might yet find a chance for survival. Not necessary, Jishio replied, shaking his head. Who is Mu Bing? She is the protagonist of a novel, a former celestial emperor. If those lowly figures from the upper realm truly sought to harm her, they would face dire consequences. Furthermore, he was curious about how Mu Bing would respond if those prominent figures truly posed a threat to her. Would she retaliate? Sighing, Chuli had anticipated that Jishio would refrain from taking action. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, revealing Fengji, the supreme emperor of the Phoenix Empire. Jishio, Fengji called out, prompting everyone to turn. He appeared pale as he presented a scroll before Jishio. Taking a deep breath, he gravely announced, a challenge from the Dragon Clan. Upon hearing this, Jishio accepted the scroll, and, after a brief glance, a faint smile graced his lips. He then turned to Ningxian with an amused expression, stating, It seems that after Zhou Yuan, your precious disciple has fared quite well. He has now become the young master of the Dragon Clan, and even their son-in-law. Moreover, he seeks to repay this heir with an eye for an eye. Blood for blood. What? Ningxian gasped in surprise. Jishio casually tossed the scroll to her. After she perused the challenge, a glance at Jishio and the creature in his arms, Kaka, compelled her to rub her temples, muttering through clenched teeth, Fool, why does he overestimate himself? As her words fell, the gates of Tianfeng Palace swung open with a clang. Feng Huang emerged, adorned in a resplendent golden feathered robe. Ningxian observed Feng Huang with a resigned sigh, remarking, It seems, this child cannot let go of her. For she had always known that Feng Huang was Jishio's brightest moonlight throughout his life. Yet, if Yi Xian were to discover the nature of their relationship, her disciple's heart would surely shatter. Watching the silent and contemplative Ningxian, Jishio shook his head. The matter ahead was straightforward. Should Yi Xian dare to come, he would ensure Yi Xian's demise. In that event, even Ningxian would be unable to save him. With this thought, Jishio silently gazed into the distant sky. He sensed that the connection between the murderous puppet Mu Bing and his soul was gradually weakening. It seemed that the time had come. He pondered with interest what expression Mu Bing would wear when she awoke and recalled the deeds she had committed. After departing from the Great Qin Empire, Mu Bing returned to the Divine Phoenix Empire. However, she did not return to Jishio's side. As the demonic power within her began to dissipate, her gaze grew increasingly clear. Yet, the haunting echoes of anguished screams and the sounds of blood splattering only served to further cloud her mind. As she traversed her path, she moved like a mere shell of herself, finally arriving before the great Thunder Sound Temple. It seemed that this was the only place in the entire Nine Heavens continent where she could find solace. Upon entering the temple, a multitude of Buddhist masters stood before her, blocking her way. However, they dared not make a single move, for this woman was far too terrifying, far too malevolent. Who would dare to act against her? Mu Bing, the Great Thunder Sound Temple does not welcome you. We kindly ask you to depart. The abbot, Xian Kong, spoke coldly to her. Step aside, or perish. Mu Bing uttered with a calm demeanor, then strode directly into the temple. Along her path, all disciples of the Buddhist sect, the abbot, and the masters silently parted to grant her passage. Xianzong gazed at Mu Bing's retreating figure, his face paling in fear, and hurried towards the Divine Phoenix Imperial City. The wife of the young master Jishio, now, in the Nine Heavens world. The ruthless demon Mu Bing had actually come to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. He felt an urgent need to inform Ji Xiao and his sister Feng Huang of this matter. Mu Bing found herself alone before the golden statue of the Buddha. She did not kneel, but simply gazed quietly at the figure before her. In that moment, the piercing howls and the bloody cries of slaughter ceased to resonate in her ears. Taking a deep breath, Mu Bing slowly closed her eyes. At this time, her memories began to clarify, and her senses gradually returned. The true Mu Bing was returning at this moment. Chapter 123, The Collapse of the World. Mu Bing and her Forbidden Scales. Beneath the luminous moonlight, a serene glow enveloped the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Hundreds of disciples of the Buddhist sect gazed in trepidation at the enchanting figure within the temple. Their hearts swelled with indignation. How could this malevolent fiend desecrate their sacred ground? Yet, a profound sense of helplessness gripped them. The woman before them was the most fearsome demon of the Nine Heavens continent. Should they dare to act rashly, the entirety of their sect would surely be obliterated. Mu Bing stood before the golden statue of the Buddha, her hands clasped behind her back. Her eyes were tightly shut, long lashes quivering slightly, and her exquisite face grew increasingly pale. What has transpired? Mu Bing bit her delicate lip, her voice a mere whisper, akin to a dreamlike murmur. Simultaneously, memories began to cascade back. At the grand wedding of the northern Xia, she was to slay the demon god Ji Xiao, carving a magnificent future for the Nine Heavens realm. Yet, her heart, Mulan, was ensnared, and it seemed she had fallen into Ji Xiao's trap, tragically succumbing to darkness. During the Phoenix's wedding, she had slain the great general of the Qin army. Before the gates of the defeated Qin Empire, she had vanquished 3,000 elite cavalrymen with a single strike, as well as a renowned general of the Qin. Subsequently, she laid waste to 8 cities of Qin, slaughtering 1,000,000 cultivators, along with countless innocent civilians, defenseless and devoid of any cultivation. Her thoughts halted there. Suddenly, Mu Bing's eyes flew open, her chest heaving violently, breaths becoming frantic and hurried. At that moment, her delicate hands clenched into fists, perhaps too tightly. As her nails pierced deep into her palms, blood trickling onto the ground. Yet, even amidst this pain, she felt no discomfort. For the world that belonged to her, Mu Bing, and everything she once revered, lay in utter ruin at this moment, all her senses dulled, leaving only the disorientation of a collapsing reality. Impossible. It cannot be me. I could never commit such acts. Mu Bing's complexion turned ashen, her voice tinged with the utmost suppression, trembling with suppressed sobs. However, the vivid memories in her mind, coupled with the haunting wails and cries of countless souls echoing in her ears, reveal the stark truth. Each incident, each individual, all signified to her that these events were indeed real. For reasons unknown, she was reminded of Ji Xiao. She recalled their conversation on the night of their wedding, clad in her bridal gown, wielding the imperial sword, its tip directed at Ji Xiao. Mu Bing, tell me, what is righteousness? What is evil? To benefit all beings is righteous. To massacre all beings is evil. Ji Xiao, in this world, right is right, wrong is wrong. Reflecting on those past moments, Mu Bing raised her hand and struck her own fair face fiercely. To benefit all beings is righteous. To massacre all beings is evil. Originally, he meant this. Ha ha. Mu Bing's laughter was inexplicably mournful and sorrowful. Tears cascaded down her cold, stunningly beautiful cheeks. In this moment, she realized she had fallen victim to Ji Xiao's cunning scheme. Yet what of it? Millions of cultivators and countless ordinary citizens had perished at her hands. She had indeed done it. Before the Great Thunder Sound Temple, millions of onlookers listened to that heart-wrenching laughter, each one glancing at her with a flicker of fear in their eyes. Mu Bing, has she gone mad? No, she has completely succumbed to darkness. The future Ice God Palace Master. What a pity. Hush, beware of her wrath. This woman is one who kills without a second thought. The disciples of the Buddhist sect were all silent, their voices chilled. At that moment, the leader of the Buddhist order, Master Xianzong, donned in golden robes, parted the crowd and entered the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Mu Bing, the sacred land of Buddhism, is not for demons to enter. I beseech you to depart. Amitabha. Master Du Chun said softly to Mu Bing, his hands pressed together in prayer. Upon hearing this, Mu Bing abruptly turned around, gazing at Du Chun in silence for a long while. In that moment, She found it laughable. Once, she had prided herself on being the light of righteousness. Yet now she was branded a demon by the myriad beings of the 9 heavens. Senior, is not Buddhism capable of saving all sentient beings? What? Can I not come? Mu Bing asked in a subdued voice, suppressing her anger. Mu Bing, you bear too heavy a burden of sin. Your demonic cultivation has reached a transformative state. How can this poor monk save you? Duchin replied with a bitter smile. If she were an ordinary demon cultivator, he might have had the means to guide her. However, a demoness like Mu Bing, who had slaughtered millions, he was acutely aware that he could not save her. Nor could he attempt it. Very well, I shall take my leave. Mu Bing shook her head and, amidst the fearful gazes of the Buddhist disciples, departed from the great Thunder Sound Temple. The moon hung high in the sky, radiant and gentle. Yet, for a moment, Mu Bing found herself uncertain of where to go. To seek revenge on Jixio? Did she still possess the right to do so? She was now the greatest demon of the 9 heavens, while Jixio was the renowned young master of Beixia. What right did she have to confront Jixio? To do so would be to invite humiliation upon herself. At that moment, a gentle smile suddenly flashed across her mind. Master, I still have my master. Mu Bing's beautiful eyes gradually sparkled with light. Now, only the sect where she had grown up could offer her a sliver of warmth. With this thought, she sprinted toward the horizon, resembling a little girl who had wandered far and long, yearning to return home. As her figure vanished into the sky, clang! A graceful silhouette emerged from the night, gently strolling forth with her hands clasped. Clad in a black magical skirt adorned with the image of a full moon, she radiated in ethereal beauty beneath the moonlight, her visage exquisite and unparalleled, a beauty that defies artistic depiction. She was none other than the supreme celestial queen, Nan Lingyue. Mu Bing, what a promising talent. Yet, are you not aware? The Ice Divine Palace has ceased to exist. Ha ha ha. In the future, the only place you can aspire to reach is the supreme heavens. Nan Lingyue's crimson lips curved into a subtle smile before she turned and vanished into the shadows of the night. Outside the courtyard of the Phoenix Palace in the Divine Phoenix Empire. What? You say Mu Bing has gone to your great Thunder Sound Temple? Feng Wang exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at Xianzong. Indeed, sister, Miss Mu Bing is quite terrifying. I thought she intended to obliterate our great Thunder Sound Temple. Xianzong spoke, his face a mask of lingering dread. Why did she not return to seek Jixio, and instead went to the great Thunder Sound Temple? Chu Li murmured softly, her brows furrowed. In her eyes, Jixio was Mu Bing's husband. Surely, he was the one she ought to seek. At present, only the great Thunder Sound Temple can provide her with solace. Jixio nodded slightly, speaking with a casual air. The time for slaughtering puppets has come to an end. His connection with Mu Bing's soul had also severed. The memories of these 7 days returned to Mu Bing's mind. One can only imagine the turmoil within her heart. Undoubtedly, her world, everything she once believed in, has crumbled. Now, it seems that only that compassionate Buddhist sanctuary, the great Thunder Sound Temple, can bring her peace. However, he knew the Buddhist realm could not save Mu Bing, nor did it possess the right to do so. What does that mean? The others looked towards Jixio, puzzled by his words. Ha. Jixio shook his head, offering no further explanation, as he savored his tea under the moonlight, his eyes devoid of sorrow or joy. What is right, what is wrong. Thus, Mu Bing, can you truly accept the person you are now? With that, Jixio chuckled softly, tilting his head back to down the last of his tea. Miss, Your Highness, there has been an incident. Young Miss Shui and young Miss Yu rushed into the courtyard in haste. What happened? Chu Li furrowed her brows. The Ice Divine Palace has been destroyed. Young Miss Shui spoke in a hushed tone. What? Everyone present, save for Jixio, froze in shock. Who was responsible? Chu Li asked in alarm. The upper realm. Young Miss Shui pointed towards the vast celestial dome above. What will you do now? Chu Li gazed blankly at Jixio. After a moment of silence, Jixio finally spoke. They will perish. Regardless of who they are or the powers they are backed by, Mu Bing will eradicate them all. How foolish to provoke the Ice God Palace. In this world, within the depths of every heart, there exists an inviolable taboo, a hidden scale. For Mu Bing, that scale is the Ice God Palace. Once it is touched, it will unleash a deluge of devastation. Chapter 124, The Siege of 9 Dragons. Let us surprise him. The night was long at the border of the Divine Phoenix Empire, where the silvery moonlight bathed the night sky in a radiant glow. Above the vast expanse, languid clouds hung lazily on the horizon, while the gentle moonlight cast an aura of tranquility and beauty upon the majestic 10,000 mountains below. Suddenly, amidst the desolate skyline, the howling of fierce winds pierced the silence, heralding the arrival of numerous small dark figures, their colossal shadows cascading through the mountains, accompanied by the terrified cries of countless beasts. If one were to find themselves within the 10,000 mountains, they would witness all the fearsome creatures cowering in dread, trembling as if a terrifying entity had descended upon them. It was dragons, dozens of magnificent dragons. At the forefront, a black-robed youth sat cross-legged atop one of the great beasts, an eerie crimson glow emanating from his being, instilling a profound sense of terror in all living creatures amidst the mountains. How could a mere human possess the oppressive aura of the dragonkin? At that moment, the black-robed youth opened his eyes and gazed towards the 10,000 mountains below, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his gaze. Years ago, when he departed from home, his master had chosen this very land, the 10,000 mountains of the divine phoenix border, as his first trial. Time and again, he had faced perilous situations, teetering on the brink of death, yet he had persevered, ultimately standing proudly before his beloved, the moonlight. However, he had encountered a demon, a being who nearly shattered his resolve and severed his arm. His master had sacrificed his life to grant him a path to survival. As for his beloved moonlight, she had been ruthlessly tormented by that demon, now cruelly imprisoned at his side, suffering unimaginable humiliation. At least, this was how he perceived the situation. With these thoughts, his expression darkened to an extreme. "Master, Shienna has returned. This time, I shall avenge you. And, Your Highness, the princess, I will rescue you. I shall not allow that demon to lay a single finger upon you." Yi Xian spoke, slowly exhaling a breath of frustration, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly. "Little mute, grandfather said that after avenging our dragon kin, this princess shall marry you. Is this true?" The young dragon princess, Bai Xian, inquired softly. "It is true. In the future, I will marry you," Yi Xian replied earnestly, turning to gaze upon Bai Xian's utterly pure and delicate face. "But you have feelings for the divine Phoenix Empire's eldest princess, Feng Wang, do you not? If you already have someone you cherish, why would you wish to marry me?" Bai Xian asked, her confusion palpable. In her understanding, only those who share mutual affection could wed, as her grandparents and parents had exemplified. "Your Highness, some matters are beyond our control." Yi Xian shook his head, his tone laden with sentiment. "However, this princess does not wish for those she dislikes to touch her," Bai Xian declared stubbornly. "Rest assured, after our marriage, until you accept me, I shall not lay a finger upon you." Yi Xian replied earnestly. "What if I remain unwilling?" Bai Xian continued to inquire. "Then I shall commence my vigil from this day forth." Yi Xian smiled gently. Regarding Bai Xian, he harbored no feelings, only gratitude. Thus, even if they were to marry in the future, should Bai Xian refuse, he would not press the matter. What he sought was merely the life of Ji Xiao and the salvation of the phoenix. To his surprise, "You possess quite the sense of justice." Bai Xian breathed a small sigh of relief. She began to feel a flicker of affection for Yi Xian. "Hee." Yi Xian chuckled softly, shaking his head. A night swiftly passed. When the first rays of morning sunlight graced the earth, an immense and timeless ancient city appeared before Yi Xian. With a sudden exhale, he rose, gazing at the long-cherished ancient city, murmuring to himself, "We have arrived. The divine phoenix, imperial capital. At last, we have arrived." As the long night faded, a vast shadow enveloped the grand divine phoenix, imperial capital. Millions of cultivators and citizens lifted their heads to the heavens, witnessing an unforgettable spectacle. Dragons. Dozens of colossal dragons flapped their enormous wings, encircling the entire divine phoenix, imperial capital. They seemed to bring an endless night, causing both cultivators and citizens to tremble beneath the giant shadows. "It's over. Truly, it's over. Surely the dragon clan does not intend to massacre the city. Wait, they must be seeking Ji Xiao, right? He was the one who slaughtered the Xian Shuang giant dragon. Ji Xiao is currently within the imperial capital. If something goes awry, the dragon clan may indeed descend upon the city. We are but cannon fodder." The dragon clan approaches. Dragons soar through the skies. An eternal night descends. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the divine phoenix imperial capital. "Father, what shall we do now?" Feng, pale-faced, turned to Feng Zhi and asked. "Alas, let us see what Jishio does." Feng Zhi shook his head. Outside the courtyard of Tianfeng Palace, Jishio and the phoenix sat across from each other, sipping tea. Chu Li, hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the dozens of dragons surrounding the divine phoenix empire in the sky, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Soon, a spectacle shall unfold," Chu Li remarked meaningfully, casting a glance at Kaka, who lazily rested on Jishio's shoulder, stifling a yawn. "Miss," the Moon Maiden inquired with a hint of concern, "will this little one be able to hold the fort?" She gestured towards the listless mini showgirl, Kaka. "Indeed, these dragonkin are increasingly intimidating," the Snow Maiden remarked, her delicate face pale. "Hee." Chu Li chuckled, choosing not to elaborate. Meanwhile, Jishio teasingly turned to Feng Huang and said, "Your Highness, Yi Xian has arrived. What are your thoughts?" "Humph," Feng Huang replied with a light scoff, humor dancing in her eyes as she retorted to Jishio, "Back at Zhou Garden, you destroyed the marriage contract. What thoughts do you think I might have?" "Hee." Jishio shrugged his shoulders in feigned innocence before moving to the side of the somewhat displeased Ning Xian, whispering, "Ning Xian, your esteemed disciple has come. Shall we go take a look?" With that, he gently patted Kaka's head, encouraging the little one to perk up, and then proceeded towards the entrance of Tianfeng Palace. "You." Ning Xian found herself momentarily speechless. By now, she was well acquainted with Jishio's character. Yi Xian seeking Jishio. That was tantamount to courting disaster. "Are you coming?" Jishio suddenly halted, turning back with an amused expression to inquire of Ning Xian. "Yes, I will come." Ning Xian nodded, her teeth clenched in determination. "Excellent. Then let us together present Yi Xian with a delightful surprise." Jishio lifted his gaze towards the multitude of colossal dragons in the sky, as well as the figure of a young man in a black robe standing atop one of the dragons, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 125, The Rift. Yi Xian's heart shattered. In the realm of the divine phoenix empire, beneath the vast heavens, dozens of colossal dragons unfurled their immense wings, casting shadows that obscured the sun, as if an eternal night had descended. Clad in a black robe, Yi Xian stood atop the massive body of a dragon, surveying the entirety of the divine phoenix imperial city, his gaze glimmering with a chilling frost that evoked terror. "Young Dragon Lord, frost has fallen within this city. Once we eliminate Jishio, let this city accompany her in burial." A dragon elder spoke coldly. "Elder Yi, how can that be? Jishio may be a villain, but the cultivators and citizens within this city are innocent." Xian protested to the dragon elder. Her kind heart could not condone the massacre of an entire city. "Indeed, if we were to slaughter the city, how would we differ from that great demon Mu Bing?" Yi Xian shook his head. "The divine phoenix imperial city is the home of the phoenix. Perhaps due to his affection for it, he was unwilling to bring destruction upon this place. Moreover, his own Yi family was a prominent lineage within the divine phoenix empire. If he were to commit an act of slaughter, what would become of the honor of the Yi family? What do you propose then?" Bai Zhu turned her gaze towards Yi Xian. In the eyes of the dragon race, humans were merely a swarm of ants. Even if they were to raise a city, they would feel no burden of conscience or empathy. However, now that the dragon race had placed their hopes on Yi Xian as their young dragon lord, naturally, they would heed his commands. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian spoke slowly, his voice cold. "I desire only Jishio. I want Jishio and the forces behind him to turn to ashes." At that moment, a clamorous uproar arose within the divine phoenix imperial city. "Jishio, the young master Jishio has arrived. Oh my, he has finally come." As the words fell, a tall figure emerged slowly from the divine phoenix palace. "Jishio." Upon seeing the newcomer, Yi Xian's eyes sharpened instantly. Everything within the courtyard was still vivid in his memory. Jishio had left an indelible shadow on his heart. Even now, having evolved into a semi-ancestral dragon form, that shadow lingered within him. The recollection of past events sent chills down his spine, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. "He is the legendary Jishio?" Xian gazed at the man standing in the divine phoenix imperial city, clad in white as snow, strikingly handsome. She blinked her beautiful eyes, pondering how this seemingly harmless individual could commit such horrific deeds. "Yi Xian, long time no see." Ji Xiao smiled politely at the young man in black, standing atop the dragon's body. At this moment, he had already noticed Yi Xian's arms, adorned with dragon scales, with several menacing dragon spikes protruding from his elbows. The all-seeing eye unveiled a series of messages before him. Name: Yi Xian. Cultivation level: Saint Tier 1. Combat assessment: Legendary Tier 3. Combat source: burning the ancestral dragon bloodline. Overdrawing life: enhancing cultivation. Bloodline: evil dragon body, half ancestral dragon bloodline. Destiny essence potential: 200,000. Available destiny essence to uncover: 200,000. Glancing at the information provided by the all-seeing eye, Ji Xiao's lips curled into a faint arc. The time for harvesting had arrived as the crops had ripened. Ji Xiao, you killed my master, severed my arm. Our enmity must find resolution today. Yi Xian exhaled a breath of foul air, his tone chillingly grim. Ji Xiao raised his brow with a hint of amusement, momentarily finding it rather humorous. He thought to himself, was Yi Xian not quite right in the head? Just as his words faded, Feng Huang and Ning Xian emerged together. Upon seeing familiar figures, Yi Xian paused, momentarily stunned. Master, you are still alive. He had always believed that Ning Xian had sacrificed her life to ensure his escape from the Zhou Garden. He never anticipated that she was still alive. In that instant, his world seemed to brighten once more. Yet, before he could revel in joy, Ning Xian shook her head and spoke. Xian, you should not have come. Master, what do you mean? Yi Xian appeared bewildered. Alas, Ning Xian sighed. At this point, it is too late. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian continued. Master, please wait for me. Once I slay Ji Xiao, I shall take you away. This time, I will not allow him to act with impunity as he did in the Zhou Garden. No need for that. Ning Xian's tone was resolute. Why? Yi Xian furrowed his brows, unable to comprehend, feeling increasingly dazed. Xianer, I have made the decision to stay by Ji Xiao's side. You must take care of yourself, Ning Xian said, her eyes downcast, compassionately revealing her intentions to Yi Xian. She understood that her words might be harsh for him. Nevertheless, as a mentor, she felt compelled to speak the truth. You mean you intend to remain with Ji Xiao? Yi Xian thought he had misheard. Yet, the clarity and firmness of Ning Xian's words were undeniable. He simply refused to accept it. Master, why is this happening? Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly, gazing at the resolute Ning Xian, feeling dizzy as darkness inexplicably clouded his vision. Upon hearing this, he was left speechless. The phoenix appeared somewhat displeased, her face cold and devoid of words. She simply retrieved the phoenix flame divine spear from her spatial ring and silently stood beside Ji Xiao, an unmasked aura of icy combat radiating from her. Ji Xiao was now hers, and she could not tolerate Yi Xian speaking disrespectfully towards him. Your Highness, the Crown Princess. You, Yi Xian exclaimed, gazing at the phoenix, his pupils constricting suddenly. If he was not mistaken, the phoenix harbored murderous intent towards him. Why was this? Why did the phoenix seem so intimately close to Ji Xiao? It appeared that she was not forcefully confined beside him. Rather, she was there of her own volition. How perplexing. Ji Xiao smiled at Yi Xian, fully aware that the phoenix had always been an unattainable dream for him. Now that she stood by his side, Yi Xian's dream lay shattered. Your Highness, Ji Xiao, treated you in such a manner at the Zhou Garden, yet you. Sigh. What could possibly be the reason? Yi Xian sighed deeply, his voice trembling. My affairs with Ji Xiao are of no concern to you. I kindly ask you, young Master Yi, to maintain your dignity. The phoenix replied calmly. She had previously stated that she did not wish to dissolve their engagement to spare a fallen young man's pride. As for any further matters, there were none. Her proud heart held no interest in Yi Xian. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt a buzzing in his head. Yet, even so, he continued to deceive himself, thinking that the phoenix surely had some unspoken grievances. After all, in the Zhou Garden, Ji Xiao had severely wounded and humiliated the phoenix. How could she possibly have a story with him? It had to be Ji Xiao. It could only be him. He must have done something. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian struggled to suppress his emotions and spoke. Your Highness, rest assured, whatever this demon Ji Xiao has done to you, I shall repay him 100-fold. Do not fear. The darkness will eventually dissipate, and light shall endure. Upon hearing this, a flicker of impatience crossed the phoenix's stunningly beautiful face. By her nature, she did not wish to engage further with Yi Xian. However, At that moment, a glimmer of demonic light sparkled in her enchanting eyes, as if she had changed her mind. With a teasing smile, she coldly spoke. Yi Xian, do you not understand my words? If so, allow me to clarify. Ji Xiao and I have already consummated our marriage. Are you satisfied now? Therefore, I implore you to cease your nonsensical chatter. Should you oppose Ji Xiao, I shall surely end your life. With that, the phoenix boldly stepped beside Ji Xiao in full view of everyone, taking his hand in hers, their affectionate demeanor resembling that of a couple deeply in love. Ji Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that Feng Huang would audaciously announce their relationship to the world. This was somewhat at odds with Feng Huang's typically reserved nature. However, he noticed the enchanting glimmer in her beautiful eyes and the beguiling smile gracing her delicate face. In that fleeting moment, realization dawned upon him. Indeed, it was the handiwork of another Feng Huang. Ji Xiao chuckled and shook his head. Yet, he found this action delightful. For Yi Xian, the impact was undeniably profound. As Ji Xiao had surmised, when Yi Xian heard Feng Huang speak of their marital bond and felt her hand entwined with his expression morphed into a grotesque mask of rage. Yi Xian's countenance turned ghastly, and he let out a howl of humiliation and fury, his voice echoing into the heavens. The dragon blood within him surged uncontrollably, and his true essence spiraled chaotically, shattering his heart into pieces. With a spurt, a vivid scarlet trickled from the corner of his mouth. He glared at Feng Huang and Ning Xian with bloodshot eyes, his voice trembling with sorrow as he implored, Master, Your Highness the Princess, how could you treat me thus? Alas! Ning Xian sighed, left speechless. What a farce! Feng Huang chuckled coldly, regarding Yi Xian as one would a mere jester. She understood that in this world, there would always be those who held an inflated sense of self-worth. Yet, encountering someone like Yi Xian was indeed a first for her. Ji Xiao, you are ruthless. Today, I shall make you pay in blood for your debts. Yi Xian's body swayed violently, his voice hoarse like that of a wounded beast, instilling fear in all who listened. Chapter 126, Sweep. Kak, it is your turn. Boom. A terrifying dragon's might pierced the heavens and the earth like a pillar supporting the cosmos. Clang. Black dragon scales adorned his body. This armor was a protective garment forged from the bloodline power awakened by Yi Xian. Despite Yi Xian's cultivation being merely at the first level of the Saint Realm, with this dragon scale armor, he could withstand even the might of legendary realm experts. At the same time, he raised his robust dragon arm and summoned a sword forged entirely from dragon bones from the void. The ancestral dragon sword, a weapon of semi-ancestral caliber, crafted from the bones of an imperial dragon, wielded power comparable to that of an imperial weapon. Dragon scale armor. Ancestral dragon sword. Quite intriguing indeed. Ji Xiao nodded with interest. At that moment, a melodious system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Based on the scenario, congratulations to the host for triggering a side quest. Quest: eliminate the male lead of the novel. Quest reward: Heavenly 7 Demon Blade. Listening to the system's prompt, Ji Xiao raised an eyebrow. Finally, the Heavenly 7 Demon Blade, which he regretted not acquiring back in the Zhou Garden, had returned. This time, he would not allow this ripe target to escape his grasp again. Ji Xiao, come here to meet your demise. Yi Xian, wielding the ancestral dragon sword and clad in dragon scale armor, resembled a dragon god descending upon the world, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Young Master Long, there is no need for you to act personally. Since we, the old ones, have arrived, Ji Xiao cannot escape. Bai Zhu spoke softly, grasping Yi Xian's arm. Ji Xiao's combat prowess was acknowledged throughout the 9 heavens as being extraordinary. He feared that Yi Xian might be unable to withstand the confrontation and ultimately perish. He did not wish to see the future of his dragon clan buried here. No, you are not allowed to intervene. I must personally slay him. Yi Xian shook his head and shrugged off Bai Zhu's hand. Ji Xiao was his lifelong nemesis, having left an indelible shadow in the Zhou Garden. Today, if he did not personally eliminate Ji Xiao, the hatred in his heart could never be resolved, and the fear and shadow Ji Xiao had once instilled in him would haunt him for life. Kill! Yi Xian uttered a faint command. He soared into the air from his dragon form, resembling a falling star as he charged towards Ji Xiao. Some progress. Unfortunately, it is not substantial. Ji Xiao chuckled, shaking his head, his eyes gleaming like 2 beams of demonic light. locking onto Yi Xian through the darkness. Simultaneously, the swallowing immortal demonic art operated at full power. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted from him, akin to a vast ocean breaking its dam, terrifying beyond measure. Kill! Ji Xiu's expression gradually grew indifferent, and a flash of light illuminated his hand as the Deluo sword emerged. Standing upon the shattered shadows of the star gods, he transformed into a brilliant sword star, trailing a long tail of light as he collided violently with Yi Xian in the void. Clang! 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 The Deluo sword embryo radiated a resplendent sword light, wielding an unparalleled force of destruction as it struck directly against Yi Xian's dragon scale armor. A soft grunt escaped Yi Xian's lips, as if he had been struck by a multitude of celestial blades simultaneously, with sparks of blinding fire erupting from the armor. However, he did not waver. Gripping the ancestral dragon sword, he swung the blade fiercely, determined to engage Ji Xiu in a head-on clash. Clang! 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 The two swords collided, releasing brilliant light and fierce sword energy as a terrifying metallic resonance reverberated through the skies. Boom! Spectators beheld a figure being sent flying. Trailing a long stream of blood, it was Yi Xian. He sought to confront Ji Xiu directly, but ultimately found himself at a disadvantage. The dragon scale armor bore numerous deep gashes, nearly shattered by the Deluo sword embryo. Furthermore, the dragon arm that wielded the ancestral dragon sword was drenched in blood. The might of the Deluo sword embryo far beyond his anticipation. Unless you ignite your dragon soul, you may find no opportunity left, Ji Xiu remarked with a slight smile, sword resting casually on his shoulder. As his words fell, the world seemed to momentarily freeze. Yi Xian was taken aback. He had not expected Ji Xiu to be aware of the dragon soul within him. The elder of the dragon clan, Bai Zhu, felt an ominous premonition stir within him. In the recent confrontation, Yi Xian exuded a murderous intent, while Ji Xiu appeared almost to be playing a game, his composure sending chills down Bai Zhu's spine. Dragon God Technique. Bloodline Ignition. Yi Xian let out a hoarse, desperate roar as his true essence surged violently, opting to burn the blood of his ancestral dragon. In the face of Ji Xiu, he had no other choice. Boom! A terrifying dragon might descended upon the earth, causing the very heavens to tremble. In that moment, Yi Xian's expression transformed into one of ferocity and horror. His hair danced wildly in the wind, turning a vivid crimson in an instant. Arcs of electricity flickered around him, his aura and power skyrocketing. Saint Realm Level 1. Saint Realm Level 2. Legendary Realm Level 1. Legendary Realm Level 2. Legendary Realm Level 3. In just a few breaths, Yi Xian's presence surged to the Legendary Realm Level 3. At this moment, he truly embodied the might of a blood dragon god. Alas, Bai Zhu, the elder of the dragon clan, could not help but sigh. While igniting the ancestral dragon's true blood was indeed the most effective method for an instantaneous power boost, the repercussions were immensely grave, offering no benefits for future cultivation. It was akin to Yi Xian tapping into a power that did not belong to him, exhausting his potential and lifespan. If this is the extent of your capabilities, then let it come to an end. Ji Xiu shook his head. At that moment, his demeanor shifted to one of calmness and clarity, his clear eyes sparkling with brilliant, blazing chaotic celestial light. Kill! Yi Xian roared, consumed by rage, transforming into a crimson streak of murderous intent as he charged forward, the laws of chaos swirling and the chains of order slicing through the void. Is this all there is? Ji Xiu shook his head, enveloped by a chaotic mist. With a raised fist, he unleashed the true Heavenly Emperor's fist. Boom! In the wake of this singular blow, the universe fell silent. All laws and order were obliterated in an instant. Subsequently, Ji Xiu's fist collided solidly against Yi Xian's chest. In that fleeting moment, the dragon scale armor enveloping Yi Xian erupted with the most resplendent radiance, emanating an unparalleled, terrifying aura that swept across the realms. Crack! The dragon scale armor shattered into cosmic dust in that instant. Yi Xian's body convulsed violently, his chest pierced through by the force of the punch, blood spraying forth, resembling a bloodied kite soaring through the air. However, having ignited the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, Yi Xian seemed impervious to pain. Once he steadied himself, he charged forward once more. The forbidden technique of the dragon clan, the ancestral dragon fist. With a fierce countenance, his dark hair billowing, Yi Xian's face contorted in rage as he lifted his robust right arm, adorned with sharp dragon spines, and struck towards Jixio. This punch seemed to descend like a crimson abyss, threatening to shatter all existence beneath its might. Let it end. Jixio spoke calmly, his entire being radiant and dazzling as he unleashed a punch that suppressed all foes in the world. Puff! The two fists clashed, and Yi Xian's dragon arm began to shatter inch by inch from the fingertips, followed by a catastrophic explosion of his arms, as he plummeted from the heavens like a falling star. In that moment, the entire realm fell into silence. The Dragon Clan's elites stood frozen, gazing at the sky drenched in dragon blood, their minds consumed by a singular thought. The young dragon lord appeared pitifully weak before Jixio, akin to a mere toy. After several breaths, the Dragon Clan warriors suddenly reacted, realizing that Yi Xian was on the brink of demise. Jixio, you dare! Baizhu roared in fury. At that moment, the aura of the legendary realm erupted explosively. Behind him, dozens of colossal dragons flapped their wings, intent on overwhelming Jixio. Just then, Jixio smiled, calmly surveying the approaching dragons, and slowly spoke. Kaka, it's your turn. Chapter 127. The Might of Kaka, Unassailable. The 9 elders of the Dragon Clan stood in the air like 9 terrifying abysses, obscuring the light of the heavens and ushering in an eternal night. The Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, Baizhu, bore a face etched with age, his eyes shimmering with a destructive light. 9 legendary figures. 1 divine specter. Such a formidable assembly could rank among the top 3 forces across the entire 9 heavens continent. Now, with the arrival of dozens of colossal dragons, the millions of cultivators and citizens within the sacred Phoenix Imperial City trembled under the terrifying dragon might. This scene was akin to the advent of a cataclysm, with the shadow of death looming over every heart, inescapable. Kaka, it is your turn. Jixio's voice resonated, neither too loud nor too soft, yet it distinctly reached Kaka's ears, nestled in Chu Li's embrace. Kaka felt Jixio's call, gazing up with a bewildered expression, unaware of the unfolding chaos. However, when its dark, large eyes beheld its master encircled by numerous dragons, fury ignited within. In an instant, it rose to its feet, fiercely roaring at the multitude of dragons above. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar echoed through the skies. In its large eyes, 5 colored lights danced and shimmered. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Kaka transformed into a massive golden dragon, soaring toward Jixio. At the moment of its transformation, a cascade of golden light rained down from the heavens. Countless brilliant rays of gold pierced through the eternal night, descending upon the 9 heavens. Witnessing this spectacle, the previously oppressive atmosphere of the sacred Phoenix Imperial City fell silent for a moment, only to erupt in a cacophony of astonishment. A dragon! It is a dragon! My goodness, the young master Jixio actually has a dragon. A golden dragon? The pressure! It is terrifying. What is the origin of this dragon? For some reason, I have a premonition that these dragons are in for a calamity. At this moment, it was not only the citizens and cultivators of the sacred Phoenix Imperial City who were stunned. Even Chu Li, Feng Huang, and Ning Shiyan were left speechless. Is this truly the previously round little creature, Kaka? Miss Shue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the majestic golden dragon soaring into the sky. It was difficult to reconcile this imposing figure with the pitiful little being from before. It seems, perhaps? Miss Yu swallowed hard, her eyes filled with wonder. The 5 elements sacred dragon. At last, it has manifested. Truly remarkable. Feng Huang smiled with satisfaction, her heart swelling with pride as she gazed at Jixio. A splendid show is about to unfold. Chu Li exhaled deeply. Ning Shiyan remained speechless, equally astonished to witness the 5 elements sacred dragon for the first time, feeling a profound sense of shock. Roar! A resounding roar of a colossal dragon reverberated through the heavens. Kakaka soared gracefully to stand before Jixio, who then climbed onto Kakaka's back. Crouching down, he gently patted Kakaka's head, whispering, Kakaka, show them what you're made of. As his words echoed, Kakaka's gaze fixed intently upon the dozens of enormous dragons soaring in the sky. In that instant, all the dragons trembled under the icy glare of Kakaka. The dragon race, a superior lineage, felt the insurmountable pressure emanating from their very souls, an oppressive force that was both undeniable and irreversible. Thus, despite Kakaka being newly emerged with merely the strength of a holy rank, its innate powerful bloodline still instilled the most primal fear within the gathered dragons. Faced with Kakaka, they dared not entertain even the slightest thought of resistance, a palpable testament to the might of bloodline power. An ancestral dragon. An elder of the dragon clan trembled as he spoke from high above. I feel somewhat weak in the knees. The elder, who had previously boasted the loudest, swallowed hard. Is this the legendary five-element holy dragon? The grand elder, Baizhu, stood frozen, a mix of emotions swirling within him: excitement, apprehension, and a hint of melancholy. Just as his words faded, a golden radiance surged into the midst of the dragon horde. Boom! Kakaka unleashed a merciless tail swipe, sending a massive dragon flying thousands of feet away, dragon blood raining down as scales fluttered in the air. Its golden, razor-sharp claws cleaved through the void. And in an instant, 7 dragons were torn asunder, blood falling like rain. Witnessing this spectacle, all the dragons began to retreat in a frenzy. With an ancestral dragon before them, what was there left to fight? Jishio, wait a moment. Baizhu's voice quivered with urgency. Had he known that Jishio was accompanied by an ancestral dragon, he would never have sought revenge. What significance did a mere Xian Shuang dragon hold? Even if it were to be slain, it mattered not. An ancestral dragon was the very hope for the resurgence of their kind. Wait, you certainly did not speak so just moments ago. Jishio scoffed coldly. He then commanded Kakaka, let the main event commence. Roar. At the command, Kakaka's cold dragon eyes ignited with the brilliance of the 5 elements. Thunder rumbled. Above the heavens, dark clouds swirled, and the elemental forces of the earth began to stir violently. Purple lightning, crimson flames, azure waters, golden holy light, and the vast earth's radiance. The 5 elemental lights cascaded from the heavens, instantly painting the entire world in magnificent hues. Let the thunder strike, Jishio slowly uttered, his gaze locking onto the 10 formidable dragon leaders standing high in the sky. What were ordinary bloodline dragons in comparison? If a confrontation were to ensue, let it be with the utmost ferocity. The moment his words resonated, 10 resounding bolts of thunder erupted, echoing in the ears of all, cascading from the heavens above. Boom, 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 boom. The 10 elder dragons in the celestial heights trembled under this magnificent thunder. Before Kaka, they could no longer ascend to their lofty heights. Uft, 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 uft. As dragon blood splattered, 9 legendary elders of the dragon clan quivered violently, plummeting from the sky. Now, only the grand elder Baizhu remained motionless, enduring the force of the thunder. Fire descends. Jishio glanced expressionlessly at Baizhu before speaking again. Boom! Celestial fire descended upon the world, igniting everything in its wake. The brilliant flames, akin to meteoric fire, enveloped the 9 dragon elders, charring their bodies, their anguished screams echoing in despair. Ice condenses. Water elements in the heavens crystallized into ice. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Sharp ice spikes, resembling stars scattered across the sky, stretched infinitely, dazzling to behold. Furthermore, each ice spike emanated a chilling aura that was palpable. Boom, 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 boom. The heavens trembled as the ice spikes fell like arrows. Uft, uft, uft. In a spray of dragon blood, the 9 dragon elders appeared to be on the brink of death. What of their legendary status? Under Kaka's supreme bloodline suppression and the ruthless force of the 5 elements, they were utterly subdued. But soon, the heavens froze once more, with hanging ice spikes adorning the sky like celestial bodies. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of suffocation gripped everyone present. Undoubtedly, should another round ensue, the dragon clan below would face annihilation. Enough. Baizhu sighed heavily, raising his hand with a gentle wave. Crack! The myriad ice stars shattered into fragments. A torrential rain fell from the heavens. Roar! Kaka glared fiercely at Baizhu, ready to launch an attack, but was stopped by Jishio's gentle pat on the head. Jishio regarded Baizhu calmly, uttering not a word, as if he had anticipated this very moment. Breathe. Baizhu exhaled deeply, inquiring, May I ask, young master Jishio, do you feel appeased? Quite so. Jishio casually waved his hand. You do not truly wish to slaughter my dragon clan, do you? Baizhu looked at Jishio with a face full of helplessness. Depends on the circumstances. Jishio responded with a mere 3 words. Upon hearing this, Baizhu did not hesitate to declare, "Young Master Jishio, let the grievances between you and the Dragon Clan be settled here." "And what else?" Jishio stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing into Baizhu. Sigh. Baizhu let out a long sigh, stating, "Yixian, I leave him in your hands. If possible." He truly did not wish for the Dragon Clan to lose a half-ancestor-level powerhouse. However, it was clear that Jishio would not acquiesce. So he was left with no choice but to relinquish Yixian. And then, Jishio raised an eyebrow, his demeanor nonchalant. "You." Baizhu was momentarily at a loss for words, fully aware of what Jishio desired. However, he found himself utterly incapable of contravening the decisions made by the ancestors of the Dragon Clan. In his heart, he silently resolved that if Jishio wished to harness the entirety of his clan's power, it could only be granted under one condition. Jishio must marry his granddaughter. By Xian. Chapter 128. The Fall of Yixian. The sixth Prince Jishio and the divine maiden Mo Qingxian. Jishio, the heir of the Ji family. If you desire the loyalty of the Dragon Clan, I have but one condition. You must wed our little princess. By Xian. What say you? Baizhu spoke earnestly. How could the noble Dragon Clan pledge allegiance to a mere human? Unless, of course, that human were to become their son-in-law. Just as he was about to present his granddaughter to Jishio, he suddenly discovered that Bai Xian had vanished. Xianer. Baizhu furrowed his brow, and as he searched with his gaze, he spotted Bai Xian stealthily infiltrating the Divine Phoenix Imperial City. To his dismay, her target was none other than Yixian. This foolish girl, truly troublesome. Baizhu was well aware of Bai Xian's intentions. His granddaughter was gentle and kind-hearted. Now, as she quietly entered the Divine Phoenix Imperial City, her sole purpose was to save Yixian's life. Yet, he also understood that if Yixian survived, he would lose any standing to negotiate with Jishio. If Bai Xian aided Yixian in his escape, the repercussions would be dire. Young Master Jishio, once I retrieve this rebellious girl, we shall converse further. Baizhu declared earnestly, preparing to personally intercept Bai Xian and Yixian in the Divine Phoenix Imperial City. Humph. Jishio scoffed coldly, waving his hand dismissively. There is no need for your efforts, senior. Your intervention is too late. I was well aware of Bai Xian's clandestine entry into the Divine Phoenix Imperial City. I merely chose to disregard it. Yixian? He cannot escape. Before claiming his life, I wish him to shine with his final flicker of light and warmth. What? Baizhu was momentarily taken aback. He soon witnessed Bai Xian activating the Emperor's teleportation array within the Dragon Clan. This array was a protective measure he had bestowed upon her, never imagining she would use it to facilitate Yixian's escape. Once the Emperor's teleportation array was activated, it was unstoppable and irreversible. Not even a powerful being in the Divine Concealment Realm could intervene. In the Divine Phoenix Imperial City, Yixian lay weakly amidst the ruins. A flicker of light gradually restoring his consciousness. Bai Xian. You. He gazed at Bai Xian with profound gratitude, utterly astonished that this little princess of the Dragon Clan had come to his rescue at the last moment. Little mute. You must survive, Bai Xian urged. Her silver teeth clenched as she spoke apologetically to Yixian. I hope one day you will not hold a grudge against my grandfather. He bears the weight of the Dragon Clan's future. Thus, he has no choice but to sacrifice you. Smart as she was, upon witnessing Jishio's 5 Elements Sacred Dragon card, she had already surmised that her grandfather would be willing to sacrifice Yixian to quell Jishio's wrath. However, she was reluctant to witness such events unfold, for the Dragon Clan had previously revered Yixian as the young Dragon Lord and had even betrothed her to him. Now, in the blink of an eye, they had betrayed him. This, in her eyes, was truly disheartening and utterly disgraceful. Thus, she had stealthily infiltrated the imperial capital to aid Yixian in his escape. Nevertheless, even in her actions, she found herself speaking on behalf of the Dragon Clan, for she was acutely aware that their bloodline was withering, teetering on the brink of life and death. Princess, your kindness, Yixian shall never forget. He vows to repay you 1,000-fold in the future. Yixian spoke weakly. As his words faded, the brilliance of the Emperor's teleportation array flickered, and his figure vanished from the Divine Phoenix Imperial City. Upon witnessing Yixian's successful departure, Bai Xian let out a small sigh of relief. Clang, clang. In a flash of light, Jishio and Baizhu appeared before Bai Xian. Grandfather, I. Bai Xian's words were cut short as Bai Zhu, with a stern expression, delivered a sharp slap to her face without uttering a word. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the heavens. Bai Xian was momentarily stunned. Her grandfather had never spoken harshly to her throughout her life. Yet now, he had struck her with such force, clearly indicating his genuine anger. Young Master Jixio, rest assured, the Dragon Clan shall not attempt to evade responsibility for Bai Xian's actions. No matter where Yi Xian has gone, within 7 days, I shall bring him back. Bai Zhu declared with unwavering conviction. Grandfather, Bai Xian called out softly. Silence. Bai Zhu glared at her. Observing Bai Zhu on the verge of fury, Bai Xian's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, her delicate lips tightly closed, resembling a young girl who had suffered endless grievances with no one to confide in. Young Master Jixio, what are your thoughts? Bai Zhu inquired anxiously, turning to Jixio. Jixio pondered for a moment before responding with an air of indifference. Let it be this way. If within 7 days you can find Yi Xian and present him before me, then all that has transpired shall be regarded as if it never happened. As for your proposal, I shall also agree. However, should you fail to locate Yi Xian within 7 days, your granddaughter shall serve as my maid, and the Dragon Clan shall thereafter heed my commands. How does that seem to you, esteemed elder? Is it fair? Upon hearing these words, Bai Xian stared blankly at Jixio, her mind echoing with the phrase serve as a maid. After all, she was the little princess of the Dragon Clan. To be made a servant to a mere human was utterly outrageous. Bai Zhu, upon hearing Jixio's words, fell into a long silence, his gaze inevitably drifting towards the languid Kaka resting on Jixio's shoulder. If he consents, there may still be a glimmer of hope. The sovereign of the sacred dragon, with just a drop of true blood, could revive his entire dragon lineage, rejuvenating the withered bloodline. However, should he refuse, the relationship between his Dragon Clan and Jixio would undoubtedly plunge into an abyss of frost. In the future, if Jixio's 5 elements sacred dragon ascends to sovereignty, it would have nothing to do with his Dragon Clan, which would remain ensnared in despair, devoid of hope. Thus, does he possess any choices now? Then, let it be as Jixio, the young master, decrees. Bai Zhu finally nodded in agreement. Very well, Jixio responded, his brows arching playfully. Internally, he could not suppress his elation. With the power of the Dragon Clan at his disposal, he could maneuver freely across the 9 heavens continent. Even when confronting the eminent figures of the upper realms, he now held the leverage to contend with them. As for Yi Xian, escape? That would be utterly impossible. For, even when he had previously injured Yi Xian, he had already implanted a wisp of the purifying demonic flame within him. With but a mere thought, the flame would erupt. In simpler terms, Yi Xian's life was firmly clasped within Jixio's grasp. Let us depart, your highness. Jixio smiled gently at Bai Xian. You. Bai Xian bit her flower-like lips, her beautiful eyes glistening as she glared at Jixio. Yet, upon gazing at her grandfather's somber expression, she ultimately resigned herself to follow Jixio toward the Tianfeng Palace. Her pitiful demeanor, glancing back every few steps, tugged at Bai Zhu's heartstrings, filling him with an inexplicable sorrow and helplessness. Alas, Bai Zhu sighed deeply, silently praying that he would successfully locate Yi Xian. Otherwise, both his granddaughter and his Dragon Clan would become mere tools for Jixio. At that moment, he remained unaware that as Jixio turned, the purifying demonic flame flickered momentarily in his eyes. In the 10,000 great mountains, a blood-soaked figure stumbled through the dense forest. Disheveled and drenched in blood, the moonlight cascaded upon his face, revealing a familiar visage. Yi Xian. Jixio, I will never let you go. Even if I plummet into the underworld, even if I descend into the abyss, I shall seek the strength to slay you. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, his voice laced with venom. At this moment, a destination had formed in his mind. It was the most forbidden ground of the 9 heavens continent, the chaotic ancient abyss. Legends spoke of one's survival being a mere 1 in 10 upon descending into the abyss, yet the possibility of acquiring formidable power lingered. Now, he had no other choice. As his thoughts reached this conclusion, he suddenly halted, frozen in place. A searing sensation emanating from his very soul, compelling him to kneel on one leg. He pressed his left hand tightly against his chest, his eyes bulging, as an otherworldly demonic flame coiled around him, refusing to dissipate. This is the purifying demonic flame. Yi Xian suddenly realized, exclaiming in disbelief. Ah! Yi Xian's heart-wrenching groans echoed through the air, a symphony of anguish. The demonic flames surged, engulfing him, and he felt as if his very soul, his meridians, and his bones were being seared by the inferno. The pain was unbearable. With a thought, it all came to a halt. Suddenly, Yi Xian's body erupted, crimson blood scattering through the void, a sight both tragic and exquisite. Before long, under the moonlit sky, a graceful figure slowly approached the 10,000 mountains. Clad in a gown of moonlight, she appeared ethereal, her beauty untouched by any artifice, as if she were sculpted from the very essence of heaven, radiating a purity that was chilling in its intensity. Yi Xian was dead. The woman's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and then she seemed to sense something, promptly forming a seal with her hands. With a resounding clang, as the holy light flickered, the scattered threads of spiritual awareness began to converge under a peculiar force. Visions unfolded in her eyes. Ning Xian, the phoenix, the 10,000 mountains, Cultivation, the demon mountain, Zhou Yuan, Ji Xiu, the severed arm, Dragon Island, the ancient well, the divine phoenix, imperial capital. As these images intertwined, the woman's expression shifted dramatically, her ample chest rising and falling with intensity. Her lips parted slightly, her voice laced with fury and intent to kill. It became evident that the mastermind behind it all was none other than you, the crown prince of Beixia, Ji Xiu. Chapter 129, The Soul of the Bride. The divine maiden's quest to vanquish evil. In the eastern region of the Nine Heavens continent, at the sacred sect, Mo Qingxian strode purposefully towards Peach Blossom Mountain upon her arrival at the sect. The disciples of the sacred sect, witnessing their usually serene and unflappable saintess emanating an aura of cold fury, speculated amongst themselves that something grave must have transpired. Atop Peach Blossom Mountain, amidst the blooming cherry blossoms, the sacred son, Mo Lingfeng, wielded a sharp sword, its blade slicing through the air with a chilling breeze. As he engaged in rigorous training that was beginning to yield noticeable results, suddenly, he sensed a familiar presence and turned to see his sister, Mo Qingxian, had arrived at the mountain peak. "Sister, you have returned." Mo Lingfeng greeted her with a warm smile. However, to his astonishment, Mo Qingxian wasted no time and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Smack! The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the skies. Dazed by the unexpected blow, Mo Lingfeng wondered what madness had overtaken his sister. "Sister you," he stammered, but before he could finish, Mo Qingxian, her expression icy, retaliated with another swift slap to his left cheek. Smack! The force of the blow left Mo Lingfeng reeling, stars dancing before his eyes as a trickle of crimson blood escaped the corner of his mouth, his left cheek swelling dramatically. "Silence! You are no brother of mine," Mo Qingxian declared coldly, her delicate hand tightening around Mo Lingfeng's throat. "Sister, what do you mean?" Mo Lingfeng gasped in shock, utterly bewildered by her words. How could he not be her brother? He had always been. Still pretending? Are you not Ji Xiu's dog? You and he have deceived me most grievously. Mo Qingxian's hair whipped about her as her beautiful eyes glimmered with a fierce, ethereal light. "Sister, how can you say such things?" Mo Lingfeng coughed, the grip on his throat causing despair to well within him. Perhaps it was this despair that ignited a flicker of soul-reaping power deep within his gaze. In an instant, the power surged forth, freeing him from Mo Qingxian's grasp, and he collapsed to the ground, coughing uncontrollably. Indeed, it was the power of the Soul Reaper. "Ji Xiu, you truly are formidable. You and Mu Bing are a match made in heaven. One schemes against the world while the other slaughters mercilessly." Mo Qingxian let out a cold laugh, her exquisite visage marred by a frostiness that spoke of her disdain. After a moment, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the fury boiling within, and turned her gaze towards the prostrate Mo Lingfeng, shaking her head as she spoke. "Enough. I shall not fault you. Only I, as your elder sister, am to blame for failing to perceive Ji Xiu's treachery, almost becoming his pawn." At her words, Mo Lingfeng furrowed his brow, vehemently protesting. "Sister, what are you saying? I do not comprehend." "Huh." Mo Qingxian let out a cold laugh, shaking her head as she murmured to herself. Truly the power of the soul robbery melody. Even those who have been robbed of their souls remain oblivious to their plight. Silently, and without a trace, They are reduced to mere tools. What an impressive scion of Beixia Jixio. With that, she stepped forward, placing her foot directly on Mo Lingfeng's chest. Her voice turned icy as she spoke. Lingfeng, rest assured. Sister will bring you back. The true you. As her words fell, Mo Qingshan's hands began to form seals frantically, her enchanting eyes shimmering with ethereal light. Boom. The essence of heaven and earth seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, wildly converging towards Teotihuacan. Clang. Streams of pale green spiritual light, akin to fireflies, gathered in the palm of Mo Qingshan's hand. Upon witnessing this scene, Mo Lingfeng seemed to grasp something, his eyes flashing with the light of soul robbery. He struggled to rise, but with Mo Qingshan's weight upon him, he found himself utterly immobilized. Lingfeng, you have had one soul and one spirit taken by Jixio. Sister will now restore what you have lost. With that, Mo Qingshan slowly closed her eyes, her delicate hand pressing against Mo Lingfeng's forehead. Soul marriage, spirit retrieval. Condense. As her chilling voice resonated, the firefly-like dots of spiritual light surged into Mo Lingfeng's body. Mo Lingfeng's face contorted in agony as he let out a tormented roar. He felt an influx of memories that were not his own flooding his mind. The 10,000 great mountains, the divine phoenix imperial capital, the revenge war, a crushing defeat, the ancient well, Panlong Island, Jixio, Zhou Yuan, Tianma Mountain. Cultivation, the white moonlight phoenix, Master Ningxian, the divine phoenix empire, the Yi family, Yi Xian. Memories seemed to rewind and flow backward. Mo Lingfeng felt as if his head would explode. Yet soon, his own memories began to return. Tianma Mountain, the divine wood forest, Jixio. As his recollections reached this point, Mo Lingfeng suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at the ethereal woman in white before him. His lips trembled as he uttered two words, sister. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingshan smiled, kneeling down gently to stroke Mo Lingfeng's head, softly saying, "Welcome back, Lingfeng." As her words echoed, Mo Lingfeng felt an overwhelming heaviness in his eyelids, and he fainted. In that moment, he was unaware that his shattered meridians were beginning to regenerate, strands of crimson light shimmering at his forehead. His right arm was suddenly adorned with dragon scales, becoming robust and fearsome, with two dragon spikes protruding from his elbows, looking exceedingly menacing. Seeing this, Mo Qingshan did not express any surprise. She gathered the soul and spirit of the deceased Yi Xian and grafted them onto Mo Lingfeng. And this very soul and spirit were none other than the dragon soul of the departed Yi Xian. Perhaps he would indeed transform into someone remarkably different. Mo Qingshan sighed deeply. How could one possibly remain identical to the original Mo Lingfeng after having another soul and spirit grafted onto them? Indeed, he shall undoubtedly become profoundly altered. An aged voice resonated. Mo Qingshan turned to see an elderly man clad in black approaching the peak of Peach Blossom Mountain. "Thank you, Gulao, for your assistance this time," Mo Qingshan uttered softly. The method she employed to graft souls was learned from this elder. There is no need for such gratitude. This old servant merely acts under the command of the esteemed Son of God to alleviate the concerns of the Holy Maiden. Gulao replied with a gentle shake of his head. "Please extend my thanks to him as well." Upon hearing the title of the Son of God from the elder's lips, Mo Qingshan's delicate face shifted slightly. It would be far more appropriate for the Holy Maiden herself to converse with the Son of God regarding such matters. Gulao gazed intently at Mo Qingshan, as if hinting at something unspoken. "I shall indeed. Once I eliminate Jixio and vanquish this demon, I will accompany you to the upper realm to meet him." Mo Qingshan spoke calmly. In response, Gulao fell into silence for a moment. Though discontent lingered in his heart, he ultimately nodded. "Very well. However, I implore the Holy Maiden to act swiftly. The Son of God has awaited your arrival for quite some time. His patience has worn thin." "Understood," Mo Qingshan replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Subsequently, she silently mused. The upper realm of the nine heavens, the Chongqinggu family, remains as domineering as ever. The elder paid no heed to Mo Qingshan's thoughts. He stood atop Peach Blossom Mountain, gazing at the vast expanse of the nine heavens and sighed. "It has been some time since I last visited. I did not anticipate encountering such formidable figures among the lower realms. The North Summer Heir, Jixio, the Ice God Palace's Mu Bing, and the unparalleled Tian, Nan Lingwe. How unfortunate that the Son of God did not come. Otherwise, he would surely find this quite intriguing. Chapter 130. Immortal and Unyielding? Princess, may I borrow a few dragons for a time? In the northern Xia dynasty, in the capital, at the Ji family military estate, Mu Hua lay weakly upon the bed, her eyes tightly shut, with traces of tears still lingering on her face. Upon seeing Mu Hua in such a state, Lin Ru let out a sigh. She sat by the bedside, grasping Mu Hua's hand gently, and whispered, "Mother, the situation regarding the Ice Divine Palace is still uncertain. Perhaps Palace Master Mu Qiu is still alive." At these words, Mu Hua slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she no longer possessed her former decisiveness and wisdom. After a prolonged silence, she weakly replied, "Ruer, do not try to comfort me. The Ice Divine Palace has been destroyed, and now the entire continent knows. My senior sister is likely in grave peril." Sighing deeply, Lin Ru conceded that Mu Hua was correct. In this moment, she too was at a loss for words to console her. Moreover, her heart was heavy, burdened by the matters of the Ice Divine Palace and her daughter-in-law, Mu Bing. She could hardly fathom that the girl she once deemed pure and proud would commit such brutal acts of slaughter against millions of cultivators and ordinary folk. If she were to meet Mu Bing now, she would be at a loss on how to interact with her. Not to mention, due to Mu Bing's actions, the entire Ji family now stood at the precipice of disaster on the continent. Were it not for her beloved son, Ji Xiu, it was likely that her family would be next to face annihilation. At this moment, all she wished for was her son's swift return. "Xiu'er, will you be back soon?" Mu Hua softly inquired. "Mother, it should be soon," Lin Ru replied. "This lad has been making a name for himself across the continent with his dragon-slaying exploits. With the matter of the Divine Phoenix resolved, he should be returning shortly. Who knows, he might even bring back a new daughter-in-law for you." Lin Ru added with a smile. Yes, she referred to the new daughter-in-law as Feng Huang. Though she had never met Feng Huang, she had heard of the renowned name of the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Upon hearing this, Mu Hua fell silent for a long while, then shook her head and said, "Mu Bing, regardless of her actions, she is still my senior sister's disciple. She will forever be my daughter-in-law. She will always be the future matriarch of the Ji family. This will never change. If possible, I hope Xiu'er can protect her for a lifetime." Sighing again, Lin Ru was at a loss for how to respond to Mu Hua. Currently, Mu Bing was a public enemy across the 9 heavens. She did not believe that the Ji family could safeguard Mu Bing. In her eyes, the only one capable of protecting Mu Bing in the entire 9 heavens continent was the unparalleled empress, Nan Lingwe. In the falling Maple Palace, a breathtaking woman sat quietly at a stone table, sipping tea. Bathed in moonlight, her skin was flawless and pale, her features seemingly sculpted from ice and snow, adorned with slender eyebrows like crescent moons and pure, autumn water-like eyes. Her cheeks, more radiant than snow, and her beauty, akin to a poetic masterpiece, evoke a breathtaking allure at just a glance, resembling a celestial being of ethereal grace. She is none other than Gu Yao, the awakened Gu Yao. Compared to her former self, Gu Yao now possesses an air of divinity and purity. As for her cultivation, astonishingly, she has reached the saint level and is steadily advancing at a measured pace. Before her, a stone table is adorned with numerous scrolls, all gathered recently by the Military Intelligence Agency, containing intelligence from across the continent. Among these scrolls, one piece of information unsettles her. Powerful beings from the 9 heavens have descended to the mortal realm. The once desolate North Xia National Guardian sect is no longer empty. So, is it the Supreme Emperor Long Yang of North Xia, or the Supreme Emperor Long Qian? Or perhaps both, along with the Supreme Elders of the Guardian sect, have returned? If that is the case, trouble looms ahead. Gu Yao furrows her brows and murmurs softly, her jade-like fingers tapping on the stone table. Her thoughts whirl rapidly as she contemplates a strategy. At this moment, 2 figures enter the falling Maple Palace. These 2 are none other than Gu Jian and Elder Wei. Gu Jian has fully recovered from his injuries and has reached the 9th realm of the monarch level, just a step away from the saint level. "Sister, you seem different." Gu Jian gazes at his sister, a wave of astonishment washing over him. The current Gu Yao exudes an elevated authority, and he feels that she appears even more beautiful than before. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Gu Yao glances at the scroll in Gu Jian's hand and promptly inquires, "What is it? What has happened?" "A grave matter." Gu Jian shakes his head, his expression grave as he places the scroll before Gu Yao. She unfurls the scroll, revealing 4 bold characters. No life, no rest. Signed, Guardian Sect, Long Yang. In that instant, Gu Yao's expression turns icy. Sister, what should we do now? Gu Jian softly asks. The capital, it is the prince's capital. North Xia, it is the prince's dynasty. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall protect this city for the prince. Gu Yao's lips part slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a dangerous glint. In the divine Phoenix Imperial City, outside the heavenly Phoenix Palace, Chu Li and Miss Yu are playfully teasing Kaka, their laughter ringing like silver bells, creating a warm atmosphere. Feng Huang and Ning Xian sit across from each other, sipping tea. Feng Huang's gaze has not strayed from Ji Xiao, while Ning Xian appears contemplative. The little dragon princess, Bai Xian, stands beside Ji Xiao, pouting her lips, feeling aggrieved at the thought of being a servant beside him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a reward of 200,000 Destiny Essence. The sound of the system's notification echoes in her ears. Ji Xiao felt no joy whatsoever as he silently gazed at the moonlit night. He had unleashed the purifying demonic flame, yet it seemed that Yi Xian had not completely perished. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that he had only acquired the essence of destiny, while the system's task reward, the formidable 7 demon blades, had yet to materialize. This should not be the case. A wisp of the purifying demonic flame should have been sufficient to annihilate Yi Xian. What unexpected turn of events had transpired? Ji Xiao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. At that moment, his expression suddenly froze. Mo Lingfeng had actually escaped the control of his Calamity Soul? Within his spirit, there existed 2 Calamity Soul seals. One belonged to the Ice God Palace, Mu Langxin, and the other to the Holy Sect, Mo Lingfeng. Now, the Calamity Soul seal that was exclusively Mo Lingfeng's had vanished, signifying that Mo Lingfeng had fled from his grasp. What had transpired? Feng Huang noticed Ji Xiao's unusual demeanor and approached him, inquiring softly. Something felt off. Ji Xiao shook his head. What is it? Chu Li also turned her gaze toward Ji Xiao. Has the Luo network intercepted any unusual intelligence recently? Ji Xiao suddenly asked. Unusual intelligence? Chu Li pondered for a moment before responding. Last night, Mo Qinxian visited the 10,000 Great Mountains. Does that count? It was her. On the 9 Heavens continent, the foremost of the younger generation, beneath the Peach Blossom Mountain, Mo Qinxian. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao's expression abruptly faltered. He could sense that his purifying demonic flame had erupted in the 10,000 Great Mountains. And Mo Qinxian had also been there. Subsequently, Mo Lingfeng's Calamity Soul seal had vanished. So, she discovered it. Ji Xiao spoke coldly. In the novel, Mo Qinxian was breathtakingly beautiful, possessing the chart of extermination of celestials, a true goddess. Even the scion of the Gu family from the upper realm, a family of eternal life, had coveted her for a long time. However, in the end, she killed the Gu family's scion and entered the divine realm, becoming the disciple of the divine Emperor Li Yu. Her methods, talent, and cunning were all unparalleled. Next, she would surely seek to trouble me. Ji Xiao's brow arched playfully, and then he murmured to himself, very well. If she delivers herself to my doorstep, then I shall graciously accept the chart of extermination of celestials that lies behind her. Thus, his thoughts halted. A graceful figure hurriedly entered the Tianfeng Palace. It was Miss Shui. What troubles Miss Shui? Chu Li furrowed her brow and asked. Young master, it's terrible. A prominent figure from the North Xia Guardian Sect has returned. The Supreme Emperor, Long Yang, 17 Supreme Elders of the Guardian Sect. They have all returned from the upper realm. Miss Shui, her face filled with urgency, quickly handed a scroll to Ji Xiao. Upon opening the document, Ji Xiao scanned the intelligence from the Luo network, and a mocking smile crept upon his lips. Excellent. Since the 9 Heavens continent is in chaos, why not allow the storm to rage even fiercer? What does this mean? The women turned their gazes towards Ji Xiao. He chuckled lightly, then looked towards Bai Xian and spoke. Little princess, might I borrow a few dragons from your dragon clan for my purposes? Bai Xian stared at Ji Xiao in disbelief, whispering, how many do you wish to borrow? Not many, Ji Xiao replied, shaking his head. I merely require the assistance of the 9 elders of your dragon clan. What? Bai Xian exclaimed in shock. She thought to herself, Ji Xiao truly dares to say such things. asking to borrow the 9 elders of her dragon clan. Ji Xiao, unfazed by Xian's reaction, pondered for a moment before continuing. And do bring your grandfather back as well. I would like to borrow him too. Chapter 131. Farewell. He commands the dragons back to northern summer. Ji Xiao, you scoundrel. Not only do you want my dragon clan's 9 esteemed elders to serve as your enforcers, but you also wish for my grandfather to take action. He is the grand elder of my dragon clan, not a mere assassin at your disposal, nor a tool for your murderous intentions. Xian glared at Ji Xiao, her face flushed with indignation. She wondered how Ji Xiao viewed her clan. Did he consider them mere pawns to be commanded at will? What of the dragon clan? What of the grand elder? Your little princess of the dragon clan is already but a servant beside me. What nobility do you still possess? Ji Xiao replied, his expression one of bemusement. Xian found herself momentarily speechless. Biting her lip, she quietly asserted, Ji Xiao, I am not your servant at this moment. Only after 7 days. Will I be? Huh? Ji Xiao chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief at her naivety. Your grandfather left you in my company for a reason. As of now, you are what I say you are. Whether a princess of the dragon clan or a servant, it matters not. What is important is that you must comply with my wishes, lest you face the consequences. As his words echoed, Kaka, perched on Ji Xiao's shoulder, rose up and playfully growled at Xian. Xian stumbled back, her expression a mix of grievance and exasperation as she looked at Ji Xiao, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. As a princess of the dragon clan, she had been the center of affection since childhood, yet before Ji Xiao, she found herself unable to express any defiance. Villain. This was her assessment of Ji Xiao. Until she met him, she had never truly comprehended the concept of a bad person. Little princess, quickly summon your elders back. My patience is limited, Ji Xiao stated with a smile, though his warm demeanor only served to infuriate Xian further. Ultimately, she was compelled to use a communication stone to relay the situation to the Grand Elder Baizhu. Before long, Baizhu arrived at Tianfeng Palace, accompanied by the 9 esteemed elders of the Dragon Clan. Young Master Ji Xiao, this deviates from our prior agreement, Baizhu said, his brow furrowed in concern as he regarded Ji Xiao. Simply put, will you assist or not? Ji Xiao replied calmly. At his words, Baizhu's expression shifted. He glanced at his granddaughter, who looked forlorn beside Ji Xiao, and then at the languid Kaka resting on Ji Xiao's shoulder. With both his granddaughter and the ancestral dragon Kaka in Ji Xiao's presence, did he truly have a choice? With a resigned sigh, he nodded, very well. Young Master Ji Xiao, this time, my dragon clan will fight for you. Excellent. Splendid. Ji Xiao exclaimed, his face radiant with joy. Evidently, he has a firm grasp on the dragon clan, regardless of what the future holds. As long as Baizhu cares for the destiny of the dragon clan and seeks assistance from both himself and Kaka, he is compelled to lend a hand. This world is unforgiving. To attain what one desires, one must barter with what they possess. When shall we depart? Baizhu inquired softly. Now, Ji Xiao replied succinctly. Presently, the formidable warriors of the National Protection Sect have returned, thus the sooner, the better. Beixia is his stronghold, and it must not fall. Ji Xiao, Chu Li called softly, gradually approaching him. With a tone tinged with complexity, she spoke. This time, I shall not accompany you back to Beixia. Why? Ji Xiao furrowed his brow. My father summons me back to Shuiyue City. The grand ceremony of Shuiyue is imminent. She lowered her gaze slightly, her ruby lips parting as a bittersweet smile crept across her delicate face. In her plans, the grand ceremony was not due to commence for at least another 3 years. Yet, with the powerful beings of the upper realm descending en masse in the chaos of the 9 heavens, the ceremony has been hastened, leaving her no choice. Fortunately, her second brother, Chu Feng, has already perished at her hands, reducing her competition and significantly enhancing her odds of success. Nevertheless, she still harbors no certainty of defeating her elder brother, the so-called prince of Shuiyue, Chu Chun. Should she falter, her fate would be death or eternal imprisonment in darkness. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao fell silent for a moment before stepping forward to gently embrace Chu Li. This gesture elicited varied expressions among those present. The 2 ladies from Shuiyue quickly covered their mouths in shock. Ning Shiyan raised an eyebrow, while Feng Huang remained quiet, observing intently. However, Chu Li appeared somewhat astonished. Ji Xiao had always maintained a certain restraint with her, and apart from the day of the blooming emotions, it had always been she who took the initiative. Thus, this could be considered Ji Xiu's first overture of intimacy. Chu Li's heart raced, her exquisite features slightly flushed. Rest assured, I, Ji Xiu, shall uphold my promises to you, he whispered tenderly in her ear. Chu Li, remember this, regardless of who stands behind your brother, it matters not. And do not be afraid. I, Ji Xiu, will not allow anyone to bully you. Hearing these words, Chu Li felt a rush of emotion, her nose tingling, and her eyes momentarily glistening with unshed tears. Throughout her life, she had always been overshadowed by her two half-brothers. The finest resources for cultivation in Shuyu City were never available to her. The people of Shuyu City had little faith in her. In fact, upon reaching adulthood, she had been compelled to leave Shuyu City and relocate to Beixia as a queen. Yet, despite her obstinate and proud nature, she never contemplated surrender or reliance on anyone. Until she encountered Ji Xiu, who seemed to provide her with newfound confidence and support. For the first time, she felt that having someone to lean on was, perhaps, not so bad after all. With a gentle nod, Chu Li disregarded the gazes of those around her and embraced Ji Xiu tightly. She softly whispered in his ear, "My lord, with your presence, that is enough. Fear not, I shall not be bullied by anyone. Except you." At this, a playful smile graced Chu Li's crimson lips, and she planted a soft kiss on Ji Xiu's cheek. "Thank you, Ji Xiu. During these days, your companionship has been invaluable. Until we meet again in Shuyu City." Chu Li spoke with great poise. Having said that, she hesitated no longer and turned to leave with the two young ladies of Shuyu. Ji Xiu stood for a long while, gazing at Chu Li's retreating figure, unable to deny the pang of reluctance he felt at her departure. Yet, he understood that in this world, no gathering lasts forever. Each individual walks a path destined for them. However, different roads may eventually lead to the same destination, and they shall reunite. "And what of you, my esteemed princess?" Ji Xiu glanced back at Feng Huang. "Where you go, I shall follow," Feng Huang replied succinctly. In truth, she had her own journey to undertake. Having reached the sacred realm of cultivation, she was now able to pursue the long-awaited Phoenix Empire heritage. Once she completed this legacy, both her cultivation and spirit would be significantly enhanced. Nevertheless, she still wished to accompany Ji Xiu back to Beixia. She yearned to see the place where he grew up and to meet his parents. "Very well," Ji Xiu replied with a smile, then took Feng Huang's hand, leading her outside the Tianfeng Palace. Watching this unfold, Bai Xian felt dizzy from the whirlwind of events. First, the young lady of Shuyu City, then the Phoenix Princess. Feng Huang, what a fickle heart, Bai Xian muttered through clenched teeth. Turning to her grandfather, Bai Zhu, who was gritting his teeth, she asked, "Grandfather, do you truly expect me to marry this scoundrel?" "Foolish child." Bai Zhu shook his head, following Ji Xiu along with the 9 elders of the dragon clan. "Senior, I do not wish to wed this rogue." Bai Xian looked at Ning Xiyan with a troubled expression, feeling despondent and compelled to confide in this enigmatic elder, believing she would understand her plight. Sighing, Ning Xiyan replied, "Do not worry. He will not marry you." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian was utterly taken aback, her naive nature leaving her completely bewildered by Ning Xiyan's intention. At this moment, a breathtaking scene unfolded across the skies of the divine Phoenix Empire. Ji Xiu soared through the air atop a magnificent golden dragon, a majestic duo rising into the heavens. Following closely behind were dozens of colossal dragons, their presence a shadowy entourage. At the forefront, 9 towering dragons bore upon their backs a formidable figure, the 9 great elders of the dragon clan. Ji Xiu, akin to the sovereign of dragons, was surrounded by these magnificent beasts, gallantly making their way towards the northern Xia Empire. The passage of the dragon clan obscured the heavens and eclipsed the sun, leaving a trail of awe in their wake. Chapter 132. Old friends gather in the capital. Your Highness, Yaoer misses you dearly. At this moment, the vast capital of the Northern Xia dynasty is shrouded in a terrifying gloom. The Northern Xia Royal Academy. The Northern Xia Inspection Bureau, the 6 ministries of the Northern Xia capital, the Northern Xia Imperial Guards, the Dragon Guardian Manor, the Prison Department, and the Supreme Court. All the power institutions controlling the Northern Xia dynasty are on high alert. The Northern Xia Emperor Emeritus, Longyang, has returned from the upper realms with powerful protectors of the nation, and the ominous phrase "to the death" is indelibly etched in the hearts of the Northern Xia elite. Now, they await the orders of the Ji family, for it is undeniable that their fates are intertwined. They rise and fall together. After all, since they allied with Ji Xiu a decade ago, there has been no turning back. Should the capital fall, they would face the annihilation of their clans. In the Ji family's military hall, many individuals sit in silence, none daring to break the heavy atmosphere that envelopes the room. Yaoer, please speak. What is the current situation? Lin Ru gently rubbed her forehead, directing her gaze towards the graceful figure in white seated within the hall. In response, Gu Yao shook her head, her expression grave as she replied, Madam, within a single night, the 6 principal cities of the northern Xia, Jiang, Jinling, Taigu, Luoyang, Gusu, and Yuzhou, have all fallen. The Iron Buddha army, tasked with guarding these cities, has suffered 30,000 casualties, and all 6 generals have perished. Now, 200,000 elite troops from the Protecting Nation sect and 30,000 Dragon Knights are at our doorstep. They will commence their siege as early as tonight, at the latest by tomorrow. Intelligence from the Military Affairs Bureau indicates that behind these 200,000 soldiers stand 17 esteemed elders of the Protecting Nation sect and the Northern Xia Emperor Emeritus, Longyang. Her words deepened the already oppressive atmosphere. Not long ago, Ji Xiu's father, Ji Xiao, and his grandfather, Ji Nu, returned victorious, yet their expressions were grim. They had spent an entire year purging the Northern Xia royal family's factions, but now, in the span of a single night, all their efforts had been undone, and even the invincible Iron Buddha army had suffered such severe losses. Even more alarming was the imminent fall of the capital itself. Alas, indeed, in this world, strength is the true path. Ji Xiao sighed deeply. The 17 esteemed elders of the Protecting Nation sect were all high-level Holy Realm experts. With their presence, the defeat of the Iron Buddha army was hardly surprising. Moreover, the most daunting news was that the Northern Xia Emperor Emeritus, Longyang, had returned from the upper realms with 30,000 Dragon Knights. Of course, these so-called Dragon Knights do not ride true dragons, but rather, they command serpentine dragons. Although the Jiaolong may not rival the true dragons, it is undeniable that its combat prowess remains formidable, serving as a veritable weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield. Even many immortal dynasties from the upper realms have bred numerous Jiaolong and trained a multitude of Dragon Knights as strategic reserves. The disparity in strength is immense. If nothing unexpected occurs, it seems the capital cannot hold out. Ji Nu shook his head and inquired. Not necessarily. Gu Yao gently responded, her voice soft. As her words faded, a graceful figure entered from outside the grand hall, clad in red, with a voluptuous figure and a golden mask obscuring her true visage. She was none other than Shun Jianxin, the holy maiden of the Red Garment sect, who willingly accepted the slave mark from Ji Xiu in the Divine Wood Forest. Jianxin, I pay my respects to the esteemed elders. Shun Jianxin slightly bowed, her tone respectful. The Red Garment sect. The elders of the Ji family were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the visitor. They were puzzled as to why the Red Garment sect would come to assist the Ji family, especially considering that many years prior, the son of the Red Garment sect, Shin Nanfeng, had perished in the capital. The Holy Maiden and the young master are old acquaintances. Thus, she has led the strong from the Red Garment sect to aid us today. Gu Yao explained with a smile. Ah, I see. Mu Hua nodded, then softly inquired. May I ask how many strong from the Red Garment sect you have brought, Holy Maiden? 7 Sacred Realm warriors, Shun Jianxin replied calmly. This number represented the utmost strength she could mobilize, and these 7 had come to assist with the permission of her master. 7 Sacred Realm warriors. That is quite substantial. However, it is still insufficient. Lin Ru shook her head, her expression heavy. Hee. Gu Yao chuckled lightly. In fact, besides the Red Garment sect, there are other significant figures arriving. The members of the Ji family turned their gazes toward Gu Yao. Just then, Gu Jian entered, accompanied by 5 individuals clad in black robes. Who are these? Mu Hua asked, somewhat astonished. They are formidable warriors from the Great Qin Empire, Gu Yao replied softly. As her words fell, the leading black-robed figure removed his hood, revealing a handsome countenance. I am Yingsu. I pay my respects to the esteemed elders of the Ji family. Yingling smiled and slightly bowed. Yingling, the second prince of the Great Qin Empire. The elders of the Ji family were astounded to see him. It should be noted that their daughter-in-law, Mu Bing, had recently slaughtered 1 million cultivators and civilians from the Great Qin, and the crown prince had also met his demise at her hands. To say that the Great Qin royal family was the least likely to assist the Ji family would be an understatement. Yet, the second prince of Great Qin had personally come. This was indeed a surreal turn of events. Gu Yao seemed to have discerned the thoughts of the elders of the Ji family, and with a slight smile, she remarked, this time, His Highness the second prince did not come in the name of the Great Qin Empire. Perhaps you are unaware, the second prince, Ling, is also an old acquaintance of young Master Ji. Thus, he has come to provide assistance in the capacity of a friend of young Master Ji. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Ji family were taken aback, their hearts filled with astonishment. They had never anticipated that their beloved Ji Xiao would forge connections with such influential figures. Moreover, these eminent individuals were willing to lend a hand, even at the risk of their own safety, by coming in person. Thank you, Your Highness the Saintess and Your Highness the second prince. It is indeed an honor for my son to know both of you. Lin Ru stood and bowed slightly to Shun Jianxin and Ying Xiao. Madam, please do not say such things. Shun Jianxin, slightly flustered, waved her hand. The woman before her was Ji Xiao's mother, and she felt unworthy of such gratitude. Aunt, I have long admired young Master Ji. Yingling also stepped back a little. He had been troubled about how to ingratiate himself with Ji Xiao, and now with the national defense situation at hand, he felt he had found an opportunity. He was overjoyed, sincerely admitting that knowing Ji Xiao was a blessing in his life. If it weren't for Ji Xiao, he feared he might never ascend to the position of crown prince of the Great Qin. Ji Xiao and Ji Nu exchanged glances, both astonished at the implications. They thought to themselves that their son had garnered an impressive reputation, leaving even them momentarily at a loss. All right, everyone, please rest. We shall take care of the city's defense. Gu Yao assured them with a slight bow. She then turned to leave, preparing for the defense of the city. Yaoer, truly capable. Mu Hua smiled gently. When Ji Xiao chose her back then, he made an excellent decision. Lin Ru sighed, recalling how she had once given her son a thorough reprimanding due to a misunderstanding involving Ji Xiao and Gu Yao. Now, she felt fortunate to have Gu Yao by their side. My son has grown. His current stature is one that even I, as a grandfather, find hard to comprehend. Ji Nu exhaled deeply. Father, no matter how high Ji Xiao rises, he will always be your grandson. Ji Xiao smiled softly. Indeed. In an instant, the atmosphere in the grand hall became remarkably relaxed. In the falling maple palace, Gu Yao had everything prepared. She sat before the stone table, the moonlight casting a dreamlike glow upon her exquisite visage. As she gazed upwards at the starry sky, a hint of wistfulness flickered in her beautiful eyes. After a moment, she bit her crimson lip and softly murmured, Your Highness, will you return? Yaoer, I miss you dearly. Chapter 133, The Frozen Canopy. 30,000 Dragon Riders. She fights alone. As Gu Yao gazed upon the starry sky, her thoughts consumed by Ji Xiao, a playful laughter echoed through the falling maple palace. Gu Yao, this holy maiden knew all along that your little maidservant has been harboring ulterior motives towards your esteemed family. But then again, Ji Buxiu has always been quite the charmer. Unfazed by the remark, Gu Yao delicately sipped her tea from the stone table and replied, And what of you? Mu Xianin, what do you and your master, Nan Lingyu, intend to do concerning my family's young master? What schemes does your master harbor? As her words fell, two graceful figures emerged from the night's embrace. Mu Xianin, adorned in a black gown etched with a radiant moon, stood elegantly as the evening breeze tousled her hair, a mischievous smile gracing her exquisitely noble visage, embodying both purity and allure. Luo Yuzhu, cloaked in a black cape that concealed her voluptuous figure, walked with striking long legs that captivated all eyes, raising the temperature of the entire falling maple palace. Indeed, it was not only Shun Jian Xin of the Red Robe sect and the second prince of Deqin, Yingling, who were present today. Mu Xianyin and Luo Yuzhu had also graced the occasion. However, due to their affiliation with the supreme demonic sect of the Nine Heavens, Gu Yao refrained from introducing them to Ji Xiao's elders. She believed that certain matters concerning her young master were best kept confidential. To be frank, Gu Yao, Ji Xiao was destined to be my master's chosen one a decade ago. Now, he is the holy sovereign of our supreme heaven. Thus, whatever my master desires in the future, he must comply, for he owes her that much. Mu Xianyin seated herself before Gu Yao, pouring herself a cup of tea before downing it in one gulp. In response, Gu Yao regarded Mu Xianyin with calm eyes resembling a serene lake. Her tone chillingly indifferent as she stated, "Should you dare to harm him, I, Gu Yao, shall confront you with unwavering resolve, regardless of the cost." Oh, Mu Xianyin arched an eyebrow, a provocative smirk playing upon her lips. Would you care to test that? In her eyes, Gu Yao had undergone a remarkable transformation since a decade prior. While Gu Yao had once been striking, she paled in comparison to her current self. Now, she radiated a divine and sacred aura, akin to a snow-capped mountain harboring immense, hidden power. If given the chance, Mu Xianyin would relish the opportunity to gauge just how far Gu Yao had ascended. After all, with the aid of Nanlingyu, she too had stepped into the holy realm and had acquired a fragment of her master's legacy. Now, she was confident that apart from Ji Xiao and Mo Qingxian, she, Mu Xianyin, was unrivaled among the younger generation. All right. This evening, we all gather to assist the Ji family. Why must we be so confrontational? Luo Yuzhu sighed lightly and waved her hand, hoping to quell the tension between Gu Yao and Mu Xianyin. Very well. Mu Xianyin gestured dismissively. She recognized that with the formidable enemy at hand, this was not the opportune moment for conflict, as there would surely be future opportunities. Indeed, Gu Yao nodded in agreement. She could perceive Mu Xianyin's fighting spirit, yet it did not concern her. At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly, and the resounding drums of war echoed through the heavens. Sister, they are coming. Gu Jian entered the Luo Foam Palace, his expression grave. Let us go meet those old geezers from the National Protection Sect. Gu Yao spoke coldly, then turned and walked out of the palace with her hands clasped behind her back. She had long been eager for this moment. Gu Jian rubbed his hands together. Ever since Ji Xiao had gifted him the shark-toothed sword, he had not had the opportunity to wield it. Tonight, he was determined to unleash the power of the blade bestowed upon him by Ji Xiao. Let us go as well. Luo Yuzhu gently patted Mu Xianyin's back. All right. Mu Xianyin nodded and rose to follow Luo Yuzhu out of the Luo Foam Palace. Boom. Outside the capital, the war drums resonated in unison. Beneath the cover of night, countless figures loomed, their numbers stretching to the horizon. Above the darkness, thousands of dragon-like creatures roared with a chilling ferocity that sent shivers down one's spine. Each dragon bore a figure clad in dark armor. These were the dragon tamers, the dragon knights. Upon witnessing this scene atop the towering city walls of the capital, the expressions of all present turned grave. The dragon knights were a formidable force from the celestial realm, their lethality far surpassing that of any earthly troops. Not to mention, behind this legion of dragon knights stood 17 esteemed elders of the National Protection Sect, 17 high-tier holy champions, coupled with the enigmatic supreme emperor of Beixia. This assembly was truly a sight to behold. Commence the siege. A chilling voice echoed from the heavens. As the command was issued, the thunderous drums quickened their pace. It was as if heaven and earth had been torn asunder. The National Protection Sect's forces surged forth. 30,000 dragon knights rode forth on their dragons. At this sight, all eyes turned to Gu Yao. This night, she was the commander of the Ji family, with Ji Xiao and Ji Nu even entrusting her with the military authority of the Iron Floating Tower Army. Let it begin. Gu Yao's voice was cold and resolute. With her words, the gates of the city swung wide open, revealing Gu Jian at the forefront, leading the elite officers of the Military Intelligence Department, each commanding 100,000 troops from the Iron Floating Tower to engage the forces of the National Protection Sect. In an instant, outside the capital, the flames of war erupted. The Iron Floating Tower Army, clad in black armor, clashed with the National Protection Sect's forces, donning silver armor, like two torrential streams colliding violently. With that collision, a tempest of blood and carnage unfurled, seemingly destined to never cease. The two factions clashed fiercely, their eyes clouded with the fervor of battle. The metallic resonance of weaponry colliding and the visceral sounds of flesh being torn asunder echoed incessantly, while the harrowing cries of the wounded sent shivers of dread through those who heard them. What shall we do about the Dragon Knights? Elder Wei inquired in a hushed tone. I shall take care of it. Gu Yao responded softly. As she spoke, a glimmer of icy divinity ignited in her beautiful eyes, transforming into a radiant beam of light as she soared into the air. At this moment, A throne emerged within her gaze, upon which rested an ornate royal sword. In the void above, her white garments billowed and her dark hair danced wildly, resembling a celestial goddess of unparalleled beauty. She fervently gestured with her hands, weaving intricate seals. Clang! Threads of cosmic energy were drawn to her. A mysterious power materialized into a tangible mist of ice, erupting from within her being. Freeze! Guyao uttered, her voice barely a whisper. Boom! An extraordinary force surged forth, reverberating through the realms. In an instant, the temperature of the void plummeted, and crystalline ice began to coalesce, forming a magnificent canopy of frost in the air. This canopy effectively severed the 30,000 dragon knights above from the battlefield below. With a delicate tap of her toes upon the icy surface, Guyao summoned the royal sword of ice from the void. Her gaze cold and indifferent as she regarded the bewildered 30,000 dragon knights before her. Then, with a calm yet resolute voice, she uttered a single word: kill. Indeed, Guyao was prepared to face the 30,000 dragon knights alone, knowing that among them stood a knight of high-tier sanctified prowess. Chapter 134. The Great War begins. A blood-soaked battlefield, carnage unleashed. She is incredibly strong. Shun Jianxin stood transfixed, gazing at Guyao, who stood atop the icy sky, single-handedly challenging 30,000 dragon riders. Her beautiful eyes filled with awe. Let us join the fray. The fire of battle ignited in Ying Ling's eyes. As his words fell, he charged into the battlefield with the 4 holy-tier warriors of the Qin Empire. Mu Xianin observed Guyao from her position in the heavens, letting out a light chuckle. Indeed, Guyao has changed. However, this holy maiden is not to be underestimated. With that, she shook her head and transformed into a streak of radiant light, dashing towards a holy-tier elder of the Protectorate sect. Such impatience! Luo Yuzhu smiled wryly, then strolled through the void. Wherever her enchanting gaze fell, none dared to meet her eyes, nor did anyone dare to strike against her. She was the foremost figure beneath the unparalleled Southern Moon, possessing legendary cultivation. Her directive from Southern Moon was to ensure Mu Xuanin's safety. As for the rest, she would handle it herself. At present, her battle instincts had reached their zenith, and she remained vigilant against the Northern Summer's Supreme Emperor. It was well known that the cultivation of that Supreme Emperor was likely not inferior to her own, perhaps even surpassing it. Boom, boom, boom. Before the capital city, 3 battlefronts unfolded. Above the icy sky, Guyao faced 30,000 dragon riders alone. Before the capital, Gu Jian and Elder Wei led the Iron Floating Tower army in a brutal clash against the forces of the Protectorate sect. In the void above, the holy tier battle led by Mu Xianin raged on. Above the icy sky, Gu Jian wielded the Ice King's sword, confronting 30,000 dragon riders alone. Her demeanor was cold, her beautiful eyes radiating a murderous light. Her form moved like a startled swan, her swordsmanship unparalleled, illuminating the night with endless sword light, blood splattering wherever her blade passed. Dragon riders? Before her, they were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. It is worth noting that she had not practiced any sword techniques while beside Ji Xiao. Yet, the level of swordsmanship she exhibited today was more than 10 times stronger than that of Gu Jian, who specialized in sword arts. Finally, among the 30,000 dragon riders, a holy tier powerhouse took action. He was a commander from the Upper Realms Dragon Rider domain, and these 30,000 dragon riders were his troops. Long Yang had expended great resources to summon him to the lower realm for assistance. Kill! Guyao clashed with the dragon rider holy tier warrior. Boom, boom, boom. The divine light of ice and the crimson rays of slaughter continuously intermingled and collided, sending shockwaves through the heavens and the earth. Such a potent level of energy. It was unexpected to find such formidable beings in the lower realm. The dragon rider holy tier warrior grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. He could hardly believe that a woman, newly entered into the holy tier, could contend with him on equal footing. What filled him with the most dread was Gu Yao's level of true essence. It far surpassed that of ordinary holy tier warriors and was continuously escalating. In his view, even the prodigies of the upper realm might struggle to match Gu Yao in a battle of equal rank. The battlefield of Kyoto. Wei Lao exuded the aura of an unparalleled deity of death, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Once the foremost instructor of the world's most elite assassination organization, the battlefield was truly his domain. In the brief span of a single incense stick, the number of monarch-level warriors who perished at his hands was incalculable. As for Gu Jian, alongside the 4 directors of the Military Intelligence 6, namely Ghost Sword, Blind Monk, Demon Blade, and Longbow, they swept across the battlefield like relentless machines of slaughter. While engaging in carnage, he maintained a remarkably clear strategy, directing the chaos with precision. Ghost Sword, strike the left flank. Demon Blade, guard the right. Longbow, pave the way. Blind Monk, hold the rear. I shall sever their ranks. The 5 formidable warriors of the Military Intelligence 6 operated in perfect harmony, navigating the tumultuous battlefield as if it were their natural habitat. In the same fleeting moment, the number of protectors of the nation and warriors who fell to their hands surpassed tens of thousands. This combat ensemble traversed the battlefield as though it were an uninhabited realm. Meanwhile, Ying Ling and Shun Jianxin stood as formidable figures, one the second prince of the Great Qin Empire, the other the holy maiden of the Red Robe sect. Their formidable techniques were each more powerful and ruthless than the last. Not a single monarch-level protector could withstand 3 moves before succumbing to their might. Exhilarating. Ha! Holy maiden, what do you think? Ying Ling, his black hair stained with blood, was in high spirits. It was not his first foray into battle, but it was the first time he had tasted such unrestrained slaughter. Tonight, cloaked in black and masked, none knew his identity, allowing him to indulge in unbridled killing without concern for his status. Moreover, the scent of blood rekindled the demonic power once bestowed upon him by Ji Xiao, fueling his fervor for carnage. Close your mouth. Shen Jianxin shot a glare at Ying Ling. She felt no thrill, merely found him bothersome. After all, she was no sadist. How could she derive pleasure from killing? For her, slaughter was merely a means to an end. The objective was to defend Kyoto for Ji Xiao. Boring woman, Ying Ling scoffed, then crushed the skull of a monarch-level warrior before plunging back into the fray. For him, this night was a rare opportunity to personally relish in the act of slaughter, and he intended to cherish it fully. Above the void, a battle of the Holy Realm. The 7 saints of the Red Robe sect clashed with the 4 saints of the Great Qin Empire against the esteemed elders of the protectors of the nation. However, it was evident that their strength paled in comparison to the elders who had returned from the upper realms, yet they managed to hold their ground, albeit barely. Of course, except for the supreme holy maiden, Mu Xianyin. She single-handedly battled against 6 saint-level warriors. Initially, it may have seemed somewhat daunting. However, as she harnessed the legacy bestowed upon her by Nan Lingwei, she truly grew more formidable with each encounter, forcing the 6 saint-level foes to retreat incessantly. In a fleeting moment, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of Beixia's capital. Meanwhile, upon a nearby mountain peak, several formidable figures stood. Among them was a woman clad in a flowing crimson gown, her fiery hair dancing in the wind. Her beauty was breathtaking, and her figure was strikingly voluptuous. She was none other than the Flame Empress, who had journeyed from the snowy old city. At that moment, the Flame Empress surveyed the 3 battlefronts, all witnessing defeat. With a teasing smile, she turned to the middle-aged man beside her, her crimson lips slightly curled. Longyang, your national protection sect seems to be lacking. Without Ji Xiao, you cannot even capture this capital? Tell me, are you truly as inept as you appear? In response, Longyang offered a wry smile, saying, Your Highness, I did not anticipate that the 3 major factions from the 9 heavens would come to the aid of the capital. Moreover, the young maid beside Ji Xiao is extraordinarily powerful. Her bloodline talent is a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon, even in the upper realm. Silence. The Flame Empress cast a disdainful glance at Longyang, her tone laced with discontent. Enough. Younger, it is time for you to take action. Atop the mountain, an elderly figure slowly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. He was none other than the supreme monarch of the National Protection Sect, Long Qian. Chapter 135, The Return. He commands the dragons back to the capital. Yes, father. Longyang nodded gently at Long Qian. After speaking, he cast a cold, indifferent glance over the 3 battlefields and was about to turn away from the mountain peak when, wait. Yin Fei suddenly called out to Longyang. Your Highness, do you have any further instructions? Longyang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Nothing much. I am rather intrigued by Ji Xiao's little maid. I did not expect her to be even stronger than her brother, who possesses the supreme bone. Therefore, Gu Yao, she is mine. Understand? Yin Fei said with a smile as she looked at Longyang. Understood. Long Yang nodded and transformed into a beam of divine light, akin to a blood-red sword, charging into the battlefield. Before the battlefield of the capital, Wei Lao transformed into a storm of blood, leaving corpses strewn in his wake. Gu Jian and the 5 others were invincible in their killing formation, resembling a meat grinder, with no one able to withstand their onslaught. Ying Ling fought like a madman, his long black hair drenched in blood like silk. Shun Jianxin single-handedly defeated a dozen monarch-level warriors and thousands of national guardians. Her golden ghost mask had become a figure of dread for all on the battlefield. At that moment, they all looked up at the sky. A transcendent figure cast countless shadows, obscuring the moonlight. He has made his move. Wei Lao furrowed his brow. The Supreme Emperor of the National Guardians, Long Yang. Gu Jian exclaimed in shock. Above the holy level, a legendary realm powerhouse. The faces of Ying Ling and Shun Jianxin both changed. As the words fell, a splattering sound echoed. The transcendent figure above transformed into a blood-red arrow, directly piercing the body of a holy-level powerhouse from the Great Qin Empire. The Great Qin holy-level warrior looked down at the gaping black hole in his chest, his expression filled with terror. Before he could utter a word, his entire being exploded into a rain of blood. Boom! Black mist surged forth. A withered hand suddenly reached out towards Mu Xianin. Xianin, be careful. Luo Yuzhu's expression changed as she stood protectively in front of Mu Xianin, raising her hand to clash directly with the figure obscured by the black mist. Boom! As their vital energies erupted, laws danced wildly, and the chains of order pierced through the void, splitting the sky open into an abyss. The Supreme Emperor of the National Guardians, Long Yang. Luo Yuzhu staggered back a few steps, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Indeed, her guess was correct. Long Yang's cultivation was far superior to hers. The Long Yang cloaked in black mist looked at Luo Yuzhu with surprise. He did not expect that a woman of the legendary realm would possess such combat prowess, surviving his strike. At that moment, he suddenly furrowed his brow. As he lifted his palm, he discovered dark hues emanating from his hand, with threads of terrifying annihilation power swirling chaotically within him. Poison. The woman wields poison. Long Yang was taken aback, and then he swiftly retreated, shifting his target. Initially, he intended to eliminate the Supreme Heavenly Saintess first, before sweeping through the saint-level powerhouses of the Red Robe cult and the Qin Empire, ultimately capturing Gu Yao. However, now that Luo Yuzhu proved too formidable and troublesome to confront, he abandoned his pursuit of Mu Xianin and redirected his lethal intent towards the saint-level figures of the Red Robe cult and the Qin Empire. Kill. A mere word echoed ominously. Long Yang summoned a swirling tempest of black mist, charging towards the 10 saint-level warriors. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies of 3 Red Robe cult saint-level powerhouses exploded violently. Faced with Long Yang, they had not the slightest chance to retaliate. As the black mist enveloped them, sacred bones and blood rained down upon the earth, leaving only the terrifying silhouettes within the ominous haze. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The remaining 7 saint-level warriors, witnessing the carnage, wasted no time in fleeing. The rest is up to you. Clean them out. Long Yang issued his cold command, then turned his gaze towards the icy canopy that loomed in the void. Yes, Master. The saint-level powerhouses of the Protecting Nations sect nodded, their eyes turning steely as they gazed upon the battlefield in the capital. With that, they transformed into streaks of radiant light and descended into the void. Long Yang let out a cruel chuckle, muttering to himself, just a saint-level warrior. Can you truly defy the heavens? With that, he unleashed the power of the legendary realm. Soaring skyward. Crack. In an instant, the icy canopy shattered into fragments. Not good. Gu Yao's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing this. At that moment, the black mist enveloped the sky, moonlight failing to penetrate its depths, yet a hazy figure became discernible. Protecting Nation sect. Long Yang. Gu Yao clenched her silver teeth and whispered. This war had her most concerned about the Supreme Emperor of the Northern Xia. She had hoped Luo Yuzhu could hold him back, but it now appeared that even Luo Yuzhu could not withstand Long Yang. Woman, you are remarkable, truly remarkable. Even in the upper 9 heavens, you would be a paragon of beauty. Yet alas, what I must do today is to overshadow the heavens with my own hand and extinguish brilliance. After incapacitating you, I shall methodically eliminate the scum surrounding Ji Xioshan. As Long Yang's words fell, he transformed into a streak of demonic starlight, hurtling towards Gu Yao. Kill! Gu Yao cried out coldly, channeling the bloodline power of her spirit clan to its utmost limit. Boom! The king's sword thrust forth. 100-foot ice dragon tore through the void, hurtling violently towards Long Yang. You cannot prevail. Long Yang replied indifferently, raising his hand to unleash a divine chain of order. Crack! The ice dragon was obliterated in an instant. Uft! Gu Yao's delicate form trembled violently as a vivid scarlet blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Clang! The black mist surged. A withered hand reached for Gu Yao's neck. Huh! Gu Yao let out a cold exclamation, her entire being radiating divine light. As she positioned her sword across her chest, a resounding clash echoed through the air, akin to the sharp sound of metal striking metal. Suddenly, a terrifying storm of true essence enveloped the heavens and obscured the sun. With a sickening thud, Gu Yao was sent flying 100 feet away, resembling a bloodied kite, her body marred by numerous wounds of varying severity. Yet, despite this, she stubbornly struggled to rise. Long Yang expressed his surprise. The force of his strike was sufficient to grievously injure any saint-level practitioner, severing their meridians. However, he did not anticipate Gu Yao's ability to stand once more, merely spitting out a mouthful of blood. How intriguing. No wonder. His Highness specifically requested you. Long Yang nodded, declaring, as long as I am here, the heir city shall not fall. Even if it costs me my life, I shall defend it. Gu Yao swayed precariously, her beautiful eyes reflecting determination and defiance. Even when confronted by a legendary figure, she exhibited no inclination to retreat. Is that so? Long Yang scoffed, addressing the commander of the Dragon Knights. General, go and eliminate everyone before the capital. As you wish. The Dragon Knight commander replied with a sinister grin, leading tens of thousands of Dragon Knights towards the capital. The vast legion of Dragon Knights, their massive wings unfurled, surged toward the capital in an awe-inspiring spectacle, reminiscent of an apocalypse. You dare to assault his city. I demand your life. Gu Yao gritted her silver teeth, her voice icy and resolute. In that fleeting moment, her raven hair danced wildly as she resolved to awaken the dormant power within her, even at the cost of her lifespan. However, at that very moment, a thunderous dragon roar resonated from the distant horizon. The earth-shattering sound sent tremors through the hearts of all present on the battlefield. They looked up to witness an unforgettable sight. A colossal golden dragon, showered in an endless cascade of golden light, racing towards the capital. Atop this magnificent creature stood a tall, strikingly handsome man clad in white. His expression was one of cold indifference, and none dared to meet his gaze. Most terrifying of all was the immense shadow that loomed behind him. It was a dragon, not a lesser serpent, but a true dragon. Dozens of colossal dragons followed in his wake. The heir. Gu Yao gasped upon recognizing that familiar presence, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yes, he has returned. He commands the dragons, returning from the realm of the divine phoenix. Chapter 136. The Dragon Soars. The annihilation of the National Defense Sect Army. It is he. He has returned. Atop the mountain peak, the enchanting Yanfei gazes upon the multitude of dragons emerging from the horizon, led by the man racing towards the capital. Her expression darkens. He is the legendary prince of Beixia Jixio. The aged eyes of the supreme dragon Qian Song shimmer with cold light. Damn it. Yanfei's demeanor stiffens as she mutters a curse. She understands that if Jixio learns of the peril facing the capital, he will undoubtedly rush back. However, she never anticipated that he would return with the dragon clan. Moreover, not merely a single dragon, but even the 9 esteemed elders of the dragon race, including the formidable Baizhu. This young man has now become more troublesome than that girl Mu Bing. Truly infuriating. Yanfei clenches her delicate fist, her mood deteriorating. With the dragon clan's arrival, her plans against Jixio are likely to be thwarted. Alas, she will seek another opportunity. Shaking her head, she calms the discontent in her heart and has already begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. With her mind settled, she turns to Dragon Qian and inquires, "What now? Do you intend to return to the upper realm, or shall you remain in the lower realm, biding your time?" In response, Dragon Qian shakes his head and replies, "Your Highness, please depart on your own. I shall not leave. I sincerely thank you for your care in the upper realm these past years." With that, He strides towards the capital without a backward glance. Fool, claiming to be the supreme of Beixia, has he truly lived for so long in vain? Where there is life, there is hope, a simple truth he seems to fail to grasp. Yanfei glares at Dragon Qian's retreating figure, muttering in anger, her ample bosom rising and falling with genuine fury. At this moment, with Jixio returning alongside the Dragon clan, it is evident that a direct confrontation is ill-advised. Thus, the wisest course is to avoid the clash and strike when the opportunity arises. Yet, Dragon Qian chooses to confront him head-on. This, in her eyes, is the epitome of folly. Furthermore, all the efforts she has expended over the years within the Beixia dynasty would be rendered utterly futile. Taking a deep breath, Yanfei squints at the figure standing upon the giant dragon in the sky, softly murmuring, "Jixio, we have plenty of time ahead." With that, she turns and vanishes into the night. In the sky above the capital, Jixio returns with the Dragon clan. Dozens of colossal dragons flap their vast wings, swirling in the air, radiating an awe-inspiring might that heralds the eternal night. At last, he has returned. Elder Wei gazes at the familiar figure, and his icy cold countenance finally breaks into a relieved smile. "Your Highness, the Prince." Gu Jian sighs softly, his eyes filled with reverence and devotion. If Jixio were to have disciples, then Gu Jian would undoubtedly be the most devout and loyal among them. "Master." Shen Jianxin swallowed hard. "My God, he has returned." "Ha ha." Ying Ling laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on the national protectors before him, their faces pale with fear, driven to greater intensity by the terrifying dragons of the Dragon clan. Today, he had brought 4 formidable figures from the sacred realm of Daqin, 3 of whom had perished and 1 severely injured. Initially, he felt a pang of regret, but then he reconsidered. If he could garner some favor in Jixio's eyes, it would all be worthwhile. Humph, such a conceited fellow. Mu Xianyin glanced at Jixio, who commanded the dragons, letting out a soft huff. Hee. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuzhu couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle. She thought to herself, this saintess truly has a hard exterior. Although Mu Xianyin was clearly eager to see Jixio, now that she feigned impatience. This contradictory demeanor amused Luo Yuzhu greatly. "My lord, I thought you would not return." Gu Yao gazed at Jixio atop the golden dragon, her lips trembling slightly, her voice tinged with emotion. "Yaoer, I'm sorry for coming back late." Jixio leaped down from Kaka's back to Gu Yao's side, gently wrapping his arm around her delicate waist. Listening to her whispers and feeling her familiar warmth and presence, Gu Yao's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, her blood-stained lips curving into a faint smile. Since Jixio had last left the capital, it had been a long time since she had seen him. Only she knew how arduous it had been for her during his absence. "Are you hurt?" At that moment, he noticed the crimson blood at the corner of Gu Yao's mouth, and his expression darkened. "Was it that old wretch who did this?" Jixio pointed towards Long Yang, standing amidst the black mist, his voice laced with coldness. "My lord, I'm fine. As long as you are back." Gu Yao's smile radiated brightly as she hurriedly wiped the blood from her lips. At this moment, her heart and eyes were filled with Jixio. With Jixio present, she felt assured that the capital was safe. "Rest assured, I will handle the matters below." Jixio gently caressed Gu Yao's exquisite face before turning his gaze to Long Yang, then surveying the National Protectors Army and the thousands of dragon riders before the capital, his lips curling into a chilling arc. "Kaka, annihilate them. Esteemed elders of the Dragon clan, I entrust the next phase to you." As soon as the words left his lips, a thunderous roar erupted from Kaka, who excitedly lunged toward the capital. With the Master's command, it was time for its favorite game, the River Dragon. To it, they were merely toys, or perhaps, merely larger worms. "Proceed." Baizhu nodded to the 9 elders of the Dragon clan. With that, the 9 elders led dozens of giant dragons into a brutal slaughter. The serpentine dragons are hardly worthy adversaries when compared to true dragons. At best, they are mere reptiles. Were it not for Jixio's command, they would never stoop to the level of slaughtering such inferior creatures. With a thunderous roar, dozens of colossal dragons surged forth, instantly transforming the dark mass of serpentine dragons into a torrential rain of blood cascading from the heavens. The air was filled with the sound of crackling lightning as Kakalon's eyes shimmered with electric brilliance. Dozens of violet bolts of thunder rained down from above. In an instant, over 100 serpentine dragons, along with their dragon riders, were reduced to nothing but a mist of blood. Yet this was merely the beginning. In Kakalon's eyes, the elemental light erupted in a dazzling display as the sky transformed into a sea of flames. Torrents of molten lava rained down, each droplet splashing upon the serpentine dragons, producing wisps of white smoke. The excruciating agony, both physical and spiritual, compelled the serpentine dragons to writhe in the air, emitting haunting cries of despair. Soon, gargantuan serpentine dragons, akin to small mountains, plummeted to the ground, creating massive craters as the scent of charred flesh permeated the air. As the fiery tempest above gradually subsided, it was replaced by an icy chill that sharply decreased the temperature of the world. The onlookers gazed upward, witnessing a breathtaking spectacle. The vast expanse of the sky was adorned with countless icy arrows, each one gleaming with a blinding radiance, seemingly endless in their reach. Each arrow radiated an intense cold that resonated deep within the soul, invoking a profound shudder. The icy rain descended from the heavens, a deluge of frozen projectiles. One by one, the arrows pierced the bodies of the serpentine dragons, and torrents of their blood poured forth. Countless serpentine forms crystallized into ice, plummeting through the void before shattering into icy shards. In just a few breaths, tens of thousands of serpentine dragons had fallen. Moreover, the 200,000 soldiers of the National Defense Sect were utterly annihilated, lacking even the chance to flee. Notably, the 17 high-level saints of the sect attempted to escape at once, but were swiftly encircled by the formidable dragons, each of whom possessed at least saint-level prowess. As the dragons unfurled their massive wings, obscuring the sun, and unleashed their breath, the expressions of the 17 saints changed drastically, and in an instant, they were reduced to ashes. Is this truly the might of the dragon clan? Mu Xianyin took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation. She mused about the day she might have a dragon as her steed. Just then, a cool voice pierced the air. Mu Xianyin, long time no see. At the sound, Mu Xianyin turned, her gaze locking onto a familiar figure, momentarily stunned. Yet, in an instant, she smirked. Oh, if it isn't the divine phoenix princess Feng Huang. What brings you here? I have heard that you have been taken down by that fellow Ji Xiao. Humph. Feng Huang scoffed. Indeed, it was I who claimed him. I came here specifically to inform you, lest you remain unaware. Is that so? Mu Xianyin arched her delicate brows, amusement dancing in her eyes as she pointed skyward at Ji Xiao and Gu Yao. It seems that the woman who has captured Ji Xiao's heart is not merely you. You do not comprehend. Feng Huang shook her head. She and Ji Xiao had already established a bond akin to that of husband and wife. Did Gu Yao share such a connection? Clearly not. And what of Mu Bing? To her knowledge, she did not either. Thus, in her view, she was Ji Xiao's first woman. Haha. Mu Xianyin chuckled lightly, crossing her arms in a provocative manner. Lest you remain ignorant, I shall speak plainly. Ji Xiao belongs to my esteemed master. You, dear sister, cannot possibly outshine her. What? Feng Huang's heart jolted in surprise. She had not anticipated that Mu Xianyin would invoke Nen Lingyue. Though she had never met Nen Lingyue, she had heard whispers of her. She knew that Nen Lingyue was a woman of unparalleled talent. How else could she have established the supreme demonic sect of the Nine Heavens single-handedly? As this thought lingered, a sense of wariness arose within her, coupled with a hint of frustration. She pondered how Ji Xiao could attract such attention. Was it possible that that woman truly harbored feelings for Ji Xiao? How shameless! A voice, sultry and indignant, echoed in her ears. Indeed, shameless. For the first time, Feng Huang found herself in agreement with another side of her. Observing Feng Huang lost in contemplation and agitation, Mu Xianyin stretched lazily and mused with a grin. Seeing the princess in distress brings me great joy. Ha! You seductress! Feng Huang hissed, glaring fiercely at Mu Xianyin, yet feeling powerless to change the situation. Witnessing the clash between the two women, Ning Xian shook her head, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Ultimately, in the realm of sharp retorts and clever repartee, Feng Huang was still no match for Mu Xianyin.